This is the era of universal awakening, where individuals under the age of 18 can manifest their inner thoughts into awakened objects. Some awaken the Shen Yuan sword, capable of cleaving open the gates of heaven with a single strike. Others awaken demonic blades, bringing chaos to the world. Someone awakens stockings that automatically repair themselves when torn. Someone awakens a hat that changes color if they lie. Someone awakens a toy that can shapeshift, altering its size and length. Yi Feng, a gaming addict, awakens a super game console. Originally, Yi Feng thought he'd just coast through life, but then he suddenly discovers he can level up within the game. You ask me why I'm so strong? Just die a few more times. I awakened a Famicom, but couldn't you at least give me a game cartridge? What's the difference between a console without a cartridge and a brick? Just when everyone thought my awakening was a defective E-rank trash item with a score under 20, I, on the brink of life and death, personally inserted its first cartridge, a cartridge that could kill. Yi Chen's consciousness was immersed in a void, a single line of cold, gray text before his eyes. Please insert game cartridge. He had seen this line countless times. A week ago, as a transmigrator, he arrived in this parallel world of spiritual energy revival. During the mass awakening ceremony, he awakened a Xiao Bawang game console, a Famicom clone from his previous world's last century. In this era, the power and potential of one's awakening determined their future. Students who turned 18 would awaken via an awakening stone 1 month before their college entrance exams. The security department would then score them. A score above 60, or B rank, qualified one for an Awakener's Academy, a gateway to a new world. Below 60, one could only attend a regular cultural college, forever cut off from the extraordinary. Yi Chen's Famicom was exquisitely crafted. In a world where the tech tree had gone sideways and people still used keypad phones, it was practically high-tech. Everyone had assumed it would be a high-scoring treasure. There was just one problem. He had the console, but no cartridge. The security department studied it for 3 days and couldn't find anything compatible. Their final conclusion: if he couldn't activate its ability 3 days before the exam, it would be rated E-rank, a defective item with a score below 20. Fengzi, still fiddling with that precious game console of yours? His deskmate, Wong Hong, leaned over. He was using his own 23-point, D-rank awakening, the daily news journal, as scrap paper. Forget it. My dad says for guys like us with no shot, it's better to just lie flat. After graduation, we can go home and inherit the family business. Wang Heng's family was worth tens of millions. He could afford to lie flat. But Yi Chen was different. His parents had died when he was 6, and he lived with his grandfather. Their only assets were a small wooden cabin on the outskirts of the city and a dog. If you lack talent, you can only work harder, Yi Chen said calmly, putting the console away. Bang! A loud slam from the podium cut through the classroom chatter. The homeroom teacher, Zhang Yifeng, had slapped his hand on the desk. He was a veteran from the security department, his missing right arm a medal of honor. Put them all away. You're giving up just because your talent is poor and you can't get in? Zhang Yifeng's roar was like a tiger's. An awakening's power isn't set in stone. Before you reach 3 stars, every breakthrough has a chance to unlock new abilities, even repair a defective awakening. Repair an awakening? A thought sparked in Yi Chen's mind. He immediately took out his phone and searched. Sure enough, history was filled with cases of low-rank awakenings defying their fate, leaping from E-rank to B-rank or even A-rank. The odds were just lower than winning the lottery. The hope was slim, but it was better than nothing. The school bell rang. Zhang Yifeng gave one last warning: there's been a surge in monster activity in the west. Do not go near there. Yi Chen paid it little mind. Such alerts were common in Pinyin City, which was located near the Kunlun Rift. His mind was now consumed with how to repair his Famicom. He biked back to his home in the suburbs, greeted not by his grandfather, but by a 200-pound black bear dog, Heizi. Woof, woof. Heizi affectionately tackled him, licking his face frantically. Heizi, where's Grandpa? Yi Chen asked, patting the dog's big head. Heizi whimpered and pointed its head toward the western mountains. Yi Chen's heart sank. His grandfather was 78 years old. He had just promised a few days ago that he wouldn't go into the mountains for herbs again, but he had broken his word. He looked up at the sky. The last rays of sunset were being devoured by a strange, rippling layer of clouds near the Kunlun Rift. He suddenly recalled his teacher's warning, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Without a second thought, Yi Chen quickly changed into off-road shoes, grabbed a flashlight, a machete, and a powerful crossbow. Fully armed, he plunged into the forest. Heizi, let's go. Find Grandpa. The man and his dog disappeared into the increasingly oppressive twilight. They were unaware that shortly after they entered the mountains, Pinyin City issued a sea-level emergency alert, and several security department SUVs were now racing towards the western forest. Night fell completely, and the forest was pitch black. Grandpa! Woof! Woof! Yi Chen and Heizi's calls echoed through the woods, but there was no reply. The air grew heavier. Dark clouds gathered, and bolts of purple lightning churned within them, the muffled thunder drawing closer. A storm was coming. Being caught in a downpour in the mountains could mean death from hypothermia, even without encountering monsters. He had to go back and call the police. Just as Yi Chen was about to retreat, Heizi suddenly seemed to detect something and, ignoring his command, shot forward. Heizi! Yi Chen gritted his teeth and followed. Soon, he heard Heizi's pained howls and roars from ahead. His heart pounded. Had it run into a monster? He rushed towards the sound. As he broke through a thicket, a strong smell of burning hit him. The beam of his flashlight revealed a scorched clearing, with smoke still rising from some of the trees. Boom! Another clap of thunder exploded nearby, almost deafening him. Trembling, he climbed a small hill, and the sight before him made him freeze. Below, Heizi lay charred and dying beside a burning tree. Not far away, a humanoid monster, encased in purple-red metallic armor and crackling with electricity, was twitching on the ground, seemingly in great pain. The earth around it was completely scorched. A heavily injured, lightning element boss? Yi Chen's heart rate shot to 180. He had two choices. 1. Sneak in and rescue Heizi while the monster was distracted, betting it wouldn't attack, or 2. Try to slay the weakened monster with his crossbow, betting on a high-risk, high-reward play. As a seasoned gamer, letting a low-health boss get away was a cardinal sin. Besides, the corpse of this monster could probably set him and his grandfather up for life. I'll risk it. Yi Chen took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, raised his crossbow, and aimed for an unarmored wound on the monster. Swish! The bolt flew through the air, heading straight for its target. But just as it was about to hit, the monster shuddered. The slight movement was just enough for the bolt to strike its hard shell instead. Clink! After a sharp metallic clang, the bolt was deflected harmlessly. The air froze. The monster slowly raised its head, its single purple eye in the center of its helmet locking onto Yi Chen. Run! Yi Chen turned to flee without a second thought, but it was too late. A thick bolt of purple lightning instantly exploded where he had been standing. The terrifying shockwaves sent him flying, tumbling down the hill. Before he could get up, the purple-red figure had appeared before him in a blur. Its arm bracer morphed into a blade, crackling with deadly electricity, and stabbed straight for his heart. It's over. I'm going to die just 1 week after transmigrating? This world doesn't even have respawns. Just as Yi Chen thought he was done for, a pulse of energy suddenly erupted from the armored monster's abdomen. The armor instantly disintegrated and vanished, revealing a blood-soaked, blonde-haired man who collapsed to his knees before him, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Yi Chen was stunned. He quickly scrambled back, gripping the machete at his waist. Cough. Kid, don't be afraid, the blonde man said weakly in fluent Xia dialect. My awakening went out of control. That wasn't my intention. An out-of-control awakening? Yi Chen recalled hearing about such things. I am Dilia of the International Enforcers Alliance, on a special mission. The blonde man gasped for air. I'm too injured. I won't make it for rescue. Kid, can I trust you? Yi Chen remained silent, watching him warily. The mission cannot fail. A look of determination flashed in Dilia's eyes. He struggled to pull something from his clothes. Take this. Back to the Alliance, and you'll receive endless riches. If you can, tell my little brother. I can't be there for his birthday this year. Before he could finish, his hand dropped. He slumped to the ground, lifeless. Yi Chen was stunned. A living person, a powerful enforcer, had just sacrificed himself for a mission right in front of him. The impact was more shocking than any movie. He took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and slowly walked forward. The moment his hand was about to touch Dilia's body, the dead man's eyes snapped open. The mission item in his hand turned to dust, replaced by a blinding ball of purple lightning. He sprang from the ground, the lightning in his hand forming a blade, and with lightning speed, he viciously stabbed at the approaching Yi Chen. Slash! The lightning blade precisely split Yi Chen's crossbow in half. The cut was charred black and smoking. 2 meters away, Yi Chen himself was completely unharmed. He hadn't gotten close at all. He had only used the powerful crossbow to prod Dilia's corpse as a test. Dilia's body froze mid-lunge, the vicious grin on his face solidifying. On the scorched earth, the two of them locked eyes. The terrifying air, at this moment, once again solidified. Dilia was so angry that she almost spat blood. I said I had been lying down for so long and you didn't come over. Instead, you went to find a crossbow. Shouldn't an ordinary boy be moved to tears by my passionate speech? Even if not, you should have rushed over to take what I had in my hands out of greed. But this guy actually resisted the temptation. On the other side, after a brief shock, Yi Chen came back to his senses, secretly cursing, "You old six. I was wondering why you suddenly went silent halfway through. Turns out you were just pretending. It seems that everything this guy said earlier was also a lie." I was just moved to tears. Buy you for nothing. Yi Chen was looking for the crossbow simply because he was worried about being electrocuted if he touched the other person. As a result, by a stroke of luck, he ended up saving his own life. If I had known, I would have shot an arrow straight at his head earlier. At that moment, Yi Chen decided that from now on, he could never fully trust anyone he encountered. Even NPCs in the game can lie, let alone humans in reality. Dilia's pale face showed a hint of astonishment, which quickly turned into a sinister expression. He had initially wanted to kill Yi Chen at the lowest cost, but now that the plan had failed, Dilia no longer pretended. During this brief moment, he had regained some strength and could barely launch an attack. Dilia let out a low growl and lunged at Yi Chen, his right hand transforming into a knife-like palm that stabbed fiercely toward his chest. This one move caused the already heavily injured Dilia to spout blood like a fountain. Yi Chen wanted to dodge but was ultimately a beat too slow, watching helplessly as the hand knife approached his chest. Boom! A thunderclap in the sky illuminated the night. When the scene returned to the ground, Dilia and Yi Chen stood closely together, both bodies trembling uncontrollably. Dilia's eyes were filled with disbelief as he slowly lowered his head. Between his hand knife and Yi Chen's chest was a square iron box. His powerful strike had failed to pierce that box, and at some point, a sharp machete had been stabbed into his chest. Feeling the last of his strength dissipating quickly, Dilia found it absurd. The machete had pierced his heart. This time, he was really going to die. So many strong individuals in the secret realm had failed to leave a mark on him, and yet he ended up dying at the hands of a rookie. If this got out, that group of guys would probably laugh their heads off. Was that box his awakening item? Such a strange thing. At that moment, countless images flashed through Dilia's mind. On the other side, Yi Chen was still in shock. He had only reacted instinctively. It seemed he had killed someone. If he hadn't merged with the original owner's memories, doing this for the first time might have left him trembling in fear. However, having lived two lives, especially with the original owner having hunted wild boars and wolves in the jungle, he had truly seen blood. Moreover, in that situation, if he didn't kill the other person, he would be the one to die. Coming back to his senses, Yi Chen wanted to retreat, but at that moment, Dilia, whose breath was fading, suddenly erupted with a special wave of energy from his chest. That energy surged through Dilia's body like a tide and flowed into Yi Chen's small game console. Yi Chen felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if something was drilling into him. At that moment, Yi Chen understood something. Dilia's earlier struggles on the ground were not madness but an attempt to suppress this power. Now that Dilia was dead, it seemed that this energy intended to change hosts and was planning to enter his body. The small game console was gradually turning golden red as it was filled with terrifying energy, hot as if it were a piece of red-hot iron, as if it would explode at any moment. At this moment, Yi Chen had lost control of his body. He only felt that he was continuously expanding. Was he really going to be blown up by the game console? A ridiculous thought crossed Yi Chen's mind. At that moment, the signal light on the little tyrant game console suddenly lit up. A special consciousness space opened. Yi Chen entered the consciousness space, where a few large characters floated in the void. Please insert game card. However, the next second, those characters were submerged by a terrifying energy, along with Yi Chen's consciousness. Yi Chen's vision went black, and he fainted, but his consciousness remained in that space. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Yi Chen, the game space, special abilities, and his consciousness intertwined in this space, gradually undergoing some peculiar changes. In the jungle, the sounds of insects and birds rose and fell as usual. After an unknown amount of time, a creature slowly approached Yi Chen. In the darkness, it came to Yi Chen's side and sniffed, excitement gleaming in its eyes. Then it opened its gaping mouth and licked Yi Chen's face. Woof woof. The newcomer was Heizi, whose originally smooth black fur had turned charred black. However, compared to earlier, it was much better. Discovering that Yi Chen was not dead, Heizi kept licking Yi Chen's cheek, trying to wake him up in this way. But after licking for a long time and finding no response from Yi Chen, Heizi grew anxious. After thinking for a moment, it decided to bite Yi Chen's clothes and drag him away. When its tongue touched the bloodstains, a special light suddenly flashed in its pitch-black eyes. Heizi abruptly looked at the corpse of Dilia nearby, revealing a greedy expression. While Yi Chen was unconscious, all the law enforcers and security guards in Pingan City had arrived at the mission site. They formed a defensive line spanning hundreds of kilometers from north to south. They stood ready, seemingly waiting for some dangerous monster to arrive. On the other side, a large number of high-level awakened beings emerged from the Kunlun secret realm. They transformed into fleeting shadows, rushing towards the direction where Dilia was located. The two sides flanked each other, forming a large net that completely enveloped the hundreds of miles of mountains and forests. The originally silent mountains and forests suddenly became chaotic, with the sounds of insects, birds, and various monsters roaring echoing throughout the area. Drip, drip. Amidst the chaos, raindrops fell from the long-suppressed dark sky. At first, it was just a few drops, but soon it turned into a downpour. In just a few seconds, the torrential rain completely submerged the jungle. However, the awakened beings did not move, steadfastly holding their positions. Time passed second by second, and after an unknown duration, a green light illuminated the dark night sky. It was a pair of teal wings, pure and bright like an angel in such a dark night. The owner of those wings was a young man with flowing black hair who was currently flying at low altitude, searching for something. The wind and rain swept in, but not a single drop fell on his white feathers. Upon closer inspection, one would notice an invisible air shield surrounding the black-haired man, blocking all the rain. When he passed by the jungle that Delia had previously destroyed, he suddenly stopped. The young man retracted his wings and gently descended. The torrential rain completely submerged the jungle, erasing all traces. However, with his professional knowledge and skills, the black-haired man quickly determined that the traces here were left by some terrorist. The rain fell after the ground was scorched by lightning. That guy was actually at least an hour faster than me, the black-haired man exclaimed in surprise. He mumbled to himself, but his hands were not idle. After a search, the black-haired man finally arrived at the area where Yi Chen and Delia had their last battle. There, the unconscious Yi Chen and Delia's corpse had completely disappeared. Only a few torn pieces of clothing, residual bloodstains, and a broken crossbow not far away remained on the charred ground. In the morning, a ray of sunlight shone through the window of the wooden house, landing on Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched as he turned over, planning to stay in bed a little longer. "Xiao Feng, get up for breakfast," came a hoarse, jet-kind voice from the other side of the wall. "Let me sleep a bit more," Yi Chen mumbled habitually, but the next moment he suddenly opened his eyes and got up. He looked around and, seeing the familiar surroundings, realized he was at home. Rubbing his forehead, he felt his brain was a mess. Why am I here? In the kitchen, an elderly man with graying hair and a slightly hunched figure was serving porridge. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles, but his complexion was rosy, full of vitality. As he busied himself, Yi Chen stepped out. "Grandpa, how did I get back yesterday?" Yin Yanfeng looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. "What do you mean, how did you get back? Haven't you been home all along? Even though it's a holiday, you can't go overboard. Remember to take off your shoes when you sleep next time and cover yourself with a blanket so you don't catch a cold." Yin Yanfeng rambled on, and Yi Chen was taken aback, quickly changing his words. I meant, what time did you come back?" It was almost 11, I think. It rained yesterday and the mountain roads were hard to navigate. I went to an old friend's house for drinks yesterday and he brought me back at night." Halfway through, Yin Yanfeng seemed to remember something and quickly changed his words, glancing at Yi Chen with a hint of guilt. Just a few days ago, he had promised someone not to go into the mountains to gather herbs. The two of them exchanged silent glances, each momentarily speechless. Such a clumsy lie could never fool Yi Chen, but surprisingly, he didn't press further. Compared to his grandfather's issues, Yi Chen first needed to resolve his own. If it wasn't his grandfather who brought him back, then how did he return? While he was pondering, a black figure appeared at the door. "Woof woof!" The cheerful bark of Heisey rang out as it ran to Yi Chen and jumped up to greet him enthusiastically. Seeing that familiar figure, Yi Chen was stunned again. Heisey? Wasn't it severely injured? How could it be here? Like this? Its previously burnt fur had already recovered, looking no different from usual. At that moment, Yi Chen fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that everything that happened yesterday was just a dream? After breakfast, Yin Yanfeng hummed a little tune as he tended to the various herbs he had cultivated. Yi Chen hurried back to his room and started searching. His phone and flashlight were still with him, but the machete and crossbow were gone. This also proved that everything that happened yesterday was real. So, something must have happened during the time he was unconscious. "Heisey!" Yi Chen called out loudly. Soon, Heisey came running in, full of excitement. Yi Chen closed the door and looked at Heisey seriously. "Heisey, do you remember what happened yesterday?" Heisey nodded, excitement gleaming in its eyes. "How did your injuries heal?" Yi Chen asked. Upon hearing this, Heisey tilted its head, showing a thoughtful expression, and after a moment it shook its head and barked softly twice. "Woof woof." "You don't know? Woof. Then do you know how I got back?" "Woof woof." Heisey raised its head high, looking proud. Yi Chen was familiar with this gesture. Heisey was taking credit. Every time it helped with work or brought back some wild chicken or rabbit from the jungle, it would look just like this. Yi Chen's expression was strange. "You brought me back?" "Woof." Heisey nodded. Yi Chen, while he was surprised inside, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Heisey was intelligent. He had known that since he was a child. However, he didn't expect this little guy to be so smart. If that was the case, then many things made sense. After he fainted, Heisey, not knowing what was going on, had healed its injuries. Then it dragged him back home, even cleverly placing him on the bed. When his grandfather returned and found him unconscious, he thought he was just asleep. The heavy stone in Yi Chen's heart finally fell to the ground. As long as no one else discovered what happened yesterday, it would be fine. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen said, "Heisey, this matter is our secret. Remember, you can't tell anyone, including Grandpa." "Wong Wong. Okay, go. Play. After sending Heisey away, Yichen lay back on the bed and let out a long sigh. That Delia's identity was definitely not simple. Killing her could very likely have stirred up some trouble. Fortunately, a heavy rain had fallen yesterday, which should have erased all traces. Regardless of whether the other party was a terrorist or an enforcer, the best choice now was to pretend that nothing had happened. As for what was going on with Heisey, that could be studied slowly later. Compared to Heisey, Yichen had something more important to check: his little tyrant game console. With a thought, the little tyrant game console appeared in his hand. Yesterday, he had used the game console to block a fatal blow, and then a violent force surged into it, after which he lost consciousness. Yichen squinted. The appearance of the little tyrant game console seemed unchanged, but he had a feeling that this awakened object seemed different. He pressed the switch, and his consciousness instantly entered another space. Yichen was taken aback. The large characters that should have appeared in the void, "Please insert game card," had disappeared. Instead, a list of options appeared: play Soul Shop achievements, Pokédex, exit game. Yichen's breathing quickened. Although he didn't know what had happened, it seemed that his game console had games now. He reached out to try touching the play option, and the choices in front of him changed again. Character tutorial level mode, survivor mode returned. The first two options were lit up, while the third, survivor mode, was dimmed. Yichen clicked on character tutorial and the screen changed again, but this time it wasn't options that appeared, but a three-dimensional character model. The moment he saw that character, Yichen froze. The character was none other than Delia, whom he had killed yesterday. What the hell, wasn't Delia dead? How did she appear in his game console? What was that energy inside him? What exactly happened during the time he was unconscious? At that moment, countless question marks floated in Yichen's mind, but there was no one to answer them. Taking a deep breath, Yichen reached out to touch Delia's phantom. In the next moment, Yichen suddenly found that the surrounding void had changed, and he had unknowingly appeared in a jungle. Delia was standing about 10 meters away from him. However, this Delia looked different from before. She appeared to be a younger version and was much smaller in stature. Before Yichen could understand what was happening, a countdown appeared in front of him. 3, 2, 1, go! At the moment the countdown ended, Delia in the distance suddenly looked at Yichen, and a red light flashed on her arm, causing a pair of armors to appear out of thin air. Delia raised her hand and pointed at Yichen, and then a purple lightning bolt shot out from within. Before Yichen could react, he was engulfed by the lightning, and at the same time, a voice from the system rang in his ears. Game over. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement, 1 blood. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement, instant kill. As the special sounds rang out, Yichen suddenly woke up. He instinctively touched his face and, finding nothing wrong, let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he almost thought he was really dead. The immersive experience was too real. Even now, there was still a slight numbness on his face from the electric shock. After checking his body repeatedly and finding no issues, Yichen smiled. This game was way more thrilling than VR. That immersive feeling made Yichen both nervous and excited. After the excitement, Yichen recalled the system prompt he had just received, as if he had achieved something. In his emptiness, he clicked a few times to access the achievements interface. First blood, 1-hit kill. There were many achievements on the interface, but currently, only first blood and 1-hit kill were lit up. Yichen clicked on first blood, completion condition, first death. Effect, courage +1. Yichen then clicked on 1-hit kill, completion condition, kill an enemy or be killed by an enemy within 1 second. Effect, neural reflex +1. Looking at the 2 achievement details, Yichen stroked his chin. As a seasoned gamer, he had played quite a few games of this type. Returning the interface to the initial screen, Yichen clicked on Pokédex, character information, monster Pokédex, treasure Pokédex, return. Yichen clicked on character information again and finally found his personal panel. Health, 100%, Constitution, 7, Strength, 7, Speed, 8, Mentality, 16, Special Attributes, Courage +1, Neural Reflex +1. Looking at this panel, Yichen's expression was somewhat strange. These values did not seem like those of a starting character at all. Could it be that the attributes were set based on his physical condition? But that didn't matter. For the time being, Yichen began to explore other option information in the game, studying its gameplay. The Pokédex and other achievement information were all blacked out, indicating that they could only be unlocked after encountering them. When the Soul Shop opened, a 1-star shop appeared. Upon entering, there was a Soul Coins 0 in the upper right corner. Below were 4 product slots, and the items for sale were actually 4-dimensional attributes: Constitution +1, Soul Coins 10, Strength +1, Soul Coins 10, Speed +1, Soul Coins 10, Mentality +1, Soul Coins 10. After scanning through, Yichen returned to the gameplay interface. Having experienced the character tutorial mode, it was time to try the challenge mode. Upon clicking, the first level appeared, and when he clicked again, the surrounding scene changed. The void dissipated and the environment transformed back into a dense jungle. Seeing the familiar scenery, Yichen felt a chill in his heart. Would some kind of monster suddenly appear and take him out again? At that moment, a message appeared before Yi Chen. Level completion condition, survive for 30 minutes. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. A survival game, a battle royale? This gameplay seemed different from the previous one. 3, 2, 1, go! As the countdown ended, Yi Chen cautiously looked around. A few seconds later, there was suddenly movement in the nearby jungle. Yi Chen's heart raced, and he held his breath, realizing he still had no weapon. Goodness, are you telling me to fight monsters with my bare hands? While he was complaining in his heart, a figure suddenly sprang out from the bushes. Yi Chen instinctively turned to flee, but when he saw the figure, his turning waist came to a halt, because what had jumped out from the bushes was actually a wild rabbit. He thought it was some kind of wolf or tiger, but it turned out to be this. This is just in the game. If it were the real world, Yi Chen would definitely have killed that rabbit for a barbecue. With the danger averted, Yi Chen ignored the rabbit and continued to observe his surroundings. However, the rabbit quickly darted towards Yi Chen, its crimson eyes filled with endless killing intent. By the time Yi Chen sensed something was off, the rabbit was already at his feet. In the next second, the red-eyed rabbit leaped up and delivered a kick to Yi Chen's abdomen. Bang! Yi Chen's body trembled, feeling as if his internal organs were flipping over, nearly vomiting up the breakfast he had eaten. Health-6%. A set of information flashed before Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen was stunned. What the hell? How could a rabbit have such great strength? A single kick dealt 6% damage? If it kicked him a dozen times, would he be dead for sure? The red-eyed rabbit, not satisfied after one kick, jumped over again. Yi Chen was so scared that he hurriedly stepped back to dodge, but the red-eyed rabbit relentlessly chased after him. While rubbing his stomach, Yi Chen dodged left and right. After several successful evasions, he realized that aside from its immense strength, this red-eyed rabbit seemed no different from an ordinary rabbit. The fear in his heart slowly dissipated, and Yi Chen had a feeling it seemed he could fight back. At a certain moment, the red-eyed rabbit charged at him again, and Yi Chen swiftly turned to evade the attack. He countered with a kick aimed at where the rabbit was landing, sending it flying several meters away. All those years of hunting beasts weren't for nothing. Yi Chen grinned. He had fought wild boars and wolves up close. How could he be afraid of a mere red-eyed rabbit? The rabbit got back up, shook its head, and instead of fleeing, charged at Yi Chen once more. Yi Chen squinted. Could this red-eyed rabbit be a monster from the game? If that were the case, there was nothing more to say. As the red-eyed rabbit charged, Yi Chen stepped back to dodge again, then grabbed its ears and slammed it hard into the ground. He followed up with several kicks to ensure the rabbit was dead for good. After he stomped down for the third time, a bright light entered Yi Chen's body. Immediately, a system prompt appeared before him. Soul coin +1, ding, you have unlocked a new achievement. First step in life. Yi Chen's spirit soared. Killing monsters in the challenge mode granted him soul coins, and he even earned an achievement. So, if he killed 10 red-eyed rabbits, he could enhance his attributes? Soon, there was more movement in the jungle, and another red-eyed rabbit sprang out. Yi Chen revealed a bright smile. Soul coins were coming in. The battle continued. With the experience from the previous rabbit, Yi Chen seized the opportunity in just a few seconds. Grabbing its ears, slamming it to the ground, and giving it a foot massage, he sent the little white rabbit to its end. Before Yi Chen could prepare, more rustling came from the bushes. He smiled. These coin babies were free for the taking. However, before his smile could fade, it suddenly froze. Because this time, what emerged from the bushes was a wild boar. Yi Chen's face darkened. If he had a bow or a machete, he might have a chance. But fighting a wild boar barehanded was extremely dangerous. Especially since the monsters here seemed to be enhanced. If a rabbit could kick someone to death, what about such a large wild boar? Humph! The wild boar roared and charged like a bulldozer. Seeing this, Yi Chen turned and ran. In the jungle, a man and a pig dashed around chaotically. As he ran, more red-eyed rabbits appeared in the jungle. 1, 2, 3. As the number of monsters increased, Yi Chen's space to maneuver grew smaller, and after 4 minutes of holding on, he made a mistake. A red-eyed rabbit kicked him to the ground, and right after, the wild boar appeared behind him and charged. Ah! In the consciousness space, someone covered their butt, wincing in pain. That last hit was excruciating. He never imagined he would be killed in such an embarrassing way. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of misfortune. Damn wild boar, I will be back. He had played through the first 2 modes of the game interface, but the third one was unclickable. Thus, Yi Chen pressed every selectable option available. To summarize, the game currently has 2 playable modes, character tutorial and challenge mode. In the game, there are currently 2 types of rewards, achievements and soul coins. Achievements grant special attributes, but certain special conditions must be triggered. Soul coins can be used to purchase 4-dimensional attributes from the soul shop, provided that monsters are killed. As of now, the game is not complicated to understand, and the rules are quite simple. Yi Chen has no intention of touching the character tutorial mode. Fighting against those awakened beings is simply courting death. So, the only thing left to do now is to enter the challenge mode, kill monsters, and earn soul coins. Yi Chen rubbed his slightly aching backside, feeling a bit apprehensive, but to play this game, he had to take this step. Damn! In the following time, Yi Chen went in and out of the challenge mode. The game environment and monsters are random. Sometimes the third monster is the wild boar, and other times it's the fifth. Players can leave midway, but the soul coins earned inside cannot be taken out. For the sake of soul coins, Yi Chen could only be tormented by the pesky wild boars time and again. After dying a few times, Yi Chen discovered some patterns. Monsters have no intelligence, they charge at him like madmen upon seeing him. As long as he familiarizes himself with their attack patterns, the red-eyed rabbits can be dealt with quickly. As for the wild boars, after being strengthened, they have tough skin and thick flesh. Yi Chen tried attacking them a few times, but the hits barely affected them. At this stage, he definitely couldn't handle them. All he could do was evade the wild boars while hunting red-eyed rabbits. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. In the jungle, after killing 6 red-eyed rabbits, Yi Chen was offered up to the heavens by a wild boar for the 9th time. Game over, ding, you have obtained a new achievement, just get used to it, the system's prompt sounded, and this time there was an additional achievement. Back in the consciousness space, Yi Chen rubbed his forehead. After playing for so long, he felt a bit tired. This fatigue was not just from the psychological pressure of being killed in the game, but also from mental exhaustion. Summoning awakened beings consumes mental energy. He had been in the game world for 40 minutes, and it seemed this was his current limit. Before leaving, Yi Chen checked the new achievement. Information: first step in life condition, kill a monster effect, calm +1 just get used to it condition, accumulate 10 deaths effect, resistance +1 and such. A short time, he had gained 2 achievements, but Yi Chen still couldn't feel any effect from these special attributes. Then Yi Chen went to the soul shop. The soul coins in the upper right corner had turned into 33. Glancing at the attribute items below, Yi Chen tentatively purchased a bit of constitution, only to find that the price of the constitution attribute points had changed. Constitution +1 soul coins, 20 strength +1 soul coins, 10 speed +1 soul coins, 10 mentality +1 soul coins. 10. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. The price increases after each purchase? Well, that seems reasonable. If the price didn't change, he could increase 3 attribute points in a day, and in just a few days, his attributes would double. Such a good deal, the system definitely wouldn't give it to him for free. Since the price of attribute points goes up after purchase, it must be most cost-effective to increase all 4 attributes at once. With the remaining soul coins, Yi Chen decisively bought strength and speed. He opened his personal panel, health 100%, constitution 8 strength, 8 speed, 9 mentality, 16 special attributes, courage +1, neural reflex +1, calm +1, resistance +1. Seeing that his attributes had indeed increased, Yi Chen nodded and exited the game without lingering. The moment he exited the game space, an overwhelming drowsiness hit him. Yi Chen's head tilted, and he fell into a deep sleep. While Yi Chen was wandering in his dreams, dozens of miles away in the eastern jungle, the enforcers and security guards were still steadfastly holding their posts. Standing in the cold rain all day, they looked extremely fatigued, their eyes bloodshot. Yet even so, they dared not show any signs of slackness. At a certain outpost, 2 security guards were standing atop the treetops, scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, a disturbance arose from a thicket in the west, a wave of murderous intent crashing through the dense woods. Something's up, stay alert, the guard with red hair said, his pupils contracting. At the same time, a handgun quietly appeared in his hand, aimed in that direction. If anything seemed off, he would pull the trigger immediately. The murderous intent grew closer, and the 2 guards felt their breathing becoming labored. They could hardly imagine what kind of monster could suffocate a person merely with its killing aura. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the jungle, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his 40s. His hair was unkempt, and at first glance, he looked like a wild man. He held a blood-colored long knife from which the endless killing intent emanated. However, upon seeing the newcomer, the 2 guards instead breathed a sigh of relief. The red-haired man stepped down and respectfully saluted. Guard Lu Ha greets Lord Chen Rui. The killing intent in Chen Rui's eyes dissipated somewhat as he hoarsely said, "You are the last line of defense here?" "Yes, sir," Lu Ha replied quickly. "It seems you haven't found anything yet. Contact your superior now." "Yes, sir." Lu Ha used a specialized communication device to reach his superior, and after a moment, the connection was established. Chen Rui took the communicator and said in a deep voice, "Old Fong, how's the situation?" Around 10 o'clock last night, Han Fei discovered the trace of that purple armored figure about 60 miles from your location, and then there has been no news since. An old, hoarse voice came from the communicator, laced with deep fatigue. Chen Rui furrowed his brow. That guy should have been severely injured from the wound he inflicted. Yet he had made it here by 10 o'clock last night. Had that guy's speed reached such a level? It had been nearly 12 hours since last night, and they had explored all the way from the east without finding anything. It was highly likely that the other party had escaped. "Is that guy from that organization?" Chen Rui asked. "Uncertain, but the possibility is very high," Old Fong replied seriously. "What did that guy take with him?" "This is still under investigation. I will inform you if there are any updates." By the way, the higher-ups emphasized that this matter is classified as S-level. No one is to disclose anything. Understood. The brief call ended and Chen Rui turned to gaze toward the secret realm in the west, an endless killing intent flashing deep within his eyes. The blood-colored long knife in his hand emitted a low hum. The invisible killing intent spread out, causing Lu Ha and his companion to stand on end in fear. After a moment, the killing intent dissipated and Chen Rui turned back toward the direction of the secret realm. Although he wanted to investigate that organization, he had more important matters to attend to. After a long while, a faint voice echoed through the jungle. One day, I will find you. Around noon. In a daze, Yi Chen vaguely smelled the aroma of stewed meat, and his stomach grumbled in protest. Grandpa, what time is it? Yi Chen mumbled instinctively. What time? It's almost 12:30. Night Mingfeng replied irritably from the kitchen. All you do is sleep. Sleep all day, you don't even cook on weekends. Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately woke up. He sat up, awkwardly scratching his head. Usually, he was the one cooking on weekends, but today he had overslept from exhaustion. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly stopped, looking at his hands with some confusion. He moved his body, and his expression grew increasingly strange. His body was still his own, but his muscles felt inexplicably swollen. It was like the feeling of waking up after exercising for an hour the night before. He had only slept for a while, so how could it be? Wait! Yi Chen's pupils suddenly widened as he recalled the character attributes from the Little Tyrant game console. The initial attributes of the characters in the game were Constitution, 7 Strength, 7 Speed, 8 Spirit, 16. At first, Yi Chen didn't pay much attention, but now that he thought about it, those attributes didn't seem like the initial attributes a game character should have. Controlling the character in the game felt very comfortable, almost as if he were controlling his own body. So, those attributes were very likely his true attributes in reality. The question arose, if he improved his attributes in the game, what would happen to him in reality? Yi Chen swallowed hard. It seemed he had discovered something extraordinary. So, as long as he leveled up in the game, he could infinitely improve himself in reality? He. At that moment, Yi Chen fell into endless reverie. Initially, he had thought that his awakening item was a piece of junk and was planning to abandon the path of an awakener. He intended to rely on his memories from the previous world to write songs, craft novels, and make games to earn a little money. Although life would become mundane, at least it would solve the problem of basic needs. But now, the attribute improvements from the game console could translate into reality, giving Yi Chen hope once again. It was rare to have crossed into such a colorful world. How could he not go out and explore? Therefore, he definitely had to attend the Awakener Academy. If he reported this news to the security department, what kind of rating would they give him? No. Yi Chen suddenly woke up. This ability he had now was due to some energy that entered his body after Delia died yesterday. There was definitely a terrifying organization behind Delia. He had killed Delia, and that organization was surely searching for him everywhere at this moment. They might have already discovered his corpse. Moreover, that energy was clearly not ordinary. He wasn't sure if the game console's ability to bring game elements into reality was a unique ability of that energy. If it was, then after he revealed the ability of his awakening item, what awaited him might not just be a high rating, but also the threat of laboratories, dissection, or even attacks from terrorists. No, my awakening item ability is somewhat special. I absolutely cannot tell anyone. Yi Chen shook his head to calm himself down. Although a high rating could allow him to apply to the Awakener Academy and even come with many privileges, compared to that, staying alive was more important. Yi Chen rested his chin in thought. For now, the best method was to publicly announce his discovery of the awakening items ability before the college entrance examination. However, when reporting, he wouldn't tell the Alliance the real situation. Instead, he would present the game level up as a passive attribute improvement like that of ordinary awakening items. This way, he could keep the secret safe and the rating wouldn't be too low. Ideally, he would aim for a score between 60 to 70, which would allow him to apply to the Awakener Academy without drawing too much attention. So, how much should the attribute improvement be? While he was pondering, he heard Yi Mingfeng urging from the kitchen again. Hurry up and wash your hands, it'll be bad if it gets cold. Yi Chen snapped back to reality and walked out to see Yi Mingfeng carrying a large basin of rabbit meat. Beside him, Heizi was wagging his tail, drooling all over the floor. Did Heizi catch this? Yeah, I thought it would be hard to catch since it rained yesterday, but Heizi actually caught 2 in one go. By the way, are you okay? I'm fine, I just got a bit tired from playing yesterday. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head and made up a reason. Yi Mingfeng looked at Yi Chen suspiciously, recalling how someone had fallen asleep without even taking off their shoes yesterday, and suddenly guessed something. Xiao Feng, Yi Mingfeng said seriously. Yi Chen jolted. What's wrong? Did you secretly look at the discs in my box? Yi Chen? Night Mingfeng warned, you're only 17, your body hasn't fully developed yet, that kind of thing is too harmful for you right now. Stop, Grandpa, what are you talking about? I really haven't seen that kind of stuff, Yi Chen said, somewhat amused. Really? Absolutely. Alright then, cough, let's pretend I didn't hear that. Time to eat. Knight Mingfeng set out 2 plates of vegetables and 2 bowls of rice, then took out a bottle of Malinshan and poured himself a small cup. After taking a sip, his face instantly turned rosy. Stewed meat paired with wine just gets better the more you drink. 4. Knight Mingfeng, aside from messing with herbs, the happiest time was when he could enjoy a couple of drinks during meals. However, this old man had poor drinking etiquette. Once he started drinking, he became a chatterbox. Xiaofeng, let me tell you, when drinking, you must have Malinshan. Back in the day, I could down a whole bottle in one go. Yi Chen just smiled and quietly listened, occasionally chiming in with a comment or two. Although Lao Deng loved to boast, he was very experienced. No matter what Yi Chen asked, he could always provide an answer. As they chatted, Knight Mingfeng brought up awakening items, and Yi Chen casually asked, "Grandpa, if my awakening item is to enhance physical attributes, how much enhancement is needed to reach a score of 60? Physical attribute enhancement? Different types of awakening items have different requirements for attribute enhancement. They can't be compared together." Knight Mingfeng mumbled, his tongue nearly getting tangled. What if the awakening item itself has no effect, just passively enhancing attributes? Is there really such a useless awakening item? Knight Mingfeng scoffed, such items definitely can't be classified as support types. If it's combat type, the requirements will be high. I'm saying if didn't you say you have a lot of research on awakening items? Of course, I've been studying awakening items for nearly 30 years. Hearing Yi Chen's provocation, Knight Mingfeng immediately got excited. B-grade. Attack-type awakening items enhance physical quality by around 20%, but the specific score still depends on the effects of the awakening item itself. For the type you mentioned, if it has no other effects, then the overall skill enhancement must exceed 50% to double, transforming into a humanoid beast. This type of awakener is suitable for being a sparring partner or instructor. Knight Mingfeng spoke passionately, unable to stop once he got into his area of expertise. Yi Chen had only asked out of curiosity, but he didn't expect this old man to provide such specific values. At that moment, Yi Chen and Knight Mingfeng delved deeper into the discussion. While the two were engrossed in their conversation, dozens of miles away in the western jungle, the enforcers and security personnel had begun to withdraw one after another. After everyone had retreated, several black-clad figures in gray cloaks quietly entered the jungle. They had a clear target and headed straight in a specific direction. Half an hour later, they stopped at the scorched ground where Yi Chen had fought with Delia the day before. One person approached the spot where Delia had last fallen and took out a card. It was a playing card with a clown mask on the back, and the front displayed the King of Clubs. As energy was infused, a phantom of the King of Spades quietly emerged on the scorched ground that had long been washed clean by the rain. Seeing this scene, everyone's expression changed. "Report immediately, Lord. King of Spades is dead." The one codenamed King of Clubs spoke with a trembling voice, disbelief filling his eyes. "Where's the item?" another grey-cloaked figure said in a deep voice. "Our informants confirmed that neither the Enforcer Alliance nor the Security Department of Xia Country discovered anything. It's very likely that a third-party organization intercepted it. Include all suspicious organizations in the investigation scope. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find them. Retreat." The leading grey-cloaked figure waved his hand, and everyone began to withdraw. The grey-cloaked figure codenamed King of Clubs was about to leave after putting away the playing card when he suddenly noticed a damaged crossbow knot far away. At first, he didn't pay it any mind, but the next second, his body suddenly froze. In their eyes, this thing was like a toy to a child, posing no threat at all. But that wasn't the point. The point was why it appeared here. Manhwa squinted, murmuring in a voice only he could hear. Perhaps it wasn't a third party that took that thing. In the afternoon, Yi Chen transformed back into a top student, starting to research information from books. With his grandfather's explanations and his own understanding of awakened objects over this period, Yi Chen found that the old man's words were indeed somewhat reliable. After so many years of development, the Alliance's awakened objects had detailed classifications. Currently, awakened objects are divided into 2 main categories: props and summons. Props include inanimate objects like Yi Chen's game console and Wang Heng's newspaper. Summons, on the other hand, involve calling forth beings with independent thought. However, the number of awakeners capable of summoning beings is extremely rare, so that won't be considered for now. Props can be further divided into 4 types: combat, support, daily life, and useless. Combat-type awakened objects not only possess their own abilities but also significantly enhance the physical functions of the awakener. Otherwise, no matter how good the awakened object is, if you can't control it, you won't be able to fight high-level magical creatures. Previously, after awakening, Yi Chen had his various data tested by the Enforcer Alliance. For example, tests for full-force strikes, 100-meter sprints, obstacle avoidance, and other physical function assessments. If his grandfather's conclusion is valid, then as long as he can improve by 50% on his original basis, he could tell Zhang Laowu that he had unlocked his awakening ability. This way, achieving a score of 60 points would still be quite possible. Thus, the next task became clear: enter the game, kill magical creatures, and earn soul coins to enhance attributes. At the same time, Yi Chen Was also curious if he were to display all his abilities, what level would his awakened object score be? Time flew by, and in the following days, Yi Chen repeatedly jumped between the game and reality. After several attempts, he discovered that time in the game space flowed 3 times faster than outside. In other words, 3 minutes in the game equated to only 1 minute in reality. However, this thing consumed a lot of mental energy, and Yi Chen could currently only fight in the game for half an hour. This way, leaving the game space wouldn't leave him feeling fatigued, and resting for 6 hours would naturally restore his energy. In the blink of an eye, the busy weekend passed. On Monday morning, just as dawn broke, Yi Chen's alarm rang. Rain falls, a needle hidden in autumn pants. Yi Chen immediately opened his eyes and began his morning exercise. In the jungle, Yi Chen was sprinting ahead, with a wild boar desperately chasing behind. At one moment, Yi Chen slowed his pace, and the wild boar seized the opportunity to accelerate towards him. Just as its tusks were about to collide with Yi Chen, he leaped into the air. Right in front of him stood a tree with a trunk as thick as an embrace. Bang! The wild boar couldn't stop in time and crashed into the tree, nearly knocking itself out. At that moment, Yi Chen landed perfectly, using gravity to deliver a powerful kick to one of the wild boar's tusks. Crack! The sharp tusk snapped cleanly. He had been studying this level for the past 2 days, managing to last 8 minutes at his best. As time passed, the frequency of monster appearances increased, and their numbers grew. Simply dodging wouldn't allow him to last until the task was completed. However, the wild boar's defense was too thick, rendering most attacks ineffective. After much thought, Yi Chen devised this method. With a weapon in hand, Yi Chen's combat power increased significantly. With the tusk in hand, he fiercely stabbed it into the wild boar's head. Soul coin +5, a system prompt flashed before him, and a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. With a weapon, the wild boar and the red-eyed rabbit were no longer threats. Yi Chen directly entered kill mode. Soul coins +1, soul coins +1, soul coins +5. Yi Chen fought more fiercely as time unknowingly surpassed the original record, reaching 10 minutes. After clearing a magical creature, Yi Chen gasped for breath. While looking around, sweat dripping from the corners of his face. The muddy grass, the fresh air, the metallic scent of monster blood, the tangible sensations. If he hadn't clicked in himself, Yi Chen would have thought this was a real world. He never imagined his game could be so realistic. As he caught his breath, movement reappeared in the distant jungle. The next moment, a grayish-blue giant wolf suddenly leaped out. The giant wolf was larger than an adult male lion, its blood-red eyes glinting with a cold light. The giant wolf howled at the sky, the sound nearly deafening Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Damn, does this thing have mini-bosses too? In the next moment, the giant wolf charged towards Yi Chen, its massive form creating a gust of wind that swept up the fallen leaves and grass around. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately abandoned the idea of fighting, standing still with his arms outstretched in a relaxed pose. Life is like that, since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. As the giant wolf lunged, the screen went black and Yi Chen returned to the game interface. Game over. It wasn't that Yi Chen lacked the ability to resist, but rather that it was unnecessary. The task required him to last half an hour, and he had only lasted 10 minutes. Moreover, since there was a boss at 10 minutes, it was very likely another would appear at 20 minutes. Rather than being chased around by the giant wolf in the game, it was better to end the game and start the next round. What Yi Chen wanted now wasn't to clear the level, but to quickly earn soul coins. Entering the 1-star Soul Shop, Yi Chen glanced at the soul coins and decisively enhanced his speed. Constitution +1 soul coins, 80 strength +1 soul coins, 80 speed +1 soul coins, 80 spirit +1 soul coins, 40 soul coins, 12. The cost of purchasing attribute points in the Soul Shop increases exponentially. Initially, it's 10, then 20, 40, 80, and so on. Yi Chen spent 2 days accumulating over 200 soul coins, enhancing his attributes by a total of 11 points. For now, this was basically the limit. To improve further, he would need to increase his monster killing efficiency in the levels. At the same time, he had to figure out how to deal with that giant wolf. Opening the information panel. Health 100%, Constitution 10 Strength, 10 Speed, 11 Spirit, 18 Special Attributes, Courage +1, Neural Reflex +1, Calmness +1, Resistance +1, Combat Skill +1. The combat skill +1 in the special attributes was an achievement Yi Chen earned for killing his 100th red-eyed rabbit, titled 100 Slaughter. At first, Yi Chen didn't notice any effect from the special attributes. It wasn't until his combat skill improved that he felt a significant difference. For instance, the extreme maneuvers he performed in the game earlier would have been impossible for his former self. But now, he succeeded after just a dozen failures. This wasn't just an enhancement of physical attributes, it was an all-around improvement in courage, experience, and skills. Compared to the clumsy state he was in during his first entry into the level, Yi Chen's strength had seen a comprehensive upgrade. To put it bluntly, the current Yi Chen could take down 3 of his former selves from 2 days ago with his bare hands. Looking at his panel information, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Exiting the game space, Yi Chen washed up and had a meal. Yi Chen phone watched as Yi Chen ate heartily, a smile on his face. The old Yi Chen had a more introverted personality. Although he occasionally joked with him, he was often sullen. But in recent days he noticed that his grandson seemed to have become more cheerful, especially since he even learned to take care of himself, telling him not to go into the mountains to gather herbs anymore. He had known about the awakening items for a long time and had guessed something without asking in the past few days. However, seeing Yi Chen not give up on himself just because the awakening item was a useless piece of junk but instead become more open-minded, Yi Mingfeng felt genuinely happy. Xiaofeng, come eat more. Hey Z has caught quite a bit of game these past few days. Yi Chen smiled. Don't just let me eat, Grandpa, you should eat too. Woof woof. The atmosphere grew warmer as the three of them, 2 people and a dog, chatted and laughed. After dinner, Yi Chen hopped on his bike with Hazy bouncing alongside him. At the door of the wooden house, Yi Mingfeng shouted loudly, "Be careful on the road, watch out for vehicles." Got it. Yi Chen waved his hand and set off towards the rising sun. The brilliant sunlight poured over the land, capturing this warm scene in the scroll of memory. Class 17 at Rongguan High School was as lively as ever. The students who arrived early chatted together, sharing various interesting stories and gossip related to awakening items. As soon as Yi Chen entered the classroom, Wong Hong leaned over. Crazy. My news daily has new content out, and this time it's even more explosive. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. This guy was hopeless. However, to satisfy someone's vanity, Yi Chen pretended to be intrigued and took a glance. Horror, perverted murderer violates 17 women in 3 days. The headline still had that flavor, but apart from the title, he could hardly understand the rest of the content. There were a few photos below, none showing the victims, only some burning houses. This perverted criminal committed murder, arson, and destroyed evidence, employing extremely vicious methods. Wang Hong pushed up his glasses, a bit envious. Exciting, right? But 3 days, 17 times, how could that guy's body handle it? Yi Chen chimed in and started discussing serious matters. Old Wang, I want to ask you something. What is it? Is there a relatively cheap place for physical examinations in our city? The physical examination Yi Chen referred to was not the kind done at hospitals. Here, it was about testing various aspects of physical fitness for the college entrance examination. His original attributes totaled 39 points, and now they had increased by 11 points, a 28% increase in numerical terms. Now he needed to test the relationship between the increase in attributes and overall improvement. He wanted to see if his overall strength could exceed 50% of his original physical examination score. Wang Hong adjusted his glasses. You mean physical fitness testing? There are plenty of places for that, but if you want something accurate, efficient, and cheap, I suggest you go to the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall. After the revival of spiritual energy, the once declining martial arts halls had developed again. The students trained at the Awakener Academy would eventually go to secret realms to fight, and combat was essential. The exam content for the Awakener Academy was different from that of ordinary colleges. The cultural subjects at the Awakener Academy had a lower weight, while a practical combat test was added. Because of this, the once declining martial arts halls had revived. However, such places were generally prepared for prodigies with scores over 60. Ordinary students usually wouldn't go there. Does the martial arts hall also have physical fitness testing services? Yi Chen asked. Wang Hong chuckled. The martial arts hall definitely doesn't have that, but you can sign up to become a member there, then you can use all the equipment inside. Yi Chen was speechless. Do you think it's cheaper to get a physical examination once or to become a member? Oh, just let me finish. Wang Hong shot Yi Chen a glare. New members get a free trial session. After you finish the test, you can choose not to sign up. Yi Chen. This sneaky operation was a bit like a minor trying to apply for a refund. Generally, those who went to the martial arts hall were either rich or noble, just based on the talent of their awakening items. They had already surpassed 92% of their peers, so ordinary people wouldn't mind this little bit. Perhaps the Xingtian martial arts field never expected someone would rush over for a physical examination just to enjoy a trial class. Speaking of which, is this really a safe way to take advantage of the situation without getting beaten up? After a brief interlude, the bell rang, and the teachers from various subjects came in to start the classes. With the college entrance examination approaching, the ordinary college had relatively high requirements for cultural scores, so the teachers handed out stacks of papers one after another. The students were in despair, many of them giving up and deciding not to study anymore. Wang Hong secretly read a novel he had somehow gotten his hands on, completely relaxed. Yi Chen glanced at him but didn't say much. The path was his own choice, and besides, Lao Wang's personality really wasn't suited for continuing his studies. Moreover, Yi Chen had already thought it through. If this guy could only be an ordinary person in the future, he would give him some songs and poems from his previous world. Not to say he would become rich, but he could definitely earn some pocket money. He didn't care about the others and began to study diligently. Most of the knowledge points for the college entrance examination were quite simple for Yi Chen. The technological tree in this world was skewed, and the science subjects hadn't been deeply expanded. Those knowledge points could be handled by a third-year middle school student. What Yi Chen needed to study were the modern history of awakeners and related knowledge points about awakeners, secret realms, and magical creatures. The 4 classes in the morning quickly passed, and as the school bell rang, everyone felt a sense of relief. 4 papers in one morning, this is a killer pace. Sigh, what's the use of doing practice questions? Entering an ordinary college doesn't have much of a future. Let's go eat, I'm starving. I must go to the 2nd floor for a good meal today. As soon as the bell rang, Wong Hong dragged Yi Chen towards the cafeteria. The school cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor was cheaper, while the 2nd floor had more expensive food. The ingredients on the 2nd floor were magical creatures hunted near the secret realms, which could enhance cultivation speed when consumed regularly. Before getting to know Lao Wang, Yi Chen always ate on the 1st floor. After becoming good friends with Lao Wang, this guy would occasionally drag him to the 2nd floor under various pretenses to treat him. Looking back, Yi Chen thought this guy's excuses were indeed a bit lame. Yi Chen smiled and suddenly said, let's go to the 2nd floor, but this time I'll treat you. Wong Hong was taken aback and immediately replied, what are you talking about? I said we're going to the 2nd floor, of course, I'm treating. Alright, how many times have you treated me? This time it's my turn to treat you. Yi Chen patted Wong Hong's shoulder, interrupting him. No way. Are you crazy? I noticed something was off with you last week. Get lost. Yi Chen shot Wong Hong a glance. To be honest, I've made some progress with my awakening item. Once I fully understand it, I might just reach B level in one go. Wong Hong suddenly realized, no wonder this guy was so happy before. A B-level rating was the key to entering the Awakener Academy, equivalent to a golden key that opened the door to another world. Wong Hong threw his arm around Yi Chen's shoulder. Good guy, you've been hiding it pretty deep. Are you confident? Of course. Otherwise, how could I treat you to the 2nd floor? That's impressive. In that case, I must make sure to enjoy this meal. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way to the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Telling Wong Hong this secret was intentional on Yi Chen's part. Since he planned to showcase his awakening item, it was only a matter of time before it was known. Rather than suddenly possessing abilities, it was better to create a gradual process. Moreover, this timeline could be pushed back to last Friday or even earlier. This way, even if someone investigated, they wouldn't connect him to Delia. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Wong Hong was the first to approach the cafeteria window. Auntie, I'll have a seafood noodle. I've been eating too much greasy food lately, let's change it up. Beside him, Yi Chen smiled, pulling Wong Hong back and addressing the cafeteria lady. Sister, no seafood noodles for me. I'll have a spicy chicken, a portion of spicy crayfish, a serving of braised pork, and 2 bowls of rice. Enough, you can't finish this. Crazy guy, you really have gone mad. This meal is enough for you to work part-time for a month. Wong Hong felt a bit heartbroken. I already said I'm treating, so stop being so picky. It's all your favorite dishes. Yi Chen joked. When the day comes that I get into the elite class, you'll have to line up if you want to eat with me. Yi Chen and Wong Hong chatted while eating, enjoying this moment. After a while, a group of students came up one after another. Some people around exclaimed, the elite class is here. A group of students strode up at the entrance, each with their chests out and heads held high, looking quite proud. When they glanced at the other students, their eyes were filled with mockery and disdain. It's just luck, look at how he's showing off. Wong Hong scoffed. Crazy guy, you should work hard to get a higher score than him. Yi Chen thought to himself that he didn't want to be sliced up, so he quickly changed the subject. Do you know their scores? With Wang Heng's curious gossiping nature, he must have done some research on this. Sure enough, when he heard Yi Chen's question, Wong Hong became interested. It's hard to get the specifics, but I found out about the ratings. Wong Hong pushed up his glasses and continued. In this year's senior class, there are a total of 132 awakened beings with scores above 60 out of 40 classes, among which 125 are B-level, and 7 are A-level prodigies with scores above 80. Look, that guy with the yellow hair. Yi Chen followed the direction of Wang Heng's finger and saw a yellow-haired guy surrounded by a group of people. He had a smile on his face and his eyes were full of pride and enjoyment. That guy is called Huang Su. His dad owns several real estate companies in Pinyin City. He's considered a billionaire and he's said to be an A-level awakened being. As he spoke, Wong Hong pointed to a group of girls not far away. That girl in the white shirt with the red ponytail, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, is called Yu Qiurong. When introducing Yu Qiurong, Wang Heng's tone changed a bit. She was the class flower of Class 3. Her father is a leader in the security department, and the boys chasing her could line up from here to the school gate. Rumor has it that her awakened being's score is the highest. What is her awakened being? Yi Chen asked curiously. How could such a thing be made public? This is the most important secret of an awakened being? Are there any S-level awakened beings with scores above 90? Yi Chen expressed indifference towards class flowers. After all, games are more fun than women. Wang Hong rolled his eyes at him. S-level? Don't say our school, even the whole Pinyin City might not have one. Yi Chen nodded, roughly understanding the scoring ratio of awakened beings above 60. The ratio of B-level to A-level awakened beings is about 18:1. so as long as he keeps his awakened being score between 60 to 70, he can blend in with the crowd. Life at school is simple and repetitive: eating, sleeping, playing games. No, it should be eating, studying, exercising. The cliché plot of the class flower. Confessing to the class hunk didn't happen to Yi Chen. After all, the only person he was familiar with in the whole school was Wong Hong. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Yi Chen played games for half an hour and earned a few soul coins. Time flew by, and the ordinary afternoon soon came to an end. As the bell rang, Yi Chen put on his backpack and headed towards the address Wang Hong had told him. The Xing Tian Martial Arts Arena is one of the top martial arts arenas in Pinyin City, covering an area as large as 6 football fields. When Yi Chen arrived at the entrance, he found that all the cars parked here were luxury vehicles. Clearly, everyone coming here was either rich or noble. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, Yi Chen was not intimidated by such a scene. While surveying the surroundings, a sweet-looking waitress approached. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" Yi Chen didn't pay attention to her short skirt and black stockings and directly asked, "What services are available for membership?" The waiter immediately handed over a form. Our Xingtian Martial Arts Hall is the most well-equipped martial arts venue in Pinyin City. Yi Chen ignored the other party's bragging and quickly scanned the form. Becoming a member here is similar to signing up at a gym in the original world. However, in addition to simple fitness, there are various practical training sessions, including cold weapons and even firearms training. Additionally, some services offer gourmet food made from high-level magical creatures and even various treasures from secret realms. Of course, the prices vary, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, even millions. Looking at the various services described inside, Yi Chen felt a pang of envy. He must become a wealthy person in the future. Soon, Yi Chen found the location of the equipment needed for the physical examination. He coughed twice. "Your service is good, but I heard that newcomers get a free trial class on their first visit?" The waiter still wore a smile. "That's right, even if you don't sign up for a membership, you can experience it for free with your ID." 5 minutes later, the waiter was dumbfounded as he watched Yi Chen enter the physical examination area. It's common for newcomers to come for an experience, but they usually try practical combat, cold and hot weapons, or attend public classes by advanced martial artists. After all, it's rare to come once, so they definitely want to try things they wouldn't normally dare to do. But the guy who just went in went straight to the physical examination area to test his physical fitness. Such basic equipment can be used anywhere, right? Ultimately, the waiter shook his head and turned to leave. There weren't many awakeners in the physical examination area, and there were plenty of vacant facilities. Most people come here to improve their practical skills, and very few exercise in the basic area. Looking at the shining equipment, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. It was time to showcase his true skills. On the 100-meter track, as the green light on the equipment lit up, Yi Chen powered his legs and sprinted towards the finish line. As Yi Chen passed through the detector, the system announced his results. "Ding, your time is 10.33 seconds. Seeing this, a glimmer of gold flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. A week ago, his time at the Enforcer Alliance branch was 12.68 seconds. Then Yi Chen tested other items: 1,000-meter run, pull-ups, obstacle avoidance, explosive power. Time slowly passed, and an hour later, Yi Chen finally completed the last test. He plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes already soaked with sweat. While catching his breath, Yi Chen looked at the examination report in his hand. A 50% increase in strength does not mean that all test data increased by 50%, it's a comprehensive improvement. For example, in the explosive power test, Yi Chen previously could only punch 86 pounds, but this time he hit a full 142 pounds, an increase of nearly 70%. Additionally, his performance in obstacle avoidance and endurance tests was also quite good. Of course, to know exactly how much he improved, Yi Chen would have to calculate it slowly when he got home. While he was catching his breath, a bottle of water suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Chen was taken aback and turned to look. The person handing him the water was a middle-aged man in a white shirt. The man had a simple buzz cut, a sturdy build, standing at over 6 feet tall, and his bulging muscles were quite a visual impact. The middle-aged man smiled kindly. "Hello, sir, I'm Jolie, a coach at the Martial Arts Hall. You should replenish your fluids after such intense exercise." Yi Chen took the water and nodded. "Thank you. It's what I should do." Jolie maintained his smile. "Your physical condition is quite good. Your awakening type should be combat-oriented, right? Would you like to try some combat experience later?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. His original plan was to finish the tests and go home. However, hearing Jolie's words, he hesitated. To apply for the Awakener Academy, practical assessments are required, and he really hadn't experienced that aspect yet. It seemed like a good opportunity now. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen said, "Can I experience the real combat of the college entrance examination?" Jolie smiled and replied, "Of course." 10 minutes later, Yi Chen followed Jolie to a combat arena. Jolie enthusiastically handed Yi Chen a bottle of a potion that accelerated physical recovery, making Yi Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Would he get beaten up if he said he didn't want to become a member after all? After putting on the protective gear for Yi Chen, Jolie asked, "Before we start, I need to ask, do you have any real combat experience?" Yi Chen scratched his head. "This is my first time fighting someone." Jolie had an understanding expression as he turned to a bald man in the distance and said, "Gangzi, come and be this gentleman's sparring partner, just defend. Don't attack." Jolie then looked back at Yi Chen and said, "Don't worry, Gangzi is a professional one-star sparring partner, he definitely won't hurt you." Gangzi walked over and rubbed his shiny bald head. "Just call me Gangzi, my awakened ability is good at defense, so you can hit me without worry." Yi Chen had no doubts about this, anyone who could be a sparring partner must have some skills. As the countdown ended, Yi Chen charged at Gangzi, delivering a whip kick aimed at Gangzi's head. Gangzi raised his forearm to block the strike, feeling the soreness in his arm. His eyes lit up with surprise. He had originally thought Yi Chen was a rookie, but that kick had impressive explosive power. Now this was getting interesting. After blocking the attack, Yi Chen retracted his leg and stepped forward with a punch aimed directly at Gangzi's face. However, this swift punch was still blocked by Gangzi's sturdy arm. Yi Chen wasn't discouraged. If one strike didn't work, he would try another, especially since his opponent wasn't fighting back. The two were completely entangled in a brawl. Outside the ring, Jolie kept nodding. In his eyes, Yi Chen's movements were far from standard, and his attacks lacked any form or technique, definitely a beginner. But strangely, Yi Chen was quite adept at using his body, with good timing and explosive power. He was asking for real combat training, clearly a senior student who had just awakened less than 10 days ago. Fighting purely on instinct without systematic training? This was interesting. After more than a dozen exchanges, Yi Chen still couldn't break through Gangzi's defense. Of course, he wasn't surprised by this outcome. Sparring partners weren't mindless monsters from a game. However, this kind of combat could indeed enhance his strength. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a slight breath. "Don't just let me attack, you should fight back too." Upon hearing this, Gangzi's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been waiting for this line. However, he glanced at Jolie first, and seeing him nod slightly, Gangzi rubbed his bald head and said excitedly, "Then be careful." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gangzi's figure flickered as he quickly closed the distance to Yi Chen, his fist the size of a sandbag heading straight for Yi Chen's chest. So fast. Yi Chen was startled and hurriedly raised his hands to defend, but he was still knocked back 2 steps by the powerful force. Shaking his arms, Yi Chen assessed in his heart that Gangzi's strength was almost equivalent to 0.7 of a wild boar, but it was manageable. He could take it. The two figures on the arena once again intertwined in battle. However, the situation reversed, with Gangzi attacking most of the time while Yi Chen defended. At first, Gangzi was worried that Yi Chen wouldn't be able to handle it, but after a few exchanges, he discovered that this rookie's combat ability was surprisingly strong. Although he was a novice in terms of technique, his awareness and timing were quite good. Most of Gangzi's attacks were dodged by Yi Chen's agile movements, and even when they connected, Yi Chen managed to dissipate much of the force. Occasionally, Yi Chen could even organize a counterattack. Jolie watched this scene with increasing excitement. Typically, when people first encounter such combat, they would surely panic in the face of an opponent's attack. They would either go weak in the knees or close their eyes in fear, making it difficult to respond effectively. But this little guy not only showed no fear but grew braver as the fight went on. With Yi Chen's current level, his score in the college entrance examination practical test would not be low. If he could train systematically, not to mention a perfect score, getting 90 points would definitely be no problem. For Yi Chen, what he has been honing since childhood is his evasion awareness. In the past few days, fighting monsters in the game space, he has been pursuing evasion and counterattacks. More importantly, he has gained special attributes from those unique achievements. Courage, calmness, combat skills, and so on. These special attributes may not immediately enhance Yi Chen's combat power, but they can subtly change some aspects of his personality and boost his growth potential. On the battlefield, the two figures continuously intertwined, exchanging punches and kicks in a fierce struggle. In a direct confrontation with Gangzi, Yi Chen's displayed strength was actually quite average. But if it was about evasion and counterattacks, it was a completely different story. After 5 minutes of intense fighting, the number of actual attacks Yi Chen received could be counted on one hand. Finally, Jolie's voice rang out. 5 minutes are up, the match is over. Gangzi stopped, panting heavily, his gaze towards Yi Chen filled with dissatisfaction. He hadn't had enough fun in those 5 minutes. Yi Chen rubbed his slightly swollen arm and asked, "Coach Joe, how many points can I get for my performance?" Jolie replied solemnly, "To be able to last 5 minutes without losing is already 80 points. If you practice your power techniques and some basic moves systematically this month, you should be able to reach 95 points in the college entrance exam, or even a perfect score." Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a bit tempted. The difference between 80 and 95 points was not just a matter of scores, but also an enhancement of combat power. After all, he still had a Delia in his game space. According to the game's reward system, defeating Delia could very likely yield some special achievements or rewards. However, Yi Chen's expression soon dimmed again. The cheapest membership here costs at least 150,000 a year. For a single month, it starts at 20,000, which is far beyond what he can afford. Yi Chen shook his head. I'll think about it. Jolie watched Yi Chen's departing figure, a special glint flashing in his eyes. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave the combat area, Jolie's voice rang out again. Kid, wait a moment. Yi Chen paused, his heart tightening. Could it be that the other party realized he was here to take advantage? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen stiffly turned around. What is it? Jolie revealed his signature smile. Your physique and awareness are quite good. How about coming here to work part-time as a sparring partner? Relieved that it wasn't about getting a membership, Yi Chen felt a bit curious. Sparring partner? Jolie walked over and pointed at Gangzi. Yes, just like Gangzi here. I'll give you $50 each time, and you can have free time for the rest of the day. How does that sound? Can I really? Yi Chen was a bit uncertain. He had never been involved in this industry before. Of course. Jolie smiled confidently. You are used to evading attacks rather than blocking them head-on. I don't have many one-star sparring partners like you here. You should have no problem handling some senior students. So, what do you think? Want to consider it? Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Being his sparring partner would earn him money and also help him practice his combat skills. There was no downside. Plus, with free time, he could attend public classes without anyone questioning him. This was like getting a month's membership for free. Thinking of this, Yi Chen decisively nodded. Sure, I'm in. Jolie showed a friendly smile and extended his hand. Then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Smack. Their hands clasped together. Cooperation. Pleasant. An hour later, the sound of someone's screams echoed through the wooden house. Hiss, it hurts, Grandpa, be gentler. Yi Chen grimaced in pain. Beside him, Haizi wagged his tail, looking excited as if watching a show. Yi Chen Feng applied medicine to Yi Chen's arm wound while scolding. Now you know it hurts? I told you not to go to the martial arts arena for a beating. Serves you right. Hey, it's not like I've never been to broaden my horizons. Besides, what if one day I figure out my awakening ability? Yi Mingfeng shot him a glance. So what if you do? That thing of yours doesn't look like a combat type at all. You never know, Yi Chen muttered softly, then added, I found a tutoring class recently, so I'll be back late. Don't wait for me for dinner. Alright, do as you see fit, but remember to tell me when you're out of money. Got it. After the previous battle, Yi Chen had bruises on his wrist, and to avoid worrying his grandfather, he told the truth. However, he didn't mention his part-time job at the martial arts arena. In his grandfather's eyes, he was going there to earn money and get beaten up, but only he knew the reality. Soon, after sending his grandfather back to his room, Yi Chen began to study his physical examination data. After spending more than half an hour on comprehensive comparisons, Yi Chen concluded that his physical enhancement had reached an impressive 42%. Now, his physique was not much different from that of an adult who regularly worked out. Summoning the little game console, Yi Chen stroked it, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Although he was still a bit away from a 50% enhancement, there were 20 days left until the college entrance examination. As long as he could earn some soul coins and strengthen his attributes a few more times during this period, breaking through 50% overall wouldn't be difficult. A B-level rating doesn't seem too hard, Yi Chen thought to himself, then pressed the switch, his consciousness once again entering the game space. However, this time he chose not the level mode, but character training. Yi Chen wanted to test just what level that Delia was at. On the grass, the young version of Delia stood silently in place. Countdown, 3, 2, 1, go. The moment the countdown ended, purple-red arm guards appeared out of thin air on Delia's arms. The next second, Delia raised an arm, and purple lightning surged towards Yi Chen. This scene was almost identical to the last time. Yi Chen was prepared. The moment Delia raised his hand, he quickly rolled to the left. Boom! The lightning struck a nearby tree, the hard bark turning into a charred mess. Yi Chen glanced and noticed that the power of Delia's lightning seemed to be significantly weaker than the last time. Of course, a direct hit would still be deadly. Missing the strike, Delia's previously dull expression suddenly lit up with a glimmer. Interesting, at least it won't be as boring as last time. From a distance, just as Yi Chen got up, he was stunned to hear Delia speak. He had originally thought Delia was a boss, but now it seemed he had some consciousness. At the very least, he should be an NPC or something like that. Damn. Before Yi Chen could greet him, Delia charged forward. Delia threw a punch, electricity crackling on his armor. Yi Chen's pupils constricted. He abandoned the idea of blocking with his arms and instead exerted all his strength to dodge to the left. His shoulder barely brushed against Delia's armor, and he could even feel the stinging sensation of the electricity dissipating. Yi Chen turned and ran, shouting, Hey, can you stop for a second? Delia sneered. You think you deserve for me to stop? He responded. Yi Chen was even more shocked. This guy could actually talk to him. Aren't you curious why you're here? Yi Chen shouted, only to be met with a heavy punch that sliced through the air. Fortunately, he reacted in time and narrowly avoided the blow. Yi Chen tried to communicate with Delia again, but the other party showed no intention of acknowledging him. Seeing this, Yi Chen stopped wasting his breath. Delia had some awareness, but not much. At this moment, Delia was like an unyielding robot, relentlessly launching various fierce attacks at Yi Chen. Yi Chen estimated that in order to extract information, he first needed to subdue him. Yi Chen tried his best to dodge, but after barely avoiding a few attacks, he was ultimately grazed on the shoulder by the armored arm. Purple electricity surged into his body, causing Yi Chen to feel numb and lose control. The next moment, a thick, purplish-red armored arm appeared before him. Game over. When his consciousness returned to the game space, Yi Chen instinctively touched his face. Damn, killing is one thing, but why did I get hit in the face twice? Well, that's not important. Yi Chen took a deep breath to analyze what had just happened. Although he had only lasted a short time, he had gained a lot. First, Yi Chen discovered that the young version of Delia didn't have particularly high attributes. At most, he was slightly stronger than Yi Chen's current self, but the difference was definitely not significant. If it weren't for the electric arm he wielded, Yi Chen might have been able to exchange a few blows. Could this Delia be what he looked like at 1 star? Yi Chen stroked his chin, pondering. Surprisingly, this possibility really existed. Regardless of age, attributes, or awakened abilities, he was similar to an average 1-star awakener. If that were the case, this guy wouldn't be unsolvable. Secondly, the opponent could speak and likely had some level of self-awareness. At the very least, he was an NPC set by the system. If he could pry some information from his mouth, Yi Chen might find out which organization was behind this guy, or perhaps extract some intelligence regarding his assets. The wealth of a high-level awakener was undoubtedly terrifying. Even a tiny bit of that would be enough for him to live lavishly. Of course, if possible, Yi Chen would prefer to never have any contact with this organization for the rest of his life. Later, Yi Chen went in 2 more times and, as expected, was eliminated without suspense. Confirming that he could not extract any information from Delia for the time being, Yi Chen decided not to continue and turned to challenge mode to farm soul coins. If I can't beat Delia, can't I beat the red-eyed rabbit? Damn! In the game space, Yi Chen wielded the wild boar tusks and wreaked havoc. The monsters that appeared 10 minutes ago were only the red-eyed rabbits and wild boars, and Yi Chen was already well acquainted with their attack patterns. The tusks sliced through the air like daggers, leaving countless trails of light. Each time they passed over the bodies of the red-eyed rabbits and wild boars, another would fall. Soul coin +1, soul coin +1, soul coin +5. 10 minutes later, the ground beneath Yi Chen was already littered with corpses, blood splattered across the earth. The exhilarating feeling of sweating and fighting made Yi Chen feel very comfortable. Roar! With a roar, the massive Blue Wolf King reappeared. This time, Yi Chen did not give up struggling. He looked at the Blue Wolf King with a hint of battle intent. He had not fought back before, but this time he wanted to test the combat power of this little boss. Since that's the case, let's fight. The Blue Wolf King howled and charged towards Yi Chen like a whirlwind. When they were less than 10 meters apart, the Blue Wolf King accelerated again, rushing towards Yi Chen at an even faster speed. At that moment, Yi Chen finally moved, rolling hard to the left, narrowly avoiding the Blue Wolf King's sharp claws that grazed his back. He could even feel the chilling cold on his skin. The Blue Wolf King was somewhat surprised that his lethal strike had been dodged, but quickly regained its stance and charged again. Yi Chen, after dodging the attack, turned and ran into the jungle. The gap in strength between them was too great. Facing it head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. What Yi Chen needed to do now was to use the thick trees in the jungle to slow down the Blue Wolf's momentum. Roar! In the jungle, 1 man and 1 wolf, one chasing and the other fleeing. Yi Chen desperately dodged using the trees, narrowly avoiding terrifying attacks several times. 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 13 minutes. In these 3 minutes, Yi Chen faced numerous life-threatening situations, but relying on the experience and skills he had accumulated over the past few days, he managed to hold on. When the time reached the 14th minute, red-eyed rabbits and wild boars reappeared in the jungle. Yi Chen's forehead was already drenched in sweat as he hoarsely murmured, "Is it time to kill the boss in 3 minutes?" During the previous 3 minutes, he had fought the Blue Wolf King without any monster interference. Now that monsters had appeared, it seemed the system was afraid he would find some way to stall this little boss until the task time ended. 1 Blue Wolf King was already a headache. With so many small monsters, there would be no point in playing. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was already quite impressive that he had held on this long. Just as Yi Chen was about to call it quits, the Blue Wolf suddenly vanished. At the same time, a message lit up in front of Yi Chen. "Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement, Resilient. Little strong." Yi Chen was taken aback. Did the Blue Wolf King have a time limit? Did the system determine that he couldn't kill the Blue Wolf? Now, well, given his current attributes, it was indeed impossible in the short term. After all, this was the first level. It couldn't be set too difficult. The Blue Wolf was gone, but the red-eyed rabbits and wild boars were still charging at him, and Yi Chen hesitated about whether to continue fighting. His stamina was already depleted, and he couldn't hold out much longer. But since it was his first time here, it felt a bit like a loss not to stick it out to the end. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's gaze firmed up again. Damn. The chaotic battle continued, and Yi Chen once again fought fiercely against the many monsters. One by one, the red-eyed rabbits were killed, and wounds began to appear on Yi Chen's body. At one moment, another wild boar appeared. Gritting his teeth, he actually charged forward. He could no longer move quickly due to exhaustion, so he had to fight with all his might. The distance between them closed rapidly, and just as the wild boar was about to collide with him, he desperately dodged to the left. The sharp tusks tore through Yi Chen's clothes, barely missing his chest. Yi Chen, however, paid no mind. While dodging, the tusks in his hand plunged fiercely into the wild boar's body. Sizzle, a sound echoed as the tusks left a massive 30-centimeter long wound on the wild boar. The wild boar let out a wail and collapsed, blood gushing out like a fountain. After landing this blow, Yi Chen could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement, Extreme Evasion. Before Yi Chen could react, a red-eyed rabbit appeared right in front of him. A pair of rabbit legs kicked towards his face. Game over. When consciousness returned, Yi Chen ignored the achievements and soul coins, directly exiting the game space and falling into a deep sleep. A night without incident, and soon dawn broke. The next day, Yi Chen's phone rang in his sleep. Summer quietly passes, leaving little meow meow. Crush you, not letting you breathe. With his eyes closed, Yi Chen fumbled around and finally turned off his phone. It took him a full 10 minutes to groggily open his eyes. Last night was definitely the deepest sleep Yi Chen had experienced since crossing over. With martial arts training and practical combat tests, he had come home to another wave of extreme fighting. He had never felt this tired even when he stayed up all night playing games. Yi Chen stretched lazily, feeling an indescribable soreness all over. Rubbing his face, Yi Chen yawned while summoning the little game console. Entering the game space, Yi Chen didn't pay attention to the soul coins but first checked the achievement system. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What caught his eye was a list of achievements, with the earlier ones all in ordinary white. But the last one, Extreme Evasion, was a different color. It was green. The sturdy little roach, completion. Condition, survive 3 minutes under the attack of the blue wolf effect. +1 Extreme Evasion. Completion condition, perform 10 Extreme Evasion actions in a single game effect. Gain +1 soul coin 4. Each Extreme Evasion action performed looking at the effects of the special achievements. Yi Chen's eyes widened. Wow, so there are special achievements. By the way, what exactly is Extreme Evasion? Yi Chen only remembered that last night he had fought hard to take down a wild boar. Does it mean counterattacking in extreme danger? No, it's about evasion, not counterattacking. Moreover, he had no recollection of the previous 9 times at all. After pondering for a moment without any clues, Yi Chen decided to head to the 1-star soul shop. Physique +1 soul coins, 80 strength +1 soul coins, 80 speed +1 soul coins, 80 spirit +1 soul coins, 40 soul coins, 166 yesterday. To test the data, Yi Chen had saved up without making any upgrades, and now he could spend it. 2 seconds later, the attribute enhancements were complete. Physique +1 soul coins, 160 strength, +1 soul coins, 80 speed +1 soul coins, 80 spirit +1 soul coins, 80 soul coins, 46. Looking at the number 160, Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. In the previous 2 days, he had enhanced his attributes by 11 points, but now he had only enhanced by 2 points in 2 days. Moreover, the amount of soul coins required would increase exponentially as he progressed. Wanting to achieve rapid improvements like before was definitely unrealistic. Yi Chen opened his panel information. Health 100%, physique 11 strength, 10 speed, 11 spirit, 19 special attributes, courage +1, neural reflex +1, calm +2, resistance +1, combat skills +1. This time without enhancements, the total increase was 42%, and now it should be close to 50, right? However, to be safe, it would be best to raise his strength and speed a bit more before discussing this with Zhang Laohu. Xiao Feng, it's time to eat. Just as he was deep in thought, Yi Chen suddenly heard Yi Ningfeng's voice. Yi Chen was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard an outside voice in the game space. He could even perceive the outside situation while in the game? That was pretty good. Having woken up late today, Yi Chen didn't plan to continue playing the game and simply exited the game space. Improving his strength wasn't as urgent as enjoying this kind of life. On the bustling streets in the morning, a young boy rode his bicycle at full speed. He hurriedly made his way to the classroom just before the class bell rang. Before he could sit down, Wang Hang's head was already leaning in close. Wong Hong looked at the bandage on Yi Chen's wrist with a surprised expression. Dude, you can't be serious. Did you really get beaten up while trying to fleece someone? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Get lost. I accidentally got hurt while sparring. TSK, with your little frame, you're sparring? I think you got cut and rubbed by someone else. My frame is weak? Don't leave after school. Let's see who's stronger. Come on, let's see if I can knock your teeth out. As the two bantered, Yi Chen suddenly heard 2 classmates arguing behind him. A tall, skinny guy pointed at the content on his phone and said, "You're just blowing smoke. Even the officials have defined it as a burglary." I know that family, they don't have any money at all. It must be revenge, another classmate shouted. Well, maybe they're just low-key. You can't tell, the first one retorted. How is that possible? Their car has been around for almost 10 years, it broke down on the way to camping last week. Seeing the two of them getting red in the face from arguing, Yi Chen felt a bit curious. What's going on with them? Well, there was a news report this morning. In Louis' neighborhood, a family was burned and it was initially determined to be a home invasion robbery. Wong Hong handed over his phone, which displayed today's morning news from Ping'an City. The emergence of awakeners has led many people to possess various strange abilities. If these abilities are used for crime, it becomes quite troublesome. After the awakening of the entire population, the number of terrorists in the world has significantly increased and the crime rate has risen considerably. Countries around the world have united to form the Enforcers Alliance, specifically to capture those terrorists with powerful awakened abilities. Domestically, the Security Department has also imposed severe punishments for such actions. Once a murderer of this kind is caught, it's basically a death sentence. This is also one of the reasons why the state organizes awakenings for students uniformly. The so-called rating refers to both the future potential of a person's awakened ability and, conversely, their level of threat to society. Abilities rated below D have no impact on society, just like Wang Hang's newspaper, which would not affect anyone else at all. C-rated awakened abilities can be utilized as skills, with the possibility of committing crimes using these abilities, but at most, it would be personal crime. When it comes to B-rated abilities, they pose a threat to society, and once someone becomes a terrorist, it can affect public safety. News like this appears once or twice every few days, not considered a big deal. Yi Chen casually flipped through the pages, not paying much attention, but suddenly stopped when he came across a certain image. The victim's house had been burned, most of it was long gone, but the bathroom was still somewhat intact. The photo captured the state of the bathroom. The charred walls revealed nothing, but faint traces of blade strikes could be seen. For some reason, as Yi Chen looked at the wall that had been slashed by swords, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the class bell rang, and Yi Chen stopped thinking and began to attend class obediently. Practice questions, meals, gaming space, practice questions, exercise. A repetitive and busy day quickly passed. When the school bell rang, Yi Chen rode his bike towards the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall. At the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall, Jolie nodded at Yi Chen, who had changed into his training outfit. The previous Yi Chen looked somewhat immature, but after putting on this outfit, he appeared much more mature. At least he wouldn't be suspected of being a minor. Do you remember the rules? Jolie asked. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. I remember all the rules, don't worry, Brother Zhou. Alright, you can move around freely for now. There's a teaching area over there with basic open classes. If you want to listen, go ahead. I'll call you when there's something suitable, or when I need you. Seeing Jolie about to leave, Yi Chen hurriedly said, Brother Zhou, wait a moment, can I ask you a few questions? Jolie chuckled. This kid really didn't treat him as an outsider. Go ahead, I'm listening. If I were to fight someone whose arm is coated with deadly poison, what should I do? Yi Chen asked. Jolie was taken aback. What a bizarre question, poison arm. You mean the kind that kills on contact? Yi Chen nodded. Pretty much. Jolie thought for a moment and said, to deal with such an enemy, first, you need to find a weapon to avoid contact with them. Knives or swords would work, and if you have something long, that would be even better. But what if there's no weapon? For example, fighting him in the jungle. Yi Chen continued to ask. The gaming space doesn't allow Yi Chen to bring weapons in, so that option was directly dismissed. Without a weapon, that's a bit tricky. Jolie finally showed interest and began to analyze seriously. If you're worried about contact without a weapon, you can use leg techniques. You must have shoes, right? Besides, since you're in the jungle, you can use tree branches or stones as weapons. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He had never practiced leg techniques professionally, but he had used them quite a bit in combat, so he could try to see if the shoes conducted electricity later. As for weapons, with so many tree trunks in the woods, it wouldn't be hard to break off a piece. So, did he need to practice some staff techniques next? With the answer in his mind, Yi Chen didn't change the subject. Brother Zhou, let me ask another question. What is extreme evasion? Jolie looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression, wondering where this kid got so many odd questions. However, since he asked, he certainly had to provide an answer. Jolie explained, extreme evasion refers to making a dodging move at the very moment a lethal attack is about to hit you. Generally, this time does not exceed 0.01 seconds. Upon hearing this answer, Yi Chen finally understood how he had achieved that accomplishment. When he fought the elite Qinglang monster and the wild boar, he had repeatedly escaped by extreme evasion, which was why he had that special achievement. In other words, as long as he could time his extreme evasion of lethal attacks, he could earn soul coins? At that moment, a strange thought suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He hadn't noticed that due to certain special achievements granting him unique attributes, his way of thinking was becoming increasingly different from that of ordinary people. At this time, most people would think about how dangerous and difficult such things were. But Yi Chen was thinking about how to use this to earn soul coins. Any more questions? Jolie asked when he saw Yi Chen was silent. Coming back to his senses, Yi Chen chuckled. No, brother Zhou, you go ahead. Jolie gave a few reminders and turned to leave. Having gotten what he wanted, Yi Chen smiled and headed straight for the public class of basic training. After wandering around the teaching area, Yi Chen found a basic public class where the most members were gathered. In the center of the venue, a robust coach was explaining, power generation relies not just on arm muscles, the real key is the waist, your hips. The coach was explaining the techniques of generating power, how to use the thighs and waist to drive the body's force. He then taught some stances, how to control balance, and daily training methods. Yi Chen listened with great interest. All of this was something he had never encountered before and was exactly what he needed now. He even started practicing alongside. Unknowingly, 20 minutes passed, and at that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. Xiao Feng, come over. Returning to the training area, Jolie was chatting casually with a male and a female student. When he saw Yi Chen arrive, Jolie beckoned him over. This is Xiao Feng, who excels in agile evasion. You can attack freely. He then leaned closer to Yi Chen and whispered, remember, you can't fight back. It's best if you don't let him touch you. Alright, let's get started. Lan, just watch my performance. The male student said, trying to impress the girl next to him. Yi Chen sized up the opponent. The guy was wearing some flashy brand of clothes that looked ridiculous. Especially with his nose in the air, he seemed as if he was owed 3 to 500,000 by someone. Yi Chen didn't care what he wore, but wasn't it a bit much to fight in that outfit? Of course, Yi Chen didn't let his guard down. This was his first sparring session, and he absolutely couldn't mess it up. As the fight began, Yi Chen realized he had overestimated his opponent. This guy wasn't weak, he was downright pathetic. Those soft punches looked like they were being thrown by an 80-year-old grandmother. With that level of skill, it was hard to say who would win in a 1v1 against a red-eyed rabbit. The guy shouted and acted all tough, but in reality, he was just terrible. Yi Chen kept stepping back, dodging left and right, effortlessly avoiding all attacks. When the 5-minute sparring session ended, the opponent hadn't touched Yi Chen at all and was instead panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Time's up, Wang Bo, your progress is quite noticeable, Jolie said with a smile, offering insincere praise. Haha, of course, I'm a genius. What do you think of me, Lan? Zhang said narcissistically. Shen Xinlan replied, you should go rest for a bit. Ha, I knew you cared about me. I'll go rest for a while and come find you later. Yi Chen was speechless. It took talent to flirt with girls in a martial arts arena. Although he earned money, training with such a weak partner wouldn't yield any results. But thinking about it, it made sense. Not only the top talents with scores over 60 came here to train, but also many ordinary people with more money than sense. As a newcomer, he had no right to choose his partners. Jolie wouldn't assign him a strong opponent right off the bat either. At that moment, the girl who had come with the useless classmate suddenly looked at Yi Chen. You're quite agile. Yi Chen was taken aback, finally taking a serious look at her. Not to mention, the girl in front of him was quite good-looking, about 165 centimeters tall, with an oval face, big eyes, and very tender skin. The black combat bodysuit accentuated her slender figure. Some might find it enticing, but it had no effect on Yi Chen. In his eyes, her delicate skin would easily show signs of injury. Poor rating. Her arms and legs were too thin, lacking strength. Poor rating. He couldn't tell if it was because of the bodysuit, but her chest looked unremarkable. Poor rating. Additionally, her gaze seemed a bit cold, not gentle at all. Poor rating. Not bad. Why? Yi Chen asked. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes suddenly ignited with fighting spirit. Perfect, then you can spar with me. Yi Chen? He didn't expect someone to approach him directly. It seemed this girl was a practitioner. However, since Yi Chen was just a part-timer, he didn't dare to agree outright. I can't decide that. I have to listen to Brother Zhou. I agree. You shouldn't be tired from the previous fight, so let's have you spar with this classmate Chen Xinlan. Remember to dodge as much as possible. Jolie had returned at some point, smiling at Yi Chen, a hint of mischief in his eyes. With the coach's words, Yi Chen no longer refused. Since that was the case, he might as well practice. A new round of sparring began again. When Jolie said start, Chen Xinlan stepped forward and threw a punch straight at Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen stepped back while raising his hand to deflect it. Before he could respond, Chen Xinlan threw a second punch at an even faster speed. So fast. Yi Chen was a bit surprised and had to retreat again to avoid it. Chen Xinlan, however, didn't give Yi Chen a chance to catch his breath, quickly following up with punch after punch. Yi Chen's expression grew serious as he continuously retreated, his hands in a defensive posture, trying to dismantle her offensive. The two exchanged attacks and defenses for dozens of moves without a clear winner. After a round of exchanges, Yi Chen gained some understanding of Chen Xinlan. Her speed was impressive. In terms of reaction ability, she was slightly better than him. However, her strength was lacking, at most equivalent to 0.4 of a wild boar's explosive power, which Yi Chen could withstand even if he took it head-on. Of course, Jolie had advised him to dodge as much as possible before the sparring, so Yi Chen had no intention of counterattacking, instead focusing on evading her attacks. Jolie watched the battle between the two with a smile on his face. In just one day, This kid's fighting skills had improved significantly, almost as if he were a different person. It seemed he hadn't lied before. Sparring with an awakened one was indeed a first for him. From the looks of it, this kind of battle posed no pressure for him at all. Time slowly passed, and 5 minutes had gone by. Time's up, let's take a break, Jolie said as he walked in with a towel and 2 bottles of water. At this moment, Chen Xinlan was already drenched in sweat, but she showed no signs of stopping. No need, you can spar with me for another 5 minutes. Chen Xinlan knew her strengths and weaknesses. Her speed and reaction were not slow, but her strength was weak. Generally, sparring partners would choose to defend when facing her, as her punches were neither painful nor itchy when they landed. It was rare to encounter someone like Yi Chen who could easily block but chose to dodge with effort. When she finally met a suitable opponent, she was determined to enjoy the fight. Yi Chen, it's my first day as a sparring partner, and you want me to fight 2 rounds in a row, with the second round going into overtime? Although I could learn something from sparring with her, isn't this a bit disrespectful? Before Yi Chen could speak, Jolie laughed. No problem. He glanced at Yi Chen. Xiaofeng, your pay is doubled today. Yi Chen, okay, brother Zhou. Chen Xinlan wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Yi Chen. This time you don't just have to dodge, you can counterattack too. Yi Chen felt a bit tempted upon hearing this, but after glancing at Jolie, he didn't dare to actually strike. The opponent was a woman. What if I accidentally hurt her and she tried to extort me? The match continued, with Chen Xinlan darting around Yi Chen like a fluttering butterfly, constantly launching sneak attacks from different angles. Yi Chen, however, seemed to have oil on his feet, skillfully dodging every attack. Although it was exciting, this fight was no different from the previous ones. As they fought, Chen Xinlan suddenly stopped and questioned, "Why aren't you counterattacking?" I haven't found the opportunity," Yi Chen offered a lame excuse. However, Chen Xinlan certainly didn't believe that reason. Jolie chimed in to explain, "Xiaofeng is a new sparring partner I just hired. He's not yet familiar with the role, and it wouldn't be good if something unexpected happened." But Chen Xinlan simply said, "It's fine, you can attack freely. If you can knock me down, I'll double your pay." Yi Chen blinked, secretly calculating. After his previous match with that rookie, he earned 50. After the last fight, another 50, and if he finished this one, it would total 150. Brother Zhou said the reward would be doubled, making it 300. So, if he could knock her down, he would get an extra 300? This happiness came too suddenly. Yi Chen coughed twice. "Are you sure it won't hurt?" "Of course." Chen Xinlan proudly lifted her head, revealing her fair swan neck. Chen Xinlan, always keep my word." Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. "In that case, let's do it." Chen Xinlan didn't know why Yi Chen suddenly changed his mind, but his agreement was enough for her. The two quickly wiped their sweat and rehydrated before returning to the ring. With a low shout, Chen Xinlan charged forward, her fists raining down on Yi Chen once more. At the same time, Yi Chen moved as well. Instead of retreating, he advanced and closed the distance with Chen Xinlan. He completely ignored her punches and aimed a strike at her chest, clearly intending to trade injury for injury. Chen Xinlan's expression changed as she abandoned her attack and stepped back to avoid the blow. "Wait." Yi Chen paused, somewhat confused. "What's wrong now?" Chen Xinlan frowned. "Why aren't you dodging? Didn't you tell me to attack?" Yi Chen replied, exasperated. "I told you to attack, not to stop defending," Chen Xinlan said, her silver teeth clenching, her face flushed with anger. Jolie couldn't help but laugh, and when the two looked over, he quickly added, "Ahem, Xiaolan, this isn't Xiaofeng's fault, you weren't clear enough earlier." Jolie explained, "Xiaofeng, Chen's awakening ability is a dagger, but it's not suitable for training, so I told you to avoid her as much as possible." Yi Chen blinked, instantly understanding. This girl's specialty was agility, but she lacked strength, making her normal attacks ineffective. However, if she had a dagger in hand, the danger level would increase by more than 2 notches. It was just like whether or not he had a wild boar tusk in the game space. If the opponent has a dagger in hand, the method of exchanging injury for injury just won't work. "Got it, so let's assume the opponent has a dagger, right?" Yi Chen asked. Jolie nodded. "Pretty much." "Okay, then let's go." Yi Chen beckoned to Chen Xinlan. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I've fought against this kind of enemy before." In the game, Delia's arms were both electrifying. "Perfect, I'll just treat the opponent as a practical training session." With Delia, the sparring resumed, and facing Chen Xinlan's quick attacks, Yi Chen was even more cautious. Previously, he had blocked some of her punches, but this time he didn't even attempt to block, clearly treating her as if she had a weapon. However, that didn't mean Yi Chen wouldn't counterattack. At one moment, Chen Xinlan's punch came at him again, forcing Yi Chen to retreat once more. But as he stepped back, he pivoted on his left leg and executed a 360-degree spinning kick. This was Yi Chen's first counterattack. It was sudden, and Chen Xinlan could only dodge in time, raising her hand to block. Bang! The powerful kick struck Chen Xinlan's arm, causing her to stagger back several steps before regaining her balance. Feeling the soreness in her arm, Chen Xinlan bit her lip, her fighting spirit intensifying. "Come again." The two clashed once more, with Chen Xinlan's speed increasing and Yi Chen's reactions and awareness sharpening. In this regard, they were evenly matched. Coupled with Yi Chen imagining the opponent's hand as a dagger, he dared not take it head-on and could only passively evade. He dodged a dozen times before finding an opportunity to counterattack. However, in terms of strength, Yi Chen's power now rivaled that of an adult who works out, far beyond what Chen Xinlan could withstand. Although it took many dodges to find a chance to counter, each time he did, he could push Chen Xinlan back several steps. Jolie watched with great surprise. He had thought the performance he had just seen was already impressive. Yet now, Yi Chen's display was even more remarkable. This kid had a firm grasp on timing. He didn't counter unless he was sure, but once he struck, he always reaped rewards. If Jolie hadn't seen Yi Chen's performance yesterday, he wouldn't have believed this was a newcomer just getting into this kind of combat. Achieving this required not only good technique but also a calm mind, sharp insight, and a sufficiently cool head. These qualities couldn't be developed through mere training. This was a born warrior. Jolie's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Speaking of which, what was this kid's awakening ability? If it was combat-related, this guy's future was limitless. Even if it was support type, he would still achieve remarkable accomplishments. Should he ask about it later? No, it's still a bit early to ask. This kid is too vigilant, so he should wait a bit longer. On the battlefield, the two exchanged blows, and the fight grew increasingly intense. After more than 4 minutes, Chen Xinlan was already drenched in sweat, her fitted top completely soaked. In contrast, although Yi Chen was covered in beads of sweat, his breathing remained relatively steady. Especially his bright eyes showed no signs of tension. On the contrary, they sparkled with excitement. Since he could hold out against this little girl for so long, he should be able to handle a few exchanges with Delia as well. Seeing the faint smile on her face, Chen Xinlan bit her lip in anger. She felt Yi Chen was mocking her. Clearly, she was pressing him. So why did this guy always seem to come out on top? Just as she was puzzled, Chen Xinlan noticed Yi Chen charging at her. After fighting for so long, this was the first time Yi Chen had taken the initiative to attack. Chen Xinlan's eyes flashed. While this guy had been avoiding her, she had no way to counter, but if he attacked, there would be an opportunity. With that thought, Chen Xinlan charged forward, completely disregarding Yi Chen's foot as she threw a punch straight at his face. Even if it meant exchanging injury for injury, she had to land a punch on this guy. The distance between the two was closing in, and just as they were about to collide, Chen Xinlan suddenly saw Yi Chen smile. Yi Chen didn't even lift his leg. He shot out his hand like lightning and grabbed her wrist just as her fist was less than an inch away from him. In that moment, Chen Xinlan was stunned. For the past 5 minutes, Yi Chen had never used his hands, relying solely on his feet to counterattack. Yet, in the end, he actually used his hands. However, Yi Chen was holding her wrist, and even with a dagger in her hand, this way she wouldn't get hurt. So, Yi Chen's actions were completely within the rules. He didn't give her a chance to react. With a forceful pull on her wrist, he turned, took a bow stance, and with a powerful arm movement, executed a shoulder throw on Chen Xinlan. Bang! Chen Xinlan was slammed heavily to the ground, her vision going dark as her body felt like it was falling apart. She had lost, and lost so thoroughly. Yi Chen, on the other hand, chuckled. The shoulder throw he had just learned worked quite well. The reason he hadn't used his hands earlier was that he treated Chen Xinlan like a character from a game, like Delia. That guy had armor, and his entire arm was electrified, definitely not someone to touch. But Chen Xinlan was different. The opponent only had a dagger, and other parts were fair game. As for deliberately waiting until now to strike, it was entirely to make it to 5 minutes. How could he not make good use of such a great sparring partner? Moreover, if he didn't fight for a full 5 minutes and ended up being knocked down, it would be a huge loss. Seeing that the opponent was still lying on the ground, Yi Chen reached out his hand. Chen Xinlan slowly came back to her senses and instinctively reached out, only to hear someone say, "You lost, 300. Thank you." The hand that Chen Xinlan had just raised froze in place. Jolie couldn't help but burst out laughing at this scene. This kid was truly a steel-straight man. He executed that shoulder throw without holding back at all. Not to mention, when a girl was down, he could at least lend a hand. Instead, he reached out not to help but to demand money. Chen Xinlan snapped back to reality, glared at Yi Chen, and stood up. "Don't worry. I'll definitely give you what I promised. We'll have another match in 2 days." Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "Do as you wish, I'm fine with anything, just pay me." At that moment, Wang Bo noticed something was off and hurried over. "Lan Lan, are you okay?" Then he pointed at Yi Chen's nose and scolded, "What the hell are you, making Lan Lan get hurt?" Chen Xinlan frowned slightly. "Wang Bo, this has nothing to do with you, I let him strike." Before Chen Xinlan could finish her sentence, Wang Bo waved his hand. "Lan Lan, don't worry about it, I'll definitely get back at him for you." For Wang Bo, this was an opportunity to show off. How could he let it slip? In the past, if someone had been scolded like this, Yi Chen would have lost his cool, but now he was angry yet remained rational. From this guy's attire and temperament, it was clear he was a spoiled rich kid. Provoking such an enemy was not a good idea. It was easy to become a target. The best approach was to secretly deal with him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen explained, "Injuries are inevitable during training. You signed a waiver when you registered for membership. You wouldn't be unaware of that, right? You're just a lousy sparring partner and you dare to talk back? Do you know who my dad is?" Stop talking nonsense and immediately apologize to Lanlan, or I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun, not just you but your father too. Swish! Before he could finish the word father, a terrifying killing intent enveloped him in an instant. At that moment, Wang Bo broke out in a cold sweat, his back feeling icy. It felt as if a gaping abyss was beneath his feet, ready to swallow him whole at any moment. Wang Bo instinctively looked over and found that the source of the killing intent was actually Chen Xinlan. Chen Xinlan looked at Wang Bo with icy eyes, enunciating each word, now. Immediately, get lost. When Chen Xinlan said this, she was almost about to shout. Yi Chen looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. At this moment, her body was slightly trembling, her fists clenched tightly, as if she was enduring some painful ordeal. On her right wrist, a black bracelet was constantly flickering with a ghostly light, looking eerie and unpredictable. Wasn't the cause of all this that Wang Bo had deliberately suppressed her to show off in front of her? Yet, before he could even react, she was angrier than he was. Wang Bo's gaze was blank. It was the first time he had seen Chen Xinlan so furious, completely different from the cold goddess he remembered. Especially, that terrifying killing intent just now made him shiver involuntarily. After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his mouth but didn't dare to refute, planning to leave in disgrace. Wait a minute. Jolie, who had been silent, suddenly said, Wang Bo, it seems you've misunderstood something. Although Xiaofeng is a sparring partner, he is my sparring partner at the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall. Threatening him as a threat to my Xingtian Martial Arts Hall. As he spoke, Jolie walked up to Wang Bo with a friendly expression and patted him on the shoulder. Now, as a coach of the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall, I tell you that your membership has been revoked, and from now on, you are not allowed to step foot here. Jolie said this with his signature smile still on his face, but his tone held no warmth. Yi Chen looked at the terrified Wang Bo, then at Chen Xinlan and Jolie, feeling quite puzzled. Their fury was definitely not just because he had been bullied. There might be some unknown secrets involved. After Wang Bo left in disgrace, the three stood in place, and the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. After a moment, the light from the bracelet on Chen Xinlan's wrist faded, and she returned to normal. She took a deep breath and looked at Yi Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of apology. I'm sorry for getting you scolded for no reason, and almost getting you threatened. Yi Chen waved his hand. It's all in the past, you helped me out. By the way, when will you give me the money? Chen Xinlan? Looking at Yi Chen's serious face and outstretched hand asking for money. Chen Xinlan was stunned for several seconds. The next moment, she burst into laughter, her earlier gloomy mood completely dissipated. Feeling it was a bit impolite, Chen Xinlan quickly covered her lips. So much had happened, and yet this guy was thinking about that 300 yuan at this moment. Chen Xinlan smiled, don't worry, I won't shortchange you. However, I didn't bring any money with me today. I'll come back the day after tomorrow and give it to you then. If you can still defeat me, I'll give you double, no, triple the compensation. Yi Chen looked at her suspiciously. She couldn't possibly be planning to owe him money. But since she could scare off that rich second generation, she probably wasn't someone who would care about 300 yuan. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Alright, but just so you know, if you get hurt, you can't blame me. Chen Xinlan. Jolie laughed heartily. This kid's thought process was something else. Most people would be so scared they could barely stand, or they would be furious and indignant. Yet this little guy just brushed it off lightly. He took out 3 bills from his pocket. Xiaofeng, your task is complete for today. You can do as you please with the remaining time. Yi Chen tucked the money away, waved goodbye to the two, and happily left. After Yi Chen left, Chen Xinlan looked at Jolie, her expression no longer cold but rather soft and respectful. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhou, for causing you trouble. Jolie waved his hand and smiled. It's just a small matter. Are you alright? Chen Xinlan glanced at the bracelet on her wrist and shook her head. I'm fine, it's calmed down now. Has this issue not been resolved yet? Jolie frowned slightly. My dad said we still need one more thing. It's been almost half a year, and with just over half a month left until the college entrance exam, can he really be such a father? Jolie said, a bit angrily. His own daughter wasn't even paying attention. What kind of father was he? Chen Xinlan shook her head. I don't know. A few days ago, he suddenly received a special mission, and he hasn't come back yet. Special mission? Jolie narrowed his eyes as if he thought of something. If that's the case, he might not be back for a while. If you need anything, just call me. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Chen Xinlan smiled slightly and then thought of something. By the way, who is this little Feng? Jolie smiled. Oh, I picked him up yesterday. Picked him up? Yeah, this kid is a student who probably came to sit in on a trial class, but I found he has potential, so I gave him a hand. As he spoke, Jolie's smile grew even brighter. I didn't expect this kid to be a real gem. Ha? Chen Xinlan was taken aback. You mean he's a senior? Game over. Game over. Soul coin +1 game over. The next morning, Yi Chen was being brutally killed by Dilia in the game space. Yes, that's right, brutally killed. After learning what extreme dodging was yesterday, Yi Chen began his journey of seeking death. Compared to the level mode, the death threat posed by Dilia in the character tutorial was much faster. Since last night, Yi Chen had started trying to earn soul coins through extreme dodging. The result? He had already died dozens of times. As for The outcome, he had 6 soul coins. Along the way, Chen also tested that the shoes and tree trunks could indeed block electrical attacks. If he just wanted to buy time, holding on for a few minutes would definitely be no problem. But that was meaningless, unless he could wear down the opponent in one go. 10 seconds and an hour made no difference. Compared to stalling for time, Chen was more concerned about that extreme dodging. The 0.01 second limit was hard for Chen to control well. A slight misstep meant starting over. But this high-difficulty operation was not a torment for a soul system enthusiast, rather, it was a kind of enjoyment. Coupled with the courage and calm attributes brought by certain achievements, Chen was now even more capable than he had been before. Additionally, Chen's strength had increased by about 50% and he didn't plan to improve further in the short term. So, soul coins weren't in short supply for now. This was not something that could grow quickly in a short time. It would be better to wait until he made a name for himself and finished the talent test before improving. At this moment, in the jungle grass, Chen was still desperately dodging Dilia's attacks. To achieve extreme dodging, he delayed his evasions time and again. At one moment, a purple current grazed his shoulder, and the system voice sounded. Again, soul coin +1. Chen's lips curled up. He had succeeded twice yesterday, but today he had succeeded 5 times. The progress was quite obvious. This moment of relaxation was seized by Dilia, who swiped at him with a claw. And Chen's screen went black again. Game over. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement, Death Like the Wind. Exiting the game, Chen also received a new achievement. Unlike before, this time he actually felt some unusual changes in his body after obtaining the achievement. Returning to the game interface, Chen quickly opened the achievement panel, and at the bottom, a blue achievement information appeared. Death Like the Wind condition. Accumulate 100 deaths effect. Resistance +3. This was Chen's second achievement with a special color. Seeing this achievement, Chen raised an eyebrow. Previously, it was always special attributes +1, but today it was +3. The increase was significant, so even in the game, could he feel the obvious change? Was this +3 related to color? Wait, this achievement seemed familiar. Flipping back, Chen found a previous achievement. Get used to it condition. Accumulate 10 deaths effect. Resistance +1. As a seasoned gamer, comparing these two achievements, Chen immediately understood something. This type of cumulative achievement could be further enhanced. For example, the condition for 100 kill is to accumulate killing 100 monsters, so killing 1,000 could likely lead to 1,000 kill, and then there would be 10,000 kill, and so on. The higher it goes, the harder it becomes, but the rewards also become richer. Chen's expression turned a bit strange. Accumulating other things was not easy, but when it came to death, it was far too simple for him. So, should he just die a little? After a hearty breakfast, Chen rode his beloved bicycle to school. When he arrived at the classroom, he found it in disarray. At that moment, Lu Ha in the back row was surrounded by a circle of students, all chattering about something. Excuse me, let me through, Chen said as he squeezed in. Someone indicated they weren't interested in gossip, they just wanted to return to their seat. Seeing Chen arrive, Wong Hong was overjoyed. Crazy, you finally made it. What's going on? Chen was puzzled. Do you remember the news I showed you yesterday? Wong Hong reminded him. Chen nodded, although it wasn't major news, he certainly wouldn't forget it so quickly. Look, today's news has escalated. Wang Hong handed his phone to Chen. Chen frowned slightly after flipping through today's news. Yesterday's report was about a family being murdered, their house burned down, and the authorities initially classified it as a burglary. Today's news was similar, but the number had surged to 6 incidents. The methods of these 6 crimes were similar, but they occurred almost simultaneously. Clearly, it wasn't the work of a single person, but rather a gang. The security department had now classified it as a serial murder case, labeling those criminals as a terrorist organization. Criminals and terrorist organizations seemed similar, but the level of threat was not on the same scale. Lu Ha laughed heartily behind him. I told you, this is definitely not just a simple burglary. You all didn't believe me. However, others were unconvinced. So what? This isn't about revenge. Exactly, only 2 of those 6 families are connected. The others don't even know each other. What does this terrorist organization want? Aren't they afraid of the security department's Dragon Guard team and the enforcers coming after them? Who knows? Anyway, everyone should be a bit cautious lately. Chen didn't join in the idle chatter. Hearing the words terrorist organization, the first thing that came to his mind was Delia. Chen didn't know what level Delia was, but based on the scorched earth, it was at least 4 stars, and it could very well be 5 stars. The forces behind such a person must be extremely terrifying. Delia had escaped heavily injured with treasures, and coincidentally he encountered Chen on the way. Now, with the person dead and the items gone, that terrorist organization was likely searching the entire map. But Chen felt something was off. If such a large terrorist organization wanted to find someone, it wouldn't be making just this little noise. Was he overthinking it? After a moment of contemplation, Chen shook his head. The current clues were too few to draw accurate conclusions. Whether this terrorist organization was looking for him was still uncertain. But even if the chances were high, even if there was only a 1% possibility, Yi Chen couldn't allow this danger to continue existing. So, for now, Yi Chen treated this terrorist organization as if they were searching for him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen continued to browse through the news materials. The 6 deceased included high-level white-collar workers, ordinary laborers, and fitness coaches. In short, they came from all walks of life. According to the official investigation, only 2 of the 6 families had any connection to each other, while the others were not in the same circle. Yi Chen flipped through some images, noting that all 6 families had been burned. However, certain details suggested that those people seemed to have suffered some form of torture before the houses were destroyed. This was definitely not a robbery. It felt more like revenge, or perhaps severe coercion. A glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Yes, they were interrogating those people. This terrorist organization might have discovered some clues from Delia's body and started searching for themselves along this line. Therefore, the urgent task now was to find the commonalities among these 6 families. The bell rang, and the mundane routine of student life began. However, the usually obedient and studious Yi Chen did not focus on practice questions but continued to research the information about the 6 deceased. Wong Hong, sitting beside him, was quite surprised by Yi Chen's serious demeanor. Usually uninterested in his own super gossip news, he was unexpectedly so invested in this terrorist organization's actions. Crazy. Do you have relatives among them? Wong Hong asked quietly. Yi Chen shook his head. No, I'm just very curious about this matter. What's so curious about it? Such terrorist organizations have been causing chaos for at least 800 if not 1,000 times. In a year, Wong Hong scoffed. In this era of national awakening, there were too many people going astray. Here in Xia country, it was relatively better. Once discovered, the security department would immediately take action to eliminate them. In some countries, terrorist organizations had already become a massive force, with some so powerful that even the authorities tacitly allowed their existence. That may be true, but terrorist organizations definitely have their purposes, Yi Chen muttered to himself as he flipped through the information. There must be some common point among these 6 families. Wong Hong was speechless. Common point? There are quite a few. They all died at the same time, an entire family died together, and their houses were all burned down, and Yi Chen was taken aback. Wait, what did you just say? What was that? Wong Hong was startled by Yi Chen's reaction. Huh? Entire family died together, and their houses were all burned down? Not that sentence, the one before it. They all died at the same time? At the same time? A flash of inspiration struck Yi Chen's mind, and he immediately checked the travel records of these people from the previous week. Upon seeing a certain piece of information, a spark ignited in Yi Chen's eyes. He found it. 3 families had clearly indicated in their travel records that they had all gone out last Friday. Delia died in the jungle, so the person who killed him must have gone into the mountains. Therefore, the suspects who left Ping'an City during that time frame were the most likely. But why were they so sure it was ordinary people? A monster of Delia's level couldn't be. Wait a minute. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He finally thought of something: broken crossbows and machetes. After he was knocked unconscious that day and brought home by Heisey, he woke up to find the crossbow and machete were gone. The heavy rain might have concealed his traces of leaving, but the items were not taken away. Those who could use such low-end, inferior weapons were definitely not formidable characters. So this terrorist organization speculated that the ones who killed Delia were ordinary people? At that moment, many of his doubts were resolved. Yi Chen took a deep breath. He lived in the suburbs with his grandfather, so no one would know if they left home. But that didn't mean they were safe. As that terrorist organization continued to investigate, who knew when they would end up on their radar? Entrusting one's fate to others was a foolish decision. Therefore, he had to find a solution. Crazy, are you okay? Wong Hong looked at Yi Chen's dark and uncertain expression, very worried. I really feel a bit unwell. Yi Chen changed his tone and raised his hand directly. Report, teacher, I'm not feeling well and would like to go to the infirmary. The teacher nodded. Go ahead, but remember to inform your class teacher later. Got it, thank you, teacher. With that, Yi Chen hurriedly left. The others just glanced at him and then went back to what they were doing. The small incident didn't affect anyone. As Yi Chen left the classroom, he was about to take out his phone to call his grandfather when Wong Hong followed him out. Crazy, wait for me. Yi Chen was taken aback. Why did you come out too? Wong Hong chuckled. I saw you weren't quite right, so I applied to come along to take care of you. Pretty bro-like, right? Yi Chen was speechless, although he trusted old Wang. It was definitely better for fewer people to know about that secret. However, thinking about their relationship, it wasn't too surprising that this guy followed him out. We'll talk later, let's go to a place where there are no people. He pulled Wong Hong to a secluded corner and thought for a moment before saying, Old Wang, do you have the contact information for the security department's guards? Security department? Wong Hong was startled. You're not in trouble, are you? Yi Chen shot him a glare. Get lost, just tell me if you have it. Of course I do, who do you think I am? Wong Hong adjusted his glasses proudly. I have a distant cousin working in the security department named Luha, same name as that Luha behind me. I even saw him during the new year. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Do you know his phone number? Of course, you want to find him? I'm not looking for him, but you can. Ha! Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. I discovered an important detail about this news case. He then shared the information he had just found out, that all 6 victims had been to the outskirts of the town last week. Originally, Yi Chen planned to knock out a passerby and use their phone to call the police. The best way to shake off the investigation by this terrorist organization was undoubtedly to catch them all at once. If he informed the security department about this news, they would likely be able to trace and capture these guys. But now that Wong Hong was involved, it might be better to let this guy report it. With his gossiping nature, the more you don't tell him, the more curious he gets. Hearing this, Wong Hong's eyes lit up. No wonder the crazy guy was looking so intently earlier. It turned out he had discovered a clue. Crazy, is this information reliable? Yi Chen shook his head. Can't say for sure, but it's worth a try. Just tell your distant cousin this information later. If it works, great. If not, we won't lose anything. Yi Chen paused and looked seriously at Wong Hong. Also, you can't tell anyone else about this, especially that it was me who told you. Wong Hong knew that Yi Chen was usually low-key and wouldn't want to be involved in anything that drew attention. He patted his chest and said, no problem. If it fails, it's on me. If it succeeds, the reward goes to you. In a certain development zone in Ping'an City, Luha, dressed in plain clothes, was walking in a dim alley with his teammate Li Bing. At this moment, both of their faces were as dark as water, looking quite menacing. Just a few days ago, they had a special operation, and now, only a few days later, there was another case of murder and arson. Moreover, there were 6 incidents in just 2 days. Such behavior was tantamount to slapping the face of their security department. This morning, the higher-ups had just issued the latest directive, ordering all security guards to mobilize and ensure that this terrorist organization was captured within 3 days. Luha wiped the sweat from his brow and complained as he adjusted his bangs. How can we find anyone in such a big Ping'an city? Don't worry, the higher-ups have already sent professionals to analyze the case, Li Bing, who was a bit older, said in a tone of someone with experience. I'm not worried. This group of terrorists is so rampant. As part of the security department, how can we let them run wild? Luha said seriously. Li Bing smiled and shook his head, not saying much. After all, he was still young. Luha wanted to say something else when his phone suddenly rang. Looking at an unfamiliar number, Luha felt a bit puzzled but quickly answered. Hello, who is this? Luha asked. Cousin, it's Wong Hong, came Wang Heng's excited voice from the other end. Luhi's mind raced through names with the surname Wang, and after a moment he finally remembered, oh, it's Xiao Hong. What's up, cousin? I reported an important clue. Wang Hong immediately spilled all the information Yi Chen had told him. At first, Luha thought Wong Hong was just joking, but as Wong Hong continued, his expression gradually became serious. Last Friday, they had received a special mission to head to the dangerous area in the west, and this news had not been made public yet. However, among the information Wang Hong provided, the time the deceased left the town was exactly before their operation. Xiao He. What's wrong? Li Bing looked at Luha, who seemed lost in thought, puzzled. Binggu. What is it? Luha suddenly turned to Li Bing. Binggu, I discovered a big secret. Game over. Game over. During the lunch break, Yi Chen was frantically dying in the game space. After Yi Chen's calculations, from entering the character tutorial mode to the countdown ending and then dying and leaving the game, it took a total of 6 seconds. That equated to dying 10 times in a minute, and Yi Chen usually spent over 30 minutes in a game space. So, he could die over 300 times in one session. At this rate, he could die 1,000 times in a day. In 10 days, he could die 10,000 times. However, Yi Chen didn't just spam deaths, he still put up some resistance. For example, at the start of the game, Delia would shoot out a bolt of lightning. This kind of attack was guaranteed to kill Yi Chen if he encountered it, but dying immediately was boring. Yi Chen was now trying to anticipate the attack in advance. That kind of reaction was definitely too quick to respond to, but after experiencing it multiple times, he gradually got used to it. If he failed to anticipate and couldn't dodge, he would accumulate 1 death and continue to the next round. If he was lucky enough to dodge, that would just be a soul coin. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. Speaking of which, did the game designers ever think someone would grind death counts like this? He just didn't know which aspect the resistance was improving. Defense? Endurance? Forget it, he would find out tonight at the martial arts arena. Not thinking too much, Yi Chen continued to throw himself into danger. As for that terrorist organization, he had reported everything that needed reporting. Whether they could capture that terrorist organization depended on the capabilities of the security department. If they succeeded, it would mean peace in the world. In a couple of days, Yi Chen could pretend to have discovered the ability of the awakened item and then aim for a B-level rating, waiting safely for the college entrance examination. If it didn't work out, he would have to find a way to escape. At the Xingtian martial arts arena, various awakened individuals came and went every night. Jolie patrolled the different areas as usual. When he arrived at a basic training area, he suddenly saw Yi-Chen practicing his punches in a horse stance. Jolie chuckled. This kid really knew how to take advantage of opportunities, coming back to train right after school. While Yi-Chen was training, he suddenly sensed someone approaching, and a familiar voice rang out, "Lower your center of gravity a bit more, keep your back straight." Yi-Chen turned around and flashed a bright smile. "Brother Zhou, good morning." "What good morning? It's already evening." Jolie laughed and scolded. "Alright, you. Just keep training here, if you need me, I'll call you." "Okay, by the way, Brother Zhou, can I wear a mask?" Yi-Chen suddenly asked. Working as a sparring partner, conflicts with customers were bound to happen. After thinking it over, Yi-Chen felt that wearing a mask would be best. That way, even if he went too hard, the other party wouldn't know who he was, making it easier to deal with any retaliation. "Mask?" Jolie nodded, recalling what had happened yesterday. "Sure, there are masks in the rest area, feel free to pick one." With his agreement, Yi-Chen went straight to the rest area and chose a blue wolf mask. The reason he picked it was mainly that this mask resembled the blue wolf in the game. Putting on the mask, Yi-Chen continued his training. Many members came and went in the training area, but whenever someone passed by Yi-Chen, they would look at him in surprise. Yi-Chen didn't mind. Let them look, after all, they didn't know who he was. Time flew by, and half an hour later, his first sparring task arrived. The person requesting the sparring was a senior student with dyed yellow hair. The guy looked confused when he saw Yi-Chen in the blue wolf mask. If they met outside, he would think he encountered a werewolf. Jolie patted Yi-Chen on the shoulder. "Same old rule, just evade, don't counterattack." Soon, the sparring began. The opponent let out a loud roar, full of momentum, but once he started, it became clear he was a paper tiger. Looking at the opponent's soft punches, Yi-Chen felt a bit uninterested. They were both students, but the gap was so wide. Sparring with such a person posed no pressure at all, so what should he do for the next 5 minutes? Suddenly, the corners of Yi-Chen's mouth lifted slightly under the mask. He thought of something fun. Why not try extreme evasion? The Delia in the game was too strong to evade, but this one was easy to dodge. With that thought, Yi-Chen focused intently on the opponent's fist as it approached him. When he felt it was almost at the limit, he turned his body, and the guy's fist brushed past his clothes. Then came the second punch, the third punch, and so on. From the perspective of onlookers, it seemed like Yi-Chen was struggling against the member student. The member wasn't strong, but he put Yi-Chen in several dangerous situations. However, the attacking student was getting increasingly frustrated. He clearly felt that his punch was about to hit the opponent, but at the crucial moment, it always fell just short. Just a little bit more, still a little bit more. That feeling was like a young girl guarding a goal. The opponent opened the goal to her, but she always shot wide at the last moment. That feeling was more unbearable than killing him. Jolie, who had originally planned to go elsewhere after arranging things, suddenly felt something was off after watching for a while. Normally, Yi-Chen could easily handle such an opponent, but today, for some reason, although he had dodged the attack several times, he lacked the usual grace and fluidity. If he had been just a bit slower, the opponent's attack would have landed on him. Could it be that he was injured in yesterday's fight? But he didn't look like it? Strange. Time slowly passed, and this odd evasion continued throughout the normal match. 5 minutes later, the training time finally ended. "Time's up, let's take a break," Jolie said as he walked over with water and a towel. Just as he was about to ask Yi-Chen how he was doing, the member student suddenly threw his bottle on the ground. He pointed at Yi-Chen and shouted, "Don't go, let me drink some water, and we'll continue." Yi-Chen? Jolie was also a bit confused. What was wrong with this guy, getting so agitated? "Sorry, you've used up your sparring sessions for this month," Jolie said. "I'll pay." "I don't care, I have to continue fighting him. I can definitely hit him." "Yi-Chen." "Jolie." The students' shouting attracted the attention of some people around. It's not unusual to get injured in a martial arts arena, but getting overly agitated is rare. On one hand, the Xingtian martial arts arena is the largest martial arts arena in Pinyin City, and the quality of its members is very high. On the other hand, for awakeners, sparring is a common occurrence. Winning or losing is just part of the game. If you lose this time, you can always come back and fight again next time. Seeing someone eager to offer money, Jolie immediately responded, "Since this student wants to continue, you can have a match with him." Yi-Chen shrugged, appearing indifferent. The battle continued, and the same scene played out again. Every time that student threw a punch, thinking he would hit Yi-Chen, the latter managed to dodge the attack at the crucial moment. Several times, he brushed against Yi-Chen's clothes, but what seemed like a mere step away was, for him, utterly unreachable. The crowd around them initially just watched for fun, but after witnessing the two's fight, they all became interested. "Got hit. Ah, so close. That kick should have missed. Ah, just a bit off. Damn, this kid is something else. His reaction time is just right. It's making me mad. That kid may be weak, but he shouldn't have such bad luck." The crowd pointed and commented, growing from just 3 or 5 people at the start to over 20 by the end. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the one wearing the blue wolf mask was no weakling. His movements were agile, and his footwork was graceful. He was definitely a skilled practitioner among one-star sparring partners. But strangely, his reactions seemed quite slow. He only reacted to dodge when the opponent's attack was almost upon him. Agile movements, yet sluggish reactions? It was indeed peculiar to see such contrasting traits in one person. 5 minutes of fighting felt like a century for that student and the spectators outside. Finally, Jolie's voice rang out, "Sparring time is up." Upon hearing this, everyone let out a collective groan. Damn, he really didn't land a single hit. Ah! That student collapsed onto the ground, sweat dripping continuously, but he paid no mind, only roaring, "I refuse to accept this. Why didn't I hit him even once?" Behind the mask, Yi Chen showed a strange expression. What's wrong with this guy? I didn't even touch him, so why is he so worked up? With the sparring over, Jolie planned to take Yi Chen back for questioning. At that moment, a burly middle-aged man outside suddenly raised his hand. "Coach, I want to have a match with that masked sparring partner." Jolie frowned slightly and said, "Sorry, the sparring partner has already fought for 10 minutes straight." "I can do it," Yi Chen suddenly spoke up from the side. The previous exercise wasn't too intense, another 5 minutes should be fine. He had just started to get the hang of it, and with someone eager to pay, he certainly wouldn't turn it down. Jolie glanced at Yi Chen, whose expression was unusual. After pondering for 2 seconds, he nodded. "Alright, since you agree, we'll continue in a bit, but you need to rest for 3 minutes to rehydrate first." With that, he pulled Yi Chen away. In a corner, Yi Chen took off his mask and drank water in large gulps. Watching the fine beads of sweat on Yi Chen's forehead, Jolie nodded. This kid indeed hadn't used his full strength just now. However, the issue still needed addressing. Jolie asked, "Xiao Feng, what was going on with you earlier? Why do I feel like your reaction slowed down?" "Ha?" Yi Chen blinked, showing a puzzled expression. "When did that happen? I didn't notice." Jolie was exasperated. "You've been fighting for 10 minutes and still haven't felt it? You should be able to dodge those Awakener's attacks with ease." Yi Chen suddenly realized, "Oh, that? I was doing it on purpose." "On purpose?" "Yeah, I thought he was pretty weak, so I was just practicing my extreme dodging on him," Yi Chen said casually. However, Jolie was stunned upon hearing this. Yesterday, Yi Chen had asked him what extreme dodging was, and now he was already practicing it the very next day? Was this something a one-star Awakener should be training in? This situation is like giving a 3-year-old child a Fangtian Huaji. The weapon is a good weapon, but right now, Yi Chen simply cannot wield it. With a slight misstep, he might end up injuring himself. At this moment, Jolie was at a loss for words. Should he praise your courage or say you're seeking death? What does extreme evasion mean? Extreme evasion means that in battle, any slight mistake could cost you your life. He had been in society for so many years and had never heard of anyone specifically training in this. Especially when this kid said that with a calm expression, as if he were just saying, "Good morning, have you eaten?" Taking a deep breath, Jolie calmed his emotions. Then he looked seriously at Yi Chen. "Xiao Feng, I don't know why you suddenly want to practice this, but this technique is definitely not something you should be touching right now. You should know the consequences of a mistake." Yi Chen nodded. He was all too clear about the consequences of failure, having died countless times in the game. Looking at Yi Chen's nonchalant expression, Jolie felt speechless. "Could you at least show some reaction?" After thinking for a moment, Jolie added, "If you really want to practice, do it here. You absolutely cannot practice in private, and your method of practice is wrong." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What do you mean?" Jolie explained, "Extreme evasion is not about deliberately creating crises for yourself, but rather about doing more within a limited time. For example, that guy just now attacked you in 0.5 seconds. Assuming your reaction time is 0.1 seconds, what do you think you should do with the remaining 0.4 seconds? Yi Chen thought for a moment but still didn't understand. Wait your head." Jolie was so angry he almost spat blood. "It's a counterattack, do you understand? Since you can react in the last 0.1 seconds to evade the attack, why not use the previous 0.4 seconds to counterattack?" Hearing Jolie's explanation, Yi Chen stood there stunned, a storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. Right. Why not counterattack with the extra time? Just like when he achieved that accomplishment the other day, it was precisely an extreme counterattack that severely injured a wild boar. Assuming the enemy takes 0.5 seconds to attack and his reaction time is 0.1 seconds. Initially, evading directly is definitely fine, but while being safe, you also can't pose any threat to the enemy. On the contrary, if you make a counterattack during that time, you would have responded before the opponent. By the time you evade the attack, your counterattack would already be on its way. That way, the enemy wouldn't have time to defend. What is the purpose of evasion? Of course, it's to facilitate a better attack. A glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. "Thank you, Brother Zhou, I understand now." It's good that you understand, but extreme counterattacks are harder than extreme evasion. This technique is not something you should be training in right now, just having this awareness is enough. After a pause, Jolie's expression became somewhat strange. "I saw that your extreme evasion just now drove quite a few people crazy. You can continue in a bit. If no one can touch you, I estimate there will be people challenging you continuously. Continuous challenges equal money. Yi Chen understood instantly and flashed a bright smile. Don't worry, brother Zhou, leave it to me. Moments later, Jolie brought Yi Chen back. At this moment, there were still about a dozen people gathered outside the training ground. The topic of discussion among the crowd was all about the wolf-headed mask Yi Chen. Some even bet whether the next challenger could touch Yi Chen within 5 minutes. Jolie cleared his throat. Break time is over, the sparring continues. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested, eagerly looking at Yi Chen and another adult man in the center of the arena. The adult man grinned at Yi Chen. Just to let you know, I'm not that weakling from before, so you better dodge well and don't get touched as soon as we start. Yi Chen remained silent, merely beckoning with his hand in a provocative gesture. The adult man let out a loud roar and charged at Yi Chen like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. However, just as he thought he was about to catch Yi Chen, the latter quickly lowered his head and bent down, sidestepping under the man's arm. The big man was taken aback, turned around, and lunged again, but at the critical moment, Yi Chen dodged the attack once more. Once, twice, 3 times. Many people around began to whistle. Just moments ago, this guy had claimed he would catch the wolf-headed mask sparring partner in 3 moves. Yet now, he was no different from the previous opponent. In terms of strength, this big man's explosive power was significantly greater than the last one. But the outcome remained unchanged. Every time the crowd thought he was about to make contact, Yi Chen would evade the attack in various strange postures. Speed up, come on, just like that. Oh, he dodged again. Why is it always just a little bit off? I can't take it anymore. Let me go up and fight him. The onlookers were on edge. If there was a huge disparity in strength between the two, no one would care. But every time, the gap between them was just a hair's breadth. It felt as if with just a little more effort, it could be achieved. It seemed so close yet remained out of reach. That feeling of yearning for something unattainable was incredibly frustrating. Beside him, Jolie wore a smile. Yi Chen's extreme evasion gave him a whole new perspective. So, sparring could be played like this? However, compared to that, he was more focused on Yi Chen's fingers. Before dodging an attack, Yi Chen's fingers would twitch slightly. That wasn't a habit of someone, but a preparatory move for a counterattack. While waiting to evade, Yi Chen began to attempt a counterattack. However, since this was a sparring session, he did not execute it. But this awareness began to gradually seep into his mind. Jolie found it absurd that a 1-star awakened individual was actually starting to train in such a high-level combat skill as extreme counterattacks. Was this a genius or a madman? At 10 o'clock at night, Yi Chen leisurely rode his bicycle westward along the bustling street. A cool breeze swept in, dispelling the summer heat. At this moment, Yi Chen had a full 250 yuan in his pocket. He had fought 5 sparring matches that night, achieving a complete victory with 0 damage taken. Just thinking about the twisted expressions of the crowd when he left made Yi Chen unable to suppress a laugh. If they couldn't catch him, then they couldn't. Why get angry about it? After this, the reputation of the wolf-headed mask sparring partner would likely spread. Yi Chen estimated that many people would come to challenge him tomorrow. Speaking of which, the 3-day trial period was almost up. Shouldn't he discuss raising the price with Jolie? As Yi Chen continued westward, gradually leaving the city center, the streetlights turned off after passing through a neighborhood. Yi Chen skillfully turned on his flashlight and continued forward. Suddenly, 2 large headlights lit up behind him. Yi Chen quickly pulled to the side, and in the next moment, a Santana zoomed past him with a whoosh, nearly colliding with his bicycle. Driving so fast at night, in a hurry to reincarnate? Even Yi Chen, who had been endowed with special achievements, felt a bit angry. Just because he had become calm didn't mean he had no temper. He could curse, but he could only watch as the car sped away. In a place like this, even if he fell down to stage a scam, it seemed unlikely he would get anything out of it. After the brief incident, Yi Chen continued on, but a few minutes later, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out in the pitch-black night sky. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could he really encounter a gunfight at this hour? Wait! Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. Terrorist organization. The news this morning had been secretly reported by old Wang. If the security department used this lead to track down others who had left the city last Friday, they would come early to lay in wait. The gunfire that erupted now is likely a confrontation between the Dragon Guard and the terrorist organization. It seems they have analyzed the intelligence. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. A firefight between the two sides was definitely good news for him. As long as they capture one terrorist, they could potentially uncover bigger fish by following the leads. In this era, the abilities of awakened individuals are incredibly diverse. There are various skills for reconnaissance, lie detection, and more. The security department has plenty of such talents. When faced with them, terrorists either die without revealing anything or confess honestly. Resistance is utterly futile. After gaining special achievement attributes, Yi Chen's courage has grown significantly. To be honest, he was a bit tempted to go and see the commotion. However, to ensure his secret remains undiscovered, keeping his distance was the best choice at this moment. Just as he was about to leave, Yi Chen paused. According to the morning news, the terrorist organization had launched simultaneous attacks last night. With a situation arising here, other places should have started their actions as well. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. But just a few minutes ago, a Santana had sped towards the suburbs, and beyond that there were hardly any buildings left, except for his own home. Although the two might not necessarily be connected, Yi Chen couldn't take the risk. He immediately took out his phone and called Yi Mingfeng. Beep, beep, beep. A series of busy signals came through the phone, and no one answered until it automatically hung up. Yi Chen's expression changed. Something had happened. In the suburbs west of Ping'an City, a wooden house stood quietly on the grass. The bright moonlight bathed the green shade, and a gentle breeze rustled the lush leaves. Coupled with the sounds of various insects and birds, it formed a pleasant scene. Suddenly, a Santana drove in from a distance and stopped not far away. Two men dressed in black night gear got out of the car, one tall and fat, the other short and thin. The tall fat man looked around, his gaze landing on the wooden house not far away. Is that the wooden house that Big Brother mentioned? It should be, if we go further in, we'll be out of Ping'an City, the short thin man mumbled. This kind of shabby house looks like it has no profit at all. Stop talking nonsense and get moving. The information shows there are two people. You handle the old man, and I'll take care of the student. Got it. The short thin man took out a tranquilizer needle from his pocket and walked slowly towards the wooden house. Outside the wooden house, Heisey was resting in his doghouse. When the two men were about 20 meters away from the wooden house, Heisey suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, Heisey dashed out and began barking furiously at the fence. Woof, woof, woof. The two men outside the fence changed their expressions. Damn, there's a dog. Charge in. I'll handle the dog. You grab the person. The tall fat man shouted as he rushed towards Heisey. The short thin man nodded and transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting into the wooden house. However, the next moment, an even faster shadow suddenly appeared beside him. Heisey opened his mouth wide and bit down on the short thin man's arm, knocking him to the ground. At that moment, both men were stunned because they hadn't seen how the dog moved so quickly. The short thin man raised his left hand with the tranquilizer, aiming to stab Heisey. Heisey decisively let go and agilely dodged the attack. Meanwhile, the tall fat man conjured a frying pan out of thin air, which instantly turned bright red. Beast, you're asking for death, the tall fat man shouted, slapping the air, and a fireball the size of a soccer ball shot out from the frying pan. Boom! The flames exploded, engulfing Heisey in a sea of fire. The short thin man got up, clutching his arm in pain, gritting his teeth. What's up with that dog? How could it run so fast? It can't be a magical creature, right? Don't worry about that, let's take care of the target first. This might be the person the boss is looking for, the tall fat man said in a low voice, turning to head into the wooden house. However, in the next moment, his breath caught, and he froze in place. Because behind him, an old man with white hair and a goatee had appeared out of nowhere. Throughout it all, neither of them had noticed the other. Yi Mingfeng stroked his beard and smiled. Can I ask a question? Who is the boss you mentioned? The fat man and the thin man were struck with terror and expert. You heard wrong, we don't have a boss. Put. Before the fat man could finish his sentence, two thorns suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through the heads of both him and the thin man. The thin man's vision went dark as he lost all vitality, his right hand falling from his pocket, still clutching a special red ball. The moment Yi Mingfeng saw the red ball, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. So it's really you. But how did they find me? Yi Mingfeng muttered to himself while the flames beside him had already dissipated and the scorched black dog emerged from within. Although it looked disheveled, it hadn't sustained any serious injuries. After taking a few steps, the burnt fur on the black dog began to shed and new fluff grew back, restoring it to its original state in just a few seconds. Yi Mingfeng squinted at this scene. He wasn't surprised by the black dog's recovery, but the speed of this recovery was much faster than he had imagined. Unless, Heisey, come here, Yi Mingfeng called out. Woof, woof. Heisey wagged its tail and quickly ran to Yi Mingfeng's side. Yi Mingfeng affectionately patted Heisey's head and said, Heisey, did you forget to tell me something? The dog's previously wagging tail suddenly stiffened. Under the moonlight, a bicycle was speeding down the road. Yi Chen was almost peddling sparks from the wheels. Finally, after passing a broken-down place illuminated by the moonlight, Yi Chen saw the familiar wooden cabin. From a distance, the area around the cabin was eerily quiet, as if all living creatures were asleep. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. The 6 terrifying organizations had been torturing people, killing them, and then setting their houses on fire. Now that the cabin hadn't been burned, it was highly likely that the enemy hadn't come. It seemed he had guessed wrong earlier. As Yi Chen approached the cabin, Heisey's familiar figure sprang out and knocked him over. Feeling the wet, barbed tongue on his face, Yi Chen finally relaxed. Heisey was fine, and Grandpa must be fine too. Yi Chen patted Heisey's big head. Heisey, don't eat everything from now on, okay? Your mouth smells like paint. What if you eat something bad for your health? Woof woof. Good boy. By the way, Heisey, remember that anyone who comes here besides me and Grandpa is a bad person, got it? Woof woof. Getting up, Yi Chen pushed the bicycle into the yard, but as he parked, he suddenly caught a whiff of a burnt smell. Turning his head, he saw a patch of charred ground over a meter in diameter in the yard, illuminated by the bright moonlight. Although the ashes had been cleared, traces on the ground were still visible. Clearly, there had been a fire there not long ago. Yi Chen was puzzled. His grandpa had always been health conscious and never ate barbecued food, so this fire definitely wasn't started by him. Could it be that something had spontaneously combusted due to the heat? The paint smell from Heizi's mouth must have come from here. Shaking his head, Yi Chen didn't dwell on it, and quietly returned to his room. Lying on his bed, Yi Chen completely relaxed. With a thought, the little game console appeared in his hand. He hadn't played tonight's game yet. Game over. Game over. In the game, Yi Chen died repeatedly while adjusting his strategy each time. Once, when the countdown ended, Yi Chen silently counted the time in his heart. At 0.36 seconds, he suddenly tilted his head and moved 2 inches to the right. In the next moment, a purple lightning bolt grazed his earlobe, the faint electric arc causing a pinching pain in his ear. At the same time, a system voice sounded, "Soul coin +1." Yi Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had succeeded. In the distance, the young version of Dilia was momentarily stunned before charging over. Seeing this, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and did not rush to his death. It was hard-earned success, and he had to enjoy it. Thus, Yi Chen and Dilia began to grapple in the jungle. After dodging for 2 minutes, Yi Chen gained a certain understanding of Dilia's strength. Dilia's speed was slightly weaker than that of his previous training partner, Chen Xinlan, but his strength was greater. If it weren't for that armor discharging electricity, Yi Chen would have felt no pressure at all. However, being able to defend did not mean he had the opportunity to attack. After 5 minutes of entanglement with Dilia, Yi Chen still couldn't find a chance to counterattack. That armor acted like a protective shield. To touch the opponent's body, he had to find a way to bypass that armor. In the 6th minute, Yi Chen finally couldn't help but take a risky move, and as a result, he accidentally touched the electric current. The current surged into Yi Chen's body, and the next moment, the rolling electric arc armor appeared before his eyes. Game over. As consciousness returned, Yi Chen touched his face. I mean, can we change positions? Why does it always have to be my face? Yi Chen did not continue immediately. He carefully analyzed the battle that had just occurred. After a thorough deduction, Yi Chen realized that aside from the final mistake, everything else had been fine. But merely defending could only buy time. It couldn't defeat Dilia. Unless his strength and speed improved a notch, he wouldn't be able to suppress the opponent head on. Conservatively estimating, he needed to increase his strength and speed by 3 points, otherwise, it would be difficult to defeat him directly. Yi Chen stroked his chin. So, I still have to go for a limit counterattack? To defeat Dilia at this stage, he had to perform some high difficulty techniques, dodging while seizing the opponent's vulnerabilities to counterattack within a limited time. As it stood, only a limit counterattack seemed possible. Speaking of which, who designed this game? The character tutorial is so difficult. Complaints aside, Yi Chen kept his hands moving and chose the character tutorial again to start a new round of attempts. In the second round, he lasted 2 minutes trying the limit counterattack but ended up making a mistake and got taken out in one wave. In the third round, less than a minute into the game, Yi Chen found an opportunity to counterattack but was hit by the armor and lost consciousness. In the fourth round, Yi Chen successfully executed a limit counterattack, dodging the attack while kicking Dilia in the thigh. However, the limit reaction time did not meet the requirements for extreme evasion, so he didn't earn a soul coin. In the fifth round, at the beginning, Yi Chen's endurance time was getting shorter and shorter because the frequency of his attempts at extreme evasion was increasing. 2 minutes once and 3 times a minute were completely different concepts. As for death, Yi Chen was least afraid of it. Dodging meant earning a soul coin for free, and failing could still accumulate death counts. Anyway, he wouldn't lose anything. By the time he reached the 7th round, Yi Chen successfully executed an extreme dodge and earned a soul coin. Not only that, but he also seized the opportunity to counterattack, kicking Dilia in the abdomen and forcing him to stagger back several steps. That was also the first time a look of pain appeared on Dilia's face. 40 minutes of fierce battle passed in the blink of an eye. Returning to the game interface, a faint sense of fatigue washed over him. Yi Chen yawned, no longer insisting, and exited the game space, then fell into a deep sleep. Although he hadn't completely taken down Dilia today, he felt a clear sense of progress. At this pace, he would definitely have a chance to defeat Dilia before the college entrance examination. What Yi Chen didn't know was that this kind of fighting style, teetering on the edge of a knife, was something no one dared to attempt. It was precisely because of this that Yi Chen's awareness, judgment, and reaction speed were being intensely honed in such an environment. He gradually walked down a path of experience that belonged solely to him. A night passed without incident, and before long, dawn broke. The next morning, Yi Chen's phone alarm went off. Iron pot, crying while calling for the ladle pot. Yi Chen instantly opened his eyes. This time, he didn't reach for the little game console right away. Instead, he opened his phone to check the news. Last night, a major terrorist incident occurred in Longhua district of Ping'an City, resulting in 6 civilians injured and all 3 terrorists were shot dead. Last night, another terrorist incident occurred in Yuhua district where a total of 6 residents were killed and the houses were burned. Currently, the terrorists are still at large. There were many news reports about yesterday's events, but perhaps it was too early and the Ministry of Security had not yet finished compiling and releasing all the information. It was still unclear how things were on the terrorist organization's side. Seeing this, Yi Chen stretched lazily and stopped worrying, pulling out the little game console again to start battling with Delia. 40 minutes later, after being thoroughly beaten, Yi Chen contentedly made his way to the living room. Xiao Feng awake? You got up early today, go wash your hands, breakfast will be ready soon. In the kitchen, Yi Mingfeng hummed a little tune, looking quite happy. When Yi Chen saw his favorite roasted meat, spicy chicken, and other sumptuous dishes, he was a bit puzzled. Grandpa, did something good happen? Yi Mingfeng laughed heartily. You're still sharp, kid. Yesterday, an old friend sent me a message. He opened a medicinal herb garden and invited me to go over and cultivate new varieties. Bringing out the last of the broth, Yi Mingfeng sat down and poured himself a glass of white liquor, taking a sip and smacking his lips. You're about to take the college entrance exam and you'll definitely go out then. I just happened to be able to visit them. I'm not bragging, but I've studied herbal medicine for years and I've got at least 800 varieties. Yi Mingfeng spoke confidently, detailing how he planned to showcase his skills after he left. Hearing that his grandpa was going, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit reluctant. In his memories, he only had this one relative left. However, what Yi Mingfeng said was the truth. After the college entrance exam, he would definitely apply to the Awakener Academy, and parting ways with Yi Mingfeng was only a matter of time. Now that his grandpa had an invitation, it was a good thing. At least he wouldn't have to go deep into the mountains to gather herbs anymore, and there should be someone to take care of him, so safety wouldn't be an issue. At the same time, Yi Chen thought about the terrorist organization. It was still unclear whether the Ministry of Security had captured all the members of that terrorist organization. If they hadn't been completely apprehended, their situation would still be risky. Yi Chen had originally planned to find a reason to trick Yi Mingfeng into leaving here, but now it was unnecessary. Thinking of this, Yi Chen smiled. This is good news. So when are you leaving? Today. Yi Mingfeng replied straightforwardly. Today? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Alright, today it is. Oh, aren't you curious why I'm leaving so soon? Not curious. Really not curious? Really not curious. Grandpa, you can go with peace of mind. I'll take care of the house. Yi Mingfeng. Yi Mingfeng was a bit confused. He had thought that when he mentioned this, his grandson would be very surprised and would hold on to him, crying and reluctant to part. But now, looking at him, he didn't seem at all dejected. On the contrary, he looked quite cheerful. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel like he's actually hoping I leave? Well, it's a good thing that this kid isn't suspicious. Yi Mingfeng changed the subject. By the way, did you call me last night? Yi Chen paused with his chopsticks, which were holding meat, and his eyes darted around. Ahem, I heard gunfire on the way back last night and I was scared, so I called you. Ah, you weren't hurt, were you? Oh dear, Grandpa is old and sleeps deeply, so I didn't hear it. Yi Mingfeng looked quite annoyed. I'm fine. The fighting was far away from me. I'm doing well, aren't I? Yi Chen chuckled and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Grandpa, I saw something burning in the yard when I came back. Yi Mingfeng's body stiffened slightly, his eyes darting around. As he coughed twice, that should be Hey Z picking up something from outside that caught fire. When I saw it, the fire was already out. Hey Z. Woo woo. Although the grandfather and grandson were on the verge of parting, one wanting to leave and the other wanting the other to leave, there was still some reluctance after being together for over a decade. The meal that usually took 20 minutes to finish took a full 40 minutes today. At the dining table, the two chatted back and forth without stopping. Until it was 7:20, Yi Mingfeng finally said, Alright, it's not like you won't see each other again. Hurry up and go to school, don't be late. By the way, I'll transfer the money to your card later. If it's not enough, remember to ask me for more. Mei Shem, then remember to call me when you get there. Got it, hurry up and go. Under Yi Mingfeng's urging, Yi Chen finally rode off on his bike, disappearing into the distance. Outside the wooden house, Yi Mingfeng watched Yi Chen's departing figure with reluctance in his eyes. However, for his grandson's safety, he could not continue to stay here. Yi Mingfeng looked at the rising sun in the distance, gently stroking Hazy's head as he murmured, I didn't take good care of you back then, but this time I will definitely take good care of Xiao Feng. Rongguan High School. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Just as Yi Chen rushed into the classroom, the bell rang. Are you okay, madman? Wang Hang asked, handing over a bottle of water. Yi Chen gulped down half the bottle, feeling a bit better, and shook his head. I'm fine, just came late today. That's good. By the way, madman, have you seen the news? Wong Hong whispered. Not yet, what's up? Yi Chen asked. Dude, just take a look and you'll know. Wang Hong handed over his phone. A foreign B-level terrorist organization has appeared in Ping'an City. Yi Chen carefully read through the Information, this was the official report, so it was quite comprehensive. According to the news, the terrorist organization continued its actions yesterday but was successfully intercepted by the Security Department, which discovered and blocked 3 teams in advance. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in the Security Department successfully killing 5 terrorists and capturing 2. After interrogation, it was confirmed that the group was backed by a B-level terrorist organization from the Winter Nation, codenamed Polaris. This terrorist organization had been rooted in Pinyin City for many years. The reason for their recent terrorist actions was still unknown. Currently, the Dragon Guard team was pursuing this terrorist organization, and even the enforcers had been mobilized. B-level, huh? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, guessing that this terrorist organization was not the colossal entity behind Delia. However, there must be some connection between this Polaris organization and that group. Having been entrenched here for many years, their goal was likely related to that thing in the Little Tyrant game console. Because Delia died in the jungle, they were willing to take such risks to find that thing. The aim was to locate it in the shortest time possible. Yi Chen wasn't entirely sure if his deductions were completely correct, but the gap shouldn't be too large. Now that this terrorist organization had been discovered, those who could escape would likely do so. Of course, some bold individuals might choose to stay. So, it was indeed a wise choice for Grandpa to leave now. Yi Chen then flipped through other information. Yesterday, in addition to the 3 waves of destruction, 11 families were attacked. In 3 days, there had been a total of 17 crimes, with the cumulative death toll reaching 52. At this moment, Wong Hong poked his arm and whispered, "Madman, my cousin texted me this morning. The clues I provided were very useful to the authorities. They said that once this matter is over, I might receive a military merit badge. Do you want it? If you do, I'll tell them it was you who discovered it." It was quite normal to receive some money as a reward for assisting in a case. But the military merit medal is different. This thing represents honor, and generally, only soldiers or adventurers who have made significant contributions will receive it. This is the real-life version of a VIP status. If it were just a simple reward, Wong Hong would have accepted it on behalf of Yi Chen. However, this kind of honor medal is not a joke. It must be shared with one's good buddy. Yet, without a second thought, Yi Chen directly refused. "You keep it. I find it troublesome." He was already trying to avoid attention, so how could he let himself stand out? Wang Hong made an exaggerated expression. "Dude, are you out of your mind? You don't even want the merit medal? Get lost." Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "I already said all the honors are yours. It has nothing to do with me." "Got it, don't worry, I promise to keep it under wraps, so I'll take this medal then." Old Wang responded with an okay gesture. As long as Yi Chen didn't care, it was fine. After a pause, Wang Hong leaned in again. "Dude, I'm happy today, so I'm treating you tonight. Don't worry. We won't go to the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, we'll eat outside." Yi Chen initially wanted to refuse because he still had to go to the martial arts arena for practice in the evening. But when he saw Old Wang's happy face, he eventually nodded. All day long, the classmates at school were following the news. Whenever news reports came out, they would definitely spark discussions among everyone. Yi Chen followed the news all day but didn't find any important clues. By noon, Yi Chen entered the game space again to battle with Delia, and it was exhilarating. As the noisy day passed, after school, Wang Hong dragged Yi Chen to a high-end restaurant outside the school. Soon, the dishes were served, and Old Wang even ordered a few bottles of beer. Drinking was not allowed in school, but it was fine outside. Downing a large cup in one go, Wang Hong happily said, "Dude, you have no idea, my dad's face was all wrinkled with laughter when he found out I was getting the merit medal. Cheers." Yi Chen clinked glasses with him, feeling happy to see Old Wang so joyful. For an ordinary family, a child earning a merit medal is indeed a matter of great pride. Yi Chen estimated that Old Wang could brag about this for a lifetime. "Old Wang, are you going back home to take over the family business after graduation?" Yi Chen chatted casually at the dinner table. "Pretty much, working for someone else is not as good as working for my dad," Wang Hong mumbled while gnawing on a chicken leg. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "Is that called working? That's clearly inheriting the family business. What's the difference? It's not something I like anyway." "Then what's your dream?" Wang Hong swallowed the chicken in his mouth, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. "Me? I want to be a journalist, but not just any kind. I want to specifically interview and capture high-level awakeners. I'm really curious about what those 4-star, 5-star, or even 6-star awakeners do in their daily lives." Yi Chen's expression turned a bit strange. "Wow, secretly photographing high-level awakeners? Who gave you the courage? If you get caught, they might break your legs." But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising that this guy was into awakening newspapers. One could only say that this guy had dreams. While the two were eating, at the Xingtian martial arts arena, on the training ground, Chen Xinlan was doing warm-up exercises. Today, she wore a black tight training suit that accentuated her curves, with a high ponytail that minimized the impact of her attire. At this moment, Chen Xinlan's bright eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit. She had to win back today. When Jolie appeared, Chen Xinlan asked, "Uncle Zhou, has that guy come?" Jolie cleared his throat. Xiao Feng just called me. He has something to do today and won't be coming. The little waist that was warming up suddenly froze. On the other side, after a few rounds of drinks, Yi Chen was listening to old Wang bragging. At that moment his phone suddenly rang and the caller was an unfamiliar number. Yi Chen was taken aback, hesitated for a moment and then answered. Hello, who is this? Chen Xinlan. A girl's voice came from the other end of the phone, but there was a hint of coldness in her tone. Yi Chen blinked. I don't know. You. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Crazy, what's wrong? Wong Hong asked. Nothing, someone probably dialed the wrong number. Yi Chen waved his hand casually and continued eating. A few seconds later, the phone rang again, still from the same number. Yi Chen answered with annoyance. Hello, what do you want? I said, my name is Chen Xinlan, Xin as in comfort. Lan as in hero. I told you, I don't know you. Are you annoying or what? After saying that, Yi Chen hung up the phone again. The person on the other end must be crazy. I told you I don't know you, can't you understand? After being hung up on twice, Chen Xinlan was about to explode with anger. At that moment, Jolie reminded her, Xiaolan, it seems you didn't tell him your name. That day, Chen Xinlan, who was ready to blow up, was taken aback. She recalled carefully that they indeed hadn't introduced themselves during their sparring that day. It seemed reasonable for him not to know her and hang up directly. Suddenly, a blush crept onto her originally pale cheeks. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xinlan called again. Hello, are you done yet? Yi Chen's slightly angry voice came from the other end. Chen Xinlan hurriedly said, don't hang up yet. I'm the person you sparred with at the martial arts arena the day before yesterday. Yi Chen paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, you're the $300? Chen Xinlan? Listening to Yi Chen give her that nickname, Chen Xinlan was stunned for several seconds. You should have said that earlier. Are you planning to pay me back now that you have money? Just give the money to Brother Joe first and I'll go pick it up later. Bye. After saying that, Yi Chen was about to hang up, but Chen Xinlan quickly said, wait, didn't you promise to train with me the day before yesterday? Ha? When did I promise you that? You? Chen Xinlan's face turned red with anger. Are you even a man? How can you go back on your word after agreeing to something? She originally thought Yi Chen was a decent opponent, but it turned out this guy could just forget what he had promised. Jolie had a strange look in his eyes. For some reason, Chen Xinlan had been controlling her emotions. So usually, she appeared cold and indifferent to everyone. But today, she had been angry more times than in the past 6 months since she came to Pinyin City. Even through the phone, Yi Chen could feel the seething anger from the other side. Yi Chen thought for a moment. It seemed he had indeed agreed. However, he had promised to have dinner with Lao Wang today, so he definitely couldn't get away. Just as he was thinking of some excuse to brush it off, Wong Hong suddenly slapped the table and leaned over. Crazy, was that a girl you were talking to just now? Wang Heng's eyes lit up. Yi Chen nodded. Yeah. Is she pretty? She's okay, about an 8 or 9 out of 10. What the heck? Crazy, you're something else. When did you start pursuing her? I didn't even know. At that moment, Wong Hong felt his gossip spirit igniting fiercely. The reason he called Yi Chen crazy was that this guy's behavior was different from most people. He didn't actively chat with others in class and seemed like a transparent person every day. He only had one friend throughout 3 years of high school. But to say Yi Chen was honest would be a huge mistake. When he fought with that group of delinquents, this guy would grab the opponent's neck and bite like a madman. That's why he gave Yi Chen that nickname. And now, this kind of person actually had a girlfriend. Where's the justice in that? Oh, wait, it should be said that Crazy has made it big. Crazy having a partner made him happier than winning a medal. Wang Hong directly snatched Yi Chen's phone. Oh, sorry, sister-in-law, I didn't know he had an appointment with you and dragged him over. Now that he's fine, he can go over immediately. Another day, I'll treat you to dinner to apologize in person. After saying that, he returned the phone to Yi Chen and gave him an encouraging look. Bro, go for it. Yi Chen? On the other end, Chen Xinlan was also confused. Who was that tongue-tied person just now? What did he call me? Sister-in-law? But that didn't seem important. It seemed that Yi Chen could come. By the time Yi Chen arrived at the martial arts arena, it was already 10:30 at night. Following the directions, Yi Chen went straight to a corner of the training ground. There, Jolie and Chen Xinlan had been waiting for a while. Yi Chen waved his hand and greeted enthusiastically, Brother Zhou, $300. Chen Xinlan's eyelids twitched. I've told you many times, my name is Chen Xinlan. Got it, $300. Chen Xinlan was so furious she nearly exploded. It was obvious this guy was doing it on purpose. Jolie coughed twice and quietly said, Xiaolan, that guy is calling you. Chen Xinlan was taken aback, then quickly understood. She took out 3 bills and walked over, angrily slapping the money into Yi Chen's hand. Here, your money. Yi Chen immediately flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth. Alright then, Miss Chen Xinlan. Chen Xinlan. Jolie couldn't help but laugh. This kid was really interesting, willing to do anything for money. Xiao Feng, do you want to change your clothes? Hey, have you been drinking? Jolie asked, noticing Yi Chen's slightly flushed face. Chen Xinlan frowned slightly. Hey, are you okay? Her combat style was special, requiring high responsiveness and awareness from her sparring partner. She had been in Ping'an City for almost half a year and had only found someone like Chen who was comfortable to practice with. Moreover, due to special reasons, she could only train every 2 days. If Chen wasn't in good shape, it would mean she wasted those 2 days. Chen smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I can still handle beating you, no need to change clothes, I still have to rush home." Seeing Chen's arrogant demeanor, Chen Xinlan was infuriated. "Just wait, soon you'll know why the flowers are so red." Arriving at the venue, Chen warmed up his wrists and beckoned to Chen Xinlan. "Let's start." Chen Xinlan didn't waste words, letting out a low shout as she charged forward. At this moment, old grudges and new ones were all accounted for, and she had the momentum to skin Chen alive. However, this kind of momentum didn't intimidate Chen. In the past 2 days, he had engaged in life and death duels with Delia over 100 times, and his skills were top-notch. As the fierce punches came at him, Chen took half a step back, turned his body, and easily dodged the attack. The next moment, a whip kick came at him from an awkward angle. Yet, Chen seemed to have anticipated it, slapping it away with his hand. Then came the third and fourth moves. On the training ground, Chen Xinlan's shouts were continuous. Her attacks were extremely swift, completely different from the style 2 days ago. Jolie nodded repeatedly, thinking that if Xiao Lan had a dagger in her hand, this set of attacks would definitely be lethal. However, what surprised him more was Chen's reactions. After just 1 day apart, this little guy's reflexes seemed even sharper. He moved like a slippery loach, perfectly dodging Chen Xinlan's fierce attacks or neutralizing them with minimal cost. This little guy had only been at the martial arts school for 4 days, and each day he seemed to improve dramatically. If one didn't know better, they might think he was cheating. He had seen geniuses before, but this kind of prodigy was truly a first for him. Time slowly passed, and on the field, Chen Xinlan attacked with all her might, but every time she felt she was about to hit Chen, he would just dodge at the perfect moment. That feeling of being so close yet unable to touch him was incredibly frustrating. 5 minutes later, Jolie's voice rang out. "Time's up, Xiaolan, do you want to continue?" "Continue," Chen Xinlan replied decisively, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. "Wait a minute," Chen suddenly said, "can I fight back?" Chen Xinlan was taken aback, realizing that Chen hadn't counterattacked at all until now. "Whatever," Chen Xinlan said proudly, ready to continue. However, the next second, Chen raised his hand again. "Wait, what now?" Chen rubbed his hands together. "Well, I remember you said the other day that if I defeated you, the prize would double." Chen Xinlan. Jolie. Chen Xinlan felt like her lungs were about to explode. She had actually lost to someone whose mind was only on money. This was her shame. Soon, the battle resumed, and the two were entangled once more. Facing Chen Xinlan's offensive, Chen did not immediately counterattack, still dodging as he had before. As time passed, Chen's condition seemed to improve. In contrast, Chen Xinlan's stamina began to decline, and her attack frequency decreased. 9 minutes later, Chen Xinlan's sweat had soaked her tight-fitting outfit, while Chen's forehead only glistened with a bit of sweat. During the fight, Chen Xinlan swept her right arm to intercept. If she had a dagger in her hand at that moment, this strike could have opened a gash on Chen's neck. In the past, Chen would have dodged such an attack, but this time he did the opposite and retreated. He lowered his center of gravity and tilted his head back, suddenly making himself much shorter. Chen Xinlan's fingertips brushed past the tip of his nose. Startled, Chen Xinlan was unsure why Chen chose such a laborious dodging technique, but this guy never fought unprepared. Just as she was about to retreat, Chen's hands unexpectedly shot up and grabbed her right hand, which she was about to retract. Chen's lips curled into a bright smile. "Gotcha!" Chen suddenly yanked Chen Xinlan's arm down while swiftly kicking towards her ankle. Bang! Chen Xinlan lost control and fell to the ground. Chen, who had somehow ended up sitting on her back, pinned her right hand behind her. Chen flashed a bright smile. Practice session over. At that moment, Chen Xinlan finally realized she had lost. Not only had she lost, but she had also been captured by Chen. Jolie's voice echoed. "Time's up, cough cough, Xiaofeng, get up, you won." Chen released Chen Xinlan's wrist and stood up, then extended his hand with his signature smile. "Thank you for your patronage, the prize is 300, and the practice fee is 100, totaling 400. Chen Xinlan's face turned red, unsure whether it was from losing the match or from the embarrassing position. She slapped Chen's hand away and got up, pulling out money while glaring fiercely at Chen. "You wait, I will definitely win next time." "Sure, as long as the money is in place, I'll be waiting any time." After stuffing the money into his pocket, Chen waved his hand and strode away, leaving the two with a stylish silhouette. Looking at that figure, Chen Xinlan suddenly said, "Uncle Zhou, why do I feel like the gap between me and him has grown even larger?" Last time they practiced, although Chen won in the end, she had dominated earlier. But this time, she had given it her all, and yet this guy had easily handled everything. Especially the fact that she had been captured was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation for someone who aspired to be an assassin. Jolie sighed. "It's not that you've gotten weaker, but that he's gotten stronger. That little guy's combat power has improved a level every day over the past 4 days." "Ha? There are people like that?" Chen Xinlan was shocked. In this era of awakeners, all kinds of people can appear. Jolie smiled. Perhaps this little guy's awakening ability is to enhance combat experience? He had witnessed Yi Chen's growth over these 4 days. Yi Chen's physical abilities had not improved significantly, but his application of his body was growing at an astonishing speed. Only the awakening of a special ability could achieve such a thing. Speaking of which, Jolie glanced at Chen Xinlan's wrist, where there was a black bracelet. Jolie handed over a towel and water, softly saying, "When you can take that off, your improvement will be even greater than Yi Chen's." Chen Xinlan was taken aback, gently stroking the black bracelet on her wrist, her thoughts drifting to who knows where. Hundreds of kilometers west of Pingan City, a beam of light shot straight into the clouds. Passing through the beam would lead to the legendary Kunlun's secret realm. The original position of the beam had transformed into a gigantic life tree surrounded by an endless grassland. The giant tree had a diameter of over 100 meters and stood 1,000 zhang tall, blocking out the sun in a spectacular manner. The scene shifted, moving south from the position of the life tree, and the surrounding scenery began to change. Grassland, wetland, river, jungle. After the scene moved over 1,000 miles, it arrived at a towering snow-capped mountain. Here, snow fell year-round and the air was frigid. The terrifying cold could penetrate even the thickest cotton clothing. Unless one possessed a special awakening item to withstand the cold, adventurers could not venture deep even at the 4-star level. Somewhere in the snow-capped mountains was a massive glacier cave that the first adventurer to arrive named the Snow Burial Cave. This was the farthest place that adventurers from the Summer Kingdom could currently explore. However, the usually quiet Snow Burial Cave had an unexpected visitor today. Inside the cave, a lone figure with a sword was advancing slowly, the biting cold wind and snow unable to penetrate the blood mist-like shield surrounding him. Behind him, the blood of snowfield monsters flowed, painting a splash of red across the white world. After an unknown amount of time, the person reached the deepest part of the Snow Burial Cave. Upon seeing an ice-sealed formation, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Finally found it. Leaving the martial arts arena, Yi Chen was about to ride his bicycle home. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, but Yi Chen felt a bit breathless. Looking up at the sky, the pitch-black night revealed not a single star. "No way, is it going to rain?" Yi Chen murmured. If it started raining on the way back, that would be quite unpleasant. Feeling the 700 bills in his pocket, Yi Chen decided to find a hotel to stay for the night. After all, there was no one at home anymore, and going back seemed meaningless. Plus, he would have to prepare breakfast for himself the next day, which was too much trouble. However, being underage and without an ID, he couldn't go to a regular hotel. Just then, someone passed by Yi Chen, and he hurriedly approached. "Hey, wait a minute. Is there a hotel nearby that doesn't require an ID?" The passerby looked Yi Chen up and down with a strange expression. "You want to go to a nightclub?" Yi Chen nodded. The passerby hesitated for a moment and pointed in a direction. "Go south from here, turn left at the intersection, and then left again after 200 meters. There's a nightclub that doesn't require an ID." "Thank you, big brother," Yi Chen said gratefully, then rode his bicycle in the direction indicated by the passerby. Watching Yi Chen's departing figure, the passerby shook his head. Today's youth, thinking about things they shouldn't before they've even grown up. Yi Chen pedaled across the road and soon arrived at the place the passerby had mentioned. In the dimly lit alley stood a somewhat shabby hotel. The neon sign outside was half burnt out, but the name of the hotel, a thread of connection, could still be vaguely discerned. "This place is way too remote," Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. It would be difficult to discover such a place without someone telling you about it. But since he was already there, he had to go in and take a look. Pushing the door open, a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s was watching a drama at the counter. Upon seeing Yi Chen enter, she said blandly, "We only have the room left for 80 night. Staying in Pingan City for 81 nights isn't too expensive." And Yi Chen didn't hesitate, pulling out a red bill and handing it over. The auntie pressed a few buttons on the computer and extended her hand, saying, "ID card." Yi Chen was taken aback. "Didn't you say an ID card isn't needed?" The auntie looked Yi Chen up and down, revealing a playful smile. "You don't want to use your ID card?" Yi Chen nodded. If he had an ID card, he wouldn't be here. Upon hearing this, the auntie had an expression that said she understood. "Without an ID card, it's 200 a night, but if you choose it yourself, it's an extra 100. Ha! Yi Chen was stunned. Is there really such a big price difference between using an ID card and not using one? If it weren't already drizzling outside, he would definitely turn around and leave. But after a busy night, he didn't want to go back in the rain, feeling like he would be at a loss. After battling internally 100,000 times, Yi Chen finally gritted his teeth and pulled out another red bill. "I'll take the 200 one. The auntie smiled and operated the computer a few more times, handing Yi Chen a room card. Room 302. Receiving the room card, Yi Chen quickly went upstairs. When he arrived at his room, he took a quick look and was somewhat surprised. The inn looked a bit shabby from the outside, but the interior decoration was quite decent. All the necessary facilities were there, and everything was very clean. It was already past 11 at night, so Yi Chen quickly washed up and went to rest. Of course, before sleeping, he had to play a game again. However, this Time he didn't start right away. Instead, he first entered the 1-star soul shop. Constitution plus 1 soul coins, 160 strength plus 1 soul coins, 80 speed plus 1 soul coins, 80 spirit plus 1 soul coins, 80 soul coins, 168. Although he had been dying a lot these past few days, he had earned quite a few soul coins after starting to train his dodging skills, just enough to level up. Yi Chen tapped his fingers in the air a couple of times, and his body suddenly felt a wave of numbness. Constitution plus 1 soul coins, 160 strength plus 1 soul coins, 160 speed plus 1 soul coins, 160 spirit plus 1 soul coins, 80 soul coins, 8. He opened his personal panel. Health, 100% constitution, 11. Strength, 11 speed, 12 spirit, 19 special attributes, bravery plus 1, neural reflex plus 1, calmness plus 2, resistance plus 4, combat skills plus 1. Looking at his panel information, Yi Chen chuckled. His strength had significantly improved compared to before, so he definitely had to find Delia for a fight. Character tutorial, Delia. The scene shifted, and Yi Chen was once again battling Delia. Half a minute later, Yi Chen perfectly exited the game. He hadn't fully adapted to the increase in physical attributes, and a mistake occurred midway. Unwilling to accept defeat, Yi Chen challenged again. This time he lasted 2 minutes before exiting again, but he earned 2 soul coins. Then came the 4th time, the 5th time. Time slowly passed, and as Yi Chen became more familiar with his physical capabilities, his operations became increasingly sharp. Gradually, the number of extreme counterattacks Yi Chen executed began to increase, and the damage he inflicted on Delia was also rising. Half an hour later, just as Yi Chen was preparing for his 10th charge, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. Yi Chen was taken aback and exited the game space. Who could be knocking at this hour? Opening the door, he found a sexy woman dressed provocatively standing outside. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. Who are you? Is there something you need? Yi Chen wasn't ugly, but he usually looked a bit scruffy. After taking a shower before bed, his entire demeanor had instantly improved. Although he was wearing a bath towel, it was open at the front. With his attributes significantly enhanced, Yi Chen's physique was already quite different from before. Now he had a strong physique and exaggerated 8-pack abs. If one only looked at his body, it was hard to tell he was a student. When women saw Yi Chen's appearance, a glimmer of excitement flashed in their eyes. She licked her lips and smiled. Little brother, the service you called for has arrived. I didn't call for any service. Did you make a mistake? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Oh, is this your first time here, little brother? The 200 yuan hotel has special services, the woman said as she walked directly into Yi Chen's room and closed the door behind her. She then sat on Yi Chen's bed, revealing her long, snow-white legs. You can just call me Xiao Hong. For the time being, you can do whatever you want with me. Yi Chen was taken aback, so there were special services for 200 yuan. If that was the case, it wasn't too much of a loss. He tentatively asked, anything goes? Xiao Hong smiled, of course, but if it's too excessive, you'll have to pay extra. Yi Chen was overjoyed at her words and immediately rummaged through his backpack. Xiao Hong watched Yi Chen's eager demeanor with increasing excitement. Playing with someone like him was not only not a loss but rather a gain. However, the next moment, she suddenly froze, because what Yi Chen pulled out was not what she had imagined. He took out 2 test papers from his backpack and handed them to Xiao Hong. Here, please finish these 2 papers. Xiao Hong? A night passed without incident, and soon dawn broke. Early in the morning, Yi Chen stretched comfortably. The bed in the hotel was much more comfortable than his own at home. Glancing at the time, it was still not yet 7 o'clock. It would take at most 20 minutes to get to school, so he definitely had enough time. Without saying a word, Yi Chen took out his little tyrant game console and started a new round of PK. He hadn't played enough yesterday, and today he felt he could make further progress. Playing character tutorial, Delia 1 star. Soon, the battle between Yi Chen and Delia in the jungle began again. Compared to the initial one-sided beating, Yi Chen's counterattacks were becoming more frequent. If he died, he would continue, but as long as Delia sustained more serious injuries than last time, Yi Chen would be very happy. In front of a professional gamer, there were no levels that couldn't be passed. As long as the boss had a health bar, even if it were a deity, he could take it down. Before long, the battle reached its 8th round. In the jungle, Yi Chen used the trees as obstacles, constantly entangling with Delia thanks to his agile movements. At one moment, Delia cursed and charged again, purple arcs of electricity dancing on his arm, his gauntlet aimed directly at Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his wrist, he angled the tree trunk to jab at Delia's armpit from below. Seeing this, Delia changed his move mid-attack, smashing down his arm to deflect the wooden stick in Yi Chen's hand. However, when the gauntlet collided with the stick, Delia did not feel any strong resistance. The next second, a large shoe suddenly appeared. The earlier wooden stick was just a feint. This kick was the real deal. Bang! Yi Chen's full-force kick sent Delia flying. Delia rolled on the ground for 2 circles before stopping, coughing incessantly, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Watching Delia, who had finally been brought down, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. Finally, you're in such a sorry state too. He had countered moves like this countless times. And now, with his attributes improved, he finally made new progress. Damn it, I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. Delia glared at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with rage. Yi Chen smiled, the angrier you are, the happier. I am. Hey, can we have a proper conversation now? I have nothing to say to a filthy guy like you. I cough. Halfway through, Delia spat out another mouthful of blood, seemingly injured quite badly. Yi Chen squinted his eyes, realizing that Delia's speed and strength were about the same as his own now, but his physique seemed quite poor. Previously, Yi Chen hadn't noticed this due to the lack of opportunity to counterattack, but now he was aware. So, taking advantage of his illness, he aimed for his life. Seeing Delia trying to get up, Yi Chen took a step forward and raised his stick to rain down blows. The once invincible Delia was now heavily injured, his condition significantly deteriorated, and he could only passively defend. The balance of offense and defense had completely reversed. In that moment, Yi Chen saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Time slowly passed, and after an unknown duration, Yi Chen swung down his stick just like before. Delia instinctively raised his hand to block, but the next moment, the armor on his arm suddenly vanished. Bang! Crack! The wooden stick struck Delia's arm solidly, followed by the crisp sound of bones breaking. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement. Persistence is victory. Yi Chen? Yi Chen glanced at the system timer. He had been fighting here for exactly 10 minutes. This was the first time he had persisted for so long since he started fighting. At that moment, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Delia's armor has a time limit. Yi Chen looked at Delia, who was now screaming in pain, completely unable to resist. Seeing this, Yi Chen was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, he had been using his wits and strength against this guy for so many days, countless times being killed by his armor. Now that he had finally gained the upper hand, he was being told that his armor had a time limit? So, as long as he could hold on for 10 minutes, he could wait for the armor to disappear, right? If he had known. It was this simple. He could have held on for 10 minutes 2 days ago. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen walked a few steps closer and suddenly spoke. Hey, little brat, your awakening item time is up, right? So what? Don't think I'm afraid of you. The young version of Delia still refused to back down. However, halfway through, he noticed that Yi Chen's gaze was a bit off. Yi Chen's eyes glowed red, looking like he was about to devour him. The next moment, a large foot stamped on his face. This is for you acting tough earlier. Crack, this is for you hitting my face every time. Clang, this is for not telling me your awakening item has a time limit. Uft, in an instant, the forest echoed with someone's furious curses and another's cries of agony. 2 minutes later, the almost unrecognizable Delia finally ended his miserable existence. As a white light dissipated, the system prompt appeared again. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement. Get rid of the rookie. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement. Black Spade K. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement. Demon King Armament Inheritance. Ding, you have cleared the 1-star tutorial and unlocked the 2-star tutorial mode. 4 consecutive system prompts sounded, and then the screen faded as Yi Chen returned to the game space. Yi Chen eagerly opened the achievement information, and at the bottom appeared 4 new achievement details. Their colors prominently displayed 2 blue, 1 purple, and 1 gold. Persistence is victory. Condition: fight Delia for 10 minutes without defeat. Effect: combat skill +3. Get rid of the rookie. Condition: clear the 1-star tutorial mode. Effect: charm +3. Black Spade K. Condition: kill Delia. Effect: reward awakening item. Black Spade K. Demon King Armament Inheritance. Condition: clear the 1-star tutorial mode. Effect: 1-star shop sells inheritance. Demon King Armament. 1 star. Blue achievements grant special attributes. Purple ones provide an awakening item, and gold achievements offer the inheritance of awakening items. Although Yi Chen guessed that the rewards after clearing the level would be quite rich, he didn't expect the system to be so generous. The 2 blue achievements are nothing to mention, but the special attribute boost is equivalent to 6 white achievements. Next is the awakening item given by the purple achievement. Awakeners have developed many skills over the years. This includes forging the remains of monsters or other treasures from certain secret realms into awakening items with special abilities. Every year, large corporations hold auctions for awakening items, and it is said that the prices start in the millions. However, compared to those, what Yi Chen was most curious about was the inheritance of that awakening item. Yi Chen immediately went to the 1-star shop, where the items for sale had changed. Constitution +1 soul coins, 160 strength +1 soul coins, 160 speed +1 soul coins, 160 spirit +1 soul coins, 80 Demon King Armor, 1 star, soul coins, 1000 soul coins, 72. Looking at the information above, Yi Chen licked his lips. The Demon King armor was likely the set of armor that wrapped around Delia that he saw in the forest. That night, he didn't know what happened, but Delia inexplicably entered the game space and became part of the game. Can 1000 soul coins buy the inheritance of the Demon King armor? Does that mean he could summon it like Delia after purchasing it? An awakening item with lightning element abilities and decent defense. As for this 1 star, it's likely just a part For example, the arm armor of Delia in the previous 1-star character tutorial. Not to mention anything else, just this arm. Armor's rating would probably start at B level. If it were a full set, it would definitely be a level, and it might even reach the legendary S level. Just thinking about possibly having an A level or even S level awakening item inheritance made Yi Chen's heart race. If that's the case, wouldn't he have 2 awakening items? Can an awakener awaken multiple awakening items? Well, that doesn't matter. He would find out once he saved up 1,000 soul coins. Suddenly, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow as if he understood something. The original intention of the character tutorial mode was not to have him directly kill Delia. Instead, it was to let Delia showcase the abilities of the awakening item for 10 minutes. Then, after defeating her, he would obtain the inheritance of the Demon King armor and go on a rampage in the level clearing mode. I knew it. A tutorial mode couldn't possibly be this difficult. Just thinking about it made Yi Chen very angry. If he had known it was this simple, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. To defeat Delia, Yi Chen had died hundreds of times. At this rate, in another day or two, he would achieve the milestone of dying 1,000 times. What a broken game. I want to complain. I want to give a bad review. After a moment, Yi Chen adjusted his mindset. 1,000 soul coins wasn't a small amount, but he could definitely save it up before the college entrance examination. Then Yi Chen opened the information panel again. Health 100% constitution, 11 strength, 11 speed, 12 spirit, 19 special attributes, courage +1, neural reflex +1, calm +2, resistance +4. Combat skills +4, charm +3 awakening item. Spade K. The special attributes had increased quite a bit, but what was the use of this charm attribute? Well, that didn't matter. Yi Chen looked at the last box below the information for the awakening item, Spade K. When he saw that information, a card pattern suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen instinctively clawed at the air, but the card did not appear. Instead, a system message appeared before him. Ding, this awakening item cannot be summoned in the game space. Yi Chen was taken aback. If it couldn't be summoned in the game space, then where could it be summoned? In the real world? Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately left the game space. With a thought, a card appeared in his hand the next second. The card was made of an unknown material, hard to the touch but not metallic. The edges of the card were sharp as a knife. The front displayed a standard black Spade K, while the back featured a red-nosed clown design. The awakened item had been summoned. Now, how should it be used? After some thought, Yi Chen tried to inject his mental energy into it, and the next moment, the black Spade K flashed with a ghostly light. The edges of the card reflected a fierce cold gleam, giving the impression that it could slice anything in half. Yi Chen attempted to touch it, only to have his finger instantly cut. He then tried to use it to touch the table beside him, and the card sliced through the wooden table, cleanly severing it as if it were a thick coin. So sharp. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. Just a light stroke had been enough. He hadn't even applied force. As expected of an awakened item rewarded by the system, it was indeed extraordinary. If this thing were used as a hidden weapon, it could definitely decapitate a monster in one throw. Yi Chen continued to play with the black Spade K, further studying it. Moments later, when his mind touched something within the black Spade K, he felt a mysterious connection forming with the card. Unbeknownst to him, the red-nosed clown on the back of the card flashed with a special light, as if the clown had come to life. In a basement north of Pingan City, over 10 miles away. The basement was dim and damp, exuding a musty smell. At this moment, a man in a gray robe was resting on a hard bed separated by partitions. Even while sleeping, he wore the gray robe, seemingly prepared to flee at any moment. When Yi Chen infused his mental energy into the black Spade K, a clover K on the gray-robed man's chest suddenly flickered. The gray-robed man instantly awoke, instinctively looking around, ready to escape at any moment. Realizing there were no enemies present, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, he noticed the commotion was coming from his chest. The gray-robed man pulled out the clover K, his eyes first wide with shock, then transforming into wild joy. His body trembled uncontrollably, as if possessed, muttering to himself, "That person used it, that person used it." He had discovered a broken crossbow at the place where he encountered danger in Delia. He deduced that the person who took that item did not belong to a third-party force. It was very likely a local from Pingan City who had taken the treasure. For this reason, he had gone so far as to use the personnel planted by the Polaris organization to search. He even resorted to such blatant violent means, all to find Yi Chen in the shortest time possible. However, for some unknown reason, within just 2 days, the Dragon Guard of the security department of Xia Country had discovered them. They followed the trail and came searching. The plan failed, the hidden base was discovered, and the higher-ups of the Polaris organization were either captured or fled, resulting in heavy losses. But he did not leave, for he remained convinced that the one who killed Delia was not a third-party force. For the past few days he had been hiding and continuing his previous investigation. Just then, his card reacted. Moreover, what he had just received was a location coordinate, with the target only 10 kilometers away. However, the gray-robed man's smile did not last long before it suddenly froze, as the ghostly light vanished. On the other side, Yi Chen, after touching a strange sensation, stopped. He felt as if he had just sent something out with the black spade K. This awaken item had emerged from defeating Delia, and it was very likely a special tool that connected Delia with the organization behind him. The person connected to him was either a high-ranking member of the Polaris organization, or a terrifying organization behind it. But regardless of which, if discovered, they would meet their end. Before the Polaris terrorist organization was completely eradicated, Yi Chen did not plan to delve deeper into this. After putting away the black spade K, Yi Chen tidied up briefly and left the inn. 10 minutes after Yi Chen left, a taxi appeared at the entrance of the alley. The man in the gray robe got out of the car and walked straight towards the Yishan Inn. In the lobby, the front desk lady was yawning when the door suddenly swung open. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped her, and she fainted as darkness overtook her vision. The man in the gray robe strode upstairs, but a few minutes later, he came back down with a grim expression. His plum blossom K could sense the presence of other cards within 10 meters. However, after taking around, he found nothing. It was clear that the person had already left. Arriving at the counter, the man in the gray robe splashed a cup of water on the lady to wake her up. Without waiting for her to react, his right hand transformed into a claw, gripping her neck as he coldly said, "I ask, you answer, or you die." The lady was so frightened that she nodded vigorously. The man in the gray robe slowly released her and asked coldly, "Did someone leave within the last 10 minutes? The lady trembled and nodded. Just as he thought. A glint of cold light flashed in the man's eyes. "Get me his information." He didn't use an ID card, the lady stammered. "What about the surveillance? I want his photo." The surveillance has been broken for a long time and hasn't been repaired." The man in the gray robe. At this moment, Yi Chen, who was completely unaware of all this, was on his way to school. He arrived early today, and when he got to the classroom, Wong Hong hadn't arrived yet. Yi Chen returned to his seat as usual and began to organize the information. So much had happened that morning, he needed to sort it all out. First, he had defeated Delia and cleared the one-star mode of character teaching. At the same time, Yi Chen learned the correct way to play the character teaching. In character teaching, NPCs do not need to be defeated head-on. It's enough to drag out the opponent's awakening item usage time until it runs out. As for the rewards, there were 4 achievements, which also unlocked the 2-star teaching mode. Although he hadn't tried the 2-star teaching mode yet, the difficulty was certainly very high, and Yi Chen definitely couldn't handle it now. The blue reward was self-explanatory. It provided special attributes. The purple reward was a special awakening item, Spade K. As for its effects, it was still under research, but it was known that it could be used as a weapon, extremely sharp and capable of cutting through iron like mud. However, the uncomfortable feeling he had before made Yi Chen a bit resistant to it, so he didn't plan to study it for now. Lastly, and most importantly, was the awakening item inheritance given by the golden achievement. The only problem was that he didn't have enough soul coins, which would take some time. While Yi Chen was deep in thought, a hand suddenly patted his shoulder. "Madman, how did it go yesterday?" Coming back to his senses, Yi Chen blinked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, how did you and your partner do yesterday?" "Hey, madman, you seem to have become more handsome." Wang Hong originally wanted to gossip about last night's events, but upon seeing Yi Chen's face, he was instantly stunned. After not seeing his good buddy for a night, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his aura was completely different. Old Wang was shocked. Does playing cards have this effect? Yi Chen instinctively touched his face and then thought of something. So charm points just make you look more handsome? He had thought he could increase favorability with NPCs. If it was just this, then this attribute was indeed a bit useless. "Madman, quickly tell me when you two got together. As your old father, I actually don't know." Wang Hong jokingly wrapped his arm around Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen rolled his eyes at him. "Go away. If you're bored, read your newspaper." "Don't. With our relationship, can you bear not to tell me?" "I can bear it. I'm a good brother who has fought alongside you through thick and thin." "Not anymore. I'll take a step back. I won't ask for the details. Just give me a photo of my sister-in-law to look at." "There isn't one." Wang Hong kept pestering him, but Yi Chen refused to budge. It's not that Yi Chen didn't want to speak, it was mainly because it involved the secret of the Xingtian martial arts training ground, which he didn't plan to reveal for now. If someone found out, it would be troublesome. While the two were bickering, Yi Chen didn't notice that several girls in the class were secretly observing him. In the past, Yi Chen was like a transparent person in class. His reclusive personality meant he hardly chatted with anyone except for old Wang. However, just a moment ago, a few female classmates were chatting together, and one girl happened to glance at Yi Chen. But that single glance made it impossible for her to look away. "Xiao Rou, what are you looking at?" another girl beside her asked. "Have you guys noticed that the classmate named Yi Chen looks kind of handsome?" "Ha!" The other two girls looked over, and in the next second, their expressions froze. Yi Chen's hair was slightly messy, but it wasn't unappealing. His tousled bangs paired with a melancholic gaze gave him an inexplicable charm. "Wow, is Yi Chen really this handsome? I can't believe I didn't notice before. Maybe he's just too low-key." "Hey, girls, watch it, this is school." The girls teased each other, but their eyes never left Yi Chen. Soon, more and more girls discovered this hidden gem. At first, Yi-Chen hadn't noticed, but during the following class he gradually sensed something was off. Many female classmates were stealing glances at him from time to time. This feeling of being gawked at like a monkey made him quite uncomfortable. Annoying. When the first class ended, Yi-Chen habitually planned to check the news, only to suddenly find several people adding him as friends on QQ. He glanced over and saw that they were all classmates from the group. Without a second thought, Yi-Chen directly rejected them all. Wong Hong, beside him, watched in shock as Yi-Chen rejected each request one by one. Crazy, you clicked the wrong thing. You're clicking reject. Yeah, I'm clicking reject, Yi-Chen replied seriously. What if he added them as friends and then got disturbed while playing games? Wong Hong. At that moment, Wong Hong almost broke down. Sure enough, the crazy guy was still the same crazy guy, but what he couldn't understand was how this guy even had a girlfriend. Which girl would be blind enough to like a straight-laced guy? While he was fuming, suddenly two girls walked over. One girl, blushing, asked, Yi-Chen, why did you reject my friend request? Yi-Chen replied expressionlessly, I don't use QQ. Oh, I see, the girl said, somewhat disappointed, but then added, can I have your phone number instead? Yi-Chen, I don't use a phone. The girl, Wang Hong, others. The girl's face turned red, and ultimately, with tears in her eyes, she ran back to her seat and started crying. The others looked at Yi-Chen with unfriendly eyes. There was nothing wrong with rejecting someone, but for heaven's sake, at least come up with a decent excuse. Everyone could see you holding a phone. Yi-Chen didn't care at all. Making one person cry meant others wouldn't bother him. Killing two birds with one stone, perfect. Wang Hong felt his heart bleeding. With that personality, even if the matchmaker tied him with steel bars, he could probably break them. At that moment, he completely gave up on saving Yi-Chen. Let this guy fend for himself. Sighing, he took out the daily news. Speaking of which, he hadn't checked the news today. As he infused his mental energy, the content of the newspaper indeed changed. The entire sheet was filled with tens of thousands of Chinese characters, but the number of words that formed a coherent sentence didn't exceed 2 digits. Wang Hong, however, was happily searching through it. After sifting through it repeatedly, he finally found a clickbait headline. Shocking, a beggar actually did that to a 50-year-old man. The headline had the same flavor, and as for the content, it was surely nonsensical. However, below there is a comic illustration depicting a resplendent hall. In the image, a man dressed in a black cloak is reaching out towards a plump, middle-aged balding man. A card is floating in his hand, featuring the image of a red-nosed clown. On the other side, the middle-aged balding man looks flustered, his body trembling uncontrollably. Aside from that, nothing else is discernible. Damn, this is even worse than before, Wang Hong scoffed, folding the newspaper. After seeing too many headline news stories, one becomes aesthetically fatigued, and he wouldn't even share this with a madman. Ever since Yi-Chen sparked public outrage, no girl has added him as a friend, nor has anyone come to find him. Yi-Chen returned to the familiar rhythm of his past. The morning quickly passed, and during the lunch break, Yi-Chen skillfully pulled out his little tyrant game console. Chatting with girls is nowhere near as fun as playing games. In the game space, as Yi-Chen clicked into character training, a 2-star training appeared below the 1-star training. Although he knew he definitely couldn't win, he still wanted to experience it. Clicking in, the screen once again displayed that familiar forest. In the distance, a golden-haired youth stood nonchalantly in place. However, the moment Yi-Chen saw him, he realized this guy was different from before. The previous Delia looked very young, about 1 meter 60 tall, with a somewhat slender build. But this time, Delia seemed to have grown a bit taller and his physique was much more robust. Different periods? Yi-Chen suddenly thought of something. The Delia he was facing couldn't be him from different periods, could it? The 1-star Delia was how he looked when he had just awakened to 1 star. The current Delia was how he appeared when he broke through to 2 stars. However, the previous 1-star Delia looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. Normally, don't people awaken at 17? Oh, but that's not right. History books record that the earliest awakeners were all naturally awakened, though the ratio was extremely low. Later, the era of universal awakening began with the emergence of awakening stones. Since it was possible to naturally awaken in the past, it should be possible now as well. While pondering, the countdown had already ended. Delia looked at Yi-Chen with a gaze full of disdain. Just an ant. He let out a low growl, and the purple-red armor reappeared on his arms. However, this time it wasn't just the armor. His legs and feet were also covered in armor. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this guy's awakening item was continuously upgrading. If he could defeat this Delia, he should be able to obtain the 2-star inheritance reward. Just as he was feeling pleased, 2 terrifying bolts of lightning exploded, and all that remained in front of Yi-Chen was a screen full of purple. Game over. Back in the game interface, Yi-Chen felt a bit of pain in his face. He awkwardly touched his nose. Alright, this level wasn't something he could tackle right now. But if he couldn't beat the big one, how could he not beat the small one? Thus, Yi-Chen directly entered the 1-star training to start rampaging against Delia. 4 seasoned Gamers, as long as they can clear a level the first time, it means they can clear it countless times. However, after a simple exchange with Delia, Chen suddenly realized that his control over his body seemed to have improved again. Oh, right, there was an achievement that increased his combat skills by 3 points. With his already strong combat skills plus the boost from special attributes, his combat power rose another level. As a result, the pressure Delia exerted on him diminished again, giving him more time to respond. During the exchange, Chen dodged to the side, and Delia's armor grazed his shoulder. Soul coin +1. Delia snorted coldly, and the armor made another upward swipe. Chen tightened his abdomen, and the electrified claws tore through his clothing but failed to touch his skin. Soul coin +1. Receiving 2 soul coin notifications in a row, Chen was momentarily stunned. Originally, I thought I would come here to vent my frustrations on Delia. But at this moment, Chen suddenly felt that there might be a better way. It seemed more profitable to use this guy to farm soul coins. In the jungle, Chen was entangled in a fight with the young Delia, with Delia attacking and Chen dodging with all his might. Soul coin +1. Soul coin +1. With each successful extreme dodge, system notifications appeared before Chen repeatedly. 6 minutes later, Chen finally made a mistake and returned to the game interface. Chen opened the 1-star soul coin shop, and his soul coins increased from 72 to 93. Seeing this scene, Chen couldn't help but smile brightly. He earned 21 soul coins in 6 minutes. At this rate, he could earn about 140 soul coins in 40 minutes, which would be 400 coins in a day. The speed of converting soul coins was simply astonishing. Kill. In the evening, at the Xingtian Martial Arts Arena. Since it was Friday, there were quite a few members present today. In the lounge, just as Chen put on the blue wolf mask and changed into his sparring outfit, Jolie's call came in. "Xiaofeng, are you here?" Chen replied. Instantly, "I'm here, ready to take on clients at any time. Training ground number 7, hurry over, someone specifically requested you." Soon, Chen arrived at training ground 7, where several adults were talking to Jolie. Upon seeing Chen, one of them shouted, "Brother Chang is the sparring partner. Last time I fought for 5 minutes and didn't even touch him. It drove me crazy. Isn't it because you're too weak? Don't worry, today I'll help you get your revenge." Brother Chang waved his arm, revealing his muscular build. Listening to their conversation, Chen quickly understood. The speaker was likely a customer from the day before who got frustrated and brought someone in to settle the score. Chen found it a bit strange. This was a martial arts school, not a gang, so why was someone so worked up over a sparring partner? But since there was money to be made, it didn't matter who he fought. Jolie looked at Chen. "Xiaofeng, the usual rules." Chen smiled. Beneath the mask, "Got it." With Jolie's command, the battle began. Brother Chang roared like a wild bear and charged at Chen, his arms outstretched, attempting to seal off Chen's space. Chen didn't move, he just stood there quietly watching him. "Is that it?" Brother Chang scoffed. His little brother had boasted so much, yet this kind of attack scared him? "Since that's the case, let's end this." Brother Chang's hands transformed into iron pincers, reaching directly for Chen's arm. Just when he thought this strike was a sure hit, Chen moved. He simply squatted down, easily dodging the attack. Brother Chang even brushed against the hair floating above Chen's head. "Oh, agile type?" Brother Chang was taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Chen. "But this is getting interesting, come again." Brother Chang growled and lunged at Chen once more, who, at the critical moment, dodged the attack in the most energy-efficient way. Once, twice, 3 times. After several consecutive attacks missed, Brother Chang roared in frustration. His roar attracted the attention of many around, and they witnessed the scene from the day before. Each time Brother Chang seemed to have a guaranteed hit, it was ultimately dodged by that blue wolf-masked sparring partner. Brother Chang's massive hands were always just a hair's breadth away from Chen. Just a little bit away. This sparring partner feels a bit strange. Are sparring partners really playing at this level these days? That big guy seems strong, so why can't he hit him? Jolie looked at the crowd gathering around and smiled slightly. It seemed this little guy had his hands full today. At the same time, he looked at Chen on the field, his eyes filled with surprise. In just one day, this guy's strength seemed to have improved again. Moreover, this time the improvement seemed even greater than before. Avoiding attacks was not new to Chen, but this time he not only dodged with extreme precision but also minimized his movements. An ordinary person might tire after 10 minutes of fighting. However, for someone like Chen, fighting for 20 minutes straight might not be a problem at all. Could it be that this guy really had some cheat, leveling up once a day? In the resting room at the corner of the 3rd floor of the martial arts hall, Chen Xinlan slowly walked out of her room, yawning. She had just finished fighting with Chen yesterday and had not fully recovered yet. After every high-intensity workout, she needed 2 days to rest. The main issue was still her insomnia, making it hard for her to fall asleep. Feeling bored, she wandered to the sparring area and suddenly noticed a crowd of dozens gathered outside one of the arenas. Curious, Chen Xinlan walked over and discovered a sparring partner wearing a blue wolf mask practicing against a tall, lean opponent. The tall opponent was quick and his attacks were swift. But the masked sparring partner moved like a slippery eel, always managing to dodge attacks at critical moments with various strange postures. Each failed attack drew gasps of amazement from the surrounding audience. Damn, he didn't even touch him. Is this guy really a 1-star sparring partner? There's still a gap between 1 star and 1 star. This guy has been fighting for almost 20 minutes, right? How many passive attributes does his awakening item provide? I feel like he should be at least B grade. Not just B grade, but a combat type. Awakening item, specifically designed to enhance fighting skills. Watching the agile figure in the arena, Chen Xinlan felt a sense of familiarity. Could this guy be Yi Chen? But he seemed to be a bit weaker than the real Yi Chen. Stop guessing, it's him, Jolie said, appearing behind Chen Xinlan without her noticing. Chen Xinlan was taken aback, but he's stronger than yesterday, right? Jolie looked at Yi Chen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. This kid is a freak, he improves every day. And the speed of his progress is terrifying. At this point, Jolie smiled, but everyone has their own secrets. What you need to do is not to explore what he has, but to take the opportunity to ask him for advice. Ask for advice? Chen Xinlan was puzzled. To her, Yi Chen's skills were impressive, but he was definitely not following an assassin's path. Different development paths. Hone different skills. Otherwise, with Jolie, a high-level awakener, by her side, would she still need others to teach her? Jolie raised the corners of his mouth. You still underestimate him. This guy has a high level of mastery in combat. As long as he wants to learn, he could master assassin combat techniques in less than 3 days. A prodigy who learned and successfully used the super combat technique of extreme dodging in just 1 day. As long as he wanted to learn, he could basically master anything related to fighting. There have been similar awakeners in history. For example, the martial arts master Ma Baojia, who rose to fame over a decade ago, had an awakening item that was a martial arts robe, allowing him to quickly learn and comprehend martial arts techniques. He became a martial arts master in just 3 years, creating the Lightning 9 connected whip and opening over 100 martial arts halls, with thousands of disciples reportedly. In Jolie's view, Yi Chen's awakening item might be related to this aspect. In terms of combat power, he might not compare to those with high-quality awakening items, but in terms of specialized skills, he was definitely impressive. Hearing this, Chen Xinlan bit her red lip lightly. She had fought Yi Chen twice, and lost both times, especially since this guy had only awakened half a month ago. Asking him for advice would mean admitting she couldn't beat him, which was truly embarrassing. Having said what he needed to, Jolie stopped paying attention to Chen Xinlan. He checked the time and finally spoke up 2 minutes later. Time's up, sparring session is over. The crowd outside groaned in disappointment, for challengers had failed to land a single hit on the blue wolf masked sparring partner, leaving them feeling utterly frustrated. The most crucial thing is that the 4 who went up are all quite capable. I'll go, I don't believe this guy is made of iron. Another member signed up. On the field, Yi Chen gasped and glanced at Jolie, signaling that he could continue. However, Jolie shook his head. It's halftime now. If you want to fight him, come back in 30 minutes. The person felt reluctant, but the sparring partner had already fought 4 matches in a row. Asking the other party to continue would indeed be shameless. Soon, Jolie pulled Yi Chen into the lounge, and after removing his mask, Yi Chen gulped down a sports drink. Jolie glanced at the sweat on Yi Chen's forehead, marveling inwardly. This guy's stamina consumption was even less than he had expected. This guy seems to have become more handsome? Is it just my imagination? After finishing a bottle of drink, Yi Chen took a long breath and looked at Jolie, saying, Brother Zhou, isn't it time to end the 3-day internship we talked about before? Jolie raised an eyebrow. You want to sign a contract? Yi Chen shook his head. I have half a month until the college entrance examination, so let's skip the contract, but we can discuss the salary for this half month. Go ahead, I'm listening, Jolie said, sitting down on a stool with interest. He had high hopes for Yi Chen's abilities, but his character still needed observation, and this was a good opportunity to see how ambitious this kid was. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. How about this? The price for sparring is still 50 per match, but you guys provide meals and accommodation. Jolie waited for several seconds, seeing that Yi Chen had no further comments, couldn't help but ask, That's it? That's it, Jolie. Based on Yi Chen's performance over the past few days, his value had skyrocketed, and people outside could line up to find him. Jolie initially thought Yi Chen, being money-minded, might ask for a higher share or something. In the end, the salary remained unchanged, just with meals and accommodation added. This was practically a steal for the martial arts school. No problem, the school has a dedicated cafeteria. You can eat whatever you want, and you can drink as many energy drinks as you like. As for accommodation, room 317 is still available. You can stay there for now. If you need anything, just let me know. Alright. Soon, Jolie left, and the lounge was left with only Yi Chen. He was quite satisfied with this arrangement. With his grandfather gone, if he returned home, not only would he have to bike back and forth every day, but there would also be no one to make breakfast for him. It was much more comfortable to stay here. Moreover, Jolie had defended him during that incident, proving that the guy was decent, so there was no need for any unpleasantness over a bit of money. Furthermore, Yi Chen's real goal in coming here as a sparring partner wasn't to make money. His primary task was to learn basic teaching while honing his skills with those members. Most importantly, what if someone from Polaris found his home and had ulterior motives? So, he definitely couldn't stay at home. This place was a perfect opportunity. That killed 3 birds with 1 stone. Who needed money? Half an hour later, after resting, Yi Chen continued to fight. In another 15 minutes, he achieved another triple kill, maintaining full health. Thus, the sparring time was completely over. As dozens of onlookers sighed and left, Jolie could already imagine that this guy would definitely become famous tomorrow. In room 307 on the 3rd floor of the martial arts school, when Yi Chen arrived at the dormitory, he found it to be a high-end accommodation. All the facilities were complete, and the standard was several levels higher than the previous days. Jolie had even thoughtfully bought him a complete set of toiletries. After enjoying a comfortable hot shower, Yi Chen lay on the soft bed and pulled out a little game console to start grinding for soul coins. Once Yi Chen's consciousness entered the game space, he couldn't see that the little game console was still running. At the same time, a faint fragrance wafted from the machine. On the other side of the wall, in the adjacent room, Chen Xinlan lay on her bed resting. She had returned to her room shortly after Yi Chen went to the lounge. In a daze, the black bracelet on her wrist suddenly flickered, causing Chen Xinlan's brows to furrow slightly, as if she were enduring some kind of pain. It was precisely because of this that she had been unable to sleep. However, she had long since grown accustomed to this feeling. She just needed to endure it until it passed. In her endurance, Chen Xinlan suddenly caught a faint, delicate fragrance, and the black bracelet on her wrist, which had been shimmering, stopped flickering. At that moment, Chen Xinlan suddenly realized that the pain she had felt earlier had vanished and an endless drowsiness washed over her. Her head tilted and she fell into a deep sleep. A night passed without incident, and soon dawn broke. On the soft bed, Chen Xinlan groggily opened her eyes. She stretched comfortably, revealing her long, jade-like arms and snow-white skin. Glancing at the time, she was surprised to see it was already 8 o'clock. Chen Xinlan was a bit taken aback. She had forgotten what time she had fallen asleep the night before, but it definitely wasn't past midnight. So, had she really slept for over 8 hours? Since half a year ago, she had never managed to sleep more than 6 hours at a stretch, and now she had broken her own record. Could it be that it was getting better? A slight smile crept onto Chen Xinlan's lips, revealing a sweet expression. At that moment, she felt as if the whole world had changed. When she arrived at the cafeteria, she happened to see Yi Chen and Jolie sitting together. In front of Yi Chen was a mountain of food, and he was currently engrossed in eating. Jolie was smiling and chatting with him. When he saw Chen Xinlan approach, Jolie waved and greeted her with a smile. The next moment, he paused for a moment, sensing that Chen Xinlan's spirit seemed a bit different today. Today, Chen Xinlan wore a white shirt on top and a light blue lace skirt on the bottom. Her usually high ponytail was now let down, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, resembling a lively neighbor girl. Having spent half a year in Pinyin City, Jolie had seen her dress like this only a handful of times. It was only when she was extremely happy that she would dress this way. Xiaolan, you seem to be in great spirits today, Jolie remarked. Chen Xinlan walked over with a light step. Good morning, Uncle Zhou. I slept really well last night, at least 8 hours straight. Jolie laughed sincerely. As long as you can sleep, that's good. Yi Chen, who was eating nearby, looked at the strange smiles on their faces in confusion. It was just sleep. Why were they so excited? Had she been suffering from insomnia before? Well, for someone like him who could fall asleep in 3 minutes, he couldn't understand the pain of insomnia. After gaming until tired, he would just fall asleep instantly. Swallowing a mouthful of soy milk with his food, Yi Chen finally spoke. Brother Zhou, I want to change the way we practice later. What do you mean? Jolie asked, puzzled. The members from yesterday were too weak. They didn't provide a good training effect. I want to find a few who can fight back. After last night and the morning's gaming session, Yi Chen found the battles with the 1-star Delia increasingly easy. Especially in the morning, he had earned 136 soul coins in just 40 minutes. Even the Delia in the game no longer posed any pressure on him, let alone the novices he practiced with. So, Yi Chen thought about learning some other fighting techniques. Jolie paused, glancing at Chen Xinlan, then at Yi Chen, a strange look flashing in his eyes. One of the reasons he had come to find Yi Chen today was to discuss this. It was rare for Xiaolan to encounter a practice partner she felt comfortable with, so he definitely needed to find a way to make Yi Chen more professional. But before he could speak, this guy had brought it up himself. Jolie pretended to ponder for 2 seconds. Ahem, indeed, your evasion skills are already very proficient. It's time to change things up. How about assassination techniques? Chen Xinlan's body stiffened for a moment. She wanted to look at Yi Chen but held back, though her little ears perked up. Yi Chen looked at Jolie in confusion. He was indeed interested in the assassin's assassination techniques but wasn't This a martial arts school? Learning assassination techniques in a martial arts school? Were they expecting him to take out those customers in 1 second? Yi Chen pondered for a moment and asked, does less than 5 minutes of practice count as a session? Jolie immediately understood, laughing heartily, of course it counts, as long as you step onto the mat, and as long as it doesn't lead to serious injury for the customer, you won't bear any responsibility. If something goes wrong, I'll take care of it. What if it ends in 10 seconds? Jolie. At that moment he had already guessed what Yi Chen was planning. As a sparring partner, are you thinking of taking out the member directly for a reward? Earning $50 in 10 seconds, have you gone mad? For money? Ahem, Xiao Foam, the members come here mainly to train. Losing too quickly can be embarrassing, so you'd better control the time to around 3 minutes. This way, they can enjoy themselves a bit and you can take the opportunity to train as well. Reducing the time from 5 minutes to 3 minutes directly increased efficiency by 60%. Thinking of this, Yi Chen decisively nodded. Alright, then let's practice assassination techniques. Brother Zhou, does our martial arts school have this type of sparring partner? Upon hearing this, Jolie looked at Chen Xinlan beside him. Yi Chen glanced at Chen Xinlan, who raised her head proudly, looking a bit haughty. It seemed to say, didn't expect it, huh? I'm the best at assassination techniques here. But the next second she was slightly taken aback. Previously, Yi Chen had been talking to Jolie and she had only seen half of his profile. Now that Yi Chen was looking at her, Chen Xinlan suddenly realized that this guy had become quite good looking. Not to mention, he was indeed a bit handsome. What are you thinking, Chen Xinlan? Yi Chen seriously sized up Chen Xinlan, and her pretty face turned slightly red, but she still stood tall, showcasing all her charm. Now you finally know I'm beautiful, right? Just as she was thinking this, Yi Chen shook his head directly. She's too weak. Is there anyone at a higher level? Hey, what do you mean? How am I weak? Chen Xinlan was almost triggered by Yi Chen's words, her face turning even redder. Yi Chen retorted, you, an assassin, can't even touch me, and you're not weak? I just didn't use my full strength, otherwise you would have been dead long ago. Oh, you're big head ghost. You're getting anxious. You're the one who's anxious. You're really anxious. Go die. The usually aloof Chen Xinlan completely broke down in front of Yi Chen. If she hadn't known she couldn't beat him right now, she would have already attacked. Jolie watched the furious Chen Xinlan, initially a bit nervous, but after observing for a while he noticed she wasn't showing any adverse reactions, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. This kid had been holding back her emotions for so long, it's good for her to vent a little now. Well, you all keep it up. Half an hour later, training ground. Chen Xinlan had changed into a tight-fitting combat outfit, her long black hair now tied up in a high ponytail. After arguing with Yi Chen for a long time, she ultimately decided to let her skills speak for themselves. In a direct confrontation, Chen Xinlan knew she wasn't Yi Chen's opponent. This guy was on a whole different level, leveling up every day. But when it came to the various basic techniques and abilities at this moment, she was quite confident. A true assassin doesn't engage the enemy head-on in the arena. They hold their breath and focus, blending into the environment, waiting for the enemy to let their guard down. Chen Xinlan spoke eloquently, resembling a teacher instructing a student. At first, Yi Chen didn't think much of this little girl in front of him. However, as she explained, he gradually realized that there seemed to be quite a lot for an assassin to learn. Body movement, breathing techniques, disguise, human anatomy. Due to the special environment of the training ground, 80% of an assassin's abilities weren't on display. What Chen Xinlan showcased in her fight with Yi Chen were merely the close combat techniques. Moreover, for certain reasons, she couldn't even hold a dagger, which further diminished the effectiveness. The assassin's system is quite complex. These things can't be learned in a day. Jolie wouldn't let Yi Chen learn everything. He only needed Yi Chen to understand the combat techniques of an assassin during direct confrontations. This way, the practice with Xiaolan would be more effective. Half an hour later, Chen Xinlan briefly explained the basic theories of assassination. The focus was on awareness and techniques during combat with an enemy. Ordinary people fight rather casually, but assassins target the enemy's vital points: temples, eyes, neck, chest. If they strike, it must draw blood. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate. Just once. After saying this, Chen Xinlan walked in front of a dummy and pressed a switch, causing a red light to flash in the mechanical dummy's eyes. This type of mechanical dummy was programmed to automatically attack any enemies within its line of sight. It was a semi-intelligent training tool. Sensing Chen Xinlan, the dummy swung its left arm to throw a punch. Chen Xinlan swiftly moved to the left side of the dummy and kicked it in the ribs with lightning speed. The dummy felt no pain and shifted its weight to kick back at Chen Xinlan. She had anticipated this and rolled away from the attack, positioning herself behind the dummy. Without waiting for it to turn, she suddenly sprang up and delivered a knife hand strike to the dummy's neck. As the dummy retracted its leg and began to turn, Chen Xinlan executed a rapid spin and leaped to the other side, swinging her arm to deliver a heavy blow to the dummy's temple. For the next 2 minutes, Chen Xinlan circled the dummy, moving rapidly to evade its attacks. Each strike was aimed at the dummy's vital points from various tricky angles. If any of these attacks landed successfully, the dummy would immediately lose its combat effectiveness. After attacking nearly all the vital areas on the dummy, Chen Xinlan finally stopped. She turned to Yi Chen with a proud expression and said, "Weren't you saying it was simple? Come on, you try it. In direct combat, I can't beat you, but in terms of assassination techniques, you can't match me." Yi Chen looked at Chen Xinlan with a strange expression. "You want me to do the same moves as you?" "Same? Don't get me wrong, if you can grasp the general idea, that's impressive." "What do you mean by general idea?" "Duh, it means to evade attacks as much as possible while countering and hitting the dummy's vital points." Yi Chen suddenly understood. "If you had said that earlier, I would have gotten it. I thought you wanted me to do those silly moves." "You." Chen Xinlan was infuriated by Yi Chen's words, her chest heaving with anger. That damn jerk actually called her moves silly. "Just wait, I'll make you regret it after I embarrass myself." Yi Chen flexed his wrists, twisted his neck, and approached the dummy. His previously indifferent gaze sharpened instantly. Sensing Yi Chen entering its range, the dummy quickly turned and threw a punch. Yi Chen squinted, stepped back, and sidestepped to avoid the attack, causing the dummy to stop. "Hey, are you even trying?" "Stepping outside the circle means you give up the fight," Chen Xinlan said smugly from the sidelines. Yi Chen looked down and saw a dashed line forming a circle on the ground. So the movement range was 1.5 meters from the dummy. Yi Chen stepped into the circle, and the dummy's red light flashed again, launching another attack. For 3 consecutive times, Yi Chen dodged while adjusting his position, but the dummy quickly turned to find him and attacked, giving Yi Chen no chance to strike back. The attacks were either punches or kicks, seemingly random in their execution. Not to mention, the dummy's movements were quite swift. It was difficult for an average person to get close. "Hey, are you even capable?" Chen Xinlan laughed happily as she watched Yi Chen struggle. Although the dummy couldn't move, its attack speed was anything but slow. It took her half a month to fully adapt to the rhythm of the doll's attacks. "You may be strong, but I don't believe you can understand it in just one day." Chen Xinlan's verbal attacks were nothing more than nonsense to Yi Chen, who looked at the doll with excitement and curiosity in his eyes. To be honest, this doll was quite interesting. Its attack speed was a bit stronger than those previous weaklings, but it was only a bit stronger. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he re-entered the circle, and the doll's attacks came one after another. In the next moment, Yi Chen swiftly moved beside the doll, and as he retracted his arm, he delivered a powerful kick to the doll's abdomen. The first counterattack, successful. Finally, the doll turned around and kicked at him. Yi Chen twisted his body, dodging the kick while moving closer, and struck the doll's neck with a scissor hand. The doll retracted its leg and swept its arm, but Yi Chen seemed to have foreseen it, crouching down to avoid the blow. As he withdrew, he landed a punch under the doll's armpit. Outside the ring, the smile on Chen Xinlan's face vanished. She looked at Yi Chen as if he were a monster. Just a moment ago, he had been utterly defeated, and the next second, it was as if he had transformed into a different person. Moreover, his attacking style was different from hers. He didn't move at high speed to disrupt the doll's judgment like she did. Yi Chen often dodged attacks head-on while directly targeting the doll's vital points. The difficulty level was not even comparable to her own. Jolie wore a faint smile, his eyes filled with admiration. He had guessed that Yi Chen could quickly adapt to this attacking style, but he didn't expect the guy to adapt so swiftly. The key was that his strikes were decisive and ruthless, each one lethal. This was a completely different person from the previous Qinglang, who could only evade endlessly. After 1.5 minutes, Yi Chen had attacked all the vital points of the doll and elegantly turned back to stand in front of Chen Xinlan. "This isn't too hard, is it? You just need hands, right?" Yi Chen said casually, as if he were discussing something trivial. Although the doll's movements weren't slow, it was still just a doll. Knowing how the opponent worked made it easy to dodge. Dealing with Delia was much more challenging. As for attacking, Yi Chen had fought fiercely against the red-eyed rabbit and wild boar during the challenge mode. To conserve energy, every strike had to be lethal. For him, targeting vital points was much more intuitive than attacking other areas. Seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant expression, Chen Xinlan felt her teeth grind in frustration. Along with her anger, there was more shock. This guy had completed in seconds what had taken her days of practice. What kind of monster was this? What was this guy's awakening ability? She hadn't seen him summon anything. Ahem, Xiaofeng, you earlier. Never mind, Xiaofeng, your combat skills may not be very conventional, but you have your own style. I feel you can directly try against Xiaolan now, Zhou. Li initially wanted to ask about Yi Chen's background, but he swallowed the words. Everyone has their own secrets. No matter what Yi Chen had done before, he was now a one-star sparring partner at the martial arts school. Yi Chen shrugged and said, "I'm good with anything, but how do we settle the price?" Jolie smiled. "The usual rule, $50 per match. You just use that fighting style you just showed to attack Xiaolan. If you defeat her, the match ends immediately, and how much you earn depends on your skill." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly looked at Chen Xinlan, and in that moment he seemed to see not a beautiful woman, but a money bag. Feeling Yi Chen's intense gaze, Chen Xinlan inexplicably felt a bit flustered. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen got up from Chen Xinlan feeling satisfied and refreshed. The latter lay on the ground, her body limp, with glistening tears welling up in her eyes. Just now, she had engaged in a combat session of assassination techniques with Yi Chen. In the end, after 15 minutes, she was taken down by Yi Chen 8 times, and the last time she was even captured alive. After practicing for half a year, her proud assassination skills were surprisingly learned by this guy in just a few minutes. Their speeds were similar, but Yi Chen was stronger, quicker to react, and better at timing. Thus, the sparring turned into a one-sided crushing defeat. At that moment, she had to admit that this emotionally clueless jerk was far superior to her in combat. Just then, Yi Chen stepped up beside her, extending his hand with a sunny smile. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen's handsome face, and her cheeks flushed instantly. Alright, she took back what she just said. This guy's emotional intelligence wasn't that low after all. Just as she was about to reach out, a familiar voice rang out the next second. Thank you for your patronage, 8 matches for 400. Chen Xinlan. I actually still have fantasies about this guy. He's just a steel straight man. Moments later, Yi Chen stuffed the money into his pocket and happily went off to practice. Meanwhile, Jolie handed a towel and an energy drink to Chen Xinlan. Now do you believe it? That guy is invincible in combat at the same level. So what? Chen Xinlan retorted angrily. You still care about face? Jolie shook his head and sighed. If that's the case, then it's up to you. Anyway, you can find him anytime if you want to train. That kid is full of energy. Chen Xinlan stood there for a long time, finally stomping her foot in frustration. Ugh, so annoying. Forget it, after this workout, I won't be able to move for the next 2 days, so I'll deal with it then. Time flew by, and before she knew it, it was noon. After a simple lunch in her room, Chen Xinlan returned to her room to continue studying assassin-related knowledge. The black bracelet on her wrist flickered from time to time, but she merely frowned slightly and continued reading. However, as she read, she suddenly caught a whiff of a strange fragrance. Her previously furrowed brows gradually relaxed, and she even felt her eyelids growing heavy. Chen Xinlan was a bit surprised. Was she actually tired? Normally, after intense exercise, it was nearly impossible for her to fall asleep within 20 hours. But today, just over an hour after exercising, she felt sleepy, and that discomfort had vanished. Although she didn't understand what was happening, feeling drowsy was certainly a good thing. Chen Xinlan stopped reading and lay down on the bed, and moments later, she truly fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, 2 hours had already passed. The fatigue from the earlier battle had mostly faded, and she even felt like she could continue fighting. Pushing open the door, Chen Xinlan was about to go find Jolie. If yesterday was an accident, then being able to sleep today meant something must have changed in her. Just as she opened the door and was about to leave, the door to room 307 next door also opened. Chen Xinlan was taken aback because she needed a sufficiently quiet environment to rest, so she had chosen the most secluded room. Jolie knew this too, so generally, the neighboring room 307 was not occupied. Yet, she had no idea someone had moved in next door. Just as she was puzzled, Yi Chen yawned as he came out from inside. Upon seeing Chen Xinlan, Yi Chen instinctively said, "Oh, 300, what a coincidence." The cheerful mood of the person instantly vanished, and she glared at Yi Chen angrily. How many times have I told you, don't call me 300? My bad, it slipped out. Yi Chen laughed heartily. That Chen Xinlan was so convoluted, how could 300 sound comfortable? Chen Xinlan's chest heaved in anger, but she had no way to deal with this thick-skinned, low emotional intelligence, money-obsessed steel straight man. She couldn't out-talk him, nor could she out-fight him. As for getting Uncle Zhou to kick him out, she still couldn't find anyone to replace him. Giving Yi Chen a fierce glare, Chen Xinlan huffed and ignored him, heading straight to find Jolie. Yi Chen shrugged. Indeed, women were troublesome creatures, their tempers changing as quickly as flipping a page. As Yi Chen continued his training, on the second floor in the VIP room, Chen Xinlan was telling Jolie about what had just happened. Jolie frowned deeply. He had sensed something was off in the morning, and now it seemed the problem was quite serious. Chen Xinlan's issue had persisted for 6 months, and she had brought her here, entering the Kunlun secret realm multiple times in search of a solution. Although they had found some clues, a complete cure had yet to be achieved. Now, unexpectedly, Xiaolan's condition had begun to improve, which was quite puzzling. Xiaolan, during the times you felt sleepy recently, did you have any other sensations? Jolie asked. Chen Xinlan shook her head. No other feelings, just suddenly felt much more comfortable, and then I got sleepy. Has your brother not returned yet? Jolie asked again. No, there hasn't been any news so far. Jolie felt a headache coming on. Logically, Xiaolan's improving condition should be a good thing. But if this issue could be resolved so easily, it wouldn't have dragged on for 6 months. Now that a sudden change had occurred, it needed to be thoroughly investigated. Perhaps they could find a way to solve Xiaolan's problem. Alright, from now on, you need to rest well. Call me immediately when you feel sleepy. Got it. Chen Xinlan nodded, but then paused and said, Uncle Zhou, I feel pretty good right now. I think I can train a bit longer. Jolie raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's okay? I'm sure, this time I'm definitely going to fight back. Chen Xinlan's eyes reignited with fierce determination. As long as you're happy. At a university in Pingan City, a brown-haired man wearing sunglasses was hurriedly walking through the boys' dormitory corridor. This was the 6th school that Manhwa had visited. After confirming that Yi Chen was a student, he began his search across various universities. Although the 10-meter sensing range was not large, a stroll through the boys' dormitory corridor would cover it. Soon, he finished checking all the floors and quickly left. When he arrived at a small alley, Manhwa's expression turned grim. He had thought that after confirming Yi Chen's student status, he would find him quickly. However, after a whole day visiting 6 universities, he had found nothing. It seems I was thinking too simply, Manhwa frowned. The person might not have the Spade King in the dormitory, he could be carrying it with him or have it at home. If that were the case, the difficulty of the search would increase significantly. The base had already been destroyed, and the personnel of the Polaris organization had either fled or escaped. He had no one useful at hand. After pondering for a long time, a ruthless glint flashed in Manhwa's eyes, and then he disappeared into the shadows. You were too slow. You should have made your move when I stepped back. At times like this, don't attack my neck. Targeting the chest or waist has a higher success rate. You're terrible at this. Watch closely, I'll demonstrate it for you. In the 9th training area, Yi Chen was teaching Chen Xinlan step by step. 15 minutes ago, someone had come over with an imposing demeanor to challenge Yi Chen. As a result, they ended up kneeling 3 times in 5 minutes, losing everything. Jolie could no longer watch and stepped in to give Chen Xinlan a way out, offering Yi Chen an exorbitant training fee of 1,000 for 15 minutes. The requirement was to teach Chen Xinlan how to improve her assassination skills. Thus, the current scene unfolded. During the lesson, Chen Xinlan executed a whip kick aimed at Yi Chen's thigh, causing him to lose a bit of balance. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xinlan quickly rushed in, aiming a knife-hand strike directly at Yi Chen's throat. Just when she thought she would succeed this time, Yi Chen raised his hand and locked her wrist. Yi Chen was speechless and said, "Hey, how many times have I told you? When you exert force with your arms, use your waist. Your speed is fast, but your explosive power is lacking. Forget it, I'll just guide you through it." With that, Yi Chen slowly walked behind Chen Xinlan and placed one hand on the girl's waist. Chen Xinlan felt a jolt of tingling sensation, as if she had been electrocuted. "What are you doing?" Chen Xinlan exclaimed, trying to break free from Yi Chen's grip, but the harder she struggled, the tighter he held on. Yi Chen frowned slightly. "Stop talking nonsense and be honest. Kick your leg like you did just now." Chen Xinlan wanted to say that she couldn't exert any strength in this position, but when she turned to look into Yi Chen's eyes, she found them clear as water. This guy has no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Chen Xinlan thought to herself, and then a strange idea popped into her mind. Could it be that my figure has no appeal? What are you thinking? Chen Xinlan shook her head to refocus. Taking a deep breath, she kicked forward just like before. As she retracted her leg, she suddenly felt the hand on her waist exert force, and at the same time, the hand gripping her wrist moved as well. With her foot as the center and her waist as the axis, all the muscles in her body exerted force simultaneously. As she threw a punch, a faint sound of air being sliced through echoed in the air. Chen Xinlan stared at her fist, realizing this was the first time she had generated a punch's wind. "Isn't this right? I understand your problem now." Yi Chen released his grip and chuckled. "Your fighting skills are actually decent, but in pursuit of technique, you often lack power." Chen Xinlan snapped back to reality. "But as an assassin, what matters is a one-hit kill. If I have a dagger in my hand, just touching the enemy means certain death." "That's true, but you can't hit the enemy every time you attack. When you fought me, when did you ever land a hit?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xinlan fell silent, contemplating whether Yi Chen's words made sense. Yi Chen didn't mind, she could think as long as she wanted, since Jolie had already paid up. Jolie walked over and handed Yi Chen a recovery drink, saying, "Xiaofeng, your sparring session is over, you can go rest now." "Alright," Yi Chen replied happily as he left. Jolie glanced at Yi Chen, then at the deep-in-thought Chen Xinlan, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the Xingtian martial arts arena, Yi Chen was definitely not the strongest or the most professional, but he was absolutely the most hated. The last 2 sparring sessions had angered dozens of people. They were itching to take a swing at him. As soon as it hit 8 o'clock, someone called out to challenge Yi Chen. Jolie flashed his signature smile. "Sorry, Xing Lang said he won't be sparring for now." "Why?" The challenger was taken aback. "Ahem, he wants to spar with members who are stronger." Upon hearing this, the challenger became furious. "What do you mean? You think I'm weak?" Jolie quickly waved his hands. No, he just thinks that only dodging and not countering is boring." "Counter? Bring it on. If he can take me down, then he's impressive." The challenger was clearly fired up. "Counter? That guy's awakened ability is clearly speed, his attack power must be lacking." "Exactly, a sparring partner actually has the nerve to be picky." The others chimed in, preparing to take on Yi Chen. Jolie looked conflicted, and after a moment, He sighed, fine, since that's the case, I'll talk to Ching Lang again. However, when he turned around, a smirk of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Moments later, Yi Chen appeared wearing the Ching Lang mask. In the blink of an eye, dozens of members gathered around. Among them were those who had seen Yi Chen fight before and those who were curious about the rumors. Looking at the crowd around him, Yi Chen revealed a bright smile behind his mask. These weren't members, they were clearly just wallets. Soon, the sparring officially began. The challenger quickly closed in on Yi Chen. His speed was not slow, and his strikes were fierce and swift. Clearly, the passive attributes of the awaken item had enhanced his agility. Outside the ring, many people cheered and shouted to support the challenger, making it seem like a performance match to those who didn't know better. However, this level of difficulty didn't put any pressure on Yi Chen. He kept moving, dodging each attack with minimal effort. While evading, he was also calculating the timing in his mind, thinking about when he could counterattack. Just now, Jolie had warned him not to strike too quickly, especially not to be too harsh during the counter. If others discovered that his strength was too overwhelming, no one would want to play with him anymore. So, how could he make the opponent lose the match while still appearing not too strong? As Yi Chen pondered this while dodging attacks, he unknowingly retreated to the edge of the arena. If it weren't for the audience behind him shouting, he might not have noticed at all. Oh, the edge of the arena? Yi Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of something. While dodging, the challenger stepped forward and threw a punch at Yi Chen's nose. This time, instead of continuing to evade, Yi Chen made a strange sidestep and dodged while closing in. The crowd gasped, everyone thought the punch had landed. But the next moment, Yi Chen was already at the challenger's right side, lightly kicking the leg that was keeping him balanced and then slapping his back with his other hand. The challenger, who had been attacking with all his might, instantly lost his balance and, propelled by inertia, fell forward and tumbled out of the arena. Hey, didn't he just miss? I felt that punch almost grazed him. So pathetic, he even fell over himself. This is the first time I've heard of someone getting knocked out of the arena by their own sparring partner. The crowd erupted in a chorus of jeers. Just a second ago, they almost thought the challenger had succeeded, only to see him eliminated the next moment. The challenger got up, his face flushed, and was about to re-enter the arena. At that moment, Jolie walked over. Sir, according to our dojo's rules, leaving the arena means the sparring is over. I just slipped, that shouldn't count. But rules are rules. Jolie shook his head, then added, of course, if you want to continue, that's fine, but today will count as 2 sparring sessions. As he said this, Jolie intentionally raised his voice so that the surrounding members could hear. The challenger was already worked up. 2 sessions. It is, I still don't believe it, I almost hit him just now. Seeing this, Jolie and Yi Chen exchanged a knowing glance, a meaningful smile flashing in their eyes. The fish had taken the bait. Half an hour later, Yi Chen left the sparring area with $450 in his pocket, feeling quite pleased. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers was engaged in a heated argument. You were so pathetic, how could you make such a rookie mistake? Don't talk, you fell. Even worse than I did. What's going on today? Everyone is making mistakes. That last sneak attack from the Blue Wolf was real, I saw it clearly. Under Yi Chen's deliberate manipulation, after each 2 to 3 minutes of sparring with a member, he would feign a flaw. The opponent, thinking it was an opportunity, would attack with all their might. Then, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, he would effortlessly toss them out of the arena. To outsiders, it looked like those people had made mistakes themselves. Some sharp-eyed individuals noticed Yi Chen's little tricks, but they didn't think he was particularly impressive, especially when the sparring partners themselves leaned towards the edge of the arena, reducing their own range of movement. At such times, who could resist not taking a shot? As a result, in 30 minutes, Yi Chen sparred 9 times, and all 9 ended the match in the same way. Then they began to argue with the onlookers. Returning to the room, Yi Chen hummed a little tune, happily taking a hot shower before re-entering the game space. However, just 2 minutes into the battle with Delia, as Yi Chen dodged a fatal attack, a system prompt suddenly appeared before him. Soul coins +1 ding, you have unlocked a new achievement, a little bit of money. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, and directly died to access the achievement interface. At the bottom, a new white achievement appeared, a little bit of money condition, accumulate 1000 soul coins effect. Soul coin earnings increase by 10% after successfully clearing a level. Looking at this achievement information, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This title meant that his future soul coin earning speed would increase by 10%. Of course, that wasn't the main point. More importantly, this achievement was cumulative. If he later earned 10,000, 100,000, or a million soul coins, the effect of this achievement would definitely be further enhanced. Overall, the effect was quite good. Yi Chen casually glanced at the 1-star shop. Constitution +1 soul coins, 160 strength +1 soul coins, 160 speed +1 soul coins, 160 spirit +1 soul coins, 80 demon king armor, 1 star, soul coins, 1000 soul coins. For 80 in just one day, his soul coins had increased by nearly 400, which was quite efficient. At this rate, by tomorrow night or Monday, he should be able to save enough soul coins for the 1-star Demon King armor. Just thinking about Delia's electric arm armor made Yi-Chin drool. If that thing were tested, it would scare a whole bunch of researchers to death. Grinning, Yi-Chan re-entered the character tutorial and began slaughtering Delia. Again. On the other side, just a wall away, Chen Xinlan had washed up and lay down in bed early. She tried to adjust her breathing to keep her body relaxed. But, from time to time, her brows would slightly furrow as the black bracelet on her wrist flickered, suppressing some kind of power. In the past, she exercised every 2 days, but now she was working out twice a day, and her exercise volume had seriously exceeded the limit. For Chen Xinlan, her physical fitness was completely fine, but other aspects were not so good. However, she had long guessed this situation. Since she chose to train under these conditions, she had to bear the consequences. She simply lay quietly in bed, silently enduring it. At the same time, she recalled the various scenes of practicing with Yi Chen. Originally, she wanted to review Yi Chen's teaching guidance, but for some reason she couldn't help but think of that moment when someone touched her waist. That damn guy doesn't know what the difference between men and women is? Well, he might really not know. By the way, he shouldn't have a girlfriend, right? Yes, definitely not. Why am I thinking about this? Just as the girl was lost in thought, a faint fragrance wafted into her nostrils. The black bracelet on her wrist instantly stopped flickering, and the headache she had been feeling immediately eased. Chen Xinlan was taken aback. She knew that feeling was coming again. At this moment, if she went to sleep, she would definitely fall asleep immediately. However, recalling Jolie's warning, she did not fall asleep right away but instead called Jolie. In less than half a minute, Jolie arrived. Xiaolan, how do you feel now? Jolie asked with concern. Chen Xinlan smiled. Pretty good, my head doesn't hurt anymore and I even feel a bit sleepy. By the way, Uncle Zhou, did you smell that faint fragrance? Jolie tried to sniff but quickly shook his head. I didn't smell anything. Only I can smell it? Chen Xinlan was a bit surprised. I feel like my ability to fall asleep is related to that scent. I felt sleepy at noon because I smelled it. Can you sense where that breath is coming from? Jolie asked. Chen Xinlan shook her head. No, that scent is very faint. Alright, then you continue to rest and I'll investigate a bit. Jolie began to explore the room little by little. Although his awakened ability wasn't of the reconnaissance type, with his powerful mental strength and such a meticulous search, he was sure to discover anything special in the room. However, after nearly turning Chen Xinlan's room upside down, he found nothing amiss. Time slowly passed, and at one moment, Chen Xinlan, half asleep, suddenly felt that faint fragrance disappear. She opened her eyes. Uncle Zhou, what's wrong? That scent is gone. Jolie immediately took out his phone, comparing it to the time when Xiaolan had called him earlier. The scent that only Xiaolan could smell lasted about 15 minutes. Xiaolan, do you have any special feelings right now? Chen Xinlan carefully sensed and shook her head slightly. No, if I had to say, I'm not as sleepy as before. Jolie furrowed his brows for a moment and said, let's leave it at that for today. You try to see if you can sleep again and we'll talk about anything tomorrow. Soon, Jolie exited the room, but his expression was not good. Xiaolan was his brother's daughter. They had lived and died together for so many years. His brother had entrusted Xiaolan to him because of his trust. Unexpectedly, a problem had arisen with Xiaolan under his care. He couldn't determine what that suddenly appearing scent, which only Xiaolan could smell, was, but the information he had so far indicated it could help Xiaolan sleep. Since this thing was effective for Xiaolan, it had to be clarified. Either that thing was extremely special and he couldn't perceive it, or that scent came from outside the room, spreading in from elsewhere. Lost in thought, Jolie walked away slowly, and when passing by Yi Chen's door, he suddenly stopped. After a moment's thought, Jolie knocked on Yi Chen's door. Xiao Feng, are you there? The door opened quickly, and Yi Chen, wearing pajamas, looked puzzled. Brother Zhou, is there something wrong? Did you smell anything special just now? Yi Chen shook his head. No, I was busy with my own things and didn't smell anything. Just now, his consciousness was in the game space, so even if there was a scent, he wouldn't have noticed it. Then it's nothing, you can rest. Jolie asked casually. In his view, if he couldn't perceive the scent, how could Yi Chen, a 1-star awakened, possibly detect it? The next morning, in room 309, Chen Xinlan lay in bed feeling groggy. She hadn't fallen asleep with that scent last night, and as a result, she woke up after just over 2 hours. The subsequent attempts to sleep were increasingly ineffective. However, compared to her previous state, this was already much better. In the past, after intense exercise, she couldn't sleep within 20 hours. In a days, Chen Xinlan suddenly smelled that familiar fragrance again, and the previous fatigue and pain quickly dissipated. Taking a deep breath, she felt completely at ease. This time, she didn't call Jolie. Her head tilted, and she fell directly into a dream. When she woke up again, it was already noon. Stretching comfortably, Chen Xinlan felt the world brighten up again. Her stomach grumbled in protest, and seeing this, Chen Xinlan quickly washed up and was about to head downstairs. As she pushed open the door and was about to go down, she suddenly smelled that faint fragrance again. Chen Xinlan? She immediately took out a pen and began to write and draw on paper, recording the instances she sensed that special scent. The first time she sensed it was the night before last. She wasn't sure of the time, but it shouldn't have been past midnight. Then she slept until after 8 in the morning, which was the first time in half a year she had slept that long. The second time was around 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Although I had only slept for a little over 2 hours, I had already slept for at least 8 hours before that. So, it wasn't just 2 hours of sleep, it was sleeping until I naturally woke up. The third time was last night at 10:30, and the fragrance lasted for 15 minutes. The fourth time was this morning. I didn't check the time, but it was probably around 7. The fifth time, which just happened, I checked my phone, 1:30, about the same time as yesterday afternoon. After thinking for a moment, I didn't immediately go to eat but quietly waited. 15 minutes later, that faint fragrance indeed disappeared. 3 times a day, each lasting 15 minutes? I murmured to myself, feeling as if I had grasped the pattern of that scent. As for why there wasn't one yesterday morning, it was because I woke up after 8. Whether this is true or not, I would know after verifying it 2 more times. In the afternoon, I continued to be taken advantage of by Yi Chen. No, I continued to seek practical training with Yi Chen. In terms of combat skills, Yi Chen is not weaker than many 2-star or even 3-star awakened ones. Others accumulate skills over many years, while Yi Chen has the memories of his past life combined with techniques honed through life and death struggles. This kind of life and death combat aligns more with the assassin fighting techniques I practice. Yesterday, I still had a bit of resistance, but today, when someone touched me inappropriately, that feeling of resistance lessened a bit. Of course, even I didn't notice this change. In the evening, Yi Chen transformed into a gold medal sparring partner to earn money. After I finished training, I returned to my room early to wait. When the time reached 10:30, the familiar fragrance reappeared. A smile appeared on my face as I drifted into sleep amidst the scent. Meanwhile, Yi Chen began his final sprint for 1,000 soul coins. At this moment, his soul coins had reached 875. With a bit more effort, he still had a chance. In the jungle, Yi Chen fought continuously with Delia, managing to execute an extreme dodge roughly every 20 seconds. When luck was on his side, he could succeed in just a few seconds. After 10 minutes of battle, once the young Delia's armor disappeared, Yi Chen would decisively strike to kill him and then move on to the next round. 40 minutes in the game passed in the blink of an eye. After clearing the 4th level, Yi Chen immediately headed to the 1-star shop. Physique plus 1 soul coins, 160 strength plus 1 soul coins, 160 speed plus 1 soul coins, 160 spirit plus 1 soul coins, 80 demon king armor, 1 star, soul coins, 1000 soul coins, 1016. Looking at the 4-digit soul coins, Yi Chen let out a long breath. Completed. His excited heart and trembling hands, even with his special calm attribute, could not suppress the excitement within. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen clicked on demon king armor, 1 star. The next moment, a golden light enveloped him completely. In that golden ocean, Yi Chen felt something new in his head, all jumbled up. At the same time, his body was undergoing certain changes due to the inheritance he received. In the real world, the small handheld game console in Yi Chen's arms was emitting a special energy that enveloped him. The scattered energy covered a radius of 100 meters. However, that energy was imperceptible to ordinary people. Even if Chen Shilon were awake at that moment, her only sensation would be that the fragrance was fresher and sweeter. It felt like an instant, yet it also felt like a long, long time. When the golden light dissipated, Yi Chen's consciousness finally returned. At the same time, a projection of an armor appeared in his mind. Yi Chen instinctively reached out his hand, and the next moment, a purplish-red armor appeared on his arm. The outer shell of the armor reflected a metallic sheen, giving a peculiar sense of technology. Yi Chen, although he had speculated that he might possess a second awakening item, it was still somewhat unbelievable to actually obtain it at this moment. Yi Chen's mouth was almost grinning crookedly. Indeed, the Demon King armor he inherited was the one worn by the 1-star Delia. He was going to get rich. With a thought, purple electricity appeared. Soon, Yi Chen discovered that his consciousness could control the movement of the electricity. It felt as if his consciousness had been extended. He was the king, and the electricity was his loyal soldiers. As his thoughts changed, the electricity kept jumping between his arms. It was like finding a new toy, and Yi Chen was having a blast. After playing for a while, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something and poured a large amount of mental energy into the armor. Crackle, a massive surge of purple arcs began to increase, gradually gathering in Yi Chen's palm. A dangerous aura slowly emerged, and Yi Chen felt that what he held was not lightning, but a TNT bomb. If it exploded carelessly, there would be no need for cremation. Just as he felt he was about to lose control, Yi Chen tossed it forward, and the lightning transformed into a purple lightning snake, darting out and disappearing into the darkness. This move was the one Delia started to release in the character tutorial. Although there was no reference, Yi Chen was absolutely certain that a normal person would die from this hit. However, this attack consumed A significant amount of mental energy. After releasing it, Yi Chen felt his mental state had depleted considerably and his mental condition dropped sharply. He had already fought in the game space for 40 minutes, and now summoning the Demon King armor and condensing the lightning snake had completely drained his mental energy. Rubbing his forehead, Yi Chen felt a bit better. Although he really wanted to rest right now, he still persisted in studying all the data. Enduring the fatigue, Yi Chen flipped through the game interface and quickly arrived at the personal information page. Health 100% physique, 11 strength, 16 speed, 12 mental, 27 special attributes, courage +1, neural reflex +1, calm +2, resistance +4, combat skills +4, charm +3, lightning affinity +5. Awakening item, Demon King armor, 1 star, Demon King armor, 1 star, passive effects, strength +5, mental +8, lightning affinity +5, active effect 1, consume mental energy to release lightning, active effect 2, stimulate cells with lightning, temporarily enhancing physique, strength, and reflexes. Looking at his panel information, Yi Chen, who had just been fatigued, immediately became excited. This awakening item not only allowed him to summon the armor to discharge electricity but also provided a high boost to his attributes. Strength +5, mental +8, and a special attribute of lightning affinity +5. Just this attribute boost could elevate him to the level of a B-class awakening item. If combined with the armor's abilities, it would definitely start at A-class. And this was just an armor. If it were a complete set of Demon King armor, wouldn't that be out of this world? Wait, so that means Delia is a super freak with an awakening item level reaching S-class? Yi Chen's heart raced. Although he had guessed that the organization behind Delia was terrifying, it seemed he had underestimated them. This organization could even have someone with S-class talent like Delia working for them. The forces behind them must be even more horrifying. Therefore, the secret of this Demon King armor must never be told to anyone. However, if that's the case, does that mean this ability can't be used outside? Oh, that's not right. After using it, just eliminate everyone who sees this scene. Exiting the game space, Yi Chen summoned the Demon King armor, which appeared and then vanished in the next second. Confirming that the armor could be summoned, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of something, and his expression changed. I forgot something important. I haven't gone to the safety department to test my awakened abilities yet. Originally, Yi Chen planned to do the test before the college entrance examination to minimize the impact. But at the current rate of improvement, who knows what kind of monster he might become by the time of the exam. Just the increase in his own strength now, even if it's not 50%, 100% would be enough. However, an awakened ability that relies solely on passive attributes for enhancement has a terrifying improvement rate, even more so than B-level or A-level awakened abilities, which is hard not to question. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen decided to talk to Zhang Laohu about it tomorrow and then go for the physical examination to get the score. Additionally, it would be best to disguise his abilities a bit, for example, saying that the Little Overlord's ability is a power boost. When it comes time for the test, he would only use 60% of his strength and then unleash all his power when summoning the Little Overlord game console. This way, the sudden increase in his strength could be explained, and the awakened ability would also have its own active capability. Oh, right, he also needed to inform his grandfather, just in case any issues arose later. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately called Yi Mingfeng. As soon as the phone rang, the other side picked up instantly. Xiao Feng. What's wrong? Grandpa, are you still awake? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. There was a pause on the other end, followed by Yi Mingfeng's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm drinking with my old comrade. We just wrapped up some business and he's treating me to a meal. Why are you calling me so late? I called to tell you that I've cracked my awakened ability, Yi Chen said happily. Yi Mingfeng? On the other end, Yi Mingfeng was stunned. He had never inquired about Yi Chen's awakened abilities. Yi Chen lost his parents at a young age, which made him reclusive and not good at communicating with others. Yi Mingfeng had only silently accompanied him, and over time, they developed a tacit understanding. They never asked too much about each other's matters. If you want to say something, I will listen. If you need my advice, I will tell you, but I won't ask first. Since Yi Chen hadn't mentioned it before, it was highly likely that he hadn't discovered any abilities. In other words, the awakened ability was a dud. However, since his grandson hadn't become depressed because of this but rather seemed more cheerful during this time, he didn't press further. Now, nearly half a month had passed, and suddenly Yi Chen said he had discovered something. This was too unexpected. How did you crack your awakened ability? Yi Mingfeng asked, somewhat incredulous. Oh, I studied it for half a month and found that it needs to be powered on to activate. Yi Chen recited the explanation he had prepared long ago. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. What ability does your awakened ability have? It can significantly enhance my strength. Yi Mingfeng waited several seconds, and seeing that Yi Chen didn't continue, he asked, That's it? That's it, Yi Chen replied calmly. The rest are passive effects provided by the awakened ability. I feel that my strength, physique, speed, and mental state have all improved to some extent, about 50%. Ahem, that's pretty good. Your awakened ability has quite comprehensive passive effects. Of course, by the way, Grandpa, do you think I can get a B-level rating if I test? That can only be known after going to the safety department for testing. Speaking of which, Yi Mingfeng suddenly paused mid-sentence and tentatively asked, do you want to apply to the Awakened Academy? On this side, Yi Chen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Of course. I want to enter the Awakened Academy to become an adventurer and explore unknown realms in the secret lands in the future. On the other end, even through the phone, Yi Mingfeng could hear Yi Chen's joy and excitement at that moment. But the smile on Yi Mingfeng's face froze. For so many years, Yi Chen had never told him that he wanted to become an adventurer. In fact, there was a time when he was very averse to the abilities of awakened individuals and magical creatures. He originally thought that Yi Chen didn't want to pursue the path of an awakened. But after hearing Yi Chen's desire for a B grade and his admiration for adventurers, he realized he was wrong. Indeed, in this era of universal awakening, the grade of an awakened item can influence a person's future. Gaining admission to the Awakened Academy is equivalent to entering two completely different worlds compared to a regular academy. Even if he had some resistance to awakened items due to childhood shadows, who wouldn't want to obtain a high-grade awakened item? After a moment, he slowly spoke, since you want to take the exam, then give it a try. With your awakened items ability, you still have a good chance. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to you? I think so too. I feel like I've definitely scored over 60. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen finally couldn't hold on any longer, said goodnight, and hung up the phone. Once the call ended, the previously cheerful Yi Mingfeng suddenly wore a frown. He had kept his identity hidden from Yi Chen for years to carry out certain tasks. In the past, Yi Chen was taciturn, and he thought Yi Chen was not interested in becoming a high-level awakened, so he didn't give him professional advice, allowing Yi Chen to develop freely. Had he known this would happen, he should have taught him seriously and improved his worldview in advance. That way, the rating of his awakened item would have been higher when he awakened. Just now, during their chat, Yi Chen confidently claimed that his four-dimensional attributes had increased by over 50%, which he definitely didn't believe. In Yi Mingfeng's view, Yi Chen had just gained confidence from recently acquiring his abilities. If he went to test his rating tomorrow or the day after and found it wasn't much of a B grade, he would surely be very disappointed. He already owed a debt to Xiaofeng's parents. If he made Xiaofeng sad again, then he would have been a useless grandfather. Thinking of this, Yi Mingfeng gritted his teeth and dialed a number he hadn't called in 11 years. Late at night, the stars twinkled in the sky, and by the early hours, the lights in various places of Ping'an City gradually went out. In a high-end villa area in the city center, apart from two security guards, everyone else had already fallen asleep. One guard yawned out of boredom. They had been here for 6 or 7 years and hadn't seen a single thief. Those who lived here were either rich or noble, and anyone daring to cause trouble here was simply blind. While daydreaming, suddenly a shadow flashed before his eyes. The guard was taken aback, rubbed his eyes, and looked around, but saw nothing. Did he just imagine that? Inside the community, a figure in a gray robe moved through the darkness, spending several minutes finally avoiding all surveillance to reach a villa. In the bedroom on the second floor of the villa, in a dimly lit room, a greasy middle-aged bald man was sleeping with a woman 30 years younger than him. In his sleep, the greasy man suddenly felt a terrifying pressure and woke up with a start, about to call for security, but the next moment, his mouth suddenly closed. Before his eyes, a playing card, the King of Diamonds, floated in midair. The card emitted a cold, chilling light, clearly visible even in the dark. The owner of the card was a brown-haired man wearing a gray robe and a mask. Deputy Mayor Wang, long time no see. The brown-haired man's hoarse voice came from beneath the gray robe, cold and devoid of emotion. Deputy Mayor Wang was initially shocked but quickly regained his composure. The years of cultivated authority were not easily shaken. He got up and put on a bathrobe, coldly saying, "King of Diamonds, you have quite the nerve. The dragon guards and the enforcers are looking for you, and you dare to come here. Ha, do you think they can stop me if I want to leave?" The King of Diamonds sneered and then said playfully, "But you, if they find out you have contact with me, what do you think will happen?" Deputy Mayor Wang's expression darkened. "What do you want? If you think you can use this as leverage to make me do your bidding, then I don't mind going down with you." With that, he waved his hand, and a steel ruler appeared in his grasp. The aura around him shifting dramatically in that moment. However, facing such pressure, Manhwa showed no signs of alertness. He leisurely sat down in a chair and smiled. "Put away your tricks. If you dare, you would have called for help the moment you saw me." Vice Mayor Wang paused, gritting his teeth. "What exactly do you want? I haven't wronged you all these years." Manhwa slowly poured himself a cup of tea, gently swirling it. "Calm down, I'm just here to ask you for a small favor. Once this favor is done, we won't meet again, how about that?" A night without incident, and soon dawn broke. Early in the morning, Chen Xinlan woke up early. She was timing her weight, and when the clock struck 7, a faint alarm sound suddenly came from the next room. "I want to peel away your clothes layer by layer." Chen Xinlan's face flushed. She didn't expect this guy to like such strange ringtones. Just as she was thinking, the fragrance scent reappeared. Chen Xinlan was delighted and quickly got up to leave her room. Yesterday, when she opened the door, she had caught a whiff of the fragrance, and combined with some speculations from Jolie, she had a bold guess. The source of that special fragrance might not be in her room but wafting in from somewhere else. So this time, she wanted to test where the scent could be detected. Although she couldn't pinpoint the source of the fragrance, she could find the boundaries where the scent spread. This way, she could determine the general direction of the scent's origin. Pushing open the door and stepping into the corridor, Chen Xinlan sniffed the air and indeed caught the fragrance. She walked and paused, her nimble little nose occasionally taking a sniff. After walking 30 meters, she felt the scent seemed to fade a bit. Advancing another 10 meters, the faint fragrance completely vanished. Chen Xinlan turned back to look at her room. The distance was about 50 meters. One direction tested, what about the others? Chen Xinlan thought of heading back, but as she walked, she suddenly realized the scent had disappeared. Chen Xinlan was stunned, glancing at her phone which showed only 9 minutes had passed. The fragrance usually lasted 15 minutes, but today, it had shortened. Her expression changed, and she hurried back to her bedroom. Closing the door, Chen Xinlan tried to calm herself down and focus, but she still couldn't catch a whiff of that fragrance. The scent had indeed vanished. Chen Xinlan stared blankly at the ceiling, her mind a tangled mess. The previous times had lasted 15 minutes, but this time it was only 9. Was there something wrong with the source of that fragrance? Would it disappear completely? At that moment, Chen Xinlan panicked. In the next room, Yi Chen exited the game space feeling a bit frustrated. He had been too tired yesterday to test the Demon King's armament abilities, so early this morning he eagerly dove back into the game. With the Demon King's armament activated, his 5 claws were as sharp as blades. Whether it was a red-eyed rabbit or a wild boar, as long as they were touched by those claws, they would be torn apart. As a result, Yi Chen got carried away, and 10 minutes later, the Blue Wolf King appeared. Yi Chen unleashed a lightning strike, but while the Blue Wolf King was indeed injured, it was only a minor wound. Immediately after, the Blue Wolf King let out a roar, and terrifying wind blades surrounded it. At that moment, Yi Chen realized this guy had a berserk mode. 10 seconds later, Yi Chen honorably exited the game space. The second time, Yi Chen learned his lesson and didn't provoke that creature, obediently dragging it out for 3 minutes. Starting from the 14th minute, the number of monsters began to surge. In the first 1 or 2 minutes, one would appear, but in the following seconds, even just a few seconds later, another would show up. After 15 minutes, several would appear at once. Yi Chen, who was used to 1v1 battles, found it hard to adapt to this chaotic battle mode. Fortunately, the Demon King's armed defense is quite impressive and can also condense lightning. Accompanied by the explosion of thunder, Yi Chen wreaked havoc everywhere. Although it felt exhilarating, the consequence was a rapid increase in mental energy consumption, and by the time he held on for 17 minutes, he was exhausted. Ultimately, Yi Chen had no choice but to exit the game space. Summoning the Demon King's armed forces consumes mental energy, and the consumption rate for summoning lightning skyrockets, while the consumption for the purple lightning snake is even more terrifying. Yi Chen muttered to himself, analyzing all the information. With the enhancement of his mental energy, Yi Chen now estimated that he could last about an hour in the game space. However, if he summoned the Demon King's armed forces, the duration would decrease, and if he frequently used lightning, the time would shorten even further. The task time for the challenge mode is 30 minutes, and based on his current mental energy, he must complete it in one go. Failing even once midway would basically mean no chance of success. Half an hour later, at Rongwang High School, Yi Chen arrived at class as usual. Seeing Yi Chen come in, Wong Hong happily said, "Crazy, come here, I have something good to show you." "What is it?" Yi Chen leaned over and found it was an announcement issued by the Pingan City Security Department. It stated that the members of the Polaris organization's terrorist group had basically been captured. The others who had escaped were still being pursued, but the city of Pingan had essentially been cleared. Of course, such statements were just to fool ordinary people. Yi Chen certainly didn't believe it. And then? Yi Chen asked. Wong Hong looked around and leaned closer to Yi Chen's ear, whispering, "My cousin came to my house yesterday and said the rewards will be distributed in the next few days." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "What rewards?" "A 1-star military merit badge plus a bonus of 300,000. 300,000? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He had been working hard for the past few days and had only earned a little over 3,000. Yet, a single reporting reward was 100 times that. Wong Hong joked, "Didn't expect that, right? When the rewards come, the badge is mine, and the bonus is yours. You'll have to treat me to a good meal then." Compared to the 300,000 bonus, the 1-star military merit badge was even more valuable. That thing couldn't just be bought with money. Not to mention, having it would add 20 points to his college entrance exam score. But, unfortunately, Crazy wasn't interested in such things. He couldn't understand how this guy thought. Yi Chen smiled, "Don't worry about the rewards. I'll treat you to lunch on the 2nd floor. Where are you getting the money from?" Wong Hong was a bit confused. Just a while ago, Yi Chen had treated him to a meal that cost over 1,000. Now, just a few days later, he was going to treat again. Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. "Of course, I earned it." Wong Hong blinked and suddenly guessed something. He whispered, "Don't tell me you earned it from your girlfriend." What girlfriend? The girl who called you that night. Oh, sort of, I only earned part of it from her and there are others. Wong Hong. At first, Wong Hong thought Yi Chen was in a relationship, but after this guy rejected all the girls in class last week, he realized that nothing had changed. He could even break the red thread of fate. It would be strange if he had a girlfriend. Given the current situation, Wong Hong had a bold guess. Crazy wasn't looking for a girlfriend, he was being kept by a rich woman. Moreover, from what he said, it seemed he wasn't just being kept by one, but by several. No, this wasn't being kept, this was being a gigolo. Wong Hong grabbed Yi Chen's hand seriously and said, "Crazy, we can't earn this kind of money. If you need money, come to me." Yi Chen was taken aback, thinking that old Wang had guessed he was doing practice coaching. It made sense, after all, he was his good brother, and it was normal to notice some details. Yi Chen smiled, "It's fine, they cover food and lodging, and everyone treats me pretty well." "That's not okay either. You're only 17, your health is the most important." Wong Hong was heartbroken. Just thinking about his good buddy being ravaged by a group of middle-aged women made his heart bleed. Wait, that's not right. The voice he heard that day seemed very young, and the madman also said the other person was quite good-looking. If a group of middle-aged women were replaced by a group of beautiful young ladies, that doesn't seem like a loss, right? Yi Chen had no idea what filthy thoughts were running through old Wang's mind. As soon as the topic of health came up, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. He whispered, "Old Wang, let me tell you a secret. I've developed my awakening item." Wong Hong snapped out of some inappropriate thoughts. He stared at Yi Chen in shock. Yi Chen had mentioned this before, but back then, he was just going along with it to avoid hurting his buddy's feelings. He had never heard of an awakening item research taking half a month. Now, his good buddy suddenly dropped this bombshell, leaving him confused. "Are you sure?" Wong Hong expressed his doubt. "Of course, if you don't believe me, let's shake hands." Wong Hong, still puzzled, extended his hand. The two clasped hands, and after Yi Chen applied a little pressure, Wong Hong immediately yelped in pain. "Ouch, ouch, that hurts." Yi Chen released his grip and smiled. "Now do you believe it? The awakening item of an awakener can enhance some passive attributes of the body." Yi Chen's mental strength was significantly higher than his other attributes, likely boosted during his awakening. However, mental strength is different from other attributes and cannot be measured through simple tests. That's why Yi Chen's awakening item was considered a waste product. Now that his strength had surged, it could perfectly prove that the awakening item had fully awakened. Ignoring the pain in his hand, Wong Hong exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, madman, you really developed it." Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "Of course, did you think I was lying to you before? How could that be? By the way, what's your awakening item's ability?" Wong Hong awkwardly changed the subject with a smile. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, "The ability is to enhance strength and explosiveness, but the passive attributes have increased quite a bit." "Haven't you had a physical exam yet?" "Not yet. I'll look for Zhang Laowu this afternoon to report in advance before going." Wong Hong nodded and continued to ask, "How many points do you think you can achieve with this?" Yi Chen smiled confidently, "B grade." Time flew by, and soon it was the third period of physical education in the afternoon. In this world where monsters frequently appeared, no one knew whether tomorrow or an accident would come first. Therefore, regardless of whether one was on a combat path or not, a healthy body was essential. The physical education score accounted for 1/3 of the total score for the college entrance examination, making it a significant component. When everyone arrived at the playground, they saw Zhang Yifeng standing like a spear under the scorching summer sun. He stood tall, and an invisible aura made everyone hold their breath. Zhang Yifeng said in a deep voice, "There are still half a month until the college entrance examination. Today we'll have a small test. Everyone will run 3 laps to warm up. Boys must finish in under 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and girls must finish in under 4 minutes. Those who don't complete it will run an additional 1,000 meters. Ah, no way. It's so hot, we might die. Zhang Laowu has gone mad. This is almost as tough as the full score for the college entrance exam, right? Devil." Everyone complained in despair. Running 1,000 meters in this heat with such strict time limits made him seem like a devil. However, Zhang Yifeng ignored their complaints and directly pressed the timer. Timing, start. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shut up and sprinted onto the track. They knew all too well the consequences of arguing with Zhang Laowu. On the track, everyone was panting heavily. Yi Chen originally planned to stay at the back of the first tier as usual. Although his strength had increased in the past few days, he had been keeping a low profile. But since today was the day to go public, he decided to show off a little, let them see what he could do. Zhang Yifeng watched the crowd intently from the side of the track, analyzing each person's level of strength. Suddenly, he noticed that Yi Chen, who usually had above-average physical abilities, began to accelerate. I never noticed before, this kid actually looks quite good. If he tidied up his hairstyle a bit, he could be a handsome young man." Under Zhang Yifeng's watchful eye, Yi Chen gradually overtook the 6 classmates in front of him and reached 3rd place. He maintained that speed all the way to finish the 1,000 meters. When Yi Chen crossed the finish line, Zhang Yifeng glanced at the time, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. That was nearly 10 seconds faster than before. As the time reached 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Zhang Yifeng pressed the timer and said bluntly, "Time's up. Those who didn't finish will be penalized with an extra 1,000 meters. Whoa, I was just 20 meters short. I have no strength left. I'm tired, just end it." The dozen or so students who hadn't finished moved sluggishly on the track, as if they were about to collapse, but Zhang Yifeng didn't care. "Either run the 1,000 meters honestly or you'll stand on the playground for a class." He turned to look at the other students, who were all slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. As for Yi Chen, he finished at such a fast speed and was merely breathing lightly. Zhang Yifeng pointed at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, come here for a moment." Yi Chen paused. "What is it, Teacher Zhang? Have you noticed that you're a bit different today than usual?" Zhang Yifeng asked. Yi Chen had been waiting for this question. He grinned and revealed a brilliant smile. "I noticed because last night I figured out my awakening ability." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhang Yifeng was stunned for several seconds. The awakening ability of an awakened is the manifestation of various capabilities, such as emotions, cognition, and thoughts from their inner world through the use of an awakening stone. Most awakening abilities have a relatively dense connection with the awakened. Once awakened, they can be learned and used immediately. An awakening ability like Yi Chen's, which had not been discovered for half a month with a 99.9999% chance of being a failure, would typically be considered useless. So now he suddenly claims to have figured it out. Anyone would find that strange. "What is your awakening ability?" Zhang Yifeng expressed doubt. "Strength. After using it, my strength can be greatly enhanced," Yi Chen replied. Zhang Yifeng became interested. "Oh? Then summon it and give it a try." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen didn't hold back. With a thought, a small game console appeared in his hand as he shouted, "8 gates of Duanjia, open." In Zhang Yifeng's confusion, Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. "Teacher, it's done." "Zhang Yifeng? Are you sure that shout has anything to do with your awakening ability?" Zhang Yifeng certainly didn't feel any energy fluctuations. However, since the other party said it was ready, he might as well give it a try. Zhang Yifeng stood in place and waved at Yi Chen. "Come on, hit me with all your strength in the chest." Yi Chen nodded excitedly. After gaining the inheritance, he still didn't know what his full power strike was like, so it was a perfect opportunity to test it. Standing in front of Zhang Yifeng, Yi Chen took a deep breath, and in the next second, his aura underwent a tremendous change. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhang Yifeng's eyes. He had once been a dragon guard in the security department, specifically fighting against terrorists. At this moment, he could feel that Yi Chen's aura was completely different from before. If the previous Yi Chen was a docile little sheep, the current one felt like a tiger baring its fangs. This kind of momentum was something even the top students with B-level talents who had been training for half a month couldn't achieve. Interesting. Zhang Yifeng looked at Yi Chen with growing anticipation. "Come on, attack with all your strength." Yi Chen nodded, letting out a low shout, using his feet as the axis and his waist and abdomen as the core, exerting force throughout his body simultaneously. A punch, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, struck hard against Zhang Yifeng's chest. Bang! The dull thud echoed across the playground, causing many students who were still resting nearby to instinctively look towards Yi Chen and Zhang Yifeng. Standing still like statues, Zhang Yifeng and Yi Chen faced each other. In response to Yi Chen's full-force punch, Zhang Yifeng's body remained unmoved, as solid as steel. Seeing this, Yi Chen slowly retracted his fist and awkwardly scratched his head. The image he had imagined of Zhang Laohu being sent flying by his punch did not materialize. Indeed, teachers were worthy of their title, possessing real skills. Zhang Yifeng did not budge, but his gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with astonishment. It was perfectly normal for Yi Chen to be unable to move him. After all, he was a genuine 3-star defensive awakened one. Among those of the same level, there were not many awakened ones capable of breaking through his defenses. If he were to be breached by a 1-star student, it would be better to find a block of tofu to crash into. However, this did not mean that Yi Chen's punch was weak. On the contrary, the power of that punch was formidable, extremely strong. While teaching class 17, he was also the physical education teacher for the elite class. He was well aware of the level of those novices. After half a month of training, there were hardly any who could truly perform in combat, and some even lacked basic skills. But every movement in Yi Chen's punch was textbook level, engaging all the muscle groups and organs he could summon from head to toe. If that punch had struck not him but an awakened one of the same level, it would definitely have broken their ribs. Whether they could survive would depend on their individual constitution. Not bad, very good," Zhang Yifeng said happily. "I'll take you to the safety department for a checkup shortly. Let's see what your rating is." Although Zhang Yifeng admired Yi Chen, he was not optimistic about the rating of Yi Chen's awakened item. The punch was powerful, but an awakened item that only enhanced strength was too ordinary. As one reached 2-star, 3-star, or even higher levels, the gap in abilities of awakened items would become more pronounced. Therefore, whether Yi Chen's awakened item could reach B level would have to be determined after testing. 2 hours later, By a treadmill in the Pingan City testing room, Yi Chen was resting. At this moment he was steaming with heat, sweat soaking his shirt. For over an hour he had been testing various data about himself. Yi Chen was somewhat puzzled. During his last test, only a few pieces of information were checked, so why was it so complicated today? However, since it was their requirement, he had to comply. In the adjacent research room, several researchers were comparing Yi Chen's data before and after his awakening. Defense increased by about 20%, muscle fiber elasticity improved by 23%, bone density increased by 12%, endurance improved by 64%. Without using the awaken item, strength increased by 66.5%, agility improved by 23.6%. As each piece of data was recorded, the expressions of those present began to grow increasingly strange as they looked at the information on the screen. This kid can probably reach B level just based on passive attributes, right? Pretty much. Speaking of passive attribute enhancement, this guy could probably rank in the top 10 among this year's students. What a pity, the ability of the awaken item is too ordinary, otherwise, he could aim for A level. One researcher expressed confusion. Why does a technology type awaken item enhance strength? As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's heart. Every awaken item is a reflection of the awakened one's inner self. The abilities of the awaken item are similarly tied to the individual. If the awaken item is a sword, its abilities are mostly related to combat. If the awaken item is a rope, its abilities are largely about binding and control. Yet, Yi Chen's awakening was a technology type item. However, its ability was the simplest and most ordinary enhancement of strength, which was puzzling. Additionally, there was a requirement to thoroughly test all of this guy's information. Even the A-level students had never been tested this thoroughly. After being busy for more than an hour, all the information was finally tested. As the data was compiled, a device began to operate, and a moment later, a number appeared on it, 68. No one showed any surprise at this result. The moment they learned about Yi Chen's abilities, they had already estimated the range. Seeing Yi Chen's various values improve, they had confirmed that he could reach the B-level standard. At this moment, the door opened, and an old man with white hair walked in. The old man had a face full of wrinkles and moved slowly, but he wore a special badge on his chest. Upon seeing the newcomer, a few people hurriedly bowed. Vice Dean, is the testing complete? The Vice Dean asked. A researcher immediately replied, the testing is complete, B-level, 68 score. It doesn't matter, this person's information is sealed. Change his score to B-level 60. What rating did you just say? The Vice Dean inquired. B-level, 68 score, what's wrong? The Vice Dean replied. It's nothing. After saying this, the Vice Dean hurriedly left, leaving everyone confused. Outside the laboratory, the Vice Dean's face flushed. Originally, he had been entrusted to help modify Yi Chen's awakening item score. Since the security department's testing room was responsible for the awakening and assessment of students, they must have some special authority. For them, modifying scores was quite easy. However, generally speaking, they modified scores for those monstrous geniuses. Once the score reached A level, every awakener would be highly scrutinized. If some people's awakening item abilities were special, the higher-ups of the security department would directly seal the information. There were also some individuals with special identities who didn't need to be tested and could directly forge a fake score. On the contrary, it was rare for someone whose awakening item score hadn't reached B level to be forcibly increased. After all, talent scores could be modified, but the abilities of the awakening items themselves could not be changed. As the level increased, the ability gap of awakening items became larger. Even if such individuals managed to graduate, they could not become combat-type professions, like adventurers, enforcers, or security department dragon guards. At most, they could go to the security department to leverage connections for a clerical position, but that would be no different from an ordinary school. The Vice Dean murmured, I've already helped, but his awakening item has reached B level, so I don't need to modify it anymore. Therefore, that favor should be considered repaid, right? Outside the security department, Zhang Yifeng was waiting there early. Although he used to be a dragon guard in the security department, he had lost his previous position after being injured and retiring. Now, his identity did not qualify him to go inside. At this moment, Zhang Yifeng was quite anxious, pacing back and forth at the entrance. Generally, the physical examination for ordinary awakeners would be completed in just over half an hour. Especially since Yi Chen's awakening item ability was strength enhancement, which was inherently simple, this situation should have ended quickly. However, it had been almost 2 hours, and there was still no news. It wasn't that he cared so much about Yi Chen, he just had some admiration for this student. Regardless of the power of that punch on the playground, the aura he exuded and the standard of his movements made him very pleased. Zhang Yifeng didn't even know how long it had been since he had experienced such a feeling. While waiting, the door finally opened, and Yi Chen walked out with a smile on his face. Yi Chen, how did it go? Yi Chen didn't say anything but handed over a test report. Name, Yi Chen level, 1-star awakening. Item, Little Overlord Power Machine passive effect, Strength +3, Constitution +4, Speed +4 active effect, significantly enhances strength and explosiveness, initially increases by 50%, duration. Half an hour score, 68, B-level, Xing Tian Martial Arts Hall. As it approached 10 o'clock at night, Yi Chen staggered back to the martial arts hall. After the ratings came out, Zhang Yifeng helped Yi Chen with the transfer procedures, and Yi Chen became the focus of the class. With a B-level score, this was something that couldn't be hidden. Yi Chen estimated that he would be transferred to the elite class the next day. Before leaving, he definitely wanted to celebrate with old Wang, so the two of them went out for drinks after school. When he returned to the door of room 307, he glanced at room 309 and suddenly thought of something. It seemed that the 300 yuan for today hadn't been given to him for practice. Not having it was just as well. He had drunk a bit too much today, and if a fight broke out, it would be hard to say. Shaking his head, Yi Chen returned to his room to wash up. Just before going to bed, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't told his grandfather about his situation yet. So, Yi Chen called Yi Mingfeng again. This time the call was picked up instantly, but at first there was a gust of wind on the other end, which quickly disappeared. Slightly tipsy, Yi Chen didn't mind and happily said, "Grandpa, my score is out, 68 points. B-level." A hearty laugh came from Yi Mingfeng. "Ha ha, of course. I told you it would be fine. Now you can relax, but you have to hurry up in the next half month." Yi Chen chuckled, "Don't worry, with my current score, getting into a Awakener Academy will be a piece of cake. You little brat just got to B-level and you're already getting cocky. Have you forgotten that the Awakener Academy exam also has practical assessments? You've trained half a month less than others, so you need to catch up. I've hunted wild boars, so practical assessments will definitely be fine. That's because I taught you well." Right, Grandpa is the best." For Yi Chen now, there was no pressure regarding the college entrance examination, whether it was cultural scores, physical tests, or practical assessments. The only thing left to consider was which academy to choose from the options available. However, there was no need to explain too much to Yi Mingfeng. With the B-level score in hand, Yi Chen was very happy and chatted with Yi Mingfeng over the phone. At first, it was Yi Chen talking, but gradually it turned into Yi Mingfeng rambling. Yi Chen listened quietly without rebutting, occasionally chiming in. As they talked, they returned to the topic of the college entrance examination. Yi Mingfeng asked, "By the way, after the college entrance examination, if your score is enough, which type of Awakener Academy are you planning to go to?" Yi Chen was taken aback. "Huh? Are there different types of Awakener Academies?" During this time, Yi Chen had been memorizing history and hadn't studied the information about Awakener Academies in detail. On the other end, Yi Mingfeng was speechless, but thinking about it, perhaps Xiaofeng hadn't guessed that he could get a B-level score. Yi Mingfeng explained seriously, "The Awakener Academies in Xia country are backed by major shareholders, including the military, consortiums, and adventurers." Under Yi Mingfeng's introduction, Yi Chen quickly understood the differences among the three. Training Awakener requires massive resources and it's impossible to earn back the tuition fees. Ordinary Awakeners also don't have the money to pay tuition. Therefore, all Awakener Academies have financial backers. Awakener Academies related to the military have an easier time entering the security department or the Enforcers Alliance of Xia country after graduation compared to other academies. Awakener Academies funded by major consortiums often recruit many Awakeners even before they graduate. After graduation, they directly become part of their private forces or mercenaries. Adventurer Academies have a relatively low market share compared to the other two and do not hold an advantage. However, these academies have absolute autonomy. Awakeners from these academies are more willing to explore secret realms and become unrestrained adventurers. Other adventurers are also more willing to recruit such individuals as their partners. After listening, Yi Chen fell into contemplation. Previously, he only knew that Awakeners had multiple career choices after graduation, but he hadn't realized there were various pathways involved. However, Yi Chen's goal was to become an adventurer, so it didn't matter which academy he went to. An old man and a young boy chatted for over half an hour before Yi Mingfeng reluctantly hung up the phone. Yi Mingfeng let out a sigh of relief. His grandson's dreams had been fulfilled on his behalf. With his grandson's usual performance combined with a score of 68 on the Awakening material assessment, getting into the Awakener Academy was definitely not a problem. As for which one to attend, that could be decided later. If necessary, he could ask them for a favor. That one favor had alleviated much of his previous guilt towards his grandson, making it quite worthwhile. Woof woof. Just as he was feeling sentimental, Heisey suddenly barked. Yi Mingfeng turned to look, and not far away, a terrorist was being pinned to the ground by Heisey. The terrorist's limbs were tightly bound by vines, and a Heisey was perched on top of him. His neck was wrapped several times by a thick vine. At that moment, his face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he were about to suffocate. Yi Mingfeng realized something and waved his hand, causing the vine around the man's neck to slowly loosen. The terrorist began to cough violently, but finally breathing in fresh air gave him a sense of having survived a disaster. Yi Ningfeng showed an apologetic expression. Sorry, I was afraid you would interrupt my chat with my grandson, so I had to cover your mouth. The terrorist looked at Yi Ningfeng, trembling all over, thinking, this guy is a devil. You can chat with your grandson, but why? Wrap your hands around my neck? Besides, I'm already pinned here, can't you find another place to talk? Yi Ningfeng continued, are you going to confess voluntarily, or do I have to make you? The terrorist, with a mournful expression, replied, sir, please just ask. Yi Ningfeng slapped his forehead, slightly apologetic, oh dear, I'm getting old and forgetful, I didn't even ask yet? The terrorist. Yi Ningfeng curiously asked, who is your superior? I only know his code name is Plum Blossom K, we always call him Brother K. Oh, a glint of excitement flashed in Yi Ningfeng's eyes. He had initially thought he had caught just a small fry, but unexpectedly, there was indeed a big fish hidden behind. Others might not know, but he was very clear that anyone in that organization with a playing card was not to be trifled with. What does he look like, and what is his awakening material ability? The terrorist shook his head. I really don't know. He always wears a gray robe and a mask, and I can only see his brown hair. Yi Ningfeng murmured, since you don't know anything, what use do I have for you? Upon hearing this, the terrorist's pupils widened in horror as he struggled desperately, no, save me. A few minutes later, everything in the dark alley returned to nothingness. Everything related to that terrorist vanished completely, even the soil that had been pierced by thorns returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had ever happened. Yi Ningfeng leisurely rode on Heizi's back and patted its head. Heizi, let's go, let's look for other places. Woof woof. The man and the dog slowly disappeared into the shadows. On the other side, Yi Chen finished his call, took a refreshing shower, and prepared to sleep. However, he remembered he hadn't played the game today. Although he wasn't in great shape, with the inheritance he had, bullying a few magical beasts shouldn't be a problem, right? With that thought, Yi Chen summoned the little Overlord game console and re-entered the game space. Just a wall away, Chen Xinlan lay on her bed, her eyes vacant. Her current state was completely different from the person she had been just 2 days ago. Due to some reasons, her body had developed issues. However, the strong-willed Chen Xinlan had persevered through it all. She still had one more goal in her heart that remained unfulfilled. Yet, half a year ago, after her natural awakening, the problems had worsened. To address this, her father had found a special awakening material to seal that energy. But the cost was that she couldn't have too many emotional fluctuations, and once her emotions got out of control, the side effects would worsen. For half a year, she had been enduring the torment of this pain at all times. Just when she thought her future would be like this forever, 2 days ago, a whiff of fragrance alleviated her suffering. That feeling of lightness and joy was something she hadn't experienced in the past 6 months. Chen Xinlan was filled with hope, momentarily doubting whether she could become like a normal person again. But this morning, the duration of the fragrance had sharply decreased, and by noon, it had not appeared at all. It was already 10:30, yet the fragrance still hadn't returned. Clearly, there was a problem with the source of that scent. It might never come back. So, am I supposed to endure this pain forever? Chen Xinlan murmured, her strong-willed nature from childhood now causing her eyes to well up with tears. In that moment, the nerves that had been tense for years and the grievances she had borne all erupted. Just as she was about to break down, a familiar fragrance suddenly entered her nostrils. Chen Xinlan, who was on the verge of tears, shuddered, and 2 glistening tears fell instantly. A night of nothingness turned into dawn. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window into the room, brightening the entire bedroom significantly. Early in the morning, Chen Xinlan put on her clothes and waited for something in her room. At one moment, the alarm clock from the next room rang. Summer, quietly passing, leaving little meows, crush you, not letting you breathe. Chen Xinlan was speechless. The taste of that ironclad man was really not great. Before her internal complaints could finish, the ringing stopped, and then the faint fragrance appeared. Chen Xinlan was taken aback. This scene seemed familiar to her. However, she had no time to dwell on it now. With yesterday's experience, Chen Xinlan was now full of energy. She couldn't keep passively waiting for the fragrance to save her, so she needed to find a way to locate its source. Her room was in the southwest corner of the martial arts hall, and yesterday she had measured the maximum distance to the east as 50 meters. Now, she had to test the other directions before the fragrance disappeared. On the other side, Yi Chen also began the formal of the first level. After several explorations, Yi Chen had summarized a reasonable combat strategy. At first, Yi Chen did not summon the Demon King's armor until the wild boar appeared, at which point he summoned it to deliver a fatal blow. Then he retracted the Demon King's armor and took the wild boar's tusks as weapons to continue fighting. As one monster after another was defeated, time quickly reached 10 minutes. The Blue Wolf King appeared, and Yi Chen danced on the edge of the blade, dodging each attack. It was only when the Blue Wolf King vanished that Yi Chen summoned the Demon King's armor again. The real battle was just beginning. A large number of monsters surged from all directions in the jungle. In the center of the battlefield, Yi Chen, wielding a purplish-red armor, resembled a killing machine, mercilessly harvesting the bodies of the monsters. He dealt with weaker foes with a swipe, and for troublesome ones he unleashed the purple thunder. In just 6 minutes, the monsters had piled up into a small hill beneath Yi Chen's feet. When the time reached 20 minutes, the surrounding monsters suddenly disappeared. Yi Chen glanced at the system timer. He knew the second boss was about to appear. Boom, 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 the ground began to tremble slightly, and a dull thudding sound came from afar. Yi Chen turned to look, his expression changing drastically, as a gigantic humanoid monster slowly emerged from the jungle. The creature stood over 4 meters tall, with 2 red horns on its head, and its face was covered in white runes, giving it an ancient appearance. Its body was a dark brown color, and beneath its thick fur, its muscular physique was clearly visible. The monster wielded a massive axe with some fur decorations on its wrists and waist. The moment Yi Chen saw that monster, he recognized it. The Battle Axe Minotaur. As a city adjacent to the Kunlun secret realm, Yi Chen had occasionally come across information related to the Kunlun secret realm in the past. The Battle Axe Minotaur is a unique monster found in the Kunlun secret realm. They are inherently warlike, living in tribes, and have developed a certain level of intelligence and civilization. Any adventurer wishing to enter the Kunlun secret realm must first deal with these monsters. Yi Chen was unclear why monsters from the Kunlun secret realm appeared in his game, but now was not the time to ponder that. According to the information released by adventurers, a minotaur of this size should have a 2-star combat power, with some reaching 3 stars. Damn, is it really necessary to throw such a level at the first stage of the challenge mode? Oh wait, the previous Blue Wolf King had a time limit, so this Battle Axe Minotaur should also have a time limit. 3 minutes? While he was thinking, the Battle Axe Minotaur had already charged at him, swinging its axe. The 3-meter-long axe sliced through the air and came crashing down. Even before it reached him, Yi Chen could already feel the terrifying pressure of the wind. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen rolled to the side to evade this fearsome blow. The next second, the axe slammed into the ground. Boom! The spot where the axe fell was smashed into a huge pit. A few meters away, Yi Chen could clearly feel the violent shaking of the ground. Damn, how much power does this Battle Axe Minotaur have? He felt that even Zhang Laohu wouldn't be able to withstand such a blow. Missing its target, the Battle Axe Minotaur hoisted its axe again and strode towards Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen turned and ran without hesitation. Only a fool would fight such a monster. Moo! The Battle Axe Minotaur roared and chased after Yi Chen with large strides. Yi Chen initially thought that with such a large body, this creature would move slowly, but when it started running, he realized he was mistaken. The Battle Axe Minotaur, with its muscular build, charged like a train, exuding an unstoppable momentum. At the same time, its speed was even faster than that of the previous Blue Wolf King. As it sprinted, the entire ground began to tremble. Unable to outrun it, Yi Chen felt the increasing tremors, knowing the Battle Axe Minotaur was closing in rapidly. Within a few breaths, the Battle Axe Minotaur had caught up to Yi Chen, raising its axe again for a sweeping strike. The force seemed to slice the air in half. Yi Chen dodged with all his might, but the attack range of the Battle Axe Minotaur was enormous. Although he avoided the axe itself, he couldn't escape the energy shockwave it created. Bang! Yi Chen was instantly sent flying. It felt as if a wall of air had slammed into him, fracturing his ribs and nearly displacing his internal organs. After rolling on the ground 7 or 8 times, Yi Chen finally stopped. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and tried several times to get up but couldn't. He had miscalculated. This boss, which could definitely rank above the Blue Wolf King, was certainly stronger. Seeing this, Yi Chen no longer resisted. Listening to the footsteps of the Battle Axe Minotaur slowly approaching, there was no fear on his face. What he was analyzing in his mind was the information about this boss. The game wouldn't let him easily dodge the boss's attacks. Next time he fought this guy, it seemed he couldn't escape. Once this boss started running, no one could stop it. Which was stronger, this Minotaur or that Blue Wolf? While he pondered, the Battle Axe Minotaur had already reached Yi Chen, and its axe, larger than him, came crashing down. Game over. Back in the game space, Yi Chen was not discouraged. On the contrary, he felt a surge of eagerness. Defeating a boss definitely required a step-by-step approach. He had made a mistake this time but wouldn't make it again, knowing the boss's skills and finding a way to counter them was enough. Relying on the remaining mental energy would definitely not support him for another attempt. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen decided not to grind the 1-star Delia dungeon. He opened the 1-star shop. Constitution plus 1 soul coins, 160 strength plus 1 soul coins, 160 speed plus 1 soul coins, 160 spirit plus 1 soul coins, 80 soul coins, 372. Since obtaining the Demon King's armed inheritance, Yi Chen hadn't purchased anything. To think that so much had accumulated in just one day. However, most of it was probably earned in those few minutes just now. From the 15 to 20-minute mark, Yi Chen conservatively estimated that he had killed hundreds of monsters. After some thought, Yi Chen decided to enhance his constitution and speed. This level didn't require much strength, the challenge lay in how to sustain combat and survive. After spending the coins, Yi Chen checked the time and decided to go find 1-star Delia to adapt to his body attributes. I've tortured Delia 1,000 times, yet she still treats me like a first love. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen finished tormenting Delia and exited the game space with satisfaction. When Yi Chen opened the door to head downstairs, he ran into Chen Xinlan at the stairway. Good morning, $300. Yi Chen greeted politely. In the past, Chen Xinlan would have rolled her eyes at him and shot him a fierce glare, but today, she completely ignored him, brushing past without even a glance. Yi Chen was a bit confused. What was up with the $300 today? Shaking his head, he didn't dwell on it and went downstairs to eat and head to school. Meanwhile, Chen Xinlan hurried back to her room because she needed to organize the information she had just collected. In the last 10 minutes, Chen Xinlan had run all over the 3rd and 2nd floors, even outside the martial arts hall, all to find the boundary of that fragrant smell. Once in her room, Chen Xinlan pulled out a sheet of paper and began to draw. In a short while, she sketched a simple overhead map of the Xingtian martial arts hall. At that moment, Jolie's phone rang and Chen Xinlan immediately answered. Uncle Zhou, how's it going over there? Almost done. I just found a perception-type awakener who calculated the distances of those points you sensed. The point in the west reception hall is about 48 to 50 meters from your room and the 2nd floor. Soon, Jolie relayed all the distances of the boundary points Chen Xinlan had sensed in relation to her room's coordinates. Chen Xinlan marked the locations while drawing. When all the markers were drawn, those points roughly formed a circle. Although not perfectly standard, it was enough to prove her previous hypothesis. After a quick comparison, Chen Xinlan's expression turned strange. The center of this circle was roughly in line with her room's position. No, it was slightly off. Chen Xinlan took her pen and began to write and draw, creating perpendicular and intersecting lines. After a busy half-day, she finally determined that the center was about 3 meters east of her room. The next room? The next one is room 307, and Yi Chen just moved in a couple of days ago. Chen Xinlan's words suddenly halted midway. The fragrance started last Friday, and Yi Chen moved in last Friday. The scent appeared 3 times throughout the day, and each time Yi Chen was in his room. Only yesterday afternoon did it not appear. And at that time, Yi Chen had gone to school. In the morning, I heard Yi Chen's alarm and then smelled the fragrance. This scene had occurred once before. So that fragrance was caused by something Yi Chen did when he woke up in the morning. All these pieces of information came together, and the answer was clearer than ever. The source of that fragrance was Yi Chen. That guy must have some ability or item that produces that special scent. At that moment, the question that had troubled her for years finally found its answer. Just then, Jolie finished his work downstairs and came up. Xiaolan, can you confirm the source? I found it. Chen Xinlan instinctively replied. Jolie was overjoyed. Oh, where is the source? Chen Xinlan's expression was strange as she said, in the next room, 307. Jolie? Moments later, after hearing Chen Xinlan's speculation, Jolie couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's fate, it's fate. When Yi Chen came for the physical test, if he hadn't been curious and made contact, Yi Chen wouldn't have become a sparring partner. If that rich second generation from the Wang family hadn't caused trouble and Jolie hadn't intervened, Yi Chen might have already quit. If he hadn't agreed to Yi Chen's request last week, he wouldn't be living here now. Jolie initially thought Yi Chen was a good prospect and was just helping out, but unexpectedly, he ended up saving Xiaolan instead. Chen Xinlan was quite puzzled. How did he do it? Who knows? Everyone has their own secrets. Maybe it has something to do with his awakening item, Jolie said uncertainly. In this era of universal awakening, anything could happen. So what do we do next? Chen Xinlan asked. She had considered many possibilities before, but she never thought the source of the fragrance would be a person. If it were an object, it could be exchanged for some cost, but now that the source of the fragrance had turned into a person, Chen Xinlan felt a bit dazed. She couldn't possibly carry Yi Chen with her everywhere, could she? A strange image flashed in her mind, and her pretty face suddenly turned a shade of pink. Jolie didn't notice. He was currently stroking his beard in thought. We still aren't sure how Yi Chen produces that fragrance. If it can be mass-produced, we could consider a partnership or acquisition. Jolie didn't say the latter part. If it couldn't be done, it would mean that Xiaolan and Yi Chen would have to be together all the time. When his brother comes back and finds out about this, given his personality, he would probably just kidnap that kid, right? Jolie shivered suddenly. No, this matter absolutely cannot be known to his brother. Although they hadn't spent much time together, he believed he understood that little guy quite well. He was smart, perceptive, knew when to advance and retreat, and had talent. On the surface, he seemed a bit greedy, but he wasn't excessively so. He had his own principles and bottom lines. Perhaps Yi Chen's awakening item level wouldn't be very high, but Jolie felt that this young man's future potential was great. The rating of awakening items and achievements are not completely equivalent. Looking at it this way, Xiaofeng is actually quite good in other aspects. Xiaolan is 16 this year, and they are 1 year apart, which is just right in terms of age. As for personality, Jolie suddenly asked, Xiaolan, what do you think of Xiaofeng? Him? That guy has a foul mouth, a bad temper, and is greedy. He's obsessed with money. Anyway, he has flaws all over. Whenever it came to Yi Chen, Chen Xinlan would complain endlessly. However, Jolie looked at Chen Xinlan's incessant complaints with a slight smile. In these past few days, the emotions on Xiaolan's face had been more than in the last 6 months combined. Sometimes happy, sometimes angry, sometimes frustrated, sometimes joyful. Compared to her previous cold demeanor, she seemed more like a normal person now. This is how a 16-year-old girl should be. Moreover, being with Yi Chen seemed to have never triggered her old problems of emotional fluctuations. Oh, do you dislike Xiao Feng that much? I thought you two got along quite well. Jolie pretended to be puzzled. Who gets along well with him? If I had found another suitable sparring partner, I would have switched long ago. Jolie deliberately said, is that so? Then I'll help you find another one later. I happen to know a friend. No, Chen Xinlan hurriedly replied, as if realizing her emotions were a bit too intense. She turned her head, and the blush that had just faded reappeared on her face. Shouldn't the issue we are discussing now be about the fragrance on Yi Chen? What if that fragrance can't be made? Chen Xinlan's voice grew softer as she spoke, her pretty face turning increasingly red. Jolie smiled silently beside her. As someone who had been through it, he understood Chen Xinlan's emotions at this moment. Sigh, she was 16 now, the age for romance. Should he play matchmaker? In class 2 of the elite program at Rongguan High School, a teacher was introducing Yi Chen, who had just transferred. The boys and girls in the classroom were staring at Yi Chen's face, whispering among themselves. Which class is he from? He's so handsome. Look at that brooding gaze, so charming. Damn, this guy looks like a pretty boy. His awakening item can't be a facial mask, right? The focus of their discussion wasn't that Yi Chen had only discovered his awakening item's ability half a month after his awakening day. It was because Yi Chen was a bit good-looking. His charm wasn't just about his looks, it was the special aura and demeanor he exuded. Initially, Yi Chen had planned to go to class 17, but before he could reach the classroom, he was called over by Zhang Yifeng, who then dragged him here. Zhang Laohu was indeed efficient. He resolved all of Yi Chen's matters in one night. On the way, he also explained the situation of the elite class to him. There were over 100 students in the school with awakening item scores exceeding 60 points, divided into 2 classes, and Yi Chen had transferred to class 2. The morning was free study time, where teachers would assist those who needed help, or students could simply seek one-on-one tutoring. If they wanted to do something else, that was fine too. For instance, in a class that should have had over 60 students, fewer than 30 showed up. The rest were nowhere to be found. The Academy for Ability users didn't have high requirements for academic performance. Although the college entrance examination accounted for 1/3 of the weight, the questions were generally quite simple. So in this last half month, most students would focus their energy on practical combat. The first 2 periods in the afternoon gym were for class 1, while the last 2 were for class 2. The school had sent almost all the physical education teachers to act as coaches, helping students improve their combat abilities. Additionally, as top students, they enjoyed other privileges. For example, they could eat on the second floor for free and apply for single dormitory apartments, among other benefits. In short, to help these students sprint towards the college entrance examination, the school had invested a lot of funds. Among these, Yi Chen was only interested in the cafeteria on the second floor. The rest didn't matter to him. He had no issues with studying. And as for physical tests, that was a given. As for practical combat, if the assessing teacher was a 1-star, who knew who would win? If it weren't for the fact that it was his first day in the new class and he didn't want to stand out too much, Yi Chen would have wanted to leave immediately. Fortunately, Zhang Yifeng only spoke a few words before leaving. Yi Chen quickly found a quiet corner in the empty classroom to sit down, and the classroom returned to calm. When the first class ended, a few girls gathered around. Yi Chen, which class are you from? Yi Chen, what's your awakening item? Yi Chen, can we be friends? I'm the only one at home today. Yi Chen was already speechless about this. The charm attribute given by the system had a completely negative effect, and he didn't want to be famous at all. Class 17, my awakening item is pretty average. No penguin, no phone, no friend requests, thanks. After a moment, the girls realized Yi Chen wasn't interested in chatting with them and left tactfully. They were here to prepare for the college entrance examination, aiming to get into a better academy for ability users. With only half a month left, there was no time for romance. For the following classes, no one disturbed him, which made Yi Chen feel much more comfortable. During his free time, he read books, scrolled through his phone, and searched for news. The Polaris organization incident had happened many days ago, and there hadn't been any explosive news in the last couple of days. As Yi Chen scrolled through his phone, he suddenly stumbled upon a news article. A major fire broke out at the Chenxian Inn yesterday morning. Seeing the familiar name of the inn, Yi Chen was taken aback. He had just been there last week. Out of curiosity, he opened the news. The report stated that the fire had spread extensively, igniting nearby buildings as well. The final toll was 3 dead and 17 injured, with initial conclusions pointing to arson, and investigations were still ongoing. When Yi Chen saw the time the fire broke out, his expression darkened. The fire had started just minutes after he left. Yi Chen couldn't believe this was a coincidence. That morning he had just cleared the 1-star Delia and obtained the Spade K awakening item. He had sensed something unusual when using it and had stopped. Now it seemed his judgment had been correct. The people from the Polaris organization had tracked his location through the Spade K. When they arrived to investigate and found he was no longer there, they set the inn ablaze to destroy the evidence. Even Yi Chen, who usually remained calm in the face of adversity, felt a twinge of fear. If he had left just a few minutes later, he might have been in serious trouble. Of course, the crisis was not over. Since they could trace him to the inn, it was very likely they already knew some of his information, such as his height and appearance. Being found was just a matter of time. Danger was closing in. Fortunately, he was aware of it now. Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned strange. Since they could determine his location based on his use of the Spade K, did that mean he could turn the tables and capture them instead? The roles of prey and hunter could be reversed. So how could he do this without exposing his identity while convincing the security department of his intentions? In an instant, a figure appeared in Yi Chen's mind: Old Wang. In class 17, Wong Hong was bored, resting his head on the desk and yawning. His good buddy had left, and now he was all alone, feeling a bit empty. However, he was genuinely happy that the madman had made it into the elite class and would soon be heading to the Awakener Academy. In the future, he could proudly say that the one who got into the Awakener Academy was his brother. While feeling bored, Wong Hong summoned the daily news report. He glanced at it briefly before putting it away. Today's newspaper hadn't updated its content. The newspaper's content changed daily for some, while for others it could take 2 or 3 days. He had no control over it. But thinking about his score, Wong Hong felt relieved. With a score of 23, what more could he want? Lost in thought, Yi Chen suddenly sent a message: class will end soon, see you on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. Seeing the message, Wang Hong grinned. I knew you couldn't forget me. The bell for the 4th period rang, and Wang Hong immediately got up and headed straight for the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. When he arrived on the 2nd floor, he saw Yi Chen setting down a mountain of food on the table, nearly filling it to the brim. Old Wang, over here, Yi Chen called, waving him over. Dude, you can't be this greedy. Wang Hong was stunned at the sight of the table full of food. If he had to pay for all this, it would probably cost 3,000 to 5,000. Yi Chen smiled. It's a school benefit, why not take advantage of it? Ha, then I won't hold back. In the past, with Wang Heng's family background, he would only dare to order 2 or 3 dishes. At most, this was his first time being so extravagant. Looking at the table full of delicacies made from monster meat, both of them felt their appetites surge. Wang Hong, munching on a pig's trotter, asked, Madman, how's the experience in the elite class? Yi Chen, equally messy with food, replied, it's just okay. We did practice problems in class this morning, and the practical lessons are in the afternoon. No way, I thought it would be more high-end. The Awakener Academy is the real beginning. Right now, this is barely even a starting point. The two chatted casually while eating, and it wasn't until half an hour later that they finally stopped when they could eat no more. Wang Hong let out a satisfied burp, feeling too full to move. Are you full? Yi Chen asked with a smile. I'm full, I feel like my stomach is about to explode. Yi Chen revealed a meaningful smile. If you're full, take a break. I have something important to tell you. Wang Hong. Yi Chen took out his phone, showing the news about the hotel fire from last Friday. Wang Hong glanced at it and immediately said, I've seen this. Someone deliberately set the fire, killing 3 and injuring 17. If it weren't for the previous Polaris terror incident, this would be big news. I know who the arsonist is, Yi Chen said with a mysterious smile. Wang Hong was taken aback and quickly asked, Who? How do you know? I happened to come out of the hotel just before it was set on fire and ran into a guy in a gray robe. Yi Chen spun a lie effortlessly. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but after seeing the news today, I connected the dots. The fire happened just a few minutes after I left. So it must be him. Wang Hong asked, Did you see his face? No, he was wearing a mask, very afraid of being seen. But when I brushed past him, I heard him talking to someone, saying he would come to our school tonight to blow something up. Although this explanation sounded far-fetched, Yi Chen couldn't think of a better one at the moment. To lure the Polaris organization members, he had to use the Spade K. In the entire Ping'an city, the only place where Spade K could be used, under the control of the Dragon Guard without being discovered, was the school. Our school? Wang Heng's brain was struggling to keep up. What does the arsonist have to do with Rongwan High School? Could the arsonist be a student or teacher? There? Then why choose today? Wang Heng's CPU was burning wildly, and at one moment he suddenly slapped his thigh excitedly and said, I got it. Wang Heng's voice was loud, and many students around looked over, all giving him strange looks. Wang Hong awkwardly scratched his head, and after a moment, when the others' gazes left him, he whispered, I know the madman. Know what? Yi Chen was confused. Wang Hong said seriously, that guy should be a student or teacher at our school. I guess today is some kind of anniversary for them, and they came to school to set off fireworks. But when he got to the hotel, he found out his partner was cheating, so out of love and hate, he set the hotel on fire in revenge. Yi Chen, you're amazing. Yi Chen was shocked, as expected of Gossip King Wang. He could even fill in the details of something I just made up. To be honest, it sounded quite reasonable. But with you doing this, I don't know how to explain later. Yi Chen originally planned to link that guy to the Polaris terrorists. Grey robe, arson, explosion. These three elements were very similar to the previous actions of the Polaris organization. But Wong Hong directly classified it as a revenge between lovers. Yi Chen's mind spun several times before he finally thought of something. Old Wong, I feel like you're wrong. What's wrong? Wong Hong asked. Look, according to what you said, that guy was looking for his partner. So why was he wearing a grey robe? Wong Hong dismissed it. What's wrong with that? To avoid being seen, of course. Going to a place like that is definitely for an affair. Ha! Wong Hong suddenly froze, feeling like he had overlooked something. Then he remembered, the madman stayed there overnight. And the next day when he came to school, he suddenly looked good. It seemed he had been well taken care of by some rich woman all night. I've only heard that playing cards can beautify girls, but I haven't heard that it works for boys too. Yi Chen had no idea that old Wang's mind was wandering to some strange thoughts. Yi Chen was still trying to steer old Wang's thoughts in his direction. Maybe you're right, but I just searched a bit, and the people from the Polaris organization also wear grey robes when they go out on missions. As soon as Wang Hong heard about the Polaris organization, he became excited. Right, it was mentioned in previous reports that the Polaris organization wears grey robes during operations. Are you suggesting that guy might be a Polaris terrorist? Ahem, I didn't say that, you're the one guessing. But regardless of whether that guy is from the Polaris organization, he is definitely an arsonist, so capturing him can't be wrong, right? Yi Chen tried to distance himself from the situation. He then added, however, the combat capability of an arsonist is not the same as that of a Polaris terrorist. If the police that come are just regular officers, and that guy really is a Polaris terrorist, then it could be dangerous. That makes sense. Regardless of whether he is or not, we can't be careless if there's a possibility. Hey, you're not suggesting I call the police, are you? Wong Hong finally realized what was happening as he spoke. Yi Chen smiled at this. Of course, this kind of good deed should be yours. I don't like to be in the spotlight. The usual rule is, if it succeeds, the honor goes to you and the reward goes to me. In the security department of Xia country, a flurry of employees were coming and going, quite busy. They were working to eliminate a B-level terrorist organization and investigating a related large enterprise. The number of personnel involved exceeded 1,000. Although not everyone was connected to the Polaris terrorists, all of them had to be checked according to protocol. Now, the capture tasks were nearly complete, with only the final wrap-up work remaining. At this moment, in an interrogation room, Lu Ha and Li Bing were interrogating a terrorist. Li Bing leisurely took a puff of his cigarette and said lightly, according to our country's laws, members of B-level terrorists generally face a minimum of 10 years, and if the circumstances are severe, the death penalty directly. I confess. I'll tell you anything you ask. The terrorist was extremely cooperative, speaking up before Li Bing could finish. In this era, the abilities of awakened individuals were all sorts of strange. There were abilities for investigation, lie detection, and more. Faced with the security department, one either faced execution for refusing to speak or simply confessed. Honestly, resistance was futile. He was just a small fry, with no need to resist at all. Lu Ha asked, what was your task in the Polaris organization? My task was to investigate your movements and report to my superior every 3 days, the terrorist hurriedly replied. Who is your superior? Brother K. What does he look like, and what is his awakened ability? The terrorist shook his head. I really don't know, we only communicated via phone, and he blocked me the day before I was captured. Lu Ha pouted. The other interrogators had already asked the necessary questions, and they had long known this information. It seemed this guy had no useful information left to offer. Just as he was about to continue questioning, his phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed Wong Hong. I'll step out for a moment, Lu Ha said quietly as he turned and left the interrogation room. Hello, Xiao Hong, what's up? Lu Ha instantly changed his demeanor as he answered the call. Thanks to Wang Hang's tip-off, this case had been solved so quickly. He had also received a promotion because of it, and he should be able to get a raise once everything was over. So, he was particularly warm towards this cousin. However, his smile vanished the next second as Wang Hang's urgent voice came through the phone. Cousin, I've discovered something big again. In the transportation department of Ping'an City, in a special room, 2 staff members were tirelessly investigating surveillance footage. The video clearly showed the area near the Ishian Hotel. Meanwhile, Brother K was continuously searching through the numerous recordings. After the initial investigation, he had habitually destroyed the surrounding surveillance footage, only to now find himself shooting himself in the foot. To this end, he took the risk of seeking out the deputy mayor, all for the purpose of investigating here. After more than a day of inquiries, he already had several lists in hand. One of the photos showed a young man waiting for the green light while riding a bicycle. In the afternoon, during the third period, a large number of students gradually arrived at the gymnasium of Rongwang High School. Yi Chen tried to keep a low profile as he followed the crowd. The school had invested heavily to ensure that the students could achieve good results. Various expensive training equipment was visible everywhere in the gymnasium, nearly on par with the basic area of the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall. The school even assigned a total of 12 physical education teachers to provide guidance, and Yi Chen discovered that Zhang Laohu was actually one of them. After training for more than half a month, the students didn't need the teachers to say anything. As soon as they entered, they immediately began their training plans. Yi Chen looked around in amazement. The basic training area of the martial arts hall had never been this lively before. Having grown accustomed to the people in the martial arts hall, seeing these students felt like watching a group of novices. It was quite interesting, to say the least. Lost in thought, Zhang Yifeng approached. Yi Chen, what level are you at now? Zhang Yifeng had witnessed that punch yesterday. He knew this kid had a solid foundation, but he wasn't sure about his specific level. Yi Chen scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Should he say he could score full marks? Wouldn't that be too ostentatious? After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen tentatively said, about 80 points, I guess. His voice wasn't loud, but the few classmates around still heard him. Then those classmates all turned to look at him in unison. Zhang Yifeng was also slightly surprised. Although he had guessed Yi Chen had a foundation, he had still underestimated him. To score 80 points in the actual college entrance examination, one must fight against the instructor and not lose. Currently, among the more than 60 students in Class 2, only 5 could achieve this. Zhang Yifeng became interested. Do you know what level 80 points is? Seeing Zhang Yifeng's excited expression, Yi Chen realized he had overshot. But now that the words were out, he couldn't take them back. However, were these guys really that weak? They couldn't even score 80 points? Last 5 minutes against the examiner, Yi Chen replied honestly. Oh, it seems you've tried it? I experienced it once at the martial arts hall before. Zhang Yifeng suddenly understood. I see, I'll find a teacher to accompany you for a trial and then give you corresponding training suggestions based on your situation. No, I already have my own training plan. Yi Chen hurriedly refused. He still wanted to keep a low profile. Zhang Yifeng looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. Usually, students would be very happy to receive professional guidance. But why did he feel that Yi Chen seemed very reluctant? Shaking his head, Zhang Yifeng said lightly, alright, since that's the case, just stick to your previous pace. If you have any questions, feel free to come and ask me. Okay, Teacher Zhang. Once Zhang Yifeng left, several students gathered around. Classmate, I'm Zhou Xing. What's your name? Asked a student with a watermelon head who looked quite refined. Yi Chen. Yi Chen, can you really score 80 points? About that. How did you manage to do it? Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied seriously, just die a few more times. Zhou Xing? Everyone? The crowd assumed Yi Chen didn't want to share and didn't press further. After the brief interlude, training continued. With only half a month left until the college entrance examination, they had to work overtime to improve their strength and prepare for the practical test. While others were busy with their own training, Yi Chen thought for a moment and continued to focus on basic movement training. Standing pose, horse stance, power techniques. The physical education teachers moved among the students, pointing out various issues to others. Your footwork is off, you should have taken a bigger step. Just now, bending your knees in a lunge. You're not using your strength properly, that punch needs to rotate your body. Don't be afraid, hit hard, just like that. Time slowly passed, and when there was half an hour left until school was out, a physical education teacher suddenly said, it's almost time. Those who want to do practical training can come over. Upon hearing this, many students rushed over. Yi Chen was puzzled but put down his dumbbells and joined them. He then discovered that there was also practical sparring training here. On the training ground, 12 physical education teachers were sparring with 12 students. The students' abilities were quite average, so the teachers focused more on defense, helping the students improve their offensive skills. Occasionally, they would counterattack to train the students' reaction abilities. Yi Chen watched for a while, feeling uninterested. Many of these students lacked a solid foundation. Half a month of practical training seemed to have improved them somewhat, but that level only looked impressive on the surface. To an expert, it was just a facade. With such strength, they might manage to hold their own in practice, but in real combat, they would suffer terribly. 5 minutes later, the first batch of sparring ended, and soon the second batch of students rushed in. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. Before long, the last 6 students found a teacher to spar with, leaving Yi Chen standing outside, looking foolish. Zhang Yifeng glanced at Yi Chen and walked over. Yi Chen, why don't you give it a try? It's a good chance to see your level. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head resolutely. I'll pass. Showing off was something he absolutely wouldn't do. He still wanted to quietly get through the college entrance examination. However, Yi Chen's refusal made others think he was afraid, especially since he had previously claimed he could score 80 points. Many had heard him. This guy looked quite handsome, which made some boys a bit jealous, and now seeing Yi Chen embarrassed, they were sure to kick him while he was down. I think he's scared. He just said he could score 80 points. Him? Just bragging. He won't even step up. I think 80 points is about right. With that face, he looks like a pretty boy. Has he ever fought? Yi Chen didn't care about the surrounding comments, but upon reflection, continuously refusing didn't seem like a good strategy. Once or twice was fine, but if he kept it up, it would raise suspicions among others. Thinking of this, Yi Chen finally nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll give it a try. Zhang Yifeng smiled. Don't be afraid, just hit. I'll be your sparring partner. Yi Chen said nothing and simply walked onto the field to stretch his arms, saying lightly, can we start? Of course, you can start anytime. Yi Chen didn't waste words. He stepped forward, pivoted on his waist, and threw a straight punch. Zhang Yifeng raised his arm to block. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The students who had just mocked Yi Chen instantly fell silent. Although they weren't professionals, they could tell that Yi Chen's punch had considerable power. That guy didn't seem like a mere facade. Yi Chen ignored them. Since he had made his move, there was no need to hold back. At that moment, Yi Chen was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his momentum overwhelming, and his punches and kicks even produced sounds of breaking air. The surrounding students gasped in amazement. Wow, this guy is actually a skilled fighter. He must have been training for 2.5 years. His movements are so standard. A master. Definitely. A master. Everyone was astonished. A transfer student displayed such impressive combat skills, and it seemed that what he had said earlier was true. If the scoring of awakened items relied on luck, then martial arts training was all about money. Various nourishing herbs, professional coaches, various auxiliary treatment potions, and so on. You can't progress in martial arts without money. While everyone whispered among themselves, Yi Chen was getting more and more into the fight. Previously, he had been the one getting hit. This time, he could finally hit back. The feeling of hitting someone was completely different from being hit. One word, exhilarating. After 2 minutes of continuous attacks, Yi Chen finally stopped to catch his breath. Zhang Yifeng nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Your fundamentals are very solid, and your movements are quite standard. As he spoke, he looked around at the other students. Look at him, and then look at you all. After half a month of training, you're still not as good as someone who just arrived. The crowd. You can praise him, but why drag us into it? Besides, his strength has nothing to do with you, right? Yi Chen touched the tip of his nose, feeling for the first time what it was like to be the neighbor's kid. He glanced at Zhang Yifeng and asked, Teacher, shall we continue? Of course. Zhang Yifeng was eager to try. Next, I will start fighting back, but don't worry, I'll try to lower my strength to the level you'll face in the college entrance exam. Yi Chen nodded, indicating it didn't matter. It was all just for fun. Get ready, I'm going to attack. Zhang Yifeng shouted, stepping forward and throwing a powerful punch straight at Yi Chen's chest. However, the next second, that fierce punch missed. Yi Chen sidestepped lightly, avoiding the attack, and instead moved in closer, landing a punch on Zhang Yifeng's chest. After landing the hit, Yi Chen quickly created some distance between them. The transition from evasion to counterattack was so fluid that it left everyone around dumbfounded. So fast, what just happened? It seems Yi Chen hit the teacher. Why do I feel like Yi Chen just gained the upper hand? It's not just a feeling. The teacher's punch didn't touch him, and Yi Chen took the chance to counterattack and hit the teacher. Zhang Yifeng finally came back to his senses, staring at the imprint on his chest in a daze. Then he laughed, having just worried that Yi Chen would be too nervous to exert himself. Now, it seemed that this kid was not just unafraid, he was clearly experienced. With that in mind, he felt reassured. With a low shout, Zhang Yifeng launched another attack, this time significantly faster than before. Excitement flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he gave up on counterattacking and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! A heavy punch landed on his arm, forcing him to take 3 steps back before he could barely stop. Zhang Yifeng, however, was relentless, stepping forward to continue his assault. Although he was using only one arm, the latter's physical attributes completely overwhelmed Yi Chen. Zhang Yifeng was as still as a virgin and as agile as a rabbit. Every punch was powerful, and every kick sliced through the air with a whoosh. For a moment, Yi Chen could only defend continuously, unable to find an effective opportunity to counterattack. The surrounding students, though not experiencing it firsthand, felt a pang of pain just from hearing the dull thuds of impact. Other physical education teachers watched Yi Chen on the field with surprise in their eyes. It seemed like Yi Chen was being overwhelmed, but they could see at a glance how solid his foundation was. His center of gravity was stable, his stance firm, and his use of strength was just right. Faced with an onslaught of Zhang Yifeng's level, he hadn't been defeated. Instead, he absorbed all the attacks. Occasionally, he would even counterattack a few times. At first, Zhang Yifeng was cautious when fighting Yi Chen, but as they continued, he realized Yi Chen had an extremely high tolerance for pain. His defense was impeccable, leaving no openings. The more Zhang Yifeng fought, the more excited he became. It had been a long time since he encountered a student of this caliber. Unknowingly, the combat power he displayed gradually exceeded the level of the college entrance exam practical test. A few physical education teachers' expressions changed slightly. Someone wanted to remind him, but another teacher stopped them. That student hasn't reached his limit yet, no need to rush. Facing Zhang Yifeng's fierce attacks, Yi Chen remained calm. At the same time, his mind began to quickly analyze the information. The strength is very strong, almost at the level of a wild boar at 0.8. The movements are swift, and the attacks are straightforward. Fortunately, he's using only one arm, and the techniques are relatively simple and easy to dodge. No, we can't just defend anymore, Zhang Laohu's strength and speed are gradually increasing. If that's the case, at a certain moment, Zhang Yifeng's attack came again, and this time Yi Chen did not resist but instead met it head-on, swinging his arm in an attacking posture. It felt as if he was giving up defense, intending to trade injury for injury. This guy is crazy, planning to go head-to-head? Stop him quickly, he'll get hurt. A moment too late, he's definitely going to be hit first. But daring to fight like this shows great courage. The crowd around gasped in astonishment, marveling at how reckless this guy was. A few timid ones even shut their eyes in fear. The next moment, when everyone thought Yi Chen was about to be destroyed, his body suddenly twisted and shifted 2 inches. Zhang Yifeng's fist grazed past Yi Chen's chest. He missed. At the same time, Yi Chen's iron fist landed solidly on Zhang Yifeng's chest. Bang! The unprepared Zhang Yifeng was actually knocked back a step by this punch. At that moment, the entire gymnasium fell into a terrifying silence. It took several seconds for someone to come back to their senses. How did that guy dodge the attack? I feel like I just saw a blur. This guy is actually playing it so thrillingly. The students and teachers around witnessed everything and erupted in excitement. The students didn't understand what Yi Chen had just done, but the teachers were very clear. Faced with the attack, Yi Chen did not dodge immediately but planned to counterattack. Just when everyone thought he intended to trade injury for injury, he made a dodging move in an extremely short time. This reaction time was so brief that even a 0.1 second mistake would mean his attack would be wasted and he would be sent flying by a punch. But he did it. At that moment, a physical education teacher stepped forward, timing in hand. Teacher Zhang, it's already been 5 minutes. Zhang Yifeng stood still astonished by Yi Chen's earlier actions. A limit counterattack. The moment Yi Chen reacted, he knew what this little guy was planning. But could a high school senior who had awakened for half a month really perform a limit counterattack? That was harder to believe than Yi Chen's awakening being rated S class. However, whether it was a coincidence or not, Yi Chen indeed achieved it. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Yifeng laughed heartily. Not bad, you little rascal are actually a trained fighter. You won this match. Yi Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. He was still immersed in the thrill of the battle just now. Zhang Laohu was indeed formidable. The combat power displayed just now was even stronger than before. It seemed that sparring with a teacher of this level could yield some gains. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen asked, "Teacher, was the strength you showed just now at the level of the college entrance examination practical test?" Zhang Yifeng's body suddenly stiffened and he turned his head away, not looking Yi Chen in the eye. Ahem, I only used one hand, so my strength is definitely a bit stronger than a normal practical examiner. Yes, just a little bit stronger. At first, he had said he would suppress his combat power to the level of the college entrance examination. But after enjoying the fight just now, he got a bit carried away and lost control. Yi Chen nodded, looking as if he understood a nearby physical education teacher chuckled. Alright, Teacher Zhang, just tell the truth. I feel that Yi Chen's current strength could score full marks. Hiss. The surrounding students gasped in shock. Full marks? Zhang Laohu actually said this guy could score full marks? Currently, only 5 students in class 2 could score 80 points, yet a transfer student who just joined could actually get full marks? What kind of monster is this? Hearing this evaluation, Yi Chen felt no joy at all. His face darkened, and he looked at Zhang Yifeng with a resentful expression. You're setting me up. Feeling Yi Chen's resentful gaze, Zhang Yifeng once again turned his attention elsewhere. However, while feeling awkward, he was also very shocked. What had this kid done before? His practical skills were surprisingly impressive. At that moment, the school bell rang. As a teacher announced the end of school, Yi Chen was immediately surrounded by a group of students. Yi Chen, you're amazing. Yi Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Yi Chen, how did you become so strong? Stop. Faced with the enthusiasm of the crowd, Yi Chen suddenly shouted, startling everyone. With a blank expression, he said, "Sorry, please make way. My mom asked me to go home for dinner." Before anyone could react, Yi Chen dashed out, leaving the crowd in disarray. Leaving the gym, Yi Chen headed straight for the second floor of the cafeteria. Just as a few dishes were being prepared, Lao Wang appeared. The two sat in a corner of the cafeteria, and while Yi Chen munched on fresh bamboo shoots, he quietly asked, "Lao Wang, has the security department arrived?" Wong Hong chuckled. They came early, but they're worried that the arsonist might be someone from the school, hiding in the shadows. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a bit more at ease. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, what's there? Strength like? I don't know about that, but since they've captured so many terrorists, they should be fine this time too, Wong Hong replied casually. The security department had already captured so many members of the Polaris organization and none had been killed so far. So in Wang Hang's eyes, the Polaris organization and the security department's Dragon Guard were on completely different levels. Yi Chen glanced at Lao Wang but didn't refute him. Many things couldn't be explained, only those who had seen Delia knew how terrifying the Polaris organization was. Although Yi Chen didn't think their strength surpassed Delia's, since they could find his location using the Spade K through some means, their identity and status must be significant. That guy was definitely not on the same level as the minions they had captured before. It was also uncertain whether that guy had other helpers behind him. However, now that it had come to this, he had to give it a try. Even if he couldn't kill that guy, he had to expose his identity. At that time, whether it was the security department or the enforcers, they would pay him great attention. Exposing the enemy to the sunlight, regardless of whether he lived or died, would make him safer. Yi Chen stroked his chin. Now there was only one last step left, summoning the enemy using the Spade K. At the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall, in front of room 307, Chen Xinlan was distractedly pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing at her phone and then towards the stairway. It had been over an hour since school ended. Normally, Yi Chen would have arrived at the martial arts hall to start training by now, but today he hadn't returned yet. After anxiously waiting for another half hour, there was finally some movement at the stairway. Chen Xinlan was delighted and looked up, but the next second, she felt disappointed. The person coming was not Yi Chen, but Jolie. Jolie immediately guessed what was going on upon seeing Chen Xinlan. Is Xiaofeng not back yet? Chen Xinlan pouted and said nothing. Jolie smiled. If he's not back at this hour, he must be busy with something. Why don't you just call him and ask? How about you call him, Uncle Zhou? Chen Xinlan said somewhat shyly. This has nothing to do with me. You young people should handle your own matters. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinlan bit her lip, steeled herself, and dialed Yi Chen's number. After a dozen seconds, the call was finally answered, and Yi Chen's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Chen Xinlan was taken aback. She had called this number once before, and that guy clearly hadn't saved it. But now wasn't the time to be angry. She coldly replied, it's me, Chen Xinlan. Oh, so it's 300. How many times do I have to say it? Don't call me 300. Chen Xinlan was so angry her chest hurt. That guy was definitely doing it on purpose, absolutely. She took a deep breath to calm herself as much as possible and said coldly, when are you coming back to the martial arts school? I need to talk to you. On the other end, Yi Chen replied indifferently, I've applied for an independent dormitory at school, so I won't be going back. Students who live off campus don't have to attend evening study sessions. Yi Chen specifically applied for an independent dormitory to ensure his behavior wouldn't seem strange. This way, he had a legitimate reason to wander around the school. However, upon hearing this response, Chen Xinlan nearly short-circuited. She anxiously said, no, you can't live at school. Yi Chen looked confused. Why can't I live there? Anyway, you just can't live there. Chen Xinlan was so anxious that she didn't know what to say. Her health issues had always been a closely guarded secret, and until there was a solution, these problems were a fatal weakness for her. As someone determined to become a top assassin, Chen Xinlan absolutely could not reveal her weaknesses to others. If anyone else found out, she would be in danger. Not used to communicating with others, she was at a loss for how to explain in her moment of panic. Nearby, Jolie shook his head with a smile, realizing that Xiao Lan's communication skills needed improvement. However, compared to before, she had improved quite a bit. Give me your phone. After taking the phone, Jolie's cheerful voice rang out. Xiaofeng, you went to live at school without telling me. Oh, sorry, Brother Zhou, I just entered the elite class and only found out that the school could assign independent dormitories. Yi Chen apologized. Elite class? Independent dormitory? Jolie was slightly taken aback, his expression becoming strange. He knew very well what the elite class meant. It was a special class established by all universities after the Awakening Day, specifically responsible for teaching students whose awakened abilities rated above B. But hadn't this been established for half a month already? How could Yi Chen say he just found out? At that moment, even Jolie was a bit confused. Wait, Xiaofeng, you said you just transferred to the elite class? Yeah, I hadn't fully explored my awakened abilities before, but a couple of days ago I suddenly understood that my test result was B, so I transferred. Yi Chen didn't hide anything, but he only shared surface-level information. Jolie felt uneasy after hearing this. Previously, he thought this guy's strength had improved significantly in a day because of his special awakened abilities. To avoid misunderstandings, he hadn't investigated Yi Chen's secrets. Now, this guy casually mentioned that his awakened abilities hadn't fully awakened before. How did your strength improve without a full awakening? That was like cheating, changing every day. Wait, if this kid's awakened abilities hadn't fully awakened before, and then he came here to train and fully awakened, that seems somewhat reasonable. So that fragrance appeared after his abilities completely awakened? Jolie shook his head. None of that mattered now. The current issue was that Yi Chen wanted to live at school, and this problem had to be resolved. Earlier, he thought Yi Chen had something to do and wouldn't be back for a while, but now it sounded like he intended to live at school. That wouldn't do. Ahem, Xiaofeng, can an independent dormitory be as comfortable as my exclusive suite here? Besides, the training effect at my martial arts school is definitely better than at your school. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. He caught the implication in Jolie's words, which suggested he wanted him to come back. However, just as he was about to speak, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. He smiled. It's hard to explain over the phone. Brother Zhou, why don't you come over so we can discuss it in person? No problem. Which school are you at? I'll come find you now. Jolie immediately agreed. As long as this kid was willing to talk, everything would be negotiable. After providing the school information and hanging up, Yi Chen murmured softly, Brother Zhou's strength shouldn't be weak, right? Originally, Yi Chen wanted to tell Jolie that he would only be staying here for a day. But thinking that this guy seemed to have considerable strength, it looked like he could be of use. Now he didn't know how many high-level fighters the security department had sent over. In case of an accident, maybe Brother Zhou could still lend a hand. Looking at the time, it was almost right. Yi Chen took a deep breath. The show was about to begin. Yi Chen went to the public restroom and checked all the stalls. After confirming that no one was inside, he went to the one in the far corner. Closing the door, Yi Chen took out the Black Spade K card from his pocket. Last week he had only done a simple test and many of its abilities were still unclear. However, this time he could experiment. Slowly. With a thought, he infused his mental power into the Black Spade K, and the edges of the card emitted a ghostly blue light, mesmerizing. Effect 1, Sharpness. Yi Chen gently slid the card against the wall, and the hard tiles were easily sliced through like tofu. To be fair, if this card were a person's awakening item, just this point alone should qualify it to reach B level, right? Then Yi Chen continued to inject his mental power deeper, and when it touched something, the gesture image on the back of the Black Spade K opened its eyes again. That strange feeling returned. Effect 2, Sending Coordinates. Yi Chen knew he had already sent out the coordinates. By the way, what is this ability used for among the Polaris organization? Calling for help? Summoning? Yi Chen shook his head. The current information was too scarce to be certain. After testing the second ability, Yi Chen did not immediately put it away. It was a rare opportunity, and he had to continue testing. As his mental power delved deeper, Yi Chen sensed that this card seemed to have other abilities. This time, his mental power seemed to enter a special object, and as his mental power passed over it, marks would appear on that object. Besides that, Yi Chen also felt that this object seemed to be connected to something. The marks left here seemed to be transmitted to there. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Effect 3, Sending Information? After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chen used his mental power to edit a message and sent it out. After doing all this, Yi Chen wanted to continue his research when suddenly the school bell rang. Yi Chen quickly interrupted his mental power. He went outside the restroom and tossed the card into a small tree he had secretly dug a hole under. Then he filled it with sand and stones. After finishing all this, Yi Chen returned to his dormitory with the crowd as if nothing had happened. More than 10 miles away, in the monitoring room of the transportation department, Brother K was constantly searching through the video footage. His eyes were bloodshot from 2 days without sleep. However, in order to find Yi Chen, he didn't take a moment's rest. While checking, Brother K suddenly paused. He felt a special energy fluctuation at his wrist. A Club K quietly appeared in his hand, and feeling the information within the card, Brother K's expression changed. The owner of the Black Spade K had tried to use it again. Hey, you two, stop for a moment and check what's 7.5 kilometers south from here, then 1.6 kilometers east. Brother K's sudden voice jolted the two guards awake. Wait a moment. One guard quickly operated a computer and soon pulled up an aerial map. He entered the values, and a picture of a school appeared on the screen. Sir, the coordinates point to Rongguan Middle School. Middle school? Brother K was taken aback for a moment, then his face turned ashen. He knew that the person who took the Black Spade K was a student, but he didn't expect it to be a high school student. Damn, a kid who hasn't even hit puberty is going to a hotel to find women? Are high school students playing like this now? But that didn't matter now. The location was a school, which meant that guy was a student at that school. At this time, anyone still at school must be a boarding student. The range had suddenly narrowed down by who knows how many times. So now, as long as he went over, he could basically find him. Thinking of this, the fatigue on Brother K's face instantly vanished, replaced by boundless excitement. He glanced at the two staff members, their eyes flashing, and with lightning speed, knocked both of them unconscious. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. On the rooftop of the main teaching building of Rongguan High School, Lu Ha stood at the edge, continuously observing his surroundings with a thermal imaging camera. As students returned to their dorms one after another, the red images visible in his view grew fewer. A total of 6 Dragon Guards had been dispatched for this operation, 3 with 2 stars and 3 with 3 stars. It wasn't that the security department lacked the manpower to send more, but they felt it was unnecessary. This lineup was sufficient to handle both arsonists and ordinary Polaris terrorists. Although Wong Hong provided special information, it was merely his subjective guess without complete evidence. First, they couldn't determine if the figure in the gray robe was indeed the arsonist. Second, there were many contradictions in the information Wong Hong shared. Investigations in the afternoon revealed that the deceased included one man and two women, none of whom had attended Rongwon High School. However, those who were injured and fled had indeed studied there. Among them, two women barely supported Wang Heng's theory, but one had been in a relationship for many years, and the other was single. Thus, Wang Heng's speculation fell apart. Even if there were any loose ends, even if it were true that the arsonist burned the yin out of love turned to hate, would he still need to come to the school? To detonate? To set off fireworks? Regardless of whether the other party was coming or not, monitoring the situation couldn't hurt. If everything went smoothly today, they could slowly investigate this aspect tomorrow. While Lu Ho was observing intently, he didn't notice a figure had appeared behind him at some point. In the next moment, the figure reached out, slowly approaching him like a ghost. Slap! A hand landed on Lu He's shoulder. Lu Ho jolted, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. Instinctively, he was about to summon his awakened object to counterattack when a familiar voice rang out. Cousin, do you have any of that left? Let me play with one. Louis's body stiffened, and he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Are you trying to scare me to death? You walked without making a sound? Wang Hong awkwardly scratched his head. That dragon guard uncle told me to try not to make noise. Lu Ho flicked his bangs and shot him a glare. Alright, just stay here quietly. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Wang Hong looked at the pitch-black night sky below and couldn't help but pout. Although he was the informant, Lu Ho didn't plan to let him participate in this matter. But having finally caught wind of such an event, Wang Heng's curiosity was impossible to extinguish. If Lu Ho wouldn't let him participate, he would secretly squat at the door. As a result, he was quickly discovered by the security department and brought over. If that arsonist was indeed a Polaris terrorist, this place would be safer than others. In the event of a confrontation. After a few seconds of silence, the restless old Wang couldn't help but ask, Cousin, when do you think that guy will act? Lu Hai kept his gaze on the thermal imaging camera and replied, Act? What for? To set off fireworks. Maybe to blow up the teaching building, Wang Hong said seriously. I saw a news article the day before yesterday titled Brat blows up school to avoid homework. Lu Hei's mouth twitched. He hadn't felt much when he wasn't familiar with Wang Hong. After chatting a few times, he realized this guy was quite eccentric, always thinking about strange things. It was surprising that such a personality could crack the previous information and provide them with clues. While the two were chatting, a taxi stopped at the school gate outside. A figure in sunglasses and a gray robe, Meiwake, got out. He looked at the school before him with bloodshot eyes, filled with fervor and excitement. Kei's voice was hoarse as he muttered to himself, You mustn't let me down. With that, his figure swayed and vanished from the spot. At the security booth at the entrance of Rongwang High School, two members of the security department's Dragon Guard were chatting idly while keeping an eye on the entrance. I really can't believe it. Lu Ha submitted information that was completely off the mark, and they actually believed it. One of them, Hanjin, couldn't help but complain. Compared to waiting here for a potential arsonist whose existence was uncertain, he would much rather be out capturing terrorists from the Polaris organization. That kind of life was what he dreamed of. Beside him, Li Bing scoffed, You think it's unreliable, but he actually used that unreliable information to capture terrorists from the Polaris organization before. That was just luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. Forget it, you're still too young, you'll learn slowly. Li Bing shook his head with a smile. The Dragon Guard was a combat unit of the security department specifically responsible for direct confrontations with terrorists. Those who could enter the Dragon Guard had to possess decent awakening abilities. Newcomers like this, who had just arrived not long ago, often had this flaw, arrogant and eager to make a name for themselves. After a few years of bloodshed and experience, they would understand. However, he was also quite surprised by Lu Hei's situation. He had always thought that such a stroke of luck was an illusion, yet it had actually happened. That kid had walked out and gained merit for nothing. Where could he argue about that? While discussing, Li Bing glanced at the time and said, Hanjin, check again when the time is up. Don't make me remind you next time. Got it. Hanjin reluctantly took out a compass-like device. This was his awakening item, a search compass, rated B with a score of 72. By infusing mental energy, he could sense nearby objects. The targets of his perception could be life energy, awakened individuals, or magical creatures. He would activate it every 3 minutes to ensure no one slipped through the cracks. As he infused his mental energy, the compass began to spin rapidly. In the next moment, the needle suddenly paused, pointing northwest, but quickly started spinning again. Hanjin was taken aback. He had set it to detect awakened individuals of 3 stars or above, with a sensing radius of 10 to 60 meters. When they arranged the positions earlier, Li Bing had moved Lu Ha and another 3-star Dragon Guard more than 60 meters away to prevent interference. Yet now, he had sensed another 3-star awakened individual. What's wrong? Li Bing asked. Hanjin pointed uncertainly to the northwest. Just now, the search compass briefly pointed northwest, but then it disappeared. Li Bing looked toward the northwest with a puzzled expression. Logically, if they had found a trace, the other party should be outside the school, so how could they be inside? Oh, he remembered that there were 2 3-star physical education teachers in the school. Could it be them? But regardless of who it was, since a suspicious point had been discovered, they had to investigate. He said into the communicator, everyone else, continue monitoring. I'm going out to patrol with Hanjin. At the northernmost part of the school stood an independent dormitory building. This was built specifically for students with B-level awakening abilities. At this moment, on the balcony of room 401, Yi-Chen was holding a telescope, peering through the glass at the restroom entrance in the distance to the west. After discovering that members of the Polaris organization were looking for him in the morning, Yi-Chen began to plot. First, he deceived the delusional old Wang, making him believe it was true. As a result, this guy not only believed it wholeheartedly but also concocted a storyline for himself. In the second part, old Wang, following the script Yi-Chen had prepared in advance, brought the Dragon Guard from the security department over. Yi-Chen had organized a more rational analysis for him, and coupled with his previous report that had proven useful, they really believed it. The third part involved using the Spade K to lure the members of the Polaris organization over. If the terrorists were discovered, both sides would end up in a fierce fight. Regardless of the outcome, he would be safe. If the other party avoided the surveillance of the security department and entered the school, then he would definitely come here to investigate. At that time, having old Wang directly remind his cousin would also be effective. Perfect. At this moment, he was scouting while chatting with old Wang. Foam, old Wang, how's it going? On your side? Cosmic News Office, they won't let me go down. It's pitch black upstairs. I can't see anything. Sad, Foam. If you can't see, then don't look. Being part of this operation is already thrilling. When you report back, you'll definitely get some credit. Cosmic News Office, of course, I'm the informant. As long as it succeeds, a reward of at least 100,000 or 80,000 is no problem. Proud, Foam. Have they noticed anything over there? Cosmic News Office, not yet, just watching the stars here. I feel like I'm about to be eaten by mosquitoes. Foam. School's out now. I feel like that arsonist is about to act. You can give a heads up. Wong Hong didn't understand why Yi-Chen thought this was the right time, but he still reminded him, cousin, there aren't many people around now. That arsonist might act at this time. You don't need to worry about this. Professional matters are handled by professionals. Lu Ha didn't want to deal with this guy. He thought he was chatty in the security department's combat team, but this guy could talk even more. At that moment, he heard Li Bing's voice. Everyone else continue monitoring. I'm going out to patrol with Hanjin. Lu Ha was taken aback. There was no patrol task assigned in their mission distribution. Li Bing must have discovered something unusual to say patrol. Although they hadn't confirmed it was a suspect yet, they needed to be alert. Lu Ha quickly moved the infrared camera to assist in the investigation. When his gaze shifted to the west, it suddenly stopped. A red figure appeared in the infrared camera, and the red emitted by that person was more vivid than usual. Moreover, that figure moved extremely fast, disappearing behind a building in the blink of an eye. Report, suspicious person found on the west side of the school defense line. Lu Ha immediately reported. Specific location. Li Bing asked immediately, just behind the gym, suspected to be heading towards the boys' dormitory to the north. Hanjin, nearby, pointed the energy compass towards the boys' dormitory direction, quickly infusing his mental power. Directional reconnaissance. The compass's sensing range instantly expanded from 60 meters to 120 meters, directly covering the distant boys' dormitory building. The next moment, the compass suddenly reacted. There really was a high-level awakener over there. Li Bing said solemnly, Lu Ha, old Foam, gather at the boys' dormitory. Direction. Other 2-star Dragon Guards provide long-distance assistance but do not approach. The target is one person, danger level 3. Stars. Received. Received. After Lu Ha responded, he immediately got up, excitement in his eyes. A 3-star combat power was definitely not an ordinary student. The other party was very likely a terrorist from Polaris. If they could successfully capture him, it would be a significant achievement. Just as he was about to prepare to go over, he turned his head and saw Wong Hong. Li Bing's expression was somewhat strange. Just a few seconds ago, this guy had casually mentioned that the other party should be coming. He had just given a perfunctory reply. It hadn't been long, and they had actually appeared. Did this guy have a magic mouth? Without time to ponder, Lu Ha instructed, you stay here and behave. Don't go anywhere. After saying that, he jogged a few steps and jumped directly from the rooftop on the north side. Wong Hong was dumbfounded. At this scene, this was the 6th floor. Can a 3-star awakener really jump down from this height? Coming back to his senses, Wong Hong immediately sent a message to Yi-Chen, Cosmic News Office, at phone, crazy, my cousin and the others found the arsonist. Still observing the direction of the restroom, Yi-Chen was taken aback and quickly replied, where's the arsonist? The Cosmic News Office responded, I don't know, but My cousin ran off to the northwest. I can't believe I'm missing out on such a big show, it's infuriating. Angry, northwest? The northwest of. The main teaching building is just to the west of his own location. That area happens to be the direction of the public restroom that Ji-Chen was monitoring. However, he had been watching for a while and the other party still hadn't arrived. As Yi-Chen looked around, he suddenly noticed two adults appearing beneath the boys' dormitory. From their demeanor, it seemed they were on guard against something inside the building. In an instant, Yi-Chen understood the leader of the Polaris organization had come to the boys' dormitory to find him. At the same time, Yi-Chen confirmed one thing: there was something wrong with that Spade K. There were hundreds of people living in the boys' dormitory, and finding a target among them would definitely require a special identification method. So it was very likely that the other party had some way to sense or communicate with that Spade K within a certain range. Yi-Chen glanced at the boys' dormitory and then at the restroom behind him. The two were only about 30 to 40 meters apart, a distance that the other party couldn't detect, indicating that their sensing range was quite limited. If that was the case, then the awakened object wasn't too hot to handle. With the danger level reduced, Yi-Chen's expression suddenly became strange. Was the other party sensing abilities or item sensing? If it was item sensing, could that item be similar to the Spade K? If the other party could sense the location of the Spade K within a certain distance, would the Spade K also react upon sensing other cards? Sensing, contacting, locating. Yi-Chen suddenly thought of something. Was there a possibility that this Spade K was actually part of an awakened object? Yi-Chen had seen similar reports before. Some people's awakened objects weren't just one but a set. For example, some people had an awakening that was a mahjong set, allowing them to freely swap the contents of two mahjong tiles. Others awakened a complete beauty kit, with each cosmetic having its own effect. Although this type was rare, since there was a Spade K, it was very likely there were also a Red Tower K, a Club K, or even a complete set of cards. Assuming one card was worth 100 million, then 54 cards would be worth 5.4 billion. What a fortune! So, if he became powerful enough, wouldn't that mean he could use the cards to track down the other party? At that moment, Yi-Chen was filled with excitement. A hidden mission? Epic difficulty? Originally, Yi-Chen had planned to dispose of the cards after this incident, but at this moment he had a new idea. He wanted to hunt down this Polaris organization or the organization behind it. Below the boys' dormitory, Li Bing and the others had already gathered. Hanjin's compass was constantly changing slowly. Clearly, that 3-star awakened one was moving quickly in the dormitory corridor. Brother Bing, what should we do? Lu Ha asked. Li Bing's face was ashen. They thought they could quickly suppress the other party with a 3-to-1 advantage. But now that arsonist was in the boys' dormitory, and if a fight broke out here, it would involve too many students. No one knew what he intended to do in the student dormitory. We absolutely cannot engage here. Everyone spread out and wait for him to come out. Old Feng, inform headquarters about the situation here. Just as he spoke, Hanjin's compass began to move faster, the needle gradually shifting towards the door. Brother Bing, conceal. 3 seconds after the four of them retreated, a man in a gray robe and sunglasses with brown hair emerged from the teaching building. After leaving the ordinary boys' dormitory, he headed straight towards the top students' boys' dormitory where Yi-Chen was located. On the balcony, Yi-Chen's expression changed slightly, but he also confirmed his suspicions. The other party was searching for that Spade K. No longer observing, Yi-Chen returned to his room, first locking the door behind him, then quickly tearing the bedsheet into strips to tie to the balcony railing. After doing all this, Yi-Chen lay quietly on the bed, and within seconds, his breathing turned deep and heavy. Downstairs, Brother K walked into the entrance as if no one were around. Occasionally, passing students would glance at him with a hint of confusion before going about their own business. Brother K strode straight through the second-floor corridor, reaching the end before heading up to the 5th floor. The 10-meter sensing range of the card allowed him to perceive 3 floors in one go. However, when he reached the end of the corridor, his expression darkened again. Nothing. Neither the regular boys' dormitory nor the elite class boys' dormitory had anyone. He had originally thought that the person using it would definitely be a student here, but after searching around, he found nothing. After 2 days of investigating in the monitoring room, he was already quite exhausted. At that moment, he felt like setting the dormitory on fire to vent his anger. However, his last shred of rationality stopped him. Taking a deep breath, Brother K walked out with a blank expression. There was still one place he hadn't checked, which was the location he had sent earlier. It seemed to be a restroom from the glance he had taken. The person should have been secretly using it in the restroom. By now, they must have left long ago, so he hadn't rushed over to investigate. But now, that was the last place he could check. Leaving the dormitory entrance, Brother K headed straight towards the public restroom to the west. Inside the dormitory, Yi-Chen continued to pretend to be asleep. Suddenly, Old Wang sent a voice message. Crazy, I really want to find the target. That guy. Just left the elite student dormitory and went to the restroom to the west. Wang Heng's tone was filled with excitement. Lu Ha hadn't had time to pack up his gear when he left. He fumbled around and finally figured out how to use the infrared camera. After observing for a long time, he finally found the Dragon Guard team hidden in the shadows. Then he saw a guy glowing red all over come out of the dormitory. Compared to an ordinary person's red, this guy was glowing almost luminescent. It was clear he was no ordinary person. Hearing old Wang's voice, Yi Chen instantly got up and went to the balcony. Through the binoculars, he indeed saw Brother K moving towards the restroom. Yi Chen frowned slightly. What was old Wang's combat team waiting for? Since they had already spotted the target, why weren't they making a move? To ensure the target came here, he had buried the Spade K card right there. If he let the Spade K be taken away, he would suffer a huge loss. Under Yi Chen's watchful gaze, Brother K was getting closer to the spot where he had buried the Spade K. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Yi Chen was anxious. Oh, my billions. If he lost that, how many practice matches would he have to play to earn it back? Just when Brother K was less than 15 meters from the card, he suddenly stopped. In the next moment, several flashes of fire suddenly lit up in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. As Brother K approached the restroom, a red-haired youth suddenly jumped out from a nearby bush. He held two Type 84 pistols, the dark muzzles aimed at Brother K. As he pulled the trigger, in the blink of an eye, dozens of bullets shot through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Originally, he had just been looking for a random place to hide. Who would have thought that the other party would come straight towards him after leaving the dormitory? How could he miss such an opportunity to close the distance? When he saw Brother K enter his attack range, he decisively made his move. If the other party had just been an ordinary arsonist, he definitely wouldn't have used a firearm. But unfortunately, the other party was from the 3-star Polaris terrorist organization. Before confirming the abilities of the awakened objects, one must attack with full force. Against such enemies without hesitation, even the slightest delay could cost lives. Every year, many rookies who have just graduated to become Dragon Guards lose their lives due to a moment's hesitation, sometimes even endangering their entire team. The world of the awakened is thrilling, yet equally brutal. Boom! A massive fireball shot into the sky, engulfing the position where Brother K was located. Li Bing and the others no longer hid and slowly emerged from the shadows. Everyone was astonished. This guy actually had explosives on him. The consequences of detonating that in a student dormitory would be unimaginable. Lu Ha, with his hands in his pockets, flicked his red bangs, striking a pose he thought was cool. That year, I had my hands in my pockets and didn't know what a rival was. Brother Bing, the target has been hit. Lu Ha hadn't finished his last word when Hanjin's urgent voice suddenly came through. The target is still alive. Lu Ha was taken aback, and in the next second, something flew out from the flames, instantly appearing in front of him. With the help of the firelight, Lu Ha saw clearly that it was a grenade. Boom! The grenade exploded, and a second fireball shot into the sky, drowning Lu Ha directly in a sea of flames. Xiao He, Lu Ha, Li Bing, and the others were shocked. What kind of monster could survive such an explosion? I said I didn't find it. Turns out you took it. A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned their heads, and their pupils constricted sharply. From the initial flames, a shadow slowly walked out. His clothes were tattered, with 3 bullet holes in his shirt, and in the flickering light, a few bloodstains could be faintly seen. But upon closer inspection, what peeked out from beneath the ragged clothing was not flesh and blood, but a special metallic sheen. Li Bing's pupils shrank, and his expression changed drastically. Half-fusion of awakened objects? 4 stars. The cultivation system of the awakened had currently reached 6 stars. The first 3 stars were about the growth and breakthrough of the awakened objects. With each star the awakened object gained, its abilities would significantly improve. However, this improvement was merely quantitative. Starting from 4 stars, the combat power of the awakened would undergo a qualitative leap. A 4-star awakened could achieve a half-fusion with their awakened object. The body could temporarily utilize all the abilities of the awakened object while also undergoing corresponding changes. Just like Brother K now, his body had fused with the awakened object, transforming into a special metallic material. Even in the raging flames, he wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. Before reaching 4 stars, even if the awakened object's abilities were formidable, the body remained flesh and blood. With the right opportunity, even a kitchen knife could kill them. But upon reaching 4 stars, ordinary firearms became ineffective against him, eliminating the weakness of a powerful awakened object paired with a weak body. Unless their mental energy was exhausted, they were terrifying killing machines. Finally, Li Bing reacted. He shouted into the intercom, "Old Feng, hold them off with me. Everyone else evacuate the students. Call for support. We are facing a 4-star strong enemy." Understood. The middle-aged man called Old Feng shouted, and a completely black metal baseball bat appeared in his hand. Li Bing let out a low shout, and a pair of red boxing gloves appeared in his hands. Seeing the awakened objects of the two, Brother K immediately recalled their information. Li Bing 3-star Dragon Guard. Awakened object, explosive punching gloves, rating, 73. Passive. Talent greatly enhances strength and physique, slightly enhances speed. Active ability, punching attacks carry an explosive effect capable of unleashing several times the strength of an average person in an instant. Feng Qi 3-star Dragon Guard. Awakened object, pursuit baseball. Bat, rating, 74. Passive talent, enhances certain aspects of strength, speed, and physique. Active effect, striking an object carries a tracking effect. After being stationed in Pinyin City for so many years, he was already well acquainted with the information about the Dragon Guards of the combat team. Upon seeing the awakened items in the hands of the two, he immediately identified their corresponding abilities. K didn't pay attention to the two. He looked around to confirm there were no other enemies and let out a sigh of relief. These people were clearly here for themselves. However, they underestimated their own strength, as they didn't even send out any awakened ones above 4 stars. Didn't the higher-ups in Pinyin City know about the Fate Weaver cards? Well, that didn't matter anymore. The opponent only had 2 3-star Dragon Guards. He was sure they couldn't stop him from leaving, but leaving like this felt a bit embarrassing. While he was thinking, Li Bing and Feng Qi charged in from the left and right. They knew they definitely couldn't hold back a 4-star powerhouse, but as long as they could delay him, it would be enough. The advanced combat strength of the combat team could arrive from the security department in no more than 5 minutes. Dare to charge. Seeking death. K sneered, waving his hand as 2 grenades flew towards the two. Seeing this, Li Bing didn't dodge or evade and threw a punch. Explosive strike. A special energy fluctuation appeared on the red gauntlet, and as he threw that punch, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart. The grenade that flew towards him was detonated directly when it was 5 meters away from Li Bing. The intense fire burst forth again, but it didn't touch Li Bing at all. On the other side, Feng Qi couldn't face it head-on. Upon discovering the grenade, he immediately moved at high speed to avoid the attack. Then he took out a fist-sized metal ball made up of numerous nails from his backpack. As he threw the metal ball high into the air, Feng Qi shouted and swung a baseball bat hard at the metal ball. Bang! The metal ball was instantly sent flying, and at the same time, it disintegrated into dozens of nails that shot straight towards K, soul-piercing nails. Watching this scene, K was not the least bit flustered. He sneered and raised his hand, quickly throwing 2 grenades to collide with the flying nails. With a loud explosion, the terrifying energy instantly engulfed all the nails. As the explosion's flames dissipated, the 3 faced off again. Feng Qi's expression darkened. The opponent could respond so easily, clearly indicating they were very familiar with his awakened items' abilities, but they only knew he could throw grenades in large quantities. They were completely unaware of his other abilities. After throwing the grenades, K didn't continue the attack. He knew that the senior Dragon Guards from the security department of Xia country were definitely on their way. To kill 2 combat type 3-star awakened ones in a short time would require taking some risks. Rather than struggling to kill them, it would be better to find another way to retaliate. The corners of K's mouth curled slightly. Next, let's play a fun game. He spread his 5 fingers, and 3 grenades appeared in each hand. 6. Li Bing and Feng Qi's hearts sank, and they stood ready. They had experienced the power of the opponent's grenades. The explosion of so many at once would definitely be terrifying. In the next moment, K threw the grenades out like scattering flowers. Just as the two were preparing to dodge, they suddenly noticed that 3 of them flew off in another direction. That direction was the boys' dormitory. Long before, with the sound of the first explosion, all the students in the dormitories had already heard it. Some felt it was a bit dangerous and immediately fled downstairs. Others, not understanding the situation, leaned out of the windows curiously. In front of a window on the 3rd floor, a student watched with blood boiling. How much had they grown to possess such combat power? As he watched, he suddenly felt something flying towards him. Was that a bomb? Bomb! Boom! Boom! The moment the 3 grenades touched the dormitory building, they exploded directly. The terrifying energy directly shattered the walls, and the shockwave from the explosion reached several dormitory students, causing screams to echo throughout the building. Li Feng and Feng Qi watched this scene with their eyes wide in horror. Just moments ago, they had been thinking of stalling for time, as this kind of enemy was not something they could handle right now. But the moment the enemy attacked the dormitory building, they knew they could no longer wait. With the enemy's means of attack, who knew how many people would die before the senior Dragon Guards arrived? At that moment, a teammate's voice came through their earpieces. Report, Captain, we have found information on that person. Lao Si, an American, 38 years old, a 4-star awakening item, bomb expert, rating 84, a rare summoning type awakening item, enhances mental strength with strong immunity to explosions and high temperatures, capable of mass-producing powerful bombs. Another person added, I've already reported it, and the higher-ups said to hold on for 2 more people. Support will arrive soon. By the way, I just found out that the bounty from the Enforcers Alliance on him is 2.3 billion. Hearing the bounty price, both of them gasped. A 4-star terrorist entering the Enforcers Alliance bounty list usually had a reward between 100 million to 1 billion. If it exceeded 1 billion, it meant either the enemy's awakening ability was particularly dangerous or they had committed some heinous acts. It seemed this guy might fit both categories. A determined glint flashed in Li Bing's eyes. Old phone, we can't let him continue attacking. Kill, kill. Lao Si sneered, his tone filled with mockery. Kill me? You should take care of yourselves first. Whoosh, 6 grenades appeared in his hands. Lao Si gave the two no time to react as the grenades flew out instantly. Half flew towards Li Bing and the others, while the other half headed towards the nearby male dormitory. Damn it! Feng Qi gritted his teeth and ignored the incoming grenades. He swung a stone away with a bat. The stone shattered into 3 pieces, arcing through the air to catch up with the 3 grenades and detonating them mid-air. Li Bing then appeared in front of him, shouting loudly as he punched out, exploding all the grenades that were coming straight at them. As the flames dissipated, the two looked somewhat disheveled. Lao Si mocked, I wonder how many times you can intercept. Saying this, more grenades slowly appeared in his hands. Li Bing spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Lao Si's hand. Old phone, this is too passive. Don't worry about the others. Charge in and suppress him up close. They couldn't afford to be nice anymore. Merely defending would only put them in a passive position. If they kept this up, they would be blown to bits before they could intercept the grenades. Feng Qi felt reluctant, but he understood this point. To save more people, they had to sacrifice some. Li Bing and Feng Qi roared in unison and charged forward. Lao Si smiled playfully and threw out the grenades again. This time, 4 flew towards Li Bing and Feng Qi, while 2 flew towards the distant dormitory building. Explosive strike! Li Bing shouted as he punched out, the air in front of him exploding along with the grenades. Just as the flames had not yet dissipated, Feng Qi suddenly burst out from within. He bore the marks of burns but seemed unfazed. Taking advantage of the opening Li Bing had created, he rushed right in front of Lao Si. He swung a bat towards Lao Si's head. Lao Si raised his hand to block, and when the bat collided with his arm, a crisp metallic sound rang out, sending sparks flying. Feng Qi was taken aback. Didn't the data say this guy was a mage? How could his defense be so high? Lao Si didn't give Feng Qi a chance to react, kicking him in the abdomen and sending him flying. A grenade appeared in his hand, following the momentum. However, before the grenade could catch up, the air twisted in midair, and the grenade was instantly destroyed. Feng Qi got up from the ground and charged again. Lao Si's expression darkened. He hadn't expected these two to cooperate so well. The dragon guards of Xia country are indeed difficult to deal with. Feng Qi's speed is quick, and after closing in again, the black baseball bat transforms into streaks of shadow, completely enveloping Lao's. Meanwhile, Li Bing's fists carry immense force, each punch shaking the space around them. Bombs continuously explode around Laos, forcing the two men back time and again. In the fierce close quarters combat, they finally managed to restrain Lao's movements, forcing him to expend more energy on defense. Lao's expression grows increasingly grim. His abilities require coordination with his teammates to unleash their true power. Now, being disrupted by 2 melee dragon guards, he can barely release even a third of his usual strength. Just moments ago, he threw a grenade at his feet, and that Li Bing actually took the explosion just to land a punch on him. Continuing to fight under such circumstances has become meaningless. As 2 energy grenades fell at his feet, Lao's planned to retreat. However, in the next moment, Li Bing and Feng Qi charged directly at him, braving the energy grenades. The dragon guards of Xia country are all TM crazy. Even though he was already severely injured, they were still fighting desperately to keep him. Seeing the 2 men encircle him again from left and right, a glint of madness flashed in Lao's eyes behind his sunglasses. This time, he did not evade, he stood his ground as the 2 approached, while a violent power began to coalesce within him. Li Bing and Feng Qi's expressions changed, but it was too late to dodge. Almost simultaneously, a grenade the size of a soccer ball appeared in Lao's hand. Laos laughed maniacally. Explode, Patrick Star. Boom! A fire pillar over 10 meters high shot up into the sky on the basketball court, and the terrifying heat wave sent debris flying dozens of meters away. The fleeing students felt the ground tremble violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. As the flames gradually dissipated, the center of the battlefield had been blasted into a crater over 10 meters in diameter. The concrete floor was now scalding hot, emitting steam. Only one person remained standing in the pit. Lao's clothes were completely burned away, and his metallic skin had large cracks, blood flowing profusely from his wounds. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a lingering fear. At the last moment, Li Bing and Feng Qi, realizing they couldn't completely evade, had given up on defense to land a hit on him. First, he endured their attacks, then took the brunt of his own Patrick Star. Even though his passive ability made him immune to most explosive damage, he still sustained significant injuries from such intensity. However, the outcome was still satisfactory. He looked at the bloodied Li Bing and Feng Qi in the distance. Although he had paid a price, he had at least dealt with these 2 nuisances. According to his calculations, it would take some time for the high-level awakened dragon guards to arrive, enough for him to retreat. He could even take one back for interrogation. Just as he lifted his foot to leave, his body suddenly stiffened. Danger! Laos turned his head, his eyes fixed on a direction. Who? Come out! Why is the young man so angry? A figure slowly emerged from the darkness, a tall man with a buzz cut, squinting his eyes and smiling, giving off a friendly vibe. Seeing the newcomer, Laos was taken aback. He had thought the person was a high-ranking dragon guard from the security department. He had no impression of this guy in front of him. You're not from the security department? Laos asked. No, Jolie replied, wearing his signature smile. Do you want to save those two? Laos pointed at the unconsciously Bing and Fengqi not far away. Jolie's smile remained unchanged. I'm not familiar with them, but if I can conveniently save them, it should bring me quite a few benefits later. Sure, you can have them. I'll take my leave. Laos agreed directly, although he really wanted to take one back for interrogation. But this guy in front of him had just given him a dangerous feeling. With the battle just now, it was clear that he was not an unknown figure. Moreover, the senior dragon guard from the security department was on the way, and if he got delayed, it would be dangerous. No problem, but you need to answer one question before you leave. What question? Lee's originally smiling eyes suddenly widened, a glint of cold light exploding forth. He stepped out, and the cement bricks beneath him instantly tore apart like a spider web, while he himself transformed into a shadow rushing towards Laos. Laos's expression changed drastically. This guy was a speed type. Without any hesitation, 6 energy grenades flew from Laos's hands like a shower of flowers. 4 of them blocked Jolie's path, while the remaining 2 flew towards the severely injured and unconsciously Bing. Jolie's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he dodged the attack. 3 sharp beast claws had appeared on the back of his hand without him noticing. Swish, swish, 2 blades of light flashed in the night, instantly slicing the grenades heading towards Li Bing in half. However, this delay allowed him to see that Laos had already run to the corner of the wall to the west. Jolie felt a bit regretful he hadn't acted immediately earlier because he was worried that the guy would use the dragon guard's safety as a threat. But in the end, he was still seen through. Yet he couldn't just stand by and watch the 2 3-star dragon guards die without help. To protect them, he missed the best opportunity to attack. If he continued to chase and the opponent reached the residential area, the consequences would be troublesome. Over there, Laos leaped up, about to jump over the high wall, and he looked back at Jolie, who was still dozens of meters away, and breathed a sigh of relief. The other party didn't continue to chase, so he should be safe. Bang! A sudden gunshot echoed through the night sky. In the darkness, a golden light flashed, and a golden bullet instantly shot into Laos's chest. The golden bullet exploded at Laos's chest. Such a powerful bullet couldn't penetrate the fused state of Laos, but the explosive energy prevented him from jumping over the high wall. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. At this moment, near the bushes by the restroom, a figure slowly stood up. He was covered in blood, half of his body severely burned. Although he looked extremely miserable, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. The protagonist always makes the final entrance. The speaker was Lu Ha. At the beginning of the battle, he had successfully ambushed and injured Laos. However, they hadn't expected the opponent to be a 4-star awakener. An energy grenade exploded in front of him, nearly killing him. It took him a lot of effort to barely get up. Then he saw Laos trying to escape, and he finally found the opportunity for revenge. Watching Laos fall from the air, Jolie's eyes flashed, and he instantly transformed into a shadow rushing forward. As a former professional adventurer, how could he miss such an opportunity? Damn it! Falling from the air, Laos gritted his teeth against the intense pain and cursed. He hadn't expected that there was still an old 6 hiding here. He had been so tense in the previous fight that he hadn't acted, only to attack at the most critical moment. But now he had no time to worry about him because Jolie was already coming. Swish, before he even arrived, 3 sharp blades of light were already in front of him. Laos let out a low shout, raising his metal arm to block. At the same time, 3 metallic clangs rang out, accompanied by a scream. Laos's arm trembled. The blade had actually cut through his half-fused metal body, and drops of blood flowed from the wound. The opponent was not an agile type awakener, he was a combat type. Such a highly agile and explosive warrior was a nightmare for their summoning type. Moreover, he had sustained some injuries earlier to quickly resolve the battle. Don't force me, if pushed too hard, I can make the people of this school accompany me to the grave. Laos's voice was fierce, but Jolie showed no response at all. In a breath, he had already arrived in front of Laos, his claws slicing through the air with countless flashes of light. Boom! An energy grenade exploded in front of Laos, but Jolie had already left the battlefield a second before the explosion. Before the flames had dissipated, his figure charged forward again. In the darkness, sharp silver blades of light intertwined with the exploding flames, weaving a splendid picture that was pleasing to the eye. In less than half a minute, the two had exchanged several blows. Laos bore dozens of wounds, while Jolie's clothes were slightly dirty. Finally, Laos could no longer hold on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with resentment and confusion. Who exactly are you? A 4-star awakener shouldn't be a nameless nobody, yet I have no information about you in my files. The opponent's awakening ability seemed to be claws, which were not considered rare. As for the ability, it was only known that he could slash out sharp blades of light, but the lethality was extremely high. Especially, this guy's combat awareness was terrifyingly high during the half-minute exchange he had been on the receiving end the entire time. Such combat power could rank quite high among 4-star awakeners. However, he had thought through all the high-ranking dragon guards and enforcers of Xia country and found no matching information. Jolie smiled. I'm just a person who has already died once. But your awakening talent is definitely A grade, and in terms of destructive power, it's remarkable. A person like you doesn't seem like someone who would be willing to waste time in a B-grade terrorist organization. I'm curious, who is your backer? Upon hearing this, Laos's expression changed repeatedly. I don't understand what you're saying. Don't understand? No problem, I'll make you understand slowly. Jolie narrowed his eyes and licked his lips, giving off a feeling of nostalgia. Laos's eyes flashed, and a grenade was instantly thrown. It's best not to disturb others when they're reminiscing. Jolie smiled as his claws sliced through the air, cutting the grenade along with the explosions. Flames. However, just as his words fell, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Behind the exploding flames, a cold light erupted, and a card, emitting a ghostly blue sheen, suddenly flashed by. Whoosh! That cold light vanished in an instant, disappearing into the distance. Tick, tick. A few drops of blood fell from Jolie's throat, where a thin line of blood had appeared. Laos was overjoyed. He had been severely injured earlier, partly because he truly couldn't fight back, and partly because it was intentional. He aimed to take advantage of this guy's moment of relaxation to launch a sneak attack. However, the next second, his expression changed again, because Jolie's aura had not dissipated. He was injured, but the wound was not fatal. Jolie reached out to touch the blood on his neck and suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. He had almost capsized in the gutter. If it had been 10 years ago, he would never have made such a rookie mistake. Indeed, not battling in the secret realm, a person's reactions would gradually slow down. However, compared to this, he was more curious about the hidden weapon that had just attacked him. That thing gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Jolie's eyes narrowed again. Indeed, you are not an ordinary person. You even have awakening weaponry. But I'm more curious about what awakening item you just used. Laos fell silent, but began to condense a starfish in his hand. To escape from this guy, he would have to pay a price. Fate Weaver card. Jolie suddenly uttered a few words, his narrowed eyes fixed firmly on Laos. Upon hearing those 5 words, Laos's pupils constricted sharply, then turned blank. What are you talking about? Jolie smiled. Although the opponent's reaction was brief, he still caught it. I knew it. A person like you must have a backer, but I didn't expect it to be the S-grade Eden. Jolie crossed his arms, seemingly having no intention of continuing the fight, and said lightly, you can go. I don't want to provoke a behemoth like you. Laosi was taken aback, not expecting that the other party would be frightened by his backing. However, since he knew that his organization was Eden, it didn't seem to be a problem. Laosi took a deep breath and slowly moved back. Are you really not going to make a move? Of course not, but there is a condition. Jolie maintained his position without moving. What condition? You tell me a location. What location? Jolie slowly opened his mouth and uttered 3 words, Eden. Upon hearing the word Eden, Laosi's body trembled violently. He had been tense before, but when the other party said those 3 words, he panicked. Laosi's body was covered in goosebumps, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with vigilance and murderous intent. He hoarsely whispered, who exactly are you? To outsiders, Eden was just the name of an organization, but only a very few understood that Eden actually referred to a place, not a terrorist organization's name. Me? My name is Jolie, but you probably aren't familiar with it. Jolie smiled, revealing a set of white teeth. I used to have another title, Smiling Tiger. Smiling Tiger? Every 4-star awakened individual has their own title, some are self-given, while others are given by the outside world. Hearing this name, Laosi felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had heard this title somewhere long ago, but he couldn't recall where. This title seemed to be very old. Wait. Laosi's body trembled, and his voice quivered at that moment. You are the Smiling Tiger of the Nightshade Brigade. I can't believe someone still remembers the Nightshade Brigade. What a nostalgic name. Jolie's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a reminiscent expression similar to before. After a moment, Jolie slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Back then, you Eden gave us a great gift. To think I would meet you here today, how should I repay you? Whoosh, a shadow flashed by, and Jolie had somehow appeared behind Laosi. Laosi instinctively turned around, and then he really did turn, but only his head turned. With a thud, Laosi's head separated from his body and fell to the ground. At that moment, the Jolie standing in front with a dazed smile slowly dissipated. The real Jolie shook his head. Did you really think I was chatting with you? Once he realized the other party was from Eden, he abandoned the idea of capturing him. They had dealt with Eden before. That was the world's #1 S-class terrorist organization. He knew about the Polaris organization, but he didn't expect that the force behind Polaris was actually Eden. No wonder his brother hadn't returned for so long. He probably encountered people from Eden before. To possess the Fate Weaver card, one must sign a contract with the Fate Weaver. If any information about Eden is leaked, one would die immediately. So when encountering people from Eden, killing them directly was the right move. Suddenly, Jolie's eyes turned red, and a special surge of blood energy surged within him. He immediately suppressed the awakening material, and after 2 breaths, that blood energy calmed down. Time passed too long, I almost forgot about the backlash. Jolie couldn't help but mutter, but to think I could catch a lone one here, what luck. Jolie quickly stepped forward to check Lao Si's body, and after confirming that the other party had nothing else on him, he stood up. He looked towards the darkness in the distance, and with a flicker of his figure, he disappeared from the spot. Half a minute after Jolie left, urgent alarm bells rang out. The Dragon Guard team from the combat department rushed over. When they saw the deep pits on the ground and the shattered dormitory building, they were shocked. What kind of brutal battle had taken place here? At that moment, a voice came from the nearby grass. Weak and exhausted, "Uncle Wu, I'm here." Wu Xiaoji quickly arrived at Louis's side and found someone who had half of his body burned but was proudly standing in place with one hand in his pocket, striking a pose he thought was very cool. "Xiao He, what happened here? Where are the terrorists?" Louis's lips curled slightly, but the smile tugged at his many injuries, causing him to wince. Lu Ha stopped pretending and said, "Uncle Wu, the terrorist is already dead." He quickly recounted what had just happened in brief. Confirming that the terrorist was dead, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Understood, you should rest well first and we'll discuss the details later," Wu Xiaoji nodded. Soon, the healing-type awakened ones provided emergency treatment to Lu Ha, Li Bing, and Feng Shi before quickly sending them back to headquarters. The others began rescuing students affected by the battle and searching for the man who had suddenly attacked. While the rescue team was busy, on the east side of the school, Jolie was staring at a tree, lost in thought. Just now, the opponent had thrown the Fate Master card as a hidden weapon, which was very important to Eden, so he rushed over to search for it. That special awakened item would not respond even with mental perception. He searched for a while before finding a gap in the wall of a restroom. The wall behind the restroom had also been penetrated, and so had the school wall behind it. Jolie followed this direction all the way until he arrived in front of a large tree. There was a shallow cut on the trunk that was hard to notice unless looked at closely. Clearly, the last card had flown here and run out of energy. But strangely, the Fate Master card that had originally been stuck in the trunk had disappeared. It had been less than 2 minutes since Lao Si shot out the Fate Master card. Jolie pondered for a long time, unable to understand who could have taken the card in such a short time. Could it be that while he was fighting, other awakened ones were secretly spying? For a moment, Jolie fell into silence. "All students please gather in the open space in front of the main teaching building. All students please gather in the open space in front of the main teaching building." After a brief chaos, the security department quickly took over the school. Injured students received treatment, and other students who had been hiding also returned one after another. At this moment, several teachers who had rushed over overnight were helping to count the number of students. "Students from Class 2 of the elite class, please respond here when your name is called. Lu Lei, here. Ma Yun Yun, here." As each name on the list received a response, the teacher felt much more at ease. These were all genius students whose awakened items were rated B level. Losing one would be a significant loss for the school. Soon the teacher read the last name, Yi Chen. After waiting for 2 seconds without hearing anyone respond, the teacher raised his voice. "Yi Chen, is Yi Chen here?" "Here." Yi Chen's voice sounded, but the direction was not from the crowd in the west, but from behind him. The teacher turned around just in time to see Yi Chen rushing in from the entrance. "Are you hurt?" the teacher asked with concern. Yi Chen shook his head. "I'm fine, not hurt at all." "That's good, then return to the team." The teacher breathed a sigh of relief, while also curious about how fast this student could run. It had only been a few minutes since the terrorist attack began, and he had already made it outside the school. While resting, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang, and he saw it was Jolie calling. "Hello, Xiaofeng, are you okay?" Jolie's tone was slightly urgent and concerned. "Oh, I'm fine," Yi Chen replied flatly. That's good. You should rest well today, and we'll talk about other things tomorrow." After saying that, Jolie immediately hung up the phone, still searching for the Fate Master card in the jungle. Although there is a 99% chance that the card has been taken by someone given the current situation, even with a 1% chance, one must still try. If it really has been taken, then I must find a way to locate the person who took the card. Yi Chen did not expect Jolie to hang up so quickly. He wondered if Jolie had been injured during his battle with the other party while he was away. Soon after, a large number of parents arrived to take their children home. The boys' dormitory, having been bombarded with several energy grenades, was definitely uninhabitable. The other dormitories were fine, but after such an incident, most students did not want to stay here any longer. When a teacher asked Yi Chen about his choice, he directly opted to stay at the school. The teacher looked at Yi Chen in surprise once more. Most students were crying in fear after such an event, yet this one appeared very calm, as if nothing had happened. However, since Yi Chen was willing to stay, the teacher said nothing further. More than an hour later, the security personnel had thoroughly searched the school inside and out. After confirming there were no other dangers, they left 2 combat teams stationed while the rest of the personnel gradually withdrew. Yi Chen returned to the dormitory and glanced towards the restroom where several staff members were still cleaning up the battlefield overnight. He would have to wait a bit longer to retrieve the card. However, Yi Chen rummaged through his pocket and then a card appeared in his hand. The information on this card was the King of Diamonds. Earlier, Yi Chen had been watching the show from the 4th floor. Upon seeing the explosion at the dormitory, he quickly jumped down using the bed sheets from the window. Then he found a safe place to continue observing. Although the night was dark, he could still barely make out the situation. Later, when Lousy shot out the card as a hidden weapon, the eerie blue light streaked past him and shot directly into the restroom on the east side. Although he couldn't see clearly, he was very familiar with that blue light. That thing was very likely an awakened item card. He then followed the direction the card flew in. He passed through the restroom and walls, finally finding the card of the Fate Weaver inside a large tree outside the school. From the previous flash of light, Yi Chen was certain that this card's ability shared some similarities with that of the King of Spades. Additionally, as they both belonged to the K series, they could connect with each other. However, since the battle had just ended, it was best not to use it for now. After putting the card away, Yi Chen lay back on his bed and took out his little game console to start a new adventure. At the same time, Jolie had returned to the Xing Tian Martial Arts Hall. After hesitating for a moment, he still went to room 309 and knocked on the door. "Uncle Joe, please come in, the door is not closed." With permission, Jolie walked in, and Chen Xilan looked at him nervously. "Uncle Joe, how did it go?" Jolie smiled. Awkwardly, "There was a bit of a problem, I haven't seen Xiaofeng yet." "Ha?" Chen Xilan was taken aback, feeling a bit disappointed, but not seeing him meant negotiations hadn't started yet, so it wasn't necessarily bad news. Seeing Jolie's hesitant expression, Chen Xilan was curious. "Uncle Joe, do you have something you want to tell me?" Jolie nodded. "When I went to find Xiaofeng, there was a terror incident at their school, and I helped resolve it in the end." After a pause, Jolie looked troubled. "Some of the things involved are related to you and me, but your condition." Swish! A flash of killing intent flickered through Chen Xilan's body, and the black bracelet on her wrist began to glow. After a moment, Chen Xilan steadied her emotions, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Joe, you should know why I am trying so hard. If I don't even have the right to know, then there is no meaning in my existence." Jolie fell silent, looking at the determination in Chen Xilan's eyes, feeling a deep inner turmoil. After a long time, seeing that the other party showed no signs of retreat, Jolie finally sighed. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll tell you, but you must do your best to control your emotions." Jolie then briefly recounted what had happened on the other side. When Chen Xilan heard that the hidden weapon shot by the rolls was from the card of the Fate Master, a terrifying killing intent erupted within her. Once again, her originally snow-white skin turned crimson at that moment, as if scalded by hot water, emitting wisps of steam. Chen Xilan could no longer hold on and directly half-knelt on the ground, her body trembling violently. The black bracelet on her wrist flickered wildly, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Jolie's nerves were taut, always ready to knock Chen Xilan unconscious if necessary. However, she continued to grit her teeth and resist. Time passed second by second, and at that moment, every second felt like a century to Chen Xilan. 3 minutes later, the flickering frequency of the black bracelet on her wrist finally decreased a bit. Chen Xilan was already drenched in sweat, but she managed to show a difficult smile. She had held on. Jolie let out a long breath. He had been quite scared just now. "Uncle Joe, please continue," Chen Xilan said weakly, but her eyes remained resolute. Jolie nodded and recounted the subsequent situation. When he learned that they ultimately could not find the Fate Master card, Chen Xilan's expression darkened. The Eden organization had extremely strong hidden capabilities, making it very difficult to find them without something special. Just when they had finally gotten some clues, it seemed they were about to be interrupted. Again. "Alright, I will continue to investigate the card matter in the next few days. Since it was taken by someone, there must be a trail to follow," Jolie comforted. "Horror. As for you, you probably won't sleep well these next few days. Don't worry, I will definitely help you resolve things with Xiaofeng tomorrow." Play Challenge Mode. First level, the slaughter begins. In challenge mode, Yi Chen was already familiar with the first 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the familiar battle axe Minotaur appeared again. Looking at the Minotaur, Yi Chen licked his lips, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. The battle axe Minotaur saw Yi Chen roar to the sky, its voice shaking the heavens. It swung its battle axe, continuously smashing down towards Yi Chen, each strike causing the ground to tremble. Facing such an attack, Yi Chen retreated early to dodge, and at the moment the axe hit the ground, he would leap up. This battle axe Minotaur had an extremely large attack range. and could use several skills. Besides charging, the charged attack that struck the ground would also create shockwaves. Fighting this kind of boss required Yi Chen to completely change his previous combat style. Before, it was about extreme dodging, now, it was about dodging in advance. He had tried it once at noon and had suffered a setback. But now that he knew the boss's skills, dodging became much easier. In the jungle, the ground trembled continuously and Yi Chen kept dodging the attacks. Time slowly passed, and at a certain moment, as Yi Chen watched the Minotaur charge up again, he was about to jump back when the Minotaur suddenly disappeared. Yi Chen was taken aback, only to realize he had held on for 3 minutes. To be fair, if the Blue Wolf King fought this battle-axe Minotaur, the Minotaur would definitely win. But in terms of the pressure it brought to Yi Feng, the Blue Wolf King was even more formidable than the battle-axe Minotaur. Back then, he had been stuck by the Blue Wolf King for a long time. However, the physical attributes at that time were incomparable to now. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen summoned the Demon King Armored Gauntlet once again. Let me see what will happen in the next 7 minutes. Just as he was thinking, movement appeared in the distant jungle. The next moment, 2 wild boars and 4 red-eyed rabbits sprang out. Additionally, there were 2 small minotaurs, one holding a wooden shield and the other holding a drumstick. Although they were called small, they were nearly 2 meters tall. However, seeing this scene, Yi Chen instead laughed. Is this it? After learning about the minotaurs, Yi Chen conducted an investigation. These small minotaurs have a combat power of around 1 star. In numerical terms, that's roughly 15 in strength, 15 in constitution, and about 10 in agility. This type of minotaur is not weak and can wield weapons. However, their speed and reaction are average, which Yi Chen, a seasoned warrior, can easily handle. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Kill. In the jungle, purple arcs of electricity danced like fluttering butterflies. Each appearance took the life of a monster. As Yi Chen slaughtered, the system's prompts echoed in his ears. Soul coins plus 1 soul coins plus 5 soul coins plus 10. In the last 7 minutes, a massive wave of monsters charged towards Yi Chen one after another. The purple currents on Yi Chen's armor surged out like a floodgate opening, and of course, his mental energy was depleting rapidly. Gradually, Yi Chen began to feel fatigued, but as the time approached 30 minutes, he became even more excited. Having come this far, he certainly wouldn't give up easily. If his mental energy was exhausted, he could just sleep for a day. So what? At that moment, Yi Chen pushed his mental energy to the limit, and the purple electricity surged once more. Kill, kill, kill. By the end, Yi Chen's consciousness began to blur, but he still persisted in unleashing thunder to eliminate the enemies before him. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly noticed that all the monsters had vanished in an instant. Ding! You have cleared the first level of the challenge mode, unlocking the second level. Ding! You have unlocked a new achievement. Hey, not bad. Ding! You have cleared this level, triggering a little money, soul coins plus 10%. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen let out a long sigh of relief, his vision darkening as he fell into a deep sleep. That night, many people besides Yi Chen suffered from insomnia. The next day, warm sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Yi Chen. He groggily opened his eyes, rubbing his brow, still feeling a bit fatigued. Yesterday's mental energy consumption had nearly reached its limit. It seemed that the time he could use the Demon King's armored arm was around 14 minutes, similar to a 1-star Delia. Yawning, Yi Chen glanced at his phone. It was already past 10 in the morning. Additionally, there were 6 missed calls and several text messages. Yi Chen ignored them and directly pulled out his handheld game console to enter the game space. A new blue achievement appeared at the bottom of the achievement information bar. Hey, not bad condition. Clear the first level of challenge mode effect. Courage plus 1, neural reflex plus 1, charm plus 1. This time, the special attributes were not a flat plus 3, but added separately, making the attribute effects only average. Yi Chen then opened the 1-star shop. Constitution plus 1 soul coins, 320 strength plus 1 soul coins, 160 speed plus 1 soul coins, 320 mental plus 1 soul coins, 80 soul coins, 862. Looking at the number of soul coins, Yi Chen rubbed his eyes. How much? When was the last time he upgraded his attributes? Oh, he remembered, it was the night before last. As a result, he had actually earned over 800 soul coins in just one day yesterday? This speed is outrageous. However, thinking back to the last 7 minutes when he used purple lightning to fry fish amidst the beast tide, this number didn't seem too hard to understand. According to Yi Chen's calculations, clearing a 1-star level could yield about 400 to 500 soul coins. Given the current rate of soul coin accumulation, it seemed he could level up quite a bit before the college entrance examination. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen made his purchases. Constitution plus 1 soul coins, 640 strength plus 1 soul coins, 320 speed plus 1 soul coins, 320 spirit plus 1 soul coins, 320 soul coins, 142 enhancing 4 attributes in one go, exhilarating. After spending, Yi Chen opened his information panel. Health 100% constitution, 12 strength, 17 speed, 12 spirit, 29 special attributes. Courage +2, Neural Reflex +2, Calmness +2, Resistance +4, Combat Skills +4, Charm +4, Lightning Affinity +5 Awakening Item, Demon King Armor 1 star, Demon King Armor 1 star, Passive Effect, Strength +5. Spirit +8, Lightning Affinity +5 Active Effect 1, Consume Spirit to unleash Lightning Active Effect 2, Stimulate cells with lightning, temporarily enhancing Constitution, Strength, and Reflexes. These attributes are worlds apart from his previous self before opening the game space. At this moment, Yi Chen was curious about the attributes of other 1-star awakeners. Returning to play, he entered the challenge mode and glanced at the options for the second level. If the first level was this thrilling, the second level should be even more interesting. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen clicked in and the scene shifted, and Yi Chen once again entered that familiar jungle. Challenge requirement: kill 60 monsters. Looking at the task requirement that appeared before him, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. A kill-type task? During the first level, he had accumulated nearly 200 monster kills in half an hour. If the difficulty of this task was the same as the last, then this level seemed even easier. As the countdown ended, Yi Chen looked around. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After 10 seconds, Yi Chen stared blankly at the silent jungle. Where are the monsters? Yi Chen waited for another 50 seconds, but not a single monster appeared. At that moment, an ominous thought crossed his mind. He stopped waiting and strode into the forest. After passing through a small patch of grass, movement suddenly appeared on the grass ahead. Yi Chen looked and saw a red-eyed rabbit, but upon noticing him, it didn't charge over. Instead, it bolted away. Yi Chen. Continuing forward, he soon encountered a mongoose-like monster, which immediately darted into the jungle upon spotting him. Thus, Yi Chen walked on, stopping and going, encountering several monsters along the way. Compared to the types of monsters in the first level, there were many more kinds here. Although he didn't see any snakes, insects, or mice, there was already a sense of an ecosystem. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen stopped. He had figured out the difficulty of this level. The second level tested not combat power, but searching and assassination. The monsters here behaved more like those in the wild jungle. They would immediately flee upon sensing danger. Only monsters of the wild boar level would consider whether to attack upon seeing Yi Chen. Yi Chen stroked his chin. If that's the case, there would be plenty of fun in the days to come. Time slowly passed, and half an hour later, Yi Chen had killed a total of 4 monsters. This result was truly dismal. However, Yi Chen wasn't angry. Different game levels offered different experiences, giving him a sense of novelty instead. Just as he was about to continue, a dull thought echoed in his ears. This sound wasn't from the game, but from reality. Without caring about the 8 soul coins, Yi Chen immediately exited the game space. In reality, Yi Chen opened his eyes and immediately got up to make a counterattack. However, he froze upon seeing the visitor. Standing at the door were Jolie and the dormitory matron. Jolie scrutinized Yi Chen and anxiously said, "Xiaofeng, are you okay?" Yi Chen scratched his head. "I'm fine, right? Then why didn't you answer the phone?" I was scared and couldn't sleep last night. I just fell asleep at 3 in the morning and didn't hear it," Yi Chen said expressionlessly, speaking off the cuff. Jolie. He had called Yi Chen several times this morning, but no one answered. At first, he thought Yi Chen was busy with something. But after several calls with no response, Jolie started to worry that something had happened to the guy. So he hurried over to check. The result? This guy was just asleep? Yi Chen and Jolie locked eyes, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Jolie was the first to react. He coughed a couple of times and looked at the dormitory manager. "It's fine now, you can go out." Once the door was closed again, Jolie found a stool to sit on. He looked at Yi Chen seriously and said, "Xiaofeng, brother Joe treats you pretty well, right?" Yi Chen nodded. Since he had crossed over, apart from his grandfather and old Wang, Jolie had been the best to him. "Then, since that's the case, can you promise me one request?" "What request?" "Don't stay at school anymore. Come back to the martial arts hall with me." Yi Chen blinked, looking at Jolie in confusion. This guy rushed over early in the morning just to say this? Although he had helped the martial arts hall earn quite a bit of money, he had seen Jolie's fighting skills yesterday. This guy was a genuine 4-star awakened one. If he wanted to make money, he could just go to the secret realm and kill a monster to earn it back, right? Seeing Yi Chen silent, Jolie continued, "You can ask for any conditions. I can increase your salary. I'll go back with you," Yi Chen suddenly said. Jolie was momentarily stunned, his words still unfinished. He had planned to just throw money at him. This guy liked money. As long as the price was right, he would definitely agree to go with him. Double the salary wouldn't work, then triple it, or even 10 times. But before he could even bring up the topic, Yi Chen suddenly agreed. Now it was Jolie's turn to be confused. "You agreed just like that?" Yi Chen nodded. "Yeah, I was actually thinking of living at the martial arts hall." Jolie. He had prepared various arguments in advance, but the other party agreed before he could finish a single sentence. "So I prepared for nothing, huh?" Although it was a bit abrupt, with this matter settled, everything else would be easier to discuss. Jolie breathed a sigh of relief, his demeanor instantly relaxing a lot. "Since you agreed, then there's nothing else. I'll treat you to a big meal tonight. Yi Chen nodded without saying anything. Jolie leaned back in his chair, shifting to a more comfortable position. By the way, which college do you plan to go to after the college entrance examination? I have connections in many colleges. In Lee's view, it was very likely that Yi Chen would end up with Shaolan. If he could help this guy get into the college Shaolan wanted to attend, that would be the best. His main purpose for coming this time was to get Yi Chen to move back. As for the details later, he originally planned to let Shaolan talk to Yi Chen herself. But thinking about that girl's personality, it was unlikely she would have a good conversation. So, some things still needed his help. Yi Chen shook his head. I haven't thought about that yet. I'll just go to whichever one I can get into. You're thinking about it all wrong. Jolie said seriously. Each awakened college has different focuses in training students, and the benefits and treatment vary as well. For example, the Judgment Side Awakened College is one of the top 3 colleges in Xia country. Graduating from there means you can directly become an enforcer. Yi Chen responded with a faint "oh," his face showing no expression. Jolie paused. Cough cough. It seems you're not very interested in being an enforcer. What do you want to do after you graduate? Yi Chen, adventurer. Being an adventurer is pretty good. It's free. Jolie nodded. Graduates of the Side of Judgment can also become adventurers, and the resources at the academy are incredibly rich. Generally, it takes about 3 years for an awakener to break through to 2 stars, but at the Side of Judgment it's about a year and a half. Yi Chen, oh. And also, there are the most professional teachers guiding you, who can help you maximize your awakening abilities, even elevating them again when breaking through to 2 stars. Yi Chen, oh. I see you like fighting. If you get into the Scythe of Judgment Awakeners Academy, you can start following teachers on missions from your 2nd year, directly confronting those terrorists. Yi Chen, oh. Jolie. Oh, you big-headed ghost. Looking at Yi Chen's still calm demeanor, Jolie felt a bit broken. Damn it, can you at least show some reaction? Jolie could no longer hold back. He directly asked, isn't the Scythe of Judgment Awakeners Academy good? Yi Chen blinked. It's pretty good. Then why are you not interested at all? I can't get in anyway. What's the use of being interested? Yi Chen said curiously. Jolie was taken aback. Can't get in? How do you know you can't get in if you haven't even tried? Yi Chen replied calmly. The requirements for applying to the Scythe of Judgment state that the awakening ability score must exceed 80 points, and I only have 68. How much? Jolie's voice immediately shot up by 60 decibels. 68? What's wrong with that? Yi Chen's expression was one of mild confusion. The awakening ability rating must reach B level to apply to the Awakeners Academy. But 60 points is just a stepping stone. Different Awakeners Academies have different requirements for awakening talent. Some require 65 points, others 70 points. For top-tier academies like the Scythe of Judgment, the minimum requirement starts at a level. Isn't this information basic? Jolie looked at Yi Chen very seriously and asked, Xiaofeng, what is your awakening ability? You don't need to go into too much detail, just give me a rough idea. Little Overlord game console significantly enhances strength. Can you demonstrate your ability? Jolie's frown deepened. The more he listened, the more he felt something was off. Yi Chen focused his thoughts and summoned the Little Overlord game console. He reached out to touch the console and then shouted, 8 gates of Duinjia, open. Jolie waited for a few seconds, and seeing that Yi Chen had no further movements, he couldn't help but ask, is that it? Yi Chen nodded. That's it. Jolie? Jolie looked at the Little Overlord game console in Yi Chen's hand, then back at Yi Chen, suddenly feeling like his CPU was a bit insufficient. That Little Overlord game console looked like a technological awakening item. And you tell me its ability is to enhance strength? Do these two even relate? No, that's not the point. The point is that the ability you mentioned is different from your own ability, okay? During this time, he had personally watched Yi Chen transform from a novice into a master of combat. Just the enhancement of such strong combat awareness would mean that this awakening ability rating should at least start at a level. After reaching a level, every point of difference is significant. Although Jolie didn't think Yi Chen's awakening ability was particularly monstrous, it should at least be around 83 points, right? Yet Yi Chen gave him a score of 68. The gap between these two is a bit absurd. Did the security personnel not detect this ability? No, his awakening ability can also produce a fragrance. That fragrance can only be sensed by Shaolan and suppresses the curse on her. Perhaps this ability is the true power of this so-called Little Overlord game console? At that moment, Jolie felt a bit dizzy. Everything was in disarray. The whole world was in chaos. It felt like a warrior training every day in their own dojo at home. He watched the other person grow step by step. Then one day, the other person suddenly told him, I am a mage, and then pulled out a bow and arrow as a weapon. After a moment, Jolie rubbed his forehead and said, let's stop here for today. I'll go back and calm down, but don't worry, I will definitely resolve the issue with your awakening item rating. Yi Chen, it seems I never mentioned that there was a problem with my awakening item rating. It looks like my performance at the martial arts school might have been a bit too high profile, but thinking about it, with Jolie's strength, he must have noticed something. It seems this guy can't take me down right now, so I can't kill him to silence him. But then again, the Polaris organization has already been eliminated. The terrorist with the Plum Blossom K is also dead. I seem to be safe now. Re-evaluating to get into a better academy seems possible. But how should I fabricate the ability of the awakening item? That's a problem. As Jolie left the school, he immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Help me investigate a person. I need the most detailed information on him. He had dealt with countless matters during his time in the Night Brigade, but he had never encountered something so mind-boggling. There were just too many unreasonable things. Yet these unreasonable things strangely combined together. There was no doubt that this seemingly harmless boy seemed to hide some unknown secrets behind him. Of course, having secrets in itself was not a problem. Just like him, just like Xiaolan and the others, they all had their own pasts. However, previously, Yi Chen was just a decent junior to Jolie, so he didn't pay much attention and wouldn't investigate Yi Chen's information. But now it was different. That so-called little tyrant power machine clearly only produced fragrance when he used it. The possibility of mass production or pre-storage was extremely low, so the two were likely to be together. As Xiaolan's future boyfriend, at least there was that possibility. He definitely needed to pay attention. If the guy was decent and had a clean background, then matchmaking would be quite good. Even if they didn't end up together, hiring that kid as a professional sparring partner would also be nice. But if that kid had problems, Lee's smile suddenly vanished, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. While thinking about Jolie, he walked back and soon returned to the martial arts school. Just as he was about to go upstairs, a document was sent to his phone. Jolie opened it and it contained Yi Chen's relevant information. Yi Chen, 17 years old, a local from Ping'an City, grandfather Yi Mingfeng, father. The document included Yi Chen's basic information and some events that had occurred over the years. When he saw that Yi Chen's parents had died when he was 6, Jolie's expression shifted slightly. Previously, at the martial arts school, he felt that this kid was quite cheerful. He didn't expect such a tragic background. Other than that, everything else was normal. He could find out what he did at what time. Overall, it was just a common boy with a tragic background. After reading the basic information, Jolie scrolled down and suddenly froze when he looked at Yi Chen's awakening item information. Awakening item, confidential. He immediately called back, "Hey, Lao Wei, what's going on with this kid's awakening item?" The person called Lao Wei scratched his ear. "Don't be so loud, didn't you see? It's confidential." "Who sealed it for him?" "Our vice president." That day, we had just finished testing the kid when he came and directly ordered his information to be sealed. Jolie's brows furrowed tightly. In Xia country, there are 3 types of awakening item information that are sealed as confidential. The first type is when the awakening item itself has a very high rating and exceptional talent. To prevent criminals from knowing their capabilities, the information is sealed directly. The second type is one where the identity is special, but has not been tested. They simply fabricated a false one, leaving the actual information empty. The third type involves using connections. The awakening item itself does not have a high rating, but relationships are leveraged to boost the score, and the information is sealed to avoid detection. Given Yi Chen's current situation, Jolie suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I understand. The reason for Yi Chen's information being sealed should be the first type. That kid's identity is fine, but the awakening item is indeed special." During the test, someone discovered his unique ability and reported it, leading to the higher-ups taking notice and preemptively sealing the information. This explains a lot. While Jolie felt relieved, his expression suddenly turned strange. If Yi Chen were just an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter, but now he is under the close scrutiny of the higher-ups in Xia country. If that kid can't get together with Xiaolan, they wouldn't be able to force him either. On the 3rd floor, Jolie returned to Chen Xinlan's room. At that moment, Chen Xinlan was lying in bed, looking very pale and sickly. "Uncle Zhou, how is it?" Chen Xinlan's voice was very weak. Jolie flashed a brilliant smile. "Your Uncle Zhou is sure to succeed. Xiao Feng will be back to keep you company tonight." Chen Xinlan sighed in relief, her face regaining some color, but Lee's words sounded a bit strange. Jolie poured a cup of hot water and placed it on Chen Xinlan's bedside table, continuing, "Once Xiao Feng is back, you can sleep well. Also, I asked him about the awakening item." Chen Xinlan didn't speak but slightly nodded, indicating Jolie could continue. "That kid's awakening item is a technological thing. The publicly announced ability is Strength Enhancement, rated at 68, Jolie said. "Strength Enhancement? Rated 68? Chen Xinlan was a bit confused. She had been in contact with Yi Chen for a few days and had personally experienced how that boy transformed from an ordinary person into a monster step by step. Clearly, that kind of ability could only be achieved with an awakening item. But this ability was completely different from what Jolie had just mentioned regarding strength enhancement. Jolie nodded. "That's right, the assessment results from the security department indicate strength enhancement, but they probably didn't disclose everything. From what I understand, Xiao Fang's awakening item should belong to the kind of innate talent of a martial arts master, allowing him to grasp combat techniques quickly. It's hard to say the exact rating, but being a focus of attention and having sealed information means it's at least 85 or higher. At this point, Jolie smiled mysteriously. Based on my deduction, Xiao Feng should be meditating or in some special state every day when using the awakening item, during which a certain aura is produced within him. I guess the people in the security department don't even know about this ability. I'll place a camera in that kid's room, then we'll know for sure. Chen Xinlan hesitated, feeling that secretly placing a camera in someone else's dormitory wasn't right. But if the other party didn't even know about this ability, then this was the only way to study it. After sharing the important information, Jolie looked at Chen Xinlan, hesitating for a moment before continuing. Additionally, I asked him about his views on the Scythe of Judgment. Chen Xinlan was puzzled. She wanted to apply to the Scythe of Judgment Awakener Academy, but what did this have to do with Yi Chen? Suddenly, she paused, realizing the other party agreed to come back to the martial arts school for a break, but there were less than 2 weeks until the college entrance examination. After the exam, Yi Chen would definitely apply to an academy. What did he say? Chen Xinlan asked nervously. If Yi Chen applied to the same school as her, many things would be easier to discuss. But if he didn't like the Scythe of Judgment, that would be troublesome. She couldn't force him to apply to the same academy as herself. Not to mention that doing so would make Yi Chen angry. Jolie had just said that Yi Chen was under close scrutiny from above. It might not even be possible to use force. Jolie felt a bit of a headache and said, that kid doesn't seem very interested in the Scythe of Judgment. He has no intention of going at all. But that, hey, don't rush. Seeing Chen Xinlan a bit flustered, Jolie laughed heartily. That kid's awakening score is only 68. I estimate that the higher-ups haven't informed him, and he's still in the dark. The awakening score requirement for the Scythe of Judgment starts at grade A. Forget about college entrance exam scores. If you can't even meet the threshold, what does it matter how good the academy is? Hearing this, Chen Xinlan sighed in relief and then reacted, Uncle Zhou, you did that on purpose. Ha, what do you mean I did it on purpose? I'm just speaking the truth. Seeing other emotions appear on Chen Xinlan's face, Jolie felt quite happy. He continued, but don't be too happy. Since that kid has caught the attention of the higher-ups, they might have already arranged for him to go to an academy. Whether he can go to the same academy as you depends on your abilities. Me? Chen Xinlan was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Jolie nodded. That level of decision is no longer something you and I can decide. It requires my brother to negotiate with the people behind Xiao Feng. And what you need to do is to build a good relationship with Xiao Feng during this time. If you can persuade him to go to the same academy as you, along with my brother's influence, things will be much easier. Although different academies have their own strengths, the top-tier academies are certainly not lacking in other aspects. As long as the person agrees, everything else is actually negotiable. Chen Xinlan remained silent, feeling a bit embarrassed. Persuading that guy to go to the same academy as herself? How could she say that? Liking someone is liking, and not liking is not liking. How could you make someone go from not liking to liking? She couldn't just say, as long as you apply to the Scythe of Judgment, I'll give you $300? Ha! Chen Xinlan's eyes suddenly became obedient. It seemed that this approach might not be impossible. Jolie watched as various emotions flickered across Chen Xinlan's pretty face, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. This was the kind of emotional range a 16-year-old girl should have. It would be even better if this girl could go to school and make friends like a normal person. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration exploded in Jolie's mind. School? Jolie's eyes darted around. In just a few seconds, he had already conceived certain ideas in his mind. He suddenly coughed. Ahem, Xiaolan, there are less than 2 weeks until the college entrance exam. And my brother doesn't know when he'll be back. How about I help you with the registration for the exam here? Chen Xinlan nodded. Uncle Zhou, you can handle it. Although Chen Xinlan was only 16 this year, she should still be in her second year of high school. However, she was a naturally awakened individual, not restricted by age or education, and could register directly for the college entrance exam. Originally, she planned to resolve her issues here and then return to Magic City. However, problems arose along the way. Now, with Yi Chen's appearance, she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Jolie suddenly smiled. Alright, then I'll help you with the information for Xiao Feng's school. So, for the next few days, will you be staying with me or going to school? Going to school? Chen Xinlan was taken aback. What do we need to go to school for? She was a naturally awakened individual, and both her body and awakening item were quite special. The paperwork was just a formality. Then she could directly report to the Scythe of Judgment Awakener Academy. Jolie's smile didn't fade. Of course, going to school is to absorb the fragrance. If you're with me, you won't be able to absorb the aroma at noon. Previously, on weekends, you absorbed 3 times a day. You could train well in the morning and afternoon, but if you don't absorb at noon, then you can only train once. And that efficiency is cut in half. Chen Xinlan looked at Jolie with suspicion. Having been with Jolie for so long, she was all too familiar with that guy's smile. The nickname Smiling Tiger was not given lightly. The brighter he smiled, the more schemes he had up his sleeve. Of course, Chen Xilan wasn't worried that Jolie would harm her. He was one of the few elders she could confide in. Although she wasn't sure what this old guy was plotting, what he said made a lot of sense. She needed to rest well after exercising. If Yi Chen could help her at noon, she could continue training in the afternoon. If not, she would only be able to train once that day. So, did that mean she had to go to school? On the other side, at Rongguang Middle School, after Jolie left, Yi Chen asked the teacher and learned that all classes for today had been cancelled. The boys' dormitory building had been destroyed, and more than a dozen students were injured. Several members of the security team's Longwei squad were seriously injured and nearly died. Fortunately, no one had died yet. Given the current situation, it was definitely impossible to hold classes. However, with the college entrance examination approaching, especially for students with B-level talents, every day was crucial for them. Therefore, the school announced that starting tomorrow, classes for the top students would resume first, while the schedule for other regular students would be determined later. In the dormitory, Yi Chen scratched his head as he looked at the noisy crowd outside. Originally, he had stayed overnight to retrieve the Spade K card, but now the workers over there were working overtime to repair the dormitory building. With things like this, they wouldn't dare to move in the short term. Bored, Yi Chen began to study the information for the second level of the challenge mode. Unlike the first level, which relied entirely on strength, the second level seemed to test intelligence. Based on his current mental strength, he should be able to last an hour in the game without using the Demon King armor. Killing 60 monsters in an hour meant 1 monster per minute. Yi Chen had already tested it once in the morning. The monster density in that jungle was not low. He could find one just by walking a few dozen meters straight ahead. In a direct confrontation, Yi Chen could definitely meet the challenge requirements. But the problem now was that the weak monsters would instinctively flee upon seeing him. So, the challenge this time was how to approach the monsters without being detected by them. Oh, wait. The monsters ran away because they noticed him while he hadn't noticed those monsters. So, he should first look for traces of the monsters without being discovered. Then, how could he quickly ambush them? To ensure they couldn't escape, Yi Chen took out a pen and began to jot down and sketch various data and information on paper. As a high-level player, researching game strategies was a basic requirement. He had once made instructional videos explaining advanced elemental reaction theory. Now, this level of difficulty was completely manageable. 2 hours later, Yi Chen organized all the information he could gather and created a table. It included the vegetation in the jungle, the types of monsters and their living environments, and the escape movements of each type of monster, among other things. Most of the content was blank and needed to be filled in little by little during the next attempt. Yi Chen estimated he would need about 1 to 2 days to collect information before starting to explore ways to crack the challenge. After being busy for a while, Yi Chen's stomach began to protest. It was then that he remembered he hadn't eaten breakfast yet. In the cafeteria on the second floor of the martial arts school, Jolie, who had just finished a busy morning, was having lunch. Suddenly, he felt something and turned to see a familiar figure appearing at the stairway. Jolie was taken aback. Wasn't today Wednesday? Why was this kid back at noon? Brother Zhou, Yi Chen greeted Jolie happily. Jolie forced a smile. Xiaofeng, why are you back? Isn't today Wednesday? Oh, there was a terror incident at school yesterday, so we have a day off today, Yi Chen explained, pausing to add, and the cafeteria isn't open. Oh, you haven't had lunch yet? Then you should go eat in the VIP area. Starting today, you can eat whatever you want in the VIP cafeteria. Jolie, not bothering to eat, immediately pulled Yi Chen towards the VIP cafeteria. But it's really expensive there. Yi Chen hesitated a bit. The VIP cafeteria was similar to the second floor of the school, where the ingredients were all gathered from secret realms. Long-term consumption could accelerate the breakthrough speed of awakeners, and the plants or monster flesh had various magical effects. Yi Chen had seen the prices when he looked at the membership introduction before, and they were shocking. It's free. Eat as much as you want, whatever you want, Jolie insisted. Really? Really? Not just this meal, you can eat here freely from now on. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. Then I won't hold back. No problem, it's all minor issues. Soon, Jolie brought Yi Chen to the VIP area and specifically instructed a waiter to show Yi Chen around. Xiaofeng, take your time choosing, no rush. I have something to do, so I'll head out first. Goodbye, Brother Zhou. After waving goodbye, Jolie rushed like the wind to room 307 on the third floor. Although he appeared cheerful on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. He had just installed a hidden camera in Yi Chen's dorm room, and some components hadn't been cleaned up yet. Luckily, he ran into Yi Chen in the cafeteria. If Yi Chen had returned and caught him, it would have been a disaster. 20 minutes later, Jolie cleared all traces from the room and, after confirming that there were no issues, cautiously exited. He then knocked on Chen Xinlan's door in the adjacent room. After receiving permission, Jolie quickly entered. Xiaolan, Xiaofeng's school, is on break today, and that kid is back. He might use an awakening item soon, so if you smell something fragrant, just rest, don't worry about anything else. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared on Chen Xinlan's tired face. She hadn't truly rested since last night and was feeling quite uncomfortable. She had thought she would have to hold on until the evening to sleep with Yi Chen. She didn't expect that guy to return early. Just thinking about that refreshing fragrance made Chen Xinlan feel much lighter. Time slowly passed. Half an hour later, Yi Chen returned to his room, rubbing his round belly. He had thoroughly enjoyed that meal. The ingredients in the martial arts VIP restaurant were much richer than those at school. There were jelly shrimp from Jelly Lake for 1888 each and sunset fruits from Whispering Forest for 688 each. Although he didn't know the specific effects of these ingredients, they tasted really good. Yi Chen calculated that if he went by the prices on the menu, he must have eaten about 30,000 worth of food. Is this what rich people enjoy? Lying on the bed, Yi Chen stretched comfortably. He glanced at his phone. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. The time was about right, and with a thought, he summoned the little game console, and the next moment, he entered the game space again. In the adjacent room, Chen Xinlan was waiting early. When she smelled the familiar fragrance, she felt a sense of relief. The frequency of the black bracelet on her wrist began to drop significantly. The pain within her body was also gradually easing. Half a minute later, Chen Xinlan finally felt a strong sense of drowsiness. As her head tilted, she fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, feeling an unprecedented sense of security. On the other side, Jolie was staring intently at the screen in his room. When Yi Chen entered the room without any unusual behavior, he let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed his skills hadn't declined. If a dignified 4-star smiling tiger like him was seen through by a 17-year-old kid, it would be utterly embarrassing. Then he saw Yi Chen take out that little tyrant, stroke it for a moment, and then remain still. Is it sleeping? I've never heard of a summoned awakened object sleeping. One must know that summoning an awakened object continuously consumes the host's mental energy. But if it's not sleeping, what is it doing? Meditating? Jolie nodded. It seems my previous guess was completely correct. This kid can indeed use his awakened object to meditate and cultivate. Haha, as expected of me, I got it all right. The next day, in the morning, Yi Chen had a hearty breakfast in the VIP restaurant and rode his bike to school. Jolie, beside him, stared at the 80,000 yuan bill, lost in thought. That kid spent 80,000 on 3 meals. At this rate, wouldn't he eat up $1 million before the college entrance exam? Forget it, forget it. Just consider it feeding Xiaolan's boyfriend. Jolie took a deep breath to comfort himself. At that moment, a beautiful girl suddenly came down from the second floor. Jolie's eyes lit up when he saw the newcomer. Chen Xinlan was wearing a short skirt today. Since noon yesterday, Xiaolan had been quiet. Around 7 in the evening, he brought dinner to Chen Xinlan, but she was still asleep at that time. And this outcome was the best for Jolie. As long as Xiaolan could sleep, it was a great blessing. Now, they were seeing each other again. Xiaolan, is it better? Jolie asked tentatively. Chen Xinlan nodded, her face beaming with a smile. I've fully recovered. That's good, that's good. Jolie completely relaxed. He had thought that after the cursed backlash of that level, even with Yi Chen's fragrance, it would take a few days to recuperate. Unexpectedly, she recovered in less than a day. It seems that kid's fragrance is even higher in grade than I guessed. Jolie's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Since you've recovered, let's get ready. We'll give that kid a surprise. When Yi Chen arrived at the top class, Class 2, the classroom, which usually felt a bit empty, was quite crowded today. Yi Chen counted quickly. There were about 40 to 50 people. After the turmoil from the day before yesterday, this group seemed to have calmed down. However, at this moment, everyone was too preoccupied to study, discussing the previous terrifying incident. A few classmates noticed Yi Chen but initially didn't pay much attention. However, upon seeing a certain someone's face, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This guy seemed to have become more handsome after just 2 days. Yi Chen didn't join in the gossip. He found a corner by the window, took out paper and pen, and began recording the information he had gathered in the game space yesterday and this morning. After a day of research, Yi Chen gradually discovered the problem. The monsters in this level were completely different from the previous ones. They didn't just run away upon encountering him. The perception range of the same type of monster varied. For example, with the red-eyed rabbit, sometimes Yi Chen was detected from 10 meters away, while other times he wasn't detected until he was less than 8 meters away. His best attempt was being less than 5 meters from a red-eyed rabbit. This meant that these monsters' perception wasn't fixed but determined by the environment and their own actions. This raised the difficulty level to another tier. In other words, he had to understand these monsters' habits like a professional hunter to approach them silently. Time slowly passed, and just as the first class was about to end, the classroom door was suddenly opened, and gasps of surprise erupted from the other students. Wow, so beautiful. What a presence, my goddess. Which class is she from? I've never heard of her. Is that guy Principal Li? He actually brought someone here himself? Yi Chen looked up to find the portly Principal Li walking in with a student. The girl was tall, with a high black ponytail, and her features were exquisite, like porcelain, with no visible flaws. The upper body was adorned with a blue shirt accented with green embellishments, while the lower half showcased long legs in black shorts. Rongguang High School prohibited girls from wearing skirts and shorts to prevent any negative influences. Yet, this girl not only wore them but also arrived alongside the principal. The only issue was that the girl had a cold expression, exuding an air of keep your distance, as if she were rejecting anyone who approached. Her stunning beauty, combined with an icy and proud demeanor, along with such attire, instantly captured everyone's attention. However, the moment Yi Chen saw her, he was stunned. It wasn't because she was beautiful, but because he recognized her. The newcomer was none other than Chen Xinlan. Principal Li raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Everyone, please settle down. This is Chen Xinlan, who will temporarily transfer to our class before the college entrance examination. Let's give her a warm welcome. Clap, clap, clap. The 50 or so people below managed to create the momentum of 300. A group of old lechers stared at Chen Xinlan with wide eyes. In terms of looks, Chen Xinlan could easily score a 9. Although she hadn't fully blossomed yet, it was clear she was a complete beauty. The key was her cold and proud expression, a goddess-like aloofness that no one had ever seen before. For a group of 17-year-old kids, this kind of allure was utterly lethal. Moreover, she was personally brought in by the principal, which meant her status was definitely not ordinary. A beautiful girl with grace and a strong background, who wouldn't like that? Throughout, Chen Xinlan maintained a blank expression, merely nodding coldly to the audience below. At the same time, she scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. When her gaze landed on a corner of the classroom, the corners of her mouth subtly lifted. Found you. Principal Li continued. Chen Xinlan, feel free to choose any seat. If you need anything, just let me know. Chen Xinlan replied with a faint striding down towards the audience. Along the way, the old lechers stared at the girl, their hearts racing. Some middle schoolboys sat up straight or struck poses they thought were cool to attract Chen Xinlan's attention. They constantly fantasized about her stopping next to their seats. However, the illusion came quickly and faded just as fast. Ignoring everyone else, Chen Xinlan walked straight to Yi Chen's seat. Then, to everyone's astonishment, she plopped down right next to him. At that moment, 50 pairs of eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. My goddess actually sat next to that guy. Hey, that boy seems pretty handsome too. What's his name? They seem to know each other. Are they a couple? Whoa, my heart is shattered. Seeing them sit together, I actually feel like they match well. The gossip spirit among the crowd ignited. One was the slightly handsome Yi Chen, who had shone brightly in the training session 2 days ago. The other was the stunningly beautiful and ethereal frost goddess who had just arrived today. It seemed there was some special connection between the two. At that moment, no one had the mind to study anymore. Seeing Chen Xinlan sit beside him, Yi Chen nodded at her. Hello, 300. Just as Chen Xinlan was about to greet him, her body stiffened. She glared at Yi Chen, her eyes blazing. I told you not to call me 300. My name is Chen Xinlan. Alright, 300. You. Chen Xinlan's chest heaved with anger as she shot Yi Chen a fierce glare, suddenly pulling out 300 yuan from her pocket and slapping it on Yi Chen's desk. From now on, don't call me 300. This money is yours. Swish. Yi Chen quickly stuffed the money into his pocket and extended his hand. Hello, Chen Xinlan. Chen Xinlan. Looking at Yi Chen's greedy expression, she felt both amused and exasperated. How did this guy's brain work with such a peculiar thought process? After thinking for a moment, Chen Xinlan said softly, train with me later. Yi Chen was speechless. You didn't come here just to find me as a sparring partner, did you? Chen Xinlan shot him a glare. Don't get ahead of yourself, I'm here for the college entrance exam. Yi Chen blinked. Did you get expelled? If you can't say anything nice, just keep quiet. Chen Xinlan's chest heaved with anger. Talking to this guy made her mad 8 times out of 10. Just say whether you will train with me or not. Not going. Yi Chen refused without a second thought. $100 per session. Yi Chen, deal. Chen Xinlan. Sure enough, talking money with this guy was the easiest. While the two were whispering, they didn't notice a classmate behind them eavesdropping. However, their voices were too low. He only vaguely caught parts of the conversation. $300, train with me, $100 per session, deal. That classmate's eyes widened. He initially thought they were in a pure love affair, but it turned out to be a dirty transaction. $100 per session? This gem only costs $100? No, it seemed like Chen Xinlan was paying that extra for the side character. Could it be? At that moment, the classmate almost cried out of jealousy. Boo-hoo, why not look for me? I'd even pay you. After the little interlude, studying continued, and Yi Chen completely ignored Chen Xinlan beside him, continuing to analyze the information about monsters in the game. The latter casually picked a book from Yi Chen's side and flipped through it. The two didn't speak the entire time, as if they didn't know each other. However, Chen Xinlan would occasionally steal glances at Yi Chen. They hadn't actually met that many times, but this guy, who seemed unremarkable, well, a bit handsome but very rude, left a deep impression on her. She had thought Yi Chen would be the type of student who was all talk and no action, but looking at his focused gaze, Chen Xinlan realized she might have misjudged him. While Chen Xinlan was peeking at Yi Chen, other classmates occasionally turned back to sneak a look at her, whispering about some gossip, especially when they noticed Chen Xinlan secretly glancing at Yi Chen. Their envious and jealous eyes seemed ready to devour him. If looks could kill, Yi Chen would have been sliced to pieces by now. At this moment, everyone had only one question in their minds: why would such a beautiful girl like that guy? The originally good study atmosphere gradually became a bit strange. Interestingly, the instigators, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan, were completely unaware of it all. When the bell rang to signal the end of the first class, the teacher picked up the book and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay in this class for another moment. As soon as the teacher left, the class became lively again, with many people glancing at Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan, whispering to each other. At this time, a sturdy student with a buzz cut strode over to Chen Xinlan and said loudly, "Hello, Chen Xinlan. My name is Lu Lei, and my awakening score is 76. Chen Xinlan glanced at him and then lowered her head to read, showing no intention of responding. Hey, Lu Lei got shot down. This Chen Xinlan looks like the aloof type. Lu Lei's muscles aren't appealing here. That aura, that look, simply amazing. After failing to flirt, Lu Lei felt quite embarrassed but couldn't lose his temper, so he could only leave in defeat. Just as he left, another classmate approached, flipping his bangs and striking what he thought was a cool pose. Hello, Chen Xinlan. My name is Li Lu, and my family owns 3 5-star hotels. This time, Chen Xinlan didn't ignore him. She slowly put down her book. The guy was left speechless. Damn, it really comes down to connections. Muscles can't compete with money after all. Great, are we starting to rely on our parents now? Chen Xinlan put down her book and poked Yi Chen's shoulder. Hey, switch places, I want to sit inside. Yi Chen was still analyzing the information about the magical creature when he heard Chen Xinlan's voice and, without a second thought, directly refused. No. 50. I already said, don't bother me. 100. This isn't about money. 200. Yi Chen immediately stood up. Come in, everyone. Changing positions, Chen Xinlan said, don't let them bother me again, I'll add 100. Deal. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile and immediately wrote 3 big characters on the paper. Don't bother me. To earn 300 just by changing positions was incredibly easy money. The surrounding classmates watched this bizarre scene, their brains nearly short-circuiting. They couldn't quite understand the relationship between the two. Lovers? Doesn't seem like it. Friends? Why pay money? Well, that didn't matter now. It was clear that Chen Xinlan was very aloof and didn't like chatting with strangers, especially since this one was personally brought by the principal. Being rejected in friendship was one thing, but if it turned into harassment, that would change the nature of things. However, Li Lu didn't give up. Chen Xinlan couldn't be harassed, but this Yi Chen could. It was evident that this guy seemed to really like money. Li Lu pulled out a few red bills from his pocket and slapped them on Yi Chen's desk. Classmate, I've bought this position. Yi Chen glanced at the cash on the desk and said indifferently, is this all? Li Lu, sensing an opportunity, immediately pulled out 3 more bills. 500 is enough, right? Chen Xinlan, who was about to prepare to read, narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint killing intent beginning to gather towards someone. If Yi Chen dared to agree, she would definitely strike this damn guy without hesitation. You like money, that's fine, but what does it mean to take my money and then sell out right after? Yi Chen seemed oblivious to Chen Xinlan's killing intent and continued, not enough. Li Lu gritted his teeth and pulled out 5 more red bills. 1,000, don't push your luck. Seeing this, Yi Chen stuffed the money into his pocket. Okay, this position is yours now. After saying that, Yi Chen stood up directly, not waiting for Chen Xinlan to act, and looked over. Hey, 300. Chen Xinlan, do you want to change positions? Chen Xinlan? Li Lu? Everyone? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yi Chen dragged Chen Xinlan to another corner of the classroom. Everyone looked at Yi Chen, then at Li Lu, their eyes filled with schadenfreude and sympathy. Truly, $1,000 for a position, this is just pure foolishness. Li Lu was stunned for a while before finally realizing, his face instantly darkening. Damn, I got played. After changing positions, Yi Chen took out 500 and handed it to Chen Xinlan. Pleasure doing business. Chen Xinlan stared at the 500 in her hand, stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. This bad-tempered guy who loves money actually gave her money? It felt like the sun had risen from the west. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen seriously, and suddenly the corners of her mouth lifted, a smile appearing on her face. The anger from before now completely dissipated. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she realized this guy was a bit cunning. However, although he loved money, he seemed to have some principles and bottom lines. Interestingly, this guy's thought process seemed a bit different from normal people. Looking at it this way, he wasn't so annoying after all. On the other side, in a certain monitoring room, Principal Li and Jolie were watching everything happening in the class. Seeing Jolie not speaking, Principal Li felt a bit anxious. Mr. Zhou, do you think it's alright? Should I go recruit someone to remind that Li Lu? Jolie shook his head. No need, just treat her like an ordinary student, no special care required. Jolie said as he took out a bank card and placed it on the table. Principal Lee, when I arrived just now, I noticed that the paint on our school's teaching building is quite old. On behalf of the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall, I'd like to sponsor our college 5 million. Oh dear, you're being too polite. I can't accept this. Principal Lee hurriedly pushed the card back. Although he loved money, he knew what should be accepted and what shouldn't. When Jolie came earlier, he had taken out a Samsung merit badge, and Principal Lee was very clear about the significance behind that badge. Doing favors for such high-ranking individuals was akin to courting death. Jolie laughed heartily. Oh, I've said it's a sponsorship for repainting the walls of the school. It's all for the children. But there's no but. It's settled. Jolie pressed the card into Principal Lee's hand. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. If there are any special circumstances, here, please be sure to notify me. As Jolie left the school, a smile was on his face. When he saw the fleeting smile on Chen Xinlan's face, he knew that bringing her here was the right decision. Little Lanlan, the road is all paved for you, you must work hard. When the second class began, Yichen continued to scribble on the paper with his pen. At first, Chen Xinlan was looking at Yichen's face, but then she noticed he was writing something. What are you doing? Chen Xinlan asked curiously. Making a strategy, Yichen replied casually. Strategy? Chen Xinlan didn't quite understand the term. Yichen explained, I have a grudge against this red-eyed rabbit and I'm thinking about how to take it down. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinlan became interested. She might not be able to compete with Yichen in other areas, but when it came to assassination-related matters, she considered herself quite the expert. Over the past 6 months, due to health reasons, she had spent most of her time indoors and had read plenty of related books. Chen Xinlan proudly puffed out her chest. If you say something nice, I might help you find a solution. Ha, dream on. Yichen decisively rejected her. You can't even enter my game. How can you help me solve it? I don't believe you. You, humph. After finally wanting to help him, this guy didn't appreciate it at all. If you don't want my help, then I won't bother. However, despite saying that, when she saw Yichen immersed in the information on the paper, she couldn't help but take a look. I won't help, but looking is fine, right? Red-eyed rabbit, strength 6, constitution 7, speed 10, larger than a normal wild rabbit. Hidden areas, dark leaf bushes, foxtail bushes. Perception methods, suspected. Auditory, tactile. Escape distance, if danger is sensed, it will flee at a distance of 10 meters. If the danger is low, the distance can be shortened. Looking at the pile of strange terms and names, Chen Xinlan was full of questions. What do those values mean? What are darkleaf bushes and foxtail bushes? She had never heard of those plants before. As Chen Xinlan grew more curious, her head unknowingly leaned closer. In the eyes of the students in the back row, Yichen sat upright, while Chen Xinlan slowly rested her head on Yichen's shoulder. Seeing this scene, all the boys were about to grind their back teeth to dust. Damn, such a goddess is actually leaning in? Half an hour later, when the bell rang to signal the end of the second class, Yichen had written down all the information he could think of. He stretched his arms and yawned. However, as he reached out, his palm was suddenly blocked by something. Yichen turned his head and discovered that Chen Xinlan had leaned over at some point. His hand inadvertently landed on a small white rabbit. Through a thin layer of shirt, Yichen's fingers could feel the soft touch. Chen Xinlan instantly retreated to her position, her originally snow-white cheeks now flushed bright red. What are you doing? Chen Xinlan was both embarrassed and angry. Yichen blinked. What am I doing? Why are you leaning towards me for no reason? I don't need you to care. Yichen. As expected, women are unreasonable creatures. He shook his head and stood up directly. Let's go find a place. Chen Xinlan was taken aback. What for? To practice. Yichen looked at Chen Xinlan as if she were an idiot. After the practice, they would have a break just in time for a meal. If they waited any longer, the food wouldn't taste as good. Chen Xinlan snapped back to her senses at his words, shooting Yichen an angry glare. Just wait, I'll show you how to deal with you. Later, the two of them then left the classroom one after the other, leaving behind a crowd of onlookers with their imaginations running wild. When the two arrived at the gym, Yichen frowned slightly at the sight of a dozen or so students still there. According to school regulations, the afternoon was reserved for the elite class training, while the morning was free for use. For students, 2 hours of exercise a day was already quite a lot. Yichen didn't expect there would still be many people in the morning. Other students were still training in the gym, and when Yichen and Chen Xinlan appeared, a few instinctively glanced over. Then, whether they were boys or girls, they all stopped. Chen Xinlan needed no introduction. She was a standard beauty. Coupled with her aloof demeanor and long legs exposed by her shorts, she excited many old lechers. Yichen, having improved his charm twice, also looked quite handsome now. Although he hadn't reached the level of a heartthrob, he could already capture the hearts of some girls. Feeling the gaze of so many people, Yichen was somewhat unhappy. After being tricked by Zhang Laohu during the last training, Yichen didn't want to continue drawing attention to himself. Such matters of practice should definitely be resolved privately. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen said, let's go to the lounge. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen oddly. You seem like you don't want to be seen by others? Stop talking so much. If you want to train, just listen to me, Yi Chen said bluntly. Chen Xinlan bit her red lip lightly. Just wait, I'll make sure you can't handle it later. Thus, the two walked into the lounge under the astonished gazes of others. Who is that girl? She has such a great presence. Is she a student from our school? I've never seen her before. With my 17 years of experience in judging girls, that girl scores at least 96. The guy next to her is also quite handsome. Are they a couple? The originally exercising crowd all stopped, a group of people chattering, eager to gossip. However, looking at the tightly closed door of the lounge, no one dared to knock. Once inside the lounge, Yi Chen closed the door, stretched his wrists, and beckoned to Chen Xinlan. Let's start. Chen Xinlan didn't waste words, letting out a low shout as she charged forward. New grudges and old grievances were all accounted for at this moment, with a fierce momentum as if she wanted to skin Yi Chen alive. However, this kind of momentum was nothing compared to the Blue Wolf King. Although he hadn't practiced with Chen Xinlan these past few days, his own attributes had improved significantly. Previously, he was just bullying weaklings, now it was even more so. Facing Chen Xinlan's attacks was like dodging a slippery eel, evading all her strikes. When he couldn't dodge anymore, he would directly counterattack. Once his fierce kick was unleashed, it would surely force Chen Xinlan back. His hands turned into knife hands. If he didn't strike, it was fine, but once he did, it would definitely target her vital points. Each time, Chen Xinlan's pupils would constrict in fear. And this was exactly the feeling Chen Xinlan wanted. That feeling of being so close yet unable to touch filled her with both anger and fighting spirit. At the same time, the various thrilling attacks coming at her allowed her to hone her assassin's combat skills. Fighting against Yi Chen enabled her to maximize the effects of her training. Time slowly passed. After the initial gossip, everyone noticed that the two had no intention of coming out, so they continued their training. In the blink of an eye, 25 minutes had passed. One student finished his training, panting heavily, and looked around, realizing he seemed to have left his water bottle in the lounge. He walked over to get it. As he reached the door, he suddenly heard someone inside gasping for breath. Female, why were you working so hard just now? Male, you told me to. Female, just because I told you to doesn't mean you had to go all out. Male, you didn't say that at first. You're not trying to back out of our deal, are you? We agreed on 100 for each time, and you still have to pay for the breaks. The student's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if it might fall to the ground. In broad daylight, they were actually doing that kind of thing? The most shocking part was that the stunningly beautiful girl had actually hired a man. Heaven must be blind. Half an hour later, the lounge door finally opened. Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan walked out one after the other, with beads of sweat forming on Chen Xinlan's forehead, dampening a few strands of her hair. She reached up with her index finger to gently tuck her hair behind her ear, her appearance now less aloof and more graceful. As for Yi Chen, he strode out with the proud demeanor of a victor. Even after a fierce half-hour battle, it was nothing for him now. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen's smug expression, biting her red lip in frustration. Every time she fought this guy, she ended up losing. Moreover, she could feel that after not seeing him for a few days, his strength had increased significantly. What kind of awakening item could allow for such a huge improvement every day? Was there no limit to this enhancement? Chen Xinlan estimated that if they fought now, she wouldn't just lose, even putting some pressure on Yi Chen would be a struggle. But she had to admit, this guy's service was really comfortable. Just thinking about the feeling during their previous battle made a blush rise to Chen Xinlan's cheeks. All the young boys and girls watching this scene widened their eyes, their minds conjuring up inappropriate images. The boy who had just eavesdropped was even crying uncontrollably. Boo-hoo! How could such a beautiful swan be devoured by a toad like this? Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan were unaware that their gossip had slowly spread throughout the school. In the fourth class, Chen Xinlan suddenly became much quieter, resting her head on the desk and not saying a word. Yi Chen merely thought that Chen Xinlan was a bit weak after exercising and didn't pay much attention, continuing to busy himself with his own matters. When the school bell rang at noon, Yi Chen stretched again. Hey, are you going to eat after school? Yi Chen glanced at the drowsy Chen Xinlan and asked. The black bracelet on her wrist flickered occasionally as she lay there. Chen Xinlan tried to stand up but found she had no strength left. The earlier battle had left her a bit overwhelmed and the physical exhaustion was too great. Plus, the curse's effects meant she really didn't have the energy now. Finally, she shook her head. I won't go. Can you bring me a meal? All right. Yi Chen turned and left, walking away decisively. Chen Xinlan looked up at Yi Chen's back, feeling a bit angry. Didn't this damn guy notice she was uncomfortable? At least show some concern. She simply turned her head and sulked on the desk. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xinlan suddenly felt something approaching in her daze. She lifted her head to find Yi Chen had returned. Yi Chen placed a box lunch on Chen Xinlan's desk casually and said, "Here, yours. No chile, but I added extra shrimp." After saying that, he opened his own lunchbox and started eating. Chen Xinlan was taken aback, looking at Yi Chen in surprise. Hadn't she just mentioned what she liked to eat? But Yi Chen actually knew that he couldn't eat spicy food and liked seafood. Thinking carefully, it seemed that she had eaten with Yi Chen 3 times. So, did this guy remember my previous eating habits? Chen Xinlan's lips curled up slightly, feeling that the pain in her body had lessened quite a bit. She didn't expect this guy to have such a thoughtful side. Chen Xinlan opened the lunchbox and took a bite. Feeling the shrimp moving in her mouth, Chen Xinlan thought the cafeteria food seemed quite delicious. After a few bites, Chen Xinlan felt a bit of strength. She glanced at Yi Chen and said proudly, "Hey, why aren't you eating in the cafeteria? You wouldn't have come here just for." Yi Chen replied casually, "Old Wong didn't come today, so I couldn't chat with him." Chen Xinlan almost swallowed the last few words. "Can't you just care about me a little at this time?" Soon, lunch was over, and Yi Chen stretched lazily, pulling out a small game console. He leaned on the table, found a comfortable angle, and pressed the switch, his consciousness once again entering the game space. Next to him, Chen Xinlan saw Yi Chen's awakening item for the first time. Looking at the square technological object, Chen Xinlan felt a bit curious. Is this the thing that allows Yi Chen to improve so much in a day? There were 3 hieroglyphs on it, but they were somewhat different from the characters of the Xia country. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly caught a faint fragrance. Here it comes. It really is. This. Chen Xinlan's eyes lit up. That familiar scent was back. And this time, being closer to Yi Chen, she felt the aroma seemed even richer. The previous fatigue instantly vanished, and the curse's effects were minimized. A slight drowsiness appeared. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen, who was breathing steadily, and was quite surprised. She could actually feel his breath. It wasn't that people who died had no breath, but rather that it felt like the other person had lost consciousness. It was as if only the body remained, but the soul had left. Is this what Uncle Joe meant by meditating? How peculiar. Chen Xinlan smiled slightly and also leaned on the table, quickly falling into a dream. What Yi Chen was doing now had nothing to do with her. Everyone had their own secrets. Since the other party didn't show anything during the detection, it meant they didn't want others to know. So, at this moment, it was best to act as if she knew nothing. Good afternoon, idiot. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen's body suddenly trembled slightly. Yi Chen's consciousness returned. Just now, he had tried for another hour in the game space, but in the end, he only killed 13 monsters. The result was slightly better than before, but still not enough. Having learned from previous lessons, Yi Chen now tried to make as little noise as possible while walking through the jungle. This indeed made it harder for those monsters to detect him. However, Yi Chen's observation skills were still lacking, and he couldn't find the monsters hidden among the grass and leaves. Once, he stealthily approached a bush. Suddenly, a fox jumped out from inside. At that moment, he was no more than 3 meters away from the fox. Clearly, the fox hadn't noticed him before that. But he also hadn't spotted the fox's camouflage. 2. Clear the second level. Finding the monsters hidden in the jungle was a necessary condition. However, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry. Since he knew the direction, he could advance little by little. Yi Chen yawned, planning to sleep, when he suddenly felt something on his arm. He looked up and found a small head with black hair leaning against his arm. 20 minutes ago, Chen Xinlan had entered her dreams, but as the source of the fragrance, Yi Chen had a natural attraction for her. So, in her sleep, she subconsciously leaned closer to Yi Chen. Leaning and leaning, they ended up snuggling together. Yi Chen was quite speechless. With so much space on her side, why did she have to take up my spot? He pushed Chen Xinlan's head back with a strong hand, then stretched lazily and fell asleep peacefully. In the afternoon, after a nap, Yi Chen continued to write and draw on paper, searching for ways to solve the quest tasks. As for Chen Xinlan, she had been sleeping the whole time. Before long, 2 classes had passed. When the second class ended, Yi Chen stretched and tapped on Chen Xinlan's desk. Hey, 3. Chen Xinlan, wake up. However, the latter's breathing was steady, showing no signs of waking up. Yi Chen was speechless. Was this girl a pig? How could she sleep so much? Hey, stop sleeping. As he spoke, Yi Chen gently rubbed Chen Xinlan's dark hair. This time, she finally let out a soft grunt, her consciousness gradually awakening. She drowsily opened her eyes and then looked around warily. When she saw Yi Chen beside her, she finally relaxed. It was then that she noticed someone had been rubbing her hair. Chen Xinlan's face flushed, and she huffed. What were you trying to do just now? Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. What do you mean? The training class is starting. Are you going or not? Chen Xinlan was taken aback. She had no idea about the school's teaching arrangements before coming here. She had only come to enjoy Yi Chen's body fragrance. The evening training would definitely be scheduled before Yi Chen went to sleep. After training, she could directly fall asleep inhaling Yi Chen's scent, minimizing the curse's impact on her. But now that she was awake, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Chen Xinlan nodded. Then let's go take a look. The two walked side by side with the crowd towards the gym. On the way, Chen Xinlan glanced at her phone and was surprised to see it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Normally, Chen Xinlan would never sleep in such a public place. Even when resting, she would remain vigilant at all times. This was a basic quality for an assassin. As an assassin, they absolutely could not expose themselves in public environments, let alone rest in such places. But after smelling Yi Chen's refreshing scent, she not only fell asleep but slept so deeply. Today felt even more comfortable than usual. When he called me just now, I didn't wake up immediately. If this guy did something while I was sleeping, then what are you thinking, Chen Xinlan? Chen Xinlan shook her head, blushing, and discarded the strange thoughts in her mind. Upon arriving at the gym, many teachers were already waiting there. Without needing to say much, all the students began their training according to their plans. Several teachers looked at Chen Xinlan with expressions of amazement. As those who had been through it, they had seen more of the world. Chen Xinlan's demeanor was cold and noble, a quality that could not be cultivated by an ordinary family. Moreover, in the morning, Dean Li had specifically called them to remind them to take good care of her. It was clear that this girl named Chen Xinlan had an extraordinary identity. Now, their only curiosity was about the relationship between Chen Xinlan and Yi Chen. Zhang Yifeng was very familiar with Yi Chen, having been his teacher for 3 years. This kid usually was silent and seemed like an invisible person, yet now he was acquainted with a girl of this caliber. Moreover, judging by their stances, their relationship seemed quite special. Zhang Yifeng approached first, trying to appear amiable. You must be Chen Xinlan, right? We are the school's teachers. If you need anything, feel free to come to us. We can provide you with a sparring partner and a designated training plan. Chen Xinlan replied coldly, no need. Seeing this, Zhang Yifeng nodded. He had said what needed to be said, and since she didn't need him, he wouldn't push it. Soon, the gym returned to its usual order. Yi Chen found a dumbbell and squatted in a horse stance while working on his muscles. Chen Xinlan sat quietly beside him, watching. Previously, at the martial arts school, she had observed Yi Chen a few times. Each time, this guy was doing the most basic physical training. At other times, he either practiced with himself or trained other members. Aside from that, Chen Xinlan had not seen Yi Chen engage in any other activities. But strangely, this guy's strength seemed to grow stronger by the day. Additionally, after someone changed into a fitted shirt, Chen Xinlan was surprised to find that this person had so much muscle. Normally, she hadn't noticed. Was this what they called looking slim in clothes but having meat when undressed? After exercising for a while, Yi Chen noticed that Chen Xinlan was staring at him and felt a bit puzzled. Aren't you training? I don't need to for now, Chen Xinlan replied lightly. Then when will you practice with me? In the evening, let's go to the martial arts gym. Yi Chen? Yi Chen was a bit confused. He couldn't quite understand this person's behavior. She came in the afternoon without training and postponed the practice to the evening. Then what are you doing at the gym? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Chen Xinlan shot him a glance. What's it to you? Yi Chen. Time flew by, and soon an hour had passed. Many students stopped to rest, recovering their strength and replenishing their fluids. While chatting, everyone would occasionally glance over at Yi Chen. There, a handsome and charming boy was exercising. Beside him stood a beautiful and cold girl quietly watching him. This scene dealt 1,000 points of real damage to the single dogs present. At that moment, Zhang Yifeng's voice rang out. It's about time. The practical training is starting. Those who want to join, come over quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over. For them, the daily practical training was the time when their improvement was the greatest. Other things could be missed, but this absolutely could not. Chen Xinlan initially looked over with some curiosity, but as soon as she saw the clumsy movements of those students, her interest vanished instantly. These people were even worse than the members who sought Yi Chen for practice in the martial arts gym. Over here, Yi Chen's training finally ended and he simply sat in the distance, resting, while watching the show. After thinking for a while, Chen Xinlan finally couldn't help but speak up. Hey, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Can you speak properly? Chen Xinlan's anger was rising rapidly. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. What's it to you? Just as Chen Xinlan was about to explode, she suddenly felt that this phrase sounded a bit familiar. Suddenly, she remembered that she had just said this line earlier. You're a guy, how can you hold a grudge? Chen Xinlan felt both angry and amused. Sometimes this guy seemed very mature. He knew what she liked to eat without her asking. Although he often bullied her during practice, he never skipped any of the techniques he was supposed to help her train. But at times, he could be very childish, like now. Yi Chen, he. Chen Xinlan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xinlan said seriously, I won't bicker with you anymore. Let's get to the point. I see that you only train basic skills every day, but your practical ability improves significantly every day. I want to know how you do it. After a pause, Chen Xinlan added, fearing Yi Chen might misunderstand, of course, if this question involves your privacy or something, you can choose not to answer. I'm not trying to pry into your private matters. Yi Chen blinked. He wasn't surprised at all that Chen Xinlan asked this question. His strength had increased so obviously that anyone who wasn't a fool could see it. That's why he tried to avoid showing his hand whenever possible, and even when he did, he would wear a mask or find a secluded place. Yi Chen sighed lightly, his expression rarely becoming steady. He spoke in a low voice, since you asked sincerely, I'll generously tell you. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinlan perked up, fully attentive. The next moment, Yi Chen slowly said, because I'm the main character. Chen Xinlan. In the gym, the students were still training. Not far away, a girl's angry voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there, I'm going to kill you. Just kidding, what's the big deal? Yi Chen ran away quickly, not forgetting to make a sarcastic remark as he fled. People in this world really don't understand humor. I haven't even finished quoting Team Rocket yet. Sigh, it seems I still need to find old Wong for this kind of thing. You big-headed ghost. Chen Xinlan was furious. She knew Yi Chen had a secret. So after asking that question, she immediately added a comment, not wanting to put Yi Chen in a difficult position. But this damn guy actually made a joke at his own expense. She had just taken it so seriously, and then he came out with such a childish line. This was something that could not be tolerated. Uncle could endure it, but Aunt could not. Not far away, a group of students and teachers exchanged strange glances. On the surface, it seemed like Chen Xinlan was going berserk chasing Yi Chen, but in reality, they felt like young boys and girls who were just starting to have feelings for each other, playing around. Damn, we just tolerated you secretly showing off your affection, but isn't this a bit bullying now? How about you kill me to liven things up for the two of you? After chasing for a while, Chen Xinlan finally stopped. Her chest heaved as she shot Yi Chen a fierce glare. If she continued chasing, she would be crossing the line of the curse, and then she wouldn't be able to train properly at night. Chen Xinlan huffed, just wait, I'll show you how I deal with you tonight. Yi Chen, hee. Everyone else. After the little interlude, training continued, and soon half an hour had passed. All the other students finished their training, and a few teachers looked over at Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan in the distance. Although they guessed the outcome, Zhang Yifeng still had to ask, Chen Xinlan, do you want to have a practical session? No need, Chen Xinlan replied coldly. Zhang Yifeng then looked at Yi Chen, who gave him a mournful expression. The meaning was clear. What, do you want to trick me again? Zhang Yifeng awkwardly rubbed his nose. Alright, no need for practical training then. Soon, the school bell rang, and Yi Chen left without lingering. Chen Xinlan gritted her teeth but followed closely behind Yi Chen. Many boys watching this scene exclaimed in surprise. He made his girlfriend angry and didn't even need to coax her, and she obediently followed him. Truly a model for us all. At the school gate, Yi Chen unlocked his bike as usual and was about to head back to the martial arts school. Chen Xinlan was taken aback. Uncle Zhou hadn't said he would come to pick her up. Of course, she could either walk back or take a taxi for that distance. But when Chen Xinlan saw that the back seat of Yi Chen's bike could accommodate a person, a strange thought suddenly popped into her mind. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Chen Xinlan suddenly said, Hey, what? Yi Chen didn't even turn his head. Your bike can carry people. Yi Chen, not carrying. Chen Xinlan, $100. Yi Chen, get in. The corners of Chen Xinlan's mouth curled up slightly. She was getting better at communicating with this guy. Putting the money in his pocket, Yi Chen said casually, hold on tight, if you fall off, I'm not responsible. Chen Xinlan rolled her beautiful eyes at Yi Chen. Under the setting sun, a bright bicycle wove through the bustling streets. On the back seat, the girl's pretty face flushed slightly, her long legs swinging gently in the air. She didn't know how long it had been since she had experienced this feeling. Relaxed, comfortable, free, unrestrained. At this moment, it seemed like all her worries had vanished. On the seat, the boy hummed a strange song that no one had ever heard before. The boy's voice was average, but the tune he hummed was filled with a cheerful rhythm. A smile radiated from the boy's face, his mood light and joyful. He didn't notice that a small hand had quietly grabbed the back of his shirt, tight, not wanting to let go. Happy times are always fleeting. In the evening, the gold medal sparring partner came online. As Yi Chen's attributes continued to improve, it became increasingly easy to bully those ordinary members with average talent. The old fox and the little fox worked together seamlessly, crazily harvesting the chives. Then came the part where they satisfied a certain girl's special request. Every time Yi Chen knocked Chen Xinlan to the ground, a strange excitement would appear on her face. This made Yi Chen somewhat suspect that this person might have a masochistic tendency. A night passed without incident, and soon dawn broke. The next day, Yi Chen took Chen Xinlan to school again. Today, the ordinary students also received the notice for the new semester. The crowd of students surged at the entrance. When Yi Chen appeared at the door with Chen Xinlan, it caused quite a stir. Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless boys, Yi Chen walked into class 2 as if no one was around. In the corner of the classroom, Yi Chen took out a pen again and began to write and draw. Chen Xinlan, recalling a certain scene from yesterday, felt her cheeks flush slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she leaned over to continue watching. This time, Yi Chen's strategy seemed to be an extension of yesterday's work. He added new elements on top of some basics. After watching for a while, Chen Xinlan seemed to understand something. Analyzing the habits of magical creatures, investigating their living environments and hiding methods, trying to minimize noise to avoid detection by magical creatures. You want to hunt these magical creatures? Chen Xinlan asked. Yi Chen simply hummed in response, his pen not stopping. Chen Xinlan continued, your strategy resembles a hunter's training manual. Yi Chen paused and looked at Chen Xinlan, you understand? Chen Xinlan nodded, I've learned a bit, assassins and hunters share some knowledge. Then she looked at Yi Chen, puffing out her chest and raising her head in a proud manner. However, just as she was about to boast, she suddenly stopped. She remembered the scene from yesterday. The guy in front of her had a terrible temper and was quite petty. It was impossible to make him admit defeat. It would never happen in this lifetime. In this regard, she was very much like Yi Chen. If she demanded something from him like yesterday, he would definitely rather struggle than let her help. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xinlan suddenly said, I can help, but you have to pay. Yi Chen instinctively touched his pocket and asked, how much? 300. Chen Xinlan said, glaring at Yi Chen fiercely. It seemed to say, I'm telling you, remember this 300, we're not playing around. Yi Chen seriously thought for 3 seconds and asked, is 300 for one time or for all? Chen Xinlan's beautiful eyes sparkled, 300 per class. Deal. Yi Chen instantly pulled out 3 red bills and slapped them on the table. Chen Xinlan was taken aback. To her, Yi Chen's money-loving personality was evident. Especially when she mentioned 300, he seemed to ponder seriously, looking quite conflicted. Yet, as soon as she mentioned 300 per class, he agreed so decisively. Did that mean she was going to lose out? Alright, she charged 100 for 5 minutes of sparring. 2 sessions a day plus the round-trip fare, it was almost 1,000. 300 per class meant she needed 3 classes to break even. Chen Xinlan glared at Yi Chen angrily, thinking, just wait, one day I will drain your wallet dry. To hunt this red-eyed rabbit, you first need to understand its habits. Your direction is correct, but your data collection is a bit messy. This, and this are all secondary. Focus on this. By the way, what plants are the dark-leaf shrubs and the foxtail shrubs? I've never heard of them. That little bit of money didn't matter to Chen Xinlan, but since it was coming from Yi Chen's pocket, it was different. Since she was getting paid, Chen Xinlan was definitely going to be responsible for Yi Chen. Don't be fooled by her being only 16, she had more specialized knowledge than many adventurers who had been training in the wild for a year or two. Under Chen Xinlan's explanation, Yi Chen quickly understood his issues. It's easy to guess what kind of monsters might live among those plants, but that's not enough. A skilled hunter can determine whether they are hiding in the grass by scent and subtle clues. They can even directly pinpoint the exact location where the monsters are resting. One person teaches earnestly while the other learns diligently, and before they know it, their heads have unconsciously leaned together. Those who don't know might think the two are showing off their affection. Nowadays, there's no one sitting in the back row with Yi Chen. They're so tired of seeing them together that they could vomit. Time flies. When the bell rang for the second class to end, Yi Chen yawned and instinctively stretched. However, halfway through his stretch, he remembered something and turned to look at Chen Xinlan. The distance between their cheeks was less than 2 inches, and with Yi Chen's breath, Chen Xinlan could feel the warmth on her face. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she quickly sat back in her original position. Only then did Yi Chen comfortably stretch. Looking at Yi Chen's slightly lazy demeanor, yet with a hint of charm and handsomeness in every move, a strange thought suddenly crossed Chen Xinlan's mind. This guy has finally learned to care about others. However, for some reason, while someone was happy, there was a slight sense of loss in her heart, as if something was missing from her chest. Soon, the two headed to the gym again, entering the lounge under the strange gazes of a dozen students. But this time, they stayed longer. It wasn't until the bell rang for the 4th class that they finally came out. The students exercising saw Yi Chen walking a bit unsteadily, looking somewhat drained. Meanwhile, Chen Xinlan walked with a slight wobble, as if something was wrong with her body. Everyone was taken aback. One student even pulled out his phone, which had a timer on it. 1 hour 38 minutes and 26 seconds. Wow, is she that brave? Training Chen Xinlan actually only took 20 minutes. The rest of the time was Yi Chen practicing his steps, with Chen Xinlan guiding him. To become a qualified hunter, the first thing to learn is to control one's own strength. How to walk as quietly as a cat, making no sound. How to grab things while climbing without making a noise. This is a sophisticated technique of exertion, completely in line with what Yi Chen usually trains on. Under Chen Xinlan's guidance, it took Yi Chen an hour to barely grasp the basics. Chen Xinlan watched Yi Chen's back, biting her lip in frustration. It took her 6 days of training to reach the level Yi Chen was at now. Yet this guy managed to finish it in just 1 hour. His control over his body has already surpassed many 2-star and even 3-star awakeners. At this rate, he might reach her level before the college entrance examination. As Yi Chen was walking out, he suddenly felt something was off. Turning around, he found Chen Xinlan moving slowly forward, her speed no different from a snail's crawl. Yi Chen was speechless. This person fights so fiercely, yet after a fight, she immediately looks drained. At this speed, by the time they get back to the cafeteria, the food would be cold. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen walked over. Hey, you're walking too slowly. How about I carry you? Chen Xinlan's already flushed cheeks turned even redder. She turned her head and stubbornly said, No need. I can walk by myself. Oh, then I won't wait for you. After saying that, Yi Chen turned to leave. Chen Xinlan was taken aback, her anger rising. You idiot, I said I don't need you to carry me. But having known him for so long, Chen Xinlan understood this guy a bit. When he speaks, he really only takes the surface meaning. Seeing Yi Chen about to walk out, she couldn't care about her pride anymore. Wait a minute. Yi Chen turned back, giving her a puzzled look. Chen Xinlan bit her red lip lightly. Can you help me a bit? I'll pay you. This is me hiring you, it's different from you helping me. Yi Chen? On the second floor of the cafeteria, when Yi Chen helped Chen Xinlan arrive, Wong Hong was already waiting there. As soon as he saw Yi Chen appear, old Wang was about to greet him but suddenly noticed that he was holding an exceptionally beautiful and pure girl in his arms. Wang Heng's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Yi Chen placed Chen Xinlan on a chair and waved at old Wang. Seeing the other party frozen in place, Yi Chen simply walked over. Hey old Wang, go get the food. Wang Hong snapped back to reality, looking as if he had seen a ghost, and he threw his arms around Yi Chen's neck, leaning in to whisper, Crazy, when did you get a girlfriend? How come I didn't know? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. What nonsense, she's more like my employer. Wang Hong was taken aback. She's the one you said was supporting you? Yi Chen? Yi Chen felt that old Wang's delusions were getting worse. What kind of nonsense was he thinking about all day? Ignoring him, Yi Chen went straight to get the food. After an hour and a half of exercise, he was starving. Soon, a table full of dishes was ready. Wang Hong sat next to Yi Chen, looking at Chen Xinlan. He glanced at Yi Chen, then at Chen Xinlan, and his gossiping spirit was already burning fiercely. Wang Hong, looking fearless, said, Crazy, shouldn't you introduce me to your sister-in-law? Chen Xinlan was taken aback and immediately explained, We're just classmates. Though she said that, the blush that had just faded from her face reappeared, and her grip on the chopsticks tightened slightly. At the same time, her eyes secretly glanced at Yi Chen, seeing that he had no expression, which made her quite angry. What do you mean by that? Shouldn't you clarify at a time like this? Or do you think the same way? Chen Xinlan, stop overthinking. Chen Xinlan usually had a cold demeanor, giving off a vibe that said, keep your distance. This was a habit and a form of self-protection. If a stranger had said that, she might have walked away immediately. If they were annoying, she might have even retaliated. But when it came to Yi Chen, Chen Xinlan became different from usual. Of course, she hadn't even realized this herself. Her name is Chen Xinlan, she just transferred to class 2 yesterday, Yi Chen said casually. Wang Hong had an annoying look. Hello, classmate Chen Xinlan, I'm Wang Hong, Crazy's best buddy and brother. We have a life and death friendship. So you can ask me anything about him, like his embarrassing photos or funny stories, I know it all. Hearing that this person was Yi Chen's best buddy surprised Chen Xinlan. This clumsy, money-loving guy actually had such an outgoing friend. Moreover, their relationship seemed to be quite good. If that's the case, I can forgive this guy's rudeness just now. I can lower my guard against this guy by 1 level, or maybe even 2. Yi Chen had already started eating. While munching on a chicken leg, he asked, Stop joking around, tell me about the day before yesterday. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong got excited. You mean that? It was so thrilling. By the way, classmate Chen Xinlan, you probably don't know yet, so let me tell you. Immediately, old Wang vividly recounted what had happened that day. How he discovered the problem, how he reported the information to his cousin, how the two sides fought, and how intense the battle was, and so on. He claimed to have seen it, but in reality he only saw a rough outline through an infrared camera, with no specific details. However, under the influence of someone's gossiping tongue, he spun a thrilling battle scene. If Yi Chen hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he might have believed it. Chen Xinlan only knew about the situation after Jolie arrived on the battlefield. She really didn't know about the earlier events. Wang Heng's vivid storytelling piqued her interest a little. However, this guy repeatedly mentioned Yi Chen while narrating, especially when reporting to the security department. He would unconsciously glance at Yi Chen. Most people might not pay attention, but Chen Xinlan, with her upbringing, immediately noticed this subtle difference. This guy didn't seem like a meticulous person at all. Considering the strange behaviors of both of them, it was very likely that those deductions weren't his own, but rather Yi Chen's ideas. Who would have thought this blockhead had such a talent in this area? Wang Hong was still unaware that he had been seen through. Having such a good listener was rare, and he became more and more animated as he spoke. He talked for nearly 10 minutes in one breath, finally reaching the climax of the battle. When he mentioned how Ross blew up the boys' dormitory, Wang Hong couldn't help but say, Do you know what my first reaction was when I saw that fire pillar rising to the sky? It wasn't shock, because I had seen that scene before. Wang Hong said seriously, last weekend, there was a news article in my daily news titled Terrifying. A brat blows up a school to avoid homework, and the photos looked very similar to the aftermath of the explosion. Chen Xinlan felt nothing upon hearing this. Although she hadn't interacted much with him, she could sense that this guy named Wang Hong liked to boast. Yi Chen continued eating the food on his plate, long accustomed to such things. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Wang Hong became a bit angry. I'm telling the truth. That kind of fire pillar is absolutely not something you see every day, especially that Patrick. It looked almost identical. Yi Chen was slightly taken aback as he saw Wang Hong getting more and more agitated. After 3 years of sitting next to him, he knew old Wang's personality very well. This Guy was a severe case of being overly dramatic, always thinking of strange things. Usually, he was all smiles, as if his brain had been rented out. But when he talked about something he considered very important, he would show this kind of expression. Yi-Chen patted Wong Hong on the shoulder. "Old Wang, I believe you." Hearing this, Wong Hong hugged Yi-Chen tightly, almost moved to tears. "You're a madman, you really get me." Yi-Chen expressionlessly pried old Wang's head away. "Get over it, the story isn't finished yet, speed it up." Yi-Chen was very curious about the subsequent content. At that time, he had gone to look for the card after the card of the Fate Weaver flew out, and he really didn't know how the battle ended. In the later part of the battle group, the Dragon Guard was severely injured and unconscious. I originally thought that guy was going to win, but who knew a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. It was only through old Wang's narration that Yi-Chen learned that the later battle ended very quickly. Moreover, Jolie won almost in a crushing manner. At that moment, Yi-Chen had a whole new understanding of Jolie's combat power. Both were 4-star awakeners, yet there was such a huge gap in their strength. "What happened next?" Yi-Chen asked. "What happened next?" Wang Hong chuckled. "Oh right, yesterday the security department came to find me, saying I assisted in killing a high-level terrorist, which is a great achievement and I might even get a medal." A 17-year-old boy who hadn't even graduated yet getting 2 medals in just a week was thrilling to think about. Yi-Chen rolled his eyes at him. "That's not what I'm asking. What happened to the person?" Compared to the medal, Yi-Chen was more interested in that 4-star terrorist. That guy was from the same organization as Delia, and if he could gather some information, it would be a tremendous help to him. Wang Hong was still shaken. "In this battle group, 3 were severely injured, 2 almost died, and my cousin had extensive burns." Although he hadn't been able to watch the scene, Wang Hong had seen the tragic state of Lu Ha and others being carried out. If it weren't for the existence of healers in this era, such injuries would have meant immediate retirement. Even so, Wang Hong estimated they would have to lie in bed for a few days. "What about that terrorist?" Yi-Chen asked again. "Has he been investigated?" "Well, I know a bit. That guy is called Ross, an American, and he's most likely the leader of the Polaris organization, nicknamed the Bomb Expert." At this point, Wang Hong was excited. "My cousin said that guy has a bounty of 2.3 billion. From the Enforcers Alliance, 2.3 billion. A glint flashed in Yi-Chen's eyes. 2.3 billion? The Enforcers Alliance specializes in dealing with international terrorist organizations, and the terrorists there are all incredibly powerful. Yi-Chen had heard before that their bounties were high, but he never expected it to be this high. The auction price for an awakened item is in the hundreds of millions, yet a high-level awakened person's head is even more expensive than an awakened item. At this moment, Yi-Chen felt a surge of desire again. Previously, he had thought about being an adventurer, exploring unknown territories. Now it seemed that being an enforcer and taking down bosses wasn't a bad idea either. Killing a high-ranking member of that terrorist organization could earn him a Fate Weaver card along with a hefty bounty reward. The money would come in incredibly fast. Of course, as much as he thought about it, Yi-Chen was still aware of his own strength. He definitely wouldn't take the initiative to strike before he had a more complete understanding of this terrorist organization and reached that level of power. If Wang Hong and Chen Xilan knew what Yi-Chen was thinking, they would only conclude that this guy was crazy. Yi-Chen himself didn't even notice. With the constant changes in his special attributes, combined with his infinite deaths in the game, his fear of death was diminishing. Faced with these terrorist organizations, Yi-Chen felt both vigilant and intensely curious about them. If he had to describe it in one sentence, it would be valued but not feared, excited yet calm. No one knew what kind of person Yi-Chen would ultimately become as various special attributes continued to transform him. At this moment, in an unknown area thousands of miles away, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, and terrifying energy disturbed a radius of over 100 miles. Snow and wind swirled around, blanketing everything in silver. Clearly, this was the entrance to a secret realm. Suddenly, there was a stir within the light pillar, and then a figure in a gray robe, whose face was obscured, stepped out. As he stepped out of the light pillar's range, the swirling snow flew towards him. The gray-robed figure slowly extended a hand, which was covered in wrinkles and as thin as a twig, resembling a piece of dead wood on the verge of decay. Yet, with just a slight wave of that hand, the surrounding snowstorm vanished before it could even approach him. Everything returned to nothingness. The gray-robed elder stepped out completely from the energy range of the secret realm, and the next moment he suddenly sensed something. He slowly took out a card, the back of which bore the image of a red-nosed clown. The front displayed a black clown group, with no differences other than the color. He infused his mental energy into it to sense. Then he received a message from a Spade K, son. "Son, I'm your dad." The figure in black froze, standing in the snow for several seconds. The next moment, a terrifying energy erupted suddenly, flipping the snow within a 100-meter radius and revealing hard frozen ground. The elder's body trembled uncontrollably, like a volcano about to erupt. Delia would definitely not send such a message to him. The answer was obvious: his Fate Weaver card had been taken. Not only that, but the other party had deliberately chosen this way to humiliate him. The gray-robed man's voice was hoarse, filled with endless killing intent. No matter who you are, you must die. In the cafeteria, the three continued to chat casually. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen's excited gaze and poured cold water on him. Yi Chen, don't just look at the bounty. The bounty on terrorists is relative to their influence. Ross was killed yesterday simply because he happened to encountered a sensitive combat type awakened one. If he had 2 or 3 teammates skilled in defense, his destructive power would be extremely terrifying. Yi Chen nodded, agreeing with this point. In a one-on-one fight, Jolie could easily defeat Laos. But when it comes to fighting a boss or destroying something, 5 Zhouge combined wouldn't be able to match a single Laos. That guy can summon Patrick Star, after all. The Awakeners have developed a complete system over time. Each awakened entity has different abilities and excels in different fields. Combat power is the same. This is unrelated to ratings. For example, if your awakened entity has healing abilities, even if it's rated S-class, it wouldn't be able to defeat a B-class combat type awakener of the same level. A well-rounded team would recruit awakeners from various systems: combat, defense, healing, control, reconnaissance, and so on. Each person plays an important role in the team, and none can be missing. Speaking of which, Chen Xinlan must be going for the assassination system. So which path should I take? Yi Chen pondered. If he could summon Di Li as Demon King armament, he would definitely be a combat type. But that thing is too special and can't be summoned on a regular basis. Just considering the combat power displayed now, he could barely be considered a combat type, but definitely a very average one. After thinking for a long time, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "Hey, what system do you think I should go for?" "I'm not called Hey." Chen Xinlan shot him a glare. She looked at Yi Chen, fell silent for a moment, and then said, "Your abilities aren't suited for a professional route." "Ha? What do you mean?" Chen Xinlan explained, "Your abilities are quite comprehensive, which makes them less effective in a team. Someone like you is more suited to be a combat coach." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately understood. Indeed, if neither side used their awakened entities, he believed he could fight anyone of the same level. But if awakened entities were used, his abilities would be severely weakened. In simple terms, he was fit to be a coach but not to compete in matches. Lao Wang listened to the two discussing awakened entities, feeling a bit itchy. It was clear that this classmate named Chen Lanxin seemed to know a lot about awakened weapons. Wang Heng's mind moved, and he summoned the news daily report. "Hey, Chen Xinlan, do you think my awakened entity still has it changed?" Just as Wang Hong was about to ask, he suddenly noticed that the content of the newspaper had changed. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there was a large section on the newspaper reporting a news story. Demon Blade emerges, disturbing the world. The title was only 8 short characters but was enlarged in a special red font many times. The article below was still nonsensical. However, in the lower right corner there was a picture. The image showed a blood-red long knife slashing through the air. And just below it was a boy, but the magic sword obscured his face. The demon blade emitted terrifying energy, distorting the surrounding space. The blade was flashing with some strange markings and, combined with the endless blood aura, it truly gave a sense of a demon blade emerging and disturbing the world. At that moment, the thick blood aura in the picture destroyed all the surrounding buildings, with wood chips and stones scattering in the air. Further away, amidst the blood mist, a few people could be vaguely seen in a state of panic, but it was too blurry to make out their appearance. Wow, crazy, this time the news is different from before, an entire page is actually dedicated to this event. Wang Heng's attention was instantly captured by the content of the newspaper. The news daily report had used an entire page to report a single news story for the first time, and the title was something he could understand. The key point was that there was no sense of incongruity between the title and the image. At that moment, Wong Hong was even imagining whether his news daily report was about to rise to prominence. Yi Chen looked at the strange demon blade with some surprise. To be honest, news that matched the title and image was not easy for Lao Wang's newspaper. The two were engrossed in their reading when Chen Xinlan suddenly spoke up. "Hand over the newspaper." At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the image in Wang Heng's newspaper. Her tone was cold, yet there was a hint of urgency, and if one listened closely, they could detect a tremor in her voice. Wang Hong was startled by Chen Xinlan's appearance, wondering if girls nowadays could really be shocked by such images. However, since she was his close friend, he generously handed it over. Chen Xinlan took the newspaper, her eyes glued to the marks glowing on the blade of the magic knife in the picture. The more she looked, the more agitated she became. Even the frequency of the black bracelet on her wrist was rapidly increasing. Yi Chen finally sensed something was off. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Chen Xinlan did not respond, her attention completely absorbed by the photo. Moreover, her body began to tremble gradually. Yi Chen's expression changed, and he snatched the newspaper back from Chen Xinlan's hands. As the magic knife vanished from view, Chen Xinlan's consciousness finally returned. She gasped for breath. Large beads of cold sweat had already formed on her forehead without her noticing. It was as if she had just gone through a life and death crisis, leaving her utterly exhausted. Yi Chen quickly got up and rushed to her side, pulling her into an embrace. "Hey, are you okay?" Do you need to go to the hospital? Although he knew this girl was frail, Yi Chen didn't expect that just looking at a picture could scare her like this. Wong Hong was even more dumbfounded. Could his news really scare someone to death? Would he be blamed if something happened? Chen Xinlan leaned against Yi Chen's chest, breathing heavily, and after a moment, she recovered a bit. Ignoring the awkwardness of her position with Yi Chen, she looked at Wong Hong seriously and asked, "Where did you get this photo?" "Ha?" Wong Hong was taken aback by Chen Xinlan's question. "I don't know, it just popped up randomly." Yi Chen helped explain, Old Wong's awakening item is called the Daily News Report, and it randomly features some strange news content every day or every few days. Random? Chen Xinlan was taken aback. She couldn't believe that someone could randomly produce the kind of marks on the magic knife. The marks on the knife appeared chaotic, but if one used their imagination, they would realize it was part of a monster's face. It was like a knife leaving a mark on a person's face. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't be considered eerie. The truly terrifying part was that a character was engraved on that face, Xiao. Because the blade was relatively narrow, the marks only showed part of the character Xiao. If one had never seen the original version, no one would connect it to the font. But she had happened to see the original image. Have you really never seen anything related to this knife before? Chen Xinlan's cold eyes turned to Wong Hong, asking again. Wong Hong felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. I really don't know. Maybe I've seen something similar in a novel or anime. Chen Xinlan's expression was complex. That knife wasn't exactly a secret in certain circles, but in the secular world, very few people knew about it. As for the secret of the marks on the blade, even fewer knew. Someone like Wong Hong, an ordinary person, definitely couldn't know. Yet, an awakening item belonging to someone who had never seen the knife somehow depicted it. This left her somewhat baffled. Yi Chen watched the exchange between the two, his eyes flickering as he began to piece things together. Chen Xinlan must have seen that knife before. Perhaps it was some powerful awakening item. In any case, it was connected to her in some way. It turned out that Old Wong's news had coincidentally produced an image that existed. In reality, one that he might not even know about. Old Wong's awakening item had reflected something from reality that he had never seen? Wait a minute, reality? Yi Chen suddenly froze. Something exploded in his mind. He recalled that familiar sense of strangeness. Bang! Yi Chen slammed the table, startling the two. Then with one hand wrapped around Chen Xinlan, he quickly searched for something. With the other, Chen Xinlan felt the large hand on her shoulder and finally realized that their position was somewhat ambiguous. However, after hesitating for a moment, she chose not to speak and just watched quietly. Wong Hong was completely stunned. What was going on today? The madman's girlfriend was jumping at shadows, and the madman was too? Yi Chen didn't care about that. He quickly flipped through past news records. Moments later, he found a news article from last Monday and located a picture. The news photo showed a burned toilet with many marks on the walls resembling slashes from sharp blades. Yi Chen held the photo up for Wong Hong to see. Old Wang, do you remember this picture? Wong Hong snapped back to reality and studied it for a moment before saying, I have a vague impression. It seems to be the scene of the terrorist's first crime, right? Yi Chen nodded and continued. Do you remember there was a bizarre news article in your previous newspapers about a toilet plunger and what it did to a girl? Wong Hong instinctively nodded, then suddenly froze. His awakening ability was quite useless. It could take several days to produce a single useful piece of news. So every time something interesting came up, he would immediately share it with Yi Chen. The clickbait title was quite tempting, and Old Wang clearly remembered it. Shocking, the toilet plunger actually did this to that woman. The image in that article depicted a toilet, with nothing but some bloodstains and scratches on the walls. Wong Hong also remembered how he had taken the opportunity to prank Yi Chen back then. Taking out that item itself was nothing, but if he compared the current photo with that one, the image in his newspaper seemed to be the unburned version of the one in the news. Madman, this photo seems a bit similar to the one I had before? Wong Hong said uncertainly. Yes. Yi Chen nodded and flipped through the news again, quickly finding a report from last Thursday. It showed that the Polaris terrorist organization had committed 17 crimes over 3 days. What about this one? Do you remember it? Wong Hong looked at the news, thought for a moment, and shook his head. No, don't look at the content, look at the numbers. Yi Chen reminded him. Numbers? 17 crimes in 3 days, 3 days, 17 crimes? Wong Hong slapped his thigh. Madman, wasn't there a news article in the newspaper I showed you about a pervert who assaulted 17 girls in 3 days? I even said that guy was in good shape. Yi Chen nodded vigorously. It matched up, everything matched up. When Yi Chen had seen those news articles before, he had felt a sense of déjà vu, but at that time he hadn't paid much attention. Now, hearing Chen Xinlan's words, he realized that feeling of familiarity came from Old Wang's newspaper. The key point was that the information in those newspapers had appeared before the news reports, just like the picture of the explosion in the teaching building that Old Wang had mentioned. Such things happening once is a coincidence, twice is an accident, but 3 times? With Yi Chen's reminder, Wong Hong gradually began to understand. After his awakening, both the National Security Department and he himself had only considered the information in the news daily to be fictional. In fact, it was indeed fictional. 95% of the content was nonsensical, and the remaining content was also fabricated. So the final score was a pitiful 23 points, classifying it as a useless awakening ability. It couldn't even help him make a living. But now it seemed that the text itself might be false, but the images could be real. Moreover, the images in the news daily appeared earlier than the reports in reality. What kind of ability should this be? A time attribute in the auxiliary system, predicting the future? Old Wang swallowed hard, his expression extremely excited. Madman, are you saying that events that will happen in the future will appear in my newspaper? There is such a possibility, but whether it's predicting the future or some kind of divination is hard to say, because your photo differs from reality. Yi Chen couldn't guarantee it completely. Just like the news from a while back, shocking. The plunger actually did that to that woman. Yi Chen had seen this news the Friday before last. The official news report about it came out the following Monday, and only later did he learn that it was terrorists looking for themselves. If he hadn't gone to the forest that Friday night, it seemed like everything that followed wouldn't have happened. Would everything that came after have not occurred? Yi Chen wasn't sure, but there was a high probability. So rather than saying Lao Wan's ability was to foresee the future, it was more like a prediction, a kind of divination. The content that appeared in the newspaper was merely a possibility of the future. However, regardless of which it was, it proved that Wang Heng's awakening item was extraordinary. Chen Xinlan listened to the two of them talking in circles and felt a bit confused at first, especially since she had just suffered from the backlash of a curse and was in a terrible state. But she wasn't foolish. When she heard Yi Chen mention terms like predicting the future and divination, she vaguely guessed something. This guy named Wang Hong, his awakening items newspaper might depict scenes of the future? Time system. The era of awakeners had undergone over 100 years of development, extending into many systems. The occupational classification based on awakening item abilities includes combat, support, and lifestyle systems, among others. There was also a classification based on the abilities of the awakening items themselves, such as strength, agility, elemental, and mental systems, etc. This detailed classification of awakening item abilities didn't inherently have any superiority or inferiority. However, some rare or particularly special systems would cause quite a stir once they appeared. For example, the summoning system, where others' awakening items are objects, while the summoning system calls forth a sentient, conscious creature that can continuously grow. Another example is the nature system, where any ability that can alter the natural environment would not be rated low. Wang Heng's time system is even rarer than the nature system, and its abilities are more bizarre. If he could truly foresee the future, even if it were just a possibility, his rating would at least start at A level. If his abilities were extraordinary, it could even reach an S-level strategic rating. Wong Hong was ecstatic. He looked at the newspaper in his hands, grinning foolishly, muttering, I hit the jackpot, I hit the jackpot. From all the information just now, it could be inferred that his daily news journal likely had the ability to predict the future. If confirmed, that would elevate its rating from a useless D-level awakening item to a terrifying height. He wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing in his daily life. Looking at Wang Heng's appearance, Yi Chen felt it was somewhat absurd. He initially thought that as a transmigrator with a game space he had a solid protagonist panel, but after going through all this he realized the protagonist was right beside him. Watching someone grin foolishly, Yi Chen couldn't help but give Wang Hong a slap to bring him back to reality. Wake up, stop daydreaming. Your current task is to compile all the news you've seen before and see which ones actually appeared. Wang Hong snapped back to his senses and scratched his head. How would I know if they appeared or not? Yi Chen thought for a moment and said, start recalling from shocking. The plunger actually did that to that woman, and see how many understandable headlines you can find, and check if there are pictures in them. Wang Hong nodded and began counting on his fingers. There don't seem to be many titles that are correct and have pictures. The plunger is one, the pervert is the second, the beggar and the fat rich man are the third, the brat is the fourth, and this magic knife is the fifth. That's a total of 5. In the past 2 weeks, there have been 5 occurrences, averaging out to once every 3 days. Yi Chen calculated the data in his mind. The toilet plunger appeared on a Friday, and the news reported it the following Monday, with a 3-day interval. The pervert was seen on a Monday, and the news was released on Thursday, also a 3-day gap. As for the wealthy fat man, he was unclear about that, but it should have happened after he transferred to Class 2. The mischievous child appeared last weekend, and by Wednesday, he was gone, which was also 3 days. So, does this predict that something will happen in 3 days? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. Although he couldn't be completely certain, the possibility was already quite high. With the timing roughly understood, the next question to consider was what Old Wang's divination was related to. Firstly, all the events occurred within Ping'an City. This was definitely not a coincidence. It might be related to Old Wang being here. However, that was quite normal. If what Old Wang predicted had nothing to do with him, who knows what he would be predicting. Secondly, it seemed that the recent events were directly related to that Polaris terrorist organization. So, was this ability specifically for predicting terrorist actions? Or was his newspaper reporting potential dangers? Yi Chen suddenly looked at the newspaper in Wang Heng's hand. If it was related to danger, wouldn't something terrifying happen this time too? Old Wang, what? Was the image of the third beggar and the wealthy fat man you mentioned earlier? Yi Chen asked. Oh, I remember it seemed to be a beggar in a gray cloak laughing strangely in a rich man's house. Be more specific, was there anything special about it or any numbers? Yi Chen pressed. Something special. Wong Hong scratched his head and thought seriously for a moment. If I had to say something strange, it was that the beggar was holding a card with a red-nosed clown pattern on it. Swish, swish. Yi Chen's expression first changed slightly, and the next second, a look of shock and seriousness flashed in his eyes. The former was because hearing about the red-nosed clown reminded Yi Chen of the jester card. The latter was due to Chen Xinlan in his arms. At that moment, Chen Xinlan's body suddenly trembled more violently than when she had seen the newspaper earlier. Yi Chen noticed that a black bracelet on her wrist was flashing intensely, like a signal light about to explode. A strange and dangerous aura continuously emanated from the girl in his arms. Yi Chen looked down. Her complexion was as pale as paper, and her delicate brows were tightly furrowed, seemingly enduring some intense pain. Hey, what's wrong with you again? Yi Chen asked in confusion. Previously, he only thought Chen Xinlan was in poor health, but now it seemed she had some chronic illness. Chen Xinlan's eyes were tightly closed, her whole body trembling. Hearing Yi Chen's call, she managed to muster some strength and painfully uttered a few words. Sleep with you. Yi Chen was taken aback. Memories of their acquaintance flooded his mind, along with some strange actions from Jolie earlier. In that moment, Yi Chen seemed to understand something. The game space. Perhaps his game space could generate some kind of energy when in use. And Chen Xinlan must have some issue. It was accidentally discovered that this energy was beneficial for her condition. Earlier, after Jolie finished in his game space, he suddenly knocked on the door and asked if he had noticed anything. At that time, they must have been searching. Then, after going around in circles, they finally discovered that the special energy source was actually himself. So, Jolie had tried every means to get him to go back, even having Chen Xinlan come over to be his deskmate. What Chen Xinlan just mentioned about sleeping was the state he entered after going into the game space. Just like yesterday afternoon, that guy suddenly leaned over, probably for this reason. Yi Chen's IQ was already high, and with the enhancement of his special attributes, he quickly pieced together the situation in just a few seconds. He needed to study this special energy aura thoroughly later. But for now, saving the person was the priority. Yi Chen picked up Chen Xinlan. Old Wang, you go report to Zhang Lawu first, we'll discuss the rest later. With that, Yi Chen left under the astonished gazes of countless students. Wang Hong sat in his original spot, staring at Yi Chen's retreating figure, feeling a bit dazed. So much had happened in just a few minutes that his CPU was struggling to keep up. However, in this situation, Chen Xinlan's safety was definitely the top priority. This sister-in-law has a good figure and temperament, and she has a wallet to support a madman, but her health doesn't seem too good, Wang Hong muttered to himself. Suddenly, recalling the last few words someone had said, he slapped the table. I get it, the madman should detox her. As a fan of novels and anime, he had seen similar plots many times. The female lead was poisoned by love, burning with desire, and only that certain something could resolve it. Wang Hong took out his phone and opened a memo in a gossip notebook, then began typing away. One day, the madman was walking down the road when he discovered a bad guy secretly tailing a stunning girl to drug her. The madman rushed up to save the beauty, battling the bad guy for 500 rounds, ultimately rescuing the girl. But as the drug took effect, to ensure the girl's safety, the madman sacrificed his own integrity. Who would have thought the girl was no ordinary person but a saintess of a hidden force possessing a special body of profound darkness. With the union of yin and yang, the madman's strength soared, achieving a complete awakening, while also gaining a charm boost. When the girl woke up, she found she had lost her purity, but knowing the madman had saved her, she didn't blame him. Instead, she fell in love with him. To pursue love, the girl defied the opposition of the Holy Land and resolutely came to the madman's school to become his classmate. Just as the two were having a meal, this genius suddenly emerged, and a newspaper predicting the future caused the girl's suppressed love poison to flare up again. Thus, the madman carried the girl away for emergency treatment. In just 2 minutes, Wang Hong had crafted the love story of Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan. He looked at his content and chuckled. Although the story was a bit cliché, it was truly happening right around him. If the madman or this Chen Xinlan rose to prominence, publishing their love story would definitely make the front page news. Yi Chen sped along, and the other students along the way looked on in shock as he carried the girl. Yi Chen ignored them all and directly took Chen Xinlan back to the dormitory building. When the dormitory matron saw Yi Chen carrying a girl upstairs, she was stunned. This was the boys' dormitory, and in all her years, it was the first time she had seen someone bring a girl inside. However, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan had privileges at school, as the principal had personally informed them. so the matron only dared to report the news and didn't dare to disturb them. Soon, Yi Chen returned to his dormitory and shut the door behind him. He carefully placed Chen Xinlan on the bed, but she still looked tense, enduring endless pain. Seeing this, Yi Chen didn't hesitate and lay down beside her. The two lay on the bed, and Yi Chen summoned the little game console, instantly entering the game space. Arriving at the familiar second level, Yi Chen had no intention of hunting monsters. There was still a patient outside, waiting for treatment. So this time, Yi Chen planned to wait in the level for a few minutes to see if this method was effective. Watching the system time tick away, Yi Chen boredly picked up an unknown weed from the ground and put it in his mouth. Phew, so bitter, huh? My mouth seems a bit numb. Yi Chen stared at the weeds in his hand, momentarily taken aback. He had thought that the monsters in this game space were already quite realistic. However, he now realized that the vegetation here was even more lifelike. The texture, the taste, were almost identical to reality. It was even possible that this grass could be poisonous. Suddenly, Yi Chen's expression turned strange. Some of the monsters here originated from the Kunlun secret realm. So, could it be that these unrecognizable weeds also had their counterparts in the real world? Even the red-eyed rabbit, wild boar, and other monsters might exist in reality as well. Perhaps they just hadn't been discovered yet, or he simply hadn't come across them? This was a good line of thought. He could try it out when he returned. Yi Chen decided to study the various plant information in the level right there. Time passed quickly, and after 5 minutes, Yi Chen felt it was about time and exited the game. As his consciousness returned, he turned his head and suddenly bumped his lips against someone's petite nose. It turned out that Chen Xilan had leaned in without him noticing. One of her hands was wrapped around Yi Chen's arm, while the other was around his neck, her entire body draped over him. Her head was pressed against his, her little nose almost touching his lips. Yi Chen had no idea what had happened in those 2 minutes, but seeing her breathing stabilize and her body stop trembling, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. His earlier guess had indeed been correct. After entering the game space, either the little game console or he himself released some kind of energy. This energy could heal Chen Xinlan's condition. The most troublesome issue had been resolved, and Yi Chen relaxed completely. Not pushing Chen Xinlan away, he pressed the switch and returned to the game space once more. This time, he finally had the time to study properly. Time slowly passed, and soon 40 minutes had gone by in the game. Yi Chen was still recording various information about the vegetation when he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. As his consciousness returned, he turned to look and saw Jolie in a flustered state. Their eyes met, and Jolie first glanced at Chen Xinlan. Seeing her breathing steadily and without any signs of pain, he let out a sigh of relief. However, his expression turned a bit strange. At that moment, Chen Xinlan was practically draped over Yi Chen, as if she wanted to merge with him. This kind of behavior was definitely not something Yi Chen had orchestrated. That guy was as still as a corpse when meditating. So, the answer was clear. Jolie waved his hand, signaling the dormitory and to leave. Once he confirmed that there were no other presences around, Jolie skillfully moved a stool to sit by the bed. Ahem, Xiaofeng, you don't need to get up, let's just talk like this. Yi Chen. Xiaofeng, what's going on with Xiaolan? Jolie asked with concern. If it was just a simple physical exhaustion, there shouldn't have been any loss of control. So, something must have stimulated the curse earlier. Hearing this, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment but eventually recounted the incident with old Wang's newspaper. That guy was about to get retested, and this information wouldn't remain a secret for long. However, Yi Chen mainly talked about the beggar and the rich fat man, without elaborating much on the magic knife. Upon hearing that Wang Heng's newspaper could predict the future, even Jolie was stunned for several seconds. The rarity of time-related awakening abilities was immense. There might not even be a handful across the entire Dragon Country. As far as he knew, the lowest score among those few was 86, with 2 directly reaching above 90, classified as S-rank. It had been years since an S-rank awakener had appeared in a place like Pinyin City. As for the reason behind Xiaolan's condition, it was also clarified. Jolie knew all too well what the clown mask card signified. Fortunately, this kid was smart enough to bring Xiaolan back for treatment immediately. When did he find out? Jolie looked at Yi Chen seriously. Chen Xinlan's identity and health situation were quite special, so they had never revealed anything to Yi Chen. Every time Xiaolan asked Yi Chen to practice with her, she would leave, and only yesterday at school did Yi Chen notice some clues. As a result, this guy not only paid attention to it but also guessed that Xiaolan's curse was related to his awakening item. Terrifying observational skills. Originally, Jolie thought Yi Chen was a talented but ordinary kid. However, after spending some time with him, he realized he had seriously underestimated this boy. After pondering for a moment, Jolie no longer concealed the truth. Since you can figure out a way to solve Xiaolan's condition, there's no need to hide it from you. This child's experience is similar to yours. When she was 6, her family went through a crisis. Her mother died, and her father nearly went mad. Because of this, she suffered from a special condition, and her emotions can spiral out of control when she encounters certain things. Jolie looked at Chen Xinlan, and a rare tenderness appeared in his eyes. A few years ago, it was manageable, although it was tough, she could still hold on. But half a year ago, this girl awakened. Yi Chen was taken aback. Half a year ago? Yes. Jolie nodded. She is a natural awakener and she's only 16 this year, so she should be in her second year of high school. However, there was an accident during her awakening. That thing interfered with her awakening, making her body even weaker. Every time she exerts herself too much, she feels extremely uncomfortable. If she encounters a special situation, like now, she will lose control. Jolie passionately recounted Chen Xinlan's tragic experiences. Losing her mother in childhood, suffering from a terminal illness, yet remaining resolute. If one only listened to the story, they might think this little girl had a terribly tragic background. Yi Chen listened quietly without speaking. Although he guessed that Chen Xinlan's awakening item was somewhat special, he didn't expect that her awakening itself was so unique. Being a natural awakener meant her cognitive ability regarding the world or certain things must be very strong. Her willpower and determination were also extraordinary. Yi Chen estimated that such a person's awakening item would start at least at a rank, but he wasn't sure how many points it would actually have. Indeed, the better the talent of the awakener, the more tragic their family background. After a long while, Jolie briefly recounted Chen Xinlan's situation in terms he could share. Jolie said seriously, Xiaolan's identity is special, and I hope you can keep this a secret for her. Her safety is not just her own matter, it concerns some even more important issues. No problem. Yi Chen responded immediately. Not fearing death and seeking death are two different things. Yi Chen wasn't at the point of actively seeking death. Moreover, when Jolie discovered he was unusual, he didn't have any ulterior motives but treated him as usual. Since the other party valued loyalty, he couldn't let himself down. Jolie looked at Yi Chen's pure gaze and smiled slightly. I originally wanted to find a special ability user for you to sign a contract with, but now your word is enough. Yi Chen finally spoke. Brother Zhou, since we're on this topic, I have a few questions. Ask away. What kind of energy is produced in that state of mind? I knew you would ask that. Jolie grinned. I don't know. Don't know? Yeah, I don't know. I tried to sense it but found nothing. It could be a type of energy or maybe a gas, with a range of about 50 meters centered around you. Since they were being open, Jolie didn't hold back. To study that thing, I installed a camera in your room yesterday and even found 4 perception type awakeners to try it out last night, but none of them could sense it. It seems that only Xiaolan can detect that thing. Yi Chen looked at Jolie with a somewhat resentful gaze. I consider you a friend, and you're secretly studying me, huh? I was still naive. Indeed, one can only trust half of what this old fox says, no matter how sincere it sounds. Feeling the change in Yi Chen's gaze, Jolie's heart tightened, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I know you must feel uncomfortable hearing this, but since we are going to cooperate, I have to show some sincerity. Before, when Yi Chen was unaware of Chen Xinlan's secret, he could still bluff a bit. Now that he knows, he must treat him as an equal partner. Hearing this now, Yi Chen might just feel uncomfortable, but if he discovers it on his own later, the nature of the situation would be completely different. The biggest taboo between partners is deception. This is a truth Jolie learned after decades of navigating the world. Yi Chen fell silent, deep in thought. The little tyrant game console generates a certain kind of energy when powered on, and this energy only affects Chen Xinlan. Even Jolie, a 4-star, and specialized perception-type awakeners cannot detect it. If that's the case, then this thing isn't dangerous. At least in the wild or elsewhere, he wouldn't be discovered by enemies for using the little tyrant game console. Yi Chen turned his head and glanced at Chen Xinlan, his eyes flickering. It wasn't because he sympathized with Chen Xinlan's plight, but because he was contemplating what to do. The scent produced by his body in the game space could help the other party sleep. If this issue isn't resolved well, the other party could easily pin the blame on him. Yi Chen had many secrets, and Chen Xinlan was a person of special identity. He had gone to great lengths to avoid exposing himself, with all the troubles being borne by old Wang. Now, coincidentally, old Wang's awakening item had a time attribute. Everyone's attention would surely be focused on him. After finally clearing himself, he hoped that the terrifying organization wouldn't discover him, only to have these people find out his secret first. So what should he do now? Run? It seemed unlikely, and there was nowhere to run to. Kill in silence? He couldn't win, and he had no ability to clean up afterward. Direct refusal? He didn't have enough trump cards and lacked bargaining power. If he angered the other party, they might just tie him up. In this era of universal awakening, the status of high-level awakeners is too exalted. Even if they did some unspeakable things, the higher-ups would just turn a blind eye. No one would provoke a high-level awakener over an inconsequential ordinary person. Yi Chen remained silent for a long time, feeling a bit irritated, and glanced at Jolie. After Jolie finished speaking, he had been quietly watching Yi Chen's expression. It was the first time he had seen Yi Chen so serious and solemnly contemplating something. At this moment, Jolie looked a bit flustered and very nervous. Yi Chen noticed all of this. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen was about to get up when Chen Xinlan tightened her grip around his neck. Someone's face was now pressed directly against Yi Chen's. It's Felt as if a couple was showing off their affection and that dog food could easily fill up a single dog. However, this didn't affect Yi Chen. He wore a look of disdain and was about to push her away. At that moment, Jolie suddenly pulled out his phone and hurriedly said, "Don't move, let me take a picture." Yi Chen? After taking more than 10 photos in one breath, Jolie happily put his phone away. "Alright, you can continue." Yi Chen. Jolie's interruption instantly dissipated the tense atmosphere from earlier. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. "I'll talk to her about this later." Upon hearing this, Jolie let out a sigh of relief. "Good idea, then you rest well, I'll take my leave." With that, he hurriedly left the room as if escaping. Yi Chen watched Jolie leave, then pushed someone off him. Suddenly, Yi Chen began to understand the meaning behind Jolie's earlier words. Jolie was afraid that he would let fear or vigilance ruin their relationship, which was why he had revealed everything he had secretly done before. That guy's attitude was very clear. "I acknowledge the mistakes I made before, and if you want compensation, you can come to me anytime." This was his stance. Yi Chen recalled once more the events that transpired between Jolie and Chen Xinlan. From an observer's perspective, both of them were quite decent. Jolie's status didn't need much elaboration. Despite being a 4-star awakener, he could still smile and explain basic knowledge to him, and when faced with troublemakers, he would step up. Chen Xinlan was the same. Although this guy had a bad temper and a tough mouth, his values were pretty good, and he was straightforward when it came to money. They might not be exceptionally kind, but they certainly had their own principles. The usually calm and composed Yi Chen found himself in a rare state of entanglement. After a moment, he shook his head. It was better to wait for this guy beside him to wake up before discussing the specifics. For now, Yi Chen took out paper and pen and began to sketch out the information about the vegetation he had seen in the game space. Nothing was more important than the game. After leaving Rongwan High School, the tension and anxiety on Jolie's face vanished instantly. He touched his chin and muttered to himself, "By the way, my acting just now shouldn't have regressed, right?" Although he had been honest earlier, it was also out of necessity. That guy Yi Chen was progressing at a speed that seemed like he was cheating. At first, he just thought this little guy had decent talent and helped him out a bit. But then, coincidentally, he got involved with Xiaolan. As time went on, he increasingly felt that Yi Chen was not simple. Previously, Jolie had seen the shadow of martial arts master Ma Baojia in Yi Chen. Not only that, but this guy's own strength was also increasing at a very strange rate. Coupled with the aura he exuded during meditation, all these factors combined led him to speculate whether this kid's awakening item might reach S rank. For awakeners, B rank is a dividing line. An awakener with a B rank awakening item, once they grow, can cause regional turmoil. When it reaches A rank, it becomes a disaster-level existence. An awakener with an A rank awakening item, once they mature, wields power more terrifying than conventional firearms. And S rank awakening items have another title, strategic level. Any S rank rated awakening item has the potential to change the course of a battle. Therefore, until he was certain about Yi Chen's awakening item rating and who the observers behind him were, he dared not act rashly. Since he couldn't use force, he could only play the emotional card. After thinking for a moment, Jolie called Old Wei, "Can you arrange a meeting with your vice president?" "For me? What? Do you really think I'm working for you, giving me orders every day?" came a disgruntled voice from the other end. Jolie replied sternly, "This time is different, it's serious." Old Wei paused, fell silent for 2 seconds, and asked, "In what capacity?" Jolie pondered for a moment and slowly uttered 2 words. "Yama." Beep beep beep. Jolie? Time rewound 3 minutes. Security medical examination area. Zhang Yifeng and Principal Li were anxiously waiting at the door. Inside, more than a dozen researchers were carefully studying the news daily about Wong Hong. The large newspaper contained tens of thousands of words, but the phrases that could be pieced together into a coherent sentence were no more than a handful. Currently, all their focus was on the report titled "The Emergence of the Demon Blade, Bringing Chaos to the World." According to statistics, this article has a total of 43 paragraphs, 126 sentences, and a total of 3,423 words. Among all the text, there are only 3 sentences that read without any typos. "As long as they are here, they must die, hand it over," and "This is extremely terrifying." This demon blade is a tang knife, with a blade length of 70 centimeters, a handle length of 22 centimeters, and a blade width of 2.8 centimeters. The markings on it are not yet understood, and we are gathering data to query information on awakening items similar to this knife. Based on the intense blood energy, this knife's ability should be related to blood. Look for information on awakened objects related to blood abilities. The background of the photo is urban, but it's too blurry to determine the specific location. For now, the target of the attack under the magic knife is a male, with short black hair, wearing a blue shirt, aged between 14 and 20. There are 3 men and 1 woman among the onlookers, but the image is too blurry to see their specific appearances. Half an hour ago, Wong Hong reported his ability. At first, Zhang Yifeng didn't believe it, but this matter was too serious to be taken lightly. He reported it to the principal, who directly brought him here. Thus, the current scene unfolded. Over there, old Wang's awakened object was still being studied. Here, Wong Hong was passionately recounting the relationship between the photos that appeared in the previous news daily and the events that followed. Several cameras were aimed at him in a 360 degrees manner, recording every word Wong Hong said. Several researchers around were carefully analyzing the accuracy and relevance of the information Wong Hong provided. At that moment, Wong Hong felt like the protagonist of destiny. Amidst the busyness, an awakened one rushed over, panting. The vice dean waved at the newcomer. "Shiming, test this kid." The awakened one named Shiming nodded, and a microphone appeared in his hand as he opened it. Shiming placed the microphone in front of Wong Hong and asked, "You just said your awakened object can predict the future. Is that true?" Wong Hong nodded, "Absolutely." The voice was quickly amplified through the microphone. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those around changed dramatically, their eyes on Wong Hong filled with fervent gazes. Shiming was from the security department's reconnaissance team, and his awakened object was called the Truth Microphone. One of its abilities is that when he asks someone a question with the microphone, if the answer is true, the voice will come out normally. If it's false, there will be no sound. Now that there was sound, it proved that Wong Hong was not lying. His awakened object really could predict the future. The vice dean, excited, said, "Xiaoming, ask another question. Were the things he said in front of the camera just now true?" Shiming nodded and repeated the question. "Of course." Wong Hong replied confidently, raising his head and puffing out his chest, exuding a vibe of being the world's protagonist. A loud voice came out of the microphone again. Seeing this, everyone erupted in excitement. Throughout history, any famous time-related awakened one scored at least 85 points, even reaching 90 points or above 4. An S level was not impossible. However, the abilities of such high-level awakened ones are kept confidential. Currently, the only one publicly announced by the Xia country is Qin Feng, titled The Eye of God. His awakened object possesses time-related abilities, time reversal, rated S level, with a score of 91 points. As long as he stands there, he can revert time to images from up to a week ago. Under this ability, all violations and crimes will have nowhere to hide. After graduating, Qin Feng joined the security department of Longdu. Because of his presence, the crime rate in Longdu is dropped to its historical lowest. He is present in every major criminal case in the country. If there is anyone that the terror organizations in Xia country hate, he would definitely be on the list. Now, with the emergence of Wang Hong, whose awakened object ability is to predict the future. One rewinds the past, the other predicts the future. The functions of the two can be said to be completely opposite. However, based on their years of research on awakened objects, if Wang Heng's ability is controllable, there is a high chance it could exceed Qin Feng's awakened object score. The vice dean's eyes flashed, and he suddenly pressed a button. The next moment, all passages in the research institute were closed. At this moment, hundreds of people in the research room were completely bewildered. Among them was Old Wei, who was secretly calling Jolie in a corner. Amidst the confusion of the crowd, the voice of the vice president echoed in their ears. From now on, the research room is in a state of emergency lockdown. No one is allowed to leave. The abilities of any S-class awakened beings are absolute secrets. What they need to do now is analyze the energy evaluation of Wang Heng's news daily newspaper to determine if the rating reaches S-class. Once it does, all personnel involved in this test must have their memories of this matter forcibly erased. Because, in the eyes of some terrorist organizations, those with a talent rating of S-class are the best prey. Outside the laboratory, Zhang Yifeng and Principal Li were still waiting. When they heard the alarm from the laboratory, both were momentarily stunned, then their expressions changed drastically. Something had happened inside. At that moment, two security personnel approached. "Please hand over all your communication devices." Hundreds of meters away, a cleaning lady in the security department, upon hearing the alarm from the laboratory, had a flicker of realization in her eyes. She quickly went to the restroom, retrieved something from the ventilation duct, and then crushed it. 300 miles away in Hongda City, in a high-end villa area, a tall, alluring woman with long, wavy hair was getting dressed. The woman appeared to be around 30, her figure curvaceous and exuding an air of temptation. At that moment, she was contemplating what to wear today when suddenly a small red ball lodged in her chest burst. A cloud of red mist dispersed, and the woman took a deep breath, inhaling the mist. A glint flashed in her eyes. Is it Pinyin City again? A few days ago, Spade K had done something shocking in Eden. Not long ago, the Polaris organization was destroyed, and it hadn't been long since Club K and the Fate Manipulator card also lost their connection. Half an hour ago, Grey King suddenly flew into a rage, ordering a thorough investigation into the cause of Spade K's death, and demanding the head of the murderer who desecrated Eden be brought back. Just a few minutes later, the research institute over there was closed again. In the summer country research institute, a sudden closure could mean only two things. Either they discovered a defiant awakened being's ability and closed it off to prevent information leakage, or they developed some powerful awakened beings whose grade was too high to be made public. But regardless of which, the impact is significant. In Just half a month, the small Pinyin city had experienced so many events. All of this proves one thing: something special has happened there. The blonde woman slightly curled her lips. I originally didn't want to get involved, but now I'm suddenly a bit curious. Saying this, she reached into her chest again and pulled out a card with a red-nosed clown printed on the back. The front of the card displayed the information of the Queen of Hearts. At Rongwang High School, all afternoon, Yi Chen was organizing materials in the dormitory. However, someone's drawing skills were only a fraction of their gaming level. The drawings could only be described as horrendous. Eyes: I have recorded all the information from the level. Words: drawing a picture isn't hard. First this, then that, and then it's done. Hands: #Yuan at %, #Yuan at Yuan % and after more than 2 hours of struggling, Yi Chen still couldn't draw the plants from the level, ultimately giving up and switching to a written description. He spent the afternoon simply recording the external characteristics of the vegetation from his memory. As for the rest, that would have to come bit by bit. Ding-dling. With the sound of a bell ringing, Yi Chen stretched lazily. He glanced at the time and realized it was already time for school to end. Yi Chen turned to look at his big bed where a delicate girl was lying. She was stunningly beautiful, her skin as white as congealed fat, and her black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her shirt was slightly wrinkled, as if she had just been through something. At that moment, Chen Xinlan showed no signs of coldness, resembling a sleeping Snow White, inviting anyone to pick her, exuding a different kind of temptation. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yi Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart and suddenly got up to walk over to her. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Soon, Yi Chen was by Chen Xinlan's side, and he reached out his hand to grab her. Hey, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Brother Joe is calling you home for dinner. Yi Chen pinched Chen Xinlan's little face, dissatisfied. This girl had been sleeping since noon, like a dead pig. This completely defenseless state was dangerous. To ensure that Chen Xinlan wouldn't have any accidents, he couldn't even attend his training class. As a result, she had slept the entire afternoon, and even now that school was over, she was still asleep. However, at this moment, Chen Xinlan seemed to be in a deep sleep. No matter how much Yi Chen called, it was useless. Yi Chen was very angry. The consequences were serious. He directly used both hands to check various parts of her body. No matter how much Yi Chen fidgeted, Chen Xinlan showed no reaction. Yi Chen was speechless. Pulling her hair, tugging her ears, or tickling her were all ineffective. And if it got any worse, it might get violent. Was it a bit unreasonable to wake her up with a knife? Finally, Yi Chen sighed and called Jolie. After a dozen seconds, the call was answered. Xiaofeng, what happened again? Jolie's voice was slightly puzzled, accompanied by a faint sound of wind in the background. Brother Zhou, I can't wake Chen Xinlan up. What should I do? Yi Chen's tone was filled with complaints. Jolie. Hearing Yi Chen's complaints, Jolie wanted to cry at that moment. In the past, it took a huge toll for Chen Xinlan to fall asleep. For this, his older brother had no idea how many precious spiritual medicines he had tried, but all with little effect. Now, after being with Yi Chen, she could sleep for a whole day and still be the kind that couldn't be woken up. Comparing this, it was really unbearable. Jolie sighed for a moment and regained his composure. Ahem, Xiaofeng, since Xiaolan is asleep, just let her sleep. It's rare for this child to sleep so comfortably. What about tonight? Yi Chen said unhappily. There was only one bed in the dormitory, a single bed at that. Where was he supposed to sleep if she was here? Jolie, how about letting her sleep with you? As long as she sleeps so soundly, you can do what you want, as long as it's not too excessive. I'll take responsibility for everything. Yi Chen was suspicious. You take responsibility? Yes, I take responsibility. Yi Chen looked at the girl beside him, thought seriously for a long time, and slowly said, then you need to pay more. Jolie? Jolie's brain was a bit stuck. Even though he was a 4-star awakened one known as the Smiling Tiger, he had to think about it. What that kid said seemed to be something else entirely. I let you take advantage, and it turns out you really just want to take advantage. At that moment, Jolie wasn't worried at all about Yi Chen having ulterior motives towards Chen Xinlan. Instead, he was worried that the guy was like Lu Xiaohui, uninterested in women. He had secretly observed Yi Chen before and found that this kid seemed to see no distinction between men and women. Oh, not really. In his view, girls were more troublesome and unreasonable. Discussing feelings with him was less practical than discussing money. Handing Xiaolan over to Yi Chen, Jolie was actually quite at ease. He even hoped that the kid would develop feelings for Xiaolan. This way, their relationship could heat up and some subsequent matters would be easier to handle. After all, no matter how powerful the mysterious person behind Yi Chen was, they couldn't interfere with Yi Chen taking care of his friends, right? After a long time, Jolie sighed and muttered to himself, I just wonder if Xiaolan can straighten that kid out. After complaining, Jolie continued to pick up the binoculars and look into the distance. He was on the 20th floor of a commercial building, and the direction the binoculars were aimed at was the Ministry of Security, hundreds of meters away. When he called Old Wei at noon, the communication suddenly cut off. When he arrived here, he found that the Ministry of Security had already been put on alert. Clearly, something had happened inside. The Ministry of Security was one of the most important departments in Xia country. This includes the case handling team and the investigation team during regular days, the combat team fighting against terrorists, the research institute responsible for awakening material studies, and so on. Previously, when the Polaris organization carried out terrorist actions, things here were never chaotic, but now it has been sealed off. Under normal circumstances, Jolie shouldn't be involved in such matters. His current identity is merely that of an ordinary military officer trainer. However, a few days ago, a card holder from Eden appeared, and he was a terrorist with a bounty of 2.3 billion from the Enforcers Alliance. In terms of value, he was even higher than Jolie. If that guy hadn't sneaked into the school by himself, and if he had 2 or 3 defensive awakeners protecting him, the danger level would have increased tenfold. As long as the other party was willing, they could instantly turn the students of Rongguan High School into ashes. Later, that guy died, but his Fate Weaver card was never found. Additionally, his purpose for going to the school remains unclear. In such circumstances, any movement must be approached with utmost caution. Lost in thought, Jolie aimlessly observed other areas when suddenly his binoculars halted. In his field of vision, a van slowly passed by the entrance of the security department. If it were just that, it wouldn't be strange in itself. But the license plate of that van was from Hongga City, 300 miles away. Calculating the time, this van appeared about 4 hours after the security department was sealed off, which is roughly the time it would take to drive here at full speed. The simultaneous occurrence of 2 coincidences raises suspicion. As the sun set, the hot day came to an end, and the temperature began to drop. The bright moonlight bathed the earth, making everything seem very beautiful. In a community located at the easternmost edge of Pingan City, right next to the outbound highway, the residents of the outermost houses couldn't sleep, because from time to time, the roar of car engines echoed in their ears. At this moment, it was already past midnight, but vehicles continued to pass outside, driving them to distraction. The next morning, in the game space, Yi Chen and Delia were engaging in a friendly conversation. Currently, Yi Chen was stuck on the second level and couldn't clear it in the short term. Analyzing the information on monster vegetation was quite boring, so whenever Yi Chen felt tired, he would occasionally seek out Delia for some friendly interaction to stretch his muscles, just like now. With a significant increase in his 4-dimensional attributes, especially after Yi Chen obtained the inheritance of the Demon King's armament, bullying Delia felt like a father playing with his son, completely without pressure. Yi Chen was also becoming increasingly adept at extreme dodging. The only troublesome point was that the speed at which he earned soul coins hadn't increased much. At one moment, the purple-red claws on Delia's armor lunged at Yi Chen, and purple electricity crackled in the air. Yi Chen moved his feet at the very last moment, the claws grazing past his chest. In the past, this situation would have definitely reached the limit of dodging time. But now, Yi Chen did not receive the reward of soul coins, because his physique had improved, and there was a lightning resistance in his special attributes. Previously, Delia's attacks could inflict fatal injuries on him, but now they could not. To earn soul coins, he had to lure Delia to attack the most vulnerable parts of his body, like his brain or throat. This was quite annoying. After enjoying a few minutes with Delia, Yi Chen calculated that he had enough soul coins. With a thought, the Demon King's armor appeared out of thin air, and under Delia's astonished gaze, he snatched it away with a claw. After so many days of testing, Yi Chen was sure that Delia was at most just an NPC, and his memories were fixed. Previously, Yi Chen had already learned everything he needed to know after a few days of conversation. Ding, you have cleared the character tutorial mode, Delia 1 star. Ding, you have cleared this level, triggering a little money, soul coins plus 10%. The screen shifted, and Yi Chen returned to the game space interface. He opened the Soul Mall, Constitution plus 1 soul coins, 640 Strength plus 1 soul coins, 320 Speed plus 1 soul coins, 320 Spirit plus 1 soul coins, 320 soul coins, 652. Although he hadn't deliberately farmed soul coins, Yi Chen's strength was evident. When playing against the 1-star Delia, he could trigger extreme dodges 5 or 6 times in a minute. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen directly enhanced his speed and spirit. He opened his personal panel, Health 100% Constitution, 12 Strength, 17 Speed, 13 Spirit, 30 Special Attributes, Courage plus 2, Neural Reflex plus 2, Calmness plus 2, Resistance plus 4, Combat Skills plus 4, Charm plus 4, Lightning Affinity plus 5 Awakening Item. Demon King Armor, 1 star, Demon King Armor, 1 star, Passive Effect, Strength plus 5, Spirit plus 8, Lightning Affinity plus 5 Active Effect. 1. Consume Spirit to release Lightning Active Effect. 2. Stimulate cells with lightning, temporarily enhancing Constitution, Strength, and Neural Reflexes. Looking at his panel attributes, Yi Chen felt that clearing the first level of the challenge mode should be easier now. After clearing, his spirit wouldn't be too exhausted either. Speaking of which, should he turn back and try to challenge the Blue Wolf king that appears after 10 minutes? According to the game's nature, defeating the Blue Wolf King would definitely yield a considerable achievement, at least a blue one. The Blue Wolf King's strength and speed were slightly less than his current self, but the difference wasn't significant. Its defense was quite high. Previously, the lightning snake's attack only caused minor injuries. Additionally, once attacked, it would enter a second form capable of releasing wind blades and frost. Overall, the difficulty was extremely high, already infinitely close to 2-star combat power. But it seemed like Yi Chen could give it a try now. Compared to the puzzle strategy type of the second level, Yi Chen preferred the blood-pumping combat gameplay. So, should he give it a shot? With a thought, Yi Chen clicked on the void screen. Challenge mode, first level, kill. In the jungle, Yi Chen's journey of slaughter began anew. However, this time Yi Chen summoned the demon king armor right from the start. 13 minutes was more than enough even with full firepower. Rather than consuming stamina, Yi Chen was now more willing to expend spirit. He wanted to keep his best state for the Blue Wolf King. 10 minutes of slaughter passed in the blink of an eye. When the surrounding monsters disappeared, a dangerous aura reappeared. In the jungle, a giant wolf with azure blue fur slowly emerged. Awo awo. The blue wolf instinctively howled at the sky, but before the sound could finish, a lightning snake suddenly appeared and exploded directly on the wolf's head. As the purple lightning dissipated, the area around its right eye was charred black, with a trickle of blood flowing from it. Boom! A terrifying pressure emanated from the Blue Wolf King, and a visible azure blue mist swirled around it. The Blue Wolf King looked at Yi Chen, its left eye flashing with a ghostly blue light. Although the eyeball was not visible, Yi Chen could feel the deep hatred it harbored for him. That previous strike seemed to have blinded it in one eye. Yi Chen chuckled without any fear, instead beckoning the Blue Wolf King with his hand. "Come on, baby, roar!" The Blue Wolf King roared, its voice shaking the surrounding trees. In the next moment, 3 massive wind blades transformed into knife-like beams and flew towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was already prepared. The moment he saw the wind blades, he quickly dodged to the left, rolling behind a large tree. Immediately after, 2 more wind blades came crashing in, with a loud bang, directly cutting through a tree trunk as thick as a person. But behind the tree, there was no sign of Yi Chen. The Blue Wolf King was taken aback, glancing around until he suddenly noticed some movement among the broken tree branches. That damned guy is up in the tree. As the trunk was about to hit the ground, Yi Chen leaped aside to avoid the shockwave and then hid behind another tree. Without transforming, the Blue Wolf King's strength was already much greater than Yi Chen's, and now that he had transformed, he could attack from a distance. Yi Chen had no intention of taking him down in one go. His plan was to stall for time as much as possible and see what skills this guy had. In the jungle, Yi Chen was like a cunning fox, constantly using the trees and underbrush to disrupt the Blue Wolf King's perception, causing several of his attacks to miss completely. Soon, Yi Chen hid under a tree, glancing back at the Blue Wolf King and noticing that he wasn't attacking. The energy around the latter was swirling continuously, as if he was charging something. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a chill. He looked down and saw a layer of frost had suddenly appeared on the ground beneath him. The frost spread out from him, with a radius of about 10 meters. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed, and without any hesitation, he sprinted in one direction at full speed. The Blue Wolf King leaped from dozens of meters away, crashing down like a meteor onto the spot where Yi Chen had just been standing. Boom! The ground trembled, and the surrounding trees shook. Then, countless clumps of dirt, rocks, and ice spikes shot out in all directions like a torrential rain. The ice crystal storm lasted for over 10 seconds before finally stopping. Looking back at the Blue Wolf King's position, all the trees within a 30-meter radius were shattered, and even the taller bushes had been stripped bare. Behind a broken tree stump, Yi Chen lay flat on the ground, the Demon King's armored gauntlet shielding his head. The front of the gauntlet was covered in ice shards, remnants of the attack he had just withstood. At this moment, Yi Chen's arms were completely numb. If it weren't for the incredible defense of the Demon King's armor, he would have already been out of the game space. Even so, he had several scratches on his shoulders and the outer side of his thighs. The blood hadn't even flowed out before it was frozen by the frost. However, Yi Chen grinned, his eyes filled not with fear but with excitement. As expected of a boss, that skill was so cool. After the big move, the Blue Wolf King stood still, panting. That last strike had taken quite a toll on him as well. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen got up to stretch his body, trying to regain control as quickly as possible. 6 seconds later, the Blue Wolf King roared, seemingly having recovered from his fatigue. He turned to look at Yi Chen, who was behind a large tree 40 meters away, beckoning him with a hand. It seemed to say, "Come on, baby." The Blue Wolf King was enraged, roaring as he charged at Yi Chen. In just 2 breaths, he reached the large tree in front of Yi Chen, his claws, imbued with wind elemental power, slicing through the trunk, splitting it into 4 sections. However, Yi Chen, behind the tree, was unharmed. As he stumbled toward another large tree, the Blue Wolf King continued to roar and chase after him. 1 man and 1 wolf, one fleeing and the other pursuing. The two engaged in a life-and-death struggle in the jungle. After running for half a minute, a blade of wind suddenly struck, slicing through his abdomen and causing blood to flow. Yi Chen's face showed no joy or sorrow, but his mind was calculating various pieces of information. The Blue Wolf King's skills after transforming currently include 2, Wind Blade, and Ice Crystal Storm. The Wind Blade is a long-range attack, while the Ice Crystal Storm is a targeted area attack. This guy's speed didn't increase much after transforming, but his attacks now carried wind or ice elemental damage, significantly boosting their lethality. The attack range of the Ice Crystal Storm is 30 meters, with a long casting time. If anticipated in advance, one can react, but the window is short and hard to dodge. After releasing the Ice Crystal Storm, there is a 6-second period of weakness. It's uncertain if he has the strength to counterattack. The elemental skills can only be recharged half a minute after releasing the Ice Crystal Storm. It seemed like Yi Chen was fleeing, but in reality, he was carefully observing the information of the Blue Wolf King. After transforming, the Blue Wolf King's core attributes changed little, only adding elemental damage to its attacks and the ability to unleash elemental skills. After nearly half a month of life-and-death battles, Yi Chen's control over his body had reached an abnormal level. With the combination of calmness, bravery, reflex, speed, combat awareness, and various special attributes, Yi Chen felt as if he were cheating. The Blue Wolf King, which could have easily killed Yi Chen, had been attacking for a long time without being able to touch him. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen leaped off a tree trunk to evade the Blue Wolf King's charge, increasing the distance between them once again. Turning back, the Blue Wolf King howled at the sky, and the icy elemental power around it began to gather frantically. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed the Blue Wolf King's ultimate move was ready again. It had been about 2 minutes. What to do this time? Defend? No, his arm was still sore and hadn't fully recovered, plus his shoulder was injured. Even with the Demon King armor, he couldn't withstand another round of attacks. One more hit and he might have to leave the keyboard with both hands. Counterattack? Yi Chen glanced at the Blue Wolf King, who seemed eager to try something. Although he didn't know if the boss could suddenly interrupt its charging state, it was worth a shot. The only regret was that he was too far from the Blue Wolf King. That guy had slipped away after a charge earlier. Now the distance between them exceeded 40 meters, and he feared that before he could run over, that guy would be ready. Escape? No, that skill seemed to be tracking. Yi Chen had calculated before that it took only 2 seconds from the appearance of frost to the Blue Wolf King's attack. Escaping 30 meters from the icy storm in 2 seconds was simply impossible. Wait. Yi Chen instinctively glanced at the time. 12:32, a special thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Who said it couldn't be dodged? Yi Chen raised his arm, and the purple electricity on his armor danced like lively little fish. Suddenly, a special arc of electricity leaped up and struck the shoulder that was not covered by the armor. The power of thunder exploded within Yi Chen, causing his whole body to tremble, and his hair stood on end. At that moment, every cell in Yi Chen's body changed under the stimulation of the special current. He had the illusion that everything around him seemed to slow down. At the same time, he felt filled with power, as if he could punch a wild boar to death. The second skill of the Demon King armor, Thunder God Possession. The Demon King armor had 2 skills. The first, Summon Thunder, extending its ability to lightning snakes. The second skill, Enhanced Cells, which Yi Chen named Thunder God Possession. Yi Chen had tried this ability as soon as he obtained it, but using this ability would greatly enhance his body. However, the effect could only last for 30 seconds, after which his body would enter a state of short-term fatigue. In the character tutorial mode, a 1-star Dilia was unnecessary, and a 2-star Dilia would be killed instantly. There was no time to use it in the first level of the challenge mode, and it wasn't needed in the second level either. So Yi Chen had kept this skill unused until just now when he finally remembered this ability. Because the time was about to reach 13 minutes, 30 seconds was enough for him to stall until the Blue Wolf King disappeared. Just as the skill was activated, frost suddenly appeared beneath Yi Chen's feet. Seeing this scene, a slight smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips, and the next moment his legs suddenly exerted force. Bang! The muddy grass beneath Yi Chen's feet was pressed down, leaving a deep footprint, while Yi Chen himself transformed into a blur and dashed out. In the first second, the Blue Wolf King leaped into the air. Yi Chen took 12 steps, covering 13 meters. In the second second, the Blue Wolf King crashed down to the ground, countless ice crystals pouring out like a torrential rain in all directions. Meanwhile, Yi Chen took 25 steps, reaching 28 meters. Boom! Boom boom! The sky was instantly filled with ice crystals, covering everything within a radius of 30 meters. If this ice crystal is a form of energy, it will automatically disappear 30 meters away from the Blue Wolf King, otherwise, the range of its effect could be unpredictable. 4 seconds later, the Ice Crystal Storm's attack ended, and the Blue Wolf King fell into a weakened state once again. Almost simultaneously, at a distance of 31 meters from the Blue Wolf King, a figure suddenly rose from the ground and then charged towards the Blue Wolf King. Yi Chen not only had to hold on until the 3 minutes were up, but he also needed to counterattack while the Blue Wolf King was weak. In the first second, Yi Chen covered 13 meters, his speed increasing dramatically. In the second second, he crossed 28 meters to stand before the Blue Wolf King. In the third second, he leaped up, landing on top of the Blue Wolf King's head. In the fourth second, Yi Chen raised his armored arm and with a piercing sound, the claws of the armor stabbed directly into the Blue Wolf King's eye. The martial arts secret technique eye poking. In the fifth second, the purple lightning on the Demon King's armored arm exploded and Yi Chen unleashed the full power of the lightning. The purple current surged into the Blue Wolf King's body as if it were free, and the smell of burning flesh wafted from the wound. In the sixth second, the Blue Wolf King finally shook off its weakened state, howling in pain as it wildly thrashed its head. At the same time, the wind and ice elemental energies erupted from its body. Wind blades and ice blades sliced through Yi Chen's body like small knives. Skin, muscle, and internal organs were cut, and several wind blades even pierced into Yi Chen's eyes, rendering him blind. In that moment, Yi Chen felt as if he were being flayed alive. However, despite the torturous torment, Yi Chen's armored arms were like two steel nails firmly embedded in the Blue Wolf King's eye sockets, unable to be shaken off. The raging thunder poured into the Blue Wolf King's body as if it were free. Either you tear me to shreds, or I electrocute you into a roasted wolf. Time seemed to slow down countless times. Yi Chen had no idea how long had passed. Perhaps it was a second, or perhaps it was an eternity. Just as Yi Chen's consciousness was about to fade, he suddenly felt the wind and ice blades around him disappear. The Blue Wolf King trembled and collapsed to the ground. The power of thunder finally pierced through the Blue Wolf King's defenses, completely destroying its brain. At the same time, the system's notification finally appeared. Soul coins plus 100. Ding, you have unlocked a new achievement. Werewolf. Blue. Ding, you have killed the remnant soul of the north. Wind Wolf King, unlocking the hidden level, challenge mode. Ding, you have obtained the item, Ice Crystal Storm. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen felt a wave of relief. In the next moment, excruciating pain surged throughout his body and a scream echoed through the jungle. Yi Chen was calm, brave, and unafraid of death, but this pain was a real experience. Previously, his death had been relatively quick and the pain wasn't too intense, but today he felt as if he were being flayed alive. When he returned to the game space, Yi Chen stood dazed in place. His memory had not yet recovered from the torment he had just endured. It took a full 2 minutes for Yi Chen to gradually forget that painful sensation. Once he regained his senses, Yi Chen moved his body slightly, confirming there was no pain before finally letting out a sigh of relief. This battle was incredibly thrilling. The Blue Wolf King's combat power had already reached a 2-star level in some aspects. If it weren't for its slightly lower base attributes, even the axe-wielding Tauron would have to kneel before it. The 6 seconds of weakness were likely prepared for him. The time it took to rush from 30 meters away to strike the Blue Wolf King's vital point was just about 6 seconds. If he had been even a little slower, he would have been dead. However, despite the perilous process, the rewards were substantial. Yi Chen first opened the achievement panel, Werewolf, a bit more ruthless than the ruthless conditions. Survive after attacking the Blue Wolf King post-transformation. Effects: Courage +1, Calmness +1, Charisma +1. The Blue achievement speaks for itself, with 3 points of attribute enhancement. The completion condition for this achievement was not obtained by killing the Blue Wolf King. The task's condition should be to survive after the Blue Wolf King's transformation. However, today he was overly brave and managed to kill the Blue Wolf King in one go. Not to mention the system, even he himself didn't expect to succeed, so this achievement was a bonus. The real rewards for defeating the Wolf King were the 2 items that came afterward. Yi Chen opened the gameplay interface, and besides character tutorials and level modes, a challenge mode appeared below. Clicking in, a silhouette of the Blue Wolf King appeared on the screen, somewhat resembling the scene with Dilia. Blue Wolf King, remaining reward challenge attempts, 0 to 1, cooldown time 7 days. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, roughly understanding what this challenge mode meant. After defeating the Blue Wolf King, the system granted an item called Ice Crystal Storm. However, that item wasn't obtained from killing the Blue Wolf King in the level but had to be acquired from here. The two could be interconnected, but perhaps here he could directly challenge it, skipping the previous 10 minutes of boredom. Now, he couldn't continue to earn rewards by killing the Blue Wolf King in the first level of the challenge mode, because the item reward had a cooldown of 7 days. But thinking about it, it made sense. Without restrictions, once he became stronger, he could infinitely farm the boss for items. A few minutes for one, he could easily farm over 10 in a day. After some thought, Yi Chen clicked on the Blue Wolf King. The screen shifted, and instead of directly entering a jungle battle, it arrived at the next interface. Difficulty: Selection 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars. Oh? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This thing could actually adjust the difficulty? He was very pleased, as he was quite familiar with this type of gameplay. The 3 levels represented 3 difficulties, and the items rewarded varied with the difficulty. The harder the challenge, the better the rewards. The one he had previously killed in the level was definitely 1-star difficulty. As for 2-star and 3-star, it was impossible in a short time. Yi Chen stroked his chin, speaking of which, if he could bring the Blue Wolf King here after killing it, could he also do the same with the Battle Axe Minotaur? He might even encounter other bosses in the future. Wouldn't that be a huge profit? Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately opened his personal panel. Health 100% Constitution, 12 Strength, 17 Speed, 13 Spirit, 30 Special. Attributes: Courage +3, Neural Reflex +2, Calmness +3, Resistance +4, Combat Skills +4, Charm +5, Lightning Affinity +5. Awakening item, Demon King. Armament, 1-star, Demon King Armament, 1-star, Passive Effect, Strength +5, Spirit +8, Lightning Affinity +5. Active Effect 1, Consume Spirit. To release Lightning. Active Effect 2, Stimulate cells with lightning, temporarily enhancing Constitution, Strength, and Reflexes. Ice Crystal. Storm, 1-star, Description, a skill condensed from the power of ice elements by the Blue Wolf King. This item is a consumable. Effect, after use. A mark will appear somewhere within a 50-meter radius, and after 3 seconds, frost will emerge at the mark location, releasing the Blue Wolf King's ultimate skill. Ice Crystal Storm. After 2 seconds, with a coverage radius of 30 meters. Yi Chen closed his eyes and indeed felt a palm-sized ice blue crystal in his mind. Seeing the description of Ice Crystal Storm, Yi Chen understood immediately. This item was similar to a skill scroll. It had preserved the Blue Wolf King's ultimate move, serving as a one-time explosive life-saving item. He had witnessed the power of the Blue Wolf King's skills firsthand. If this Ice Crystal Storm had the same power as the Blue Wolf King, it would definitely be a formidable weapon. Of course, with a 3-second delay and 2 seconds for skill condensation. As long as they weren't fools, most people could react in time. But reacting didn't mean they could dodge. Non-defense or agility type awakeners, let alone 1-star, wouldn't be able to dodge even 2-star. If the timing is right, even a 3-star or 4-star awakened being or monster could potentially be killed. The Ice Crystal Storm should be similar to the previous Fate Weaver card, both taken from reality. Moreover, once taken out, it cannot be stored back in. It would be best to wait until next week to obtain another one before experimenting. Speaking of which, how much could this kind of thing fetch if sold? If it's valuable, one could completely rely on it to become rich. No, wait. Yi Chen quickly shook his head, discarding that thought. First, it must be confirmed whether this thing exists in reality and if there are similar items. If it's too abrupt, it would be hard to explain its origin, and if discovered by someone with ulterior motives, it could lead to revealing his secret. To sell this item, one must first ensure their own safety so that the information cannot be traced back to them. Secondly, it would be best to find someone reliable, like old Wang. In a moment, Yi Chen pondered many things. After a long while, he felt a hint of fatigue. He took a deep breath and exited the game space without lingering. When Yi Chen's consciousness returned, he suddenly felt something extra on him. Instinctively turning his head, he was met with a pair of slightly hazy yet clear and innocent big eyes. At that moment, Chen Xinlan was half lying in Yi Chen's arms, looking drowsy. One of her hands was wrapped around Yi Chen's shoulder, and her legs were entangled with one of his. Half of her body was pressed against Yi Chen's chest, and he could even feel a hint of softness. The two locked eyes, and the terrifying atmosphere suddenly froze. Ah! Ah! The girl's scream echoed through the boys' dormitory, waking many students still lost in their dreams. Confusion and fear filled everyone's eyes. Some even thought there were terrorists again, rushing out without properly dressing. In an instant, the boys' dormitory was thrown into chaos. As for Yi Chen's dorm room, at that moment he was pinning Chen Xinlan down on the bed, gripping her wrists tightly. His head slowly leaned closer to Chen Xinlan, his dark eyes seriously and intently gazing into hers. Chen Xinlan, pinned down by Yi Chen, was completely dazed. Waking up to find herself in the arms of a strange boy, combined with her conditioned reflexes, made her instinctively fight back. As a result, she was directly pinned to the bed in a rather peculiar position. The pose resembled that of a perverted man preparing to do something to a girl. Originally, she wanted to resist, but upon seeing his handsome face, her shyness surprisingly outweighed her anger, leaving her a bit dazed. Especially as she watched that face slowly approach her, the peculiar feeling was indescribable. Does he want to do that to me? No, we're not at that stage yet. But Chen Xinlan, why aren't you resisting? As Chen Xinlan's mind raced, the distance between their lips shrank to just 2 inches. At that moment, Yi Chen finally spoke. Are you okay, Chen Xinlan? The reason Yi Chen acted this way was that he sensed danger earlier. This guy had made a move without warning. Yi Chen was a man who had survived the Blue Wolf King. Upon sensing something was off, he immediately restrained Chen Xinlan. In his view, Chen Xinlan might have suffered some kind of complication. Hearing Yi Chen's question, Chen Xinlan's consciousness finally cleared. She blushed and said, I'm fine now. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen finally released his grip and got off Chen Xinlan. She sat up, her face flushed with shame and anger, wondering what she had just been thinking. Looking at the simple yet unfamiliar surroundings and the familiar person in front of her, Chen Xinlan blushed and asked, "Where is this?" "My dormitory," Yi Chen replied casually. "Ah?" Chen Xinlan was taken aback, then her body stiffened slightly. "Your dormitory? Boys' dormitory?" Yi Chen nodded. Chen Xinlan instinctively lowered her head to look at her clothes. Although they were a bit wrinkled, it was clear they hadn't been taken off by anyone. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but there was also a hint of disappointment. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Xinlan wanted to confirm, "I slept here yesterday?" Yi Chen nodded again. Chen Xinlan looked around the room, confirming that there was only one bed, her voice trembling slightly. "Did we both sleep here last night? What else could it be? I couldn't wake you up, no matter how I called you after school, so I called Brother Zhou and he said to let you sleep here. But you have a habit of not sleeping quietly, always crawling onto me." Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. His bed was a single and it was already a bit cramped for two people. Although Jolie said he would pay, Yi Chen couldn't shortchange himself. Last night, while sleeping, he had pushed Chen Xinlan into the corner. As a guy, how could he give the comfortable spot to a girl? Anyway, that girl slept so soundly that it didn't matter how much he tossed and turned. But Chen Xinlan was restless in her sleep. Every time Yi Chen picked up the little game console, she would burrow into his arms like a cat smelling fish, either hugging his arm or wrapping around his neck. It was incredibly annoying. If it weren't for the 3,000 yuan Jolie had given him, Yi Chen would have wanted her to sleep on the floor. "Ah, stop talking." Chen Xinlan angrily threw Yi Chen's pillow at him. Just thinking about how she had slept with Yi Chen last night and how she had burrowed into his arms made her feel like she was going to socially die on the spot. In fact, this couldn't be entirely blamed on Chen Xinlan. She was usually a very honest sleeper, and last night they had coexisted peacefully. But the next morning, when Yi Chen entered the game space, his body began to emit that familiar fragrance. This scent was a huge temptation for Chen Xinlan, especially as they grew more familiar. Her guard against Yi Chen had dropped significantly, and now she was almost defenseless. Driven by instinct, Chen Xinlan would gradually lean towards Yi Chen, even unable to help but pounce on him. Additionally, Chen Xinlan had slept for nearly 20 hours since yesterday afternoon, and her body had almost fully recovered. As a result, when Yi Chen left the game space and the fragrance disappeared, Chen Xinlan also woke up. Thus, the earlier scene occurred. Hearing Yi Chen's complaints, Chen Xinlan suddenly recalled their ambiguous position from just now. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and her little feet felt so awkward that she wished she could dig a hole to hide in. Yi Chen, however, ignored her. "How could I possibly shut up? Why should I shut up? You want to eat and then not pay, right?" "What do you mean eat and not pay? Don't talk nonsense." Chen Xinlan's blush had spread all the way to her neck, looking stunningly beautiful. While feeling shy, she also felt a bit of novelty. This guy actually learned to make such jokes. "What nonsense? Brother Zhang said he would reimburse you after you woke up." Yi Chen counted on his fingers seriously. 300 per hour. You slept here for 17 hours, a total of 5,100. I'm telling you, not a single cent less. Chen Xinlan was taken aback. "So you really meant to charge me?" The special feelings from earlier instantly vanished, and she shot Yi Chen a glare. "Serves you right for being single." However, after Yi Chen's teasing, Chen Xinlan's mood improved quite a bit. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her mindset and asked, "I don't have that much money on me right now. I'll give it to you when I get back. By the way, did Uncle Joe come by yesterday?" Yi Chen nodded. "Did he let me sleep here?" Chen Xinlan's expression was a bit strange. Uncle Joe seemed to trust this guy in front of her a lot. Well, aside from his bad temper and being a bit greedy, he really didn't seem to have many flaws, especially since he actually wasn't lecherous. As soon as Chen Xinlan thought of this, her pretty face flushed again. She shot a glare at Yi Chen. "Are you still thinking about that money at a time like this?" "So, did Uncle Joe say anything to you?" Chen Xinlan asked. "What aspect are you referring to?" Like the reason my body suddenly went out of control. He did mention it." Yi Chen briefly recounted what had happened before. When Chen Xinlan heard Jolie recount her tragic experience, she was at a loss for words. However, although it sounded a bit strange, the main points were clearly conveyed. Moreover, the parts that couldn't be disclosed were not revealed, so this handling was not a problem. At least now she didn't have to hide it. She could openly seek Yi Chen to sleep with her. Suddenly, Chen Xinlan thought of something. She looked into Yi Chen's eyes, a bit anxious, and said, "Can I ask you a question?" "Sure, but I have the right to refuse," Yi Chen replied calmly. "Are you planning to apply to that awakened academy after graduation?" Chen Xinlan asked nervously. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "You want to apply to the Scythe of Judgment Awakened Academy?" "Exactly. My goal is to become a law enforcer. I want to eliminate an S-rank terrorist organization." Chen Xinlan's gaze was resolute, her eyes carrying a hint of determination. Deep within that gaze seemed to hide some deeper emotions. Yi Chen nodded, as if he understood. "Got it, then I can go to any academy except the Scythe of Judgment Awakened Academy." Chen Xinlan, the person who had been so excited just a second ago, was now completely stunned. "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Chen Xinlan was taken aback. I'm afraid you'll become attached to me, Yi Chen said flatly. Chen Xinlan's body trembled, and at that moment, images of her time with Yi Chen flashed through her mind. She met Yi Chen at the martial arts training ground. He was the first sparring partner who made her feel so comfortable. Initially, they had just a normal relationship between a member and a sparring partner, but as they continued to interact and get to know each other through practice, they became familiar. On the surface, this guy had a terrible temper and was a completely rude steel-straight man who always annoyed her and never said anything nice. When faced with problems, he would always talk about money as if he had fallen into a money pit, but only after getting to know him did she realize that he also had a thoughtful side. Yi Chen knew what she liked to eat and understood how to cooperate with her during practice to maximize her training results. Although he loved money, he had principles and only took what belonged to him. Thus, this strange boy, full of contradictions, left a deep impression on her heart. Due to her physical condition, Chen Xinlan had very few friends, and her life was monotonous and lonely. Although she was used to solitude, it didn't mean she liked it. Yi Chen's presence brought her a variety of emotions, whether happiness, anger, shyness, or sadness. Although she pretended to be tough, she had already regarded Yi Chen as a friend in her heart. She even had some special feelings for him. But now, the other party found her annoying and wanted to stay as far away from her as possible, and at that moment, Chen Xinlan was completely heartbroken. It turned out that everything before was just her one-sided wish. It turned out that Yi Chen never regarded her as a friend. At that moment, Chen Xinlan's nose felt a bit sour, but her pride wouldn't allow her to cry. Taking a deep breath, she spoke coldly, "Don't worry, I'm not that desperate. Who would want to cling to you? Oh, then that's best. Get lost. This is my dorm. You, go if you want. Who cares about being here?" Chen Xinlan angrily turned to leave, but her eyes had unknowingly become moist. Just as Chen Xinlan was about to step out the door, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Hey, are you really leaving? What does it matter to you?" Chen Xinlan opened the door without looking back. "I was just joking earlier," Yi Chen said innocently. One foot of hers had already stepped out the door when her body suddenly stiffened. Chen Xinlan suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Chen. "What did you just say?" "Yi Chen, just joking with you. I didn't expect you to react so strongly." "A joke? A joke?" At this moment, Chen Xinlan's heart was like a broken spice box filled with mixed emotions. There was relief, endless grievance, and also an infinite killing intent towards someone. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen's pure and bright eyes, so angry that the black bracelet on her wrist began to flicker. In the next moment, she charged forward and pinned Yi Chen to the ground, rubbing him furiously. "A joke? What a big joke. Is this something to joke about?" At this moment, Chen Xinlan poured out all the grievances she had just felt. The roar of the tigress in the dormitory and someone's screams echoed back and forth, scaring the other students in the dormitory to flee. This boy's dormitory would never be the same. After a long while, Chen Xinlan finally felt relieved after venting her emotions. She looked seriously into Yi Chen's eyes and asked, "So everything you said just now was a lie?" Yi Chen felt a bit wronged. "You have no sense of humor at all. I've been joking like this with old Wang all the time. You make me so mad." Chen Xinlan was so angry at Yi Chen's wronged expression that her chest heaved. "Clearly, it was you who said something you shouldn't have, yet in the end, it felt like I was the one in the wrong. Can you compare your relationship with your best buddy to mine?" Chen Xinlan froze, suddenly feeling that something was off. Yi Chen joked with old Wan like this, and now he was joking with her too. Doesn't that mean he considers her a friend? At the same time, Chen Xinlan also noticed that when she was venting her anger on Yi Chen, he didn't dodge or resist but allowed her to unleash her fury on him. Chen Xinlan knew very well what level of strength this guy had. They had sparred many times in the training ground, not to mention winning. She hadn't even managed to touch Yi Chen a few times. If Yi Chen had wanted to dodge or resist, even in this room, she would never have been able to lay a finger on him. But just now, this guy didn't resist, clearly to accommodate her emotions. Thinking of this, a special blush appeared on Chen Xinlan's face. She shot Yi Chen a fierce glare and angrily sat back on the bed. However, as she sat down, the corners of her mouth inexplicably curled up. The previous anger and grievance quietly disappeared. "We are friends now." Yi Chen got up from the ground, grinning and rubbing his arm, pouting. Now he finally understood why men could enlist at 18 but could only marry at 22. Because women are scarier than monsters. Chen Xinlan seemed to realize that she had gone a bit too far, but her proud nature wouldn't allow her to admit it. She turned her head and pouted. "I admit I was a bit rough just now, but there's no way I'm apologizing. I can compensate you, at most." Yi Chen's eyes lit up at this. "Are you sure?" "Of course." Chen Xinlan raised her head, revealing her snow-white swan neck. "I get to decide?" "Of course." Yi Chen switched to serious mode. "You hit me 173 times, pulled my hair 4 times, choked me 3 times, and took off my clothes 13 times. Let's say each hit is worth 100, that's 193 times, which totals 19,300, plus the 5,100 from earlier, that's 24,400. I'll just round it off and charge you 24,000. Chen Xinlan? Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen as if he were a monster. You were counting how many times I hit you while you were getting beaten? This guy must have been thinking about how to retaliate while being hit. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Chen Xinlan's eyes. I'll give you 24,000 when we get back. Since you like money, let's talk money. How much for you to go with me to the Judgment Scythe Awakeners Academy? After a few days of interaction, she discovered that Yi Chen was straightforward. Chatting with him was simple and direct. The most convenient way was to throw money at it. Now that the conversation had reached this point, there was no need to beat around the bush. She wanted to go to the Reaper's Scythe Awakeners Academy, and at the same time, she needed Yi Chen's help. Even though that fragrance couldn't completely cure her curse, it would still be a tremendous help for her even if it only alleviated it. Yi Chen blinked. Did Brother Joe not tell you? My awakening martial arts score is only 68. That's because your awakening ability hasn't been fully unleashed yet. Even without counting that special scent energy, just the speed at which your strength increases after meditating every day is enough to reach an A rank. Chen Xinlan said seriously. She had seen many prodigious talents. Yi Chen's talent wasn't the most stunning, but it was definitely not lacking. In the world of awakeners, a B rank was a gateway to another world for some, while an A rank was just the beginning. For others, Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and after a moment, he asked, "Can you directly help me change my score to a rank?" "Of course," Chen Xinlan replied confidently. "If you want, I can have someone help you change it to a rank, but the premise is that the person behind you agrees." Yi Chen, the person behind me? Yi Chen blinked, a bit confused. He had seen the original host's memories and hadn't heard anything about a hidden big shot behind him. It's normal that you don't know. The other party probably doesn't want to disturb you. Maybe they'll only show up before your college entrance examination, Chen Xinlan explained. Yi Chen maintained a calm expression on the surface, but inside, he was in turmoil. Logically, he had hidden himself well enough. Many secrets even his grandfather didn't know, and others shouldn't know either. But Chen Xinlan spoke so earnestly, it didn't seem fake. Who was the other party? What secrets had they discovered about him? Even with Yi Chen's calm attribute, he found it hard to process. At that moment, how did they find out about me? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Chen Xinlan thought for a moment and said, "It should have been when you went to the security department for testing after your awakening ability fully awakened. Your awakening ability is quite special, and they sealed your information." Hearing this, Yi Chen recalled that his testing had been more comprehensive than that of ordinary people. At the time, he had been a bit puzzled but didn't pay much attention. It seemed someone had been watching him back then. However, he had been very low-key during the test, never showcasing any other abilities. He had never used any Demon King weapons in reality, so no one should know. The most likely scenario was that someone noticed his rapid improvement in combat strength while he was practicing at the martial arts school, suspecting that he might be hiding some secrets. If that were the case, he wasn't in too much danger. The other party would at most treat him like Jolie, seeing him as a talented junior. Yi Chen felt relieved, but after being noticed by Jolie and Chen Xinlan, he was also being watched by others. It seemed he wasn't low-key enough. From now on, whether at school or the academy, he had to be more careful and cautious. However, being noticed by others wasn't without its benefits. This way, the energy behind Chen Xinlan would form a kind of confrontation with the forces on this side. In this way, his options would be greatly increased. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen spoke. "This matter is quite important. I can't give you a response for now. I'll tell you after the college entrance examination." "No problem. As long as it's a fair competition, no matter what conditions the other side proposes, I can guarantee that mine will be absolutely higher," Chen Xinlan said proudly. With their brief agreement reached, the matter finally came to a close. At that moment, Chen Xinlan's stomach growled. She hadn't eaten 3 meals since yesterday afternoon, evening, and now this morning. Her face flushed slightly. She didn't even know how many times she had turned red today. "I'll go eat first." With that, Chen Xinlan fled the dormitory. Yi Chen also breathed a sigh of relief, yawning as he felt a bit sleepy. Why were there so many things happening every day? The joy of just obtaining the ice crystal storm had already faded. However, that thing couldn't be taken out for now. He would deal with it later. Yi Chen returned to bed, planning to take a nap, while his mind wandered to the person who had been secretly observing him. Who could that be? In the suburbs of Ping'an City, there was an abandoned factory. The factory building was dilapidated, with walls covered in climbing ivy and other vegetation. From the outside, it looked as if no one had been there for a long, long time. At that moment, an old man with white hair and a goatee was walking across the grass, carrying a bucket of water. With each step he took, the vegetation in the places he had stepped on would fully recover, as if nothing had ever happened there. As he walked, Yi Mingfeng suddenly sneezed. He looked around in confusion and then glanced at the rising sun, wondering how he could catch a cold in the middle of summer. Could it be that someone is missing me? Yi Mingfeng shook his head and continued walking toward the factory. Deep within the factory, there was a room with relatively intact walls, but the doors and windows were blocked by a type of green vine. When Yi Mingfeng arrived, the vine seemed to sense something and actively opened a gap. As Yi Mingfeng entered, the room gradually filled with light. Inside, an awakener was suspended in mid-air, unconscious. Beside him, a giant black bear dog looked at the person with shining eyes, wagging its tail and drooling all over the floor. Your appetite has been getting bigger lately, Yi Mingfeng chuckled, splashing a basin of water over. The awakener jolted awake, looking around warily. When he saw the black dog, his body shivered as if he recalled something terrifying, and he began to struggle wildly. Stay away from me. Don't come near me. Yi Mingfeng frowned slightly, and a vine directly locked around the man's neck, preventing him from making a sound. Yi Mingfeng muttered to himself, young people these days really have no manners, shouting so loudly that my ears are almost deafened. After a moment, the awakener's face had turned a deep purple, and Yi Mingfeng waved his hand, allowing the vine to loosen. The awakener coughed violently while greedily gasping for air. Yi Mingfeng was not in a hurry. He was very familiar with this process. After waiting a moment for the other party's consciousness to return, he spoke. I ask, you answer, understood? The awakener shivered and quickly nodded vigorously. Yi Mingfeng smiled and asked, which terrorist organization are you from? The terrorist hesitated for a moment, and the next second felt the vines around him tighten rapidly, making his bones creak. Black Mountain Old Demon, the terrorist hurriedly replied, fearing that if he delayed even a second, his body would be crushed. Yi Mingfeng looked puzzled. Black Mountain Old Demon? Never heard of it. What level is it? Sea level, the terrorist answered. Yi Mingfeng replied, don't you even have a 4-star awakener? Leader? The terrorist. Forget it, that doesn't matter. What is your relationship with the Polaris organization? Yi Mingfeng asked. Polaris? I don't know them, the terrorist said, confusion evident in his eyes, looking genuine. This time it was Yi Mingfeng's turn to be puzzled. You don't know Polaris? Which city was your terrorist organization in before? Honda City, the terrorist answered immediately. Oh, that makes sense. Yi Mingfeng nodded. The recent terrorist incident had not yet completely ended, and it was normal for ordinary people in other cities to be unaware. Before the official information was released, he had been searching for information about Eden during this time, but had not found any useful news so far. The only useful information was that the Polaris organization had a connection to Eden. But this organization has captured everyone they could, and killed all those they could. Over the past few days, he had almost circled the entire underground forces of Pingan City without any gains. As a result, he suddenly encountered this suspicious individual last night and casually brought him back. Since it had nothing to do with the Polaris organization, there was no need to pay too much attention to it. Yi Mingfeng casually asked, what is your mission? I don't know, I really don't know. Our boss just told us to gather here first and said he would tell us the mission tomorrow after it's done. Oh, how does your boss contact you? 5 minutes later, Yi Mingfeng and Heisey slowly walked out of the room. The vines on the doors and windows of the room had completely disappeared, and the terrorist inside was also gone. The warm sunlight bathed the man and the dog, and Yi Mingfeng squinted his eyes, enjoying the warmth. Heisey comfortably let out a big burp, licking his face with a look of satisfaction. The two walked away from the abandoned factory, not knowing where they were headed. Inside the Security Research Institute, a group of researchers was still busy. Many of them had not slept all night, racing against time to study Wang Heng's awakening item. The moment the Research Institute closed, they had guessed a certain possibility. An S-class talent prodigy in Pingan City could be traced back to more than a decade ago. If this was indeed the case, they would have made a name for themselves. On a certain chair, Wong Hong was yawning out of boredom. Yesterday, he had said everything he could say, and many pieces of information had been repeated several times. Although he liked to boast and show off, after a long time, it became mundane, especially since he couldn't go online to chat or browse gossip news in this closed environment. This group of guys didn't have that kind of admiration for him, which made it all the more uninteresting. Aha, when will this kind of life end? On the other side, in the central conference room, the vice president was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. A night of busyness had left this elderly man somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, a document popped up on the screen in front of him, showing the statistics of Wang Heng's awakening item information. The vice president immediately opened his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for so long. Currently, only he had the right to view this information. The vice president opened the document, and the screen displayed a wealth of detailed information. Awakening item, news daily appearance, 55 centimeters long, 37 centimeters wide, folded 4 times. Ability, in news content randomly appears on the newspaper, with an update interval of 24 to 72 hours. When the title can be fully read, the images within the news content have a chance to predict important events occurring 3 days later. The following predicted content is organized from May 15 to May 29 and verified. The news daily has appeared 4 times with news content that stayed for 3 days. The current success rate is 75%. The content of the third prediction has yet to be verified, and all 3 were related to terrorist actions with extremely high importance. The second prediction time was May 18. Predicted content. The above three verifiable predictions are all related to official news reports, suspected to have some connection, but given that the third prediction has not yet been confirmed, no judgment will be made for now. According to the above organized records, the image predictions show some discrepancies with reality and do not present future scenes. Generally, awakening items do not require such a long time. But in front of an awakening item that could possibly reach S-class rating, they felt this time was too short. In terms of complexity, Wong Hong's awakening item ranks among the top in the registered awakening item information in Pinyin City over the years. This news daily itself contains a vast amount of information. The ability to predict the future carries many uncertainties. Although currently only the images are useful, that is merely Wong Hong's personal inference. He has never seriously looked at the chaotic content of the articles, and no one knows which text or image in the newspaper is useful. At present, 80% of the information is based on inferences made from what Wong Hong has described, and there is not much research on the news daily itself. After all, one prediction takes 3 days. To understand and provide a detailed assessment, the research time starts at least from half a month. The latest prediction won't be confirmed until 2 days later. As the Vice Dean gradually reviews the statistical information, his expression grows increasingly grave. Wong Hong's ability is too unique, and with the current data, a complete rating cannot be made for now. Additionally, the pros and cons of this ability are very apparent. First, the advantages. The news daily predicts significant events that will occur in the next 3 days, providing ample time for major events. Knowing even a day or even an hour in advance can significantly alter the future. Secondly, based on the current information, most of the predictions are related to danger. The 3 confirmed events are all related to the terrorist actions of the Polaris organization. Although the text is a mess, the similarity of the photo content is extremely high. 2 of them are even information reported by Wong Hong. It can be said that without his report, the security department would have taken many more days to dismantle the Polaris organization. So far, the investigation team has not yet interrogated the leader of the Polaris organization to find out what they intend to do. The Polaris organization has only issued orders to severely torture a certain family or individual in a specific location. The inquiry seems to be related to the sudden incident in the jungle 2 weeks ago, and there is no other information available. However, the Vice Dean knows that the authorities are aware of what happened in the danger zone that day, and it seems that the Polaris organization was also involved in that incident. If it weren't for Wong Hong's report, they might have truly found the person they needed. It is just unclear what secret that person holds. Of course, Wong Hong's awakening ability has significant drawbacks as well. First and foremost, the most troublesome aspect is that Wong Hong's news daily can only appear randomly for now and cannot actively predict. They are uncertain whether the content predicted by the newspaper is only related to Wong Hong himself or if it can only predict dangerous events near him. This randomness is filled with chance, something that can be encountered but not sought. Even if a prediction is made, it does not mean that one is safe at other times. The existing information indicates that these predictions are likely related to Wong Hong himself, so to predict a crisis, he must be included, which is very troublesome. Additionally, there is one more point that needs verification: whether the content predicted by the newspaper is certain to occur or merely a possibility. If it is certain to occur, then this ability would be terrifying. If it can be changed, then what would happen is unclear, and this requires further verification. In summary, Wong Hong's ability is unique but has a very limited application range. In terms of practicality, it doesn't even qualify as A-level. However, the Vice Dean, having been in the Research Institute for so many years, can immediately recognize the correct way to utilize Wong Hong's awakening ability. Wong Hong's ability may be useless in low-end scenarios, but it is completely different on high-end battlefields. How many top adventurers have encountered terrifying disasters during their explorations in secret realms and ended up staying there? If they had brought Wong Hong with them before setting out, perhaps they could have avoided those terrifying disasters, or at least made preparations 3 days in advance. Or, if top law enforcers were hunting down terrorists, having Wong Hong's predictions would likely allow them to evade the enemy's schemes. In short, the stronger the awakened ones he assists, and the more dangerous the tasks they execute, the higher his value becomes. If Wong Hong's awakening ability were to be made public, the Vice Dean believes that those 6-star awakened big shots, top adventurer teams, and elite law enforcement squads would all rush to recruit Wong Hong into their ranks. Moreover, he would be revered like the god of wealth. With him in the team, the safety level would significantly increase. It's important to note that this guy is currently only a 1-star. By the time he reaches 3 stars, or even 4 or 5 stars, who knows what he could predict. Now there are only 2 unresolved questions left. Who is that fat guy in the third prediction image? And what will the latest prediction of the Demon Blade be 2 days from now? The Vice Dean pondered quietly, suddenly feeling the ground and the laboratory tremble slightly. The Vice Dean was taken aback. An enemy attack? 2 minutes earlier, 4 guards stood at their posts at the security department as usual. They stood tall, their faces filled with pride and excitement. Recently, they had just thwarted a terrorist operation, dismantling a 4-star terrorist organization. Although they hadn't directly participated, they still felt a sense of pride. While they were on duty, suddenly a awakened individual appeared from a corner in the distance. The person was covered in blood, eyes wide with terror. "Help, help, someone is trying to kill me," the person shouted, stumbling towards the security department. Occasionally, he would look back, as if something monstrous was chasing him. The expressions of the 4 guards changed instantly as they summoned their awakened items and drew their weapons, rushing forward. Just moments ago, they had been envious of their teammates for their achievements, and now it was their turn. 2 recently graduated 2-star guards were the most proactive, reaching the severely injured awakened individual first. Just as one of them was about to grab the other's arm, a guard behind suddenly exclaimed, "Be careful, that guy is suspicious." The 2 guards froze, their outstretched hands hesitating. Almost simultaneously, the terror in the eyes of the injured awakened individual vanished, replaced by a morbid fanaticism. His hand reached for his waist as he shouted frantically, "The aurora never fades, the stars endure forever." Boom! A massive explosion erupted suddenly, the ground shook, and the hard floor shattered and scattered. The violent shockwave shattered the glass of nearby stores. Over 10 meters away, when the heatwave dissipated, a pit over 2 meters in diameter appeared at the site, thick black smoke rising. The terrorist in the pit had already turned into a charred corpse. Over 10 meters away, the 2 guards who had been closest to the terrorist lay severely injured on the ground. One guard had half of his body burned to varying degrees, wailing on the ground. The other was slightly better off but still seriously injured, significantly affecting his combat capability. The 2 guards in the back were unharmed, but their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. The security department was essentially a combination of the former police station and scientific research base. This was the place with the highest concentration of advanced awakened individuals in Pinyin City and also the strongest in combat power. In the past, terrorists wouldn't dare to come close, they would keep their distance as far as possible. But today, someone actually carried out a suicide attack, which was truly hard to comprehend. An elderly man was about to report the sound of another explosion from the security department, and it wasn't just one. Although the security department was a single entity, it covered a vast area. Anything related to awakened individuals was included. If viewed from a god's perspective, one would see dozens of awakened individuals simultaneously rushing in from all directions around the security department's territory. Everyone's eyes were in a state of extreme fanaticism, their pupils devoid of reason, blood red. Each of them was strapped with explosives, and upon encountering the dragon guards of the security department, they would charge forward to perish together. At the same time, they shouted, "The aurora never fades, the stars endure forever." Even the battle-hardened dragon guards found it difficult to respond to such a situation. What era is it that there are still human self-destructing trucks? Amidst the chaos, several terrorists entered the core area. One of the speed-type terrorists was heading straight for the research institute. When he saw the building of the research institute, a special expression emerged amidst the fervor in his eyes. The next moment, he charged straight towards the institute. The 2 dragon guards rushing from behind changed their expressions slightly upon seeing this. One dashed towards the terrorist to pursue him, while the other sprinted towards the entrance of the institute. The research institute was one of the most core areas of the Ministry of Security and absolutely could not be disturbed. Especially since it had just been sealed off yesterday, there must be something important happening there. However, the terrorist paid no attention to the pursuing dragon guard and did not rush towards the entrance. Instead, he went to the wall and detonated the explosives without a word. Boom! A ball of fire erupted instantly, and the terrifying energy slammed into the wall. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, the hard wall only showed a slight crack. As the most important part of the Ministry of Security, the building materials had to be the best. Some critical areas even had defensive awakening items set up for protection. This level of explosives was not enough to completely destroy the wall. The 2 pursuing dragon guards were stunned. Were these guys all crazy? You can understand if you self-detonate to take someone out, but what's the point of self-detonating against a wall? On the other side, at the military hospital, a terrorist skilled in stealth had infiltrated here. The security level of the hospital was relatively low compared to other important areas, and the terrorist had managed to reach this place without being discovered. When the awakened one climbed over the wall into the inner courtyard, the fervor in his eyes could no longer be contained. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he removed the disguise cloak draped over him and charged towards the hospital entrance. At the entrance, a person was standing on the steps, enjoying the warm sunlight. Lu He, an excellent dragon guard who had made significant contributions in the last battle against the 4-star senior terrorist Ross, was enjoying high treatment. These days, the higher-ups had specifically sent a senior healing-type awakened one to treat his injuries. After lying in the hospital for several days, he was now basically healed. Not even a scar was left on his face. The only regret was that his Expensive dyed blonde hair had been burned quite a bit and now it was shaved into a crew cut. Breathing in the fresh air, Lu Ha was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a strange figure charging towards him with a twisted face from a distance. That kind of madness was somewhat reminiscent of Ross from a few days ago. An enemy? Lu Ha was startled. This was the Ministry of Security, the place with the highest concentration of senior awakened ones in Ping'an City. How dare someone run rampant here? And even manage to break in? Although he didn't know exactly what was happening since he had encountered an enemy, he had to deal with it. With a thought, a handgun appeared in his hand out of thin air. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 bullets were fired, piercing straight into the chest of the terrorist. Lu Ha was a bit dazed. Do terrorists not dodge these days? Defensive type? In his confusion, the latter stumbled and nearly fell as his body shook, blood gushing from his chest. Lu Ha. The terrorist struggled a few times, realizing he couldn't run anymore, and reached for the button at his waist. However, the next second, 3 more bullets came flying. One of them hit the terrorist's wrist, directly severing his muscle tissue. Then, more bullets poured out towards the terrorist. The latter crashed heavily to the ground, twitching all over but unable to move again. Only after confirming that the opponent truly had no ability to counterattack did Lu Ha stop his assault. He blew away a wisp of blue smoke from the gun's muzzle and struck a cool pose with one hand in his pocket. He had originally wanted to toss his head back, but halfway through, he suddenly remembered he no longer had bangs. Lu Ha cleared his throat, awkwardly demonstrating, ahem, the protagonist always strikes at the critical moment. At this point, the others also reacted, and everyone warily looked at the terrorist. A perception-type awakener spoke up. Report, this person seems to have some energy body around their waist, likely some kind of explosive. Lu Ha, who was still posturing not far from the terrorist, suddenly stiffened. He shivered in fear. Damn, does this terrorist have a bomb on them? If he had been careless and a bullet had hit the explosive just now, wouldn't that have meant? Lu Ha then realized he had just walked a circle around the gates of hell. Soon, other awakeners moved in to subdue the terrorist. A few minutes later, Wu Xiuji, the team leader of the Dragon Guard combat group, hurried over. Wu Xiuji looked at the terrorist on the ground, whose limbs were nearly beaten to a pulp, and then glanced at Lu Ha, who was standing tall and waiting for praise, with a somewhat strange expression. This kid has a bit of luck, huh? Take this guy back, don't let him die. Wu Xiuji smiled at Lu Ha. Not bad, you've made a contribution again. By the time they arrived, the battle on that side had already ended. Including this incident, there were a total of 42 terrorists, 33 2-star and 9 3-star. Due to the suddenness of the event, and with headquarters dispatching a large number of Dragon Guards to search various universities, there weren't many guards left at the base. In a moment of carelessness, 4 had actually entered the core area of the security department. Of course, this chaos was quickly quelled. From the start of the battle to its conclusion, the total duration was barely 2 minutes. These high-level awakeners hadn't even had the chance to engage in combat before. It was all over. The only trouble was that each of these terrorists had an explosive device. If they encountered someone, they would self-detonate, making it hard to leave any alive. It was clear that these guys were being controlled by some kind of awakening object turned into a suicide squad to carry out a certain mission. They were strapped with bombs, and upon encountering the Dragon Guards, they would self-detonate. The terrifying flames turned people to charcoal, leaving no trace behind. But by sheer coincidence, this kid managed to snag one alive. Now, this terrorist was the only one captured out of the 42. Lu Ha chuckled. What can I say? As soon as I came out, he charged right into my gun. Stop joking around, go write a report and bring it to me in half an hour. Lu Ha immediately saluted. Understood, Captain. Outside the security department, on a tall building, Yi Mingfeng, who had witnessed the entire process, stroked his goatee and fell into deep thought. A few hours ago, he had caught a small fry and received orders from his superior to assemble. So, Yi Mingfeng had sneaked over. However, the guards there were quite strict, and to avoid alarming the snake, Yi Mingfeng only observed from a distance, not getting closer. Less than 2 hours later, that group of terrorists, just like before, was controlled and charged toward the security department. A group of 2-star and 3-star awakeners. Storming the security department was no different from seeking death. In fact, it was indeed so. In less than 2 minutes, most of them were dead. However, these guys seemed to be going to their deaths willingly. Yi Mingfeng could sense that the mental state of that group was off. They were clearly being controlled by some ability. He just didn't know whether this control was hypnotic or manipulative. If it was a hypnotic awakening object ability, the mastermind would have to be at least 4 stars. If it was manipulative, the opponent was very likely a 5-star awakener, a 3-star terrorist. Organization received some mission and traveled from 300 miles away in Hongda City to Ping'an City. Then they were controlled by some guy and attacked the security department with explosives? Alright, it seems this group of guys shouted a slogan when they died. The aurora never fades, the stars endure. Polaris? Yi Mingfeng murmured to himself. Originally he was just looking into Eden. The guy he captured before also asked about it, but the other party didn't know about the existence of the Polaris organization. But now it seems the slogan these guys shouted is related. To the Polaris organization. So the person behind this is either connected to the Polaris organization or directly related to Eden. This is getting interesting. It looks like I was overthinking it. Before, their target here shouldn't be me, they must have other objectives. Yi Ningfeng's eyes darted around as he analyzed the information. He had been an old rival of Eden, it was the only S-level terrorist organization in the world, with influence spread across the globe. This terrorist organization usually kept a low profile, but once they appeared openly, it meant they were about to do something crazy. A scene flashed in Yi Ningfeng's mind, and a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. Logically, now that it was confirmed their target wasn't him, Yi Ningfeng shouldn't need to intervene. This was a matter between the security department and Eden, unrelated to him. Moreover, he had his own mission, and he absolutely couldn't be discovered by the Dragon Guard or Eden's people before it was completed. Especially now that he had made significant progress, mistakes were absolutely unacceptable at this time. After pondering for a long time, Yi Ningfeng glanced down at the curious black dog wagging its tail and sighed softly. He patted the dog's head and smiled. Heizi, let's go. It's been a while since I had a drink, come have a couple of glasses with me. Heizi, woof woof. In a villa on the outskirts of Ping'an City. As lunchtime approached, the dining table was laid out with various delicious ingredients, making one's appetite soar. However, strangely, the villa's owner and others stood motionless like statues on either side. At the head of the table, a woman with long, wavy blonde hair gently swirled a goblet in one hand. Her demeanor was noble, her posture elegant, and her enchanting eyes gazed dreamily at the red wine in the glass. It wasn't to discuss the other party that she went to such lengths to charm dozens of awakened ones into a suicidal attack on the security department. She was waiting for a special message. When the terrorist outside the laboratory self-destructed, creating a crack in the wall, almost simultaneously, the exaggerated chest of the blonde woman trembled slightly. The woman took a small red ball from the crevice and crushed it, inhaling the faint mist into her body. Moments later, a glint of brilliance flashed in her eyes. S-level? Predicting the future? The blonde woman was very excited. She had originally come to investigate the matters of the Plum Blossom K and Spade K. Unexpectedly, she encountered a potential S-level awakened object along the way. Moreover, it was an extremely special time prediction type. According to the intelligence she had gathered, the suspected S-level awakened object had successfully predicted the Polaris organization's 3 actions. It even secretly reported information twice. One could say that the Polaris organization's downfall was significantly related to this individual. It was just that an E-level could possess such abilities. Once it grew, its future would be limitless. Whoever obtained such abilities would experience tremendous enhancement. Trying to take Wang Hong, rated S-level, from the security department was akin to dreaming. However, Wang Heng's awakened objects rating had not yet been fully confirmed. It seemed to be waiting for the prediction results to come out the day after tomorrow. The Dragon City side had not yet sent a 5-star awakened one to take him away. If that was the case, there was indeed a glimmer of possibility. Thinking of this, the woman once again fumbled in the crevice. Soon, she took out a red heart cue, and with a surge of mental power, a piece of information was transmitted far away. A few minutes later, the red heart cue received a message which contained only one word: approved. Hearing this, excitement and exhilaration filled the blonde woman's eyes. The card was placed back into the hollow of her chest. The matters concerning the S-Class Awaken item were temporarily settled, and now it was time to do something she wanted to do. The blonde woman with big waves licked her lips and walked away with a cat-like stride, swaying her hips. As the blonde left the villa, the eyes of those inside suddenly turned blood red. Everyone roared and lunged at each other in a frenzy. Minutes later, all of them met a tragic end. From the outside, it looked like a family had a violent fallout over something, resulting in mutual destruction and death. Do you submit? I won't submit. If you won't submit, then just stay in that position. That evening, in a private training area of the Xing Tian Martial Arts Hall, Yi Chen was fighting with Chen Xinlan. After discussing some matters in the morning, their relationship had grown closer. Yi Chen treated Chen Xinlan not just as a simple employer, sometimes they would playfully tease each other like friends. For instance, at that moment, Yi Chen had one of Chen Xinlan's wrists pinned behind her back while the other hand pressed her head against the wall. This combination of wall slam and head pat left Chen Xinlan completely subdued, unable to move an inch. Chen Xinlan's face turned red with anger, her chest rising and falling rapidly. This damn guy didn't give her any leeway and was even more audacious than before. With her face pressed against the wall, her silver teeth clicked as she said, "Let go of me, and we'll start over. This time, I definitely won't let you catch me. If you want me to let go, then I won't. That would be too embarrassing." Yi Chen replied, pouting. $100. $100 is just pocket change. $200. Seems like $300. Don't go too far. Deal. Yi Chen decisively released her, then gentlemanly bent slightly and extended his hand, waiting for her to pay. Chen Xinlan. Now, Yi Chen's strength had increased again, and fighting with Chen Xinlan was almost a complete domination. Chen Xinlan no longer expected to defeat Yi Chen. Not to mention winning, she couldn't even touch him at this point. Her current goal was simply to avoid being caught alive by Yi Chen during her attacks. For an assassin to practice combat and set the requirement of not being captured alive seemed utterly absurd to outsiders. But here, Yi Chen truly had that capability. The fight resumed, and Yi Chen, as a professional sparring partner, appeared exactly where he needed to be. Chen Xinlan didn't even need to exert herself too much to find Yi Chen's weaknesses. Of course, these weaknesses were merely her assumptions. In actual combat, the outcome was usually reversed. 20 minutes later, after Chen Xinlan launched her final attack and was dodged by Yi Chen, she collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Without any reservations, she lay on the floor, gasping for breath, her chest heaving. The sweat on her body had soaked her clothes, revealing her already curvaceous figure. As for Yi Chen, he didn't even glance her way. At that moment, he was seriously counting his money. He had earned $1,400 for half an hour of sparring, and the money came in fast. As a seasoned player, Yi Chen understood the importance of game currency all too well. So, upon arriving in this world, he had developed a habit of collecting funds. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen's miserly demeanor, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Hey, can't you help me up a bit?" Chen Xinlan said, struggling to muster her strength. After stuffing the money into his pocket, Yi Chen strolled over leisurely. "Considering how generous you are, I won't charge you this time." Chen Xinlan shot him a fierce glare, but the next moment, she suddenly realized that instead of helping her up, Yi Chen had picked her up in a princess carry. Whoosh! Chen Xinlan's cheeks flushed red, all the way to her neck. After hesitating for a moment, she still reached out to wrap her arms around Yi Chen's neck. Her heart raced, thinking that this idiot actually understood a bit of romance. However, this thought hadn't lasted a second when Yi Chen complained, "Damn, you're so heavy." "Go to hell." "Hiss, you're such a dog. Who told you to say I'm heavy?" "You just are." "Well, sort of." Chen Xinlan shot him a glance. "At least you know your place." Yi Chen pouted. If it weren't for the fact that he had something to ask this guy, he would have tossed her aside by now. "Hey, I have a question for you." "What? Are there any disposable awakening items now?" After a pause, Yi Chen added, "You know, the combat type ones." Of course, permanent awakening items are hard to make, but disposable ones are much easier. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, how much is a disposable explosive item with a blast radius of 30 meters worth?" That thing isn't just about the range, the explosive power, release conditions, storage time, and so on all need to be considered. Chen Xinlan rolled her eyes. This guy was all about money. After thinking seriously for a moment, Chen Xinlan said, "But an awakening item that can cause a 30-meter radius explosion, if its power isn't weak, I think it should start at $1 million. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. His heart hadn't raced this fast even during the battle. $1 million? He was going to get rich. While the two were chatting, they didn't notice a half-closed door at the training ground slowly closing. Outside, Jolie left with a smile. Not bad, not bad. This young couple seems to be getting along well. It looks like Xiaolan has managed to win this guy over, though it could also be the other way around. As long as this side is resolved, everything else will be easy to handle." Just as Jolie was reflecting, a secure file appeared on his phone. Jolie opened it, and his expression turned serious. The information was secretly sent to him by an acquaintance in the security department. "After the research institute in the security, perhaps I need to find a way to secretly inform them about this matter. Otherwise, some people might suffer a great loss." The night grew deep. In the governing center of Pingan City, the plump Vice Mayor Wang sat in the car with a weary expression. He had been extremely busy today. A few days ago, the Polaris organization went crazy and ended up being wiped out overnight. He had once been in contact with this organization, and those days were filled with anxiety. Not long ago, Rolls had secretly approached him, forcing him to open a backdoor to access information from the traffic police department, and in the end, he reluctantly agreed. Later, that guy ended up getting himself killed, which relieved him quite a bit. He thought everything would be fine now that the guy was dead, but today, a large-scale terrorist attack unexpectedly occurred. Dozens of terrorists detonated themselves, shouting the slogans of the Polaris organization. The series of terrorist actions posed a serious threat to Pingan City. Therefore, the security department would definitely conduct a thorough investigation. If it turned out that he was implicated, everything would be over. In his frustration, the vehicle suddenly came to a screeching halt. Vice Mayor Wang cursed, "What are you doing? Can't you even drive a car?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that the vehicle had turned into a narrow alley without him noticing. The surroundings were dim, and there was no road ahead. "Vice Mayor Wang, why are you so angry?" A sultry female voice suddenly appeared, laced with a hint of a coquetry. Then the right door of the car opened, and a beautiful woman with long, wavy, blonde hair sat down beside him. A glint of greed flashed in Vice Mayor Wang's eyes, but he quickly restrained his desires. He looked warily at the woman. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" "You can call me Your Majesty, but it seems you prefer to call me Black Widow." The Black Widow licked her lips, appearing languid and seductive, with a hint of teasing mockery on her face. However, upon hearing the name Black Widow, Vice Mayor Wang felt a chill run down his spine as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His clothes were instantly soaked with cold sweat. Black Widow, a 5-star awakened one. Awakening object. Unknown. Ability, to control the thoughts of others through certain means. Rank, A level, score 89. Law Enforcement Alliance bounty list 26.8 billion. She also had another identity, the S-level terrorist. Organization Eden's Card Queen of Hearts. The Black Widow had appeared on the Law Enforcement Alliance's radar no less than 10 times. Each appearance would stir up a bloody storm. The ability of her awakening object was related to mental power and seduction, and few below 4 stars could resist it. If it weren't for the limitations on the time and number of puppets she could control, her awakening object rating might even reach S-level. The high bounty she commanded was precisely due to her abilities. The web she spun, created by the Black Widow, infiltrated all corners of the world, its scale surpassing that of A-level terrorist organizations. The Black Widow looked at Vice Mayor Wang's terrified expression and laughed mischievously. Vice Mayor Wang, am I really that scary? As she spoke, she extended her long fingers, her long red nails slowly gliding across his cheek. The sight was indescribably enchanting. However, in Vice Mayor Wang's eyes, she was like a spider about to devour him, and with every inch her fingers moved, his heartbeat quickened. What do you want? Vice Mayor Wang stammered, his body trembling, struggling to speak. Seeing that he was on the verge of breaking down, the Black Widow finally withdrew her fingers. Since Vice Mayor Wang understands my abilities, that makes things easier. You have no secrets here with me. However, those who are controlled by me will ultimately suffer from mental chaos, with their brains sustaining permanent damage. So, I ask, you answer, and perhaps we can even become friends in the future. Upon hearing this, Vice Mayor Wang felt as if he had awakened from a dream, nodding vigorously. I understand. Whatever you ask, I will definitely answer. The Black Widow smirked. Then let's start from a week before the destruction of the Polaris organization. Vice Mayor Wang quickly nodded. No problem, let me think. A week before the destruction was about 20 days ago. I remember during those days the Vice Mayor, who had long been terrified by the Black Widow, was quite forthcoming. Spilling everything he knew, he recounted all the information that came to mind. Most of the earlier content was normal, and even when the Polaris organization was destroyed, the Vice Mayor himself was unaware. Last Saturday night, Laos suddenly found me and asked me to do something for him. I originally didn't want to. The Black Widow, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. Oh, what was it? Please elaborate. He asked me to take him to the Ministry of Transportation to check something, and this matter had to be kept confidential. I really don't know what he did, but 2 days later, it seemed he burned down a hotel. At first, I wasn't sure it was him, but later that student named Wong Hong reported that he was going to Rongguang High School for something, and as a result, that day, the Vice Mayor laid out all the information he had. He had been investigating this matter for the past few days, so he was very clear about these details. The Black Widow crossed her arms, her fingers slowly gliding in the air. Those familiar with her knew that she was becoming serious at this moment. As Vice Mayor Wang recounted the entire incident, she began to form a rough understanding in her mind. First, more than half a month ago, the King of Spades suddenly died, causing quite a stir over in Eden. The owner of the cardmaster, had little connection with the other card holders of different numbers. But the Black Widow still knew that this guy had just advanced to a 5-star card holder and was a combat type with extremely fast speed. There were not many among the 5-star awakeners who could kill him. Yet, such a person suddenly died. And Laos was the king of clubs, part of the K series, so there must be some connection between them. It seemed that after Dilia's death, Laos discovered something and, for that purpose, sent the Polaris organization out to search. As a result, they were discovered by the Dragon Guard of the security department on the way, with some escaping and others dying. With Laos's abilities, escaping should have been no problem. But that guy not only didn't leave, instead, he came here to find Vice Mayor Wang to access traffic footage to look for something. It now appeared that what Laos was searching for was a person, a student. What secret did that student possess that would make someone like Laos take such risks? The target was a student king of clubs taking risks, Polaris organizations. Destruction, King of Spades suddenly dying. Various pieces of information flashed through the Black Widow's mind. At a certain moment, a glint of insight flashed in her eyes. Vice Mayor Wang, did you just say that student's name is Wong Hong? The Black Widow asked. Yes. He reported that Laos is an arsonist? How did he know? It said he was resting at that hotel one day. Just as expected. The Black Widow's expression changed dramatically. At that moment, all the information connected. She took a deep breath and smiled at Vice Mayor Wang. Thank you for the information, Vice Mayor Wang. This time, I've gained a lot. Since I now know what I need to know, you can go die. Ha! Vice Mayor Wang was taken aback, and the next moment, the driver in the front row suddenly turned around. His eyes were bloodshot. Having lost all reason, and his arm swung the sharp dagger, stabbing it fiercely into Vice Mayor Wang's throat. Blood gushed from the wound, like a fountain. But the driver was completely unconcerned, continuing to twist the dagger in his hand. Vice Mayor Wang wanted to resist but felt utterly powerless. In the end, after struggling for a moment, his hands fell weakly. Outside the car, the Black Widow had already left the sedan the moment the attack began. She stepped lightly into the darkness. Today's gains exceeded her expectations. Now he needed to find certain people to confirm something. A few minutes later, some people in cities within the borders of Xia country, still asleep, suddenly received a message. They quickly packed their bags and drove various vehicles overnight. The direction these vehicles were heading was unmistakably towards Pinyin City. Sunday morning. Yi Chen stretched as he emerged from the game space. After a quick wash, he opened the door and bumped into Chen Xinlan. Morning, $300, Yi Chen yawned casually. Morning, how many times do I have to tell you, don't call me $300? Chen Xinlan replied angrily. She wouldn't tell Yi Chen that she had actually woken up early, just waiting for the peculiar ringtone of his to ring out, followed by that faint fragrance. It's mainly because your name is too tongue-twisting. Hard to say, Yi Chen scratched his head, already immune to her anger. Most of the time, he didn't really mean to tease, it was just that he wasn't used to saying her full name. Chen Xinlan paused, hesitated for 2 seconds, and suddenly a blush appeared on her cheeks. She turned to another direction, her gaze flickering, and said softly, if it's troublesome to call my full name, you can call me Xiaolan. Xiaolan? Xiaolan, that sounds much smoother. Yi Chen tried calling it out a couple of times, and found it quite nice. Okay, then let's go with that. I'm off to eat, she said. I'll go too, Chen Xinlan replied, her face beaming with a smile as she quickly followed. In the VIP cafeteria, Yi Chen was enjoying a hearty breakfast while habitually scrolling through his phone. Upon logging into a news website, he found a lot of information. Yesterday at noon, a large number of terrorists launched a suicide attack on the Ministry of Security, suspected remnants of the Polaris organization. Last night, on Beihai Road, a home invasion robbery occurred. A couple was knocked unconscious and is still receiving treatment in the hospital. Last night at the Hong Romantic Bar, a large brawl involving awakeners broke out, resulting in at least 18 injuries. Similar news would appear on ordinary days, but never this frequently. Yi Chen didn't pay much attention to the others, but he was somewhat curious about the first news. A figure like Laos should be the leader of the Polaris organization. Would his underlings seek revenge for him after he was dead? Moreover, even if they did seek revenge, it wouldn't be in such a foolish manner, right? Yi Chen carefully browsed through the information but didn't glean much. However, using explosives for self-detonation did seem like something Laos's subordinates would do. Lost in thought, a jade hand appeared in his line of sight holding a phone. Hey Yi Chen, is this the red-eyed rabbit you want to kill? Chen Xinlan placed a picture in front of him. Yi Chen glanced at it and raised an eyebrow, the crimson eyes, prominent front teeth, and that hint of ferocity. To be honest, this red-eyed rabbit in the picture did bear some resemblance to the one in his game. How did you find this? Yi Chen asked, somewhat surprised. He had tried searching on some websites before but hadn't found anything. Chen Xinlan's lips curled into a smile, her face radiating joy from completing a task. What red-eyed rabbit? This is called the irritable rabbit. It's not a monster from the secret realm. It's a native wild rabbit from a jungle in the southern part of the Kunlun secret realm that has been corrupted by energy, Chen Xinlan explained earnestly. Over the past few days, Yi Chen had been practicing his hunter skills and knowledge, and he was studying very diligently. Chen Xinlan could tell that this guy genuinely wanted to kill the monster he had previously aimed to hunt. In her free time, Chen Xinlan would log onto certain special websites to search, and she indeed found that this rabbit resembled what Yi Chen had mentioned. Because this red-eyed rabbit had no special abilities and didn't belong to the category of monsters, there was little value in it, so there was scant information available online. Simply searching on Qiandu would definitely yield no results. No wonder. Xiaolan, can you help me gather some information about the habits and living environment of the red-eyed rabbit? I have a use for it. At this moment, Yi Chen was completely excited. Since the red-eyed rabbit existed in reality, more reliable information could be collected. This would make organizing the hunting strategy much simpler. Not just the red-eyed rabbit, but other monsters from the game, like wild boars, might also be found in reality. There were still 10 days until the college entrance examination. If the method was correct, he might be able to clear the level before the exam and continue to the next one. Seeing Yi Chen's drooling expression, Chen Xinlan couldn't help but chuckle, then put on a serious face and said coldly, Hey, are you thinking too much? I never said I would help you. Yi Chen was taken aback, coughed twice, and rubbed his hands together. Well, aren't we friends? Heh, friends? You've already scammed me out of several thousand. Chen Xinlan shot Yi Chen a beautiful eye roll. How much do you want? Yi Chen retorted. Do I need that little from you? Then what do you want? Chen Xinlan propped her chin up, previously wanting to take revenge on Yi Chen for not being able to beat him. At first, she thought about emptying Yi Chen's wallet, but now that they had become friends, she felt it was unnecessary. Although scamming this guy out of a little money could annoy him, he had earned much more from her. Instead of annoying him, it would be better to enjoy herself. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Xinlan suddenly smiled. Money is boring, I'll change my approach. What do you mean? Yi Chen asked warily. Chen Xinlan's face turned red as she softly said, "Today, you're taking me shopping." Half an hour later, a man and a woman exited the martial arts gym. On the bicycle, Yi Chen pedaled hard under the blazing sun while the girl gently held his waist from behind. At this moment, Chen Xinlan had changed into casual clothes. She wore a simple white baseball cap and her black hair fell over her shoulders. The white shirt paired with a pink pleated skirt was full of youthful vitality. She sat on the back seat, her long legs casually swinging in the air. Any old lechers passing by couldn't help but steal a few glances. As for Yi Chen, he was still in his usual outfit. Although he had made quite a bit of money during this time, as a high-level gamer, buying clothes was too much of a waste of time. Moreover, Yi Chen himself wasn't very interested in dressing up. All the way, Chen Xinlan sat in the back seat, swinging her legs and humming a tune. After more than 20 minutes, the two arrived at the commercial street in the city center. Then Chen Xinlan began her shopping spree. This one, not this one, I want one of everything else. Hey, Yi Chen, which of these two skirts do you think looks better? Yi Chen replied, neither. Looks good. Oh, then I'll take both, pack them up. Yi Chen, here, hold these things properly, don't drop them. Yi Chen, come here quickly, I think this one suits you very well. Aren't you the one shopping? What are you talking about? Today, you're my person. Do whatever I say, hurry up and change clothes. Time slowly passed, and in just over an hour, Yi Chen had already changed into a gorgeous outfit. His demeanor significantly improved compared to before. Many girls around couldn't help but glance at him. If it weren't for the dozens of bags hanging from his arms, many girls might have come over to ask for his contact information. At this moment, Yi Chen understood. No wonder he always heard that men were most afraid of shopping with girls. He would never go shopping with girls again. Inside the International Trade Building, Chen Xinlan bounced ahead. When she turned around and saw Yi Chen's aggrieved expression, she laughed even more happily. In the past, Chen Xinlan had been in a poor state due to the curse that troubled her. Even when she managed to adjust, most of her time was spent on studying and training. As a result, her personality was aloof and reclusive, and she had few friends. She had hardly ever gone shopping. Now, thanks to Yi Chen's presence, her condition was improving, which sparked her sudden desire to go shopping. The taste of this unrestrained freedom made her feel ecstatic. Moreover, this time she had a special friend by her side. Slurp slurp in the evening, at a Michelin 8-star restaurant on the commercial street, Yi Chen was devouring Yangzhou pulled noodles. Across the table, Chen Xinlan held a cup of coffee, smiling as she watched Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen's gluttonous appearance brought a smile to the corners of Chen Xinlan's mouth. Hey, can't you wait? Chen Xinlan teased with a grin. At that moment, Chen Xinlan's attire and demeanor were no different from an ordinary girl. No one would believe that this girl, who was once a cold goddess with a frosty expression, had been so unapproachable. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Next time, try carrying 20 pounds of stuff for a day. Yi Chen had accompanied Chen Xinlan from morning until afternoon, accumulating dozens of bags. As a result, they were both starving, and the restaurant Chen Xinlan brought him to was this kind of place. If they had waited for the chef to finish grilling the meat, they would have starved to death by now. While talking, Yi Chen had already finished a bowl of noodles and was about to order a second when he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Both of them froze for a moment, and Yi Chen looked out the window to see a large crowd fleeing in panic from the entrance of a nearby commercial building. It seemed something had happened inside the building. Yi Chen recalled the news he had seen in the morning. Since a group of madmen had gone to the security department to self-detonate yesterday, the city of Pingan had become increasingly chaotic. The number of criminal incidents yesterday nearly matched what would typically occur in a month. It now appeared that this was not a coincidence but rather something orchestrated by someone. Chen Xinlan frowned slightly. Is the public security in Pingan really this bad now? After finally enjoying a day of happiness, they were now faced with turmoil. Just as she spoke, another slight tremor occurred beneath their feet, and this time the shaking was longer and more frequent. An explosion, and not just one. Yi Chen stood up, pulling Chen Xinlan along as he headed for the exit. We need to leave immediately, it's not safe here. Chen Xinlan wanted to grab the things they had bought, but Yi Chen roughly insisted they go. She looked at Yi Chen and noticed his serious expression for the first time. In an instant, Chen Xinlan regained her former icy demeanor, her sharp mind taking control once more. It's not just simple chaos outside? Chen Xinlan said in a low voice. Yi Chen nodded. It might be the remnants of the Polaris organization. Upon hearing this, the black bracelet on Chen Xinlan's wrist flickered twice but quickly returned to calm. The two of them prepared to leave with the crowd. In the next moment, an explosive device was suddenly thrown in from the entrance. Boom! The explosive detonated in less than 2 seconds, and terrifying flames engulfed the restaurant. The sound of shattering objects and the screams of customers filled the air. A few seconds later, as the heat of the flames began to dissipate, 3 masked terrorists rushed in from outside. One of them wielded a massive machete, emanating a terrifying aura. The armed terrorist, the blade's momentum did not diminish as it continued to slice into the ground, ultimately leaving a half-meter-long mark. Whoever makes a sound will end up like her, the man with the knife growled. In an instant, everyone fell silent, not daring to breathe. In a corner by the window, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan were crouched behind a pile of bags they had just bought. After hearing the terrorists' threat, the two did not move. Chen Xinlan nervously glanced at Yi Chen. Although she trained herself with the standards of an assassin, facing such a terror act still made her a bit flustered. However, when she looked at Yi Chen, his expression was surprisingly more casual than when they had been chatting earlier. There was no trace of fear in his bright eyes, and even a hint of excitement. Chen Xinlan blinked, seemingly asking with her eyes what to do. Then Yi Chen slowly took out his phone and pressed a few buttons. "You can type." Chen Xinlan. Coming back to her senses, Chen Xinlan quickly took out her phone and typed. "What do we do now?" Yi Chen, "Wait, let's see what they plan to do. I'll send a distress message to Brother Joe first." Yi Chen quickly sent a text detailing the time, location, number of terrorists, their strength, and the situation outside. Seeing Yi Chen's calm demeanor, Chen Xinlan nodded slightly. Although this was an era of universal awakening, the ability ratings of awakeners led to significant disparities in strength among them. Awakeners below sea level had very little passive attribute enhancement, and most were non-combat types. Even if these individuals broke through to 2 stars, they wouldn't be much stronger than ordinary people. That guy was clearly a combat type awakener, and judging by his combat power, he was not weak. Unless everyone in the restaurant attacked together at the cost of their lives, they would not stand a chance against those 3 terrorists. So the best course of action was to wait for Brother Joe to rescue them. As for certain trump cards, they definitely couldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. While the two were communicating through text, the knife-wielding terrorist shouted, "Now everyone put your hands on your heads and follow him outside. Anyone who dares to move will have their heads separated." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. These terrorists were not robbing or planning to kill. It seemed they intended to take them hostage for negotiation. In this day and age, it was rare for terrorists to take hostages for negotiation. The emergence of awakeners had led to personal combat power surpassing that of ordinary firearms. Because of this, any awakener reaching B level would be subject to control to prevent situations like this from occurring. However, even so, such incidents still happen from time to time. Not just in Xia country, but in other countries as well, it was even more rampant. During that period, the global crime rate surged significantly, and public order was quite chaotic. Ultimately, countries reached a consensus to form a law enforcement alliance, specifically responsible for handling such terror incidents. Once they took action, all terrorists would be executed without mercy. It was precisely because of this that the arrogance of those terrorists could be suppressed, leading to the relatively stable environment of today. In this era of universal awakening, violence must be met with violence, and killing must be stopped with killing. Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan exchanged glances, and both immediately understood each other's thoughts. They obediently put their hands on their heads and slowly followed the other customers out of the restaurant. When they stepped outside, Yi Chen realized that it wasn't just them, many shops were doing the same thing. It seemed these terrorists intended to take them to a nearby commercial building for detention. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth curled slightly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seemed things were getting more interesting. Boom! At dusk, a helicopter took off from the Ministry of Security and quickly ascended to the commercial district. From high above, it could be seen that over 20% of the bustling commercial street was shrouded in black smoke. Flames, dust, screams, and cries echoed in succession. The once bustling commercial district had turned into a hell on earth. Not only that, but acts of terror were not limited to the commercial area. Other parts of Pingan City were also experiencing incidents one after another. The total number of occurrences had already exceeded 100. Such a widespread series of terror attacks had not been seen in many years. When the information reached the security department, the combat team immediately mobilized. In a matter of moments, over 100 members of the Dragon Guard team were already on the move. The subsequent Dragon Guard teams were also gathering. Among them, in a police car heading to the commercial district, Lu He, Li Bing, and others were prominently present. Li Bing, usually cheerful with his square face, now had a somber expression. He said in a low voice, "According to the orders, a large number of malls in the commercial district have been attacked. The enemy hasn't killed anyone directly but has taken them hostage. Our primary objective this time is to eliminate the terrorists and rescue the hostages." One member asked, "So are we negotiating directly or trying to kill those terrorists?" Negotiation is definitely on the table, but this group controlling such a large number of civilians must have a special purpose. If necessary, don't hold back, said Feng Qi, who usually kept to himself, with indifference. The available information suggested that there had been over 100 terror incidents, with more than 300 participants in this particular attack. The number of hostages they controlled totaled in the thousands. It was clear that this terror operation was meticulously planned by a large terrorist organization. As the Dragon Guard team, protecting the citizens was undoubtedly their primary task. However, if the enemy had any ulterior motives, then even if it meant sacrificing some, they must completely eliminate this group. During the discussion, the vehicle suddenly stopped, and a voice came through the earpieces. Everyone get out of the car, the enemy is moving the hostages. Time is of the essence, and there's no time for detailed planning. You are free to act, prioritizing the rescue of those hostages who have not yet been moved. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed and they poured out like a school of fish, disappearing into the streets. Inside a cake shop, 2 terrorists were controlling a dozen customers. Everyone was crouched on the ground, hands on their heads, trembling in fear. On the floor lay 3 lifeless bodies. The 2 terrorists blocked the door, one on the left and one on the right, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. While waiting, one terrorist looked at the other chaotic shops in the distance and clicked his tongue. I thought it was just a small skirmish, but it turns out there are so many people involved. Don't worry about them, we're just here for the money. Once this job is done, we'll head abroad, the other replied in a low voice. I know, but with this scale, we might end up on the enforcer's bounty list. We definitely can't stay in Xia country. What are those guys really after? Just hiring us must have cost them billions, right? Don't think about that. Since we're mercenaries, we just do our job for the money. But what about the extraction team? Why haven't they? Before the last "come" could leave his mouth, the wall at the back of the shop suddenly shattered with a loud bang. Under the astonished gaze of the 2 terrorists, dozens of metal nails transformed into bullets, piercing through the debris and instantly covering them. The terrorist near the door couldn't dodge in time, and several nails pierced his body, causing him to lose his life in an instant. The other one reacted faster, moving behind the wall to take cover. However, just then, 3 gunshots rang out near his ear. He felt a warmth on his forehead, and his eyes lost their luster. 2 terrorists killed. At the same time, the recently chaotic commercial district erupted with a series of explosions. The Dragon Guard's counterattack had officially begun. What the hell? Didn't they say someone was watching the security department? Damn, a bunch of liars. Run, I'm not doing this job anymore. I surrender, I'll tell everything. Many of the terrorists who had taken hostages directly fled. Among the fleeing group, not all were terrorists, many were international mercenaries. They received a special mission last night. At 6 o'clock this afternoon, they heard the first explosion signaling the start of the operation. The task was to control the crowd inside a shop and escort them to a designated area. The mission itself was not particularly difficult, and the party that entrusted them with the task promised to hold off the Dragon Guards to give them time. Additionally, with a reward of tens of millions and a tripled bonus upon success, many decided to take the risk and give it a try. However, before they could complete the task, the Dragon Guards had already arrived. They usually operated in groups of 2 or 3, responsible for one shop's hostages. They could bully those with combat power below 5, but now, facing a group of professional Dragon Guard teams hidden in the shadows, they had no capacity to resist. In an instant, screams filled the air, and many abandoned the mission and fled. 10 minutes later, the once bustling commercial street had fallen silent. Most of the hostages that had not been transported to the commercial building were rescued by the Dragon Guards. Some Dragon Guards were tasked with pursuing the fleeing awakened ones, while others formed a large net to surround the building. Wu Xiuji, the captain of the Dragon Guard team, stood on a tall building opposite the commercial building, his brow furrowed. Although they rushed over as soon as they received the news, the enemy was faster. In just a few minutes, thousands of hostages had been brought into the building before them. The estimated number of terrorists was around 2,000, most of whom were 3-star awakened ones, with the presence of 4-star ones still uncertain. Those who could afford to shop here were either wealthy or influential. The previous battle had already affected many innocent civilians, and, if not handled properly, the consequences could be dire. However, continuing to delay was certainly not a solution. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Xiuji was about to order an invasion of the commercial building. At that moment, a rough voice suddenly echoed from within the building. I advise you not to use force, otherwise, the consequences will be unbearable for you. Inside the commercial building, a bald man in a black suit with a red tie and sunglasses was speaking into a microphone. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. I currently have over 5,000 hostages divided across 11 floors, with 500 on each floor. If one floor is attacked, the others will immediately kill their hostages. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiuji's expression darkened further. The opponent was not only ruthless but also a skilled individual. If everyone were on the same floor, certain Awakened One's special abilities might allow them to take them all at once. But now, with everyone spread across 10 floors, it was absolutely impossible for them to rescue all the hostages with their current forces. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xiuji shouted, "Stop the nonsense. Since you've taken so many hostages, you must have some intentions. Speak up, what do you want? My demands are simple. First, release all the members of our Polaris organization that you have captured." Hearing the demand, Wu Xiuji replied expressionlessly, "This is not something I can decide. I need to report this information." "That's fine, but you only have 5 minutes, the bald man in the building sneered. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The nearest city would take 2 hours to mobilize high-level Dragon Guards. If my demands are not met within 2 hours, then these people will die with me. Wu Xiuji stopped responding and quickly reported the message. Upon hearing the threat, the security department was thrown into chaos. It had been years since they had been threatened by terrorists, and now they were being coerced. Not long ago, the security department had captured remnants of the Polaris organization, totaling nearly 100 personnel. According to the laws of Xia country, these individuals would face a minimum sentence of 10 years, with the most serious cases facing the death penalty. Letting so many terrorists go was absolutely out of the question. But the other party is now using the lives of 5,000 people as leverage. He cannot bear any losses. For a moment, the high-ranking officials of the security department engaged in intense discussions. 2 minutes later, a directive reached Wu Xiuji's ear. Agree to his demands, but we need to exchange hostages. Wu Xiuji listened for a while, nodded, and quietly replied that he understood. Then he shouted towards the distant building, if you want to save people, that's fine, but we need to exchange hostages, one member of the Polaris organization for 100 hostages. Do you think I'm a fool? You have 123 people in custody. 1:100, and I still have to pay you 7,000? The bald man on the other side spoke with a hint of anger. Wu Xiuji was taken aback. This group was completely different from the fools from yesterday. They had actually done their research in advance. Then what do you want? It's impossible to rescue your organization members without releasing the hostages, Wu Xiuji shouted. Then it's 110. You release everyone, and I will release 1230 people on my side. No way. At least 4,500 people must be released. Impossible, at most 1,500. I have other demands as well. I need enough hostages as a bargaining chip. The two initially faced off, but as they talked, it turned into a market-style bargaining between old men and women. However, this time, the discussion was not about the price of vegetables but the lives of thousands of people. After 2 minutes of tugging, both sides finally settled on a number, 2,500 people. The bald man shouted, now you will immediately release our people within 5 minutes and provide them with 20 vehicles. Then I will release 1,000 people, and once they safely leave Pinyin City, I will release the remaining 1,500. Remember, you don't have much time left. No problem, but during this period, you cannot harm any hostages. The preliminary deal was reached, and both sides began the tense exchange of hostages. The security department had no choice but to release them. Across the building, Wu Xiuji let out a slight sigh of relief as he watched the crowd gradually emerge. With each group of hostages rescued, his pressure eased a little. As for the terrorists driving away, their vehicles had long been tampered with. As long as they were still within the borders of Xia country, they couldn't escape. In fact, this was also something he found puzzling. Nowadays, awakeners possess all sorts of bizarre abilities. If the terrorists were to secretly do something, they might not be discovered. But to appear so openly, isn't that a bit disrespectful? If so many of you were to get lost, the security department could just disband on the spot. Moreover, terrorist organizations usually initiate terror actions for profit. This method of saving people was something he had never seen before. With the preliminary deal reached, the next step was a long waiting period. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his ear. Report, Captain, there is an awakener wearing a 3-star medal requesting to see you. Wu Xiuji was taken aback. The merit medals in Xia country have star ratings, and to obtain a 3-star merit medal requires significant achievements. He had worked diligently for so many years and had only received one 3-star merit medal. Please come in, Wu Xiuji said immediately. Soon, a burly middle-aged man appeared. Upon seeing the visitor, Wu Xiuji was stunned. Coach Zhou? The Xingtian Martial Arts Arena is the largest martial arts arena in Pinyin City, and Wu Xiuji knew some of the connections involved in running a martial arts school here. However, although he knew this martial arts school had an impressive background, he did not expect that instructor Jolie inside would actually possess a 3-star merit medal. If he remembered correctly, Jolie had been here for 6 or 7 years, right? At this moment, Jolie's usual kindness was replaced by a serious expression as he looked at Wu Xiuji and said, Captain Wu, I need you to find a way to rescue a man and a woman inside. They absolutely cannot have any problems. What are their identities? Wu Xiuji asked. Jolie shook his head. Their identities are special. I can't tell you now. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiuji was taken aback. As the commander of the Longwei combat team in Pinyin City, he could mobilize all Longwei fighters. In terms of military authority, it surpassed that of any mayor or director. Yet this guy in front of him actually claimed he was not qualified. However, a man with a 3-star merit medal displaying such an attitude did not seem like a joke. For a moment, Wu Xiuji didn't know what to do. Seeing Wu Xiuji lost in thought, Jolie added, the Rolls-Royce that died at Zhou Sanrong High School, I killed him. The information about the K2 was also what I told you last night. Wu Xiuji's eyes widened in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. This time he nodded vigorously. No wonder, I was wondering how we could have such a powerful high-level awakener in Pinyin City. A man who killed a K2-level terrorist from Eden in less than 3 minutes was worthy of high regard, both in identity and strength. So what do you need me to do? Wu Xiaoji stopped asking questions and directly inquired about the mission. Right now, I don't know which floor they are on, making it difficult to rescue them. Therefore, whatever their conditions are, as long as they can exchange hostages, you must agree. The more hostages exchanged, the better, until they are rescued. Soon, my people will quietly infiltrate to find them. We will try our best not to be discovered and not to strike first. At this point, Jolie's tone began to turn cold. However, if any accidents occur, I can only guarantee the safety of my people. I won't care about anyone else. The last sentence felt more like a warning than a reminder. Wu Xiaoji looked at Jolie's sharp eyes and suddenly felt a pang of fear. Jolie's words were clear: if an accident really happened, in order to save Chen Xinlan and Yi Chen, Jolie could abandon everyone in the building. At that moment, the only word in Wu Xiaoji's mind was madman, willing to sacrifice thousands of hostages to save those two. If he did that, Jolie would probably go in directly, and if the situation was severe, he might even face the death penalty. He believed Jolie understood these matters. But the man before him showed no hint of fear, his gaze frighteningly resolute. Wu Xiaoji took a deep breath and nodded firmly. I will do my utmost to ensure they survive, but if you really do it, I might have to arrest you afterward. Upon hearing this, Jolie laughed. Arrest me? If this matter is not handled well, your Longwei combat team, and even the entire Pinyin city will have to accompany those two to the grave. Watching Jolie's departing figure, Wu Xiaoji stood frozen in place, swallowing hard as he suddenly felt a bit thirsty. Although the other party had just said that with a smile, he was certain that Jolie was not joking. As time passed, the sun was about to set. 20 minutes later, the terrorists from the Polaris organization finally drove away from Pinyin City. They headed west, seemingly planning to enter the jungle to evade pursuit. Once it was confirmed that the group had safely left, the bald man began to release the second batch of hostages. At this moment, on the central circular corridor of the 8th floor of the building, 500 people were squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads, forming a circle. A dozen terrorists surrounded them, constantly scanning them. If anyone was found to be plotting something, they would be immediately severely injured. They could hear the conversation between Wu Xiaoji and the bald man. Upon hearing that half of the hostages could be released, everyone was very excited. However, the instructions they received were to release the hostages on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th floors, with no mention of the 8th floor. As they watched the hostages from the 9th floor come down in droves, the crowd's emotions became a bit agitated and the atmosphere grew chaotic. Everyone, behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to move will be killed, a terrorist roared. Among the crowd, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan were squatting together, and Chen Xinlan's mood had already calmed down. Taking advantage of the moment's chaos, she glanced at Yi Chen and said in a faint voice, "It seems we can leave soon." Yi Chen did not respond, he was pondering a question. Yesterday, dozens of people had charged into the security department in a suicidal manner, while today's terrorists were capable of such meticulous planning. The two groups felt like entirely different sets of people. Moreover, why would these terrorists go to such great lengths to rescue those who were in prison? He had previously asked old Wang, and it seemed there were no significant figures within the security department. After their identities were exposed, the higher-ups of the Polaris organization had long since fled. The only leader, Ross, was already dead. Not to mention the terrorists, even the enforcers seemed incapable of sacrificing themselves for others. The unusual behavior over the past 2 days clearly indicated that something was amiss. Soon, 1,500 hostages began to leave one after another. In a corner of the building, Jolie was scanning the crowd continuously. Until the last person left, he still hadn't spotted Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan. It was evident that the two were still inside the building. Although he had just threatened Wu Xiaoji, he wouldn't actually take action unless absolutely necessary. Wu Xiaoji waited for a moment without receiving any news from Jolie, his expression darkening as he realized this batch was gone. He took a deep breath and shouted, "The previous exchange has been completed. If you want to do anything else, just say it." There was a brief pause on the other side before the bald man's voice came again. "Tell your people to disperse. We need to evacuate. All hostages must remain. I can promise you safe passage," Wu Xiaoji said in a deep voice. "Your promise means nothing," the bald man sneered. "I want to take some hostages with me. As long as you don't follow us, we can release the hostages after we've moved a distance." "Impossible, your request won't be approved by the higher-ups," Wu Xiaoji rejected outright without a second thought. The Dragon Guard team had not attacked until now precisely because there were too many hostages inside. Once they took action, it would inevitably cause some casualties, a consequence they could not bear. Other demands might be negotiable, but anything related to hostages was non-negotiable for the security department. "Then let's go down together. What's the difference between leaving and dying?" the bald man shouted, angrily, clearly well aware of the situation. Just as tensions escalated between the two sides, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the sky. "If you don't want to leave, then don't. Several figures appeared on the street, seemingly out of nowhere. Leading them was a woman wearing a platinum crown, her dark red hair obscuring her left eye, adding a touch of mystery and coldness to her already beautiful and alluring face. The woman wore a black and white combat bodysuit, and her black fishnet stockings accentuated her curvaceous figure, causing many who saw her for the first time to drool. However, those who were more familiar with her felt a chill run down their spines. 4-star Enforcer, Rosa. This woman had a special nickname, Ice Sculpture Master. Rosa's greatest hobby was freezing terrorists into ice blocks and then taking them back to sculpt them into various bizarre shapes. Rumor had it that beneath her villa there was an underground ice cellar containing over 100 human ice sculptures. Rosa waved her hand, and a spear taller than a person appeared in her grasp. The spear was pure white, with a blue and white tip and a crystal clear blue gem embedded in the core area. The spear radiated cold air, and a layer of frost formed on the ground where the tip passed. Rosa looked at the building and licked her lips. I heard there are 200 terrorists here. I think there should be some good materials. Hey, Rosa, don't act yet. It's our security department's responsibility now. Wu Xiuji shouted, a bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. He wasn't nervous when he was verbally sparring with the other party, but the moment he saw Rosa, he truly felt anxious. Rosa, a 4-star Awakener. Awakening item, Ice Spear, rating, 88. It's relatively easy for combat-type Awakeners to reach a score of 80, but the higher you go, the harder it gets. As for the strategic level score of 90, that's even more unattainable. There are very few individuals in this world whose personal combat power reaches the catastrophic level. Therefore, an 88 score is already an extremely high rating for a combat-type Awakener. The most troublesome part is that this person is a battle maniac. Once she gets addicted to fighting, she can't distinguish between friend and foe. Wherever she fights, there are only ruins and ice sculptures left in her wake. If she enters the building, he couldn't be sure whether the terrorists would survive, but the remaining 2,000 hostages would likely not have many left alive. Rosa said calmly, according to the regulations of the Enforcers Alliance, if the Awakeners from the National Security Department cannot resolve the situation within 1 hour of a terrorist incident, the Enforcers have the right to take over the battlefield. As she spoke, she glanced at the time. It has been 36 minutes since the turmoil began. If you cannot resolve it in the remaining 24 minutes, then I will take responsibility. After saying that, she turned to look at the building. Hey, the guy who was just talking, you must be Bald Chang, right? 4-star Strength type Awakener, bounty of 520 million, right? Don't die too quickly later. Wu Xiuji, Bald Chang, the crowd, the hostages. The once oppressive building under the setting sun felt even more stifling now. Outside the 11th floor window, Bald Chang's expression darkened. He had thought that with so many hostages, he could lead the dragon guards by the nose. But unexpectedly, a Chang Yao Jin had appeared out of nowhere. At that moment, his communicator beeped, Brother Chang, those hostages are getting a bit scared, and the situation below is getting chaotic. There were over 200 terrorists in the entire commercial building, and a large portion of them were hired for a high price. Although they were desperate, it didn't mean they were truly unafraid of death. They could bargain with the dragon guards of Xia country, but if the enemy turned out to be the enforcers, that was a completely different concept. The other side didn't care whether you had hostages, they were only responsible for killing, not for saving. Bald Chang's expression grew increasingly grim, and at that moment, something in his arms trembled. He pulled it out. It was a card with a red-nosed clown on the back, and the front of the card showed a queen of diamonds. Infusing his mental power into it, Bald Chang sensed the information coming from that side. A few seconds later, Bald Chang opened his eyes, a hint of mockery flashing in them. He picked up the microphone and said loudly, Wu Xiuji, let's both take a step back. I can let the hostages go, but you must give me enough space to retreat. Wu Xiuji raised an eyebrow. Don't dawdle, state your conditions. I'll give you 10 minutes to find me 30 buses. My people will take the hostages to the outskirts of Ping'an City, then leave the hostages behind, and we will depart. Bald Chang warned, we will place bombs in the buses. If we find anyone following us, we will detonate them immediately. At worst, we all die together. Wu Xiuji didn't respond, and after a few seconds, a voice appeared in his ear. He then nodded in response. Okay, but with so many of you, you definitely can't take all the hostages. Release some of them first. No problem, but I can't have any enforcers in my line of sight. Wu Xiuji looked at Rosa and said in a deep voice, Rosa, this area is still under the control of our dragon guards. Your people should leave first. Rosa did not respond. Instead, she coldly fired a shot into the ground, and large ice crystals formed where the gun's tip touched the ground. There are still 20 minutes left. Once the time is up, regardless of whether you have rescued everyone or not, we enforcers will take action. After saying that, Rosa turned and led her people away. No one noticed the tacit understanding that flashed between Rosa and Wu Xiuji when she looked at him. 10 minutes later, 30 buses arrived one after another. A group of terrorists continuously forced hostages into the vehicles. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly tense and agitated. In a corner, Jolie carefully checked each hostage as they emerged. However, when everyone had come out, Jolie still did not see the person he wanted to meet. So they are still upstairs? Jolie murmured, his figure swaying and disappearing into the darkness. Moments later, all 30 vehicles were filled, totaling 1,200 people, and the buses scattered like a school of fish towards the outskirts of Pingan City. The directions these vehicles took varied, seemingly planning to split up to avoid being caught all at once. Without needing Wu Xiuji to give the order, many Dragon Guard teams had already quietly followed suit. Bald Chang, your people are almost gone, shouldn't you release the others? Wu Xiuji shouted. No rush, let my people leave first, Bald Chang replied indifferently. Wu Xiuji frowned slightly. He could sense that there was no fear in Bald Chang's tone. Rose's sudden appearance was not an accident but a deliberate act on his part. Normally, the Enforcers Alliance would only intervene when the guards could not handle the situation. Such forced interventions by the enforcers usually occurred in weaker countries. The Enforcers Alliance in Xia country certainly did not have the guts for that. Rose's sudden intrusion was a heads-up from Wu Xiuji. Regular enforcers might not be effective, but this crazy woman's entrance at this moment made it seem like there was no problem. The two of them, one with a white face and the other with a black face, successfully intimidated the opposition. The other side indeed made concessions, agreeing not to take any hostages. But now, the tone from the other side did not sound fearful at all. Instead, it gave off a sense of confidence. There was a problem. Wu Xiuji whispered into his earpiece, closely track the 30 buses, be aware that the other side might play tricks. If they attempt to drive the buses out of Pingan City, immediately blow out the tires. After a pause, Wu Xiuji said solemnly, additionally, the Enforcers Alliance should prepare. If the situation goes out of control, they may need to take lethal action. The nature of this terrorist act was extremely severe, although on the surface they chose to compromise, it was merely a delaying tactic. In this era of national awakening, personal strength outweighed firearms. As time passed, this world had been divided among numerous organizations and factions. The power of the state was not what it used to be. Terrorist organizations, mysterious groups, enforcers, mercenaries, consortiums, adventurers. Various forces were intricately intertwined. Therefore, they had generally turned a blind eye to those organizations. But this time was different. This group of terrorists not only took so many hostages but also killed many people. Orders had already been issued from above. No matter the cost, all terrorists must be captured this time. To make terrorists think twice about their actions, they must respond with violence to deter them completely. Moreover, after this incident, major towns in Xia country might organize a cleanup. Even if it costs something, they must root out those hidden terrorist organizations lurking in the darkness. On the 8th floor, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan were still crouched on the ground, holding their heads. The hostages boarding the buses this time were from the 2nd, 4th, and 6th floors, and coincidentally, it had nothing to do with them. Beside them, Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen, her bright eyes filled with confusion. Since they were attacked and kidnapped by the terrorist organization in the restaurant, this guy in front of her had not shown a trace of fear. He even occasionally appeared to be lost in thought, his eyes vacant. Did this guy really not know what fear was? What a strange person. Yi Chen was still lost in thought at this moment. There were still 9 terrorists on the 8th floor. Just now, 6 had left with the bus, and then 3 more had come up from other floors. Clearly, the number of remaining terrorists should be dwindling. A bus could hold 40 to 50 people, and with some terrorists included, about 30 buses could take away 1,200 hostages along with 180 terrorists. So, the remaining hostages were those on the 6th floor, as well as some on the 8th and 10th floors. In total, there were roughly 1,300 people. As for the terrorists, based on the current numbers, there were fewer than 30 across the 3 floors combined. However, there should still be some hidden elsewhere, so let's estimate it at 50. Don't be fooled by their small numbers. These terrorists were different from those who had left earlier. Yi Chen felt that these people were likely core members related to the Polaris organization. Although the situation seemed to be improving, Yi Chen sensed that a crisis was gradually approaching. No one knew the true purpose of this group. Yi Chen absolutely wouldn't believe that they had gone to such great lengths just to rescue those minor characters who were imprisoned. Lost in thought, Yi Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable presence. He instinctively looked up at a vent opening in the ceiling. In the shadow of the vent, a pair of bright, sharp eyes were fixed on Yi Chen. The moment Jolie saw Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan, he let out a sigh of relief. He had just carefully scanned the crowd of those who had left and confirmed that neither Chen Xinlan nor Yi Chen was among them before decisively heading upstairs. Previously, there had been too many terrorists occupying 10 floors, making it difficult to investigate. Now that only 3 floors remained, the difficulty had decreased significantly. Relying on his keen agility, Jolie quickly reached the 8th floor. He had originally thought it would take some time to check, but unexpectedly, Yi Chen happened to look in his direction and he recognized him immediately. Jolie's expression was somewhat strange. Was this kid just stretching his neck out of boredom, or had he actually noticed him? All along, he had been very careful, minimizing his presence to the utmost. Those 3-star terrorists hadn't detected him, and it seemed Yi Chen's awakened ability didn't have any sensing capability. Well, there was no need to think about that now. Jolie scanned the surroundings. The 9 terrorists were scattered in position, making it impossible to take them all down at once. Additionally, there were terrorists on other floors. The 10th floor and higher had not been checked yet, but there were definitely more terrorists there. If a direct confrontation occurred, it would be impossible for just them to eliminate all the terrorists. However, his mission was not to kill. His task was simply to protect Xiaolan and Yi Chen. If both sides ultimately reached a deal, these people could basically withdraw safely. But if something unexpected happened in between, he would have to sacrifice others to protect Chen Xinlan and the two of them. However, if nothing unusual happened at this moment, an unexpected event was about to occur. In the silence, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. "I love you, loving you, just like a mouse loves rice." An extremely retro and eerie song suddenly echoed in the originally tense hall. In an instant, hundreds of eyes turned to Yi Chen. A terrorist looked at Yi Chen, and a golden energy wave appeared on the kitchen knife in his hand. Killing intent. Yi Chen felt the intense killing intent from the other side. Earlier, there had been instances where someone's phone rang. These terrorists were like rabid dogs, completely losing their rationality. As soon as they encountered an unexpected situation, they would immediately strike to kill their target. Even now, as they were about to reach the final conditions with the dragon guards outside, they had already acted. Without hesitation, Yi Chen sighed. He had originally wanted to quietly wait for the climax of the story. Instead, he found himself caught up in the drama. Thinking about it, Yi Chen's hands were moving quickly. He grabbed Chen Xinlan's hand and pushed through the crowd, running towards the ventilation duct not far away. "Kill the terrorist!" with the kitchen knife shouted and charged at Yi Chen. In the next moment, the ceiling above him suddenly shattered and a sharp cold light shot out from the dust, intercepting the terrorist wielding the knife. The other few were about to move when blades exploded on the ground in front of them. The message from the other side was clear: "If you come any closer, it will be your heads next." All the terrorists looked seriously towards the direction of the dust, ready to attack at any moment. A gentle voice emerged from the smoke. "Cough, cough, misunderstanding, misunderstanding." As the dust settled, everyone discovered that a middle-aged man had appeared there at some point. He was of sturdy build with a regular crew cut and a smile on his face that gave off a gentle feeling. However, they were not fools. They understood that this guy in front of them was extremely powerful. Many people's eyes flickered with a red light, eager to strike immediately, but reason in their minds told them that acting now would mean their own deaths. Jolie looked at everyone with a smile. "No need to be so tense. You guys have a grudge with the security department. But I'm just here to pick up my child." Jolie's smile did not fade. "I know you can't make decisions, so call your superiors down." Everyone exchanged glances, and a terrorist quietly reported to Bald Chang through a communicator. The atmosphere was tense, and the scene momentarily stagnated, leaving only the peculiar ringtone of a certain phone. As the situation stabilized, Yi Chen, who was behind Jolie, thought for a moment and slowly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Grandpa." Half an hour ago, outside a wooden house in the western suburbs of Pingan City, Yi Mingfeng was grilling meat and sipping on some drinks. After deciding to no longer involve himself in the conflicts between certain organizations, Yi Mingfeng completely relaxed and returned to his little house. As the sky darkened, the temperature began to drop, and Yi Mingfeng decided to have a barbecue and enjoy a drink. Just then, more than a dozen cars rushed past on the road towards the western forest. A few minutes later, the security department's police cars were also dispatched. Yi Mingfeng went back inside to find his phone and learned that there was a terrifying disturbance in Pingan City. Although Yi Chen told him that he was safe at school, he couldn't help but call to confirm. "Xiaofeng, I just saw the news. There's a riot in the commercial district downtown. The city has been unstable these past few days, so be careful." Yi Chen's expression was a bit strange, then he replied lightly, "Don't worry, Grandpa, I'm quite safe here." "That's good. By the way, I saw on the news that something happened at your school a few days ago." "Oh, a kid blew up a dormitory building to avoid doing homework." "Everyone safe? What the hell is safe? Do you not know what's happening right now? You're just chatting back and forth like it's nothing. Dude, can we consider the situation? You still have the mood to chat in a place like this?" Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen, who was seriously talking nonsense, and was quite surprised. So much had happened, yet this guy could still use such a calm tone to fool his grandfather. That was something else. But thinking about it, it made sense. Telling Yi Mingfeng about this situation would only worry him and wouldn't solve any problems. Suddenly, Chen Xinlan realized something was off. After Yi Chen's phone rang, he immediately took her and ran this way, and then the ceiling exploded, and Uncle Joe suddenly appeared. Chen Xinlan was very clear about Jolie's strength. With him around, her and Yi Chen's safety was absolutely guaranteed. But why did this guy bring him here? Did he notice Uncle Joe before this? Jolie glanced back at Yi Chen, his expression growing more peculiar. In such an environment, being able to chat casually with his grandfather, what kind of trump card does this kid have, or is he confident he can protect him? While Yi Chen and Yi Mingfeng were still chatting, noises finally came from upstairs. A few awakened individuals cautiously descended, led by a bald man with a notably large head. Jolie smiled as he looked at Bald Chang and the others, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Then his smile widened. The Enforcer Alliance has a bounty of 520 million on the 4-star awakened Bald Chang? You should be able to make the call, right? Bald Chang looked at Jolie and then at the shattered ceiling above him, his expression serious. In this entire building, with so many awakened individuals, no one had noticed when he arrived. Although the other party wore a smile, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Such strength and confidence likely indicated he was a 4-star awakened. In today's era, the evolution system for awakened individuals is quite established. Those below 3 stars are considered low-level awakened, while those above 3 stars are high-level awakened. Although it seems like just a 1-star difference, the gap in strength is like heaven and earth. Even those who graduate from the Awakened Academy, over 90% will never reach 4 stars in their lifetime. Moreover, the phrase the other party just said was asking if he could make the call, not if he was the boss here. It may seem similar, but he was very clear about the implications. Who are you? Why are you here? Bald Chang asked, his expression grave. Who I am isn't important, what matters is that my 2 juniors are here and I'm here to take them back. Jolie pointed to Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan behind him. Bald Chang scrutinized Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan, his expression growing even more serious. The girl on the right was stunningly beautiful, but her aura was even more special compared to her looks. Even in this environment, she exuded a cold, superior demeanor. Additionally, there was a black bracelet on her wrist that occasionally shimmered. If he sensed correctly, it should be some kind of awakened item. For someone so young to wear an awakened item, it was evident that this girl had a terrifying background, likely from a major consortium or a wealthy heiress. As for the person next to her, he lacked much in terms of aura. But strangely, he was actually on the phone at that moment. With a dozen terrorists on site and hundreds of hostages, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Even this seemingly smiling guy in front of him must be feeling quite nervous inside. Yet this boy had the composure to make a phone call at such a time. Moreover, he maintained a calm expression and an indifferent demeanor. If a teenager's acting could fool these seasoned veterans, then they might as well not be alive. Bald Chang was certain that this nonchalance was not feigned. This guy truly wasn't afraid at all. To remain so unflustered must mean he had seen significant scenes before. His father or elder must at least be a high-ranking member of a 5-star adventure group or another 5-star organization. Furthermore, he had a considerable recognition of the strength of the man before him. He even sensed that this man possessed some life-saving awakened items or other things. Regardless of which, it was enough to prove that the forces represented by these 3 individuals were extraordinary. Thinking of this, Bald Chang decisively nodded. All right, you can take them both away now. As expected of a leader, you have some insight. Jolie laughed heartily, then glanced at the terrorists near the staircase, their jaws slightly moving. Bald Chang waved his hand, and the other terrorists retreated to the sides. Jolie turned back to Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan. Let's go, we're going home. Chen Xinlan nodded vigorously but instinctively leaned closer to Jolie. As for Yi Chen, he casually said into the phone, Grandpa, we're going home for dinner, let's talk later. A few seconds later, a voice came from Yi Mingfeng. Go ahead, be careful on the way. As soon as the call ended, the smile on Yi Mingfeng's face vanished. Instantly. For an ordinary person, it would be difficult to hear the conversation between Jolie and Bald Chang. Even if they caught a bit of it, they wouldn't understand what was happening. But Yi Mingfeng was not an ordinary person. From the very first mention of a bounty of 500 million, 2 million, he had guessed some possibility. The subsequent vague dialogue made him understand Yi Chen's situation. Xiaofeng must have encountered a terrorist attack. Fortunately, it seemed he had a high-level awakened one protecting him, and the other party was giving them face. It appeared that Yi Chen was casually chatting with him, but in reality, he was using this method to intimidate the other side. Facing a group of terrorists and remaining calm, those terrorists would surely have their doubts. One had to admit that this kid had a strong mental fortitude. If it were him in his younger days facing such a situation, he would have probably been scared out of his wits. Haizi had somehow come to Yi Mingfeng's side, rubbing his head against Yi Mingfeng's thigh and whimpering softly. Yi Mingfeng reached out to pat Haizi's head, his gaze gradually turning cold. I originally didn't want to get involved in your matters with the security department of Xia country, but you shouldn't provoke Xiaofeng. Saying this, Yi Mingfeng looked down at Haizi. Haizi, go to the city center. This time Xiaofeng is fine, but if anything happens to him, I will make them all pay with their lives. At the exit of the edge road of Ping'an City, a bus appeared. At this moment, a terrorist responsible for driving suddenly noticed several dragon guards blocking the way in the distance. There was a yellow line beneath their feet, which marked the limit for the terrorists' vehicles allowed by the dragon guards. As soon as they crossed this boundary, they would be attacked immediately. Seeing this, the bus came to a halt. 6 terrorists got out of the vehicle one after another, and one of them placed a bomb on the front of the bus. One terrorist shouted, "There are bombs inside and outside the vehicle. As long as you dare to chase us or rescue them before we are completely safe, I will detonate it immediately." As he spoke, the terrorist's eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed a bit nervous. Seeing this, the dragon guards exchanged glances and slowly retreated. To make way, under everyone's watchful eyes, one terrorist intercepted a car from not far away, and the 6 of them got in and sped off. A dragon guard whispered into the walkie-talkie, "Report, the terrorists at the 17th intersection have gotten out and left." Across from the commercial building in the city center, Wu Xiuji breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. He then looked at the quiet commercial building, his brow furrowing again. At this moment, it had been nearly an hour since the terrorist action began, and so far, they still did not know the other party's intentions. The remnants of the Polaris organization held in the security department had already left. Most of the terrorists under Bald Chang had driven to the edge of Pingan City one after another. If the other side wanted to act, it would definitely be at that moment. Otherwise, once those hostages were rescued, the security department would have to consider whether to launch a strong attack. The number of terrorists inside the building would not exceed 50. As long as they acted quickly, they should be able to eliminate those 2-star and 3-star terrorists at a minimal cost. As for Bald Chang and the other 4-star awakened ones, although they did not know exactly how many there were or their strength, the overall strength of the security department and the law enforcers would definitely crush them. So what exactly did these guys want to do? In his thoughts, a sudden wave of terrifying energy fluctuations came from the distance. Everyone instinctively looked in that direction, and Wu Xiuji did the same. When he saw where that direction led, his pupils constricted sharply. All high-level awakened ones immediately returned to the security department for defense. Wu Xiuji roared loudly. At that moment, he understood. All his doubts were cleared. Bald Chang and the others went to great lengths to set up such a large game of chess, not to save the people of the Polaris organization, nor to escape. Their true purpose was to divert the security department's forces. The real goal was something or someone important within the security department. Inside the building, Jolie was about to take Yi Chen and the others away when he suddenly sensed a terrifying energy fluctuation from afar. Everyone froze, their expressions tense. Bald Chang, however, had a smirk on his face. The plan had finally begun. Seeing the other party's unmasked emotions, Jolie had already guessed something. Sure enough, these guys' true aim was not them. But that was fine, at least Xiaolan and Xiaofeng were safe. "Hey, your people should have made their move by now. How do you plan to handle this?" Jolie squinted and asked with a smile, resembling two old friends greeting each other. Bald Chang narrowed his eyes at Jolie. "I don't know what you're talking about, my friend." With that, Bald Chang turned to the hostages and roared, "Everyone get the hell out of here immediately. Anyone who hasn't left the building in 3 minutes will die." As he spoke, a terrifying aura emanated from Bald Chang, causing the hostages crouching on the ground to scream in fear. When the first hostage mustered the courage to flee, the others immediately followed suit. In an instant, thousands of people surged toward the exit of the building. The stairwell was filled with screams and the chaos of a stampede. The other terrorists, however, looked on with a mocking expression. "We're not in a hurry, let's wait for them to leave before we go." Jolie maintained his smile, but quietly reminded Chen Xinlan and Yi Chen. Watching the chaotic crowd, Jolie understood in an instant that the other side intended to take advantage of the panic to escape together. In the past, such a tactic would have been impossible, but the energy fluctuation just now was powerful, directed toward the security department. Compared to this place, the safety of the security department was of utmost importance. Moreover, the 30 vehicles that had just left had drawn away a massive number of dragon guards, so there couldn't be many left here. Soon, thousands of hostages would rush out in a state of extreme chaos. At that time, even the dragon guards would be unable to calm them. It was then that their chances of escaping safely would be the greatest. If they were skilled enough, they might not even need to run but could continue hiding in Pingan City. If Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan weren't here, Jolie might have considered whether to keep Bald Chang around. This guy was more related to Eden than to the Polaris organization. It was uncertain whether their relationship was one of cooperation or enmity. Given their mutual hatred, if they met, one of them would definitely die. However, the immediate priority was to protect Chen Xinlan and Yi Chen. Especially Chen Xinlan. If the other side discovered her identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bald Chang took a deep look at Jolie. "Since my friend wants to stay a while longer, then we shall part ways here." With that, he led a few people toward the elevator. When Bald Chang was halfway there, he was about 10 meters away from Yi Chen. As Bald Chang took a step forward, his body suddenly trembled. Yi Chen, who had been expressionless, suddenly felt a peculiar vibration beneath his feet. This sensation was all too familiar to Yi Chen. It was the special reaction when the card of the Fate Weaver sensed another. The other party also had a Fate Weaver card. Jolie had maintained a faint smile throughout, thinking that this matter was about to come to an end. However, the next moment he suddenly noticed Bald Chang's body tremble as he sharply turned to look at them. Almost simultaneously, a murderous intent radiated from Bald Chang. "Kill! Retreat!" Bald Chang and Jolie spoke at the same time, and the other dozen or so terrorists reacted instantly, charging toward Jolie. At the same time, 6 sharp blades appeared on the back of Jolie's hand. In an Instant, several blades of energy slashed out. Boom, 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 countless energies erupted at that moment. Amidst the energy storm, a figure quickly grabbed Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan, tossing them up through the recently damaged ceiling to the 9th floor. "I'll hold them off, you two run upstairs first," came Jolie's voice from below. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen pulled Chen Xinlan and ran upwards. He was well aware of Jolie's strength. If it were just him alone, not to mention killing the opponents, escaping would definitely be impossible. All they could do now was not to create more trouble for him. Chen Xinlan was still in a daze. She had been on high alert just moments ago, but still couldn't understand why they were suddenly attacked. As the energy dissipated below, both sides faced off again. Jolie at this moment was completely different from before. His skin radiated a special texture, and he seemed like a figure made of hard bone. An endless pressure enveloped all the terrorists on the 8th floor. Although the smile on Jolie's face had vanished, he had yet to unleash his true killing intent. He sighed softly and said, "Your mission should have been completed. Why must you insist on going against us?" Bald Chang scrutinized Jolie with a serious expression. Although he suspected the opponent was strong, he hadn't expected him to be this formidable. In an instant, not only had he withstood their attacks, but he had also sent those two guys to the 9th floor. This guy's combat awareness was terrifying. However, since things had come to this, there was no room for retreat. Bald Chang stepped forward, his upper body exploding with exaggerated muscle definition. Then, a chainsaw appeared in his hand, and with the flick of a switch, it whirred to life. Bald Chang glared fiercely at Jolie. "Enough with the act. Although I don't know what organization you belong to, we definitely have a grudge between us." Jolie's eyes flickered. On the surface, he showed no change in emotion, but inside, he was somewhat shocked. Bald Chang seemed to be smarter than he had imagined. He had not shown any killing intent from start to finish, yet the opponent could still detect it. Had his acting skills deteriorated? But since he had been discovered, there was no need for pretense anymore. Jolie grinned. "I was thinking of sparing your lives today, but since you seek death, I'll grant your wish." Before his words had even finished, Jolie had transformed into a shadow and charged forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of a 3-star awakener holding a chessboard like awakened item. A flash of silver light passed, and the terrorist's head was completely severed from his body. "Everyone be careful, this guy is speed type. Xiong De, Xiong Air, come with me to hold him off," Bald Chang shouted, swinging the chainsaw as he charged at Jolie. The chainsaw swept through several energy blades aimed at Jolie. The latter swiftly dodged and then charged into the crowd of opponents. At this moment, the terrorist named Xiong De wildly swung a rope, and upon spotting Jolie, he instantly threw it. The rope seemed to have a tracking mechanism, quickly pursuing Jolie. The terrorist named Xiong Air held a shield behind Xiong De, preventing Jolie from getting close and killing him. Seeing this, Jolie abandoned his attack and quickly retreated to create distance. His brows furrowed slightly. He was confident he could take down this group within minutes in a one-on-one fight. However, the abilities of awakened items could combine in countless ways. With one combat type, one control type, and one defense type, the three formed a basic combat team. To deal with these three, he would indeed need some tricks. If he got held up, then Xiao Lan and Xiao Feng would be in danger. Boom, 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 various energies exploded on the 8th floor of the building, shaking the floors, with curses and screams echoing endlessly. Moments later, both sides separated again. As the dust settled, the entire 8th floor was now in ruins, with walls, floors, and ceilings barely showing a single intact spot. All the lights were shattered, and with the darkness gradually settling in, the entire 8th floor felt eerie. Using the faint light, Bald Chang looked around, his face dark and terrifying. Originally, there were 15 terrorists, but now only 13 remained. He had encountered many 4-star awakened ones, but this was the first time he had met someone so powerful. This guy's awakening item score definitely exceeded 85 points. After reaching A grade, each additional point represented a different meaning. Among awakened ones above B grade, A grade awakened ones only accounted for 3.5%, meaning one would appear in an average of 30 people. And among A grade awakened ones, those with scores above 85 points accounted for less than 5%. His own awakening item score was only 82 points. Even more disgusting was that this guy was a speed-type awakened one. Even if he couldn't defeat him, it would be hard to kill him if he tried to chase. It was still unknown what was happening outside, and if they delayed too long, the dragon guards below would come up, which would be troublesome. Therefore, they had to settle this quickly. Thinking of this, Bald Chang looked at the others. You few have awakening items with sensing abilities. Wait for the right moment to go up and capture those two. If you can take them alive, do so. If not, just kill them. Not far away, Jolie's expression changed, an endless killing intent enveloping everyone. Jolie swung his arm, his sharp claws carving 3 deep marks into the ground. Whoever comes up dies. Jolie's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The 3 terrorists who were about to go upstairs trembled, feeling a chill down their backs, as if a terrifying beast was watching them. Seeing this, Bald Chang's eyes suddenly flashed with a special expression. If you don't let us go up, we will go up anyway, Bald Chang said with a mocking smile, raising his chainsaw and pointing at his two underlings. You two go up, one on the left and one on the right. The rest of you intercept. I want to see what you will do. The two underlings nodded, glancing at Jolie, gritting their teeth as they ran towards the two staircases. Looking for death, Jolie shouted. Lowly, instantly slashing out several knife lights that enveloped the leftmost terrorist. Then he stomped his foot and the floor beneath him shattered like a spider web, while he himself transformed into a blur, charging towards a terrorist. As he advanced, knife lights, flames, and various awakening item skills poured in. Jolie could easily dodge such attacks before, but this time he was pressed for time. With a thought, the demon tiger claw merged partially with his body and his defensive capabilities surged to a terrifying level. He directly withstood all the attacks and caught up with the terrorist. Poochie, the claw pierced through the man's chest, pulling out his still beating heart. Then, in front of everyone, Jolie crushed it, blood spraying like a fountain onto his clothes and face. The bloody scene sent chills down the spines of the terrorists. At that moment, they all began to doubt who the real terrorist was. Just then, a ghostly light flashed and appeared before Jolie. Jolie felt a terrifying sense of crisis surge in his heart. He quickly turned his body but was still grazed by that ghostly light. A ghostly blue card shot through the wall like a meteor, disappearing into who knows where. A few drops of blood scattered in mid-air. Jolie looked down to find a bloodstain appearing on his chest, blood slowly seeping from his body, soaking his clothes. That previous strike from the Death Dealer card had cut through his defenses and even severed one of his ribs. If he hadn't dodged, it would have pierced his heart. You lost. Bald Chang's voice rang out, laced with mockery. Jolie was taken aback, suddenly looking towards the spot in the 9th floor ceiling he had just broken through, just in time to see a figure vanish. That guy's awakening item had the ability to conceal his presence. He hadn't noticed it earlier. It seemed that Bald Chang had sent out 3 people instead of just 2. Not only that, but he also hit a killing move intended to ambush and assassinate himself. Jolie felt a sense of vigilance. No wonder. He was a card from Eden. Even if the bounty wasn't very high, he couldn't be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, Jolie retracted the claws from the back of his hand. He didn't immediately chase after that guy but instead looked warily at Bald Chang. You really know a lot about the Fate Manipulator cards. The smile that had been on Bald Chang's lips vanished. The Fate Manipulator cards have a certain ability. Being injured by them can interfere with an awakened one's abilities, and forcibly using them would result in severe backlash. Very few people in this world know about the Fate Manipulator card's ability. Most enemies who get injured basically end up dead. Just now, he had deliberately provoked Jolie to make him go berserk and use his abilities. But this guy not only knew about the Fate Manipulator cards but was also quite familiar with them. However, it didn't matter. Although he couldn't kill the opponent immediately, Jolie's combat power would sharply decrease without his abilities. There was still a chance to take him down before he could use them again. Bald Chang raised the chainsaw high, and it let out a piercing roar. Everyone, charge! He shouldn't be able to use his abilities for a short time. Even if we can't kill him, we must trap him. Kill! 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 The battle on the 8th floor reignited, and a terrorist was rapidly climbing up the fire escape. In a moment, he reached the top floor of the 17th floor. The fire door on the top floor was locked, and seeing this, the terrorist kicked the iron door open with a loud bang. Then he touched his belt and a wave of energy quickly dispersed. Soon, he sensed the energy fluctuations in a certain corner. The terrorist's eyes lit up with excitement. He had found his target. If he could capture both of them, he would definitely be able to sell them for a good price. Especially that woman who looked very aloof. She seemed like she would fetch a high price. The terrorist walked further inside and quickly stopped outside a restroom. Inside the restroom, the sound of rushing water could be heard, as if a pipe had burst. The man with the belt sneered. After all, these were just kids who didn't know what a perception type awakened was. Did they think that opening the floodgates would affect his detection? In his perception, he could see Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan's positions clearly. Those two were right inside the restroom, one on the left and one on the right, still separated. The man was in the men's restroom, and the woman was in the lobby, seemingly planning an ambush. 2 kids who hadn't even grown up yet dared to ambush a 3-star awakened. Although he wasn't a defensive type, the 2-star difference in passive attributes alone was enough to crush them. With a cold laugh, the man with the belt strode into the restroom. The moment he entered, a cold gleam erupted from the right. A fruit knife suddenly lunged toward the man's throat. However, in the next second, the latter dodged the attack by shifting his body. Heh, is that all you've got? Splash! The man with the belt's pretentious words hadn't finished when Chen Xinlan splashed a basin of liquid at him. The man quickly evaded most of the liquid, only getting a bit on his pant leg. Then he realized that the liquid seemed to be water. At that moment, the man with the belt was a bit confused. He could understand being attacked with a fruit knife, but what did it mean to splash water on him? Just as he was pondering, a flash of purple light suddenly flickered in the men's restroom. As the purple light flashed through the restroom, the man with the belt's body suddenly convulsed violently as if he were dancing the samba. Chen Xinlan was momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. and threw out a second fruit knife with a wave of her hand. The sharp fruit knife pierced the man's throat and blood gushed out with his convulsing body. A few seconds later, the terrorist collapsed to the ground, his body finally ceasing to convulse, but his breath also faded away. Chen Xinlan stared blankly at the corpse on the ground, somewhat lost in thought. A 3-star awakener actually died just like that? Just a moment ago, after they arrived on the rooftop, Yi Chen had been directing her to busy herself with various tasks. At that time, she was still in a state of high tension, instinctively following Yi Chen's arrangements. Later, she realized something was off. The items Yi Chen had her prepare were not for escaping the building, but rather for counterattacking the terrorists who had come up. The terrorists left below were at least 3-star. Even without using any awakening items, their physical prowess alone could crush them. However, before she could voice her doubts, she heard the sound of the fire escape door being kicked open. At that moment, she couldn't think too much and could only proceed according to Yi Chen's plan. Then this scene unfolded. It seemed Yi Chen had somehow connected to a power source and directly incapacitated the enemy. Yi Chen quickly stepped out, dragging the terrorist into the men's restroom while saying, "Don't just stand there, go block the entrance with the iron door." Chen Xinlan blinked and quickly understood. "You want to continue?" "Yeah," Yi Chen replied casually. In a direct confrontation, they were at a significant disadvantage against 3-star awakeners with no chance of winning. But killing and fighting were not the same. This trap was designed to hunt terrorists. If used well, it could take out several in one go. Long before they reached the stairs, Yi Chen had already been contemplating the subsequent situation. He was well aware of Jolie's strength. That guy could kill a 4-star card user in just a few minutes, especially since Jolie was speed-oriented, adept at assassination and evasion. Without their hindrance, not only could he potentially eliminate all the enemies, but he could also ensure his own safety. The best-case scenario was that Jolie would take out or intercept all the enemies and they would just have to wait quietly for the battle to end. But if something unexpected happened, like Jolie not intercepting everyone, he would have to fight against the 3-star awakeners. Since there was a risk, they had to be prepared. Initially, Yi Chen considered whether to jump off the building. However, this building was vertical, making it inconvenient to climb outside. Moreover, if he descended, he would definitely have to pass the 8th floor. If a perception-type awakener spotted him, it would be tantamount to sending himself to his death. After thinking it over, Yi Chen came up with this ambush method. On the 8th floor of the building, a fierce battle was still ongoing. Without the Tianma Tiger Claw, Jolie's combat power was greatly diminished, and he was in a perilous situation surrounded by 10 terrorists. Currently, there was a deep blood mark on his back, a bullet hole in his right leg, and with the wound on his chest, he was almost turning into a blood-soaked mess. However, throughout it all, Jolie's eyes remained calm as water. He had experienced countless battles like this. In such moments, the more flustered one was, the quicker they would die. While dodging, Jolie finally felt the chaotic power within him dissipate. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, and 6 Tianma tiger claws appeared in an instant. Tiger roar. In that moment, dozens of blade lights slashed outwards, each energy wave sharp as a tiger's fangs. Where the blade lights passed, screams echoed continuously. When the dust settled, both sides faced off again, and Jolie flicked his arm, shaking off the blood from the tiger claws. At that moment, he resembled an injured and enraged beast. His combat power not only did not decrease but instead grew stronger. 2 terrorists nearby who failed to dodge in time were taken out directly. Several others were also injured, and their gazes towards Jolie grew increasingly fearful. At this moment, only 8 terrorists remained capable of continuing the fight. The bald man's eyes burned with fury, yet deep within them lay a hint of fear. The guy in front of them had an exceptionally strong combat awareness and an abnormal awakening ability. His demeanor was calm and steady, like a robot, and his timing was impeccable. One person facing their dozen or so members not only remained unscathed but even managed to counter-kill 2 in the process. In his files, perhaps the only ones in Ping'an City who could confront him head-on were the chief of the security department, Wu Xiuji, and Rosa from the Enforcers Division. Such individuals would definitely be considered the backbone of a 5-star enforcer team or a 5-star adventure group. Compared to them, aside from his trusted aides, Xiong Det and Xiong Air, the rest of his subordinates were utterly useless and could not coordinate at all. However, fortunately, their goal was not to kill Jolie. After such a long delay, there should be results on that side, right? Thinking of this, Bald Chang pressed a button on his headset. "Yao Dai, how's it going over there?" On the other end, Jolie was slightly out of breath. He did not immediately go upstairs to find Chen Xinlan and Yi Chen. So much time had passed, the battle above should have ended by now. Yi Chen was quite aware, but after all, he was only a 1-star. He was completely outmatched in front of 3-star awakeners. Xiaolan indeed had some trump cards, but whether they would succeed was uncertain. Even if they succeeded, the cost would not be small. Now, hearing the other party's inquiry, Jolie listened attentively. If Xiaolan and the others were fine, then he could continue to delay. If they were captured, he would find a way to pay some price to exchange for hostages. If they were dead, he would definitely make everyone pay with their lives. While waiting, a voice came through Bald Chang's headset. Sorry, the user you are calling is asleep. Please try again later. Bald Chang? Bald Chang was stunned for a full 3 seconds before finally realizing that it was not Yao Dai speaking, but that young man. Jolie looked at the changing expressions on the other side and smirked slightly. You look quite angry. Let me guess, could it be that your people were counter-killed? Bald Chang crushed the headset in anger, his body trembling with rage. After paying such a high price, they ultimately failed. They did not capture those 2 targets, and the Fate Weaver card could not be retrieved. No, they could no longer consider the Fate Weaver card. What they needed to think about now was how to leave safely. If they continued fighting, the security department's people would probably be coming soon. Bald Chang glared fiercely at Jolie. Today counts as our loss. Retreat. Heh, the world's #1 S-class terrorist organization, Eden, actually. Back down, that's not your style, Jolie mocked, but did not continue to attack. Don't get too proud. No matter what organization you belong to, we at Eden will definitely settle this score. With that, Bald Chang led the remaining lackeys away quickly. Jolie stood quietly in place, watching them leave. It was not until he could no longer sense their presence that he exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then, his body softened, and he staggered, half kneeling on the ground. It's not like before. I actually find it a bit hard to endure this kind of battle now. Jolie shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly, while also feeling very puzzled. From the last sentence of the other party, it was clear that they were still unaware of his and Xiaolan's identities. If they knew, it would likely be a fight to the death. So, the question arose, since the other side had not discovered their identities, why did they suddenly take action? Security Department, Research Institute. Under the dim starry sky, a shadow suddenly appeared. Wu Xiuji was the first to return. When he arrived at the security department, he found that the surroundings were filled with traces of battle. Large areas of facilities had been destroyed, and in some places, there were still open flames and lingering energy fluctuations. At times, several Dragon Guards' corpses could even be seen. Other Dragon Guards were busy and tense, and the scene was chaotic. Wu Xiuji's expression instantly turned dark and terrifying. The security department, as the safest place in the city, had actually been attacked by terrorists. Not only that, but the other party had also caused them significant losses. Where are the people in charge? Wu Xiuji shouted. Soon, a severely injured senior Dragon Guard rushed over. Wu Xiuji looked at the blood-soaked Lao Ma in shock. Lao Ma, are you okay? What just happened here? The senior awakener known as Lao Ma coughed twice, a trickle of fresh blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. However, he paid it no mind and gasped. 2 minutes ago, a group of senior awakeners suddenly attacked us. We couldn't stop them. Their target was very clear, heading straight for the Research Institute. I don't know what they did there, but they left quickly afterward. A group of senior awakeners? Yes, there were many enemies, all elites. There were at least 7 senior awakeners. Wu Xiuji was taken aback, a storm of emotions rising within him. Senior awakeners were high-end combat forces anywhere. In this era of universal awakening, it was already quite remarkable to find one 4-star awakener among 1,000 3-star awakeners. In a city like Pingan with a population of 2 million, the total number of senior awakeners on the surface wouldn't exceed a dozen. The security department had 5, and the law enforcement branch had 3. Logically, this level of combat power was more than enough to suppress most terrorists or unrest. Yet, the enemy had as many as 7 senior awakeners. Moreover, after the incident in the commercial district, he had gone to provide support, and 2 more senior awakeners had rushed over. At the same time, to protect the hostages, the security department had dispatched a large number of Dragon Guards. So, in the end, only Lao Ma, another senior awakener, and a small team of Dragon Guards remained. This level of defensive force would definitely be unable to withstand the surprise attack of 7 senior awakeners. Taking a deep breath, Wu Xiuji asked, "What about the Research Institute? Which way did the enemy go?" "I'm not sure about the Research Institute, but that group of senior awakeners fled to the west." Wu Xiuji stamped his foot, and a pair of technologically advanced shoes appeared on his feet as he turned to leave. Lao Ma was taken aback and hurriedly grabbed him. "They're too strong. It's useless for you to chase after them alone." Wu Xiuji was the only speed type among the 5 senior awakeners in the security department. At this moment, he was the only one who might catch up to those terrorists. But since so many of them couldn't withstand the enemy's attack, it was too risky for Wu Xiuji to go alone. Wu Xiuji directly interrupted him. "You take care of this place, I'll handle the rest." After saying that, he took a step forward, and the floor beneath him shattered as he vanished like an arrow released from a bow. Lao Ma stared blankly at Wu Xiuji's departing figure, ultimately gritting his teeth and striding toward the Research Institute. Half an hour earlier, hundreds of miles to the west, a fluctuation suddenly appeared in the light column of the Kunlun secret realm. Then, a massive eagle soared out from the light column. Creatures from the secret realm generally did not enter the teleportation portal. On one hand, there were awakeners stationed at the entrance, making it impossible for ordinary magical beasts to approach. On the other hand, they were wary of this unknown world. Over the years, there had been no instances of secret realm creatures actively invading Blue Star from the 13 secret realms worldwide. However, this time, a creature did appear. When the eagle arrived at Blue Star, it circled in the air before rapidly flying south. The eagle was enormous, its wingspan reaching over 10 meters. A terrifying pressure radiated from it, causing magical beasts within a few kilometers to tremble in fear, many fleeing in all directions. Clearly, this eagle was a terrifying high-level magical beast. Not only that, but a human was also standing on the eagle's back. The man had unkempt hair and exuded a foul odor, as if he hadn't bathed in months. Yet, the eagle showed no signs of disdain. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the eagle's eyes were filled with tension and panic. The man stood motionless on the eagle's back like a statue, quietly gazing at the distant night sky, lost in thought. In his hand, he held something resembling a deep blue crystal. The crystal was clear and translucent, shimmering with a faint blue light under the moonlight, looking incredibly beautiful. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if something was moving within the crystal. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the man could vaguely see the distant lights flickering on. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he exerted a slight force with his foot, causing the magical beast beneath him, the hawk, to suddenly feel as if it were being crushed by a mountain. Its body plummeted downwards from hundreds of meters high, like a meteor falling through the sky. The hawk screamed in terror, flapping its wings desperately, but no matter how hard it tried, it was futile. It wasn't until they were 15 meters from the ground that the pressure from the disheveled man on its back gradually eased, allowing the hawk to stabilize itself. In those few seconds, the hawk felt as if it had wandered through the gates of hell. Despite being terrified to the extreme, the hawk dared not express any dissatisfaction and could only continue to obediently serve as a mount. During the flight, the man suddenly sensed something and looked down at the jungle, where several vehicles were approaching in his direction. Judging by the number of vehicles, there seemed to be quite a few, estimating around 100 to 80 people. A group of people exploring a dangerous area at this time? The man felt puzzled. The chances of encountering danger at night were much higher than during the day. Even newly graduated students from the Awakener Academy wouldn't make such a mistake. Clearly, there was something off about the people in those vehicles below. However, the man chose to ignore it, as he had more important matters to attend to. He had only one thought in mind: to return immediately and hand over the item in his possession to her. He looked up towards the south, and the hawk let out a long cry, flapping its wings as it continued to fly forward. After a while, the man suddenly turned his head to another direction. There, he could faintly sense the presence of several high-level awakeners. The man's brow furrowed. When did so many high-level awakeners gather near Pinyin City? He hesitated for a moment. Logically, given his status, he should check it out. But he really didn't want to waste time. In his hesitation, the man suddenly detected a familiar presence among them. He exerted a slight force with his foot, and the hawk immediately understood. Its wings flapped as it changed direction, flying towards the source of the battle. In the distant jungle, 4 awakeners were entangled in combat. 2 of the awakeners moved like phantoms, swiftly navigating through the jungle. Ordinary people couldn't even see their movements, they could only catch glimpses of flickering flames. One high-level awakener planted a flag into the ground, a faint yellow halo enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Within the halo, 3 of the 4 emitted a yellow glow, seemingly encased in a protective shield. Another high-level awakener wielded a fan, each flap unleashing dozens of wind blades that covered a large area. Each attack forced the unshielded awakener back. The man with the flag spoke in a deep voice: "Wushoji, give it up, you can't get past our interception alone." The woman beside him, holding the fan, laughed. "Captain Wu, we're just doing our job for the money, please don't blame us." Forced back once again, Wushoji gasped for breath, but his expression remained cold. "You should know very well who those guys are. It's not too late to turn back now, or you'll find yourselves on the bounty list of the Enforcers Alliance. Let them come, we mercenaries are here for resources. If someone offers more, why not take it?" The high-speed awakener licked his dagger mockingly. "Captain Wu, I advise you to go back, don't lose everything over a single mission." Before the woman could finish her sentence, the 4 suddenly stiffened and looked sharply towards the northwest. A terrifying presence was rapidly approaching. High-level magical beast? The man with the flag's expression changed. They were still hundreds of miles from the danger zone. "It seems to be a flying magical beast," added the speed-type awakener. As they spoke, a dark shadow appeared within their line of sight under the night sky. Looking at the enormous figure in the sky, the 4 of them displayed different expressions. Some were tense, some excited, and others were contemplating how to use this magical beast to escape. Soon, the massive eagle appeared above them. Just when everyone thought the eagle was about to leave, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down to the ground. Bang! The ground trembled, startling everyone as they warily looked towards the figure in the dust. As the dust settled, they could see that the falling figure seemed to be a person. The person was disheveled and ragged, resembling a beggar. But a beggar wouldn't jump down from the back of a high-level magical beast. Wu Shoji looked at the person, his eyes filled with wariness and confusion, then a look of astonishment appeared on his face. "Lord Chen Rui? The other three initially didn't react, but when Wu Shoji called out the person's name, their bodies trembled violently. The three of them fled in three different directions like desperate fugitives, using every ounce of strength they had, wishing they could grow a few more legs. Chen Rui, 6-star enforcer, captain of the Wolf Hong team, one of the 4 6-star awakeners in Xia country. It's hard to say who the strongest 6-star awakener in Xia country is, but if you talk about the one with the worst temper, the most murderous, and the most insane, it would definitely be Chen Rui. 10 years ago, Chen Rui broke through to 6 stars and then joined the Enforcer Alliance to form the 6-star enforcer team Wolf Hong. After that, he entered slaughter mode. In 10 years, he has eradicated over 20 high-level terrorist organizations, and the number of lower-level ones is countless. Rumor has it that the number of terrorists he has killed has reached 5 digits. This guy calls himself the Killer Wolf, but the outside world has given him a terrifying nickname, the Butcher. Chen Rui ignored the three fleeing individuals and calmly looked at Wu Shoji, asking, "What happened in Pingan City?" Wu Shoji came to his senses and immediately replied, reporting, "My lord, terrorists just attacked the security department and kidnapped a student suspected of possessing a strategic-level awakening item. A few minutes ago, while chasing the terrorists, Wu Shoji received news from Old Ma. This time, the enemy's terrifying operation was aimed at the Research Institute, directly forcefully abducting Wong Hong. Although the final rating had not yet been obtained, according to several researchers' statements, Wong Hong's awakening item rating could reach S level. Chen Rui lightly said oh, as if recalling that the awakening day for the third-year students had started more than half a month ago. He didn't expect that a city with only 2 million people would actually have an S-level talent awakener. Which direction did they run? Chen Rui asked. Southwest direction, I just caught up a minute ago, they shouldn't have gone far. Seemingly recalling something, Wu Shoji quickly added, the terrorist organization that launched this operation is most likely Eden. Boom. A surge of overwhelming blood energy shot into the sky, the terrifying pressure awakening creatures over dozens of kilometers. Just moments ago, Chen Rui had been calm, but when he heard the words Eden, he exploded. Chen Rui's eyes instantly turned blood red, and with a flick of his hand, a blood-colored long knife appeared in his grasp. Den. Chen Rui's voice was hoarse, and he seemed to go mad. Seeing Chen Rui's overwhelming blood energy, Wu Shoji was startled. Although it was rumored that the Wolf Hong 6-star enforcer team had a grudge against Eden, he didn't expect that just mentioning a name could provoke such fury from this lord. The three mercenaries still fleeing at that moment felt paralyzed with fear. Just a moment ago, they had a glimmer of hope, thinking that this lord wouldn't turn against them. But at this moment, they clearly knew that the butcher had gone berserk. While fleeing for their lives, the man who had planted the flag suddenly felt a chill run down his back. He turned to look, and a massive blood-red blade of light was rapidly slicing towards him from beneath the night sky. The blood-red blade was over 10 meters long, and wherever it passed, all plants, animals, and other living beings were obliterated. The flag-planting man felt as if all the blood in his body had turned against him. However, as a 4-star awakener, he managed to overcome his fear at a critical moment. Just before the blood-red blade arrived, he shouted and planted his piece into the ground. Golden Guardian. This time, the piece's halo lit up. The range was only 3 meters, but its brightness was several levels higher than before. A golden shield enveloped him, shimmering with dazzling golden light, giving the illusion that it was indestructible. The next moment, the blood blade collided with the shield. The once unstoppable blood blade suddenly halted upon contact with the shield. The flag-planting man was overjoyed. He had blocked it. His strongest defense had actually withstood a blow from the butcher. However, before the joy on his face could fade, he suddenly felt his body lose all strength. In the next moment, the blood blade vanished, the golden shield disappeared, and the flag in front of him snapped in two. Boom! The earth trembled as a storm of blood and energy erupted behind him. The flag-planting man looked down and realized that his lower body had vanished without him. Noticing, Wu Shoji stood there, stunned, watching the shadow that had disappeared into the sky. Although the outside world knew of the terror of the Wolf Hong battle team, very few had seen them in action. This was because the Wolf Hong team usually handled things themselves and did not cooperate with other enforcers. Wherever the Wolf Hong went, not a blade of grass would grow. They left no survivors. When you saw them act, it meant you were already dead. This time was a special case, and Wu Shoji was honored to witness the butcher in action. Suddenly, Wu Shoji thought of a phrase. The demon blade emerges, wreaking havoc on the world. In the jungle, several figures moved swiftly through the underbrush. With each distance they covered, a group would leave the main team and delve deeper into the jungle. Now, only 3 people remained in the team. At the front, a high-level awakener carried a young boy on his shoulder, his physique agile and completely unaffected by the surrounding environment. In the middle, a woman with long blonde waves tied her hair up. Her previously low-cut dress had been changed to a black knight outfit. At the back of the team, an awakener, using some unknown awakening item, carefully erased the traces they left behind. As they advanced, the Black Widow looked at the unconscious Wong Hong, her eyes filled with excitement. Although time was extremely tight and they had paid a considerable price, the final result had been achieved. Compared to a time-based prophetic awakener reaching S level with an awakening item, all those sacrifices seem trivial. It should be noted that among all the awakeners in Eden, only a few had reached S level with their awakening items. Not only that, but this guy was very likely the target that Rolls had been desperately searching for. He must hold the secret to the death of the 5-star Cartridges. Just as they were moving forward, a terrifying bloodlight suddenly shot up into the sky from behind. Even the 3 people over 10 miles away could clearly feel the endless killing intent within that bloodlight. What the hell is that? Bloodlight shooting into the sky, the awakener at the back exclaimed. The Black Widow turned around and saw the blood energy soaring into the clouds, her expression changing drastically. Damn it, how did this guy suddenly appear here after disappearing for half a year? For the first time, the Black Widow, who had always been calm and collected, showed a look of shock. Deep in her eyes, there was also profound fear. Because she knew that bloodlight all too well. The captain of the Wolf Fong 6-star enforcer team, Butcher Chen Rui. In the eyes of the world, Eden was the most terrifying 6-star evil organization, but on the Eden side, they also had people they feared. In their eyes, Chen Rui was even more terrifying than they were. The Eden had a deep-seated grudge against Chen Rui that had lasted for 10 years. Over the past decade, Chen Rui had eliminated at least 8 of their members, and the killing wolf he created had wiped out more than 20 organizations related to Eden. 6 months ago, this guy suddenly disappeared, yet they still acted with caution. As a result, Black Widow never expected to run into this guy here by sheer coincidence. The moment she saw the bloodlight soaring into the sky, Black Widow knew that the Butcher was already aware of their presence. A large amount of cold sweat broke out on her back. Given that guy's personality, he would never rest until he had slaughtered them all. Thinking of this, Black Widow gritted her teeth and reached out to pinch Wong Hong's neck, causing him to tremble slightly and slowly awaken. When Wong Hong looked up, he happened to see a very beautiful blonde foreign girl. The next moment, Black Widow blew a breath of warm air at him, and a thick pink mist entered Wong Hong's body. Black Widow smiled seductively, stroking Wong Hong's cheek. Little guy, am I pretty? Wong Hong's eyes became dazed, his face flushed, and saliva uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth. Pretty, very pretty. Remember not to mention me to anyone, be good, sleep now. With a snap of her fingers, Wong Hong fell into a coma once more. After doing all this, Black Widow's face instantly turned pale. She looked at the person in front and said, we split up, you take him south. As long as you can shake off the Butcher's pursuit and get him to the designated location, I can make you a member of the organization. The mercenary paused at her words. For mercenaries like them, the temptation of joining the organization was unparalleled. He glanced at the distant red light, his mind in fierce turmoil. He certainly knew the Butcher's reputation. But while a 6-star awakener was powerful, that guy was ultimately not a perception-type awakener. Chen Rui's Wolf Fong team had been recuperating in Longdu, so he should only be alone now. Moreover, they were quite far apart, and along the way, Black Widow had specifically sent out a large number of decoys. The chances of escape were still there. Thinking of this, the man gritted his teeth and said, let's do it. With that, he hoisted Wong Hong onto his back and dashed out, disappearing into the jungle in the blink of an eye. Black Widow watched his disappearing figure with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Sure enough, these mercenaries were fools who valued money over their lives. If Chen Rui just happened to pass by and didn't know she had taken Wong Hong, there might still be a slight chance he would take Wong Hong away. But if he knew, the Butcher would definitely find them, even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. Retreat! Black Widow whispered, and the two disappeared into the night in another direction. Behind them, accompanied by the cry of a hawk, a blood-red energy radiated around Chen Rui, covering a radius of 200 meters. Under his special ability, no living creature could escape his perception. At that moment, the entire mountain forest transformed into a slaughterhouse. In the darkness, blood-red blades of light occasionally appeared. Each blade that passed represented at least one terrorist meeting their end. Throughout it all, Chen Rui's face remained as cold as snow, without a trace of any other expression. As for whether those killed were truly terrorists, Chen Rui didn't care at all. To him, it was better to mistakenly kill 10 than to let one escape. From the moment he broke through to 6 stars, his mission had been singular: exterminate Eden. Moments later, the hawk flew low, appearing at the location where Black Widow and the others had left. Chen Rui frowned slightly as he sensed that the terrorist who had left to the left was more vigorous in their blood energy. However, that kind of blood energy was outwardly released without any restraint. After a brief moment of thought, Chen Rui stomped his foot and the hawk chased after the left side, completely disappearing into the night sky. On the top floor of the commercial building in Pingan City, Yi Chen was practicing with a long knife. Just now, after rummaging through the belongings of that terrorist, he obtained 2 vials of potions, a wallet, and a long knife. The effects of the potions are unknown, and the wallet contains 438 yuan. The material of the long knife is indiscernible, but it's certain that a 3-star terrorist wouldn't use anything ordinary. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with this haul. Xiaolan, how much can this knife sell for? Chen Xinlan was initially a bit tense, but seeing Yi Chen's casual demeanor eased her nerves. Hey, Yi Chen, aren't you nervous at all? Chen Xinlan couldn't help but ask. Not really, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. How do you manage to stay so calm? Yi Chen wiped the long knife and sheathed it, saying lightly, just die a few more times, and it'll be fine. Chen Xinlan? While she was in a daze, the iron door not far away suddenly made a sound again. The door was kicked open with a bang, and then a ghostly figure instantly appeared at the restroom door. Xiaolan, Xiaofeng, Jolie called out loudly. However, the next second, the anxious expression on his face suddenly froze. In his line of sight, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan were standing there completely unharmed. One person still had a black bracelet on their wrist, while the other was playing with a sword. Jolie was stunned after sensing Yi Chen and their presence upon arriving on the 15th floor. He rushed over immediately. In his view, two one-star rookies facing a three-star awakened one would surely result in a Pyrrhic victory, even if they won. To kill the enemy, Xiaolan might have released the seal, and at this moment, the curse power was erupting. Yet, he hurried over only to find the two completely unscathed, not even a tear in their clothes. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Chen Xinlan was startled to see Jolie covered in blood. Uncle Zhou, are you okay? I'm fine. Did you kill that terrorist just now? Jolie felt a bit dazed. Yi Chen nodded, swinging the long sword in his hand. Killed him, the body has been stripped clean, there's nothing valuable. Jolie looked at Yi Chen, then at Chen Xinlan, 100,000 questions swirling in his mind. He simply couldn't figure out how these two managed to kill that terrorist without a scratch. Chen Xinlan seemed to guess Jolie's confusion and briefly recounted what had just happened. Water release, electrification, throwing darts. The entire process was smooth and unadorned. After hearing the whole story, Jolie glanced at the corpse in the restroom, revealing a look of sympathy. A dignified three-star awakened one actually got electrocuted, how unfortunate. Coming back to his senses, Jolie gave Yi Chen a thumbs up. Xiaofeng, you've done a great job this time. No matter how they killed the opponent, as long as they were unharmed, that was what mattered. Uncle Zhou, what about those people just now? Chen Xinlan suddenly asked. They ran away as soon as they realized they couldn't catch you, Jolie explained. Are they from that organization? Chen Xinlan asked again. When she posed this question, the black bracelet on her wrist began to flicker rapidly. Jolie nodded, knowing Chen Xinlan's character and not hiding anything. That bald guy is from the cartel. He looks tough but is actually quite insidious. Just now, he almost caught me. Yi Chen listened to the two speaking in riddles, completely baffled. What organization? What cartel? Brother Zhou, what were you just talking about? Yi Chen couldn't help but ask. Jolie and Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen, and after a moment of hesitation, Jolie explained, I was talking about a terrorist organization, Eden. You might not have heard of Eden, it's the only S-level terrorist organization in the world. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's pupils slightly contracted. An S-level terrorist organization means their leader is a 6-star awakened one. That's the pinnacle of human combat power. Jolie originally didn't plan to tell Yi Chen about this aspect. 6 stars were still too distant for him. But now that Yi Chen had already come into contact with this organization, since there was no way to avoid it, it was better to understand a bit in advance, at least so he wouldn't be at a loss when encountering it in the future. While saying this, Jolie closely observed Yi Chen's expression. He noticed that although Yi Chen was a bit excited, he quickly stabilized his emotions. Jolie felt a surge of emotions in his heart. This kid truly had extraordinary courage. Since he could accept it, it was easier to talk. Jolie continued, the influence of Eden is very vast. The leader of the Polaris organization that was previously eradicated was one of Eden's cardholders. Cardholder? Yes, Eden has a special awakening item, the Fate Master cards. Those who obtain the cards are the backbone of Eden, and they are called cardholders. Jolie then explained the basic information about Eden and cardholders one by one. For instance, the lowest among cardholders are 4-star awakeners, while the powerful ones can reach 5 stars. Each cardholder has their own influence, which is considered a benefit from Eden. In other words, aside from its main body, Eden has 54 affiliated terrifying organizations of 4 or 5 stars. If these forces were to gather together, it would be an incredibly terrifying power. Yi Chen listened attentively, gradually connecting all the information with his previous experiences. 20 days ago, the Spade K cardholder Dilia from the Polaris organization obtained a treasure in the Kunlun secret realm and brought it out. As a result, he accidentally stumbled upon it on the way. Later, the Club K Klaus came to investigate and discovered clues, starting to search for him. The outcome was that the Polaris organization was discovered in advance and wiped out, with the higher-ups either dead or fleeing. However, Klaus was unwilling to give up and continued searching. He almost got discovered at the end. The guy after that was killed by Jolie at Rongwang High School, and that was when the matter came to a close. However, a few days later, the other party returned, but this time the target seemed not to be him, but rather the security department. So, did that mean everything he did before was completely hidden? In his thoughts, Yi Chen suddenly remembered something. Brother Zhou, is that Fate Master card you mentioned valuable? Jolie was taken aback. He had spent so long telling Yi Chen how dangerous and terrifying this organization was, yet this kid was focused on whether the Fate Master cards were valuable. Jolie laughed. If we categorize the Fate Master cards by ability, selling them for $1 billion or $800 million is definitely not a problem, but generally, no one dares to accept them. Because the cards can sense each other? Exactly, these things belong to Eden's tokens and they form a complete set of cards. When combined, they should have special effects. And anyone who dares to use them will definitely be hunted down by Eden. Then do you dare to accept them? Yi Chen continued to ask. He had one on him and there was another under the sand pile next to the school restroom. If no one wanted them, wouldn't they just be stuck with them? Do we dare to accept them? Jolie looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. Was this kid indirectly probing their strength? Thinking of this, Jolie didn't hide it and nodded. Of course we dare. Let me put it this way, my brother already has 8 Fate Master cards in his possession. If you have any Fate Master cards, we will take as many as you have. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was overjoyed and began to think about how to sell the card while clearing himself of any involvement. Just as he was about to speak, Jolie's phone suddenly rang. Jolie grimaced and slowly took out his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, he immediately pulled it out and complained, "Old Wei, you finally decided to call me back. Stop the nonsense." Old Wei roared from the other end. Just now, terrorists attacked our research institute, and they took away an S-class rated awakener. Hearing the roar from the phone, a familiar figure instantly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. Although Yi Chen guessed that old Wang's awaken item rating was not low, he really didn't expect that guy to reach S level. The key point is that he was also captured. Old Wang had reported twice in a row before, once taking down the Polaris organization and once taking down the Katuros. Now his awaken item has the ability to predict the future. Connecting this with the explosion just now and what Bald Chang and the others have been doing these past 2 days, Yi Chen seems to understand something. It seems that old Wang took the hit for him. Chen Xinlan also reacted. She looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. The one who got captured can't be your classmate, right? Yi Chen nodded. There's a high possibility. Jolie, with a very ugly expression, quickly asked, what is the enemy's strength? Where did they retreat to? While speaking, he looked at Chen Xinlan. Xiaolan, help me deal with my wounds quickly. Chen Xinlan paused. Are you going to save him? If I can save him, I will. If I can't, then I'll kill him. Jolie said coldly, no matter what, we can't let Eden get an S-level awaken item. S-level is also known as strategic level. The role of such awaken items is greater in the hands of stronger organizations. A large part of Eden's growth to its current level is due to their plundering of outstanding talents from various countries. The current academy model is largely to protect those talented students from terrorist organizations' attacks. At this moment, Yi Chen silently mourned for old Wang for 3 seconds in his heart. At the same time, a strange image appeared in his mind. In the image, people from Eden were dragging Wang Hong across the map, while Jolie, the security department's dragon guards, and the enforcers were howling to kill him. It seems quite thrilling. Hearing Jolie's righteous indignation, Old Wei decisively said, the enemy retreated to the west. It's been about 7 minutes. With your speed, there's still a chance to catch up. As for their strength, there are probably 7 or 8 high-level awakened ones. Someone who was about to get up suddenly stiffened and sat back down. Xiaolan, take your time with the wounds, no rush. Chen Xinlan, Old Wei, Yi Chen. In the southwest direction of the commercial street, under the night sky, 3 figures were sneaking through an alley. Occasionally, the shouts of the dragon guards could be heard on the street. At this moment, Bald Chang and the others were sneaking cautiously, making no noise. They had delayed their retreat due to the battle with Jolie, and when they went down, they happened to run into the security department's dragon guards coming up to investigate. After a struggle, everyone scattered and fled, and they finally managed to shake off their pursuers. What the hell is that guy? A monster with an awaken item rating over 85 points has no information at all. Bald Chang couldn't help but complain. He could tell that Jolie hadn't used his full strength, because Jolie had been worried about Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan. If it were a life and death battle, they wouldn't just be able to retreat unscathed, it would be a matter of how many could survive in the end. According to Bald Chang's estimation, Jolie's strength could definitely rank in the top 100 on the 4-star list. Changgu, where are we going next? Xiong De asked. First, follow me to find something, then find a place to hide. It's easy to run into other cities' dragon guards if we leave now, Bald Chang said as he stood still, releasing his mental power. Then he looked up in a certain direction. Over there. Previously, during the battle in the building, he had thrown the card as a hidden weapon. This kind of awakened item works best as a hidden weapon, because if held in hand, it could easily injure oneself. The result was that although Jolie was hurt, the card from the Fate Master flew away after penetrating the building's wall without any obstacles. Fortunately, after signing the soul contract, he could sense its existence. The 3 quickly moved forward, and every distance they covered, Bald Chang would stop to release his mental power to sense the location of his Fate Master card. After several perceptions, Bald Chang gradually confirmed the exact location of the card. The 3 of them quickly crossed a neighborhood and arrived at a garbage recycling station. The summer garbage recycling station was filled with a terrible stench, and various flies and mosquitoes were everywhere. Bald Chang endured the foul smell and released his mental power again, at which point a faint blue light emanated from a nearby pile of garbage. Seeing this, Bald Chang breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally found the card. He hurried over to pick it up, but halfway there, a shadow suddenly sprang out from the darkness. Startled, Bald Chang summoned his chainsaw and swung it fiercely, but the strike missed. The shadow did not attack him but instead darted past him and into the garbage pile behind him. The three looked over and discovered that the shadow was a massive black dog, which was holding a faint blue card in its mouth. "This beast actually knows this is a treasure?" Bear Air said, somewhat surprised. Bear D gave Bear Air a smack on the head. "Are you stupid? With that speed, do you think that dog is an ordinary one? A magical creature? It's possible." Bald Chang's forehead bulged with veins in anger. "You two, stop talking nonsense. Bear Da, catch it. Don't let this beast get away." Oh, got it." Bear Da hurriedly responded, summoning a rope. Just as he was about to act, another voice appeared from outside. "Heisey, how many times have I told you? Not everything can be eaten. If you eat something bad, you'll have diarrhea." The three were taken aback and turned to see an old man with a hunched back and a white beard standing at the door, who had appeared there without them noticing. Bald Chang's expression turned serious. He was less than 30 meters away from the old man, yet he had no idea when the other had shown up. The other party's awakened item likely had the ability to conceal its presence. "Who are you?" Bald Chang asked warily. "Yi." Mingfeng stroked his beard, looking displeased. "The quality of today's youth is getting lower and lower. Don't you know to add a respectful title when asking questions?" In response to Yi Mingfeng, Bald Chang pulled the chainsaw's trigger. This old man was too mysterious. He had to be on high alert until he understood the others' awakened items' abilities. At that moment, Heisey had already circled around Bald Chang and reached Yi Mingfeng's side. He wagged his tail and handed the jester card to Yi Mingfeng, looking proud of himself. Yi Mingfeng squinted at the card in his hand. "Club Q? Is your boss spade Q or heart Q?" Swish! Hearing Yi Mingfeng's words, cold sweat instantly broke out on Bald Chang's back. The club and diamond series are the most basic cards, while spades and hearts are a higher level. The hierarchy among jester cards was something even his subordinates didn't know, yet this guy in front of him was completely aware. What on earth was going on in this Pinyin city? First, he encountered a mysterious 4-star powerhouse, and now there was an odd old man who knew about jester cards. At that moment, Bald Chang seemed to understand why Spade K and Club K had died here. In this seemingly small town with a population of only 2 million, there seemed to be many terrifying figures hidden away. "Who exactly are you? If you don't speak up, don't blame me for being rude." Bald Chang released all his aura, his words laced with killing intent. Yi Mingfeng chuckled, completely ignoring the threat. "I guess you must be called Bald Man, right?" "What Bald Man? It's Bald Chang. This is our Chang Gu," Bear Air rebutted from a distance. "Oh, Bald Chang, no wonder it felt a bit awkward just now." Bald Chang's face turned green with anger at the conversation between the two. Was this really the time to discuss that? The other party could ignore his pressure, proving they were also a 4-star powerhouse. Just as he was considering whether to strike first, Yi Mingfeng suddenly said, "Let me ask you a question. Is Xiaofeng and the others okay?" Z. At that moment, Guanto Chang cranked the power of the chainsaw to the maximum. "What little wind, big wind, I don't recognize. I'll ask you one last time, who are you?" The other party repeatedly ignored his question, which made Guanto Chang unable to endure any longer. Seeing this, Yi Mingfeng sighed. "Alright, since you asked sincerely, I'll tell you. I'm just an old man who knows about traditional Chinese medicine." After a pause, Yi Mingfeng added, "Also, I have another identity. I'm the grandpa from the phone call with Xiaofeng 10 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Guanto Chang's pupils shrank sharply. He remembered that kid who had called from upstairs. "Kill!" Guanto Chang shouted and charged forward. His eyes carried a resolute determination as if he were ready to face death. Yi Mingfeng was a bit confused. What was going on? He remembered that during their chat, Guanto Chang and the others had been intimidated by Jolie and agreed to let them go. But now, the other party looked so furious and terrified, as if they had some deep-seated grudge against them. Yi Mingfeng didn't understand, but Guanto Chang was very clear. Earlier, he had sensed the aura of the Fate Weaver card from Yi Chen, and later Jolie confirmed that they were mortal enemies. Now this old man claimed to be Yi Chen's grandfather, so there was no need for further explanation. Seeing the other party's furious expression, Yi Mingfeng's face darkened. Something had happened to Xiaofeng. If Xiaofeng and the others had safely left, the other party wouldn't be so crazed upon learning he was Xiaofeng's grandfather. It seemed that a battle had likely occurred over there, and this group must have suffered losses. Originally, Yi Mingfeng wanted to ask slowly, but now he had to resort to some violence. Yi Mingfeng raised a hand, and the ground seemed to shift slightly. Guanto Chang suddenly felt something was off beneath his feet. He slammed on the brakes and, almost simultaneously, several sharp thorns shot up from the ground. Guanto Chang was startled. He swung the chainsaw to cut through the thorns and retreated just in time. Even so, he was still pierced by 2 thorns in his thigh. On the other side, a rope shot straight towards Yi Mingfeng, and just when it was less than 10 meters away from him, a vine burst forth from the ground. The vine quickly lifted and entwined with the rope, then burrowed back underground. In the blink of an eye, Guangtou Chang and Xiong Da's attacks were completely neutralized. Guangtou Chang didn't look at the wound on his leg. He stared at the suddenly appearing thorns and vines ahead, feeling a dryness in his throat. Plant-type awakened object? In this era of universal awakening, it wasn't strange to awaken something. But the strangeness here referred to the type. The vast majority of people's awakened objects were items. Inanimate objects. These blackened awakened objects themselves possessed certain abilities. As the strength level of the awakened increased, the abilities of the awakened objects and their own strength would gradually enhance. But besides that, there was a special type of awakened object, biological. Biological awakened objects were less like awakened objects and more like magical creatures. They possessed life and were independent entities. As the awakened one's level broke through, these creatures would grow rapidly. However, this type of awakened object was extremely rare, with numbers fewer than S-rated awakened beings. Among these biological awakened beings, those with plant-type awakened objects were even rarer. Their appearance at any time would be a sensational news event for the entire nation. Because plant-type awakened objects had the potential to cultivate various fruits or produce special materials. In Xia country, the most famous was Mu Fengchun, who awakened 60 years ago. His awakened object was a plant-type awakened object, the Tree of Life. S-rated, with a score of 93. The life essence extracted from the Tree of Life had a strong regenerative ability. Its effect could be described as rebirth from a severed limb. As long as a person wasn't dead, they could basically recover. Thus, Mu Fengchun earned a resounding title, the Great Huatua. Once discovered, he was placed under strict protection. As Mu Fengchun's strength increased, the healing effect of his life master became more powerful, and the output surged dramatically. Many high-level awakeners who had retired due to injuries returned to the battlefield, and in just a few years, the high-end combat power of Xia country was elevated to a new level. Not only that, but some top-tier awakeners, whether exploring deep secret realms or hunting down terrorists, found that having a vial of life potion significantly increased their survival rate. That individual held a status in Xia country that few could compare to. At that moment, Bald Chang felt like he was going crazy. What kind of place was this? In front of him was a super strong enemy with a score exceeding 85, capable of entering the top 100 4-star rankings. Behind him were plant-type awakeners, even rarer than S-rank rated ones. Was this Pingan City or Longdu? Shocked, Bald Chang was also desperately trying to recall all the information about plant-type awakeners. The number of these plant-type awakeners was extremely rare, and each one would surely be logged in the records. However, strangely, he searched through all the information related to plant-type awakeners in his mind but found nothing that matched. Bald Chang was completely bewildered. Eden was an organization established wherever secret realms appeared, and their information network covered the entire world. The old man in front of him was at least 70 or 80 years old. After all these years, they actually didn't know about such a character. Either this old man was a master secretly cultivated by some super hidden force, or he was a dead man. Meanwhile, Bald Chang hesitated, but Yi Mingfeng did not stop. For him, it was either not making a move, and since he had made a move, he must not leave any survivors. As his aged fingers moved, countless thorns erupted from beneath Bald Chang's feet. Bald Chang tried his best to dodge, but these thorns appeared too strangely, making them impossible to predict. In an instant, danger loomed. As for Xiongdae, his rope was still being pulled endlessly by the vines, and he had long lost track of how much it had stretched. Beside him, Xiong'er held up his shield, feeling very anxious. This was the first time he encountered such a bizarre enemy. Now he didn't know whether to stay and protect Xiongdae or go support Chang. Gu. In the midst of the chaos, two thorny spikes suddenly shot up from beneath their feet. With a soft thud, they pierced the two of them together. Xiongdae and Xiong'er stared blankly at the thorn protruding from their chests. They opened their mouths, but before they could speak, blood surged out. In the end, neither of them managed to utter a word before they completely died. Damn it! Bald Chang was shocked. The old man had been attacking him just to create a diversion. His real target was his little brothers. Xiongdae and Xiong'er were over 50 meters away from the enemy, and he could silently extend the plants over such a distance. Was this enemy a 4-star or a 5-star? Bald Chang pulled the chainsaw, and the teeth roared with anger once more. He thrust the chainsaw violently into the ground and shouted, "Earth shatter, sky collapse." In an instant, the ground shattered inch by inch around him, extending out over 10 meters. The presence of the vines and thorns underground was completely exposed, and then they were directly destroyed into countless fragments by a special energy. A glint flashed in Bald Chang's eyes as he stepped forward, bypassing the plants underground and charging towards Yi Mingfeng. Yi Mingfeng was somewhat surprised. The opponent's chainsaw seemed to have a tearing attribute. However, a close combat awakener was still far from being able to approach him. Yi Mingfeng waved his hand, and a large area of vines and thorns began to converge, quickly gathering on the path between him and Bald Chang. Just as he was about to unleash a powerful move, Bald Chang suddenly put down the chainsaw and pulled something out from his pocket. Yi Mingfang's expression changed as countless vines appeared in front of him, instantly forming a thick wall of vines. Boom! The next moment, a massive energy exploded on the other side of the wall, shaking the earth violently, and a blazing fire shot up into the sky, reaching over 10 meters high. When the explosion subsided, nearly 80% of the vine wall had been burned through. Yi Mingfeng waved his hand, dispersing the remaining vines, his face showing no signs of surprise. It was perfectly normal for an awakened being of Cartridge's level to possess some life-saving awakening items. It was far from easy to injure oneself with such tricks. However, as the vines cleared, Yi Mingfeng suddenly froze, because Bald Chang had vanished. On the dimly lit street, Bald Chang was sprinting for his life. The moment Bear Big and Bear 2 were taken down, he completely abandoned the idea of fighting. The combat power of both sides was not on the same level. To survive, he had to run. As long as he could live, as long as he reported the monsters he encountered today, Lord Grey King might not only refrain from punishing him for losing the Life Master card but might even reward him. Just as he was escaping, Bald Chang suddenly sensed a hint of murderous intent. Almost simultaneously, a sharp claw appeared on his shoulder. With a tearing sound, the claw scraped across his shoulder, sparking a shower of flames. Bald Chang steadied himself and looked ahead, only to discover that the one who had just ambushed him was the black dog that had appeared earlier. At this moment, the black dog's eyes were filled with excitement, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. Since that incident in the forest, this was the most delicious prey it had smelled. It wanted to eat. Feeling the provocation in the black dog's eyes, Bald Chang's face darkened like coal. Damn, he had forgotten this guy was a monster, an awakened being capable of remotely controlling various bizarre plants was already disgusting enough, and now there was a speed-type monster as well. Bald Chang glanced at the claw marks on his shoulder, his expression grim. This black dog was not only fast but also had sharp claws. Its strength was probably at the 3-star level. Before Bald Chang could finish analyzing, he suddenly looked up towards the direction of the garbage recycling station. He could sense that the plant-type awakened being from earlier was rushing this way. Seeing this, Bald Chang decisively gave up on killing the black dog and turned to continue diving into the alley. Woof! Woof! The black dog barked a few times and chased after him. In the alley, the man and the dog became entangled. The black dog's attacks couldn't break through Bald Chang's semi-integrated body, but they could make him pause. Every time he planned to counterattack, the black dog would already be out of his attack range. In this back and forth, the distance between Bald Chang and Yi Mingfeng was gradually closing. Bald Chang was furious, fully understanding what it meant to be a tiger fallen in the plains, bullied by dogs. Normally, he wouldn't even bother with such a monster, but now this black dog could already affect his life and death. At that moment, Bald Chang realized that as long as this black dog was alive, he would never escape. Thinking of this, Bald Chang shouted loudly, activating his chainsaw to engage the black dog in battle. The chainsaw spun at high speed, tearing through the air, and every swing left deep marks on the ground or walls. However, the black dog moved like a ghost, its eerie speed and agility leaving even some 3-star agile awakened beings dumbfounded. The key was its high intelligence. It knew the chainsaw's power was formidable, so it dodged left and right, having no intention of a direct confrontation. Bald Chang swung the chainsaw a dozen times, but all were evaded by the black dog. As Yi Mingfeng's presence drew closer, Bald Chang gritted his teeth and pulled out another awakening item from his pocket. He struck to force the black dog back and instantly threw the item forward. Boom! A second towering pillar of fire shot up, instantly destroying the walls and buildings on both sides of the alley. The terrifying heat wave engulfed the black dog. Amidst the heat wave, Bald Chang, like metal, flew out of the sea of flames, rolling on the ground for several circles before finally stopping. At this point, most of his scalp had been burned and his clothes were in tatters. His back was marked with large patches of charred skin. Even with his semi-fusion with the awakened object, he couldn't withstand the explosive shock at such close range. Groaning twice, Guanto Chang gritted his teeth and got back up. Although the cost was severe, that black dog was definitely dead. Running now at least offered a chance to survive. Guanto Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the pain, as he continued to flee into the darkness. Shortly after Guanto Chang left, Yi Mingfeng finally arrived, albeit late. The once small alley had completely vanished, replaced by charred bricks and rubble. At the edge of the explosion's center, Heisey, black as coal and exuding the smell of roasted meat, lay half dead on the ground. Yi Mingfeng approached Heisey, glanced at it, and sighed in relief upon confirming it still had a breath left. He then looked up in the direction Guanto Chang had gone. One of the main reasons Yi Mingfeng had dared to act was that Guanto Chang's life and death card was in his hands. The other party lacked the ability to send messages to Eden from a super long distance. As long as he could kill the opponent, no one would know his secret. However, this guy was not particularly strong, but he had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. After several struggles, he had indeed managed to escape. If that guy fled, his identity might be exposed, so Guanto Chang had to die no matter what. But compared to hunting down Guanto Chang, Haizi's safety was more important. Ultimately, Yi Mingfeng shook his head and took out a vial of potion from his pocket, pouring it into Haizi's mouth. As the potion entered Haizi's body, the smell of roasted meat gradually faded away. That nearly cooked body began to recover at a strange speed. Moments later, Haizi regained consciousness and started to whimper softly. Yi Mingfeng irritably patted Haizi's charred fur. Next time, let's see if you dare to act up again. Haizi, oh. Yi Mingfeng didn't bother with Haizi's subsequent injuries. He was well aware of Haizi's self-healing abilities. The two quickly left the original location, and shortly after, the security department's Longway arrived. However, all they could see was a wasteland. On the other side, having reached a safe location, Yi Mingfeng called Yi Chen again. This time, the other side picked up immediately. Yi Chen asked in confusion, "Grandpa, is there anything else?" "Nothing, just heard that Pinyin City is in chaos today, so you need to be careful." Hearing Yi Chen's calm voice, Yi Mingfeng sighed in relief and casually replied, "Got it, Grandpa. I'll take care of myself." After a pause, Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. "Hey, Grandpa, where's your friend? Which city is he in? How come he knows so much about this place after leaving?" I'm in Hongda City. With such a big incident happening in Pinyin City, I've been getting news alerts here. What are they saying over there?" "Not much, just that a major terrorist incident occurred in Pinyin City, with terrorists attacking the commercial district." In the car, Yi Mingfeng and his grandson chatted as usual. Jolie, sitting next to Yi Chen, looked at his happy demeanor in surprise. After all that had happened, this guy showed no signs of panic. Earlier, Yi Chen had been making calls in that kind of situation. It seemed like a reckless act, but his casual demeanor made the enemy suspicious. In such an environment, remaining calm and unflustered indicated a truly terrifying background. Even the Eden card players were initially intimidated and planned to avoid confrontation. Although it was unclear how the other side discovered their identities later, Yi Chen's approach was excellent. Jolie had thought Yi Chen was just putting on a show, but now it seemed this guy truly had a big heart. So, was all of this caused by his awakened object? At that moment, Jolie became increasingly curious about Yi Chen's awakened object rating. Moments later, the conversation between the grandfather and grandson came to an end. Knowing his grandson was safe and sound, Yi Mingfeng completely relaxed. Previously, I had been too busy investigating Eden to pay attention to Xiaofeng's affairs. I never expected he would make friends of such caliber on his own. Yi Mingfeng was very curious about how they met, who that high-level awakener was that helped him break through the encirclement, and what force was behind the other party. As for Yi Chen being tricked, Yi Mingfeng didn't care much. His grandson's awakening item was quite ordinary, and the ratings were something he arranged for someone else. As for identity and background, it couldn't be simpler. Even Yi Chen didn't know his true identity, so others could forget about it. Shaking his head, Yi Mingfeng glanced at Haizi, whose fur had completely returned to its former glory. "Is your body fully recovered?" "Woof woof." Yi Mingfeng directly mounted Haizi's back. "Let's go and completely resolve the last trouble." Just as the man and dog were about to set off, Yi Mingfeng suddenly paused. He pulled out the Plum Blossom Q Death Dealer card from his pocket, and a faint glow on it was slowly dissipating. Yi Mingfeng was taken aback. Did Bald Chang die? A few minutes ago, under the night sky, the bald man was quickly fleeing with his heavily injured body, running several kilometers. After confirming that Yi Mingfeng hadn't caught up, he hijacked a car, slammed the accelerator, and the engine roared as the car shot forward. Watching the buildings retreating on both sides, the bald man's heart couldn't contain its excitement. He was finally about to escape this place of troubles. Today had been truly terrifying. Everything ahead seemed normal. Black Widow had basically accounted for everything. Whether it was the long way from the security department or the enforcers, they were all led by the nose. But who would have thought that just as they were about to withdraw, a Chung Yao Jin would burst onto the scene? Fortunately, the other party seemed unaware that such a situation would arise. Otherwise, if that claw-wielding one teamed up with that rare plant-type awakener, their small group wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps. Even so, they were almost drained of their resources in this battle. However, thankfully the mission was completed. As long as he returned safely, the rewards from the organization would definitely compensate for the current losses. In his imagination, Bald Chang had already driven the car outside Pinyin City. He pressed the accelerator and drove into the wasteland. Reinforcements from other cities were about to arrive, and only a fool would drive on the highway. Just as he was feeling proud of his wise decision, a car light suddenly illuminated ahead. Blinded by the bright light, the bald man instinctively squinted, and the next moment, the windshield in front of him suddenly shattered. A barrage of steel nails and bullets pierced through countless shards of glass, appearing abruptly before his eyes. The bald man finally reacted, letting out a roar as he activated his semi-fusion state. On the other side, Li Bing was doing his best to stabilize the car from the driver's seat. In the passenger seat, Lu Hao was wildly shooting at the oncoming car with a handgun. In the back seat, Feng Qi took out a second metal nail ball, preparing for a home run. Meanwhile, Hanshin held a compass in his hand, the needle shaking wildly, pointing at the car ahead. At that moment, everyone was a bit dazed. Their previous mission was to ensure the safety of the hostages and eliminate the escaping terrorists. After finally killing those terrorists and starting to return, they unexpectedly encountered another vehicle. Here, it was obvious that the vehicle appearing here was a fleeing terrorist. Hanjin used his awakening item to assess the opponent's strength and immediately determined that the other party was a high-level awakener. So just now, all the attacks were thrown over in one go. As they watched the distance between both sides closing in, Lu Ha and the others were already preparing for close combat. Suddenly, the compass in Hanjin's hand began to spin erratically again. At the same time, the car ahead lost control and drove into a nearby puddle. Everyone, the four were stunned. Was the crisis averted? They stopped by the roadside and Li Bing and Feng Qi cautiously approached. When they opened the car door, they found only a bald man who had already lost his life. The bald man had large wounds in front of him with blood at the corner of his mouth. His hair and body were extensively burned and in some places they were pierced by some sharp object. On the shore, Hanjin blinked. Is this guy the 4-star terrorist? Feng Qi examined him seriously and said, this guy seems to be the bald Chang who spoke at the commercial building before. The others were shocked upon hearing this. This was the big boss who had orchestrated the previous terrorist actions. How could such a high-level awakened one appear here? Moreover, it seemed he had encountered a terrifying battle before. In an instant, countless question marks floated in everyone's minds. Lu Ha curiously asked, with so many injuries on him, can we determine how he died? Feng Qi checked the bald Chang's body and quickly discovered that blood was continuously flowing from his eye sockets. This was the only fatal wound on his front. Feng Qi said, there are no steel nails from me inside. It should be Louis's bullet that passed through the eyeball and destroyed his brain with a single blow. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lu Ha with strange expressions. Damn, this guy seemed to have struck gold again. Lu Ha also realized this and stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking frustrated. Sigh, I don't want to be this outstanding. It seems I can't hide the fact that I'm the protagonist anymore. Everyone. That night, Pinyin City was destined to be a sleepless night. Half an hour later, the dragon guards from other cities began to arrive one after another. Terrorists were either dead or fleeing. However, the real battlefield was not here. 100 miles southwest of Pinyin City, an awakened one was carrying Wong Hong and fleeing at full speed. In just over 10 minutes, he had already covered dozens of miles. Finally, the awakened one could not hold on any longer and stopped to catch his breath. He looked back at the mountains and forests behind him. At such a distance, even a 6-star awakened one would absolutely not be able to sense him. As long as he brought this kid on his shoulder to the destination, he would surely rise to prominence. Just as he was fantasizing about a bright future, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly rang out from behind. The terrorist was stunned and looked up to find something in the sky behind him. The shadow was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Moments later, aided by the moonlight, the terrorist finally saw clearly. It was a gigantic eagle. The butcher was coming. Why, I've run so far, why are you only chasing me? At that moment, the terrorist felt despair. There were many scattered terrorists in that forest. They had even spread out those rescued from the security department here. The purpose was to interfere with the pursuing dragon guards. But the opponent was heading straight for him, as if he had a locator on him. Suddenly, the terrorist froze. He remembered that before he parted ways with the Black Widow, that guy had blown a puff of pink gas onto his shoulder. He originally thought it was a mark or one of the opponent's abilities. But now he suddenly understood that was not a mark, that was bait. The Black Widow had deliberately made him attract fire. Your Excellency the Butcher, I surrender. I surrender. This person is the one we captured from the Research Institute. Before Chen Rui could approach, the terrorist dropped Wong Hong and knelt on the ground, shouting. When the eagle arrived, Chen Rui came to the man and Wong Hong in front of him, frowning slightly. Who hired you? Chen Rui said coldly. The Black Widow, the Queen of Hearts from Eden. The mercenary immediately replied. Boom! A burst of blood-light shot up into the sky again, and the endless pressure made the mercenary tremble uncontrollably. Where is she? Chen Rui said word by word, his tone stiff and cold, but the killing intent was like a volcano about to erupt. I can talk, but you must guarantee that I can live. Swish! A blood-red blade of light exploded. The mercenary's words had not yet finished when his breath completely vanished. Chen Rui slowly retracted his hand, his expression unchanged. Others could negotiate with him, but he would never negotiate with Eden or anyone cooperating with Eden. Once encountered, no matter who it was, they had to die. Chen Rui glanced at the unconscious Wong Hong, frowning slightly. For the past 10 years, he had only been responsible for killing, rarely handling rescue and protection tasks. However, this unconscious guy was said to have an S-class awakening ability. Leaving him here seemed inappropriate, aside from the accident. After some thought, Chen Rui finally tossed Wong Hong directly onto the back of the Kanjiang. With a long cry, the Kanjiang continued to delve deeper into the jungle. The slaughter had just begun. In the early morning, the first rays of sunlight shone on Pinyin City. From above, it could be seen that many places in Pinyin City had suffered varying degrees of damage overnight, especially the once famous commercial district, now a scene of devastation. With the battle now completely over, the Dragon Guards were conducting their final cleanup work. Early in the morning, Yi Chen was preparing to go eat after washing up when he suddenly received a notification from Jolie. Moments later, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan arrived at the reception room. In the room, Jolie was talking to two people. Xiaolan, Xiaofeng, you're here, come sit. Jolie waved his hand, signaling Yi Chen and the others to come over. Wu Xiuji observed Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan, secretly amazed. The two were strikingly handsome, a perfect match. Chen Xinlan's aura needed no elaboration. That kind of superior presence could only be cultivated by noble families. Yi Chen's aura was rather ordinary, but they had learned some things from the hostages rescued yesterday. This kid had made a phone call without flinching in front of Bald Chang and a dozen terrorists. Not to mention a 17-year-old boy. Even Wu Xiuji himself might not have had that courage now. Coupled with Zhou Li's previous reminder, the identities of these two were certainly extraordinary. Zhou Li explained, this is Wu Xiuji, the commander of the Dragon Guard of the Pinyin City Security Department, and this next to him is Dragon Guard member Lu Ha. You can ask them any questions you have. Yi Chen blinked in surprise. Was the commander of the security department's Dragon Guard really reporting to Jolie these days? Yi Chen was not familiar with Wu Xiuji, but he felt like he had heard the name Lu Ha somewhere. Hearing this, Chen Xinlan spoke first. What happened to that Bald Chang from yesterday? Her voice was cold, and the black bracelet on her wrist shimmered slightly. That Bald Chang is dead, Wu Xiuji said, glancing at Lu Ha. The latter straightened up and coughed twice, habitually flicking his now non-existent bangs. It was I who killed him. Chen Xinlan looked at Lu Ha suspiciously. You? What's wrong with that? I shot him right in the eyeball. Even a 4-star awakener's eyeball is quite fragile, you know, Lu Ha said proudly, sensing Chen Xinlan's doubt. Chen Xinlan did not dwell on it too much. While it was rare for a 4-star awakener to be killed by a 3-star awakener, it was still possible. After all, someone had taken down a 3-star awakener without injury yesterday. What about the Fate Master card? Chen Xinlan continued, uninterested in Lu Ha. Fate Master card? What's that? Lu Ha looked confused. After they brought Bald Chang's body back to the security department, they had searched all his belongings, and the guy was left with only half a pair of shorts. Wu Xiuji asked, are you saying that Bald Chang was also one of Eden's card disciples? This was something most people wouldn't understand, but Wu Xiuji was very clear about what the Fate Master card was. It seemed that this time, Eden had deployed more than one card disciple for the terrorist operation. That's right, you should have heard about my confrontation with Bald Chang from the rescued hostages, Jolie added. Later, I fought with them, and Bald Chang ambushed me using a Death Dealer card. Can you elaborate on the specifics? Wu Xiuji pressed. Jolie didn't hide much and briefly recounted the events, including the number of terrorists and their awakened abilities. Of course, he didn't elaborate on his own abilities or the details of the battle. Lu Ha listened, dumbfounded. One person facing over a dozen terrorists, and if those terrorists coordinated their awakened abilities well, they could have left behind a 4-star awakener. Not to mention one of them was a 4-star card apprentice from Eden. And on Jolie's side, not only was it just him, but there were also 2 1-star rookies to distract him. Yet, under such circumstances, the enemy actually retreated voluntarily in the end. Among all the high-level awakeners in Pinyin City, only Wu Xiuji could barely manage that, right? Wu Xiuji was equally shocked, but this wasn't the time to discuss Zhou Li's combat power. Was Bald Chang seriously injured when he retreated? Wu Xiuji asked. Jolie shook his head. No, that guy is quite cunning. He basically didn't sustain any injuries. Wu Xiuji's expression darkened. The Bald Chang we saw at the end was quite different from yours. He then recounted the information about Bald Chang from yesterday. When the two pieces of information combined, both sides immediately understood. It seemed that Bald Chang had encountered a strong enemy after leaving. To make Bald Chang flee in such a sorry state, that opponent had to be at least a 4-star awakener and a skilled one at that. So, besides them, there were other high-level awakeners in Pinyin City. Wu Xiuji felt a headache coming on. A city with a population of just over 2 million had such hidden talents. Adding it all up, there were almost 24-star awakeners. If all of them acted, they could overturn the entire Pinyin City. At this moment, Yi Chen, who had been silent, finally spoke. May I ask if Wong Hong has been rescued? Lu Ha was taken aback. Wong Hong, are you talking about my cousin? What happened to him? Everyone. Goodness. You're the only one here with a blood relation to Wong Hong, and yet you're the only one unaware of such a big incident. Wu Xiuji cleared his throat. This involves some confidential matters, so I can't disclose much for now. I can only say that there are dedicated personnel in charge. Alright, we already know that Wong Heng's awakened item is S rank. Jolie smiled. You don't need to hide it, just tell Xiaofeng whether he was rescued or not. Ha? Wu Xiuji was dumbfounded. Such information was top secret. Lu Ha, this silly deer, didn't even know Wong Hong had gone to the research institute, let alone the ranking of the awakened item. Yet this guy in front of him seemed to know everything. "Coach Zhou, what exactly is your identity?" Wu Xiaoji couldn't help but ask. Although he wasn't in a particularly high position, both the security department of Xia Country and the Enforcers Alliance, as well as the renowned high-level awakeners from various academies, would know of him. None of those people had someone like Jolie among them. As for civilian organizations, like certain foundations or mercenaries and adventurers, such organizations theoretically shouldn't have access to such confidential information. Especially since Jolie had maintained a fearless attitude throughout. Although he had concealed some things, it wasn't a deliberate cover-up. For a moment, he couldn't determine what kind of organization Jolie was associated with. Jolie smiled and shook his head. "I can't say for now. When that person arrives, you'll know without me saying. Just tell me that Wong Hong hasn't been rescued." I can only say that Wong Hong hasn't returned yet, but someone went to rescue him, and that person should have no problem. As they were speaking, everyone suddenly looked up, their eyes filled with terror. They could clearly sense a powerful aura appearing above their heads. A formidable enemy is approaching? Above the Xingtian martial arts arena, a gigantic eagle was slowly descending. The aura of this high-level magical creature was completely unmasked, and any awakened being within a radius of several hundred meters could feel that terrifying presence. When the eagle was 250 meters above the ground, Jolie and the others had already come out at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Everyone looked up at the eagle. Its size and oppressive aura were undoubtedly at least 4 stars. It was not uncommon for high-level magical creatures to appear in towns, but encountering one so blatant and unhidden was a first. While Wu Xiaoji felt nervous, there was also a hint of confusion in his eyes. This eagle seemed somewhat similar to the one he had seen yesterday. Just as he was about to contact headquarters, Jolie suddenly said, "There's someone on its back." Everyone looked closely and indeed noticed something on the eagle's back. As the eagle descended, they gradually saw more clearly a disheveled man with dirty clothes was sitting there. Setting aside the magical creature, most people's first impression of that man would be that he was a beggar. No, even a beggar would be dressed better than him. But now, this guy was standing on the back of a high-level magical creature, and that changed everything. It was evident that this magical creature was not wild but had been tamed by a high-level awakened being. The moment they saw the newcomer, all the tension in everyone's eyes vanished, replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Lord Chen Rui, Big Brother, Dad, Yi Chen, W. Hearing 3 different titles, even Yi Chen, with his calm attribute, was shocked. At that moment, he finally understood the identity of the man before him. He was Chen Xinlan's father, Jolie's older brother, and he had another identity, Butcher Chen Rui. Butcher Chen Rui, one of the 4 6-star awakened beings in Xia Country, a super powerhouse at the ceiling level of combat power. Compared to the other 3 6-star powerhouses in Xia Country, Butcher Chen Rui had the highest exposure. News media often reported on Chen Rui leading the Wolf Fawn law enforcement team to wipe out some high-level terrorist organization. At this moment, Yi Chen was thrilled. This was a 6-star big shot, a definite boss-level existence in the game. If he could defeat him, wrong thought. This was the kind of legendary NPC that could help him rapidly advance his strength. Just a little gift from such a big shot would significantly accelerate his early game transition. Chen Rui, seeing that Chen Xinlan and Jolie were safe, rarely showed a hint of a smile on his cold face. He jumped directly off the eagle's back, performing a freefall maneuver that slammed down towards the ground. When he was less than 10 meters from the ground, he suddenly slowed down and finally landed gently. As soon as he landed, Chen Xinlan rushed into his arms and began to sob softly. Her icy and proud demeanor was merely a form of self-protection, now that disguise could finally be completely shed. Chen Rui smiled and wanted to reach out, only to find his hands occupied. He casually tossed Wong Hong to the side, where Wu Xiaoji was standing in a daze. At that moment, everyone noticed that Chen Rui had previously been holding an unconscious awakened being. Wu Xiaoji was startled and hurriedly caught him, while a storm surged in his heart. At that moment, he finally understood why Jolie had been so arrogant earlier. Because his boss was the 6-star butcher. At the same time, Wu Xiaoji also understood what Jolie's threatening words from yesterday meant. Fortunately, there had been no accidents yesterday, otherwise, this butcher would probably have really bloodied Ping'an City. Chen Rui stroked Chen Xinlan's hair, saying, "Alright, with so many people here, you still want to cry." "I'm not. I just have a bit of a stuffy nose and you need to take a bath." Chen Xinlan's face flushed slightly, then she said proudly. In the next moment, a sparkling crystal appeared before her. The light blue transparent crystal shimmered under the sunlight, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as if something was swimming inside, resembling a small azure snake. "What is this?" "Your gift," Jolie said as he took hold of Chen Xinlan's right wrist. A strand of blood-colored power emanating from the blue crystal's outer layer began to soften. The creature that had been swimming within the crystal seemed to sense something and drilled its way out. Whoosh! At the moment the little snake left the crystal, a surge of power erupted from its body. At that instant, Yi Chen felt as if he was being battered by a raging wave, his body unable to stop retreating. Even Luha, a 3-star awakener, could not withstand that force and began to back away. Jolie and Wu Xiuji barely managed to resist the impact of that power, but their expressions were filled with shock. That little creature looked small but possessed terrifying strength. They needed to exert all their effort just to withstand a residual wave. Was this a 5-star creature, or a 6-star? After being swept away by the surging energy, Wong Hong, who had slept through the night, finally woke up. At that moment, he was being held by Wu Xiuji like a chick, surrounded by energy that rolled like ocean waves. Old Wong's first reaction upon waking was that he had been thrown into the sea. Help! I'm going to drown. Ha! I seem to be able to breathe? Wang Hong struggled for a moment and realized something was off. He looked at himself and then around. When he saw Yi Chen and his cousin Luha, he felt a sense of relief. Having familiar faces around meant he was relatively safe. His gaze finally landed on the source of that terrifying energy. Not far away, the azure snake, under Chen Rui's control, slithered down to Chen Xinlan's wrist and wrapped around it. After encircling her wrist, the snake bit its own tail, forming a closed loop. The surging energy instantly vanished, but the protagonist, Chen Xinlan, trembled all over. She could feel a tremendous power enveloping her, including the curse within her. Under Chen Rui's control, the azure snake began to merge with Chen Xinlan's skin bit by bit. Time passed, and the original azure snake had disappeared, leaving a blue-like tattoo on Chen Xinlan's wrist. However, this tattoo was constantly moving. Once everything was done, Chen Rui carefully sensed his daughter's physical condition, and after confirming several times, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. How do you feel? Chen Rui asked with concern. Very comfortable. That seems to be suppressed. Dad, what is this thing? It's used to suppress the curse within you. With it, you can do away with the one on your left wrist. Chen Rui said softly. Later, we'll find a place, and I'll help you remove it. At that time, you can fully awaken. I can get rid of the curse? Chen Xinlan's voice trembled slightly. It's hard to say, but it definitely won't be as painful as before. We can test how much it can be sealed later. As Chen Rui spoke, he suddenly noticed that a group of people around were watching him. His expression instantly returned to its previous demeanor, and he coldly said, Xiao Wu, you can go back and report now. Wu Xiu respectfully bowed. Thank you, sir. I'll take him back now. With that, he prepared to carry Wang Hong away. Hey, who are you? Put me down. What on earth happened? The awakened Wang Hong instantly turned into a chatterbox. He was in a daze, his mind still stuck in the laboratory, boasting with a group of researchers, and the next second, the research institute exploded, causing him to faint. When he woke up again, he found himself here, witnessing this scene. Wu Xiuji had no intention of putting him down, he explained as he walked. Wang Hong, I'll slowly explain the specifics when we get to the security department. For now, you just need to come with me. Before leaving, he didn't forget to kick Luha, who suddenly woke up and hurriedly left. Chen Rui's words were very clear. When my daughter and I meet, anyone unrelated should get lost immediately. When Wu Xiuji and the others left, only Chen Rui, Chen Xinlan, Jolie, and Yi Chen remained. Chen Rui glanced at Yi Chen at the back with a frown. Are all the security personnel this foolish? Why is there still someone here who doesn't understand the situation? Chen Xinlan noticed Chen Rui looking at Yi Chen and quickly said, Dad, Yi Chen is not from the security department, he is my friend. Ahem, I'll talk to you about this later, brother. In short, it's a good thing, Jolie chimed in. Chen Rui's gaze grew increasingly strange. He always felt there was something going on here. However, being recognized by Chen Xinlan and Jolie meant he probably wasn't a bad person. Let's go, we can talk inside, Chen Rui said lightly as he strode forward. However, just as he took a step, his body suddenly trembled violently alongside Yi Chen's. Boom! The energy within Chen Rui exploded, and a beam of blood light shot into the sky. A blood knife appeared out of thin air in his hand, and in an instant, it slashed down towards Yi Chen. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Wang Hong, who was being carried away by Wu Xiuji in the distance, was frozen in place upon seeing this scene. He had witnessed this before. No! Chen Xinlan exclaimed, her face turning pale as paper in fear. After waiting so long in Ping'an City for her father's return, the first thing he did upon coming back was to try to kill Yi Chen. However, the imagined scene did not unfold. When Chen Rui's blood knife reached Yi Chen's forehead, it suddenly stopped. The blood knife pressed against Yi Chen's brow, making intimate contact with his skin. Just a little further, and Yi Chen would lose his life on the spot. At this moment, Yi Chen finally reacted. He could feel the cold touch of the blood knife on his skin, while his body was wrapped in an energy that rendered him unable to move an inch. However, at that moment, Yi Chen wasn't too afraid. Instead, he recalled the image from the newspaper that Wang Hong had shown him earlier. The emergence of the demon knife causing chaos among the people. The scene in the photo seemed somewhat similar to what was happening now. So the boy being looked at inside was actually himself? Chen Rui suppressed the killing intent within him and hoarsely asked, what is your relationship with Eden? Jolie quickly walked over but didn't dare to get too close. Brother, what's wrong with you? Chen Rui replied indifferently, he has a fate master card. Chen Xinlan? Jolie? At that moment, Jolie was bewildered. If his brother said he had a Fate Master card, it must be true. But he had thoroughly investigated Yi Chen's identity and background, and there were no issues. Moreover, the starting point for Eden's card apprentices was 4 stars. Yi Chen, a newly awakened kid, definitely didn't have that kind of strength. Chen Xinlan was also confused. She had spent enough time with Yi Chen to know him somewhat. She absolutely believed that before yesterday, Yi Chen had no idea about Eden. At this time, Wu Shoji and the others also rushed back, stopping from a distance. What happened, Your Excellency Chen Rui? Do you need my help? Wang Hong then shouted loudly. What the hell? The guy who got chopped in my newspaper is a madman? Hey, you stinky beggar. Who are you? The fearless Wong Hong wanted to say more but was directly silenced by Lu Ha. He nervously whispered a reminder. Lu Ha? Shut up. That person is a 6-star awakened one, the butcher Chen Rui. Chen Rui didn't look over, he simply spat out a word coldly. Get lost. Upon hearing this, Wu Shoji, carrying Wong Hong, turned and ran, using all his strength in that moment. Once only their own people were left at the scene, Chen Rui carefully scrutinized Yi Chen. Suddenly, he understood Yi Chen's meaning, and part of the blood energy retracted, allowing Yi Chen to realize he could speak. Although he was accustomed to death, that moment just now still felt exhilarating. Yi Chen licked his lips and explained, I picked that thing up. As he spoke, Yi Chen stepped on his heel and took off his shoes. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he slowly pulled out a joker card from his shoe. Everyone. A few minutes later, they arrived at the underground training ground, 18 meters deep in the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall. Looking at the facilities inside, which were even better than those above, Yi Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. It turned out that the things above were just for show. This place down here was the real base. Jolie looked at Yi Chen's curious expression and was speechless. Did this kid really not know what fear was? He coughed twice to remind him. Xiaofeng, tell us what happened. Yi Chen replied casually, this story starts from last Tuesday. That day, old Wang discovered the identity of the arsonist and reported it. That night, the guy really showed up. After discovering the explosion, I ran out. While I was watching the show, I saw a flicker of ghostly light. Out of curiosity, I followed it and ended up finding this card outside the school. Yi Chen briefly recounted the events. Jolie's face darkened after hearing this. No wonder I couldn't find anything that night after searching for so long. So you took it away early, huh? Chen Rui picked up the joker card and sensed it. The soul contract on it was indeed gone. Chen Rui looked at Jolie, who nodded. I can vouch for what Xiaofeng said. I was originally looking for him to solve some issues, and by chance, I ran into him. At first, I didn't know he was a card apprentice. Jolie then recounted the story from his perspective. Once it was confirmed that Yi Chen was not from Eden, the killing intent on Chen Rui instantly vanished, reverting to his previous disheveled beggar appearance. With the misunderstanding cleared, the oppressive atmosphere finally lifted. Jolie glanced at Yi Chen and then at Chen Xinlan. Xiaolan, take Xiaofeng to the lounge to rest for a bit. Chen Xinlan nodded and led Yi Chen to another room. Once only Jolie and Chen Rui were left in the room, Jolie pulled out all the information he had gathered on Yi Chen. Big brother, the data is all here. Chen Rui shook his head. No need to look. Analyzing data is your strong suit. Since you say he's fine, then he's definitely fine. Jolie smiled. I didn't say that. I was talking about that kid's awakening ability. You'll know once you read it. Seeing Jolie's excited expression, Chen Rui felt a bit puzzled and began to review the data. When he saw a certain aspect, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression turned serious. In the information Jolie compiled about Yi Chen's awakening ability, there were many strange abilities. Strength enhancement, significant improvement in combat comprehension, enhanced fighting skill perception. So many abilities gathered in one awakening item felt odd. However, upon closer inspection, he found that most of these abilities were passive effects. In this era of universal awakening, some awakening items had generally average active abilities but excellent passive attributes. Therefore, Chen Rui didn't pay too much attention to these things. As he continued to read, he finally saw a sentence highlighted in red. When he uses the awakening item for meditation, he can release a peculiar fragrance to lessen Xiaolan's curse effects. In the lounge, after leaving Chen Rui's oppressive aura, Yi Chen felt much more relaxed. Chen Xinlan apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't scare you, did I? Yi Chen shrugged. It's fine, we're even now. Even? Yesterday, that bald guy in the building suddenly attacked us because he sensed my joker card. Chen Xinlan blinked, recalling what happened yesterday, and finally understood. Last night before going to bed, she was still puzzled about why Bald Chang and the others had initially agreed to let them go, only to go back on their word in the end. Now, with Yi Chen's explanation, she understood everything. Chen Xinlan looked seriously into Yi Chen's eyes, confirming that he really wasn't angry, and finally let out a sigh of relief. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Well, since that's the case, let's consider this matter settled. Sure, settled. Yi Chen nodded and then said, but while this is settled, you never mentioned that your dad is the butcher Chen Rui. How do we account for that? You didn't ask, she replied. Would you have told me if I had? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Chen Xinlan's cheeks Flushed slightly. My dad has too many enemies. If my identity is leaked, it could be dangerous. Then why is he making such a big deal about coming back this time? Yi Chen was confused. Arriving on a high-end, flying magical beast, it couldn't be more ostentatious. After today, it wouldn't take an hour for the security department to find out. Not just him, but Jolie, Chen Xinlan, and even his information would soon be collected and organized. Hearing this, Chen Xinlan glanced at the blue mark on her wrist and smiled happily, because I won't need to hide anymore. Seeing Yi Chen's puzzled expression, Chen Xinlan explained with a smile, I'm about to enroll in the Awakener Academy. Once I'm there, a lot of information won't be a secret anymore. Yi Chen blinked, thinking seriously for a moment, and it seemed he understood something. The safety of an ordinary Awakener Academy might not be guaranteed, but a top-tier academy would definitely be fine. Once Chen Xinlan got there, she wouldn't need to hide her identity too much. Yi Chen was enrolling in the Awakener Academy to experience life there and see what benefits it might bring. But Chen Xinlan's thoughts were different. With her personality, she was definitely aiming for the top. Various competitions, rankings, assessments, and so on. As long as there was an opportunity to showcase her abilities and improve her strength, Chen Xinlan would likely participate. She wanted to grow as much as possible during her years at the academy and ultimately become an excellent enforcer. As for after graduation, she would likely join her dad's Wolf Fong team. By then, she wouldn't need to hide at all. To be honest, Yi Chen felt a bit sour. Previously, when Jolie told him about Chen Xinlan's tragic experiences, Yi Chen had mocked it. Yet now, it turned out she had become a rich second generation. No, she should be a strong second generation. In the entire Xia country, there were no more than 3 people stronger than her dad. Was this the legendary father can rival a nation? Lost in thought, Chen Xinlan's small hand suddenly waved in front of him. Ha? What's wrong? Yi Chen asked. What are you daydreaming about? I was just asking you if you've thought about joining me at the Judgment Side Awakener Academy after the college entrance exam? When she asked this question, Chen Xinlan's expression was a bit tense, yet also filled with anticipation. Yi Chen didn't answer immediately. They had discussed this question before. For him, it didn't matter which academy he went to, he had only planned to experience life there. Now, having a 6-star NPC as a connection would be a waste not to take advantage of. However, that person clearly didn't seem like someone who would say nice things. If the gap in their statuses was too large, he might end up working for free. Additionally, Yi Chen glanced at Chen Xinlan's wrist. He had heard her conversation with Chen Rui. The item he brought back seemed to be able to treat her condition. So, whether his current value was still that significant remained to be seen. While he was pondering, a knock sounded from behind. Xiaolan, your dad is calling for you. Back in the living room, Yi Chen suddenly felt that Chen Rui was watching him. However, this attention felt different from before. Previously, Chen Rui's gaze held suspicion and murderous intent, but now his eyes looked at him as if he were some rare treasure, with a feeling of wanting to slice him apart. On the surface, Yi Chen appeared calm and composed, but inside, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Jolie couldn't discern the issue with his awakened item, but if it was the butcher Chen Rui, a 6-star awakener, then things could get complicated. He had been contemplating whether to dig out that black spade K from Delia and sell a piece to Jolie. Now, Yi Chen had decisively shut down that thought. At this moment, Yi Chen had made up his mind. He would not mention anything about the events in the forest to anyone. Chen Rui was indeed scrutinizing Yi Chen. Just moments ago, Jolie had finished reporting all the information regarding Yi Chen. This included the abilities of Yi Chen's awakened item and the events that transpired between Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan. Even though these details came from his most trusted person, Chen Rui still found it hard to believe. For 10 years, he had been searching for a way to resolve the curse within Chen Xinlan. During this decade, he had ventured into 13 secret realms, explored numerous awakened items, and sought help from many powerful awakeners. Yet, he still had not found a definitive solution to the curse. Half a year ago, Chen Xinlan's natural awakening of the curse power erupted once more. For this reason, he had even refrained from pursuing the Eden, and after paying a hefty price, he crafted a dark sealing bracelet. That dark sealing bracelet possessed formidable sealing capabilities, capable of suppressing the curse. However, the side effect was that it also completely suppressed Chen Xinlan's awakened item from awakening. Moreover, whenever Chen Xinlan overexerted herself or experienced significant emotional fluctuations, the curse power would manifest. This was why he had delved deep into the Kunlun secret realm for so long, and after paying an enormous price, he had managed to retrieve the remnant soul of the green snake. Now, Jolie was telling him that Yi Chen's abilities could suppress or even negate the curse power, which he found utterly incomprehensible. At this moment, Chen Rui looked at Yi Chen, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. If Yi Chen's awakened item was indeed that effective, combined with the remnant soul of the green snake he had brought back, it might truly help Xiaolan completely break free from the curse. Dad, is there something wrong? Chen Xinlan asked. Chen Rui replied earnestly, Uncle Zhou has already told me about the recent events. Now that the situation is resolved, it's time for you to fully awaken. Hearing this, Chen Xinlan's breath hitched and the black bracelet on her left wrist flickered momentarily. However, the blue mark on her right wrist slowly moved, suppressing the curse power entirely. After enduring for half a year, this day had finally arrived. Beside them, Yi Chen blinked. He had only heard a rough outline of the situation outside, and he didn't know the specifics of Chen Xinlan's issues. But now, from Chen Rui's words, it seemed that Xiao Lan's awakened item was somewhat similar to his own, as if it had not fully awakened. Yi Chen suddenly realized something and quietly said, am I not really suitable to be here? Should I step out for a bit? Smack! A large hand suddenly patted Yi Chen's shoulder. Jolie flashed his signature smile. Xiao Feng, don't be so polite. Come, today I'll show you something amazing. Yi Chen. In the spacious underground training ground, as Jolie pressed a switch, waves of energy enveloped all the floors and walls. Yi Chen felt the dense energy barrier and couldn't help but click his tongue. He had thought that building such a large training ground underground was impressive enough, but it was further enhanced with protective awakened item materials. Such a level of protection was only set up in important areas. Even within the Ministry of Safety, Chen Rui and Chen Xinlan stood at the very center. Chen Rui said in a deep voice, in a moment, I will unlock this dark sealing bracelet. At that time, the curse power in the awakened item within you will awaken simultaneously. However, the remnant soul of the green snake should be able to suppress the curse power, so just focus on your awakening. If you feel anything amiss, speak up. Immediately, Chen Xinlan took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. I'm ready. She had waited so long for this day, only by taking this step could she become a true awakener. Chen Rui remained silent, his hand gripping the dark seal bracelet. As a surge of blood-red power flowed in, the black bracelet suddenly began to flicker violently. With the continuous influx of blood-red energy, the flickering frequency of the dark seal bracelet increased rapidly. At a certain moment, when the frequency reached the limit of the dark seal bracelet, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. Crack! The dark seal bracelet broke. In the next moment, a wave of black energy emanated from the dark seal bracelet. A wisp of black smoke touched the ground, and the hard alloy floor was visibly corroded and oxidized. This was under the protection of a special energy shield. Without it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Even from dozens of meters away, he could clearly feel the coldness and darkness contained within that black energy. At that moment, Yi Chen felt a mix of sympathy and admiration for the girl in the center of the arena. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. She had managed to carry this disgusting thing for so long. Without waiting for the energy from the dark seal bracelet to dissipate, Chen Rui waved his hand, wrapping the dark seal bracelet in a sphere of blood-red energy, then tossed the energy ball aside, ignoring it. No matter how the dark energy crashed against it, it could not break through the blood-red energy shield. As the dark seal bracelet was released, two different energy fluctuations erupted from Chen Xinlan's body. A pitch-black dagger slowly formed at her brow. Yi Chen was very familiar with this scene. During the awakening day, all the students awakened in the same way after touching the awakening stone. At this moment, the dagger had not yet taken on a solid form, existing in a state between reality and illusion. The energy fluctuations of the awakening object were not strong, but Yi Chen had a special feeling that this dagger seemed even more dangerous than the bracelet from before. At the same time, a torrent of blood-red energy began to surge from Chen Xinlan's body. Her blood started to boil, her skin turned red, and her body gradually became uncontrollable. At that moment, the azure snake soul mark on her wrist lit up, enveloping the blood-red energy in a blue glow. The blue and red lights intertwined, clashing like two armies, locked in battle. Chen Rui's expression grew serious. He had underestimated the curse power during the awakening. Although Xiaolan's curse power was indeed suppressed, it was not completely eradicated. Now, Xiaolan had to endure the collision of the curse and the azure snake soul while allowing her awakening object to fully awaken. This dual torment of body and soul was indeed cruel for a 16-year-old child. But at this point, he could not help. After all, the curse itself originated from him. At this moment, Chen Xinlan's eyes were tightly closed, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her body was being eroded by the curse, her blood boiling as if it were about to explode. This feeling was very similar to the state of being backlashed by the curse before. But at the same time, Chen Xinlan could feel that the awakening object at her brow was also growing continuously. She could sense her connection with the dagger becoming tighter. This was the closest Chen Xinlan had ever been to the awakening of her awakening object. She had a vague feeling that her awakening object was about to be born. She knew that if she missed this chance, she didn't know when the next one would come. So, no matter what, she had to give it her all. In the distance, Yi Chen watched Chen Xinlan in the energy storm, his eyes flickering constantly. The wave of blood-red energy in the storm resembled the aura that had previously escaped from Chen Xinlan's uncontrollable body. So that blood-red energy was the root of all this? If that was the case, Yi Chen glanced at the focused Chen Rui, then looked at the tense Jolie beside him. This old fox had brought him over for a purpose, and Yi Chen now understood. He was afraid that an accident would occur during Chen Xinlan's awakening and wanted to borrow his ability. It seemed that now was his time to perform. With a thought, the small game console appeared in his hand. Yi Chen sat cross-legged and pressed the switch, directly entering the game space. As his friend, Chen Xinlan couldn't just stand by and do nothing at this moment. As for using the awakening item in front of the 6-star butcher, Yi Chen was uncertain whether the other party would notice anything. Perhaps they would, but so what? Right now, he didn't have to turn back. The other party had already asked Chen Rui to use it, and he couldn't refuse. The power dynamics between them were unequal, leaving him with no say. Rather than being discovered later for certain secrets, it was better to help Xiaolan now. Who knows, he might even gain the other party's favor. As for whether he would be caught and sliced, that was just a matter of fate. Beside him, Jolie noticed that Yi Chen had taken out the awakening item, and the urgency on his face eased a bit. The reason he brought Yi Chen here was precisely for this moment. This kid didn't need his reminder, he already understood his role. Especially with his expression, it seemed he was quite confident. As Yi Chen entered the game space, an aura invisible to ordinary people began to emanate from him. At that moment, Chen Xinlan was holding on amidst the energy storm when she suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. The frown on her face relaxed a little. At the same time, the menacing blood-red curse power seemed to have encountered a nemesis, its ferocity shrinking significantly. The green energy seized the opportunity to counterattack, directly pushing the curse power back into Chen Xinlan's body. Chen Rui was taken aback. He turned to look at Yi Chen and then closed his eyes to sense something. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a look of astonishment flashing in his gaze. Awakening power? He actually sensed primitive awakening power from a 1-star awakener. No, Chen Rui shook his head. This energy was very similar to his awakening power, but not entirely the same. However, even so, it was still more advanced than energy transformed from ordinary mental power. Xiao Lan's curse was formed by his awakening power, and anything that didn't reach this level wouldn't be very effective. So even after 10 years of searching, he still hadn't found a solution. But the energy Yi Chen was releasing at this moment seemed to be unclaimed, something anyone could absorb. So it was just right to help Xiao Lan suppress the curse's power. Understanding the causal relationship, Chen Rui felt a surge of emotions. There was actually an awakening item that could release energy of this level. At that moment, he truly had the thought of wanting to slice Yi Chen. In the game space, after Yi Chen broke the limbs of the 1-star Delia, he sat aside, yawning out of boredom. The usually calm and composed Yi Chen rarely showed signs of irritation. He wasn't sure if his awakening item could help Chen Xinlan, nor was he certain if Chen Rui had discovered the secret of his awakening item. But all he could do now was to hold on in the game for a little longer. Time passed second by second, and after more than 10 minutes in the game, Yi Chen suddenly heard some voices. Jolie, big brother, is everything okay with Xiaolan? Chen Rui, it's stabilized now. That kid's ability is just right to suppress the curse on Xiaolan. Jolie, how long will it take for Xiaolan to fully awaken? Xiao Feng usually meditates for about 10 minutes. Chen Rui, it's hard to say, it depends on Xiaolan's own fortune. However, the initial form of awakening appeared half a year ago, so it shouldn't take too long. Jolie, that's good. By the way, big brother, have you figured out anything about that kid's awakening item? Chen Rui, his awakening item's ability is very special. Not to mention anything else, just the energy he emits while meditating is a good thing. The only problem is that this energy is too weak. If he reaches 3-star or 4-star, the energy density will increase, and just this point alone would be enough to reach S level. Jolie said in an astonished tone, is it rated even higher than Xiao Lan's awakening item? Chen Rui, it's hard to say, it depends on the future development of the two of them. After waiting a few seconds, Chen Rui continued, in a moment, you go contact the vice president. I need to talk to the person behind this kid. Jolie replied, understood. I wanted to discuss it earlier, but it was interrupted by the terrorist attack. On the training ground, Jolie nodded and looked at the meditating Yi Chen, hesitating to speak. After a moment of hesitation, he couldn't help but say, big brother, if possible, try not to pressure him too much. Xiao Feng and Xiao Lan's relationship is very good. Chen Rui looked at Jolie in surprise, then recalled Chen Xinlan's anxious expression when he had just charged at Yi Chen with a knife outside. Moments later, a slight smile appeared on Chen Rui's lips. Xiao Lan has friends now too? In the game space, Yi Chen listened to their conversation and felt a sense of relief. This 6-star enforcer had noticed the uniqueness of his awakened item, but only commented on that special energy. It seemed Chen Rui hadn't discovered any other issues, so no one had noticed his game space. Furthermore, from their conversation, it was clear they wanted to keep him around, but it wasn't a coercive attitude. If that was the case, then the subsequent matters would be much easier. Time passed second by second, and after Yi Chen had waited in the game space for half an hour, he suddenly heard a gasp. Is it done? In the center of the training ground, the dagger in front of Chen Xinlan's forehead finally took shape. Chen Xinlan slowly opened her eyes, and as she reached out, the dagger fell into her hand. The dagger was entirely black, with a straight blade, a standard boot knife. It measured 25.5 centimeters in total length, with a blade length of 14.5 centimeters, a thickness of 0.4 centimeters, and a width of 2.3 centimeters. At first glance, it looked like an ordinary black dagger. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that it did not reflect light even under various lighting conditions. Chen Xinlan gently touched the dagger. It was cold, and the blade bore some kind of invisible special markings. Chen Rui asked with concern, "How does it feel?" Chen Xinlan took a deep breath, feeling much more relaxed. "It feels very good. What about the abilities?" Chen Xinlan gripped the dagger and felt it. After a moment, she opened her eyes. "I feel that all aspects of my body have improved significantly, with the greatest enhancement being speed. As for active abilities, I can currently sense 3. As she spoke, Chen Xinlan let out a low shout, and a ghostly light flashed across the dagger. In the next moment, Chen Xinlan shot out like an arrow, instantly appearing in front of Jolie. Jolie tilted his head, and the black dagger grazed his earlobe. A strand of hair swept away. 17 meters, time taken, 0.8 seconds, Jolie said, his eyes filled with surprise. The first ability of Chen Xinlan's dagger was to increase speed, which was almost an essential ability for assassin-type professions. However, the speed Chen Xinlan had just unleashed was incredibly fast, definitely top tier among similar abilities. In close combat, most ordinary one-star awakened individuals would hardly be able to react. Chen Xinlan stopped, excitedly feeling the changes in her body. After adapting for a while, she turned off half the lights and moved to a corner. Jolie initially didn't understand what Chen Xinlan was doing, but the next moment he suddenly froze. Because Chen Xinlan had disappeared. Jolie released his perception. He could vaguely sense something moving in the darkness. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, and Chen Xinlan suddenly appeared behind Jolie. The latter turned around again, and this time the dagger brushed against the fabric of his arm, leaving a small scratch on his clothing. Jolie looked at the cut on his shirt in astonishment. "Is this invisibility?" "Not invisibility, it's shadow stealth," Chen Rui interjected. "This ability should allow one to merge into darkness or shadows, not just visual concealment. General mental perception should also be evaded." Chen Xinlan nodded and added, "Almost, but not just that. I feel that if I am in a shadow stealth state, I can also increase my movement speed, and I should be immune to a portion of damage when attacked." Invisibility, acceleration, damage reduction, wow, a single ability with 3 effects? Jolie couldn't help but click his tongue. Just based on this one ability, Chen Xinlan's awakening item score could reach a grade. Coupled with the acceleration ability, the combination under her dagger could lead to countless deaths. This is a natural assassin. Chen Rui was not surprised by this. What he truly cared about was Chen Xinlan's last ability. It should be that one, right? Chen Xinlan nodded and turned to Jolie. "Uncle Zhou, can I cut you once?" Jolie. Long before Chen Xinlan awakened, Chen Rui had already given her awakening item a very high evaluation. At that time, Chen Rui had said that once Chen Xinlan fully awakened, her rating would definitely reach S grade. Jolie had always been unaware of what this ability was, but he felt that it couldn't be anything good. However, looking at the eager expression on her face, Jolie sighed and extended his hand. "Consider it a debt to you, go ahead." Chen Xinlan came to Jolie's side and lightly drew her dagger across his palm, creating a small wound. Yet, with such a light stroke, Jolie suddenly yelped and instantly retracted his hand. Jolie rubbed his palm, feeling a piercing pain at the wound. The pain was not just physical. It penetrated deep into his hand. A glint flashed in Chen Rui's eyes, just as I thought. In the game space, Yi Chen listened intently to the conversation among the three. When it came to the most crucial moment, it suddenly went silent. Yi Chen felt quite uncomfortable. There were 2 things he hated most in the world. The first was when someone spoke halfway. After listening for a while, when he heard Chen Rui asking Chen Xinlan to do a physical test, Yi Chen knew he could leave. With a thought, he exited the game space. As Yi Chen's consciousness returned, Chen Rui and Jolie immediately sensed it. They had been speaking in front of Yi Chen because they could not sense his presence. Yi Chen's consciousness seemed to have entered another world. Jolie quickly walked over. "Oh dear, little wind, your meditation is over. Get up, the ground is so cold." Yi Chen had a dazed expression. "It's over?" "It's over," Jolie nodded. "Yi Chen, I have fully awakened." Chen Xinlan ran over, very happy, and said, "Thank you, I just smelled your fragrance." Chen Xinlan had wanted to hug someone, but with the 2 elders present, she ultimately felt shy. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. "As long as you succeeded, saying thank you feels a bit awkward, just give me money." Instead, Chen Xinlan's smile froze, and she shot Yi Chen an annoyed glance. "The good atmosphere was completely ruined by your one sentence." Jolie shook his head helplessly. It was indeed the same old formula, the same old flavor. Chen Rui looked at Yi Chen with some curiosity. This kid was quite interesting. Was that sentence directed at his daughter or at him? After thinking for a moment, Chen Rui approached Yi Chen and said, "You're Yi Chen, right? Thanks to your help, Xiaolan was able to fully awaken so smoothly this time." Yi Chen was taken aback. A 6-star awakener was actually expressing gratitude to him, which he had not expected at all. In his impression, Chen Rui was just like his title, the Butcher. This guy should be the type to draw his sword at the slightest disagreement, just like he had seen outside earlier. Yet, now, he was unexpectedly so easygoing. Before Yi Chen could respond, Chen Rui continued, "Also, I got the Death Dealer card from you. I have use for this and it's not safe for you to keep it, so I'll use this as compensation. As Chen Rui spoke, he raised his hand, and a light blue crystal appeared in it. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. How much is this thing worth? This crystal Yi Chen had seen before. It was the item that contained the soul of the green serpent on Chen Xinlan's wrist. The remnant soul of the green serpent was a treasure, so the item that held it couldn't be cheap. Chen Rui was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. This thing probably can't be bought with money. Jolie explained from the side. This awakened item is called Deep Blue Ice Crystal. It conceals some special energy types, and when activated, it can generate an energy shield that lasts up to 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 day. After a pause, Jolie added, in those 5 minutes, even I can't break through its defenses. Listening to Jolie's introduction, several words immediately flashed in Yi Chen's mind. Invincible shield. A shield that even the 4-star Jolie couldn't break was practically invincible at this stage. Moreover, it was a permanent awakened item that could automatically recover. A definite life-saving artifact. Then I won't be polite. Yi Chen chuckled as he tucked the deep blue ice crystal into his pocket. It turned out that currying favor with a 6-star NPC was quite useful. Chen Xinlan looked at Yi Chen's shameless demeanor and felt embarrassed. What if her dad thought he was the kind of person who was greedy and lecherous? Let's leave out the lecherous part. It would be hard to change that image later. Thinking of this, her pretty face flushed as she tugged at Yi Chen's arm and said, let's go, accompany me for a physical test, and then we'll have a spar. Yi Chen looked Chen Xinlan up and down. Have you gotten stronger? Of course. I'm completely different from before. Chen Xinlan proudly lifted her swan-like neck. Yi Chen nodded. In that case, it's not unreasonable for the training fee to go up to 500 per session. Chen Xinlan's chest heaved with anger. She had thought Yi Chen would compliment her, but instead, this guy was only thinking about how to make money. She had originally wanted to help Yi Chen improve his image, but now it seemed completely hopeless. Since that was the case, Chen Xinlan decided to let it go. Previously, the gap in their attributes was enormous, and she had been unilaterally crushed. But now, times had changed. Chen Xinlan felt that her 4-dimensional attributes had improved significantly. Thinking of this, Chen Xinlan bit her red lip lightly. This time, let's skip the training and go straight to a fight. If I lose, I'll give you 500, no 5,000. Do you dare? Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. Deal. Dad, we're leaving now, Chen Xinlan said as she quickly pulled Yi Chen away. Chen Rui watched Chen Xinlan's retreating figure with a smile on his face. The little Lan from before had never smiled like this. Moreover, it seemed like it was the first time she was so close to another boy. After a moment, Chen Rui stretched. Xiao Zhou, I'm going to freshen up. You go notify the vice president of the research institute and also contact the Scythe of Judgment. Wait a minute. Halfway through his sentence, Chen Rui suddenly frowned, looking seriously in the direction where Chen Xinlan had disappeared. After a long while, he suddenly said, Xiao Zhou, what's wrong, big brother? Jolie was taken aback. Chen Rui's tone had been low and his expression very serious. Do you think that if the current Xiaolan doesn't go to the Scythe of Judgment, she will be eroded by the curse? Chen Rui suddenly asked. Zhou Li was taken aback. Chen Xinlan's curse originated from Chen Rui 10 years ago. That curse carried endless hatred towards Eden, so whenever Chen Xinlan heard anything related to Eden, the curse would manifest. At that time, Chen Rui's detection result was, unless Chen Xinlan broke through to 6 stars where they completely destroyed Eden, she would be cursed for life. Going to the Scythe of Judgment Awakener's Academy was both Chen Xinlan's obsession and the influence of the curse. She had no other choice. However, not long ago, Chen Rui had gone to the Kunlun secret realm and found the remnant soul of the green serpent that could suppress the curse. Now he had encountered a boy who could release a trace of awakened power. The combination of the two, along with Chen Xinlan's gradually improving strength, may not completely free her from the curse's erosion, but at least she won't suffer from its torment. Jolie's mind raced, and he quickly understood Chen Rui's meaning. Brother, do you mean for her to give up being an enforcer? Chen Rui sighed softly, a look of loneliness and sadness appearing on his disheveled face for the first time. If possible, I don't want her to bear this hatred so early. It's what I owe her, and also what I owe to Xiao Rou. Jolie fell silent. 10 years ago, a 6-year-old girl witnessed her mother being murdered. Then she watched her father succumb to madness, blood staining the heavens. Soon after, the terrifying curse took hold, forcing her to endure endless pain while also carrying boundless hatred. Although Xiaolan had never complained over the years, everyone knew how much she had suffered. If possible, everyone hoped that Chen Xinlan could have a happy life like a normal person. After pondering for a moment, Jolie spoke again. Brother, becoming an enforcer is Xiaolan's obsession. You can't stop that. Chen Rui sighed again, and before he could speak, Jolie added, but Jolie smiled. While we can't stop it, we can find another way. At the Security Research Institute, numerous staff members were busy and tense. The institute had been damaged yesterday, and many instruments and equipment were destroyed. Just now, Wu Xiuji returned safely with Wong Hong, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, but Wu Xiuji also brought back another piece of news. The latest prediction from Wang Hang's news daily had emerged. The demon blade has appeared, bringing chaos to the world. No one expected that the demon blade referred to here was actually the 6-star enforcer Chen Rui. The deputy director was currently comparing the previous predictions with the actual data. With this data comparison, a rough assessment of Wang Hang's awakened item rating could almost be made. After a simple comparison of the scenes in reality with the predicted images in Wang Hang's newspaper, the deputy director stated plainly, "Notify the 3 major academies. Although the score isn't out yet, it should definitely be S level." Understood. Everyone was excited upon hearing this. The deputy director's meaning was clear. Wang Hang's awakened item was bound to reach S level. Now it was just a matter of how high the score could go based on that S level. After A level, each increase in level would significantly enhance the awakened item's abilities. S level was even more so. Currently, the highest publicly announced score for an awakened item was only 93 points. Amidst the busyness, an older researcher suddenly ran over. "Deputy Director, I'm busy here. If you have something to say, make it quick," the deputy director replied, without looking up from the data. "That Lord Chen Rui is looking for you," the researcher whispered. The deputy director paused, seemingly recalling something, and frowned. "Wang Hang's data is classified. I can't disclose it in principle." Old Wei waved his hand. "It's not about that." Then what is it about? "Do you remember the information about a student named Ji Chen that you sealed away before?" Old Wei reminded him. The deputy director nodded. "I remember. What's the matter?" "Ahem, that person over there wants to talk to you about something." Deputy director? In a small cabin on the outskirts of Ping'an City, Yi Mingfeng returned to his big bed after a night of being hunted. I'm getting old. Running all night nearly broke my legs," Yi Mingfeng mumbled as he poured himself a glass of Melanchon. Beside him, Haizi lay snoozing, its belly rounder than usual, as if it had eaten a lot not long ago. Drinking a little and snacking, Yi Mingfeng felt much more comfortable. Just as he yawned and planned to rest for a bit, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the familiar number on his phone, Yi Mingfeng frowned slightly and hesitated before answering the call. "Hello, old Mo. Just because I contacted you last time doesn't mean I've forgiven you. I told you not to bother me if there's nothing important." Yi Mingfeng's tone was unfriendly. On the other end, Vice President Mo chuckled awkwardly. "After all these years of friendship, how could I not know your temperament? But this time, there really is something important." Yi Mingfeng's expression became a bit more serious. "What is it? Spit it out." "Someone is investigating your grandson," Vice President Mo said, in a low voice. Swish! A terrifying pressure emanated from Yi Mingfeng, startling the black cat that had just fallen asleep, making it alert and look around. "Who?" Yi Mingfeng's tone was icy. "Years ago, in that accident, he lost his son and daughter-in-law, and he had blamed himself for a long time. Now, someone dared to target his only remaining family. We may be old, but we are not dead." Vice President Mo could feel the killing intent from Yi Mingfeng even through the phone, and he hurriedly said, "Don't get angry yet, the matter hasn't been fully investigated. Stop wasting time. Who is it?" Chen Rui. Chen Rui is just a nobody." "Who?" Yi Mingfeng almost cursed but realized something was off halfway through. "Chen Rui, the 6-star butcher from the Wolf Fong enforcement team," Vice President Mo said quietly. "Yi Mingfeng, is there some misunderstanding here? My grandson hasn't provoked them, has he?" "I don't know about that, I'm just the messenger. Besides, the butcher wants to talk to you in person." Vice President Mo completely distanced himself from the responsibility. On one side was his old friend, and on the other was the 6-star butcher. He didn't want to offend either. Yi Mingfeng was stunned. How could his grandson be entangled with such a monster? Wait! Yi Mingfeng suddenly thought of something. Yesterday, Xiaofeng had encountered danger and was taken away by a high-level awakener. Could that person be from the Wolf Fong team? The possibility was high. But upon further reflection, there were still issues. If Xiaofeng had provoked a high-level awakener, he would have been dead 10 times over by now. Unless the target wasn't Yi Chen but himself. Yi Mingfeng thought quickly. When he called Yi Chen yesterday, that high-level awakener should have been present. He might have picked up on something. Also, he had taken action last night. Although Bald Chang's underlings were cleared out, the aftermath of the 2 explosions hadn't been dealt with in time. Later, Bald Chang died, and the security department would definitely investigate. Could it be that they guessed these things were done by him? At that moment, Yi Mingfeng began to spiral into a frenzy of speculation. After a moment, Yi Mingfeng asked, "Hey, old Mo, did they say what they wanted from me?" "Not yet, but it should be related to your grandson." "What do you mean?" "You asked me to help your grandson before, so I conveniently sealed his information. And it caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives." Vice President Mo's face turned a bit red as he said this. When Yi Mingfeng had asked him to modify the scores, he ended up sealing the information instead. This was a favor from Yi Mingfeng, and Vice President Mo knew how hard it was to repay such a favor. Therefore, this secret must be kept at all costs. Hearing this, Yi Mingfeng understood. Such matters wouldn't concern an ordinary person too much, but for those with ulterior motives, it was different. In the Research Institute, only 2 types of awakened items could be sealed. One was if the awakened item's nature was special. The other was if the person's identity was special. Xiao Feng's awakened item was quite ordinary, so many would definitely think his identity background was somewhat special. So, was this the reason they were trying to befriend Xiao Feng? Alright, in that kind of environment yesterday, Xiao Feng answered his call and pretended to chat calmly. Xiao Feng's performance not only scared those terrorists but might have also intimidated that high-level awakener. Then, when the other party went back to investigate, they found that Xiao Feng's awakening information was sealed, thinking that Yi Chen might have some special background. With this thought, Yi Mingfeng understood everything. Chen Rui's people didn't discover his identity, they thought Yi Chen's identity was special. So, by a twist of fate, they pulled him out. Having understood the situation, Yi Mingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his identity wasn't exposed, everything else could be dealt with. As for being seen as the boss behind Yi Chen, so be it. The 6-star butcher, while powerful, had his own strengths as well. In the underground training ground of the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall, 2 figures were engaged in battle. After the basic information test was completed, Chen Xinlan found that her physical abilities had improved significantly, so she boasted about wanting to give Yi Chen a good beating. Then, well, the two began a friendly sparring session. After fully awakening, Chen Xinlan's strength and physique had received considerable boosts. However, the most significant improvement was in speed. Previously, Yi Chen was slightly faster than Chen Xinlan, but now she could easily overpower him. If calculated by numbers, Yi Chen estimated that Chen Xinlan's speed was around 16 faster than the Blue Wolf King. From start to finish, it was basically Chen Xinlan on the offensive, while Yi Chen passively dodged and defended. Yi Chen could only desperately evade under the storm-like attacks, with no energy left to counterattack. The scene resembled their first battle. At this moment, he had been fighting Chen Xinlan for over half an hour with no clear winner. Yi Chen relied on his super reaction ability to hold on until now. Finally, Chen Xinlan's stamina gave out first. During one attack, her palm strike aimed at Yi Chen's throat, but her lack of energy slowed her down just a bit. As Yi Chen continued to dodge, a glint flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly struck, grabbing Chen Xinlan's wrist while evading at the limit. Chen Xinlan was startled and tried to break free. But the difference in their strength was immense. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't escape Yi Chen's grip. Her pretty face flushed, and strange images flashed through her mind. The next moment, Yi Chen stepped back, twisting his body to execute a beautiful shoulder throw. Bang! Chen Xinlan was slammed onto the floor just like before. When she regained her senses, she suddenly found her arms handcuffed behind her back. One of Yi Chen's hands pressed her head down against the ground, while the other locked her wrist. You lost. Yi Chen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Chen Xinlan struggled a few times, but seeing it was futile, she finally stopped resisting. At that moment, she had no strength left. Yet, a happy smile adorned her face. This fight was the most satisfying one she had in the half-year since her awakening. Her strength had increased, her awakening item had fully awakened, and the erosion of the curse power had decreased. Now, she didn't need any restraints and could fight freely. The only regret was that she didn't defeat this guy beside her in the end. After a few days, once I adapt to my current body, I will definitely be able to beat you, Chen Xinlan said stubbornly. Yi Chen, he. Yi Chen was panting heavily. This time he was truly exhausted and didn't even bother to settle the score. He simply lay down next to Chen Xinlan, and the two rested side by side. This battle was the hardest one he had faced since he started using his powers. The pressure Chen Xinlan put on him was comparable to 0.8 of the Blue Wolf King. This fight was entirely won through physical stamina. In a direct confrontation, he still fell at a disadvantage. Originally, he didn't want to use his powers. Enhance his attributes, but since you want to play like this, I won't hold back. At this moment, Yi Chen decided to grind for some soul coins in the next couple of days to further boost his speed. Speed +1 can ensure invincibility. Speed +2 basically allows for a counterattack. Speed +3 means you can hang Chen Xinlan up and spank her. Just as he was fantasizing about a certain scene, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello, Grandpa, is there something you need? Yi Chen asked. The old man had been calling him quite frequently these past few days. However, considering how chaotic Ping'an City was, it was normal for Yi Mingfeng to be worried about him. On the other end of the line, Yi Mingfeng's voice came through, laced with teasing and concern. Xiao Feng, have you recently made some special friends? Special? Yi Chen turned to glance at the unkempt Chen Xinlan. I guess so. Why? Nothing, just asking casually. Yi Mingfeng laughed heartily. How are you two getting along? This time, they were very close, and Chen Xinlan could hear Yi Mingfeng's voice. Upon hearing Yi Mingfeng's question, Chen Xinlan's face flushed slightly. Did Yi Chen tell his grandpa about them? What did he say? Does his grandpa have a good impression of me? Chen Xinlan struggled to get up but suddenly winced in pain, exclaiming, Ouch, you're pulling my hair. Yi Chen rolled over, showing no intention of getting up, and continued, It's okay, I've been pretty happy these past few days. His tone was light, and just thinking about the treasure in his arms made him very happy. However, Yi Mingfeng, on the other end, was taken aback. His ears were sharp, and he heard that you're pulling my hair very clearly. The tone and pitch seemed to belong to a little girl. Yi Mingfeng suddenly recalled a female classmate mentioned during his call with Zhang Yifeng earlier, Chen Xinlan. Chen Xinlan. Chen Rui. Chen. Yi Mingfeng gasped, realizing something he hadn't noticed before. That Chen Xinlan couldn't possibly be Chen Rui's daughter, could she? That guy seemed to have a daughter 10 years ago, who was only 5 or 6 at the time. Now, 10 years have passed, and she would be about the same age as Xiaofeng. Before this, Yi Mingfeng thought Yi Chen knew someone from Chen Rui's Wolf Fang team. Then, during yesterday's terrifying riot, he was appreciated by the other party. But now it seemed his guess was not entirely correct. Yi Chen didn't know a member of the Wolf Fang team. He likely knew Chen Rui's daughter, and their relationship seemed to be quite good. Generally, your pulling my hair only occurs in certain special situations. At that moment, Yi Mingfeng was a bit dazed. His grandson was dating Chen Rui's daughter? Could this really be happening? Ahem, Xiaofeng, is your friend right next to you? Yi Mingfeng probed. Yeah, she's lying right next to me. Yi Mingfeng, degree. On the other end, Yi Mingfeng swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly. What stage are you two at now? Yi Chen blinked. What stage? After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen replied, just now, I fought with her for over half an hour, and in the end, I won. It's over. At that moment, Yi Mingfeng had only one thought, you're in big trouble. You dare to date the butcher's daughter. Are you out of your mind? What if the butcher finds out and decides to chop you up? But upon further thought, the butcher's daughter must have high-level awakeners protecting her. The fact that they didn't stop it meant they agreed. Could it be that yesterday, during the incident, Xiaofeng heroically saved the beauty and captured the girl's heart? Yi Mingfeng suddenly recalled how Yi Chen had looked tired when he woke up half a month ago. It seemed Xiaofeng had understood this aspect long ago. He just hadn't had the courage to tell him. He never expected his grandson to be so bold, managing to win her over so quickly despite not knowing her for long. Ahem, it's fine, since you two are together, just take your time, but be careful, okay? After the call ended, Yi Mingfeng called Vice Dean Mo. You tell them over there, let's just forget about meeting. As for the children's matters, let them decide for themselves, but I have 3 requests. First, they cannot use force or status to threaten Xiaofeng, and they absolutely cannot harm him. Second, they cannot force Xiaofeng to do things he doesn't want to do. The direction of his future development should be decided by him alone. Third, they cannot tell him about this matter. The vice president's face darkened. Brother, do you understand the positions of both sides? Over. There is a 6-star awakened one, the butcher Chen Rui, one of the top 4 combat powers in Xia country. If I relay what you just said, that butcher might just come at me with his magic knife. Are you sure I should respond like this? Old Mo asked again. Yes, respond like this. Remember, don't back down. Old Mo. At the Xingtian Martial Arts Hall, Jolie was slightly taken aback when he received the message relayed by Yi Mingfeng. The other party's tone was somewhat firm, but they did not make any excessive demands. It seemed they intended to let Yi Chen develop freely. This was consistent with his previous speculation. Moreover, the other party seemed deliberately intent on keeping Yi Chen's abilities under wraps, even not wanting Yi Chen to know that someone was watching him. Such careful protection was indeed puzzling. Did the other party also know the secret of Yi Chen being able to unleash his awakened power? If that were the case, then the power behind Yi Chen would be quite terrifying. However, recalling the tone and attitude of the other party when Old Wei relayed the message, it seemed they were not afraid of the butcher's reputation. In this day and age, there seemed to be only a few organizations that dared to speak to Chen Rui like this, right? After pondering for a moment, Jolie spoke again. Old Wei, give the phone to the vice president. A moment later, an elderly voice came from the other end. I am Mo Hen. Vice President Mo, I have long admired your name. I am Jolie. Jolie's tone became a bit more respectful. Ah, former vice leader of the Dark Knight Brigade, you are too polite. Although I am older, in terms of status, you are still above me, Mo Hen said with a smile. 10 years ago, when the Dark Knight Brigade had not yet disbanded, it was the top adventure brigade in Xia country. Although it was just a civilian organization, Jolie's status back then was higher than it is now. Not at all, Vice President Mo, you are too polite. Jolie chuckled. That was all in the past, not worth mentioning. Oh, it's only been 10 years, but back then, the title Smiling Tiger made countless people tremble in fear. Nearby, Old Wei listened to Zhou Li and Mo Han exchanging pleasantries, feeling a bit irritated. Usually, when commanding me, they are so arrogant. Why is this conversation so polite? Where's the bullying spirit? However, what Old Wei didn't know was that the 2 old foxes were engaging in a battle of wits. While they were exchanging compliments, they were subtly extracting useful information from each other. But both were experts, and their exchange did not yield any effective information. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Mo Han finally asked, Vice Leader Zhou, did you come to me for something? Oh, you mentioning it almost made me forget, Jolie said with a look of regret. He paused and continued. I received the message you had old way. Relay. Please let that person know that my brother agrees to his request. Oh, Mo Hen was taken aback. He had been so polite earlier because he was afraid the other party would blame him. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who is smiling. I'm just a messenger, you can't blame me. If you're angry. Unexpectedly, the other party not only wasn't angry but was rather friendly. At that moment, he became increasingly curious about what had transpired between these people. After the pleasantries, Jolie suddenly changed his tone. However, it's fine if they don't want to meet, but at least we should know which faction they belong to, right? Mo Han blinked, his expression growing more peculiar. Is there some misunderstanding here? Faction? The person behind Yi Chen is his grandfather. He had to repay some favors he owed from years ago. No, could it be that the other side has guessed the organization behind Yi Mingfeng? That shouldn't be the case. That old guy left a long time ago, and there has been no contact with them for many years. Even Mo Hen himself doesn't know what that old man is doing now, and others probably know even less. But the other party's resolute demeanor doesn't seem like a joke. After waiting for a long time without a response, Jolie frowned slightly. Director Mo, we have agreed to all the demands from the other side. It shouldn't be unreasonable for us to make this request now, or is it that the organization behind that person cannot be seen? It's not that they can't be seen, it's just that this organization is somewhat. Mo Hen stammered for a while before finally gritting his teeth and saying, forget it, there's nothing to hide at this point. The organization behind that person is Wen Tian. On the second floor of the martial arts school, Chen Rui comfortably took a hot shower. After changing into new clothes and shaving, he looked completely transformed. At this moment, he appeared to be a calm middle-aged man in his 40s. There was no trace of killing intent in his eyes, instead, they were deep and tranquil. Every move he made exuded a mature, noble aura. Anyone who saw him would find it impossible to associate him with the previous scruffy man. No one would connect him with the word butcher. This is a misunderstanding of Chen Rui by the outside world. The title of butcher only emerged when referring to the terrorists of Eden. When Chen Rui finished changing and came out, Jolie was already waiting at the door. Jolie quickly recounted the demands from the other side. Chen Rui nodded. The other party hadn't made any excessive requests, everything was going with the flow. The underlying meaning was that everything would be decided on their side, which was still a concession. If they don't want to meet, then so be it. Later, you can ask them which force it is. There are only a few places that have this kind of power, right? Chen Rui said to himself. Jolie coughed lightly. Big brother, we've asked about the force, but it differs somewhat from our previous guesses. Chen Rui raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Oh? Which force are they? One Tian. I see, if it's them, then it's not surprising. Chen Rui was first taken aback, then showed an expression of understanding. The Wen Tian organization does not belong to an individual or a specific country. Its nature is similar to that of the Enforcers Alliance. It is a global public organization. This organization was established long ago after the revival of spiritual energy and the emergence of secret realms. Wen Tian is not responsible for combat. Their mission is to research secret realms, awaken objects, awakeners, and various information related to the revival of spiritual energy. The opening of the era of universal awakening, strategies for cultivating student psychology, classifications of awakened object ratings, and so on all involve their participation. Even recently, the information about suppressing cursed energy from the snow mountain was obtained through the Wen Tian organization. In terms of combat power, Wen Tian is quite average, but in terms of influence, it is second only to the Enforcers Alliance. Chen Rui sighed lightly. I really didn't expect that it would be the Wen Tian people who got the first move, but that's fine. Wen Tian never interferes in external matters. In that case, Xiao Zhou, go talk to Xiao Feng, and also notify the 3 major academies in Magic City, at one of the top 3 universities in Xia Country, the Starry Palace. It was 10 in the morning, and in a high-end dormitory, a man who looked to be around 30 was sound asleep. Suddenly, his phone rang in his dream. The man groggily pressed the answer button. Immediately, an old man's roaring voice came from the other end. Han Fei, stop sleeping, your mission is here. Han Fei yawned while rubbing his eyes. Wadiah, are you annoying? It's early in the morning and you won't let me sleep. Besides, I've already completed my task indicators for the first half of the year. What the hell have you completed? Did you meet the 3 enrollment indicators? Wadiah continued to roar from the other end. Han Fei was taken aback and opened an app on his phone. He then discovered that there was indeed an additional enrollment task in his task indicators. But this task was released just 30 seconds ago. Han Fei was furious. Wadiah, are you sick? Don't think that just because you're the vice dean, you can casually change the mentor tasks. Just as Han Fei was about to curse, the other side suddenly mentioned a number. 300 credits. Han Fei, what task? An S-rank awakened one has appeared in Ping'an City and there are no mentors nearby, so you have to go. Is it really that simple? Han Fei asked suspiciously. Although strategic-level awakened ones are rare, there are still a few each year. Moreover, this is often not the academy fooling the students, but rather the students choosing the academy based on their awakened abilities. After all, the importance of these rated students has escalated from personal to national significance. This is just the first one. The second task is also in Pinyin City. The daughter of that lord has fully awakened as well. I don't care what method you use, just bring her back. 3 minutes later, a tall man with a somewhat effeminate appearance stepped out of the room. Dressed in a blue robe, he exuded the aura of an ancient scholar. As he stepped out, a pair of snow-white wings appeared on his back. With his wings spread, Han Fei transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Pinyin City Law Enforcement Division. A woman was listening to her subordinates report on their work. The woman had a neat short haircut that gave her a capable appearance. She was tall but not voluptuous, with decent features that could score around 7 or 8 points. However, her expression was consistently one of displeasure, as if everyone owed her a fortune. At this moment, Rosa was reporting on the events that had occurred in Pinyin City over the past 2 days. Sister Leng Yue, based on the current information, we can infer that the mastermind behind this terror operation should be the Red Heart Q from Eden. Leng Yue glanced at the time. The people from Eden have been active since 7 p.m. yesterday. It's now 10 a.m. 15 hours is enough for her to escape hundreds of miles. Just as she was speaking, her phone rang. After answering the call, Leng Yue responded with several MMs before hanging up. She then stood up directly. Sister Leng Yue, what's wrong? To the security department. Longdu, Shenlong Military Awakened Academy. Upon receiving the news, the higher-ups immediately convened an emergency meeting. In the nearest city to Pinyin City, a high-level Dragon Guard team was training. A sturdy man with a square face stood there, watching the trainees intently. His face was resolute, standing tall and straight like a statue. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon seeing the task, Wang Yang frowned slightly. Everyone, gather. Target Pinyin City Security Department. Pinyin City Research Institute. After conveying the information, Mo Han was lying back in his chair to rest. At that moment, a new file appeared on his computer. Mo Han opened it, and the content at the front was almost the same as before. However, the final content was different. According to the latest data, the fat man in the third prediction content is suspected to be the deputy mayor, and the beggar may be Rolls. 2 days ago, the deputy mayor encountered an accident. The fifth prediction content is true, with a reality-to-newspaper content integration rate of 89.6%. The Demon Blade is the awakened item of 6-star awakened Chen Rui, and the attacked boy is Yi Chen. 5 predictions, 4 successes. The only uncertain one also found matching information. According to the existing information, Wang Heng's awakening item has a success rate that seems to be 100%. Whether this is a prediction or a prophecy is now hard to say. Moreover, every single detail is crucial. At the very bottom of the document, the system finally provided a result. Rated S, with a score of 93. Wang Heng's awakening item strategic level is comparable to that of Hua Tuo. At this moment, the vice president burst into laughter, finally reaping the rewards after so many days of busyness. When he arrived at the testing area, he suddenly found it in disarray. You won't let me leave, fine, but at least give me a phone. I need to know if my brother is okay. No summoning, unless you tell me what exactly happened. I don't care who he is, bullying my brother is unacceptable. Wong Hong, who had been brought back, refused to cooperate at this moment. Because this group of guys wouldn't tell him what had happened over the past 2 days. For a man with a soul for gossip, this was intolerable. When the vice president arrived and saw this scene, he coughed twice. There's no need to keep everything a secret anymore, just tell him. Following the order, 2 researchers recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 days, bit by bit. Wong Hong listened with shining eyes, excitement coursing through him. However, the events were so tumultuous that by the time he finished hearing the entire incident, his brain was overloaded and nearly crashed. Old Wang stood in place for 10 minutes, finally managing to piece together the narrative. It turned out he really was the main character. Wang Hong excitedly pulled out his phone's memo app to start recording. Originally, a genius boy obtained an S-level awakening item, but the common folk were blind to its true power, causing the genius boy to be overlooked. The genius boy did not bow to reality, worked hard, and made continuous progress, inadvertently discovering some strange information. 5 predictions, 3 successes, and reported 3 times to help the Dragon Guard solve major cases. Finally, his ability was discovered, and after testing, it was astonishing, scaring the research institute into sealing off the news. The next day, terrorists attacked, remnants of the Polaris organization self-destructing to assault the Ministry of Security. On the 3rd day, a super-terrorist riot occurred, with hundreds of terrorists taking over more than 5,000 hostages. The terrorists battled the Dragon Guard for 300 rounds, ultimately falling into a trap set by the enemy. 7 high-level awakeners led numerous terrorists to invade the Ministry of Security, breaking into the Research Institute just to take that boy away. The Dragon Guard's commander pursued the enemy alone, nearly losing his life. At a critical moment, the 6-star Awakener Butcher Chen Rui appeared, bloodied blade in hand, staining the heavens. Finally, Butcher Chen Rui fought the terrorists all night and rescued the genius boy. Wong Hong became more and more excited as he wrote, more and more thrilled. Previously, he had always crafted stories for others. Today, the plot had unexpectedly landed on him. However, when the story reached the aftermath of the morning, Wong Hong paused for a moment. Chen Rui, Chen Xinlan. Damn, the madman's girlfriend is the butcher's daughter? At that moment, Wong Hong began to understand why Chen Rui had pointed a knife at the madman back then. Wong Hong's expression became somewhat strange. His daughter was being pursued by some unknown brat, who wouldn't be angry. Speaking of which, the madman wouldn't be sliced into pieces now, would he? Brother, safe travels, may there be no butcher in heaven. Vice President, we just received news from the Ministry of Security. The head of the Scythe of Judgment Awakener Academy, Cold Moon, has arrived. While Wong Hong was still daydreaming about certain things, a researcher suddenly appeared. Mo Han was somewhat surprised. It hadn't been long since he notified them, and the people from the Scythe of Judgment had already arrived. Since they're here, let them in, Mo Han said, looking at Wong Hong. Wong Hong, come with me. Once the door to the reception room closed, Mo Han finally said, your awakening item score has come out. How many points? S rating, score 93. Wong Hong gasped in shock, completely stunned. Although he had guessed that his awakened item would reach S level, he never expected it to be this high. A score of 93 was the highest he had ever heard of among all awakened item ratings, equivalent to the status of a legendary healer. As expected, I am the protagonist. Ah, indeed, I am the protagonist. I am the child of destiny. Wong Hong started to grin foolishly, mumbling to himself. Hey, don't get too excited, take a deep breath and calm down. Mo Han reassured him for a while until the nearly frantic Wong Hong settled down. Mo Han reminded him, I've already informed the 3 major academies about your news. The head of the Judgment Scythe Awakeners Academy has arrived, but before you meet, I need to explain the information about the 3 academies to you again. Do I need you to tell me that? Wong Hong rolled his eyes. As a man determined to become the king of gossip, he could recite the information about the top academies by heart. There are 3 top academies in Xia country: the Starry Hall, the Divine Dragon Military Academy, and the Judgment Scythe. The minimum requirement to enter these 3 academies is that the awakened item rating must reach a level, and there are also quantity restrictions. Each of these 3 academies focuses on different training directions. The Judgment Scythe specializes in training enforcers. It mainly trains skills related to assassination, tracking, disguise, and intelligence gathering. Graduating from there allows one to become an enforcer tasked with hunting down terrorists worldwide. Over 80% of the students graduating from the Judgment Scythe Awakeners Academy each year become enforcers. The Divine Dragon Military Academy focuses on training the Dragon Guards of the Ministry of Security. The main focus of study there is to develop one's unique abilities and complete teamwork to form a fully fledged Dragon Guard team. Their overall abilities may not be exceptionally strong, but they excel in their specialized fields. A 4-star awakened individual can take down dozens or even hundreds of 3-star awakened individuals in a one-on-one fight. However, a Dragon Guard team with complementary awakened abilities can even slay higher-level monsters. The Starry Hall is the most unique of the 3. It was previously dedicated to training adventurers or mercenaries. In terms of status and financial power, it is the weakest of the 3 academies. However, it offers more freedom. Additionally, it is said that after a new dean took over 20 years ago, significant reforms were implemented. The external evaluations of that place are mixed. Some thrive there, while others find their development worse than in ordinary awakened academies. Just as he was speaking, the door opened, and a short-haired female awakener walked in. Wong Hong felt a bit uncomfortable looking at the woman in front of him. She appeared cold, with no hint of a smile. While her temperament bore some resemblance to Chen Xinlan, her looks were far from it. Lang Yu greeted politely, hello, Dean Mo. I am the current head of the Judgment Scythe Awakeners Academy, Lang Yu. Mo Han responded courteously, and then pointed to Wong Hong beside him. He is the student whose awakened item rating has reached S level. You can talk. You don't need to leave, Lang Yu said. Please show me his awakened item information. If it's not suitable, then it will be handed over to other academies. One of her purposes for coming this time was to recruit Wong Hong, but the core mission was to safely bring Chen Xinlan back. The 6-star Wolfong team, codenamed Killing Wolf, was known as the Butcher of the World. Although most of Chen Rui's information was sealed, some details were still known. For example, Chen Rui has a daughter who is 16 years old this year. Not long ago, the headquarters sent a message that Chen Xinlan had naturally awakened, achieving a strategic level rating. Moreover, her awakened item ability is of the assassin combat attribute. Each of these alone is already astonishing, and now, with all the buffs combined, it was simply explosive. Compared to recruiting Wong Hong, bringing Chen Xinlan back is more important. Wong Hong, who was standing nearby, felt a bit hurt. What the hell, shouldn't I be the main character? Why are you all chatting without including Me? And who is this person called Lung Yu, speaking so arrogantly? Mohan was somewhat puzzled. Strategic level students would definitely be valued even if their abilities didn't completely align with the academy's training direction. But the other party's attitude was surprisingly cold, which was perplexing. It felt as if their purpose for coming here wasn't for Wong Hong, but more like a formality. Do you have other tasks? Mohan asked tentatively. Confidential information. It's better if you don't know. Lung Yu's tone grew increasingly icy. Mohan nodded to indicate he understood, then took out a document and handed it over. There was an incident with Wong Hong here earlier, so the information has just been organized. Lung Yu did not respond, nearly flipping through the information quickly. However, the next second her pupils constricted, and her expression gradually became serious. Time system, predictive type, predicting significant events that might occur in the next 3 days? Score 93? At that moment, Lung Yu was shocked. Wong Hong's ability to predict major dangerous events that might occur in 3 days was incredibly aligned with what the enforcers needed. After finishing all the materials, Lung Yu suddenly looked at Wong Hong, her previously indifferent expression replaced by one of fervor and madness. Wong Hong, your ability is very compatible with the Academy of the Scythe of Judgment. As long as you come to us, I guarantee your ability can be maximized. Wong Hong blinked, thinking that this woman changes her attitude faster than flipping a book. Sure enough, anyone would be intimidated by my awakened ability. Wong Hong leisurely sat down on a nearby sofa and asked, if I go to your academy, what kind of treatment can you offer me? Lung Yu replied solemnly, your ability belongs to the strategic level support type. To accelerate your growth, in addition to the usual benefits for general students, I can apply to give you 3 crystal cores every month until you break through to 2 stars. If you want more, you'll need to demonstrate your abilities. After reaching 2 stars, the crystal core rewards will be adjusted based on the changes in your awakened ability. If your awakened ability improves significantly, I can also apply for a few protective awakened defensive weapons for you. Once you graduate, you can directly become an enforcer, and I guarantee that the awakened team you join will definitely be 5-star. Hearing such an offer, Wong Hong was shocked. Crystal cores are obtained from a special creature deep within the secret realm. Their effect is very straightforward and brutal. After absorption by an awakened item, the growth rate increases tenfold. Generally, a 1-star awakened can use one for 3 days. This means that 3 days of training is equivalent to a normal month. The market price for a single crystal core is 10 million. 3 cores a month equals a 30 million material subsidy per month. As for awakened defensive gear, that's unpredictable. Those things start at over 100 million, and good ones can sell for tens or even hundreds of billions. At that moment, Wong Hong was truly tempted. Just as he hesitated about whether to agree, Mohan suddenly said, Wong Hong, the people from the Shenlong Military Academy have also arrived. The sun blazed overhead, the scorching sun relentless. The sky over Pingan City was clear and cloudless. At the entrance, a dragon guard was on patrol duty. He looked around, and when he glanced at the distant sky, he suddenly noticed something flashing. As the light quickly approached, the dragon guard finally saw that it was a pair of pure white wings. After 3 hours, Han Fei crossed 1,000 miles and finally arrived at Pingan City. Upon reaching the entrance, Han Fei's wings disappeared as he gently landed. Without waiting for the dragon guard to come over, Han Fei directly took out a token. I am Han Fei, a mentor from the Star Palace. Take me to the Research Institute immediately. A moment later, Han Fei arrived at his destination. When a door in the Research Institute opened, even before he could see anyone, he heard the sound of an argument inside. This is a strategic level awakening. Item rated at 93 points. Can you afford any mistakes? His ability is prepared for extreme events. Do you think the dragon guards pamper him every day? You don't need to worry about that, Wong Hong. On behalf of the Divine Dragon Military Academy, I'm offering you an increase in benefits, 6 crystal cores and 5 million resources for free exchange every month. Huang Mutu, you're dead set on throwing money at our law enforcement academy, aren't you? As the door opened, Lung Yu and Huang Yang finally stopped arguing. The two turned to see a suave man walk in. Oh, isn't this Ms. Lung Yu and Officer Huang Yang? Long time no see, Han Fei said with a smile as he entered. Upon seeing him, Lung Yu and Huang Yang immediately became alert. Someone from the Starry Hall Academy had arrived. Han Fei first greeted them amicably, then looked at Wang Hong, who was scribbling something in a small notebook. You must be Wong Hong, right? I'm Han Fei, a mentor from the Starry Hall, Han Fei said, extending his hand with a smile. Wang Hong scrutinized Han Fei suspiciously. You're also a 5-star awakener. The man before him appeared refined and very young, a stark contrast to the other two. Han Fei smiled, of course. So, what's the score of your awakening item? Why do you ask that? Han Fei replied, puzzled. Just curious, Wong Hong grinned, foolishly thinking that 3 5-star awakeners had come to compete for talent in one day. As the protagonist, he certainly needed to gather information on the 3 of them. It would make for a more thrilling story later. Did you ask that question to them as well? Han Fei glanced at Leng Yu and Huang Yang. Wang Hong nodded. I asked them. And they told me, you're the last one. Alright then, since that's the case, I'll share. My awakening item is called Angel's Wing, rated at 88 points. His, so high? Wang Hong was somewhat surprised. The previous two had scores of 86 and 85, and this one had reached 88. Wang Hong knew very well that the gap between each point in A-level awakening items was significant. Han Fei's awakening item ability score was nearing the peak of personal strength. Here's the information on Wang Heng's awakening item. You can take a look, Mo Han said, handing over Wang Heng's information. Next to Mo Han was a pot of hot tea, and he looked quite enthusiastic at the moment. The last time such a scene occurred was over a decade ago. Such juicy gossip was rare, it had to be savored. Han Fei took the information and read it carefully. Soon his expression grew serious. At that moment, he finally understood why Leng Yu and Huang Yang had been arguing over Wang Hong. An awakening item that could predict significant future dangers was highly valued by both the law enforcement and dragon guards. If used well, this ability could very likely save a high-level battle team or resolve certain terror crises. No wonder it had such a high score. Seeing that Han Fei had finished reading, Wang Hong curiously asked, Teacher Han Fei, what kind of benefits does your Starry Hall offer? Han Fei came back to his senses and smiled. The educational model of the Starry Hall is quite different from that of ordinary academies. You should have heard some rumors about it, right? I've heard a bit, but there's no specific information online. Let me briefly explain the educational model of the Starry Hall. Han Fei then began to explain the relevant information about the Starry Hall. 20 years ago, the Starry Hall's educational model was similar to that of ordinary academies. However, after a change in the principal, the academy underwent reforms. The Starry Hall reduced its annual enrollment from 2,000 students to the current 200. Originally, the resources obtained by the students of the Star Palace were about half of those from the other two top academies, but now they have directly increased to 5 times that amount. However, if it were just a reduction in numbers for an elite program, it wouldn't count as a reform. After the number of students decreased, the method of obtaining resources also changed. In the Star Palace, all resources are exchanged for credits. As for the training direction, it is entirely self-study. You can purchase any skills you want with credits, and the academy will not interfere. As that dean said, here, if you have the ability, you can obtain 10 times the cultivation resources of other top academies. If you lack ability, you won't even measure up to an ordinary awakened academy. Wang Hong listened for a while, still confused. So you mean that as long as I have credits, I can buy anything there? Yes, whether it's ordinary cultivation resources, crystal cores, or even awakening items, all can be purchased. Then how do I earn these credits? There are quite a few ways, such as the Academy's basic daily tasks, special tasks released by mentors or your seniors, or various competitions, challenges, and ranking events. Do you think it's easy for me to earn credits there? Wang Hong asked again. Han Fei shook his head. I can't say, it depends on you. Some people can earn hundreds of credits in a day, while others can only earn 3 to 5 credits. Seemingly worried that Wang Hong didn't understand the value of credits, Han Fei continued, just like they mentioned earlier, the market price for a crystal core is 10 million, but at school, it only requires 100 credits. Wow, what the heck? Han Fei's eyes widened. Earning hundreds of credits a day is equivalent to making tens of millions in a day? If he could earn that for 3 days, his assets would surpass what his father worked hard for most of his life. Seeing Wang Heng's interest, Leng Yu immediately said, Wang Hong, you mustn't be fooled by him. Earning hundreds of credits a day is just an exception. Most ordinary students earn only a few or a dozen credits a day. That's right, and the cost of living there is very high. Meals require credits, accommodation requires credits, and most students' earned credits can only cover their daily expenses, Huang Yang added. The two who had just been arguing heatedly now reached a united front. It was hard to come across a strategic-level genius who agreed with their academy. They couldn't let the old schemers of the Star Palace deceive them. Hey, what does my chat with Wang Hong have to do with you? It's just that we can't stand you Star Palace deceivers. What do you mean by deceivers? How many top students have come out of our academy over the years? Seeing everyone chattering endlessly, Wang Hong felt a bit overwhelmed. Although his awakening item rating reached the strategic level, his experience and knowledge were still not on par. With so many complex temptations, he didn't know how to choose. At this moment, Wang Hong missed Yi Chen a bit. In the past, he would directly ask Yi Chen at times like this. Wang Hong suddenly froze. Hey, you just said I could make some requests, right? Yes, as long as it's not too excessive, you can ask, Leng Yu immediately replied. Wang Hong grinned. My request is that I want to bring someone with me. In the underground training ground of the Xing Tian Martial Arts Hall, when Jolie walked into the training room, his body stiffened. In his line of sight, not far away, a man and a woman were lying on the ground. Chen Xinlan was sleeping soundly with her head resting on Yi Chen's arm. Although both were still dressed, their clothes looked a bit wrinkled, clearly having gone through something indescribable. At the same time, there were fine beads of sweat on their foreheads, and they were damp all over, as if They had just undergone intense exercise. A few minutes ago, the battle between Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan had just ended. After finishing the call, both were too lazy to move. So Chen Xinlan spent $100 to buy a pillow and fell asleep right away. Hearing the noise, Yi Chen was the first to open his eyes and look over, and soon Chen Xinlan woke up as well. Jolie's eyes were vacant. I'm blind, I didn't see anything, you all continue. Chen Xinlan was taken aback. Uncle Zhou. Upon hearing Chen Xinlan's slightly spoiled yet confident tone, Jolie laughed heartily. From your tone, it seems the curse hasn't appeared. Chen Xinlan nodded. No, it's just pure physical exhaustion. It's about what Big Brother speculated. Right now, you basically won't trigger the curse when not using the awaken item. Jolie was genuinely happy. In the past, Chen Xinlan needed 2 days of rest after a single training session. Not only was her training efficiency pitiful, but she also had to endure the torment of the curse every day. Now, all of that would be a thing of the past. With the S-rank awaken item combined with her own comprehension and perseverance, Jolie believed that, without the interference of the curse, Chen Xinlan's strength would definitely soar. So, Uncle Zhou, if I use the awaken item, will it trigger the curse? Chen Xinlan continued to ask. It should. Jolie glanced at Yi Chen, hesitated for a moment, and didn't hide it. A large part of your awaken item was born from the curse. Using it will definitely trigger the backlash of the curse. Yi Chen got up from the ground and remained silent. He had a feeling that Jolie, this old fox, seemed to be saying that on purpose to him. Sure enough, the next second, Jolie said, later, I'll help you check the influence and limits of the curse, but with Xiaofeng around, even if problems arise, it won't matter much. Yi Chen. Hey, are you really treating me as a tool? Chen Xinlan's face flushed slightly as she changed the subject. Uncle Zhou, did you need something from us? Oh, you reminded me just in time. Your dad is looking for you about something. Jolie feigned a look of just remembering and said regretfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinlan nodded, said she'd see him later, and hurriedly left. When only Yi Chen and Jolie were left in the training room, Yi Chen was about to leave when Jolie stopped him. Seeing the other's malicious expression, Yi Chen warily asked, What are you up to, Brother Zhou? Jolie shot him an annoyed glare. Stop pretending, do you think you can scare me? Yi Chen chuckled, the tension from earlier instantly dissipating. I was just going along with you. Saying that, he went to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped it down. You're getting more and more talkative. Alright, let's get to the point. Jolie shook his head and sat down on a nearby chair, patting it to signal Yi Chen to come over. Xiaofeng, I remember you said before that you want to become an adventurer in the future, right? Jolie began. Yes, that was indeed my initial thought. Yi Chen nodded. Initial thought? What about now? Now I feel like being an enforcer seems quite profitable. 2. Jolie's body stiffened for a moment before quickly recovering. He looked at Yi Chen seriously. Xiaofeng, being an enforcer is a very dangerous job. Yi Chen replied, but Chen Rui is also an enforcer, right? Xiaolan plans to become one too. Exactly, that's why I know how tough this industry is. Your personality probably doesn't like being constrained. I feel you're more suited to being an adventurer. Seeing Jolie emphasize this repeatedly, Yi Chen vaguely guessed something. Uncle Chen doesn't want Xiaolan to become an enforcer? Jolie scratched his head, a bit confused. Am I that obvious? Yi Chen, very obvious. Jolie, with his little secret exposed. Jolie didn't blush, he sighed deeply. I told you about Xiaolan before, she's a poor child, growing up in hatred and curses. In the past, there were no choices. But the influence of the curse has now been reduced to an acceptable level. Big Brother hopes she can let go of her hatred and at least have a happy college life. So, what do you want me to do? Yi Chen asked straightforwardly. Jolie wore a mischievous smile on his face. What we mean is for you to act in a play. Yi Chen? While Jolie was conspiring with Yi Chen, on the other side, Chen Rui met with his daughter Chen Xinlan. Dad, I don't need to worry about the curse when using the awakening item now. Seeing her father, Chen Xinlan happily ran over and hugged Chen Rui's arm. She didn't know how long it had been since she experienced such a playful moment with her father. Chen Rui smiled and affectionately ruffled Chen Xinlan's hair. I guess that what you need to test now is the state after using the awakening item. Uncle Zhou just told me, but it seemed fine when I fully awakened just now. Short-term use should be okay, but over time, the curse's erosion will likely increase. Chen Rui said seriously, based on your current condition, using the awakening item for less than 10 minutes should be fine, but any longer could be dangerous, especially with the third ability of your awakening item. Once used, the curse's erosion will definitely surge. Chen Xinlan frowned slightly. As a professional assassin, long-term stealth was basic training. If her night dagger could only be used for 10 minutes, the impact on her future combat would be significant. So, is there any way to solve this? Chen Xinlan asked. Yes, as your strength increases, your resistance to the curse will gradually improve. Chen Rui's eyes flickered. Also, your male friend. Spending more time with him can also increase your resistance to the curse. If Xiaofeng breaks through and the density of his awakening power increases, your resistance to the curse will significantly improve. The implication in Chen Rui's words was simple. Yi Chen could help Chen Xinlan resist the curse. Chen Xinlan didn't feel there was anything wrong. She nodded, knowing this for a long time. However, she had previously thought that Yi Chen could only help alleviate the curse's erosion. Now her father was telling her that being together for a long time could also weaken the curse. But regardless of which way, as long as they were together, wouldn't that be enough? Chen Xinlan's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze drifting as she pondered something. When she came back to her senses, she found Chen Rui smiling at her. Chen Xinlan felt embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Dad, did you call me for something? At this, Chen Rui retracted his earlier teasing and became serious. There are 3 things I need to discuss with you, Chen Rui said in a deep voice. I called you over for a total of 3 matters. The first matter is that after today, I will be returning to the Wolf Fong team. Chen Xinlan's expression darkened, but she quickly recovered. She had known this for a long time. If it weren't for her curse issue, Chen Rui would still be leading the Wolf Fong team to eradicate the Eden cult worldwide. This was his fate, and it was also hers. Although their time together was short, this reunion was better than before. Chen Rui sighed. This time, your awakening matter has been delayed for a long time, and it has consumed a lot of resources and connections. It will probably take at least a year and a half to repay, so I won't be providing you with resources for now. No need, I can earn resources myself, Chen Xinlan said proudly. Her expression was resolute, her eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. Now that her awakening item had fully awakened, her future path was clear. Her father no longer needed to worry about her and could focus on his own matters, and the Wolf Fong team could also freely hunt down the Eden cult. With her own strength and talent, Chen Xinlan was confident that she could grow rapidly in the academy without relying on any family support. Chen Rui smiled and continued. The second matter is related to the first. I have already informed the 3 major academies about your awakening. When they send someone over, you can negotiate terms with them. What benefits you can obtain will depend on your own abilities. 3 great academies? Chen Xinlan was somewhat puzzled. She had decided long ago, when she was very young, to go to the Scythe of Judgment. This was almost a well-known fact. Logically, it should have been enough to notify only the Awakener Academy of the Scythe of Judgment. Could it be that they wanted me to leverage the other 2 academies to raise the stakes? Upon careful thought, it indeed seemed possible. Each year, the 3 great academies offered substantial benefits to attract top talents. Even without her father's status, a single S-rank rated Awakener was worth the academy's vigorous cultivation. Since she was no longer relying on her family, she definitely needed to find ways to gain more benefits from the academy. I understand, I will discuss the specifics with them, Chen Xinlan said. When she said this, the first figure that came to her mind was Yi Chen. Perhaps she could have that guy talk to the heads of the 3 great academies. As long as it involved money, that guy would be more enthusiastic than anyone else. Seeing Chen Xinlan so motivated, Chen Rui was quite pleased. However, a special expression soon flashed in his deep eyes. Chen Rui said solemnly, next is the third matter, and this one is the most important. Your friend Yi Chen, we have already found out about the organization behind him. Which one? Wen Tian. Wen Tian? Chen Xinlan was somewhat confused. After thinking for a moment, she recalled information about this organization. Wen Tian seemed to be an international neutral organization, specifically responsible for academic research and held significant authority in related fields. She had heard of this organization's name before, but was not familiar with it. Chen Xinlan had originally thought that the man behind Yi Chen was one of the top battle teams or forces in Xia country. To her surprise, it turned out to be an organization not based in Xia country. Is this organization very powerful? Chen Rui's expression was very serious as he said. Let me put it this way, the influence of this organization is second only to the Enforcers Alliance. What does that mean for Yi Chen? Yi Chen's complete awakening is somewhat related to this organization. If we really talk about it, they can be considered Yi Chen's guides. They discovered that Yi Chen's awakening item has special abilities, so they want to take Yi Chen to their place. No way. Chen Xinlan rejected it outright without a second thought. Going to a research organization would only make them lab rats. Perhaps some people would benefit from it, but most would definitely have a very miserable life. Yi Chen was her friend, in short, she absolutely could not let Yi Chen be taken away. Chen Rui smiled. I knew you would react this way, so I have already negotiated with them. They can leave Yi Chen behind. Hearing this, Chen Xinlan breathed a sigh of relief. It was the best thing that they had no ill intentions towards Yi Chen. However, the next second, Chen Rui suddenly said, but although they won't take him away, they have one requirement. Yi Chen must go to the Star Palace. Must go? Chen Xinlan frowned slightly. It can't be changed, that's the only requirement from their side. Then what should I do? Chen Xinlan was very conflicted. She had previously asked Yi Chen this question, and his answer was to decide after the college entrance examination. During their time together, she had thought this matter was basically settled, but unexpectedly, it had come up at this moment. You now have 2 choices. The first is to go to the Awakener Academy of the Scythe of Judgment by yourself. In the next couple of days, fully test your awakening items. Abilities to see the extent of the curse's influence. However, my inference is that if you use the awakening item for more than 10 minutes, you will revert to that previous state. The second is to follow Yi Chen to the Star Palace, absorbing his awakening power while he meditates. Chen Xinlan fell silent. Due to the influence of the curse in her early years, combined with the seed of hatred, she had long aspired to become a top enforcer, to uproot Eden completely. It was precisely this mindset and understanding that allowed her to naturally awaken and obtain an S-rank talent awakening item. Now suddenly telling her that she can't go to the Scythe of Judgment left Chen Xinlan a bit confused. After a moment, Chen Rui's voice rang out again, soft and steady, unhurried. Xiaolan, sometimes you shouldn't put the cart before the horse. There are many ways to eliminate Eden. It doesn't necessarily have to be through the Scythe of Judgment, and you don't even have to become an enforcer. If you have enough resources, you can hire more enforcers or mercenary groups to search for Eden's whereabouts, or even form one or several high-level enforcer teams. Becoming an enforcer at the Scythe of Judgment was just one of your previous options, but it's not the only choice. Chen Xinlan's curse stemmed from her past self, and he knew very well how this curse was triggered. This obsession could only be let go by Chen Xinlan herself, otherwise, she would suffer the backlash of the curse. After trying to enlighten her for a long time, Chen Rui noticed that Chen Xinlan still had no reaction. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled another method Zhou Liling had suggested before leaving. Why not give it a try? With that thought, Chen Rui coughed lightly. You're fine here, at least you still have choices. Xiaofeng's situation is a bit troublesome. This time, Chen Xinlan finally reacted, raising her head with a look of confusion in her eyes. What do you mean? You should know the teaching model at the Star Palace. If you don't have enough credits, you will be expelled. Chen Rui sighed softly. What they mean at Wentiang is that if Yi Chen doesn't earn enough credits and gets expelled, he must return to their base. Yi Chen's awakening item is special, but aside from the secret of his awakening power, his awakening item rating isn't high, and he won't have an advantage competing with other A-grade talent monsters there. Chen Xinlan suddenly stood up. I've made up my mind. I want to go to the Star Palace. Chen Rui looked at the determined Chen Xinlan and felt quite hurt. If I had known it would be this simple, why did I waste so much breath just now? Their original intention was to have Chen Xinlan give up going to the Scythe of Judgment and go to another academy with Yi Chen. The remaining two military academies of the Dragon God had educational models similar to the Scythe of Judgment, where there were also training programs for assassin-type professions. Given Chen Xinlan's personality, she would definitely choose this career path immediately if she went there. In that case, the effect would be minimal. After comparison, the Star Palace was more suitable. The educational model at the Star Palace is unique, and every year some students are forcibly expelled. In the words of insiders, they don't cultivate prodigies there, but a group of monsters. There is a sense of raising a goo, a type of poison. Students compete for credits, the strong can thrive, while the weak can only feast intermittently. This is still with the academy reducing the number of students to 1/10, otherwise, who knows how many wouldn't even graduate. Here, strength and weakness don't refer to the rating of awakening items but to a person's overall ability. Over the years, several strategic level students have transferred from the Star Palace to other academies. In their view, Yi Chen's awakening item rating certainly isn't that low. But if you remove that special awakening power, Yi Chen's awakening item ability isn't particularly impressive either. In a group of prodigies starting with A-grade talent, he might even seem quite ordinary. That place is an academy for awakeners, not a martial arts school. No matter how good Yi Chen's fighting skills are, he can't compete with those monsters possessing various unique abilities. Without help, he would likely struggle to gather enough credits and get expelled. And that is their goal. By exploiting Yi Chen's difficult situation, they aim to gain Chen Xinlan's sympathy. He had previously reasoned with her and appealed to her emotions, explaining all sorts of information and logic to Chen Xinlan. After talking for so long, his mouth was almost worn out, yet his daughter remained oblivious and unresponsive. But when he mentioned Yi Chen facing danger, this girl surprisingly agreed right away. While Chen Rui felt heartache, he also sensed a different emotion stirring within him. It seems that Xiaolan and Yi Chen have a pretty good relationship. This feeling has transcended friendship and is moving towards a higher level. If this continues, that kid won't really take my daughter away, will he? Chen Rui's understanding of Yi Chen mostly comes from Jolie's previous reports. Steady, meticulous, intelligent, a bit greedy but principled. Overall, the evaluation is quite good. As for his background, it's very clean, and there's no need to worry about Wen Tian's side at all. Just looking at these aspects seems to allow them to spend some time together. However, just in case, he must assess his future son-in-law. Later, just as he was about to say something, Chen Rui suddenly raised an eyebrow. He looked up in a certain direction where it seemed some uninvited guests had arrived. At the entrance of the Xing Tian Martial Arts Hall, 3 figures appeared at some point. Under the scorching sun, Long Yu, Huang Yang, and Han Fei stood side by side. At the entrance, quietly waiting. Fortunately, Jolie had issued a notice early on that the martial arts hall would not be open today, otherwise, others would definitely have taken a few glances. After waiting for a moment, the door opened and a figure appeared. The head of the Judgment Scythe Academy, Leng Yu, pays respects to the officer. There was a hint of respect and admiration in Leng Yu's eyes. Huang Yang greets your highness, Huang Yang said loudly, his tone respectful and sincere. Lord Chen Rui, we meet again. Han Fei had a cheerful expression. However, Chen Rui's face was displeased. Didn't I inform you to come back tomorrow? The guidance work with Chen Xinlan was not yet fully completed, and he wouldn't let them meet now. Moreover, he hadn't left yet, and it would be awkward for him not to participate when Xiaolan was negotiating with the 3 academies. Huang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Lord Chen Rui, we definitely know that, but we didn't come this time to find your daughter. My lord, we came this time for classmate Yi Chen. May I ask how he is doing now? Leng Yu added softly. What do you mean? Chen Rui was a bit confused. Seeing the two stammering, Han Fei smiled. You were so arrogant just now, and now you're all timid? Lord Chen Rui, let me explain this matter. Han Fei then recounted what had just happened at the Research Institute. When Chen Rui heard that Wang Heng's awakening score was as high as 93, he was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that the person he had casually saved was actually a highly strategic awakened one. Predicting future dangers? This ability, if used well, could yield remarkable results. At that moment, Chen Rui even had the intention of recruiting Wong Hong. However, it was still too early. Wang Heng's strength was too weak to act alongside the Wolfang team. Perhaps it could be tried once he reached 3 stars. Thinking carefully, Wang Heng's ability seemed suitable for both the law enforcement team and the senior Dragon Guard team, or even the top adventure groups. It was reasonable for the 3 academies to compete for him. However, when he heard Wang Heng's request, Chen Rui was taken aback. Because Wang Heng's additional condition was to take Yi Chen along. Chen Rui recalled the scene from a few hours ago. At that time, he sensed that Yi Chen had a fake MasterCard that almost killed him. That kid almost cursed him out but was stopped by Wu Xiuji in the end. There are not many people in the world who would curse him in front of him. Now the other party was making such a request, which indicated a very good relationship with Yi Chen. That guy, although he seemed a bit dim-witted, had a good sense of camaraderie. Now, with this strategic level awakened ability scoring 93, it would be completely fine to be around Yi Chen and Xiaolan. If that's the case, a certain special look flashed in Chen Rui's eyes. He suddenly said, Yi Chen's safety is not a problem, but he has some matters to handle with me and can't leave for the time being. How about this, you can directly bring Wang Hong over here to talk. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Normally, a strategic level awakener must be given the highest level of protection. After confirming the academy, they would be escorted back by a 5-star awakener. Before that, they definitely couldn't move around freely. However, now that a 6-star butcher had spoken, it was completely different. Wang Hong was safer here with Chen Rui than at the Research Institute. Moreover, Wang Hong was saved by Chen Rui, so visiting was no problem. Besides, there was a strategic rated precious daughter on their side. Now that both parties had come together, they could definitely chat. If things went well, perhaps they could take both of them away. Leng Yu's eyes flashed, and she decisively said, no problem, we'll go back and arrange it right away. In her view, Chen Rui had the intention of recruiting Wang Hong into his team. With Chen Rui's connection, it was almost a done deal for Wang Hong and Chen Xinlan to go to their scythe of judgment. Huang Yang opened his mouth but ultimately didn't dare to refute. Fighting away from home was certainly not as comfortable as fighting at home, but the current situation left them with no choice. Although the other party was speaking politely now, if you really thought they were negotiating with you, you were gravely mistaken. The title of 6-star Awakener Butcher was not given lightly. After the 3 left, Chen Rui quickly returned to the underground chamber. There, Jolie had finished arranging the role information for Yi Chen. After sorting out the details, Yi Chen nodded. Got it. Overall, due to some special reasons, I must go to the Star Palace, and you want Xiaolan to accompany me, right? That's right. When the time comes, Xiaolan will help you earn credits. The amount of credits doesn't matter. Your task is to ensure that Xiaolan has a good time during her years at the academy. Credits? Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. Oh, you don't know much about the Star Palace yet. Let me explain. With that, Jolie explained the operational model of this special academy. After covering the basic information, Jolie patted Yi Chen's shoulder and comforted him. These are just the usual ways for ordinary people to earn credits. You're different, you don't need to worry about cultivation resources. For Chen Rui, whether Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan could earn enough credits there was actually not important. What mattered was that Yi Chen could help Chen Xinlan experience a fulfilling college life. They would secretly supply cultivation resources to Yi Chen, allowing him to take out a portion at appropriate times based on the situation. The only downside was that the academy allowed entry but not exit. Without special tasks, one couldn't go out. If outsiders wanted to provide resources to students in the academy, they could only send money. However, the purchasing power of money in the Star Palace was only 1/10 of that in the outside world. A crystal core worth 10 million outside was equivalent to 100 credits in the academy. Converted, 1 credit was worth 100,000. But this was only within the academy. If outsiders wanted to spend money to purchase 1 million could only buy 1 credit. The tenfold price difference meant that even those top-tier consortiums would feel the pinch. After hearing about the academy system, Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. This was no school, it was clearly an arena. For resources, all students would undoubtedly try every means to earn credits. Whether through scheming or deceit, it would surely be very intense. Those who could survive in such a place were all madmen. However, after hearing all this, there was no fear on Yi Chen's face. Instead, he showed some interest. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. No problem, as long as the price is right, everything else is negotiable. A 6-star big shot hiring him to fool his daughter and offering a high reward at that. Such a good deal, Yi Chen didn't even think twice before agreeing. As for the credits, he could give it a try. A credit worth 100,000 was definitely a good place to make money. Just as they were talking, the door opened and Chen Rui arrived. Finished? Finished. Xiaofeng has no problem on this side, Jolie said. Well, Xiaolan has already been informed, and the people from the other 3 academies have also arrived. Chen Rui smiled and said, there's also a special piece of information. Chen Rui briefly recounted what had just happened. Hearing that Wong Hong actually wanted to take him to the academy surprised Yi Chen a bit. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth lifted. Although old Wang was a bit slow-witted, he hadn't forgotten his roots after his awakening item was rated S-class. Old Wang was still the same old Wang. Chen Rui looked at Yi Chen. Xiaofeng, your classmate's awakening item ability is quite impressive. I see you two have a good relationship. It would be best to bring him along if possible. I need to talk to him about this later. Yi Chen did not agree immediately. His friendship with old Wang was very pure, so he didn't want to affect old Wang's future for personal gain. If Wong Hong developed better in another academy, Yi Chen would only wish him well. A hint of approval appeared in Chen Rui's eyes. Not bad, you haven't let profit cloud your judgment. I now understand a bit why he can still think of you. An hour later, everyone gathered. The moment Wang Hong saw his good brother, he rushed over. Wang Hong hugged Yi Chen and spun around several times, then looked him up and down. Crazy, you weren't sliced up. The others were confused, while Yi Chen had long gotten used to it. You weren't captured by terrorists. What a pity. How could that be? I'm the protagonist. I'm the man who will save the world. Just go out, turn left, and keep walking. There's a mental hospital ahead. TCH, you're just envious. Let me tell you, my awakening item is strategic level, rated 93 points. Wang Hong said proudly, his face full of, come and praise me. The heads of the 3 major academies behind them hesitated to speak. Such information was generally not supposed to be disclosed. However, seeing Chen Xinlan and Zhou Li beside Yi Chen, they ultimately kept quiet. At this moment, the 3 old-timers were rolling their eyes, trying to analyze the relationships among these people. Wang Hong and Yi Chen were classmates and had a very good relationship. They already knew that, but they were unclear why Yi Chen was here. It seemed he had a good relationship with the butcher's daughter and the smiling tiger, among others. None of this had been mentioned in the previous materials. Lun Yu ignored the reunion between Yi Chen and Wang Hong and turned her gaze to Chen Xinlan. Classmate Chen Xinlan, I am the person in charge of the Judgment Scythe Awakener Academy this time. Chen Xinlan's expression was somewhat desolate, but she still nodded faintly. Lun Yu thought Chen Xinlan was just aloof and didn't pay much attention. She continued, classmate Chen Xinlan. Officer Chen Rui should have already told you some things. If possible, I would like to understand your awakening item ability. Huang Yang and Han Fei also looked over. They had been competing earlier because of Wang Heng's appearance, but their most important purpose for coming this time was for Chen Xinlan. Chen Xinlan furrowed her brows slightly. Before she could speak, Jolie answered for her. Xiaolan's awakening item ability is temporarily confidential. After a pause, he added, but I can tell you a few points. Xiaolan's awakening item is rated S, and her awakening item ability is combat type. Hiss, the 3 gasped in surprise. In this day and age, S-class rated awakening items, while rare, do appear a few each year. However, S-class is also known as strategic level, and most S-class awakening items have versatile abilities. For example, Mu Fengchuan's Tree of Life has the ability to heal injuries. For instance, Wang Heng's News Daily has the ability to predict future dangers. For example, Jin Feng's Time Rewind has the ability to solve cases and track down terrorists. These people's awakening items hold a particularly special status in certain fields and can even change a certain pattern. Therefore, their awakening items are rated as strategic level. But if we only talk about combat power, in battles of the same level, they can't even defeat B-rank combat type awakeners. This is a common issue among most S-rank awakeners. Generally speaking, the highest recognized score for combat type awaken items is 89 points. After all, no matter how strong an individual's combat ability is, they are ultimately just one person. The few present are no exception. Currently, none of the known S-rank combat type awakeners have reached that level. To achieve that tier, one must be extraordinarily exceptional. And now, Jolie has informed them that a strategic level awakener skilled in combat has appeared. Once this type of awakener grows, she will become a nightmare for the enemies. Over there, Wong Hong is still reminiscing with Yi Chen, and when he hears the discussion, he is taken aback. What the hell, is my sister-in-law's awakened item also rated S? Everyone? Sister-in-law? Swish, swish, swish. 3 pairs of eyes instantly turned to Wong Hong and Yi Chen. What's going on? Sister-in-law? Wong Hong, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen Xinlan's tone is icy. However, when Han Fei secretly glances at Chen Xinlan, he notices that her demeanor remains haughty, but her cheeks have inexplicably turned red. Jolie, on the side, continues to smile and say nothing, looking like he's enjoying the show. It's confirmed. Everyone present, seasoned veterans, understands what Chen Xinlan's expression means at this moment. In an instant, the 3 of them have a brainstorming session. Wong Hong and Yi Chen are classmates and brothers. And Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan are most likely a couple. Even if they haven't reached that stage, they are probably close. Moreover, Wang Hang's bold statement indicates that they know each other well and have a good relationship. Wang Hong intends to take Yi Chen to the top academy. Then, it's highly likely that Chen Xinlan will also take Yi Chen with her. As for Yi Chen's awakened item information, they had already checked it before coming. B rank, 68 points. Normally, it would be impossible to enter the 3 top academies. But now it's different. Whether for Wang Hang's sake or Chen Xinlan's, letting Yi Chen in is definitely a done deal. If handled properly, they might even be able to recruit 2 strategic-level prodigies into the academy at once. Thinking of this, Lang Yu spoke first. Classmate Wong Hong, your friend classmate Yi Chen has been found. According to your previous request, I can admit him into the Scythe of Judgment Awakener Academy. As she spoke, Lang Yu looked at Chen Xinlan, classmate. Chen Xinlan, I've heard of your achievements. I know your goal is to become a top enforcer like Lord Chen Rui. Your awakened item is also an S-rank combat type. Once you become an enforcer, you will be a nightmare for Eden. Such outstanding talent can only be fully realized at the Scythe of Judgment. Rest assured, as long as you come to us, I guarantee you will enjoy the highest level of treatment. Huang Yang, upon hearing this, was unwilling to be outdone. Classmate Chen Xinlan, the Divine Dragon Military Academy also has a dedicated assassin career branch, and its effectiveness is no less than that of the Scythe of Judgment. Additionally, you can directly request training resources. Our conditions are definitely not worse than those of the Scythe of Judgment. As for whether you stay in the Dragon Guard or become an enforcer, after graduation, that can be discussed further. Moreover, although your boyfriend's awakened item ability isn't very strong, he seems to have a talent for combat. His abilities are very suitable for our Dragon Guard. With proper training, he could very well become the first martial arts master. If you plan to be together, the Divine Dragon Military Academy is definitely the best place. Lang Yu and Han Fei exchanged glances at Huang Yang. This big guy, who usually looks honest and simple, is now both painting a grand vision and proposing a roundabout solution. Currently, the relationship between Wang Hong, Yi Chen, and Chen Xinlan is very peculiar. Although Yi Chen's awakening item rating is average, the 2 strategic level awakeners have intricate connections with him. Therefore, capturing Yi Chen might help them recruit the other 2. After the first 2 finished speaking, Han Fei ran his fingers through his hair and joked, "Oh dear, you guys are so persuasive that I almost got tempted, but unfortunately, what we pursue is different." Han Fei looked at Yi Chen and asked, "Classmate Yi Chen, how much do you know about our Star Palace?" "Brother Joe just told me about the 3 academies," Yi Chen replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances again. If everything were decided by Lord Chen Xinlan or Lord Chen Rui, then Yi Chen would have no right to choose. Jolie explaining the information about the 3 academies to Yi Chen meant he was seeking his opinion. This guy's status seems to be above what they had guessed. Han Fei smiled and said, "Since you know, it's easier to talk. The Star Palace is different from other academies. We have an independent operational system. Some people think we are nurturing goo and engaging in internal competition. They have a point, but it's too one-sided." As Han Fei spoke, a faint white light suddenly radiated from his body, filled with a sacred aura. Han Fei's voice suddenly rose several notches, and he declared loudly, "Our Star Palaces. Cultivation philosophy, equality for all. Here, we don't look at awakening item scores or your family background. Whether you are a rich second generation or a bureaucrat's child, everyone starts from the same point here. As long as you have the ability and perseverance, you can obtain better resources than those so-called prodigies. All of this is the academy providing ordinary students with the opportunity to change their fate." Han Fei's voice was loud, and his magnetic tone was very infectious. Wang Hong listened with tears in his eyes. Boo-hoo, isn't this the kind of vision a protagonist should have? A great hero for the country and the people. Yi Chen and Chen Xian remained expressionless. This trick was ineffective on them. As for Lang Yu and Huang Yang, they felt disdain. Sure enough, those who come out of the Star Palace are Shameless, we are here competing in strength and you are getting all sentimental. The most shameless part is that this guy is even showing off his awakening item abilities. The title of Academy Rogue is indeed well deserved. After finishing, Han Fei stood there with a look of compassion. That was beautifully said. Wong Hong exclaimed. He was so excited, crazy. I think I'm suited for the Star Palace. I want to change the world. Do you want to come with me? Yi Chen, who was a heavy middle schooler, couldn't be bothered to respond. He looked at Han Fei and calmly said, Teacher, are you done? Almost. Classmate Yi Chen, do you have anything to say? Han Fei smiled. Oh, so. What's the treatment like over there? Yi Chen asked casually. Han Fei's expression stiffened. Ahem, didn't I tell you? The operational model of the Star Palace is special. If I secretly give you credits, it won't achieve the original effect. Yi Chen nodded. Got it. So you mean you don't want to give anything at all? Huang Yang and Lang Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud. They were about to speak, but the Academy Rogue was unexpectedly exposed by a student. This feeling was simply too satisfying. Oh dear, it's not that I don't want to give. Credits only have meaning when earned by oneself. Otherwise, how is the Star Palace different from other trash academies? This remark drew unfriendly glances from some people. Trash academy? I see this underground training ground is quite spacious. Should we have a practice? Huang Yang said, cracking his knuckles with a hostile expression. Lang Yu stepped forward, exuding a murderous aura. We can practice too. The loser calls the winner grandma. Han Fei's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he hurriedly waved his hands. It's not good to fight in front of the students. Besides, this is Lord Chen Rui's private domain. It's okay, I've completed my task here. Feel free to fight later, and if you break anything, don't worry about compensation. Jolie smiled slightly, enjoying the spectacle. Han Fei was a bit confused. Just a moment ago, they were arguing fiercely. Why was the focus suddenly on him now? Who did he offend? While the commotion continued, Qin Xinlan stood to the side with a calm expression, looking somewhat aloof. She seemed dissatisfied with all three of their conditions. Wang Hong, on the other hand, appeared to be in high spirits. However, his excitement didn't stem from the offers made by the three academies, but rather from the three high-level awakeners themselves. His eyes seemed to say, come on, let's fight, I can't wait any longer. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Han Fei suddenly said, wait a minute. He turned to Yi Chen and the others. The model of the Star Palace is special. It's impossible to directly give credits unless the dean personally intervenes, so no one should expect that. Before Yi Chen and the others could get angry, Han Fei quickly added, however, while I can't give you credits, I can offer you compensation in other ways. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Credits can't be given directly, but I can adjust your credit acquisition ratio, for example, increasing your credit earnings by 20%. Han Fei explained, for instance, if you accumulate 5 credits, you can receive an additional credit reward. Don't underestimate this 20% increase. What if one credit costs $1 million to buy? Han Fei was not wrong, but Yi Chen was well aware of the actual value of that million. According to the Academy's exchange rate, it was only worth 100,000. Even if you earned 100 points a day, the extra earnings would only be 20 points, equivalent to 2 million in resources. This was far inferior compared to the rewards from the Scythe of Judgment and the Divine Dragon Military Academy. However, although this chip wasn't high, it was still a decent improvement. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen finally said, choosing the Awakener Academy is a big deal. Lao Wang, Xiaolan, I think we need to discuss this. Chen Xinlan glanced at Yi Chen and nodded slightly. I agree. That's right, such an important matter should be carefully considered. I, Wang Outyen, am a man who intends to change the world. Wang Hong also nodded in agreement. Seeing that Yi Chen and the others had reached a consensus, Han Fei and his companions exchanged strange glances. They keenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. It wasn't that Yi Chen had a problem, it was mainly that he was a bonus. How could a bonus make decisions for 2 strategic-level students? Wasn't that a bit overstepping? However, when Yi Chen finished speaking, Wang Hong and Chen Xinlan showed no intention of refuting him. It seemed they intended to hand over the decision-making power entirely to Yi Chen. Wang Hong felt the same way. It was as if Yi Chen, who appeared to have the lowest awakened score among the three, was the leader. Something was off. The identities and relationships of these three were definitely not as simple as they seemed. Jolie smiled and said, Xiaofeng is right. Such a big matter must be thought through carefully, and it's been several days since Xiaofeng and the others have seen each other, so it's a good time to catch up. As for you three, you already have a good understanding of things. However, my personal suggestion is that you report to the academy first and determine what your maximum offer can be. When it comes time for the final bid, don't say you weren't given a chance to discuss. After a pause, Jolie added, by the way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. But I do charge for consultation here. Han Fei and his companions exchanged glances. They didn't ask Jolie any questions but instead took out their phones to contact the academy headquarters. Given the current situation, some things had already become clear. It was highly likely that Yi Chen and the others would enter the same academy together? Among the three, there were two strategic level students. One is a time-based ability user with a score of 93, extremely rare. The other is an unknown S rank with an even rarer combat ability. Additionally, Chen Xinlan has another identity, the daughter of the butcher from the 4 great 6-star pinnacles of Xia country. If they bring them all back, it could very well stir up a storm in the new student cohort. As for Yi Chen, although his awakening ability is average, he actually holds a leadership position among the three. So this guy must be well taken care of. While they were busy over there, Yi Chen and the other two arrived at the adjacent room. After activating the soundproofing, Yi Chen looked at Wong Hong and asked, "Old Wang, which of these 3 academies do you want to go to the most?" Wong Hong scratched his head, feeling a bit conflicted. "I don't know. Wang Heng's awakening ability is special. He can assist in any team, whether it's dragon guards, enforcers, or adventurers. The stronger the team, the greater his role. The higher the risk faced, the more valuable his ability becomes. From the perspective of ability matching, he could go to any of the 3 top academies." "Don't you have a favorite?" Yi Chen asked again. Wang Hong shook his head. "Not at the moment. I used to think about becoming a news reporter, interviewing various high-level awakeners. I don't like any of the 3 mainstream professions." "Got it. So you can go to any of these 3 academies?" "Pretty much. I feel like it doesn't matter where I go, but that Star Palace seems a bit special. I wonder if I could become the main character if I went there." Wang Heng's topic quickly veered off course again after just a couple of sentences. He looked at Yi Chen curiously and asked, "Madman, which academy do you want to go to? Why don't you decide?" "Yi Chen's academy has already been decided. You don't need to worry about that." Chen Xinlan interjected from the side, her tone somewhat cold. The special operational mode of the Star Palace means that most students won't adapt well. In her view, regardless of whether Wang Heng's awakening ability is 93 or 99, his personality and mindset would essentially be a waste there. Helping Yi Chen is already quite stressful for her. Adding Wang Hong into the mix would make it even more troublesome. Therefore, Chen Xinlan prefers Wang Hong to go to another academy. Wang Hong didn't pick up on the underlying meaning in Chen Xinlan's words. "Madman, you already have a preferred academy? Then it's perfect. Wherever you go, I'll go too. We can still be good buddies." Before he could finish his last word, old Wang felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if an invisible killing intent was enveloping him. Yi Chen smiled. His thoughts were actually quite similar to Chen Xinlan's. Old Wang's mindset wouldn't survive in the Awakener Academy on his own. That kind of place isn't suitable for dimwits, but if he teamed up with himself, it might be manageable. A language-based awakening ability, if used well, could still fetch some money. Moreover, Chen Rui had mentioned this to him before, saying it would be best to bring Wang Hong along if possible. An auxiliary-type awakener with a score as high as 93, if he agrees to join, countless organizations would offer sky-high conditions to recruit him. From 1-star to 3-star cultivation resources, that would be the most basic. Things like magical beast battle pets, awakening weapons, high-level bodyguards, and so on. As long as Wang Hong wants it, it could basically be fulfilled. Since Chen Rui and the others are in charge, why not take advantage of the opportunity? With that thought, Yi Chen smiled. "In that case, old Wang, I'll take care of your matters. Just follow my lead when the time comes." While Yi Chen and the others were discussing, the other 3 rooms were also engaged in intense discussions among Han Fei and the others. "Guodaya, damn it, you didn't tell me about the relationship between Wang Hong, Chen Xinlan, and Yi Chen." In one room, Han Fei was shouting into his phone. On the other end, Guodaya had just picked up the call and was met with a barrage of curses, leaving him a bit dazed. "Aren't you the one who's crazy? What did I do to deserve this? And who is Yi Chen? You don't know Yi Chen? Never heard of him. Who is he? Forget it, just forget it." Han Fei sighed, looking utterly disenchanted. "You called me over in such a rush this morning, and you didn't prepare any materials, did you?" Guodaya, aware of his own shortcomings, seemed to sense the impending trouble. He quickly said, Hey, Xiao Feifei, don't be angry just yet. Let's talk this through. What was that about Yi Chen you mentioned earlier? 200 credits, and add another 200 credits for me," Han Fei replied straightforwardly. "You're threatening the academy." Han Fei said calmly, "This involves 2 strategic level students. One is a time-based auxiliary type with a score of 93, and the other is a strategic combat type." Guodaya exclaimed, "Add it, it must be added. Teacher Han Fei has worked so hard for our academy. 200 credits is what you deserve." Han Fei was already familiar with Guodaya's temperament, so he wasn't surprised by the guy's sudden change of attitude. He then carefully recounted the information about Chen Xinlan and Wang Hong. After understanding, Guodaya was extremely excited. In recent years, their Star Palace had rarely received awakeners with such top-tier talents. Their nurturing model was quite extreme. Here, talent wasn't prioritized. S-level and A-level students received the same treatment. Therefore, those with better talents tended to lean towards the former. Now, with 2 such prodigies appearing at once, who wouldn't be tempted? Guodaya declared, "Han Fei, no matter what method you use, we must bring these 2 students back." Han Fei rolled his eyes. Whether I can bring them back depends on what conditions the academy offers, right? Who was that Yi Chen you mentioned earlier? Han Fei replied. Your ability to change the subject is still impressive. Complaining, Han Fei recounted the events he had just experienced. After finishing the information, both Han Fei and Gui Dia fell silent. The earlier situation had been quite tense and everyone had been flustered. Now, going over the information again, Han Fei keenly sensed something was off. The relationship among the three wasn't particularly complex. The current information indicated that Yi Chen was Wang Heng's close classmate and Chen Xinlan's boyfriend. Wang Heng's connection with Yi Chen was easy to understand, 3 years as deskmates in the same school, so a good relationship was normal. But then the question arose, how did Yi Chen come to know Chen Xinlan? After all, she was the daughter of the 6-star ceiling butcher, Chen Rui. Chen Xinlan had done an excellent job keeping things under wraps, with almost no information available to the outside world. They only learned about it after Chen Rui took the initiative to send a message. Yet, she had come to Ping'an City and befriended Yi Chen. Oh, to be precise, he was her boyfriend. Moreover, Chen Rui had been present earlier, which indicated that Yi Chen had gained Chen Rui's approval. Adding to that was the attitude Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong had towards Yi Chen just now. It felt as if Yi Chen was the leader among the three. Therefore, the truth was clear, this Yi Chen was not simple. Not long after, the heads of the three major academies returned. The three exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a strong sense of tension. They would not let go of these two prodigies, no matter what. Yi Chen and the others had already been waiting for a while. Upon seeing the three, Yi Chen flashed a sunny smile. Teachers, we've finished our discussion. What are your plans? Huang Yang asked. Wang Hong placed his hands on his hips. The three of us plan to form a small team, the Super Invincible Universe Overlord team. We are going to save the world together. The three stared blankly for a second before shifting their gaze to the next person. Chen Xinlan remained silent, merely looking at Yi Chen. Our plan is for the three of us to attend the same academy, Yi Chen stated. Upon hearing this, the three nodded. They weren't too surprised by this outcome, it was already within their expectations. However, before the three could mention the offer from their academy, Yi Chen added, additionally, to avoid any delays in decision-making, we have decided to speak with each person in charge separately. You only have one chance to bid. After we hear the offers from the three academies, we will select one. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three changed repeatedly. They had seen students choosing academies before, but they had never seen such a selective process. In the past, the three major academies competed by raising their offers, gradually increasing based on the students' awakened abilities and scores. When it felt unworthy, the other academies would decisively give up. The remaining academy wouldn't pay too much either. But now, Yi Chen had set up this separate interview. As a result, no one knew the bottom line of the other two academies. To recruit Chen Xinlan, the three would inevitably quote a price very close to what their academy could bear. The three looked at Yi Chen, then at Jolie, whose gaze was unfriendly. Such a cunning method was certainly not something a 17-year-old student could learn. It was clear someone was teaching him behind the scenes. There were only 7 people present. Excluding the 3 academy heads and the 3 students, that left just one. Feeling the faint resentment, Jolie looked confused. What are you looking at me for? I didn't say anything. That kid was so calculating that even he got tricked. Yi Chen didn't give them time to respond. He pointed at Lung Yu with a bright smile. This beautiful big sister, let's start with your academy Scythe of Judgment. Shaolan has the highest regard for your academy. Lung Yu was stunned for several seconds upon hearing Yi Chen's address. Her originally cold expression suddenly softened and showed a hint of excitement. Lung Yu smiled. Yi Chen, your words are really sweet. Let's find a room and talk slowly. Everyone. What did I just see? The so-called cold-blooded venomous Lung Yu actually smiled. Isn't this guy's blood supposed to be cold? Chen Xinlan didn't look at Lung Yu. She looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. When did this guy become so sweet-tongued? When he was with her before, his temper was worse than anyone else's. During training, he bullied her mercilessly. And now he was actively calling someone sister? Wong Hong had a look of indifference. The madman used to be quite introverted, but half a month ago he had a sudden epiphany. That guy was now very diligent in calling sister and brother when eating on the second floor. Every time, their meals were much more than others. Usually, the madman would ignore everyone, but when it came to benefits, it was a different story. As long as he could gain something, Yi Chen wouldn't care about face or anything else. Soon, the 4 entered a private room. Han Fei and Huang Yang exchanged glances, both showing a hint of worry. From that little guy's expression just now, they seemed to have the highest regard for the Scythe of Judgment Academy. If that was the case, they really couldn't leave any room for negotiation later. Inside the room, Chen Xinlan and the others sat across from Lung Yu. As soon as Lung Yu sat down, Yi Chen poured her a cup of hot tea. Sister Lung Yu, please have some tea. You don't have to be so polite. Yi Chen, Lung Yu smiled, feeling very pleased. The more respect the other party showed her, the higher their inclination towards the Scythe of Judgment Academy. Although this guy's talent was a bit lacking, his understanding of human relationships was quite good. Yi Chen chuckled, "That's only right, then Sister Leng Yu, you can start." "No problem. Just now, you three said you wanted to enter the same academy, but I just spoke with the higher-ups and your treatments are calculated separately. Wong Hong, your treatment has already been mentioned. It's 6 crystal cores per month plus 5 million in other resources until you break through to the second star. Additionally, your abilities will be tested once you arrive at the academy. If your abilities can help some advanced awakeners predict danger, there will be a substantial extra subsidy for each successful prediction. Xiaolan has the same resources as Wong Hong here, 6 crystal cores plus 5 million in other supplies every month. I know that with Lord Chen Rui's financial power, he would definitely look down on this, so the academy will assign Han Zhou as your professional mentor. I believe you must have heard of Mentor Han Zhou. He is the strongest assassin mentor in the academy. Additionally, the academy will open the assessment channel for you once you break through to 2 stars, which means you could become an enforcer and undergo task training even in your second or even first year. As for classmate Yi Chen, initially, the academy offered 2 crystal cores and 1 million in other supplies each month. However, I think that's a bit low. I can apply for 3 crystal cores and 2 million in various supplies each month for you. As for your mentor, we can discuss that later. I will do my best to meet your needs within a reasonable range. 1 crystal core is worth 10 million, which means the academy spends over 60 million in resources to train a single student each month. This cost is already very high. The combined resources for the 3 of them amount to 150 million a month. Most ordinary people might not even see that much money in their lifetime. Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan exchanged glances. Yi Chen chuckled, "Sister Leng Yue, we already know the treatment regarding the Scythe of Judgment, let me escort you out." Leng Yue stood up and glanced at Wong Hong before leaving. During her narration, this guy with a bit of a problem had actually recorded everything. A proud look appeared on Leng Yue's face. Even this guy was so serious, she felt this negotiation was definitely in the bag. Soon, Yi Chen and Leng Yue returned to the hall, where Yi Chen kindly saw Leng Yue off and then called for Huang Yang. "Teacher Huang Yang, you can come in now." Huang Yang took a deep breath and strode in. Seeing Leng Yue walk over, Han Fei leaned in. "Leng Yue, what conditions did your academy offer?" Leng Yue rolled her eyes at Han Fei. "Han Fei, this trick of yours wouldn't fool a 3-year-old. Han Fei awkwardly scratched his nose. He had seen everything just now. The first time Yi Chen called Leng Yue, he had a smile on his face, and his happiness was evident. When he came out, he was also greeted with a smile. When he called Huang Yang, his tone was still respectful, but it lacked the previous joy. It was clear that they weren't very interested in the Dragon Military Academy. If Huang Yang wanted to recruit Chen Xinlan and the others, the Dragon Military Academy would have to spend a lot. As the third person, it was evident from Yi Chen's expression that his interest wasn't very high either. The situation was quite unfavorable for him. While he was pondering, the door opened again, and Yi Chen expressionlessly sent Huang Yang out. Seeing that expression, Leng Yue's lips curled up as she guessed the result. Han Fei, on the other hand, looked serious. This little guy was visibly pleased. From his expression, it was clear that the Dragon Military Academy had basically no chance. "Teacher Han Fei? That's your name, right? It's your turn at your academy," Yi Chen said disinterestedly. "Han Fei, if I were you, I'd just give up. It would save you from embarrassment later." Leng Yue teased from the side. Han Fei ignored her, stood up, adjusted his clothes, and followed Yi Chen inside. As the door closed, Jolie, who had witnessed the entire process at the entrance, had a look of satisfaction in his eyes. They had discussed this long before the heads of the 3 academies arrived. Since the choice of the Starry Hall had already been confirmed, what they needed to consider now was how to improve the treatment as much as possible. So he had discussed it with Yi Chen and the others. They ultimately decided that Yi Chen would take the lead in this performance. It must be said that Yi Chen's acting was exceptional. Anyone who hadn't interacted with him would be deceived by his earlier performance. Now it was just a matter of seeing how much benefit this kid could squeeze out. In the room, Yi Chen and the other 2 looked at Han Fei with expressionless faces. The atmosphere was somewhat strange and oppressive. Han Fei glanced at the cup on the table, still steaming, and immediately understood their attitude. Others came in to serve hot water, but he had nothing. However, for the sake of his 500 credits, he had to give it a shot. "Hey, why are you all so serious? Let's just have a simple chat," Han Fei said, casually pouring himself a glass of water. All right, just get to the point," Wong Hong said, rolling his eyes and waiting to take notes. Yi Chen nodded. "That's right, Teacher Han Fei. Please tell us the requirements of the Star Palace." Fine," Han Fei coughed a couple of times, trying to appear more solemn and formal. "Since you all know how the Star Palace operates, you should understand that the Academy cannot directly grant you credits." Seeing Wong Hong about to speak, he quickly added, "But there are definitely some benefits. First, all the credits you earn will be increased by 50%. Meaning for every 2 credits you earn, you will receive an additional credit as a reward. This is already the highest credit reward the Academy offers to students." Chen Xinlan's eyes showed disdain, as if she looked down on it. Yi Chen remained expressionless. Wang Hong wore a look of contempt, as if to say, "Is that it?" Han Fei had anticipated this and continued, "Second, I can grant you access to intermediate task permissions." When he said this, Han Fei first looked at Chen Xinlan. The Academy's task credits are categorized by levels, and as freshmen, you will definitely have limitations on the tasks you can accept. However, once you have intermediate permissions, you can take on higher difficulty and higher scoring tasks. With your abilities, if used properly, it's not impossible for a freshman to earn dozens or even hundreds of credits in a day. Additionally, Han Fei looked at Wong Hong. "Wong Hong, your abilities are special, and the Academy will conduct a test on you. If the results are good, the Academy will grant you credits based on your predictions. At that time, you might be able to earn a massive amount of credits relying on this ability." Han Fei finally looked at Yi Chen, whose expression became very serious. For the first time, "Yi Chen, your awakened object ability is somewhat ordinary compared to other academies. In other academies, it would be difficult for you to have opportunities for growth, but in the Star Palace, everyone starts from the same point. Here, we don't look at talent ratings, only your personal abilities. Moreover, if you can earn over 1,000 credits within a month before advancing to 2 stars, the Star Palace can grant you an opportunity for an awakened object baptism." Ha! The three, who had maintained neutral expressions, suddenly changed when they heard about the awakened object baptism. Yi Chen was no longer the naive newcomer he once was. He had gained some understanding of certain things. The abilities of awakened objects are generally fixed after awakening. As levels increase, abilities may strengthen, but the changes are usually not significant. However, there are exceptions, as Yi Chen had read in some gossip news on Chengdu. Every year, a few awakened individuals rise against the odds, experiencing a sudden enlightenment when they break through to 2 stars, leading to earth-shattering changes in their awakened objects. There have been cases where ratings changed from D to B, or from C to A. After years of development, humanity has discovered that using certain special treasures when breaking through to the next stage can potentially extend the abilities of awakened objects. Even if unsuccessful, it can at least lead to a significant enhancement of one's own abilities. This situation is referred to as the awakened object baptism. Chen Xinlan's expression turned serious for the first time. The cost of the awakened object baptism is extremely high, with different treasures having different costs. But generally, only 5-star or even 6-star treasures are likely to have such effects. Even a small piece of debris could sell for billions. Moreover, these things are basically priceless. Every appearance stirs up a storm of bloodshed. The soul of the green snake on her wrist is, in a sense, a treasure of this level. The cost of a single awakening object baptism could buy several awakening weapons. Even her own father didn't suggest using it when she broke through. Of course, this is also related to the fact that her awakening object is rated too high. Research has proven that the effects of awakening object baptism are greater for those with lower ratings. For someone whose abilities are already quite good, the effects are rather average. Therefore, awakening object baptism is suitable for ordinary awakeners. For them, this is akin to defying fate. The atmosphere in the room instantly became heavy. Yi Chen and the others widened their eyes, while Han Fei fixed his gaze on Yi Chen. After discussing for a long time with Guodaya, he realized there was nothing to offer Chen Xinlan and the others. Because the Academy's special method cannot directly grant credits, even if it does, it certainly cannot compare to the treatment of the other 2 academies. After a lengthy discussion, they decided to place their bets on Yi Chen. This kind of promise is similar to a gambling agreement. If they fail to meet the goal, the Academy itself suffers no loss. On the contrary, they could gain the addition of 2 extraordinary talents, which could be considered a huge profit. If Yi Chen could really earn over 1,000 credits in a month, it would prove that he could adapt to the Academy's model. With his relationships with Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong, along with his own perseverance and resilience, if the awakening object undergoes baptism, his future achievements might not be inferior to those prodigies. Spending billions to cultivate a future talent is not a loss. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen finally spoke. "How much does an awakening object baptism cost?" Han Fei smiled. "This varies depending on the treasure itself, but I can guarantee that it starts at least from 50 billion. Additionally, treasures of this level are mostly priceless. Ordinary people can't buy them even if they have the money." Yi Chen's breathing became a bit rapid. 50 billion? Chen Xinlan and Wang Hong, even with the resources provided by their other academies upon graduation, might not reach this amount combined. If they could get this, wouldn't they be rich? After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen asked, can this awakening object baptism be exchanged for money? Han Fei? It can be exchanged for other materials of equal value, like crystal cores. Yi Chen made a concession. Han Fei. At that moment, Han Fei was a bit stunned. Who wouldn't be overjoyed to hear about awakening object baptism? Yet this guy in front of him was actually thinking about exchanging it for money? If you think the awakening object baptism doesn't need to consider the inheritance materials, that's fine, but doing so is actually quite a loss, Han Fei reminded softly. Materials can be bought as long as You have money. But such opportunities don't come by easily. Of course, it's not ruled out that Lord Chen Rui specially prepared a baptism treasure for Yi Chen. Receiving a positive answer, Yi Chen happily nodded. Got it, thank you, Teacher Han Fei. Hey, don't let him fool you. Chen Xinlan, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Chen Xinlan said seriously, I checked before, the new students at the Star Palace earn 8 credits a day, while old students average around 15. Earning 1,000 credits in a month means 33 credits a day. Only students who have broken through to 2 stars could possibly reach this level. Right, who can't draw big cakes? Mind your own business, can you eat it? Old Wong chimed in. No matter how good the rewards are, you must have the ability to obtain them. Without the ability, it's just drawing big cakes. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's smile faded, and he slowly calmed down. He nodded thoughtfully and then asked, You make a good point. Teacher Han Fei, does the Star Palace have any other benefits? Han Fei's face darkened at the sight. He had thought that once he secured Yi Chen, everything would be fine. But he didn't expect that Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong, who had been indecisive before, would suddenly show some intelligence. Han Fei sighed. There really isn't anything else left. Really nothing? Yi Chen asked again. I really can't add anything. This is already the limit. Moreover, the abundance of resources in the early stages of the Star Palace isn't necessarily a good thing. Yi Chen felt a bit disappointed. Alright then, Teacher Han Fei, you can leave now. The relaxed atmosphere from earlier became oppressive and heavy once more. With a light sigh, Han Fei adjusted his collar and slowly stood up. Yi Chen also stood up and bowed to Han Fei as a sign of respect. Han Fei looked at Yi Chen's dejected expression and felt a bit flustered inside. It was as if the duck he had in hand was about to fly away. He could see that Yi Chen was already tempted, but this guy was more mature and steady, not completely swayed by this big pie. At the moment their figures crossed, Han Fei had a strange illusion. It felt as if something had slipped through his fingertips, and once missed, it could never be retrieved. Han Fei paused for a moment, hesitated, and said softly, The purpose of the Star Palace is to cultivate a group of prodigies who can stir up the winds and clouds in society, not a bunch of rookies piled up with resources. The financial power of the Star Palace could, in theory, provide Chen Xinlan and the others with 500 credits a month. But the consequence of doing so would be that these kids might not receive the training they deserved. An overly comfortable learning environment would not help people grow. Instead, it would make some become lazy. A greenhouse can never nurture towering trees. If Yi Chen and the others ultimately did not choose the Star Palace, it can only mean they were not on the same path. Just as Han Fei was about to open the door, Yi Chen suddenly exclaimed, Hey! Han Fei was taken aback and turned back in surprise. The next second, he heard Yi Chen say, Hey, since you can't add anything in other areas, how about you give those two the same treatment as mine, Han Fei? At that moment, Han Fei found it hard to understand this little guy in front of him. He had explained so much with reason and emotion, all to persuade, to inspire them. Yet, Yi Chen was indeed moved, but the questions he asked were completely different from what Han Fei had in mind. Initially, he didn't care about the awakening material itself but was concerned about the price. Now, seeing that he was about to leave, he unexpectedly asked a question that Han Fei hadn't anticipated. However, since Yi Chen had raised the question, it proved there was room for negotiation. Han Fei glanced at Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong. Both of them were strategic-level students, and it was hard to say how well they would develop in the Star Palace. Chen Xinlan's talent and perseverance were definitely not an issue, and combined with her own strength, she could certainly create something. Just now, he had also granted the three of them access to advanced task permissions. If Chen Xinlan was sufficiently talented, earning 1,000 credits in a month was not impossible. If he agreed directly, it would be a significant loss. As for Wang Hong, he seemed a bit off, but this guy's awakening material was impressive, with a score of 93, and it was an auxiliary-type time prophecy. If he successfully predicted some major event for a mentor or someone else, he could earn a substantial reward. At that time, it would be quite possible for him to accumulate 1,000 credits by coincidence. How should I put this? Adding a betting agreement isn't out of the question, but 1,000 credits is a bit high for them to complete. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression turned unfriendly. Are you implying that you think I can't fulfill this agreement, so you're deliberately making it difficult? How could that be? This is mainly to stimulate your motivation. Han Fei broke into a cold sweat at this and quickly changed the subject. Moreover, their awakening material scores have already reached S level, and even if the baptism ability is enhanced, the increase won't be significant. It would be a waste to use it. Chen Xinlan said lightly, It's fine, I can give my opportunity to Yi Chen. That's right, even if I don't sell it to others, I can still keep it. Wang Hong added. Han Fei, seeing this, felt a bit overwhelmed. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Alright, but the conditions for both of you can't be 1,000 points anymore. The credits need to be raised to 1,500 points. Additionally, if classmate Yi Chen wants to undergo the awakening material baptism, he must also meet the requirements. At that time, the academy can raise the specifications for his awakening material baptism, but if he doesn't meet the requirements, it won't matter even if you do. So, how about it? Are you willing to take a gamble? Yi Chen and the others exchanged glances. In the end, Yi Chen nodded. We understand the conditions of the Star Palace, we need to discuss it a bit. You can leave for now. In the hall, Long Yu and Huang Yang were still waiting. When the door opened, Lang Yu saw Han Fei's serious expression and Yi Chen's conflicted look. Lang Yu frowned slightly. Han Fei's expression was neither one of success nor failure. Could it be that the conditions offered by the Star Palace really moved Yi Chen and the others? Yi Chen nodded at Jolie, indicating it was not to be checked. The latter revealed his signature smile. You three should take a good rest for now. They will come to inform you once they make a decision. After a pause, Jolie suddenly looked at Yi Chen and said, But Xiaofeng, your method of choosing is a bit reckless. There must be things you haven't considered in such a short time. Yi Chen blinked, showing a puzzled expression. Then what should we do? I think you should give them another chance. Jolie coughed twice and said, How about this? Before you finalize with the academy, give them a chance to raise their offer. What if they didn't think it through just now? Yi Chen seriously thought for a moment and finally nodded. Alright, after all, we need some time to discuss. With that, Yi Chen turned and left, leaving the three academy heads looking at each other in confusion. When the door closed, Long Yu looked at Han Fei and sarcastically said, Isn't the Star Palace supposed to treat everyone equally? How come you're willing to offer conditions? Han Fei tidied his hair and replied lightly, You don't need to worry about that, our principles haven't changed. But who said recruiting students must involve money? Seeing Han Fei's indifferent demeanor, Lang Yu felt a slight unease. If not money, then what would they offer? Could it be that the Star Palace really presented some enticing conditions? While the three were suspicious of each other, Jolie's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call with a couple of hums and finally said, Let him in. After hanging up, Jolie looked at the three with a hint of apology. The head of the security department, Wu Shouji, has something to discuss with me, but since I can't leave here, I asked him to come down. No problem, we're all on the same side, Huang Yang said lightly. Lang Yu and Han Fei said nothing, they were still pondering what the other side had offered. Moments later, Wu Shouji hurried in, and upon seeing Huang Yang and the others, he was taken aback. What the hell, why are all these 5-star big shots here? Jolie smiled, Captain Wu, it's fine, they're not here to find you. By the way, what brings you here? Wu Shouji came back to his senses and took out a box he was holding. Oh, since this terror operation is completely over, the incident report and reward distribution have come down. Here are yours, as well as the rewards for Yi Chen, Miss Chen, Xinlan, and Wong Hong. Oh, hearing this, Wang Yang and the others became interested. They had come in a hurry and weren't fully aware of the situation here. Now that someone in charge was delivering the information, it was just the right time to find out more. Jolie smiled, in that case, thank you, Captain Wu, but Xiaolan and the others are busy right now, so please wait a moment. Wu Shouji nodded and stepped aside. At this moment, Huang Yang spoke first. Xiao Wu, bring over the materials for this terror operation, I want to take a look. Wu Shouji quickly walked over and handed over the materials. Han Fei and Lang Yu also leaned in closer. They were also curious about the details of Yi Chen and the other two. The incident began more than half a month ago when mysterious terrorists escaped from the Eden secret realm. Clad in armor, the 5-star terrorists managed to evade capture by numerous experts and vanished without a trace. The Polaris organization, which had been infiltrating for years, suddenly revealed their identity and took action, seemingly in search of something. At that time, the previously unknown Wong Hong reported information that helped the security department crack a major case. Originally, the matter seemed to have concluded. But who would have thought this was just the beginning? The leader of Polaris, who went by the codename Ammunition Expert, was actually the K of Diamonds from Eden. He seemed willing to pay any price in search of a certain person. As a result, while searching at Rongguang High School, he was discovered and reported by Wong Hong, leading to his eventual slaying by Jolie, ridding the world of a menace. The incident escalated, attracting even more formidable enemies. Last night, a shocking terrorist operation occurred in Xia Country, where hundreds of terrorist organizations captured over 5,000 hostages as a threat. Ultimately, all of this was a trap aimed at 7 high-level awakened individuals to invade the research institute and abduct Wong Hong. In the end, the 6-star butcher happened to return just in time to rescue him. The sequence of events is very clear. This has been a terror campaign lasting over half a month. It involved nearly a dozen high-level terrorists. Among them was even the 5-star K of Hearts, Black Widow, orchestrating behind the scenes. Each of these incidents combined together is truly breathtaking. Who would have thought so much could happen in a city like Pingan, with a population of less than 2 million? The most critical point is the frequent appearance of a prodigy, Wong Hong. In this terrorist operation, Wong Hong successfully predicted everything correctly 5 times. Additionally, he reported 2 important leads. The first time he reported, his awakening ability had not yet been discovered. He relied solely on his exceptional intelligence and keen insight to analyze the situation. It can be said that the deaths of the Polaris organization and ammunition expert were directly related to him. Previously, they had come in a hurry, and in their race against time, they did not manage to investigate all of Wang Heng's information. Now that they understood, they found that Wang Heng's abilities seemed even more monstrous. And it wasn't just Wong Hong. The data showed that Yi Chen had impressive combat capabilities, achieving full marks in practical assessments in the elite class. Furthermore, he had served as a sparring partner at the Xingtian martial arts arena. Being a sparring partner indicated that his practical combat skills had reached the level of a college entrance examination teacher. Moreover, according to the data, this kid had not received any systematic combat training prior to this. During yesterday's terrorist operation facing the terrorists, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan remained composed. Yi Chen even calmly made a phone call in front of the terrorists, ultimately cooperating with Jolie to successfully deceive them. The two also devised a plan to kill a 3-star terrorist. This level of courage and strategy, let alone two 17-year-old kids. How many adults could achieve that? As for Chen Xinlan, there was no information displayed. However, as the daughter of Chen Rui, they had learned a bit about her. Her mother was killed by Eden's terrorists right in front of her. The seed of hatred had been planted when she was just 6 years old. Although little information about Chen Xinlan had circulated in recent years, the fact that she could naturally awaken and achieve an S-level rating for her awakening ability already spoke volumes. Additionally, the aura of a superior person that Chen Xinlan exuded was evident to them. Clearly, Chen Rui had put a lot of effort into cultivating his daughter over the years. Such a person must possess exceptional character, willpower, vision, and perspective. As for Jolie, it goes without saying he killed a 4-star terrorist. Moreover, he was a high-ranking member of the Polaris organization, AK from Eden, with a bounty of 2.3 billion. In addition, he had killed multiple terrorists, making him a figure of great military merit. This time, Wu Xiuji had come to present medals. In this major terror operation, Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan each received a 1-star merit medal and a reward of 100,000 yuan. Wong Hong received a 2-star merit medal and a 1-star merit medal with a personal reward of 1.1 million yuan. Jolie received a 3-star merit medal and a 2-star merit medal with a personal reward of 11 million yuan. Additionally, there was a massive bounty of 2.3 billion yuan. Setting Jolie aside, in terms of courage and strategy, these three youngsters were undoubtedly among the best in their cohort. Especially Wang Hong, who appeared to be a foolish middle schooler, turned out to be the #1 contributor in this incident. At that moment, the three suddenly realized that their attention towards Wang Hong seemed insufficient. In Xia country, every year, there are some prodigies whose talents reach A level or even S level. However, not many of these individuals truly manage to grow. For a person to rise, talent alone is not enough. Understanding, character, and temperament are also essential. Some people fall into depravity halfway, drifting along with the tide. Others are blinded by various interests, ultimately leading them down the path of crime. Some perish during their trials. Only a small fraction can continue on their journey. The more Lun Yu looked at Chen Xinlan's information, the happier she became. At such a young age, she could calmly eliminate terrorists. Stronger than herself, she faced danger without fear, even charging forward. Such a character is most suited to be an enforcer. Huang Yang was somewhat surprised by Yi Chen's practical combat ability and strong psychological quality. In the security department, having talent alone is far from sufficient to become a qualified dragon guard. Courage, execution ability, learning capacity, and so on are all very important. Yet, Yi Chen had not even entered the Awakener Academy, and he already possessed many of these abilities. Han Fei looked at the information of the three with shining eyes. Wang Hong had keen insight, able to detect clues before the security department could crack the case. Yi Chen had an extremely strong combat talent, being bold yet meticulous, remaining calm in the face of danger. Previously, he was worried that even if Wang Hong and Yi Chen entered the academy, they might not fare well. Now, he had a strong belief that these three youngsters would create a different scene once they reached the Star Palace. The three focused entirely on the documents, unaware that Jolie beside them was slowly curling the corners of his mouth into a smile. On the other side, after sending Han Fei away, Yi Chen returned to his room and did not immediately discuss things. He half lay on the sofa, comfortably stretching. It was worth putting on such a performance. He finally had some gains. Chen Xinlan looked seriously at the content recorded by Wang Hong. A 50% credit reward is acceptable, and the advanced task permissions were within my expectations, but this betting agreement caught me off guard. Wang Hong wiped his drool, quite excited. If I earn 1,500 credits in a month, does that mean I can get 5 billion? Well, theoretically, yes, Yi Chen replied lightly. Chen Xinlan poured cold water on the idea. Unless your awakening item really helps some advanced awakeners predict major events successfully, otherwise, it's unlikely. Moreover, I estimate that even if you do predict successfully, they will deliberately hold back the credit rewards, Yi Chen added. As long as the Star Palace isn't foolish, they won't let Wang Hong gain high credits just by predicting dangers for others. They can distinguish between tens of millions and billions. Not to mention whether old Wong's news daily can actually predict for others is still uncertain. Chen Xinlan reviewed all the content. Again, her brows slightly furrowed. The biggest reward this time is this betting agreement. If not completed, even the crystal core cannot be used continuously. Yi Chun. Wong Hong. Continuous use of a crystal core? A crystal core sells for 10 million on the market. For a 1-star Awakener's Awakening item, it can provide a 10-fold growth rate for 3 days. If used long-term, that would mean consuming over 3 million resources a day. What kind of conditions would allow for such extravagance? Even wealthy tycoons with the judgment side only get 6 a month. Moreover, the time lasts until they break through to the 2nd star. It's not that the Academy can't push further, but there's no need for that in such cases. According to the official information released, ordinary Awakeners typically take 3 to 5 years to break through from the 1st to the 2nd star. If they continuously use crystal cores, it can be done in about 4 to 6 months. For strategic level Awakeners like Chen Xinlan, the Academy usually allows them to break through to the 2nd star when they enter their 2nd year. This way, their strength increases while they are exposed to new things, making it just right. Breaking through too early is just a waste of resources and doesn't bring much benefit. Just as Yi Chen was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Jolie. Hooked. A glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Xiaolon, old Wang, the 2nd round of the performance has begun. A few seconds later, the door opened and Han Fei walked in again. Hearing the noise, the 3 of them turned around. Oh, teacher. Han Fei, you're actually the first one here, Yi Chen said, feigning surprise. I just forgot to mention a few things. Han Fei laughed, but his gaze was fixed on the table in front of Yi Chen and the others. There lay the conditions provided by Lang Yu and Han Fei earlier. Lang Yu's paper was placed in the center, while Han Fei's was off to the side. Seeing this scene, Han Fei was startled. Thankfully, he had come, or it would have been truly dangerous. What else do you want to say? Please be quick, Chen Xinlan said coldly, her tone somewhat impatient. Hey, Chen Xinlan, don't rush me. I have something important to tell you, Han Fei said as he approached the 3 of them, then casually sat down and poured himself a glass of water. I just learned about your abilities and found that each of you is quite impressive. If that's the case, I think I can give you some exclusive tasks. What tasks? Yi Chen showed a bit of interest. Han Fei shrugged. It depends on the situation. I thought of it on the spot. But this is like the difference between normal mode and hard mode in a game. Usually, you are in normal mode, and when tasks arise, you can choose to challenge hard mode, where the difficulty increases, but so do the rewards. However, the credits earned from these tasks won't count towards that 1,000 credits, they are considered extra. Chen Xinlan pondered. For a moment, her brows slightly furrowed. So you mean if the Academy finds that we are in a good situation, they will increase the difficulty, and we can choose this method to earn more credits? Why do I feel like this is just a pipe dream? Wang Hong was a bit confused. He didn't see the benefits of this condition. Increased difficulty means increased rewards. But if they couldn't even get by at the start, the increased rewards would be basically the same as a betting agreement. Yi Chen suddenly said, does that mean when the Academy organizes tasks or activities, we can freely choose whether to increase the difficulty? Han Fei nodded, exactly, and I can guarantee that the level of difficulty will correspond to the degree of credit rewards. If you feel the difficulty is too low or the rewards too little, you can increase it. In short, as long as you have the ability, there are plenty of credits. Looking at Han Fei's radiant smile, Yi Chen fell silent. He vaguely guessed Han Fei's intention. The Star Palace is a gathering place for monsters. There is no strongest, only stronger. Some are beasts, while others are tyrannosaurs. Han Fei thinks the 3 of them can stir things up and wants to use them to add fuel to the Academy's fire. At this moment, Yi Chen became increasingly curious about this Academy. He really wanted to know just how chaotic this Academy could get. In the hall, Lang Yu and Huang Yang were still anxiously waiting when the door finally opened. The moment Cold Moon saw Han Fei walk out with a smile, her heart trembled. Following closely behind, Yi Chen and the other 2 also emerged. Yi Chen smiled slightly. Dear mentors, the 3 of us have made our final choice. We have decided to go to the Star Palace. Why? What kind of trick did you, Han, use to persuade them? Cold Moon suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with fury. She had thought this matter was almost certain, only to be met with a shocking reversal. In the end, Han Fei casually ran his fingers through his hair and said, because they chose the place that suits them best. Seeing that this approach was ineffective, Cold Moon suddenly turned to Chen Xinlan. Chen Xinlan, isn't your dream to become an enforcer like your father? Only. Before she could finish her sentence, her body trembled violently. Han Fei and Huang Yang's expressions also turned serious. A faint aura of blood surrounded Cold Moon. It seemed illusory, but they could feel the terrifying power contained within that blood aura. It was clear that the butcher Chen Rui had made his move. A hint of panic flashed in Cold Moon's eyes as she remembered her taboo. A few seconds later, the blood aura dissipated and Cold Moon regained her composure. However, a cold sweat had already formed on her back. Taking a deep breath, Cold Moon said softly, I was reckless just now. Since you have chosen the Star Palace, we will no longer disturb you. She gave a slight bow and then turned to leave. Huang Yang looked at Wong Hong and the others and laughed heartily. If you feel uncomfortable at the Star Palace, the doors of the Divine Dragon Military Academy will always be open for you. After Huang Yang and Cold Moon left, the room was left with only Han Fei. Han Fei looked at Yi Chen and the others, increasingly pleased. Monsters were abundant in the Star Palace, but those with high talent and good character were ultimately few. He was eager to see what these three little ones would stir up once they got there. Teacher Han Fei, when should we report to the academy? Yi Chen was the first to speak. As long as you arrive before June 16, it will be fine. There are still more than 20 days left, so you have plenty of time. Just let me know when you plan to go, and I will come to pick you up. Are there any precautions we should take when we go to the academy? Yi Chen asked again. Han Fei's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. Good thinking. Since you know the academy's model, you should understand that it can be quite thrilling there. My suggestion is that you should arrive early to familiarize yourselves with the environment. As for items, my advice is to bring only the essentials for living and nothing else. Ha! The three were taken aback. Not to bring anything? Other teachers usually told them what to prepare in advance, but here it was the exact opposite. Jolie said solemnly, the Star Palace treats everyone equally. Before entering the academy, you will be required to store your items in the academy's storage room. Han Fei nodded. That's right. Of course, if you want to bring resources in, you can, but there is a possibility of being robbed by other students. Wang Heng's eyes widened. What the heck? The academy actually condones students robbing each other? Chen Xinlan frowned tightly. She had originally wanted to bring some cultivation resources in, but if that was the case, bringing treasures in would instead make her a target, which was very dangerous. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled. Teacher, is it illegal to rob in the academy? Normally, it definitely isn't allowed, but during certain special events or assessments, it is permitted. Han Fei explained. Oh, so you mean others can rob us, and we can rob others too? Han Fei? Han Fei was stunned for a few seconds, then burst out laughing. That's right. As long as you have the strength, you can rob everyone, even the mentors. He didn't expect that among the three, Yi Chen's way of thinking would align most with the academy's philosophy. The consistent style of the Star Palace is, resources are abundant in the academy. If you want them, go and rob them from others. Xingtian Martial Arts Hall. After watching Han Fei leave, everyone returned to the basement. Jolie looked at the conditions that Yi Chen had managed to negotiate and couldn't help but marvel. First, a 50% increase in credit earnings. Second, access to advanced mission permissions, allowing for the acceptance of high-difficulty tasks. Third, a betting agreement. If Yi Chen earns 1,000 credits in a month, he can receive the opportunity for an awakening item baptism. For Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong, if they earn 1,500 credits in a month, the effect is doubled. Fourth, the freedom to choose to activate hard mode, increasing the difficulty of activities but with additional rewards. Among these four conditions, only the first was a freebie, the rest all required personal effort. Generally, even if offered these conditions, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to achieve them. However, Jolie had great confidence in Yi Chen and the others. Among the three, he was least worried about Yi Chen. The outside world merely regarded Yi Chen as having average talent. Little did they know he was the strongest among the three. In terms of talent and awakening item ratings, Yi Chen couldn't compare to Wong Hong and Chen Xinlan. But when it came to cunning, this kid was definitely a master. Jolie even felt that with these conditions, even if they didn't provide Yi Chen with too many resources, he could still thrive. I have a question. Didn't you guys say you were inclined towards the Scythe of Judgment when we discussed earlier? Wong Hong suddenly spoke up, confusion in his eyes. During their previous discussion, Yi Chen had told him that they favored the Scythe of Judgment while the other two were observing their performance. Yet, in the end, they chose the Star Palace. Although he didn't care too much about the choice, it still felt off to him. Yi Chen patted his shoulder and smiled. Old Wang, you performed exceptionally. Well, really? Wong Hong asked suspiciously. Really, without you, Han Fei and the others wouldn't have believed so easily, Chen Xinlan said seriously from the side. Jolie suppressed a laugh. This kid had a clear, untainted foolishness in his eyes. If it weren't for this silly boy, it would have been tough to fool those seasoned veterans. Let's leave it at that for now. Next, let's discuss what to prepare for this final stretch. Yi Chen said, looking at Jolie. Brother Zhou, do you have any suggestions? Jolie thought seriously for a moment and replied, I can't say for sure. There are no fixed routines at the Star Palace. Whatever comes to mind is what it is. However, there are definitely a few things we need to prepare. First, scheming. Internal strife and deceit are probably commonplace at the Star Palace. Xiaolan, your personality won't be easily fooled, but you're not good at building relationships with others. Wang Hong, you are too trusting of others. You must be cautious, especially regarding anything related to the three of you. Never tell anyone. So, once we get to the academy, all matters will be decided by Yi Chen. You all just need to follow his lead. Wang Hong pouted but eventually nodded. Chen Xinlan frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. She chose the Star Palace to help Yi Chen earn credits. How did it end up with Yi Chen directing her instead? Jolie continued, second, combat power. There will definitely be frequent battles among the students at the Star Palace, so improving combat power is essential. Xiaolan, you just fully awakened. Take this time to adapt to your abilities. Xiaofeng, you're basically fine. You can try sparring with those using different awakening items. As for Wang Hong, your foundation is too weak. In this final stretch, I'll help you improve your basic abilities. Wang Heng's face darkened at these words. Fighting was the thing he hated most in life. He thought that with his awakening item reaching S rank, he wouldn't need to do physical training anymore. Yet, in the end, he still couldn't escape it. Meanwhile, in the mist, a snow-white figure was constantly weaving through the clouds. Snow-white wings flapped, and Han Fei soared through the sky like a free little bird. At this moment, Han Fei was very happy. This trip was not in vain. He had managed to bring back 3 prodigies and earned 500 credits in the process. Awesome! While flying, Han Fei took out his phone and called Guodaya. Han Fei, how's it going? Guodaya's anxious voice came through the phone. Han Fei smiled. Can I ever fail? When I take action? But about my credits. Don't worry, as long as they come, the 500 credits are yours. That's good. By the way, during the competition, aside from some minor incidents, Han Fei then shared the detailed information about Yi Chen and the others with Guodaya, along with the difficulties he faced. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and, after a while, Guodaya's voice returned. Are you sure these 3 little guys are that impressive? Guodaya's tone was filled with skepticism. Of course, Han Fei replied confidently. With a smile, not to mention anyone else, that Yi Chen is definitely someone who can stir things up. That kid, wait a minute. Suddenly, while flying, Han Fei stopped. He felt that something was off. When they first met, Han Fei thought Yi Chen was very innocent. Yi Chen's expressions were all visible on his face, looking adorably naive. But the information showed that Yi Chen was calm and experienced, never flustered in a crisis. The two seemed like completely different people. However, in the last few minutes of their interaction, Yi Chen resembled the information much more. Bold and steady, with a quick mind. Han Fei hadn't noticed the stark contrast while he was in the moment. Only now, upon reflection, did he realize something was wrong. The difference in personality was so significant that the most likely explanation was that this guy had been pretending. Han Fei quickly recalled the previous events in his mind. Yi Chen mentioned that the 3 of them would discuss, then called Lang Yu, his excited expression making it seem like she had it all in the bag. Then there was Huang Yang, whose expression was bland, giving the impression that he had no chance. So when it was his turn, he became nervous and directly stated his bottom line. Not only that, but the 3 of them also coordinated with each other, one agreeing while the other rebutted. One played the bad cop while the other played the good cop. Damn, I got played. Han Fei couldn't help but curse. Hey, Han Fei, what? Do you mean you got played? Guodaya quickly asked. It's nothing, I'll tell you the details when I get back. Han Fei hung up the phone directly, turning back to look at the distant building. That resembled a black, shaking his head with a sigh. At that moment, he finally realized everything was a trap set by that group of guys. They might have already decided to choose the Star Palace from the very beginning. Calling in the 3 major academies to compete was to gain the highest benefits. A dignified 5-star awakener like him had actually been deceived by a bunch of kids. After feeling frustrated for a moment, Han Fei suddenly laughed. Although being played was a bit unpleasant, it made things even more interesting. The courage and strategy of these 3 were higher than he had imagined. The Star Palace was not afraid of troublemakers. The more they could stir up the academy, the happier they would be. Once they entered the academy, they would surely shake things up. Han Fei murmured softly, I just wonder if these few can shake the positions of those old guys. If they can, then it will be fun. June 13th. Morning. The man who lassos horses is mighty and strong. The familiar ringtone rang again, and Yi Chen instantly opened his eyes. He skillfully summoned the little game console, pressed the switch, and then his consciousness entered the game space. This time, Yi Chen didn't go to the first level to farm soul coins. Instead, he headed straight for the second level. In the jungle, Yi Chen, with his clothes smeared with thick juice, was quickly crawling barefoot on the grass. Although his speed was not slow, he made no sound at all. His body was a patchwork of black and green, not only providing excellent camouflage but also masking his scent. As Yi Chen passed by a thicket, his eyes flickered. Outside the thicket, he spotted some feces in a small piece of what looked like a relatively fresh broken leaf. There was a high probability that there were magical creatures in this thicket. Yi Chen quickly approached, stopping when he was less than 10 meters away. He raised his right hand, tightly gripping 3 wooden spears, each about the thickness of his thumb, which he had just sharpened. With a mighty throw, he hurled the 3 spears, which whizzed through the air and embedded themselves in the thicket. The next moment, a sharp cry from a red-eyed rabbit echoed from within, and the thicket began to shake. Yi Chen was delighted and walked over with the last spear in hand. Pushing aside the branches, he saw a red-eyed rabbit pinned to the ground, struggling desperately. Without wasting any words, Yi Chen shot it in the head and took the red-eyed rabbit away. Soul coin +1. The system's prompt sounded. Yi Chen was already accustomed to this. He retrieved his spear and continued, searching for the next prey. At this moment, his retina displayed that he had been here for 40 minutes. He had killed 38 of the 60 magical creatures required for the task. Excluding the time spent making the wooden spears at the beginning, it was roughly 1 per minute. This speed was a far cry from when Yi Chen first entered the second level. He felt in great shape. Today, he was hopeful about passing this level that had blocked him for over half a month. After Han Fei left more than half a month ago, Yi Chen returned to his previous life. He ate, slept, practiced with awakeners, and played games every day. Occasionally, he would bully old Wang and Shen Xinlan a bit. He was having a blast. As time passed, Yi Chen gained a deep understanding of the various habits of the magical creatures here and the information about the plants. Now, he could quickly name every plant in this area. He also knew the effects of these plants and which magical creatures like to inhabit their vicinity, and so on. With this information, Yi Chen could determine in a very short time which bushes might harbor magical creatures. As he moved forward, Yi Chen encountered a small gathering of minotaurs. 3 one-star minotaurs were resting by a campfire. They stood over 2 meters tall, and even at rest, their size was quite intimidating. Beside them lay their respective weapons, a bone club, a battle axe, and a giant wooden shield. Yi Chen glanced at them and turned to leave. In the past, he had tried to fight minotaurs. To kill them quickly, he had to summon a demon king and use a large amount of thunder power for a surprise attack. Such consumption was not low unless he was down to just these 3 and couldn't find any other magical creatures. Yi Chen wouldn't easily engage them. Changing direction, Yi Chen continued his search. Occasionally, he would poke at certain bushes, dense thickets, or caves with his spear. Red-eyed rabbits, wild boars, red foxes, demon raccoons, long-whiskered tigers, crimson scorpions. There were many magical creatures in this jungle. The most numerous were the dangerous creatures like red-eyed rabbits and wild boars. However, there were also quite a few magical creatures that appeared in the Kunlun secret realm. This was also why Yi Chen had spent so long without clearing the second level. Previously, he had tried to hunt only red-eyed rabbits, wild boars, and other creatures with a higher density. In the end, it took him 70 minutes to kill 54 of them. The area of this forest was vast, but the magical creatures were only densely packed in the initial area. The further out, the lower the density. It was impossible to walk a single path to the end. Thus, Yi Chen walked and stopped intermittently. In the jungle, he was like an experienced hunter, constantly searching for the scent of prey. Out of 10 attempts, he could find the figure of a magical creature 7 or 8 times. Some creatures were pierced directly, while others, startled, fled but would be quickly caught and killed by Yi Chen. Time passed second by second. By the 55th minute, Yi Chen had already killed 51 monsters, but when the clock struck 60 minutes, he had only managed to slay 56. At this moment, a slight sense of fatigue crept into his mind. Looking ahead, the jungle appeared increasingly desolate. Yi Chen turned back to search in the opposite direction. By the 64th minute, he finally killed the 57th monster. Only 3 left? Yi Chen glanced around. He had nearly searched the nearby area for monsters. To find new ones, he would have to venture further, consuming more time. Rather than aimlessly searching and wasting time, it would be better to try using his remaining mental energy to take down those 3 minotaurs. With this thought, Yi Chen decisively returned. In the jungle, 3 minotaurs over 2 meters tall were resting. Occasionally, sparks flew from the nearby campfire. There were also some leftover bones scattered around. The 3 minotaurs were deep in sleep, completely unaware of a figure slowly approaching. One minotaur, leaning against its shield in a dream, licked its lips as if dreaming of something delicious. It instinctively swallowed. However, before it could finish the motion, a purplish-red figure suddenly streaked through the air. Ziz! A sharp purplish-red claw plunged into its throat. The minotaur's eyes widened, and its body thrashed wildly. Blood gushed out from its throat like a fountain. With a successful sneak attack, Yi Chen rushed towards the second one without looking back. The 2 minotaurs sensed something was wrong. One opened its eyes and prepared to get up. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt appeared before it. Boom! A lightning snake exploded in the second minotaur's eyes. The minotaur howled in pain, its face filled with the smell of charred flesh. It roared madly, flailing its arms around, clearly blinded. Yi Chen's face grew paler, and his mind felt a bit hazy. The previous lightning strike had consumed a significant amount of mental energy, but this was the fastest way to end the battle. One minotaur was already dead from a pierced throat, and the other, blinded, posed little threat. So, as long as he could take down the last one before his mental energy ran out, he could clear the level. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen looked at the minotaur that had picked up its battle axe. Kill! By the blazing campfire, Yi Chen engaged in a fierce battle with the last minotaur. The minotaur had tough skin and thick muscles. Each swing of the axe cut through the air with a whoosh. Yi Chen moved with the agility of a ghost, easily dodging the incoming battle axe. If it were just evasion, Yi Chen would feel no pressure. But what he needed was to close in and kill the opponent. At one moment, the battle axe swung down towards Yi Chen again. His eyes flashed. Instead of retreating, he advanced, tilting his body at a strange 45-degree angle. The energy wave from the axe brushed past his chest. Soul coin +1, with a successful extreme dodge, Yi Chen was now beneath the Minotaur. His sharp purplish-red claws crackled with electricity as he thrust into the Minotaur's abdomen. The Minotaur howled in pain, and in the next moment, it kicked Yi Chen several meters away. In midair, Yi Chen flipped and landed on his feet, but he still stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. Shaking his slightly numb arms, Yi Chen felt a deep sense of regret. His mental energy was severely depleted. The lightning power he had just gathered hadn't fully paralyzed the Minotaur. Otherwise, with the thunder effect from the Demon King's weapon, he would have already won. Feeling his mind growing increasingly chaotic, Yi Chen knew he could not delay any longer. Fight! The two sides clashed once more. At 65 minutes and 28 seconds, Yi Chen successfully dodged again. He approached the Minotaur closely and stabbed a claw into the muscle under its armpit. This time, there was no gathering of thunder. It simply broke through the Minotaur's thick skin. At 65 minutes and 54 seconds, as Yi Chen dodged, his arm was grazed by the energy of the battle axe, but he closed in again. His sharp claws cut open a larger wound at the original injury site, directly severing most of the Minotaur's muscle. Roar! The Minotaur swung its crippled arm, sending Yi Chen flying. Yi Chen rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The pain in his body was manageable, but the pain in his spirit was unbearable. He felt as if his brain was about to explode. However, with one arm lost, the Minotaur's threat was greatly reduced. But now, it was just a step away from victory. Having come this far, he had to give it a try no matter what. Yi Chen bit down hard on his tongue to refocus his mind. He let out a low growl. As the last spark of electricity gathered, that spark leaving his armor and directly entering his body. Demon King armor, Thunder God possession. Kill. In an instant, all of Yi Chen's previous fatigue and pain vanished. He felt as if his entire body was filled with power, every cell in his body bubbling with excitement. Yi Chen's gaze sharpened as he charged towards the Minotaur. The Minotaur raised its battle axe with one arm, trying to stop Yi Chen from getting closer. But at this moment, Yi Chen was completely different from before. Faced with this strike, Yi Chen showed no intention of retreating and accelerated forward. The battle axe swept across, as if splitting the air in half. Yi Chen leaped deep, dodging the attack, and the Demon King armor gathered again, rapidly stabbing towards the Minotaur's head. Seeing this, the Minotaur raised its crippled arm to block. As long as it could block Yi Chen's attack, it was confident it could split him in half with one axe before he landed. However, the imagined thunderous attack did not come the next second. The Minotaur only felt a slight touch on its arm. At the same time, a shadow appeared above its head. At the critical moment, Yi Chen did not attack directly but used its arm as a handrail to perform a second jump in midair. The Minotaur instinctively looked up, and the next moment, its pupils constricted sharply. A purplish-red claw descended like a spear, piercing fiercely into its eye. Boom! The claw entered its body, accompanied by a flash of lightning that directly destroyed the Minotaur's nerve center. Soul coins +20. At the moment Yi Chen heard the system prompt, he withdrew his claw and landed gracefully. Then, with a step, he transformed into an afterimage and charged towards the last blind Minotaur. The latter was still roaring and swinging its arms around. Suddenly, a sharp claw pierced into its brain from behind. The Minotaur's body trembled, stiffened, and then lost all vitality. Soul coins +20. Ding. You have cleared the second level of the challenge mode, triggering a little money. Soul coins +10%. Ding. You have unlocked a new achievement, True Hunter. Ding. You have cleared the second level of the challenge mode, opening the third level of the challenge mode. At the moment Yi Chen heard the system's notifications, his taut nerves finally relaxed. After battling for more than half a month, he had finally cleared the second level. As his consciousness returned, Yi Chen's head tilted and he fell into a deep sleep. In the next room, after enjoying the fragrance, Chen Xinlan got up to wash up. She unconsciously hummed the ringtone from someone's phone. Once everything was tidied up, Chen Xinlan looked towards the door. Usually, at this time, Yi Chen would have already come to call her down for a meal, but today he was surprisingly late. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xinlan went to Yi Chen's room and knocked on the door. Hey, Yi Chen, what are you doing? However, there was no response from inside the room. Chen Xinlan was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly thought of something and pushed the door open. The next moment, she saw Yi Chen, who had fallen into a coma. She didn't know how long it had been when Yi Chen's stomach grumbled in protest. In a daze, Yi Chen caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a bit groggy. Before his consciousness had fully awakened, a familiar figure appeared beside him. Hey, Yi Chen, you're awake? How do you feel? Chen Xinlan's concerned voice rang out. At the same time, she took out her phone to send a message to Jolie. Yi Chen blinked and slightly shook his head to feel better. Water, Yi Chen murmured. No sooner had he spoken than a cup of warm water was already at his lips. Chen Xinlan carefully supported Yi Chen's head to help him drink. After a few sips, Yi Chen felt much better and quietly asked, "How long have I been asleep this time?" 13 hours, Chen Xinlan complained. "Didn't Uncle Joe tell you before? Even if meditation can enhance your strength, it should be done in moderation." A few days ago, Yi Chen had tried pushing his limits, lasting 74 minutes that time. The consequence was that his mental energy was completely drained, leading to a fainting spell. As his mental energy increased, the duration he could sustain in the game also gradually lengthened. But the downside was that once his mental energy was depleted, the time needed for a full recovery would also significantly increase. This time marked the longest fainting spell yet. As they chatted, the door swung open, and Jolie rushed in. He carefully checked Yi Chen, and only after confirming that he was in good condition did he let out a sigh of relief. "Are you out of your mind? Your mental energy is severely depleted, which could affect your brain. I told you last time. Even if you gain insights during meditation, you need to do it in moderation when it comes to critical points." "Exactly, you fainted and didn't care about anything, leaving others to take care of you," Chen Xinlan chimed in. Faced with their scolding, Yi Chen just chuckled and didn't argue back. Their nagging reminded him of the past with Yi Ningfeng. Their words were mostly reprimands and accusations, but they were laced with deep concern. Seeing this, Jolie shook his head helplessly. This kid was usually sharp-witted, but once he set his mind on something, he wouldn't stop until he achieved it. But thinking about it, for them, insights gained through meditation were rare. If they encountered such a situation, they would definitely push themselves even harder than Yi Chen. After saying what needed to be said, Jolie tried to lighten the mood. "Alright, you haven't eaten all day, you must be hungry. Let's go eat. Xiaolan, you should take a break too. You've been taking care of him in his room all day, it must be tiring." Chen Xinlan nodded, and before leaving, she shot Yi Chen a fierce glare. The look clearly meant that if he dared to do this again, he would be in for it. An hour later, after eating until his stomach was full, Yi Chen contentedly patted his belly. Jolie appeared just in time. He gave Yi Chen a knowing look, and the latter quickly got up to follow him. Yi Chen had already noticed that Jolie had something to discuss with him. The two of them turned and twisted their way back to the underground base. When they reached the room where Yi Chen and the others had discussed last time, Jolie pressed a button. A seemingly ordinary wall suddenly began to vibrate. Moments later, the wall opened, revealing a hidden passage. Yi Chen's eyes widened in surprise. There was actually a secret compartment in the basement. "Come on, let me show you something amazing," Jolie said with a smile. After passing through a tunnel of several dozen meters, a stone door appeared ahead. When Jolie pushed the door open, the light instantly brightened. At the end of the tunnel was a room, not very large, only about 30 to 40 square meters. The room was made of a special stone material, and inside were a dozen or so boxes of various sizes. "Xiaofeng, you're going to the academy tomorrow, so it's time to give you some supplies," Jolie said as he walked to one of the boxes and opened it. A burst of colorful light nearly blinded Yi Chen's 24K titanium alloy eyes. Feeling the intense energy emanating from the box, Yi Chen's breathing quickened. As the light faded, Yi Chen finally saw that inside were small crystals, each no larger than a pinky finger. "Zhou Go, what is this?" "Crystal core," Jolie said. "This is the crystal core mentioned in the various preferential treatments the academy gave you before. There are 100 crystal cores here, take a look and take them." Yi Chen blinked and quickly understood. "You mean for me to take these crystal cores to the academy?" "That's right. If I were to transfer you the money at 10 times the price, that would be a huge loss, for example, just taking some over directly. But if I take these things over, I should be targeted, right?" Yi Chen was a bit worried, although he had asked before if he could rob others. But that was just a casual inquiry. When the time comes, it would definitely be a case-by-case analysis. You say robbing a few million worth of supplies is no problem. But if you flaunt a few 100 million worth of crystal cores, who wouldn't want to rob you? Just that terrifying energy, Yi Chen could feel it from dozens of meters away. Jolie rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? Who told you to stroll around with this? Take out your deep blue ice crystal." Yi Chen obediently took it out, and Jolie took the deep blue ice crystal and stuffed a crystal core into it. Yi Chen was taken aback. He noticed that the energy fluctuations of the crystal core disappeared. After entering the deep blue ice crystal, the deep blue ice crystal can store energy-type items, and crystal cores belong to that category. As long as you don't deliberately expose it, most ordinary newcomers won't notice it, and even if they do, they wouldn't dare to rob it. Why? Yi Chen was puzzled. "Because they don't dare." Jolie smiled, saying this as he opened several boxes. Inside were various life-saving items, and next to the boxes were the names and effects of the items. Fire attribute slime energy bomb effect, explodes upon impact, releasing 15 to 20 fireballs randomly attacking in all directions, effective attack range of 10 meters. Poison gas bug bomb effect, generates a poison gas area with a 5-meter radius after use. Inhalation causes neurological confusion for 2 minutes, with effects lasting 10 minutes. Stamina recovery potion effect, relieves fatigue, quickly restores physical strength while having a certain healing effect. Rock shield effect can form an earth element energy shield around the body by injecting mental power, lasting 30 seconds. Wind of agility effect increases movement speed by 10% to 30% after use, lasting 10 minutes. Jolie had prepared a vast array of items: offensive, defensive, control, support, recovery. You could say he had almost prepared all the types of awakening items Yi Chen knew. Looking at such a dazzling array, Yi Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Jolie patted the boxes and teased, "You can take these items according to your situation, just don't use the offensive items lightly, the others are up to you. If no one provokes you, just treat it as if nothing happened. If someone has their eyes on your deep blue ice crystal, then you can use the offensive items. But before using them, remind them first. If they don't listen, even if you die, the academy won't trouble you." Yi Chen looked at those items, then at the deep blue ice crystal, and began to understand what Jolie meant by that earlier statement. The Star Palace allows students to fight among themselves. If you dare to bring good things in, you must be prepared to be robbed. If you really get robbed, you can only say your personal strength is lacking. However, if supplies worth several million or tens of millions are robbed, then so be it. But items worth hundreds of millions or even billions represent a different significance. Is it unreasonable for a student carrying treasures worth billions to have a few tens of millions worth of self-defense items? Since you dare to take risks for awakening items, then others throwing a few items for self-defense is also acceptable. If you end up dead, you can only blame your greed. Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. "Brother Zhou, do you mean that as long as no one tries to snatch my deep blue ice crystals, I won't use these things? If someone plays dirty or actively uses similar items, then I have no fault in using them." Jolie nodded, looking like a mentor. "Exactly, remember, we don't seek trouble, but we're not afraid of it either." Yi Chen wiped his mouth, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes as he looked at the treasures. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him as he gazed at these items. Half an hour later, Jolie stood frozen in place, staring at the few remaining items in the boxes. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, satisfied, prepared to leave with a huge backpack slung over his shoulders. "Wait a minute." Jolie called out to him, "Are you really planning to go to the academy like this?" Yi Chen shook his head. "With so many things, I definitely won't carry them all myself." Hearing this, Jolie sighed in relief, but the next moment he heard Yi Chen say, "These are for the three of us, I'll just carry 1/3. Jolie. At that moment, Jolie felt a bit panicked. If Yi Chen carried a regular backpack, others might not guess what was inside. But with such a tall bag, even a fool could tell there were valuable items inside. Previously, he had thought of preparing some life-saving items for Yi Chen, just in case the deep blue ice crystals were really snatched. But that was just a precaution. In his view, as long as Yi Chen didn't intentionally expose the supplies, he would likely be safe. However, seeing Yi Chen's current appearance was completely different from what he had imagined. He felt that Yi Chen wasn't using these items for self-defense. This guy might be planning to use these things to rob. Ahem, Xiaofeng, tell me the truth, what are you planning to do with all those items? Jolie felt uncertain. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. "Brother Zhou, don't worry, I absolutely won't be the first to use any offensive items. Even if I do use them, it will be in self-defense or with a justified reason. I will definitely leave no evidence." Jolie looked into Yi Chen's big watery eyes and then at the backpack behind him, momentarily speechless. With this kid's cleverness, he surely wouldn't leave anyone with a handle to grab. But the happier Yi Chen looked, the more uneasy Jolie felt. With all the various items Yi Chen had, it must be at least 30 million. If he used them all at once, it would be enough to give every new student a share. Most ordinary students probably didn't even have that much in total. But then he thought, this kid had 90 crystal cores in the deep blue ice crystals, worth 900 million. This didn't even include the price of the deep blue ice crystals themselves. Carrying 900 million worth of supplies and wearing 30 million worth of life-saving items didn't seem too excessive, right? After hesitating for a long time, Jolie ultimately didn't stop him. Since this kid liked to stir things up, let him be. The Starry Hall was meant to cultivate a group of monsters, a bunch of prodigies. Students who were too honest often ended up struggling the most. Maturity and steadiness were for adults. Youthful recklessness was the style for someone like Yi Chen at his age. As Yi Chen disappeared into the tunnel, Jolie murmured, "I have to admit, I'm actually a bit curious about what this kid plans to do with all those items." Half an hour later, Yi Chen divided all the supplies into 3 portions. At this time, Wong Hong and Chen Xinlan also received Yi Chen's message and rushed over. More than half a month had passed and Wang Heng's skin was a bit darker compared to before. Some areas of his body still showed slight bruises. Undoubtedly, the one who had it the hardest during this time was old Wang. This guy started from almost zero and had to begin everything from scratch. Over the past month, Jolie had significantly improved his physical fitness. Although he wasn't excellent, at least he wouldn't be a severe hindrance. Next came his ability to withstand blows and his escape skills. When danger strikes, he won't be defeated in just one round by a sneak attack. As for how long he can hold on, it depends on this kid's personal fortune. Additionally, in the past half-month, old Wang has successfully predicted 2 events. The first prediction was shocking: drug-addicted teenager beaten half to death for Stealing the accompanying photo showed a boy lying on the ground, battered and bruised, barely clinging to life. 3 days later, the scene depicted in the photo actually occurred, and the protagonist in the image was none other than him. That was Wang Heng's first real combat practice, where Jolie specifically found a combative sparring partner to give him a good beating. At that time, Wong Hong was almost questioning his life. In the end, Jolie borrowed a healer from the security department to help him get back on his feet. However, after that incident, old Wang became much stronger. When faced with danger, he wouldn't just stand there foolishly, he ran away quite quickly. The second prediction was touching, sudden genius. Boy rushes into a storm to save his pet. The predicted photo showed a silhouette pushing forward against a raging storm. 3 days later, it was actually Chen who faced the brunt of it. That day, Jolie had found him a sparring partner with an awakening item that was a fan. The fan could charge up for a powerful strike that released a large number of wind blades. Although the damage wasn't high, the range was enormous. Chen struggled with him for over half an hour without being able to get close. In the end, he simply charged through with the wind blades, trading injury for victory against that sparring partner. Chen's injury confirmed the Research Institute's speculation. Old Wang's awakening item could not only predict his own future, but also that of those around him. With these two predictions, the Research Institute finally provided a more complete data analysis of Wang Heng's awakening ability. The newspaper would automatically predict whether those around him would encounter danger within the next 3 days. If not, it would randomly change daily while remaining in standby mode. If there was content in the newspaper, it would change accordingly. Later, the Research Institute conducted an experiment. They had old Wang interact with over 100 dragon guards one by one, and in the end, the awakening item did not change at all. Of course, those people were all safe 3 days later, so it was impossible to determine whether the newspaper had predicted them or if it simply hadn't triggered at all. At this moment, looking at the various props scattered all over the floor, Wong Hong was dumbfounded. What, are all these for us? Yes, the ones on the far side are yours. In a bit, find a bigger backpack and a suitcase to pack them in, Chen replied with a smile. As he spoke, Chen began to explain the usage of those props to old Wang bit by bit. Meanwhile, Chen Xinlan had an ominous premonition. These consumables ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Altogether, they must have cost over 10 million. A typical 3-star adventurer team probably wouldn't carry this much gear into a secret realm. With so many items, it certainly didn't look like self-defense. This guy isn't planning to stir up trouble on the first day of school, is he? The night grew late. After finishing all his tasks, Chen lay on the big bed, looking at his suitcase with a grin. Everything was ready. He was just waiting for Han Fei to come pick them up tomorrow. However, before that, he still had many things to handle. With a thought, he took out the little game console and quickly entered the game space. Chen habitually opened the 1-star soul shop. Constitution plus 1 soul coins, 1280 strength plus 1 soul coins, 640 speed plus 1 soul coins, 2560 spirit plus 1 soul coins, 640 soul coins, 1666. After checking the number of soul coins, Chen hesitated and decided not to use them. Originally, Chen had planned for a balanced development. However, as time went on, he discovered that his various attributes seemed unable to progress evenly. As for why the speed has increased so much, it is mainly because Chen needs to move at high speed when fighting against those awakeners with various awakened items. During this time, the training partners he fought against had a wide range of abilities: close combat, long range, speed type, defense type, control type. The others are manageable, but among these professions, the long range and speed types are the most annoying. Once the enemy is as fast as Chen Xinlan, Chen has no way to deal with them. The same goes for long range types, especially those with area attack capabilities. If your speed isn't fast enough, you can't dodge the attacks and can only take the hits. As for winning against certain people in sparring, that's just a bonus. If Jolie knew Chen's thoughts, he would definitely be speechless. Every type of awakened item has its own strengths and weaknesses. Even strategic level awakened items are no exception. You, an awakener with no attack capabilities, are actually thinking about how to counter all types of awakeners. What do you want to do? After looking at the soul shop, Chen opened the achievement information again. Name, True Hunter, purple, completion condition, clear the second level of the challenge mode effect, smell +2, perception +2, hunting skills +30. Chen raised an eyebrow. This time, the special attributes added by the achievement were all ones he didn't have before. He opened the panel information: health 100% physique, 13 strength, 17 speed, 15 spirit, 30 special attributes, courage +3, neural reflex +2, calm +3, resistance +4. Combat skills +4, charm +5, lightning affinity +5, smell +2, perception +2, hunting skills +3. Awaken item: Demon King armament, 1 star, Demon King armament, 1 star. Passive effect: strength +5, spirit +8, lightning affinity +5. Active effect: 1, consume spirit to release lightning. Active effect: 2, stimulate cells with lightning, temporarily enhancing physique, strength, and reflexes. Ice crystal storm, 1 star, *3. Description: a skill condensed from the power of ice elements. By the Blue Wolf King, this item is a consumable dot. Effect: after use, a mark will appear somewhere within a 50-meter radius, and after 3 seconds, frost will appear at the mark location, releasing the Blue Wolf King's explosive skill Ice Crystal Storm 2 seconds later with a coverage radius of 30 meters. Looking at that long list of special attributes, Yi-Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. His panel information was becoming increasingly complex. Just the special attributes from these achievements added up to quite a few. Those high-rated awakened items would definitely have similar passive attributes. For example, Chen Xinlan, during this time, he could feel her improvement when sparring with her. Chen Xinlan's reactions were sharper, and her timing was better. Several times, Yi-Chen's extreme counterattacks were suddenly sensed by her and dodged. That kind of ability is somewhat similar to a sixth sense. In addition, she seemed calmer, moved more agilely in the dark, and her presence felt more elusive, among other things. Although Yi-Chen didn't know what the last active ability was that Chen Rui and the others exclaimed about during the previous test, just these passive attributes were already very abnormal. He had endured a lot to gain these achievements. With a sigh, Yi-Chen looked at the Ice Crystal Storm at the bottom. The Ice Crystal Storm had now reached 3. He definitely wouldn't miss the weekly challenge. This thing not only has great power and a wide range but is clearly a level above those provided by Jolie. The key point is that this thing can be taken out of his mind at any time, making it even more practical. This is crucial. If used well, it can definitely be a game changer. After reviewing all the information, Yi-Chen returned to the challenge mode. Without any hesitation, he directly clicked into the 3rd level. The scene changed, and this time the surroundings were no longer a jungle but a grassy hill. Yi-Chen carefully examined his surroundings. Sweet flowers, windmill daisies, forget-me-nots. Most of the plants around were ones Yi-Chen had seen in the previous level. However, it seemed that all the plants here were from the Kunlun secret realm, and he hadn't spotted any from the danger zone. At that moment, a mission prompt appeared. Mission objective: kill the wood shaman. Another kill mission? Yi-Chen was somewhat surprised. The previous level was also a kill mission, and this one was too. However, this time the task was to kill just one. Yi-Chen had learned about the wood shaman long ago. Most of the minotaurs were large and muscular. However, there were occasionally some special ones. They stopped growing in size from a young age and were quite frail, but correspondingly they were very attuned to certain magical elements. Moreover, their intelligence was higher than that of ordinary minotaurs. These minotaurs would normally become shamans in the later stages, serving as the tribe's managers. There were many types of shamans, and the wood shaman could control the power of wood attributes. They could create thorny barriers on the ground and heal other minotaurs. Their strategic position was akin to a healer in a team. Generally speaking, there would be a large number of minotaurs protecting the shaman. Rather than fighting a boss, it was more about how to take down the enemy commander amidst a group of minotaurs. Understanding the difficulty of this level, Yi-Chen began to take action. After walking for a while, he spotted 4 minotaurs by a pond. 2 of them were 1-star adults, while the other 2 were smaller and weaker. These minotaurs belonged to the juvenile stage and had average combat power. However, the information Yi-Chen had previously reviewed indicated that these juveniles were not weak at all. In fact, they could be quite troublesome. They could use bows or throw stones for long-range sneak attacks. If they encountered arrows enchanted with elemental power by the shaman, it would be even more annoying. Generally, adventurers would prioritize eliminating these monsters when encountering such minotaur tribes. Not seeing the minotaur shaman, Yi-Chen turned and continued searching. After a moment, he discovered a small gathering of minotaurs but still no sign of the wood shaman. Yi-Chen left and continued to explore. 1 place, 2 places, 3 places. Time passed quickly, and half an hour later, Yi-Chen finally found a larger minotaur tribe gathering in a basin. Standing on a high slope, he could see that there were more than 10 adult minotaurs. They had also set up tents and other basic infrastructure, including bonfires, a forge, and even a tower. Although he couldn't see the wood shaman, Yi-Chen felt that it was highly likely that it was here. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered as he quickly analyzed various pieces of information. There were over a dozen adult minotaurs, armed with battle axes, bone hammers, and shields. There were 20 to 30 juveniles, half of whom were armed with bows. At that moment, 2/3 of the minotaurs were resting, while the rest were either eating or playing. However, 2 juvenile minotaurs were on lookout duty at the tower. If he got too close, they would likely spot him. After analyzing all the information, Yi-Chen immediately understood that he couldn't force his way in at this stage. If it were 1 or 2 minotaurs, he would have the confidence to kill them without taking damage. But with so many, including those with bows for sneak attacks, charging in head-on would be tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, this mission could only be accomplished through cunning. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Chen had come up with 2 combat plans. Plan 1, sneak attack. Most of the minotaurs were still asleep and had low vigilance. As long as he avoided the 2 juvenile minotaurs on the tower, he could get close to the tribe. At that point, the Demon King would unleash all firepower, with the raging thunder combined with the power of Thor. There was a certain possibility of finding and killing the wood shaman within 30 seconds. However, the premise was knowing its resting position. The advantage was that it was quick and efficient. The downside was that if he failed, there would be basically no chance left. Plan 2, exhaustion. This area is quite large, and I can disturb the Tauren to lure them into chasing me. Then I can kite them and take them down one by one until the number of Tauren in the tribe reaches a manageable level before going for the shaman. The advantage is that it's stable. If I can't win, I can run. The downside is that it takes time, and my mental strength may not last until then. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yi Chen decided to go for a thrilling experience. If it works out, great. If not, he would just leave and go to sleep. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen quietly made his way over. He used various bushes and slopes to avoid the line of sight of the two Tauren archers and soon arrived within 100 meters of the camp. 30 seconds? 100 meters? Yi Chen's lips curled slightly as the Demon King's armor quietly donned itself on him. Then, a surge of electricity coursed through Yi Chen's body. In an instant, his hair stood on end and all his cells began to leap and boil. Demon armament, thunder god possessed. As Yi Chen stepped forward, the ground beneath him collapsed and he transformed into a blur. Rushing out. A Tauren archer on the tower was still boredly scanning the area when it suddenly sensed something was off as it turned its head westward. There, a purple-black shadow was rapidly charging toward the camp. Moo! With the Taurens. Loud shout. The Tauren inside the camp, who were still dozing, began to wake up one after another. However, by the time they grabbed their weapons, Yi Chen had already entered the camp. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the Tauren, he dashed straight toward the central tent. Before he could get close, the tent had already stirred. The tent flap lifted, and a Tauren shaman named Mu Ji, only 1.5 meters tall and holding a cane, stepped out. Seeing this, Yi Chen was overjoyed. He had guessed correctly. But the next second, his smile vanished. Because it wasn't just the shaman who came out of the tent, but also two Tauren holding shields. Boom! The thunder armament slammed hard against the shields but failed to push the two Tauren back. In that moment of pause, the surrounding Tauren had already closed in. The ambush had failed, so he could only go for a strong kill. How many he could take down in the last 22 seconds? Whoosh! An arrow shot into his brain. Game over. Yi Chen, dead. On June 14, a helicopter slowly ascended in the safe zone in the morning. Wong Hong, who was flying for the first time, gasped in amazement at the buildings below that were getting smaller. Inside the cabin, Han Fei looked at the gear of Yi Chen and the others, clicking his tongue in wonder. 10 minutes ago, he had arrived at the safety department and saw Yi Chen and the others waiting for him with a climbing backpack and a suitcase. If they were ordinary students entering university, it would be no problem at all. They could even be accepted into other Awakener academies. But these three were going to the Star Palace. Before he left, he specifically reminded Yi Chen and the others not to bring too many things. Once there, almost everything would be confiscated. Unless these three planned to take these items inside. Someone's perception quietly entered Yi Chen's suitcase: slime energy bomb, poison gasbug bomb, rock shield. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. He had guessed that Yi Chen and the others would bring some items to the academy, but he didn't expect them to bring so many. These items didn't look like they were for self-defense at all. However, Han Fei soon smirked again. Let the storm come. Even fiercer, this year's freshman entrance test would likely be very interesting. Teacher, can you tell us about the freshman entrance test the day after tomorrow now? Yi Chen took the opportunity to ask as he saw Han Fei smiling so happily. Logically speaking, as one of the three top universities, there should be a lot of information about the Star Palace online. But the Star Palace was managed in a closed manner, allowing entry but not exit. Many students had not come out before their sophomore year. Even some people who graduated don't have much to say about the academy. Han Fei smiled. You'll know when the time comes. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's mainly that I don't know either. Wong Hong clicked his tongue. Huh? You're struggling so much in the academy and you don't even have this power? Han Fei. No need to ask. The various assessments at the academy are different every year, Chen Xinlan said in a deep voice. Before coming here, Jolie had already told her all the information he could gather. The Starry Hall is like a big roulette wheel, with daily activities drawn randomly. No one knows what activities the person in charge will organize. Even some assessments that must happen every year, like the freshman entrance test and the year-end test, vary each year. In Chen Xinlan's materials, there hasn't been a single year in the past 20 years of reform in the Starry Hall that overlaps with the previous content. Even if there are similarities, they are only in minor aspects. Han Fei gave an appreciative glance. Xiaolan is right, the freshman tests at the academy are different every year. This year's assessment mentor is Mu Hongyan, and aside from her, no one knows the content of the assessment. Chen Xinlan raised an eyebrow and quickly flipped through a booklet she pulled from her backpack. Soon, a woman dressed in red appeared on the page. The outfit resembled the bright red dress worn by brides in ancient weddings. Bright red and dazzling. But as soon as anyone sees that face, they would immediately abandon the thought of marriage. It's not that Mu Hongyan is ugly, in fact, she is quite beautiful. But in the photo, Mu Hongyan is laughing maniacally, looking completely deranged. Below is Mu Hongyan's personal information. Mu Hongyan, female, 36 years old, 4-star combat system awakener. Graduated in 2126, currently serving as a combat system mentor at the Starry Hall. Awakening item, Overlord Spear, rating 84, title, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Personality, belligerent, irritable, easily loses rationality upon seeing blood. Chen Xinlan handed the information to Yi Chen and Wong Hong. Wong Hong took a glance and instinctively shivered. Damn, this person looks like a killer. Does the Starry Hall not have a proper teacher? Proper? Who would come to the Starry Hall to be a teacher if they were proper? Han Fei rolled his eyes. Then he noticed Yi Chen and the others staring at him intently. Their eyes clearly said, "Aren't you a mentor?" Han Fei shrugged. "Don't look at me, I'm an honorary mentor, the kind that doesn't teach classes, and I came here by being tricked." Suddenly, Wong Hong pulled out a notebook and leaned in. "Teacher Han Fei, tell us. What's going on?" Seeing the gossiping spirit burning brightly in Wang Hang's eyes, Han Fei chuckled. At that moment he somewhat understood why this kid awakened such a thing. "Alright, this isn't really a secret," Han Fei smiled. "Before students graduate, they need to sign a contract with the Starry Hall. You should have heard about this before, right?" The three nodded. They had definitely heard of such things. Every year, the Starry Hall consumes massive resources to train students. These resources don't just appear out of thin air. After graduating from the Starry Hall, students can freely choose their careers, but they must sign a contract to give back to their alma mater. As for the content, they can choose themselves. For example, returning to serve as a mentor to train students for 3 to 5 years. Or, after breaking through to 4 stars, giving back 20% of their net income to the alma mater for 10 years. Or directly providing the academy with materials worth a certain amount. Or recruiting a few outstanding students for the academy, etc. Han Fei sighed. Most of the requirements are quite fair and reasonable, and you can choose freely. I originally planned to sign a contract to give back my income after breaking through to 4 stars. But then, the night before my graduation, Guodaya found me to drink. Guodaya is now the vice president of the academy. That old thing got me drunk with a bottle of 3000 dreams and took the opportunity to make me sign a contract, saying I have to teach at the academy for 3 years after I break through to 5 stars. The 3 of them, although they knew the academy was quite unscrupulous, it was still shocking that they would go so far as to get someone drunk and force them to leave a fingerprint. Fortunately, it was just teaching. If it had been a contract for selling oneself, that would have been a huge loss. Han Fei noticed their concerns and explained, "Don't worry, the academy has its own rules. Neither teachers nor students are allowed to intentionally harm others. Violators will be expelled at best, or killed on the spot at worst." Guodaya got me drunk mainly because he saw my exceptional talent, especially my ability to talk. I'm good at persuasion, which suits the teaching profession. Ahem, alright, your focus now should be on this entrance test. Han Fei coughed a couple of times and decisively changed the subject. Today is the 14th, school starts the day after tomorrow, and as for the test content, someone will send the information to your phones on the 16th. My suggestion is for you to familiarize yourselves with the academy environment and learn about the other students in these 2 days. Also, here's a piece of advice. Don't easily believe anything anyone says in the academy. Yi Chen looked at the bloodthirsty gaze of the woman in the photo, his eyes flickering. The students of the academy were not normal people, and there were hardly any normal mentors either. But that wasn't important. What mattered was how to deduce what this teacher's entrance test for new students would be like. Bloodthirsty, combative, irritable, prone to losing control? If a teacher with such a personality were to design the entrance test, what would it be like? Time slowly passed, and 4 hours later, the helicopter arrived above the Star Palace in the Magic City. From high above, the dense vegetation below was visible, with jungles and lakes. The greenery area alarmingly vast. The total area of the Star Palace reached 1,666 square kilometers. It had plains, mountains, hills, lakes, and oceans covering most geographical features. There was even a dedicated area for raising magical beasts. Rather than calling the Star Palace an academy, it was more like an independent city. Over there. Suddenly, Wong Hong exclaimed, pointing towards the depths of the academy to the east. From a distance, everyone could see a mountain rising, 300 to 400 meters high. The lower 300 meters were quite ordinary, but the top 100 meters were completely different. Atop the mountain stood a massive tower. The tower had 6 levels, with a total height of about 100 meters. Its architectural style resembled ancient towers, with each level decreasing in size, forming a triangular structure. That was the core area of the Star Palace. Soon, the helicopter landed in the reception area at the entrance of the Star Palace. When Yi Chen and the others got off the helicopter, Han Fei pointed to the main entrance. "The moment you step through this door, you won't be able to come out for a while. If you leave early, you'll most likely be expelled. But I believe you. Guys will be fine. Good luck. I'll be waiting for you in the inner courtyard." After saying this, a pair of pure white wings appeared behind him, and with a flash, he disappeared into the sky. "Damn, this birdman just flies away like that?" Wong Hong scoffed. Yi Chen looked up at the plain and unadorned main gate in the distance, his eyes filled with excitement. The college life of an awakened one was about to begin. When Yi Chen and the others reached the entrance, 2 dragon guards approached them. After going through a complicated series of checks, the 3 finally entered the academy's gates. A few relevant personnel were already waiting at the entrance. A seemingly kind and easygoing mentor waved at Yi Chen and the others. "Students, come here to collect your phones." When Yi Chen and the others took out their invitation letters, the mentor suddenly froze for a moment. He looked closely at Yi Chen and the others, and when he saw Chen Xilan's unique aura, he finally confirmed something. "Hello, students, I am Cheng Xin, the mentor for this year's new student enrollment. You are the 3 students specially recruited by honorary mentor Han Fei?" Wang Hong was somewhat surprised. "You know us? Are we that famous?" "Ha ha, famous doesn't even begin to describe it. This year, there are only 4 students rated S level, and you make up half of them." As he spoke, Cheng Xin took out 3 phones from a special high-tech box and handed them over. "These are your phones. All the information has been pre-bound. Once you enter the academy, the signals from your previous phones will be blocked, and you can only use these. The phones contain your personal information and credits. All transactions and shopping will be done through this." Yi Chen quickly got the hang of it under Cheng Xin's guidance. The phone looked like a regular button phone, but the software inside was quite different. Task Hall Communication Forum Ranking Map Emergency Notification. There were quite a few software options, but their names had no connection to their functions. Yi Chen tried to open his personal information. Name, Yi Chen. Enrollment time, year 2133. Awakening item, Little Tyrant Power Machine. Rating, 68 credits, 100. Looking at his information, Yi Chen's eyes flickered. This device was less of a phone and more like a system panel. It was very similar to his Little Tyrant game console. In a certain sense, you can explore the other features on your own, but some functions won't be available to you yet. They will only be activated after the new student assessment is over. Also, this phone will automatically disable other functions once you leave the academy, leaving only an emergency notification system. Cheng Xin smiled warmly and continuously explained the various uses of the phone to Yi Chen and the others. At that moment, a scruffy-looking mentor walked over from not far behind. "Alright, Cheng Xin, they're not kids anymore. They can figure it out themselves." The man's voice was rough, and there was a hint of irritation in his tone. "I am your mentor, Wei Xian. Didn't anyone tell you before you came that bringing supplies into the academy is not allowed?" As he spoke, he pointed to a warehouse on the right. "Now put your luggage in the warehouse. Anything unimportant can go in there, and anything with an expiration date should be mailed back." Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. "Thank you for the reminder, teacher, but there's no need to go through all that trouble. We choose to bring these things in." Wei Xian was taken aback. He looked at Yi Chen and then at Chen Xilan beside him. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. "You are the 3 students that Han Fei tricked into coming from Pingan City? The 3 of them? Is that how you used the word trick?" Seemingly realizing he had spoken too candidly, Wei Xian awkwardly smiled. "Since Han Fei brought you, he should have already told you the basic information. You can bring supplies in, but there is a risk of them being stolen. Of course, you're fine for now. The test hasn't started yet, and no one can take action against anyone else. Only when your assessment mentor issues a task does it officially begin. Good luck, I have high hopes for you." Looking at the other person's eager expression, Yi Chen became increasingly curious about the entrance test in 2 days. "Where do we go next?" Chen Xinlan asked coldly. Cheng Xin replied, "You can go to the reception area to rest for a while. The map shows the areas you can move around in. As long as you don't go to the red zones, you're free to explore the rest." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen opened the map, which displayed a floor plan of the Starry Hall. The area of over 1,000 square kilometers was divided into many sections: reception area, entertainment area, monster breeding area, inner courtyard. Currently, aside from most of the green areas, the only 2 areas they were allowed to enter were the reception area and the entertainment area. After asking a few more details, the 3 quickly boarded a dedicated bus heading towards the reception area. As they watched the bus drive away, Cheng Xian's friendly smile suddenly vanished, and the arrogance and boldness on Wei Xian's face quietly disappeared as well. The 2 exchanged a glance, their eyes carrying a meaningful smile. They had just sensed the contents of those 3 little guys' backpacks. Cheng Xin sighed lightly. "With supplies worth over 10 million, these 3 little ones are planning something serious." Wei Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, anyone who can get Han to take action is definitely not a pushover. "Do you think the 3 of them can make it into the top 5? Cheng Xin asked. "Hard to say, there are quite a few tough competitors this year." Wei Xian began counting on his fingers. Wei Qi Xiong from the Wei Qi family is a madman, and Zhang Li's daughter, Zhang Xinxin, though a girl, is also a freak. Besides these 2 with S-level talents, there are several others who are quite formidable. Although the 3 of them have the advantage of being together, carrying so many supplies could make them targets for a collective attack. Hearing Wei Xian's analysis, Cheng Xin felt conflicted. "With so many monsters this year, I can't even place a bet. I lost 100 credits last year, and I must make it back this year." "No rush, we still have a day to observe," Wei Xian said, suddenly pausing. "Which one of those 3 is the additional one?" "Yi Chen, the good-looking kid. He should be the only one who came in with a rating below A level." What are the odds of him making it into the top 5? Chang Xin opened his phone and accessed a special app, quickly finding Yi Chen's information. 1 minute and 7.2 seconds. The odds are quite high. Wait, you're not planning to bet on him, are you? Chang Xin's expression was strange. Although the gap in abilities among awakeners at the 1-star level wouldn't be too significant, that referred to A levels. Yi Chen, with a score of 68, had almost no chance of competing with those prodigies. Moreover, this wasn't just about the awakening abilities. The data showed that Yi Chen had no background, came from an ordinary family, and lost both parents at a young age. His presence here was entirely due to the additional condition set by Wong Hong, who had a score of 93. It might be possible for Wong Hong to make it into the top 5, but who would believe that an accompanying student could do the same? Meanwhile, back at the academy, Han Fei immediately opened the betting odds. Wang Hang's odds of making it into the top 5 were 1 minute and 2.3 seconds. Chen Xinlan's odds were 1 minute and 1.6 seconds. Yi Chen's odds were 1 minute and 7.2 seconds. Seeing Yi Chen's odds, Han Fei couldn't help but grin. His information had indeed fooled quite a few people. Seizing the moment before the odds changed, Han Fei quickly placed a bet of 1,000 credits on Yi Chen. Kid, whether I can take it easy in the second half of the year depends on you. Around noon, a dozen students were chatting in the reception area. When the bus approached from a distance, the chatting crowd immediately turned their attention to it. Newcomers were arriving. What do you think the scores of the newcomers will be? I guess 85 points. I've noticed that there are more 85s in our batch than any other scores. I hope. It's a girl. I don't want to be stuck with a bunch of rough guys. As long as they're not combat types, it's fine. As they talked, the bus stopped in front of them. When the doors opened, Wong Hong emerged carrying a huge backpack and pulling a suitcase. What the hell? This guy actually brought stuff. Did Mentor Wei Xian not warn him? With such a big suitcase, he must have packed a lot of clothes, right? Don't tell me there's supplies inside? Before the crowd's chatter could die down, Yi Chen followed closely behind with the same gear. Before they could react in shock, Chen Xinlan appeared in the same manner. At that moment, everyone froze in place. If one person showing up with a suitcase could be seen as a coincidence, 3 people with 3 backpacks and 3 suitcases was definitely a premeditated plan. Wong Hong saw everyone dumbfounded and immediately lifted his head, puffed out his chest, and strode forward. I didn't expect my heroic deeds had already spread to the academy. These people have been intimidated into silence by my protagonist aura. Indeed, wherever the protagonist goes, they are the most eye-catching. Chen Xinlan's expression was indifferent, exuding a transcendent aura. Cold and proud, like a snow princess from a frigid land, she could be admired from afar but not approached casually. Yi Chen scanned the crowd and nodded slightly at the pure gazes of these guys. He didn't know how strong they were, but their experience was not much higher than old Wong's. There should be no threat. Without exchanging greetings, Yi Chen and the other 2 simply left. It wasn't until the 3 entered the inn and their figures disappeared that everyone snapped back to reality. Wow, that girl is so beautiful, one student said, his face flushed, clearly excited. Someone else gushed. That aura, those eyes, I feel like I'm in love. You guys are hopeless. Didn't you see the 3 of them carrying luggage? With such large luggage, it must be filled with clothes, right? Ha, I'm from the perception department and I can tell you clearly that there are energy fluctuations in their suitcases. Each one has it. One person suddenly said, and everyone erupted in excitement. It wasn't that there hadn't been students bringing cultivation supplies before, and there were quite a few. But who uses a backpack and suitcase for that? Such large packages could hold over 1 million even if they were filled with the cheapest supplies. Suddenly, a student spoke up. I think I might know who they are. Who? I guessed it too. Are you saying they are strategic level students? As soon as this was said, everyone erupted. Again, the remaining 2 strategic level students among the new students had arrived. Although as students they couldn't know who else had been admitted to the academy, some with special backgrounds might have some connections. Moreover, the member list itself wasn't classified, so some people could still find out some information. This time, there were a total of 233 new students, among which 4 prodigies had awakened items rated S level. The 4 were Wei Qi Xiong, Zhang Xinxin, Wang Hong, and Chen Xinlan. Currently, the information about the 4 had been made public. Wei Qi Xiong was a direct descendant of the Wei Qi family in Longdu, and his father was the 5-star Dragon Guard General Wei Qi Wudi. Zhang Xinxin was the daughter of the 5-star adventurer team leader Zhang Shangyu. Wong Hong was the one with the least background among the 4, but rumors had it that he had the highest awakened item rating. Even the 6-star terror organization Eden had sent numerous card players to plan to kidnap him. As for Chen Xinlan, her awakened item and rating were unknown. The only information they had was 2 points. First, Chen Xinlan was 16 this year, a natural awakener, and extraordinarily beautiful. Second, Chen Xinlan's father was a 6-star butcher. The first 2 had already arrived at the academy yesterday, and today the last 2 strategic level students finally made it. Everyone was thrilled. The 4 prodigies had now gathered at the academy. No one knew What kind of intense sparks would fly on the day of the entrance exam? Soon, news of the last 2 strategic level students arriving at the Starry Hall spread like wildfire. Moreover, under the special operations of those with ulterior motives, news of their massive cultivation supplies circulated throughout the reception area. On the other side, Yi Chen had already checked in with his phone. Along the way, any student who saw them couldn't help but cast astonished glances. The looks of Chen Xinlan and Yi Chen, along with the 3 carrying huge backpacks, were simply dazzling. Room 404, after the 3 quickly tidied up, they gathered in Yi Chen's room. Did you notice that as we walked past, everyone else was stunned by my aura? Wong Hong said with satisfaction. Chen Xinlan was too lazy to explain anything to this idiot. She said in a deep voice, "We are already famous now, what's next?" Yi Chen smiled. Although he hadn't mentioned the specific details when distributing supplies to Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong yesterday, it was clear that Chen Xinlan had guessed a similar scene would unfold today. The next step is simple. Wait for someone with brains to come and collaborate. Until then, you can do whatever you want. Old Wong, your task is to use your old skills and let them know about your abilities. Also, if anyone asks about the information from Ping'an City, feel free to share, but don't give it away for free. Wong Hong chuckled. Don't worry, this is my specialty. By then, I'll definitely turn them all into my little brothers. Yi Chen nodded and reminded, but you can only share information related to yourself. Don't mention anything about Xiaolan. Then, Yi Chen looked at Chen Xinlan. Your main task is to find out which students brought supplies. If possible, it would be best to gather their names, appearances, types of awakened abilities, ratings, and so on. After a pause, Yi Chen added, it would be even better if you could find out what supplies they have. Seeing the excitement flickering in Yi Chen's eyes, Chen Xinlan vaguely guessed something. This guy probably planned to directly rob those students with supplies, right? There were a total of 233 students in this batch. Excluding the 3 of them, there were still 230 left. Even if only 20% of the students carried supplies, that would still be around 40 to 50 people. 3v50? No, old Wang doesn't count as an individual, so theoretically it's 2v50. Even though Chen Xinlan was very confident in her own strength, she didn't think she could take on dozens of students alone. Moreover, those remaining students were not pushovers either. Some of them might not have brought cultivation supplies, but that didn't mean they were weak. There were definitely quite a few who were pretending to be pigs to eat tigers among them. If they attacked those students with supplies, they could very well be ambushed by these hidden threats. Just as she was about to ask Yi Chen for details, there was suddenly a knock on the door. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He thought he would have to wait for old Wang and the others to leave before someone would come, but he didn't expect the visitor to arrive so quickly. Yi Chen got up to open the door, and outside stood a student wearing black-framed glasses, looking quite refined. Hello, classmate, my name is Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun revealed a shy smile and extended his hand in greeting. Yi Chen. Yi Chen also flashed a bright smile. Would you like to come in and sit? Seeing Yi Chen so friendly, Zhang Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped 1 foot into the room, and when he looked up, he suddenly saw Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong sitting inside. Zhang Yun was a bit stunned. He had come to check on the arrival of the last 2 strategic-level prodigies. To avoid alarming them, he planned to start with Yi Chen, the one accompanying them. The information showed that Yi Chen's awakened ability rating was only 68 points, and he was brought in just because he was classmates with the prodigy Wong Hong. An awakened one of this level would have no future even if they came here. However, this indicated that the relationship between the two was quite good. So, Zhang Yun intended to learn about Wang Heng's interests and hobbies through Yi Chen, and then he could flatter Wong Hong later. Who would have thought that sitting in the room were not just Yi Chen, but also Wong Hong and Chen Xinlan? From the looks of the 3, it seemed they knew each other, and their relationship appeared to be very good. The information was incomplete. In just a few seconds, Zhang Yun thought of many things. He stiffened his body and awkwardly smiled. I see you all seem to be chatting, so I won't disturb you. How about I come back later? What do you mean disturb? Come in and sit down. Seeing the other party about to leave, Yi Chen pulled him in. With a bang, the door closed. The atmosphere in the room became strange. Wang Yun looked at Wang Heng's teasing gaze and Chen Xinlan's cold stare, feeling a bit uneasy. The two of them seemed difficult to get along with. At that moment, Yi Chen kindly pressed Zhang Yun down into a chair and poured him a glass of water. Here, have some water. Seeing Yi Chen so enthusiastic, Zhang Yun let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was someone here to lighten the mood, otherwise, it would have been really troublesome. He instinctively took a sip of water and found it cold. Oh, they had just arrived and hadn't boiled water yet. Zhang Su glanced at the cups in front of Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong, which clearly had steam rising from them. At this time, Yi Chen returned to his seat, revealing a bright smile. Since you've had the water, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Show gratitude? Zhang Yun blinked, quite puzzled. What do you mean? Wong Hong rolled his eyes at him. You don't understand this? It's only polite to reciprocate. A madman lets you in and pours you water. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? Zhang Yun felt a bit flustered, but when I came in, all my supplies were stored in the warehouse. I have nothing. Supplies? Wong Hong pointed at the 2 packages by Yi Chen's bed. Do we lack this stuff? So what you mean is information. You arrived earlier than us, so you should have quite a bit of information on other students, right? Chen Xinlan, who had been maintaining her aloof demeanor, spoke for the first time. Hearing this, Zhang Yun finally realized that these 3 wanted to ask him for information about other students. Even if Chen Xinlan hadn't mentioned it, he would have found a chance to bring it up. This was one of the reasons he came to find the 2 of them. He had initially wanted to make small talk, but since the other party was so proactive, Zhang Yun decided not to pretend anymore. He adjusted his glasses, and his demeanor seemed a bit different from before. It was less reserved and more astute. Now that you ask me like this, I understand. I do have some information, but this stuff is all my. Bang! Before he could finish, Yi Chen's hand suddenly slapped down on his shoulder. Yi Chen kept smiling. Buddy, are you misunderstanding something? I invite you for water and you give me some information. Isn't that normal? This is called reciprocity. Zhang Yun wanted to say more but suddenly felt the pressure on his shoulder increase sharply. But, ow, that hurts. What are you doing? Zhang Yun was genuinely panicking this time. Wait, you were the one who let me in, right? Zhang Yun was completely confused. Oh, I let you in? Do you have a witness? Any physical evidence? I can testify. Wang Hong raised his hand. I saw this guy pry the door open with a wire and sneak in. Wang Hong rummaged through Yi Chen's backpack and pulled out a box containing a rock shield. He casually squeezed the rock shield in the box, and it transformed into an energy barrier that appeared around him. We lost a rock shield, which sells for 188,888 on the market. You guys are framing me, setting me up. Zhang Yun shouted angrily, his tone completely devoid of the calm demeanor he had earlier. At this moment, Zhang Yun fully understood that this seemingly friendly guy was actually the most sinister one. The moment he knocked on the door, the other party had started plotting against him. Yi Chen nodded. You're right, I am framing you, but now we have both witnesses and evidence. As for you, what do you have? Zhang Yun's face turned extremely ugly. At that moment, he finally understood the saying he had seen online. Those who slander you know better than you that you are wronged. Seeing the other party's body slightly tremble, Yi Chen felt it was about time. He withdrew his hand, crossed his arms, and said calmly, now you have 2 choices. First, I invite you for water and you give me information. We remain good friends. Second, you commit burglary and get caught by me, and I hand you over to the security. Zhang Yun. An hour later, Zhang Yun left the room with vacant eyes and a lost soul, like a little wife who has suffered endless humiliation. During this hour, Yi Chen and the others subjected him to inhumane questioning. They asked everything, from the names, appearances, and awakened abilities of the new students to their family backgrounds. They went through every question they could think of. Rather than informing him, the whole process felt more like a severe interrogation. Behind him, Yi Chen wore a beaming smile and waved his hand. Classmate Zhang Yun, you're welcome to come play next time. At these words, Zhang Yun shivered. Yi Chen's voice sounded like a beast's roar in his ears. Terrified, he bolted out of there. Wang Hong looked at Zhang Yun with a sympathetic gaze, wondering why he chose to do business with a madman. This guy was always one to take advantage of others. Previously, when he was training at the martial arts school, he had witnessed how this guy and Jolie partnered up to swindle other members step by step. Chen Xinlan was not surprised by this outcome at all. As for sympathy, that was non-existent. Who among those who came here was not a tough nut to crack? Zhang Yun appeared shy and demure, but if he were truly shy, who would knock on someone else's door? In this world, you had to pay your dues. Yi Chen shook his head. This person had a poor psychological endurance. Back in the room, the 3 began organizing the information. Out of 233 students, 186 had already arrived. Including the 3 of them, a total of 36 students brought cultivation supplies. However, Zhang Yun had not yet fully investigated their personal information, only knowing a small portion. Yi Chen was already quite satisfied with this. All this information came from one person's mouth. If they could get a few more, the data would be complete in no time. After a moment, Yi Chen said, Shaolan, sort them according to the amount of supplies they brought. The information is incomplete, but if what Zhang Yun said is true, the order should be as follows. Chen Xinlan said as she quickly marked the numbers. Number 1, Zhao Gu. A reclusive personality, awakened ability unknown. Brought an awakened longsword, Qinglang, when enrolling. It is said that his parents were once 4-star enforcers who were later ambushed and sacrificed while eliminating terrorists. This sword was retrieved by the Enforcer Alliance after they eliminated that group of terrorists and reclaimed his father's relic. It was valued at 800 million during the auction. Number 2, Wang Fugui. A generous personality, awakened ability unknown, suspected to have used connections to get in. Wang Fugui arrived with 2 suitcases as tall as a person. The exact value is Uncertain, but upon meeting other students, he pulled out various items from the suitcases to give them. The total value of the gifts he has given out has already exceeded 8 million. Wang Fugue is the young master of a consortium. In Magic City, he is definitely a foolish rich man. Number 3, Jiang Xinxin. One of the strategic level students, awakened ability information unknown. She arrived at the academy with a gigantic suitcase over 2 meters long. The suitcase itself is made of a high-grade material that can block ordinary energy fluctuations. Therefore, what it contains is currently unknown, but it is definitely valuable. Additionally, Jiang Xinxin's mother is Jiang Shangyu, the leader of a 5-star adventure group. Jiang Shangyu graduated from the Star Palace in 2114 and was among the first batch of graduates after the academy's reform. She also served as a teacher at the Star Palace from 2123 to 2126. I originally thought I would be invincible, but now I see there are so many competitors, Wong Hong said, unable to suppress his astonishment as he looked at the information. The students, marked with emphasis, either have deep backgrounds or extraordinary abilities. Any one of them would be a key focus in other academies. Although Wong Hong liked to boast on a daily basis, he felt a bit nervous looking at the information of these people. Chen Xinlan frowned tightly while marking. As expected, those who dared to bring supplies were not easy to deal with. Zhao Gu's awakened weapon is worth 800 million. Such a price indicates that the weapon's capabilities are impressive. Although Zhao Gu cannot fully unleash the effects of the blue wolf yet, not everyone dares to provoke him. Moreover, this is a relic from his father. If you want to snatch it, you must be prepared to risk your life. Those kinds of people fight to the death. As for Wang Fugue, his name may sound rustic, but he is undeniably wealthy. The key point is that he has already spent his money. Almost all the students have benefited from him, so how could you dare to take action against him? Even if someone does, would he not pull out a few million or even tens of millions to hire other students to protect himself? As long as the price is right, Chen Xilan believes those from ordinary families would be more than willing to be his bodyguard. As for the third-ranked Jiang Xinxin, she is a strategic-level student. No one knows her abilities yet. Coupled with Jiang Xinxin's background and the supplies she carries, ordinary people truly do not dare to provoke her. Moreover, Jiang Xinxin's mother graduated from the Star Palace, so she might still have some connections in the academy. Provoking someone like her could bring a lot of trouble later on. Looking at it this way, it seems that no one can be touched. Yi Chen gazed at the list of names, his eyes flickering continuously. A reclusive oddball, a wealthy second-generation heir, a strategic-level prodigy. So many monsters gathered together, the feeling is simply too exhilarating. At noon, many new students were eating in the cafeteria on the second floor of the reception area. Some were in groups of 3 or 5, while others sat alone at their tables. While eating, they would occasionally glance at others, their eyes filled with curiosity and vigilance. When Yi Chen and the others appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of numerous students. Wow, that girl's aura is incredible. Is this the butcher's daughter they were talking about? I thought she would be a psychopathic killer. Sigh, my title of the first beauty is about to be taken. Which one is Wong Hong? I heard there was a major terrorist incident in Pingan City not long ago. Those guys were after him. Damn, that boy looks like a pretty boy. He wouldn't have seduced the teacher to get in here, would he? Amidst the commotion, Yi Chen scanned the surroundings, quickly cross-referencing the information in his mind. Soon, he spotted a boy in the corner with disheveled hair and a gloomy expression. There was a knife on his table. Even while eating, he held the knife sheath with one hand. Zhao Gu? He looks quite lonely. Yi Chen paused for a few seconds on that knife before turning to look at others. He quickly noticed a girl with twin ponytails at another table. She looked ordinary, blushing, and shy while talking to others, almost like a village girl. However, this person was identified as Jiang Xinxin in Yi Chen's data. After carefully observing, Yi Chen continued his reconnaissance and gradually identified a few more. Just as the three were about to sit down to eat, a student who looked robust and muscular approached. He ignored Yi Chen and Wong Hong, staring directly at Chen Xinlan. You are the butcher's daughter, you look really beautiful. Want to be my girlfriend? Swish, an invisible killing intent enveloped the man. A flicker of shock and vigilance flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Ah, just kidding, don't take it seriously. Nice to meet you, I'm Wei Qi Xiong. Chen Xinlan quietly continued eating the shrimp on her plate without even lifting her head. Wei Qi Xiong felt a bit awkward, but there was no anger on his face. Seeing that Chen Xinlan was ignoring him, Wei Qi Xiong turned to Wong Hong. You are also a strategic level student? And your score is the highest? Wong Hong pushed up his glasses with his index finger, leaning back in his chair. That's right, it's me. Although you're quite good, now that I'm here, the protagonist here will forever belong to me alone. Yi Chen blinked, quickly processing the information in his mind. Wei Qi Xiong, one of the 4 strategic-level students. However, he hadn't noticed him when he looked around just now. After thinking carefully, Yi Chen quickly understood. This guy hadn't brought any supplies, so he wasn't within his hunting range. Yi Chen couldn't help but mutter, "You're a strategic level student and yet you're this cowardly?" Wei Qi Xiong? Far away, over 10 miles away, in the office of the deputy dean of the inner courtyard, Wu De was monitoring the situation in the cafeteria through the camera. Among these people, he didn't pay attention to anyone else but focused on Yi Chen. Beside him lay a phone which displayed the betting information of the academy. Yi Chen's odds had changed from 1 minute and 7.2 seconds to 1 minute and 6.8 seconds. Wu De was feeling very conflicted at that moment. That guy Han Fei bet 1,000 credits. It's the first time I've seen him play this big, so should I follow or not? The already noisy cafeteria was now in chaos. At a certain table, Wei Qi Xiong and Wong Hong were arguing. Wei Qi Xiong was initially angry because of something Yi Chen said. However, soon his attention was drawn to old Wang. Wang Hong scoffed, "You, an awakened being with an S-level score, don't even dare to bring supplies to the academy, and you're not cowardly? What do you mean by cowardly? I disdain to use my family's resources. A real man should rely on his own strength." Wei Qi Xiong shouted, his eyes filled with sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, several gazes turned towards him. There were quite a few students present carrying supplies, and Wei Qi Xiong's words immediately attracted a lot of hatred. Yi Chen blinked. "Are you saying that when you came to the academy, the Star Palace didn't offer any conditions?" "The Star Palace's conditions have nothing to do with this. Those conditions I fought for myself," Wei Qi Xiong argued desperately. Yi Chen. "Oh, Wong Hong, he. Looking at the disdainful expressions of the two, Wei Qi Xiong was almost furious. Although these two didn't say much, their annoying expressions were very irritating. If it weren't for the rule against fighting here, he would have wanted to beat Wong Hong up. "Who do you think you are, acting so smug as a mere sidekick?" Amidst the argument, a puzzled voice rang out. "What's going on today? It's so lively?" The voice wasn't loud, but when he spoke, everyone instinctively looked over. A boy, radiating a sunny aura, appeared at the staircase, exuding dazzling light. The light here was genuine light. That guy's clothes actually emitted colorful effects. Seeing everyone looking over, Wang Fugue pressed a switch, and the light effects on him disappeared. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The boy, looking full of sunshine and vitality, with big eyes and a round face slightly chubby, was indeed Wang Fugue from the files. Wang Fugue walked over with a smile. Behind him followed 7 or 8 students, a complete sycophant image. When he saw Chen Xinlan's stunningly cold face, Wang Fugue was momentarily stunned. Then he glanced at the extraordinary Yi Chen and the arrogant Wong Hong. "You are Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong, right?" Wang Fugue asked. Tentatively. Chen Xinlan didn't speak but slightly moved her chin, maintaining her proud demeanor. Wang Fugue was overjoyed. "I've finally found you, just wait a moment." Saying this, Wang Fugue reached into his clothes and after a moment pulled out 2 small boxes. Wang Fugue grinned and opened the boxes, handing one to Wong Hong. "You must be this year's highest scoring awakened being, Wong Hong, right? Nice to meet you." A small gift as a token of respect. Wong Hong instinctively took the box and curiously asked, "What's inside?" "A branch of the earth vein tree. This thing can help you focus and calm your mind when worn. I heard your awakening item is of the mental type. This might be helpful for you." Wong Hong opened the box and picked up a dry wooden stick that was only 5 centimeters long. He held it in his hand and sensed it carefully. After a moment, he really felt a hint of drowsiness. The excitement from his earlier argument with Wei Qi Xiong had also calmed down significantly. After delivering his gift, Wang Fugue turned to Chen Xinlan. He opened a second box, which contained a bottle crafted with modern techniques. "Chen Xinlan, this is a gift for you, eternal youth water. Applying it can keep your skin fairer and more radiant." Chen Xinlan's eyes flickered. She secretly glanced at Yi Chen and then returned to her usual demeanor. From childhood to now, Chen Xinlan had never used any perfumes or cosmetics. This craft itself contained various chemicals that would emit a special scent. As an assassin, she absolutely could not allow herself to make such a low-level mistake. Seeing that Chen Xinlan remained unmoved, Wang Fugue was not surprised. As the little princess of the 6-star butcher, Chen Xinlan's experiences were far richer than his. If a bottle of cosmetics could sway her, that would be strange. Wang Fugue continued, "This perfume contains no chemical agents. Not only will it not be detected by others, but it also has the ability to mask your own scent." This time, Chen Xinlan finally looked over. To put it plainly, Wang Fugue's potion was a scent-masking agent with added skin-nourishing properties. The cost might not be very high, but combining these two functions was not easy at all. Yi Chen's eyes lit up beside them. A scent-masking agent? It seemed that Jolie hadn't prepared this type of item for him. After all, a new student wouldn't theoretically need such a thing for the entrance test. "Xiaolan, we're all classmates. It wouldn't be appropriate not to accept such a welcoming gift," Yi Chen said as he took the bottle from Wang Fugue's hands, then looked at him with a different expression. "So, Wang Fugue, since they both received gifts, where's mine?" Wang Fugue was taken aback, and the others were equally stunned. What did this guy just call Chen Xinlan? Xiaolan? Everyone quietly glanced at Chen Xinlan, who remained calmly seated, seemingly accustomed to this form of address. At that moment, a storm of thoughts erupted in everyone's minds. Such an intimate term was not something just anyone could use. Wasn't this guy here because of the conditions Wong Hong mentioned? What was going on between him and Chen Xinlan? Are you Yi Chen? Wang Fugue asked, concerned that he had mistaken someone. Yi Chen nodded. That's right, it's me. So, where's my welcoming gift? Just a moment. Wang Fugue hurriedly continued to search his pockets. The gifts for Chen Xinlan and Wang Hong were ones he had prepared in advance after researching. Chen Xinlan's gift looked inexpensive, but he had spent a lot of effort finding materials that contained no chemical sense. The branch of the earth vein tree in Wang Heng's hand was also a product from a secret realm, worth millions. As for Yi Chen, he hadn't been on his radar. But now, given the situation, this guy's identity seemed quite extraordinary, especially considering his unusual relationship with Chen Xinlan. If he gave a worthless trinket, it would likely leave the other party dissatisfied. After rummaging for a while, Wang Fugue finally pulled out a box. Ahem, I don't have much on me, so I'll just give you a small trinket. Yi Chen took the box and opened it. Inside was a pitch-black stone. Yi Chen held it in his hand, feeling its coolness, and asked curiously, "What is this?" "A soul stone. Holding it in your mouth can accelerate mental recovery." Chen Xinlan spoke up without needing Wang Fugue to explain. "However, this thing needs to absorb moonlight essence. A small piece like this can accelerate recovery by half an hour at most if absorbed overnight. It will be just right for you to use during meditation." Everyone was completely astonished. It wasn't because Chen Xinlan recognized the information about the item at a glance. Rather, it was because she had remained silent when Wei Qi Xiong, also a strategic-level individual, had approached her, and she had also not spoken when Wang Fugue presented her with a gift. Yet, when it came to Yi Chen, she actively explained the effects of the material. In that moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen with completely different eyes. Who exactly was this seemingly decent-looking boy? How could he have won the favor of the butcher's family princess? Yi Chen toyed with the soul stone, his eyes narrowing slightly. Restoring mental energy? This item seemed to have effects similar to that of a mental recovery potion. Previously, when Yi Chen was unconscious, Jolie had given him one, and it was said that a bottle of the ordinary kind could cost over $1,000,000. This soul stone was a semi-permanent item that could be used multiple times. If its effects were indeed similar to those of the mental recovery potion, then its value would be extraordinarily high. Yi Chen smiled as he accepted the soul stone. This family was quite adept at social niceties. If that was the case, then this guy could be left alone for the time being. This was someone who could be milked for long-term benefits. After the gifts were exchanged, Wang Fugue chatted a bit more. Before leaving, he also got Yi Chen and Wang Heng's phone numbers. After this little interlude, the cafeteria returned to normal. However, the way everyone looked at Yi Chen was no longer the same as before. The rumored awakening item with a score of only 68 points now seemed far from the truth. This guy had an extraordinary relationship with two strategic-level students, especially the 6-star butcher's family princess, who showed him particular concern. There was definitely a big scoop here. Of course, Yi Chen was unaware that after this incident, his odds in the casino had plummeted from 1 minute and 6.8 seconds to 1 minute and 3.6 seconds. It was not much higher than those of Zhao Gu and Wang Fugue. Due to a moment of hesitation, a guy with two prominent front teeth nearly cried out in the bathroom. After lunch, Wang Hong and Chen Xinlan began their earlier plan. One would boast to others, showcasing their abilities, while the other maintained a cool demeanor, waiting for willing participants to take the bait. As for Yi Chen, he found a car and started cruising around the map. Time flew by, and by the time Yi Chen returned, it was already evening. After washing up, Yi Chen lay on his bed, holding the soul stone in his mouth as he entered the game space. Not only that, but he also casually drank a bottle of vitality potion. Before this, Yi Chen hadn't considered such matters, but today's gift opened up a new line of thought for him. If using the soul stone could accelerate mental recovery and extend stay time, then did that mean using other temporary buff potions could also alter his character's stats in the game? If so, it would mean Yi Chen could influence his advanced attributes in the game through physical exploits. This was crucial for him to clear game levels. In the game space, Yi Chen first opened his personal panel, only to find that his physique and strength had not changed at all. Seeing this, Yi Chen felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that this physical exploit was not recognized by the game space. However, Yi Chen had anticipated this. If such a method could change his stats in the game, then the game would be far too boring. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen clicked to start the third level of the challenge mode, beginning a new round of strategy research. As the scene shifted, Yi Chen reappeared on the plains, then headed straight southeast. 8 minutes later, he crossed two small Tauran tribes in a pond, finally arriving at the Wood Shaman's tribe. Standing on a hillside, Yi Chen raised his middle finger towards the tribe and shouted, "You've come here." The next moment, the sound of mooing echoed from within the tribe. All the Tauran awoke, grabbing their weapons and charging over in a swarm. Seeing this, Yi Chen decisively retreated and activated the kite-flying mode. A chase battle officially began. For the first few minutes, Yi Chen ran without retaliating. He had already tried this twice in the morning and at noon. Once the number of attacking minotaurs exceeds 3, Yi Chen finds it difficult to find an opportunity to counterattack. Of course, if the Demon King's armed forces unleashed their full firepower, they could indeed electrocute them. But that kind of consumption is too great. Yi Chen can't bear it. Additionally, there are some small minotaur cubs around with bows and arrows lurking about. So, Yi Chen returns to his old ways, buying time to study the behavior patterns of all the minotaurs in search of the most convenient solution. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen has led the minotaurs to the edge of a pond. Upon arriving here, Yi Chen finally stops to catch his breath, for minotaurs are huffing and puffing behind him, having chased him down. Seeing this, Yi Chen channels the Demon King's armed form and jumps onto a piece of wood that juts into the water, quietly waiting. The moment those minotaurs enter the pond, purple electricity instantly surges into the lake. Zzzzz, the 4 minotaurs immediately break into a lively mechanical dance. Then, Yi Chen flashes in front of them. His sharp purplish-red claws slice through their throats, taking 2 of them in the blink of an eye. Soul coins plus 20, soul coins plus 20. The last 2 finally recover, and Yi Chen employs the same trick again, jumping back onto the wood to repeat the process. In less than 30 seconds, the 4 1-star minotaurs are dealt with. This is the most effective harvesting method Yi Chen devised after 2 days of contemplation. After finishing the first wave, Yi Chen looks up into the distance. The other minotaurs have not pursued him. Yi Chen feels a bit regretful. The intelligence of these minotaurs is neither high nor low. When they are far away, a portion of the minotaurs will give up the chase and return to their tribe. In the game, it's similar to not having aggro pulled. After catching his breath, Yi Chen returns to start the second wave of baiting. Time flies, and by the time the second wave of 3 minotaurs is killed, 40 minutes have already passed. Yi Chen arrives near the camp for the 3rd time and surveys the number of minotaurs in the camp. Besides the wood shaman, there are 9 adult minotaurs and 24 juvenile minotaurs. According to the previous method, he would need to bait at least 2 or 3 more times to kill most of the adult minotaurs. There definitely isn't enough time. However, this time Yi Chen is not aiming to kill the wood shaman, he is merely testing the effect of the soul stone. So, the baiting continues. When the time reaches 54 minutes, after hunting down 3 more minotaurs, Yi Chen returns to the tribe. Upon spotting Yi Chen from a distance, the small minotaurs begin to draw their bows and shoot arrows. Among the remaining 6 in the tribe, 2 are blocked at the exit and have not come out. It seems the wood shaman has already noticed the problem and is not allowing his subordinates to leave. Seeing this, Yi Chen decides not to continue and simply returns to hunt the 2 minotaurs by the lake. By the time it reaches 64 minutes, the 2 minotaurs by the lake have turned into soul coins and entered Yi Chen's pocket. Feeling a slight fatigue in his brain, Yi Chen is suddenly surprised. In the past, he would feel fatigued after sticking it out for 60 minutes, not to mention having used the Demon King's armed thunder power several times in between. But now he only feels a mild fatigue. Could it be that the soul stone is effective? Suddenly, Yi Chen understands something. The consumption of using the awakening item to open the game space is all mental energy. The body itself has no impact. Therefore, his physical state in the outside world does not affect the preset panel values in the game. Confirming that mental energy can be replenished, Yi Chen smiles slightly. He silently calculates the difference. His previous limit was over 70 minutes. Now, with the soul stones replenishment, the limit is probably around 10 minutes. So this soul stone can probably extend my time in the game by about 20%. Yi Chen murmurs to himself, feeling quite satisfied with the effect of the soul stone. The effect of this item is equivalent to a small half bottle of the mental recovery potion Jolie prepared for him. When converted, the price is roughly equivalent to 300,000. Yi Chen looked towards the distant Minotaur tribe and grinned. Since there was still time, he certainly couldn't waste it. At the very least, he could farm some soul coins. Farming soul coins? Yi Chen glanced at the dead Minotaurs in front of him, then at the pond beside him, and his expression gradually became strange. Night passed without incident, and soon dawn broke. The next morning, Yi Chen energetically emerged from the game space. That morning, Yi Chen spent 70 minutes in the game and died 7 times in total. Each death represented the annihilation of 2 small Minotaur tribes. The 2 tribes had a total of 4 adults and 6 young ones, and killing them yielded 110 soul coins. In other words, Yi Chen harvested a whopping 770 soul coins that morning. In a day, he could earn 2,310 soul coins. Thinking of the prices in the soul shop, a smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. It seemed that he could further enhance his attributes during the entrance exam tomorrow. Moments later, the 3 of them gathered, and Yi Chen asked the other 2 about their progress. Of course, when I step in, it's a piece of cake, Wong Hong chuckled proudly. Yesterday afternoon, he had boasted for over 2 hours in the cafeteria. From deducing that the Polaris organization had a conspiracy to him being rescued by the butcher, he recounted the entire story. Old Wang would embellish the known details and automatically fill in the gaps for the unknown ones. Under this guy's embellishments, a terrifying incident was transformed into an audiobook. The story was thrilling and captivating, making it hard for people to stop listening. Everyone was so fired up that they almost knelt down to become his underlings. Afterward, more than 20 students added his phone number. Through them, I also learned some information that wasn't in the data we collected before. One of Wang Fugue's lackeys said that Guy has already hired 15 students to work for him, at 2 million each. Wang Fugue promised that if he can get into the top 5 in tomorrow's entrance exam, everyone's salary will double. That guy named Zhao Gu has always been a lone wolf. Several groups of students are discussing how to snatch his awakening item during the entrance exam. By the way, Wei Qixun's awakening item is a die, and each number has a different effect. Old Wang spoke at length, recounting his findings from yesterday. Bragging and gossiping were his specialties, and in casual conversation he managed to extract a lot of information from others. Meanwhile, Chen Xinlan's expression was somewhat grim. Compared to Wang Heng's significant gains, her results were almost zero. Only 2 students had the courage to approach her in the afternoon to discuss collaboration, but she had rejected them all. Besides being with Chen Xinlan maintained a proud and aloof noble demeanor when talking to others. This habit stemmed from both her family's influence and her childhood experiences that caused a personality shift. As a result, most ordinary students were too intimidated by Chen Xinlan's unapproachable demeanor to come near her. Chen Xinlan felt very dissatisfied. She had come to help Yi Chen earn credits. Now, she suddenly realized that the previously underestimated old Wang was actually more useful than she was. After sorting through the information, Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although old Wang still loved gossiping, he clearly had become more astute than before. Not only could he boast, but he could also extract information from others. This way, once they entered the academy, he wouldn't be easily fooled. With the information in hand, as for partners, it would depend on the situation. Such verbal collaborations were uncertain when it came to the entrance exam. Only sheep would flock together, tigers hunt alone. The 2 of them, no, just he and Chen Xinlan were enough. After finishing the information, old Wang suddenly said, "By the way, madman, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "What is it?" "When I got back yesterday afternoon, I found that the content of my news daily hadn't changed. This morning I tried again, and it's still the same as the day before yesterday." Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan paused. If old Wang's news daily did not predict the future, it would change randomly every day. Once a prediction was successful, the future would not change for the next 2 days. It would only change again when the predicted event occurred. Now that 2 days had passed without change, it was clear that the previous news photo was a prediction of something happening 3 days later. Yi Chen squinted slightly. "So the content you predicted the day before yesterday might appear in the new student test?" Wong Hong nodded. "Very likely. Summon your awakening item." With a wave of his hand, Wong Hong summoned the news daily, quickly finding the previous news tragedy. Is it the extinction of humanity or the decline of morality? A group of boys actually did this to a girl. The headline retained its original flavor, and Yi Chen ignored it, directly finding the image he had seen the day before yesterday. In the picture, a group of people was charging towards a girl with a variety of weapons. Those weapons emitted strange glows, making the photo appear quite blurry. However, it was vaguely possible to see a huge figure standing behind the girl. "The girl in the picture shouldn't be me," Chen Xinlan said in a low voice. The image was blurry, but Chen Xinlan could still discern that the person in the picture had some differences in body shape compared to her. Especially in that regard, the other party was obviously much larger. Looking at the girl obscured by the light, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Since it wasn't Xiaolan but appeared in old Wang's predicted image, it indicated that this person would definitely intersect with them tomorrow. Based on the existing information, the only girl in all the academies who could have such influence besides Xiaolan was one other person. June 15, the last day before enrollment. As time passed, the last batch of students gradually arrived. The reception area finally became lively. "Classmate, let's exchange phone numbers. If anything comes up, we can chat privately." "Classmate, I heard your awakening item is in the control system. Our team happens to be lacking one in that area. Would you consider it? This news is absolutely important. A flat price of 100,000. Numerous students moved around, probing for information, and some began to form small groups. The essential information was basically known by now. To stand out among the 233 monsters, abilities like strength, strategy, and connections were indispensable. It could be said that the battle had already begun from the moment they entered the academy. While Yi Chen was wandering around, a few groups approached him. However, after a simple probe, Yi Chen rejected them all. Some were inquiring about his relationship with Chen Xinlan and what supplies they were carrying. Others were asking if they needed muscle, hoping to take advantage of the situation. He hadn't seen any truly formidable characters. Yi Chen had anticipated this. Those who dared to bring supplies were inherently very confident, even arrogant, about their personal abilities. Such people had strange personalities and thought highly of themselves, with both sides wanting to be the leader in cooperation. Moreover, there were already 3 of them on Yi Chen's side. Collaborating with them also meant being cautious of the possibility of being backstabbed. The sun rose in the east and set in the west. A busy day quickly passed, and everyone went to sleep with anxious and excited hearts. At 6 o'clock the next morning, just as dawn was breaking, while most students were still in their dreams, their phones suddenly vibrated with a quake-like sound. Many were startled, thinking there had been an earthquake. In his room, Yi Chen opened his phone, and several task notifications appeared. The new student enrollment test has officially begun. Task 1, reach the inner courtyard entrance. As quickly as possible reward. The first 5 students to arrive will receive 25, 20, 15, 10, and 5 credits respectively penalty. The last 5 students to arrive will have 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 credits deducted respectively special. Reminder, students can fight each other once they leave the reception area, and the fighting ends upon entering the inner courtyard. Special reminder, deliberately humiliating, seriously injuring, or killing others is prohibited. Violators will be expelled. Special reminder, after this assessment, the top 5 students will receive an additional 100%, 90%, 80%, 70%, and 60% of their credits each, and was somewhat surprised. He had thought the entrance test would start only after everyone gathered, but it had already begun. Just as Yi Chen opened the door, Chen Xinlan and Old Wang were also coming out. Chen Xinlan frowned tightly. It's 3 kilometers from here to the academy, and with our supplies, it's hard to compete with them. Yi Chen took out a bottle of agility potion from his backpack and handed it to Chen Xinlan. You're the fastest, see if you can secure a spot. I'll handle the supplies. No problem, leave it to me. Chen Xinlan took the potion and gulped it down. After letting Wong Hong steal the spotlight yesterday, it was finally her turn to shine today. With a flick of her wrist, a pitch-black dagger appeared silently. The next moment, she jumped out of the 4th floor window and vanished into the darkness. Wong Hong stood there, looking at the 6 large backpacks, feeling a headache. Crazy, what should we do? Carrying 2 each had already been quite a hassle. Now with 3 each, it would probably take 20 minutes to reach the inner courtyard. The academy hasn't set a time limit for arrival. You can take your time, Yi Chen said dismissively. But there will be deductions for the last rankings. Yi Chen smiled lightly. That's simple. The moment the notification was received, the entire accommodation area became chaotic across various floors and rooms. Many students hurriedly put on their clothes and charged towards the entrance of the inner courtyard. However, more students chose to give up this opportunity altogether. According to the information they had gathered, each year's entrance test for new students consists of multiple stages. The later stages have increasingly stimulating rewards and penalties for credits. The first stage was clearly a competition of speed. Only those awakened with abilities that could enhance speed were truly qualified to participate. As long as they didn't arrive last, they would be fine. A few hundred meters away from the reception area, in a patch of grass, 3 students arrived but did not move forward. Instead, they hid in the grass, not knowing what they were doing. When one student passed by, he suddenly felt the previously flat grassland become muddy beneath his feet. The next second, a hoop-like object flew out and ensnared him. The hoop quickly shrank, trapping him firmly in place. What are you doing? The new student shouted in terror. A few students in the distance changed their expression slightly upon seeing this scene, but no one came over. The third new student sneered and walked over quickly. He took out a bottle of hypnotic spray and sprayed it in front of the other student, who immediately fell asleep. The new student quickly searched the unconscious one, taking all the valuable items from him. Damn, he's a broke loser. The new student couldn't help but complain, looking at a bottle of stamina potion in his hand. Let's go, next one. The new student who had set the money trap hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt a pain in his neck, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. The other 2 new students were startled. Before they could react, a shadow in the darkness had already rushed over. The new student holding the hoop didn't even have time to throw it at his abdomen before he was struck hard, collapsing to the ground and curling up like a shrimp. At that moment, the 3rd new student finally saw the newcomer clearly in the morning light. However, after seeing it, he was even more confused. The person who ambushed him was actually the well-known Yi Chen from the past couple of days. That guy's awakening item only had a score of 68. So how could his speed and strength be like that? After a brief moment of doubt, he quickly calmed down, and with a thought, an axe appeared in his hand. No matter what was going on with this guy, he needed to take care of him first. As a combat-type awakener, he didn't believe he couldn't defeat someone with a score of only 68. Yi Chen showed no signs of hesitation. After taking down the second person, he immediately charged towards the student. The student swung the axe, which shimmered with a golden light. Clearly, the opponent had activated some kind of ability. The battle axe swept through the air with a whooshing sound, trying to force Yi Chen back. But Yi Chen had no intention of retreating. Under the astonished gaze of the opponent, the axe struck hard against Yi Chen's shield. At the critical moment, Yi Chen activated the rock shield, absorbing all the damage. Before the opponent could react, Yi Chen was in front of him, delivering an elbow strike to his chest. Then, with A spinning kick, he sent the opponent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The battle axe spun in mid-air, disappearing before it even hit the ground. When the awakener lost consciousness, the awakening item would vanish. Clearly, the third awakener had completely fainted. So weak? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. Without being certain of the opponent's awakening item's ability, Yi Chen didn't dare to hold back. So he ambushed without giving the opponent any time to react. As a result, the opponent was even weaker than he had imagined. The first two guys were less aware than a young minotaur, and taking them down posed no pressure at all. The last one barely reached the combat power of 0.8 minotaurs. But he was equally brainless. Didn't he know who he was dealing with and that he had items? Sigh, if I had known he was this weak, I wouldn't have used the shield. What a waste of 150,000. Yi Chen grumbled as he searched the three of them. After seeing the task requirements, Yi Chen thought of a corresponding plan. Chen Xinlan was competing for a spot in the top 5, while Yi Chen was responsible for dealing with the last 5 students. In terms of speed, Yi Chen definitely wasn't a match for that group of speed-type awakeners. But when it came to secretly taking down a few weaklings, it was quite easy. Moments later, Yi Chen, carrying several bottles and jars, headed towards the hospital again. By now, for we're already lying on the ground, he just needed to take care of one more old one to be safe. While Yi Chen was fighting here, battles were also breaking out in other areas. Among the more than 200 students, there were quite a few with similar thoughts to Yi Chen's. Since the notification stated that students could fight each other, they were more willing to try their luck at making a fortune rather than competing with that group of speed-type awakeners for those 5 spots. In this mere 3-kilometer stretch, there had been 7 instances of combat. These students didn't notice that above them, a flock of birds was simply following along. The eyes of those birds were dark and bright, with a wisdom not typical of birds. At that moment, in a special room within the inner courtyard, a large screen was divided into 16 small sections. The images on the screen were exactly what those birds saw. Vice Dean Guo Dayu, honorary mentor Han Fei, and several other mentors, along with a few senior students, were all watching here. Most of their attention was focused on the screen showing Yi Chen. From the start of the fight to the end, the whole process took less than 5 seconds. This kid is a born assassin, Chang Xin exclaimed excitedly. He had bet 100 credits on Yi Chen. This kid's name is Yi Chen, right? I remember his awakening item score is only 68, and his ability is to enhance strength. Someone checked the information, puzzled. Enhance strength? What a joke, this kid's speed is at least 14 now. A mentor was quite frustrated. This kid turned out to be a dark horse. If I had known, I would have placed my bets on him. Han Fei leaned back in his chair, feeling pleased. Although the performance just now was brief, he could tell that Yi Chen's practical skills were exceptionally strong. Indeed, this bet was right. In the reception area, Wong Hong struggled to drag 3 backpacks and 3 suitcases to the door. You crazy guys, how could you make me move all this alone? Once we get to the inner courtyard, you two must treat me to 3 meals, no 5 meals. Otherwise, I'll expose all your secrets. While gasping for breath, Wong Hong complained as he looked ahead at the gradually brightening sky. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Startled, Wong Hong pulled his luggage back, ensuring he hadn't left the hotel. The notification on his phone indicated that he would only be attacked outside the reception area. As long as he didn't leave, the others surely wouldn't break the rules to rob him, right? When the figures got closer, Wong Hong recognized them and finally relaxed. It was Yi Chen, accompanied by a new student he had seen before, Zhang Yun. The latter looked battered and bruised, as if he had just endured some inhumane treatment. Damn, crazy guy, couldn't you at least give me a call when you were done over there? Wong Hong couldn't help but complain. What's up with this guy? Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, oh, we had too much stuff to carry, so I found someone to help. Originally, after dealing with those 3 people, Yi Chen planned to continue searching for the next target. However, on the way, he happened to see Zhang Yun and his group getting into a fight with another group. Yi Chen rushed in and quickly took care of the remaining 3 new students. Just as he was about to clean up the battlefield, he suddenly noticed that Zhang Yun was pretending to be unconscious. After inquiring about Zhang Yun's awakening ability, Yi Chen simply brought him back to serve as a laborer. Wang Hong approached Zhang Yun, circling around him while cracking his knuckles. He patted Zhang Yun on the shoulder, his eyes filled with malice. I heard you spread rumors about us after you left. Zhang Yun, startled, hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, how could I speak ill of you guys? However, his flustered demeanor was already enough evidence. With a belly full of anger, Wang Hong lunged at Zhang Yun, pinning him to the ground and giving him a good rubbing. You little bastard, trying to play dirty. Ouch. Be gentle. Be gentle. You dared to tarnish my reputation behind my back. Big brother, I was wrong. I really was wrong. 3 minutes later, Wang Hong finally got up from Zhang Yun, feeling satisfied. On the ground, Zhang Yun had tears of humiliation streaming from the corners of his eyes. Crazy guy, this guy won't run off with the luggage, will he? Old Wang asked. Yi Chen shook his head. No, his awakening ability is a book, and his power is to assist in transmitting information. He poses no threat. We can just get the luggage from him before we enter the inner courtyard. If he dares to have any other thoughts, I'll break his legs. Zhang Yun, who was crying on the ground, suddenly shuddered. As time passed, the sky grew brighter. Finally, the morning sun rose from the east. Nearly 200 students had already arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard. Some were panting, while others bore slight injuries. Wang Fugue, who had just arrived, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He had brought 2 suitcases, and although he had bodyguards escorting him, he certainly couldn't let anyone else carry them. If, at the entrance, some people couldn't resist the temptation of profit and took his supplies, he would suffer a huge loss. Chen Xinlan stood quietly at the entrance, gazing into the distance. He had great confidence in Yi Chen's strength. However, the two of them, to be precise, one person and one bystander, carrying 3 backpacks and 3 suitcases was quite troublesome. If they encountered other students along the way, it was possible that the others might have ill intentions. After waiting for a moment, Chen Xinlan felt uneasy, and was about to pick up her phone to call Yi Chen. At that moment, several figures appeared again at the corner in the distance. On the left, Wong Hong was jogging while complaining about something, carrying a backpack and a suitcase. On the right, Yi Chen followed, leisurely with empty hands, strolling as if on a spring outing, enjoying the scenery around him. In the middle, Zhang Yun had a backpack, hanging on his front and back, with both hands carrying 2 suitcases, panting as he ran forward. The sight of such a bizarre trio left the onlookers bewildered. Who are these 3, carrying so much stuff? Are these their own or did they rob someone? I know. The one on the left named Wong Hong is a strategic level student. These are their cultivation supplies. Who's the one on the right? So arrogant, not carrying anything at all? While they were discussing, Yi Chen and the others had already reached the entrance. Of course, before entering, Yi Chen swapped bags with Zhang Yun. Tools can be discarded after use. Damn, you trickster, is this what you call splitting evenly? Wang Hong collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Didn't you take a third? Yi Chen replied innocently. I did take a third, but you didn't take anything at all. Alright, you two, stop bickering and move somewhere else. Chen Xinlan quickly walked over and scolded. She noticed that since Yi Chen arrived at the academy, he seemed to be gradually letting loose. This guy had clearly come to show off just now. Feeling the unfriendly gazes around him, Yi Chen's lips curled slightly. This was exactly the result he wanted. Yi Chen smiled and changed the subject. What's your rank? Third. Chen Xinlan said somewhat dejectedly. The first is Zhao Gu, who slept at the inner courtyard entrance. He arrived as soon as the test started. The second is someone named Zhao Yufei. That guy's awakening ability allows him to fly. Yi Chen clicked his tongue upon hearing this. Indeed, everyone who could come here was a monster. However, third place also had 15 points, not a loss. After waiting for a moment, a few more students arrived one after another. However, most of the later arrivals had bruised faces and looked somewhat miserable. When the time reached 6:30, a commotion arose in the crowd. Who is that person? Is she a student too? That outfit, so cool. Are you blind? She's the chief examiner. This time, I've heard of her. That person is called Mu Hongyan, nicknamed Tyrannosaurus. Yi Chen turned his head to look, and there was Mu Hongyan, dressed in red with a high red ponytail, walking slowly from outside the hospital. Although she was far away, everyone could feel the powerful aura emanating from her. The next moment, a handcart appeared behind her, on which lay more than a dozen unconscious students. Soon, Mu Hongyan arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, waved her hand, and the students on the cart tumbled down in a heap. Mu Hongyan returned from the corner with a bucket of water and directly splashed it over their heads. What happened? Help! Cough, what's going on? One by one, the students were splashed away, panicking and confused about what had happened. Mu Hongyan threw the bucket aside and said loudly, the first task has now ended. You half-conscious ones have failed the task, and each of you will lose 30 credits. Everyone gasped in shock. They had previously thought that only the bottom 5 would face penalties. As a result, in the blink of an eye, 16 people collectively lost 30 credits. I refused to accept this. There was no such information on the task system for students, one student shouted. A playful glint flashed in Mu Hongyan's eyes. Oh, is that so? Then, let's add it now. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's phones vibrated and each one opened his to find an additional notification. Additional special reminder, if students do not arrive within half an hour, it will be counted as a task failure, deducting 30 credits. The crowd. Even Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. At this moment, he finally understood what Han Fei meant when he said that. Only Mu Hongyan knew the meaning of the test content, because she had the authority to modify the task. All the hundreds of students fell silent. They had originally thought Mu Hongyan was just a worker, but it turned out she was in charge. She held absolute power over life and death. Mu Hongyan let out a cold laugh, glancing around, and her eyes lit up when she saw Zhao Gu, Yi Chen, Wang Fugue, and Jiang Xinxin. These few students actually dared to carry a large amount of supplies. This was interesting. If that was the case, the upcoming test might be even more lively. With this thought, a playful smile reappeared on Mu Hongyan's face. She waved her hand, and a red long spear appeared in her grasp. As she swung her arm, the spearhead shot out several beams of cold light, drawing a return character on the grass in the distance. Mu Hongyan performed a flourish with the spear and, with a loud bang, smashed it into the ground, shattering the earth. Everyone instinctively looked over, and Mu Hongyan said lightly, "We will now begin the second phase of the entrance test. In a moment, everyone will enter the circle and fight freely. Stepping out of this circle counts as a failure, deducting 20 credits. The student who throws someone out will receive 20 credits. You now have 10 minutes to prepare. The official start will be in 10 minutes. The battle time is 10 minutes. Anyone still in the circle after 10 minutes will be considered the winner." As Mu Hongyan's words fell, the entire venue erupted. The outer circle drawn by Mu Hongyan was about 70 to 80 meters long, and the inner circle was 60 to 70 meters. With over 200 people in such a circle, they were only 3 to 5 meters apart. Although they had guessed there would be a chaotic brawl among the students, to start off like this was clearly not treating them as human beings. The atmosphere on site instantly became tense, with everyone warily eyeing each other. At this moment, everyone was in a competitive relationship, and everyone was a walking 20 credits. At this time, Zhaogu suddenly raised his hand. "Instructor, I have a question. Can we use awakened weapons?" "Of course. However, if awakened weapons are taken, it won't be someone else's fault." "Teacher, I have a question." Wang Fugue raised his hand. "What if we voluntarily leave the circle?" The crowd was taken aback, not understanding Wang Fugue's meaning. But Mu Hongyan understood immediately. Voluntarily leaving still deducts 20 credits, but if you carry supplies, you need to deduct half of the supplies. Upon hearing this, everyone realized Wang Fugue's plan was to directly give up leaving the circle if he sensed something was wrong. In the upcoming melee, those with a large amount of supplies would definitely be the first targets to be focused on. 20 credits was a significant gain for ordinary freshmen, but for those carrying a lot of supplies, the cost-effectiveness was not that high. However, Mu Hongyan was also ruthless. If you wanted to leave voluntarily, you had to surrender half of your resources. It all depended on whether you were willing to part with them. Wang Fugue nearly cried out in despair. This Mu Hongyan was forcing them to fight for their lives. Above the crowd, birds circled. In the observation room, Wadaya and others couldn't help but shake their heads upon hearing Mu Hongyan's test content. Doing it like this in the second phase could easily cripple these little guys, one instructor couldn't help but say. An older student reminisced about the fear of being controlled by Mu Hongyan. Sighing, as expected of a Tyrannosaurus, her methods are still so simple and brutal. This mode is more advantageous for combat type awakeners, right? Definitely, but the ones who suffer the most aren't those support type freshmen, but those little guys carrying supplies. Damn, Mu Hongyan is so brazenly taking kickbacks. I want to report her. Heh, do you look good eating? I remember you directly. Took credits in the last assessment. You jumped levels with 10 credits. Wadaya, I must be the examiner for the next session. Alright, can you all be quiet for a moment? Wadaya was quite troubled and said, "This is the rule set by the dean. If you have any issues, go find him." Honorary mentor Han Fei did not join the others in their chatter. He simply watched Yi Chen and the other two on the screen. Han Fei was curious about what they would do in this situation. At the scene, when the second task lit up on everyone's phones, a heated discussion began. Many non-combat awakened ones started to band together for warmth. In such a chaotic battle, being alone would make one prey. Those combat awakened ones were eager to try their skills, constantly searching for targets. Chun Xinlan felt the unfriendly gazes around her and frowned. "Yi Chen, we have quite a bit of supplies. It's very likely we'll be targeted when we go in." Yi Chen nodded. He had already anticipated this outcome. When Mu Hongyan announced this rule, Yi Chen's first reaction was to hand all the supplies over to old Wang. When the chaos began, he would kick old Wang and the supplies out together. This way, the supplies would be safe, and old Wang's credits were inconsequential. However, after Wang Fugue inquired, Mu Hongyan patched up this loophole. Leaving with the supplies was allowed, but half of the toll must be paid. This blatant extortion was very much in line with the style of the Star Palace. But if they didn't do this, with 2 combatants, 1 cripple, and 6 boxes, it would be troublesome if a real fight broke out. However, giving away the supplies for free was not Yi Chen's style. Thinking of this, Yi Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd and walked straight towards Wang Fugue. "Fugue, do you want to collaborate with me?" "Collaborate? How?" Wang Fugue, who was crying halfway, wiped his tears. Yi Chen glanced at the people beside him and said lightly, "Do you think these people can help you keep your supplies safe?" Wang Fugue's face showed difficulty. This was his biggest concern. If it were an ordinary competition, having a dozen players would ensure a relatively high level of safety. But now, everyone was in a free-for-all, and the activity area was So small. Once a fight broke out, he couldn't guarantee safety. He even had to guard against the possibility of someone suddenly betraying him and launching a sneak attack. Seeing Wang Fugui's conflicted expression, Yi Chen smiled. Now I'm giving you a chance. You can hire me with 20% of your supplies and I'll ensure you last until the end of the event. Looking into Yi Chen's bright eyes, Wang Fugui seriously doubted whether this guy was crazy. You can't even protect yourself and you want to protect me? After saying this, Yi Chen didn't wait around. He dropped a line, valid before the assessment starts, and turned to walk in another direction. Soon, Yi Chen arrived in front of Jiang Xinshin, who had 2 ponytails and looked delicate. Behind her was a large box that stood 2 meters tall, resembling a wardrobe. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, then he continued with his signature smile. Jiang Xinshin? Jiang Xinshin's face flushed slightly and she tightened her grip on her braids. However, she eventually nodded slightly. Yes, that's me. Nice to meet you. If there's a chance in the competition later, I hope we can cooperate. You should take care of yourselves first. A hot-tempered student stood in front of Jiang Xinshin. Exactly, you can't even protect yourselves and you want to drag our Xinshin down with you. Yi Chen shrugged, not caring, and then looked for Zhao Gu and Wei Qi Xiong. Zhao Gu remained silent the entire time, but his gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with intense fighting spirit. As for Wei Qi Xiong, he looked quite speechless, unable to understand what Yi Chen was doing. After being turned down by a few, Yi Chen returned. However, there was no sign of disappointment on his face. On the contrary, a faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the assessment venue, then scanned the surrounding students, and suddenly, a strange smile crept onto his face. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen slowly raised his hand. Report, teacher, what is it like to activate hard mode? The crowd? At that moment, the surrounding students, Mu Hongyan, and those in the observation room who were watching the excitement were all taken aback. Mu Hongyan quickly flipped through her phone, and upon seeing the college requirements for Yi Chen's enrollment, she understood. The conditions indicated that when Yi Chen and the others completed tasks without difficulty, the college could issue hard mode. Increasing difficulty would enhance rewards. Such conditions had been encountered by students before. Every year, there would be a few little guys who thrived in the college. To prevent them from becoming too comfortable, the college generally assigned them some other tasks. It was unexpected that a student would actively apply today. Moreover, her second test assessment was specifically targeting those who carried supplies. With that being the case, did she still think there was no difficulty? Mu Hongyan looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression, but since he had said it, she might as well play along. If we activate hard mode. After a moment of thought, Mu Hongyan said, then this, under hard mode, you cannot take your supplies out of the circle until the competition assessment ends. Additionally, if you 3 are eliminated, the credit reward will be multiplied by 10, directly earning you 200 credits. Hiss. The crowd gasped in shock. Mu Hongyan's meaning was very clear. A fight to the death. At this moment, Yi Chen and their supplies had all become hot commodities. Once inside, they would either hold out until the end or have all their supplies snatched away, becoming prey themselves. Many students looked at the heavy backpacks of Yi Chen and the others with fiery eyes. Such large backpacks must contain a lot of cultivation supplies. Getting one would be a windfall. If they could take the opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 students, they would soar. 200 credits were equivalent to 20 million in supplies. Yi Chen thought for a moment and nodded. The difficulty is acceptable, but what about the rewards? Oh? Mu Hongyan looked at Yi Chen's calm expression with increasing curiosity. With a thought, her perception enveloped the backpacks on Yi Chen and the others. Then Mu Hongyan nodded. She began to understand the courage behind Yi Chen's words. However, if they thought they could rely on life-saving props to dominate, they were underestimating the new student entrance test. Mu Hongyan's tone turned cold. The rewards are simple. They depend on the number of you remaining on the field. The credit rewards for eliminating other students will vary. If none are left, the credits earned during the battle will be 0. If 1 remains, it's 20 credits. If 2 remain, it's double 40 credits. If 3 remain, it's 60 credits. At this point, Mu Hongyan looked at the others. The points deducted from those eliminated by the 3 of them will be the same. Chen Xinlan's eyes narrowed. She could accept the earlier difficulties, but with this final reward added in, it was completely different. As long as they defeated Yi Chen and the others, no matter how many students they eliminated, they could fully revive without losing any credits. Plus, the 3 of them themselves were worth a reward of 200 credits. The combination of both might make them more tempting than those supplies during the battle. Just as Chen Xinlan was about to speak, a voice emerged from Yi Chen. We agree. Crazy, are you out of your mind? Wong Hong was shocked. The other side was clearly inviting everyone to attack them. No matter how strong you are, you can't fight 100 alone. Yi Chen seemed not to hear, grinning even more brightly. Teacher, we apply to activate hard mode. No problem. Mu Hongyan snapped her fingers, and everyone's phones vibrated. All the previously mentioned content was Updated. At that moment, everyone looked at Yi Chen with disbelief in their eyes. Was this guy's awakening score really only 68? Don't say 68 or even 98 points. It's impossible for one person to defeat hundreds of awakened ones at the same level. In the strange atmosphere, everyone continued to discuss strategies. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Mu Hongyan's voice rang out again. Time's up, everyone into the circle. The crowd slowly entered the circle. Some support-type awakened ones huddled together, vigilantly watching the others. Some stood alone, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Among them, Yi Chen and his two companions, Wang Fugui, Jiang Xinxin, and Zhao Gu were the focus of attention. Especially Yi Chen's group was under close watch. Mu Hongyan slowly began, 3. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly said, "It's ready." The surrounding students were taken aback, and then they noticed that Chen Xinlan, who had just looked tense, and Wang Hong suddenly relaxed their expressions. 2. Yi Chen and his companions reached into their backpacks, and the next moment pulled out a large number of bottles and jars. Poison gas, insect bombs, rock shield, agile potion. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. What was in their backpacks was not cultivation supplies, but various life-saving tools. At that moment, Mu Hongyan's countdown ended. 1. Swish, swish, swish. 6 poison gas insect bombs exploded around Yi Chen, and the toxic gas instantly enveloped dozens of students. At the same time, a brownish energy shield appeared around Yi Chen and his companions. Over 200 awakened beings appeared out of thin air in the distance, colorful lights illuminating the entire area. Zhao Gu charged into the crowd. Like a fierce wolf, the blue wolf emitted a greenish glow. Wei Qi Xiong threw a die, which landed showing the number 3. Then the die transformed into a massive saber, 1.5 meters long. A dozen students around Wang Fugui formed a defensive formation to fend off attacks from other students. Some of them even used auxiliary potions. Jiang Xinxin was protected by a few girls behind her, seemingly not taking action. But if one looked closely, they would notice 3 strands of hair dancing in the air. However, before they could act, dozens of bottles and jars arced gracefully down to their feet. The next moment, the entire battlefield was shrouded in toxic gas. What the hell is this? The gas is toxic. Teacher, someone is playing dirty. Ah, who hit me? Various sounds of energy, explosions and students' screams echoed. In the sky, 16 inner birds recorded everyone's situation from all angles. The instructors in the observation room were dumbfounded. They had guessed that Yi Chen and his group would use props to spend money, but they never expected this guy would completely envelop the entire battlefield. From the beginning, Yi Chen's intention was not to defend, his target was everyone. As the toxic gas enveloped the entire area, Old Wine guarded the supplies in place, while Yi Chen and Chen Xinlan charged directly into the crowd to begin the slaughter. The roles of hunter and prey had now reversed. The instructors in the observation room watched in amazement as students were continuously thrown out of the poison. Their backpacks can't all be filled with life-saving tools for combat, can they? Wadaya's expression was strange. Cheng Xian nodded. I checked earlier, those 6 backpacks are all filled with combat tools, not a single cultivation item. Everyone. While others brought cultivation supplies to school, these 3 brought only fighting gear. Did they plan from the start to rob others' supplies? Crazy. Thoroughly crazy. Originally, Yi Chen and his companions activating hard mode would have made them public enemies, but now with this, everyone was fumbling in confusion. The more people there were, the more chaotic it became. Moreover, the poison gas bombs had a paralyzing effect. After a while, without Yi Chen and the others needing to act, everyone would lose their combat ability. Good method, but this is just a little cleverness. An old student shook his head. That's right, while the poison gas can solve part of the problem, what they will face next is the wrath of everyone. One person crossed their arms. Just wait and see, the real show has just begun. The screams in the poison mist continued. However, after the initial chaos, some people had already reacted. The crowd abandoned their infighting and began to clear the poison gas. Strong winds rose within the gas, dispersing large amounts of the toxic mist. On the other side, a kettle sprayed out a large amount of rainwater, absorbing and washing away the original poison gas. Zhao Feiyu, who had flying abilities, simply flew into the air. Other students could release shields to block the poison gas. After half a minute, most of the poison gas was finally cleared, and everyone's vision returned to normal. Who the hell poisoned the entire venue? I saw it, it was that guy named Yi Chen. Ugh, I'm feeling weak and numb from the poison. That bastard is playing dirty. Even if I get eliminated today, I will take that guy down. The crowd, now understanding what had happened, was filled with anger. Some students who had originally planned to fight among themselves stopped. At this moment, all turning their gazes toward the place where Yi Chen was. The poison mist there had not completely dissipated. Everyone, step aside, let me handle this. Zhang Miao, holding a banana fan, approached the poison mist. He shouted loudly, channeling his mental energy into the fan, and a whirlwind began to form on the fan blades. Moments later, Zhang Miao gave a strong flap and fierce Winds surged from the fan. The strong wind howled, gradually dispersing the poison gas. People finally saw what was happening with Yi Chen. Ugh, what the hell happened here? What's going on? The crowd was shocked by the scene before them. In front, within a radius of 30 meters centered around Wang Hang's luggage, only 6 people remained. 3 of them were part of Yi Chen's trio. As for the others, they were all outside the circle. Some were moaning in pain, some had fainted, and others were paralyzed and unable to move due to the poison gas. Looking around, there were a full 12 new students. At the moment the mist dissipated, Chen Xinlan was rapidly approaching an awakened one with ghostly steps. The dispersal of the poison gas did not interfere with her movements. The awakened one, severely affected by the paralysis from the poison gas, was already too late to sense someone approaching. Chen Xinlan shifted to his back, and as he turned around, she kicked him in the chin. Then, with a spinning kick, she sent him flying out of the arena. Now there are 13. What incredible speed! That move just now felt like it belonged to the agility combat type. If killing were allowed, that guy's speed would only be faster. Is the dagger in Chen Xinlan's hand her awakened item? It shouldn't be, isn't Chen Xinlan's awakened item rated S-Class? S-Class items aren't combat types. Those who witnessed Chen Xinlan's series of actions gasped in amazement. It should be noted that less than a minute had passed since the poison mist appeared. As a result, 13 people were already down outside the circle. Wang Heng's awakened item ability was rumored to be predictive, with negligible combat power. He seemed to be guarding his belongings without moving, so it was highly likely he hadn't made a move. That strangely annoying Yi Chen's awakened item ability seemed to be related to combat. However, it was only rated 68 points, so taking down 2 or 3 in the poison mist would be considered good. The rest must have been dealt with by Chen Xinlan. 10 in a minute, which equals 1 head every 6 seconds. This was still under the premise of the poison mist obscuring part of their perception. At this moment, the crowd's gaze toward Chen Xinlan became serious. Agility combat type awakened ones may not be the strongest, but they are definitely the most dangerous. They could not imagine how terrifying a strategic combat type awakened one could be. If that dagger wasn't her awakened item, then it would be even more monstrous. In the distance, Wei Qixing glanced at the broadsword in his hand and abandoned the plan to hunt Chen Xinlan. This time, the dice had turned into heavy weapons, unsuitable for dealing with agile opponents. Zhao Gu's eyes flickered as he contemplated how to deliberately eliminate several enemies in 1 minute. The final conclusion was 7, and that was under the premise of using the green wolf. In a direct confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Rather than fighting Chen Xinlan for 200 credits, he would prefer to find 10 other students to fight with. Chen Xinlan ignored the gazes of the crowd and seriously calculated the eliminated students outside the circle. In the end, she pouted in dissatisfaction. She had just taken down 7, while Yi Chen had taken down 6. But those 7 were under the enhancement of her death dagger ability. On the other hand, Yi Chen had not used any abilities at all. Seeing everyone looking over, Yi Chen also stopped fighting. He glanced around and noticed that there were not many eliminated students in other areas. Currently, only about 30 people had been eliminated. It seemed they had not taken the opportunity to harvest during the recent poisonous fog. However, this was just right. It was exactly what Yi Chen wanted. Since he was preparing to become the public enemy, he certainly wanted to earn as many credits as possible. Feeling the angry gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen chuckled. Unfazed, he first looked at Wang Fugui not far away. Wang Fugui, I'll give you another chance. Give me 30% of your supplies, and I'll ensure you get through the next 10 minutes safely. The crowd scoffed at this. He was about to be thrown out and was still thinking about someone else's money? Wang Fugui also didn't believe it, but for some reason he felt a bit flustered looking into Yi Chen's calm eyes. Could this guy really have some hidden cards? Seeing the other party not respond, Yi Chen shook his head. I've given you the opportunity. If you don't cherish it, don't say I won't show mercy later. Saying this, Yi Chen looked over at Zhang Xinxin on the opposite battlefield. Hey, when are you going to make a move? If you don't act soon, I'll take everything. Zhang Xinxin's face turned red, looking nervous and scared. It seemed she completely didn't understand what Yi Chen was saying. However, no one noticed the hint of confusion and bewilderment that flashed in her eyes. Yi Chen originally wanted to continue, but at that moment, the shield around him finally dissipated. Seeing this, the surrounding students had already surrounded him. Each head was worth 200 credits, and the items in a backpack were worth at least a few million. Now was the time to settle old scores. Yi Chen pouted. These people wouldn't even let him speak. Since that was the case, let's continue. Yi Chen quickly returned to Lao Wang's side with Chen Xinlan. Then he stuffed his hand into the backpack. The next moment, dozens of various potion consumables appeared in his hand. The crowd, originally prepared to attack, suddenly froze. Damn, there's more? Yi Chen didn't give them time to react and threw out several gas bug bombs. This time, The poisonous gas covered only the area beneath Yichen and the others, re-enveloping a radius of 30 meters. Seeing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. They had not trained to fight in poisonous gas. Recklessly entering might end up like those guys before. Get out of the way, watch me. Soon, 5 or 6 students with awakened abilities for long-range attacks stepped forward. They attacked from the edge of the fog, launching fireballs, ice spikes, air blades, and stone cones. Anything they could release was thrown in. Sounds of collisions and Wang Hang's screams occasionally echoed from within the fog. Seeing this, everyone worked even harder. Suddenly, a gas bug bomb was thrown out from the fog and landed at their feet. Boom! The gas bug bomb exploded, rolling poisonous gas quickly, enveloping the 6 people. A few of them screamed in panic. One student, preparing to retreat, suddenly sensed someone rapidly approaching. In the fog, he swung the fire stick in his hand, slashing forward. Flames condensed on the fire stick and a fireball shot out, striking the incoming enemy perfectly. The student was overjoyed, but the next second he saw an energy shield flickering on the opponent's body. He forgot these guys had shields that were practically free. Yi Chen ignored the attack and instantly appeared in front of that student. He didn't give the opponent a second chance to attack, landing a punch in their abdomen. The latter's body trembled and then their wrist was grabbed by someone. In an instant, they transformed into a graceful arc and flew out of the arena. In less than half a minute, all 6 were thrown out. The onlookers were so furious they nearly spat blood. We fell for it, they were fishing. No good. They have energy shields, random attacks won't hurt them. Zhang Miao, are you ready over there? A student called out to the one holding the banana fan. Almost, replied Zhang Miao as he quickly stepped forward to a position about 4 or 5 meters from the toxic mist. He let out a low shout, and a cyclone began to form on the banana fan. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly felt something emerge. Alarmed, Zhang Miao abandoned the wind and quickly retreated. As he took his third step back, a shadow suddenly darted out from the toxic mist. Zhang Miao was startled and hurriedly blocked with the banana fan in front of him. However, the next moment, the figure did not attack but appeared at his side. Chen Xinlan struck with a palm knife, hitting the opponent's neck and knocking them unconscious. Then, grabbing their hair, she swung her arm and tossed them out of the arena. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Xinlan leisurely re-entered the toxic mist. Many people didn't even see how Chen Xinlan had appeared. What was that speed just now? It should be super acceleration. That guy is speed type and an explosive one at that. Damn, an S-rank combat type awakener. What are we even fighting for? Turns out this guy was just playing the pig to eat the tiger. Hey, you guys don't know yet? That person is called Chen Xinlan. Her dad is the 6-star butcher, Chen Rui. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Up front, Yi Chen was so flamboyant that everyone's attention was drawn to him. But in the data, Yi Chen's score was only 68, which was the kind of score that meant he was just a bystander. Among the 3 of them, the truly formidable ones were those 2 strategic-level students. Some recalled Yi Chen's arrogant demeanor earlier, and the way Chen Xinlan had looked tense with Wang Hong at first, but her expression had changed dramatically once they entered the arena. Was there a possibility that this was all a trap? The opponents had started off so high-profile to draw hatred, but their real goal was not to seek death but to lure them in and eliminate them all? This plan had been discussed by Yi Chen and the others yesterday. Since they had brought so many props, they had to make full use of them. With a total value of 30 million in props, it would be a loss if they didn't earn a few hundred credits. As a gaming expert, Yi Chen had devised multiple strategies. One of them involved Mu Hongyan creating chaos among the students in a relatively small area. If they showed up, they would first use toxic gas bombs to disrupt the battlefield, then use the rock shield to protect themselves while defeating other students. Yi Chen's powerful mental strength combined with various attribute enhancements allowed him to easily sense the enemy's position even when his line of sight was blocked. One of Chen Xinlan's death dagger abilities was shadow movement, which was perfectly suited for use in the obscured light of the toxic gas. Outside the arena, a glint flashed in Mu Hongyan's eyes. Chen Xinlan's explosive speed just now was quite impressive, but that wasn't the most remarkable part. What was truly excellent was her response and handling. First, she wrapped them in toxic gas, making it so other students dared not approach, and they had the rock shield for protection, so they wouldn't absorb the toxic gas. If other students attacked from a distance, she would take the opportunity to throw toxic gas bombs at their feet, and then rush in to quickly finish them off. This is just part of the plan. The real excitement is yet to come. Realizing that the poison gas could not be eliminated without taking down Yi Chen, Zhang Miao, an awakener capable of dispersing the gas, took action. And this was the moment Chen Xinlan had been waiting for. What's even more commendable is that Chen Xinlan didn't directly attack Zhang Miao but pretended to strike, causing him to panic and block. In reality, she sidestepped and launched a surprise attack from his flank. From the moment she appeared to knocking Zhang Miao unconscious, it took no more than 2 seconds. The other students didn't even have time to react, let alone save him. Then, taking advantage of the chaos, she retreated back into the poison mist. This way, no one could crack the poison gas. In other words, at this moment, as long as they consumed enough items, they would be virtually invincible. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the eyes of many instructors in the observation room. Although Chen Xinlan only showcased her abilities for a brief moment, it was impressive enough. Her strategy and decisive, ruthless actions, Chen Xinlan is quite remarkable. It's not just individual ability, their strategies are intricately linked, a complete IQ domination. Did they guess the content of Xiao Hong's assessment? This plan was definitely not thought up on the spot. Interesting, but I wonder if this strategy has been calculated. Vice Dean, what is Chen Xinlan's awakening item? What type is it? Wei Xian rubbed his hands, curious. An instructor shot him a glance. Don't even think about it. That girl is most likely an assassin-type agile combatant. You can't teach her. I'm an agile combatant. Why not let me take this? Kid, an instructor said excitedly. You dare call yourself an agile combatant? You should be called the escape type. Exactly, having you teach is worse than having Han Fei teach. Seeing someone diss him, Han Fei raised an eyebrow. Am I getting hit while lying down? Wei Dayu listened to everyone arguing over a single student and felt quite a headache. I say, have you all forgotten that our academy doesn't have fixed instructors? On the field, over 100 students felt quite uncomfortable watching the area shrouded in poison gas. The enemy was clearly inside, yet in this specific battlefield they had no way to deal with it. Because the awakeners capable of handling it were almost all taken care of. No matter how valuable Yi Chen and his two companions were, they had to be able to get to them. In this situation, rushing in would be like sending their heads to the guillotine. Soon, some students calmed down. Rather than stubbornly fighting against Chen Xinlan and her group, others preferred to look for different prey. Their current goal was not to defeat Yi Chen and his companions but to earn credits. Several combat-type awakeners exchanged glances and simultaneously launched attacks on the surrounding students. Kill! Charge! Kill! The battlefield descended into chaos once more. In the poison mist, Yi Chen waited for a moment without sensing anyone entering. He felt puzzled. Weren't those guys just filled with righteous indignation? Why did they suddenly back down? After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen poked his head out of the poison mist. He then saw in the distance that Wei Qi Xiong, Zhao Gu, and other stronger students had already begun fighting. As for the few remaining around the poison mist, there were hardly any left. Back down? Yi Chen was quite confused. I've stirred up public outrage, and you guys actually back down? Yi Chen, it seems they didn't come in, Chen Xinlan whispered in the mist. Yeah, I just saw, they've given up on us here. Old Wang, hiding behind a box, straightened his back. No way, they backed down. Just like that? We still have plenty of items left to use. Should we take the initiative? Chen Xinlan was eager to try. Earlier, she thought Yi Chen's plan was too reckless, but now it seemed his plan was successful. Less than 3 minutes had passed since the assessment began. If they continued at this pace, it was very likely they could take down dozens more students. No rush, let's observe the situation. First, Yi Chen said calmly. From the beginning until now, they had taken down 20 students. Each student was worth 20 credits, totaling 400. They had already broken even. If everyone passes safely, it's a triple reward, which equals 1,200 credits. This is a huge profit. It's only the second level now, so there's no need to compete fiercely with the other students. It's more appropriate to take this opportunity to observe the information about others. According to Old Wang's previous intel, there are quite a few students among them who have hidden cards. Time slowly passes, and the chaos on the battlefield continues. Almost every moment, students are defeated and thrown out of the arena. The number of people in the venue keeps decreasing. The trio of Yi Chen, initially targeted by everyone, has been watching the show the whole time. By the 7th minute, the total number of participants dropped below 100. Yi Chen's side has already stopped using poison gas, but other students still dare not approach within a 30-meter radius of the three of them. They have witnessed Chen Xinlan's speed and explosiveness firsthand. Yi Chen's eyes continuously scanned the crowd. During this time, he did not take action, focusing entirely on observing the information of other students. Among the remaining students, those led by Wang Fugue are the most numerous, with a total of 14. These guys may not have the strongest combat power, but their abilities are quite troublesome when combined. Moreover, in the recent battle, Wang Fugue seemed to have pulled out a dozen consumable items. With so many people and money being spent, only 2 have been eliminated so far. The second largest team is the one where Zhang Xinxin is located. Their number reaches 13. Others have formed small teams of 3 or 5. Individuals like Zhao Gu and Wei Qi Xiong are on their own. Zhao Gu's awakened item is a set of thorn armor, which has decent defense, but other effects are currently unknown. The armor, combined with the Qing Wolf longsword, gives him an advantage in close combat. This guy has eliminated at least a dozen freshmen by himself. Wei Qi Xiong is more conventional, but his strength is abnormal. Yi Chen once saw him forcefully push a freshman with a shield-type awakened item back 6 steps out of the combat circle with 4 consecutive strikes. As for the others, they are not weak either. Those who have managed to hold on until now are all tough characters. Defeating them will require a significant cost. At this moment, most people are panting and cautiously watching the surrounding students. Yi Chen glanced at Jiang Xinxin across the way, a hint of confusion in his eyes. The large box behind her has not been used yet. He doesn't even know what her awakened item is. Moreover, the group of women led by Jiang Xinxin has not lost a single member. He even saw them eliminate more than a dozen other students. Additionally, the scene that old Wang predicted has not appeared. Did old Wang's prediction fail, or is the scene in the prediction not part of this assessment? There's something wrong. It seems that even now, many people have not used their hidden cards. Seeing the battlefield calm down, Yi Chen smirked. Now that the data analysis is complete, it's time to make a move. While everyone is at a standstill, Yi Chen and his two companions suddenly walked towards Wang Fuguei. Stop! What are you doing? Wang Fuguei was startled. He clearly remembered what Yi Chen had said to him earlier. Yi Chen remained silent, continuing to pull things out of his backpack as he walked. When everyone saw the pile of bottles and jars in Yi Chen's hands, their faces turned dark. Those 3 backpacks can't all be filled with battle consumables, right? That's already emptied 1.5 backpacks, right? I saw Wong Hong take out several rock shields from his suitcase. Damn, one costs 150,000 and lasts 30 seconds. They must have money to burn. They eliminated 20 students. If they all remain safe before the assessment ends, that's 1,200 credits. Looking at the items in Yi Chen's hands, Wang Fuguei was dumbfounded. He had guessed that Yi Chen and the others had consumables, but he didn't expect there to be so many. They had just gone through several minutes of fierce battle, and everyone was physically and mentally exhausted. If Yi Chen threw a gas bomb to start a melee, the final outcome would be uncertain. Wait a minute, seeing Yi Chen still advancing, Wang Fuguei suddenly pulled out a box from his backpack. The box opened to reveal a golden stone inside. A faint energy wave emanated from it, and even from dozens of meters away, Yi Chen could feel it. Yi Chen stopped in his tracks, feeling a sense of caution. Vibranium Guardian Stone, after use, it can form a high-intensity energy shield that lasts for 3 minutes, Chen Xinlan quickly explained. Hearing this, Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. A defensive item meant there was no immediate danger. Is that thing expensive? Yi Chen asked. Defensive items aren't cheap. That one is worth about 8 million. Wang Fuguei replied. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. An 8 million defensive item was not something they could easily destroy. Classmate Yi Chen, we have no enmity between us. Just don't come over, and after the assessment ends, I'll compensate you with 5 million in supplies, okay? This was the first time Wang Fuguei had backed down. He didn't have many of these life-saving items. Each one used was one less available. If he could, he certainly wouldn't want to use it. Hearing this, Yi Chen smiled. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Do you really think that thing can stop us? On the grass, Yi Chen and Wang Fuguei faced off, the atmosphere around them oppressively tense. Wang Fuguei looked seriously into Yi Chen's eyes, which were calm and unruffled. If Yi Chen had said this 7 minutes ago, no one would have believed him, but now they were uncertain. In just a few minutes, Yi Chen had already slapped them in the face several times. The group of students had gone from shouting to take down Yi Chen at the beginning to later being wiped out by a sneak attack in the poison circle, losing 20 people. Finally, after witnessing Chen Xinlan's abilities, they decisively gave up. This trio with Chen Xinlan was quite strange. It was very likely that all 6 of their backpacks were filled with consumables. They had come here specifically for battle. Wang Fuguei wasn't sure if Yi Chen was just bluffing, but he didn't dare to take the risk. So what do you want? Wang Fuguei gritted his teeth and asked. Yi Chen looked Wang Fuguei and the others up and down, as if pricing meat at a market. After a moment, Yi Chen simply said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, give me 40% of the supplies in your backpack and I guarantee you'll be safe afterward. Second, each of their heads is worth 1 million and yours is worth 7 million, totaling 20 million. This time, I won't touch you. 40%? Why don't you go rob someone? Wang Fuguei was so angry he almost cursed. He had only taken half of his supplies out, and Yi Chen was asking for 40% right off the bat. TCH? When the madman first asked you for 20%, you didn't cherish it. Now who can you blame? Lao Wang, behind Yi Chen, slowly walked out. He strode forward with an arrogant gait, nostrils flared as if he didn't care about anyone. When it came to showing off, Wong Hong had never been afraid of anyone. Arriving next to Yi Chen, Wong Hong casually put his hands in his pockets and said, Don't give a madman like him any chances, let's quickly deal with him and move on to the next. Don't waste too much time on these little salamis. After all, the big events I predicted are still ahead. Watching Wang Hang's arrogant demeanor, the expressions of the crowd changed again. Some students kept flickering between Yi Chen and Wong Hong. Previously, Yi Chen had attracted hatred, and then Chen Xinlan showcased her monstrous talent, causing everyone to subconsciously overlook this strategic-level student. It should be noted that this guy was the highest rated among this cohort of students. His ability was supportive, and it was said that he could predict the future. So, could everything happening today have been orchestrated by him? Was Yi Chen just his pawn? Yes, it must be so. Many believed they had uncovered the truth. This guy might actually be the ultimate boss of this cohort. Hearing this, Yi Chen nodded. You have 10 seconds to consider. If you don't choose after 10 seconds, it will mean the negotiation has broken down. Hearing this, Wang Fugue became even more conflicted. There was no way he could hand over 40% of his supplies. He had brought nearly 300 million worth of supplies this time. Although he had spent some, the remaining 40% still amounted to 100 million. These items were his capital for doing business after entering the academy. But giving away 20 million was also a considerable price, and it pained him to part with it. What Wang Fugue didn't know was that this was the result of the gifts he had given. If he hadn't given gifts, Yi Chen wouldn't have given him any choice at all. It was either life or death. Taking a deep breath, Wang Fugue gritted his teeth and took out 2 special ring boxes from his backpack and tossed them over. I choose the second option. Inside are 2 crystal cores. Yi Chen received them, opened one to take a glance, then closed it again, his eyes showing a hint of regret. He had originally thought the other party would fight to the death, but instead, they had backed down. Yi Chen had wanted to see if the card from the Fate Weaver could break through the opponent's shield. If it could be shattered directly, that would be the best. If it only made a small opening, then placing a few gas bomb insects inside would surely be exciting. With Wang Fugue conceding, the others also ceased their movements. 3 minutes later, Mu Hongyan announced the end of the second round of assessments. Upon hearing this, everyone's tense nerves finally relaxed. Damn, was it this intense just in the second round? I thought that guy was just putting on a show, but it turns out he was playing the pig to eat the tiger. That Wang Hong can't be the mastermind behind this, right? Did he predict today's assessment content from mentor Mu Hongyan? It's possible. Those 3 didn't even discuss it, they just acted. The acting skills of these 3 are incredible, especially that Yi Chen. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was the boss. On Yi Chen's side, his credits jumped from 100 to 640. Chen Shilan's credits skyrocketed from 115 to 775. Looking at the dazzling numbers on her phone, Chen Shilan couldn't help but smile. The entrance test assessment wasn't even over yet, and she had already earned credits worth 70 million. With her around, Yi Chen would definitely not be taken by the Asking Heaven organization as a lab rat. Not only that, but she could also earn more credits here and grow faster. At that moment, Chen Shilan suddenly felt that coming to the Star Palace with Yi Chen might have been a correct decision. Beside her, Wong Hong looked at the unchanged number on his phone and couldn't help but pout. Hey, shouldn't you guys give me a third? Yi Chen smiled and tossed the 2 crystal cores to Wong Hong. You can use these first, later. We can trade credits, and I'll transfer some to you. Chen Shilan shot Wong Hong a glance but said nothing. Although this guy had been just tagging along, he had indeed helped increase her and Yi Chen's income by half. At this moment, Mu Hongyan's voice rang out again. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. The third round of the entrance test assessment will begin in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, everyone looked over. The second round had been so disgusting. Who knew what this mentor would do in the third round? Mu Hongyan pulled out a green orb from her pocket. The content of the third round's assessment is to collect this emerald shadow. When you find the emerald shadow and inject your mental energy, the orb will glow. If the light lasts for 1 minute, you will receive 50 credits. Mu Hongyan pointed to the green area ahead. There are a total of 50 emerald shadows scattered there. You have 2 hours to search freely. Additionally, during this assessment, no props or weapons other than your own awakening items may be used. While exploring for the emerald shadows, students are not allowed to attack each other. Once someone lights up an emerald shadow, they can fight within a radius of 20 meters around them. Everyone understood upon hearing this. The first round assessed the abilities of agility type awakeners. The second round assessed the abilities of combat type awakeners. The third round would assess the abilities of perception type awakeners. However, compared to the previous 2 times, the difficulty of this assessment has been upgraded. The perception system students may have the ability to find the green shadow, but that doesn't mean they can light it up. Once a light is discovered, other students will come to compete for it. Therefore, they need someone to protect them, or simply hand the green shadow over to someone who can guard it. So this time, the real competition is teamwork. After explaining the conditions, Mu Hongyan looked around and said loudly, if you have any questions, ask quickly. If there are no questions, we will start the third round of the assessment in 10 minutes. Zhao Feiyu, who had flying abilities, raised his hand. Teacher, if we carry the green shadow without injecting energy, we won't be attacked. Right? That's right. Is there a limit to how many times we can light up the green shadow? Mu Hongyan looked at him with a playful smile in her eyes. As long as you have the ability, you can light up as many as you want. If your mental strength is strong enough, you can light up multiple at once. Seeing that no one else had further questions, Mu Hongyan thought everything was fine. But the next second, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Teacher. Hundreds of gazes turned towards the source, and when they saw who it was, everyone's expression darkened. Because the one who spoke was Yi Chen. Yi Chen slowly raised his arm, revealing his signature smile. Teacher, what does the hard mode look like? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, everyone's eyelids twitched. This guy is addicted to hard mode. The focus of this assessment is reconnaissance and perception. What is he doing here to stir up trouble? Mu Hongyan chuckled. She had seen those who weren't afraid of death, but never someone who sought it out. However, the most popular in the Star Palace were the madmen. After a moment's thought, Mu Hongyan said, in hard mode, the credit rewards for lighting up the green shadow will be cumulative. Light up the first one to get 50 credits, the second one 100 credits, the third one 150 credits, and so on, with no upper limit. However, if you interrupt while lighting up the green shadow, you will lose the corresponding credits. The student who interrupts you will receive the corresponding reward. Additionally, you must light up the green shadow more than 3 times, otherwise, one person will lose 30% of their credits. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in everyone's eyes. 1 minute is neither long nor short. Defeating a master isn't necessarily easy, but hindering him from lighting up the green shadow is relatively easier. Moreover, the assessment area is the green space ahead, which contains various vegetation, grasslands, and artificial rivers. Compared to the previous battlefield, this area is much wider, giving everyone a chance to showcase their awakened abilities. And since items cannot be used, the behind-the-scenes manipulator Wang Hang's awakened ability is supportive, lacking combat power. Although Yi Chen is quite arrogant, his score is only 68, so his combat ability shouldn't be that impressive. That leaves only Chen Xinlan. That guy is formidable. He can't be beaten in a one-on-one, but in a group fight, it's a different story. At this moment, everyone was eager to try. They were somewhat looking forward to Yi Chen's agreement. After all, if they failed, there would be no punishment. Succeeding would instead yield high credit rewards. Chen Xinlan frowned tightly. The requirements proposed by Mu Hongyan this time seemed a bit more lenient than before. As long as they didn't compete with others for the green shadow, they wouldn't be attacked. But this time, they couldn't use items, and facing so many enemies in such a wide area, not to mention a minute, even 30 seconds would probably be hard to endure. If they gave up, they would lose 30% of their credits, and their total credits were about 1,500 points. That would mean a deduction of over 400. The risk factor is a bit high. However, the next second, Yi Chen nodded without hesitation. No problem, we will start hard mode. What the heck, are they crazy? I can tell at a glance that they are not human. I must get back the credits I lost before this time. I can't believe it, with so many of us, we can't take down Chen Xinlan alone? A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Some were shocked by Yi Chen's boldness, while many others looked at Yi Chen and his 2 companions with intense fighting spirit. Inside the observation room, the mentors and senior students watched Yi Chen with great interest. At the same time, they pondered what they would do in such a situation. Many quickly shook their heads. Mu Hongyan had set the rules too rigidly. Even though Chen Xinlan was quite capable facing so many people, it was ultimately difficult for one person to fight against many. No way, I can't find a way to break the deadlock. Which one of the 3 is the brains of the operation? I feel like Yi Chen didn't even consider the other 2 when he answered. That guy named Wong Hong wouldn't have predicted what would happen in the 3rd round, would he? I bet 2 credits that they're going to lose this time. Youthful arrogance, a little hardship is good for them. Most people were not optimistic about Yi Chen. Guodai looked a bit anxious. This kid has gone mad, daring to take such risks under these conditions? If he doesn't make it into the top 5, my 2,000 credits will go down the drain. Han Fei frowned as he watched Yi Chen on the screen. If it were him, this situation would be easy to break, because his awakened item had flying capabilities. But being targeted by hundreds of people on the ground, trying to take advantage of the situation would be quite difficult. However, having dealt with Yi Chen before, he knew very well what kind of temperament that kid had. Since he did this, he must have thought of a way to break the deadlock. As they waited, Yi Chen indeed began to take action. He looked around and shouted, "Who wants to cooperate with us? Now's your chance." The crowd was taken aback, not expecting Yi Chen's method was to recruit allies. It made sense. In this situation, relying solely on the 3 of them was definitely not going to work. If they could rally some students to form an alliance, there might still be a glimmer of hope. After all, this assessment was fundamentally about teamwork. Yi Chen continued, "This time, we tentatively have 4 spots for cooperation, and each person can receive 10% of the total profits. As long as we can obtain 4 emerald shadows, each of you can earn 50 credits. The more we obtain, the greater your share of the profits. If the cooperation goes well, we can continue to work together in the next round of assessments." Under Yi Chen's enticing words, many people were tempted. Some students' eyes flickered as they weighed the pros and cons. Many were surprised to find that cooperating with them seemed to have no downsides. Partnering with them would certainly involve significant risks, but that risk was mainly that Yi Chen and his group would be targeted, and they could very well fail. They themselves would not incur any losses. Conversely, if Yi Chen and his group lit up the emerald shadows, they would gain substantial credits. At that point, the profit per person should not be low. So, should they give it a try? Amidst the hesitation, a figure emerged from the crowd. "I'll cooperate with you. Everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with surprise. The first to speak was actually Zhao Gu. Wasn't this guy known as a lone wolf? He actually learned to cooperate? Yi Chen looked at Zhao Gu with some surprise. Before the last round of assessments, this guy was still thinking about taking him down, and now he chose to cooperate so quickly. But thinking about it, it wasn't too strange. This guy had a reclusive personality, and most people wouldn't pay him any mind. Previously, he relied on his awakened item, a long sword, but now that the blue wolf wouldn't let him use it, his value had diminished significantly. Most others would likely not choose to cooperate with him. Yi Chen had tried to recruit him before, and now that he came forward to cooperate, it was like offering a token of allegiance. Yi Chen smiled, okay, you're in. Now there are 3 spots left. With Zhao Gu's addition, the atmosphere on site became tense. People exchanged glances, many feeling both excited and fearful. Amidst the hesitation, another figure stepped forward. It seems quite interesting over here, I'd like to collaborate with you. The speaker was a tall male student. Yi Chen sized him up but had no impression of him. In his mind, what is your awakening item? What ability do you have? Yi Chen asked. My awakening item is a sensitive wristband that can sense the energy fluctuations around me and some special items, the student said proudly. Just now, I could sense the existence of that emerald shadow that Mentor Mu Hongyan was holding. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head directly. We don't need sensing type awakeners here. As he spoke, Yi Chen looked at the others. This time, we prioritize combat and defense types for collaboration. The student's face stiffened. The other students exchanged glances. No sensing type awakeners? Not wanting sensing types meant they were planning to snatch others' awakening items. Combat and defense types? That sounds interesting. Collaborating with you might be quite fun. Another voice chimed in, and then Wei Chi Xiong stepped forward from the crowd. Everyone was taken aback. A strategic level student was actually going to collaborate with them? There were 4 strategic level students in total, and now 3 of them had formed a team. This was insane. Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to come over. You can count as 1. There are still 2 spots left, Yi Chen said. Wait a minute. Wei Chi Xiong raised a hand. I can join you, but I want 20% of the profits. Wei Chi Xiong said proudly. After all, he was a strategic level talent, and it would be embarrassing to be treated the same as others. Yi Chen glanced at Wei Chi Xiong and then looked at the others. There are still 3 spots left. Wei Chi Xiong? Everyone was stunned for several seconds, and finally, someone understood Yi Chen's meaning. Yi Chen meant that Wei Chi Xiong had been eliminated. Mu Hongyan shook her head repeatedly. This Yi Chen actually looked down on S-level awakening item abilities. In her view, Wei Chi Xiong was not inferior to 2 A-level rated awakeners. Wei Chi Xiong finally reacted, his face darkening. Hey, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Yi Chen thought for a moment and nodded. Yes. I like this kid's personality. In the observation room, Wei Xian was laughing happily. Cheng Xian shook his head helplessly. I thought he was quite sensible before. But now I realize this kid is the most headstrong one. An older student excitedly recorded the information. TSK. A strategic level student is actually looked down upon by someone. With a score of only 68, this will definitely make big news. 68? Do you still think that kid's awakening item ability is 68? I don't believe it. Wu Daiyu looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. In his hands was a detailed record of Yi Chen's awakening item ability. This information had bypassed permissions, meaning it was Yi Chen's real information. But strangely, this document was completely identical to the public information. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Since the 2 pieces of information were the same, why did the authorities seal his awakening item ability information? Odd. Wei Chi Xiong was almost driven to the brink by a single word from Yi Chen. How could a dignified strategic level student be looked down upon by a B-level rated Yi Chen? You must be a combat type, right? Come on, let's have a fight. How dare you underestimate me? I'm also a combat type. How about I give it a try with you? Chen Xinlan had somehow come to Yi Chen's side. She looked expressionlessly at Wei Chi Xiong. Chen Xinlan was well aware of Yi Chen's combat power. Without using awakening items, no one here was his match. But they still didn't understand Wei Chi Xiong's awakening item ability. Using awakening items would be somewhat unfair to Yi Chen. After all, Yi Chen's awakening items' true ability was not combat-oriented. Just now, the angry Wei Chi Xiong suddenly fell silent. Chen Xinlan had only made a move twice before, but those 2 times had already demonstrated her abnormal combat power. Fighting her would only be self-humiliation. No need, Yi Chen smiled. I just want to test his awakening item ability. Saying this, Yi Chen drew a circle with a diameter of 5 meters on the ground. Standing inside the circle, Yi Chen said, alright, let's spar for 3 minutes. I won't use my awakening item. You can do as you please. After 3 minutes, if you force me out of the circle, your rewards will double, and I'll give you 20% of the credit share. If you can't do it, your rewards will be halved, and you'll only get 5%. Wei Chi Xiong hesitated. He had previously thought that Wong Hong was the mastermind and Chen Xinlan the organizer. As for Yi Chen, he was likely the spokesperson pushed forward by the two. So, seeing Yi Chen belittle him directly made him very angry. But at this moment, looking at Yi Chen's calm expression, he suddenly felt he might have guessed wrong. This guy in front of him might actually have some skills. If he rolled the dice and got an embarrassing number, that would be humiliating. Thinking of this, Wei Qi cleared his throat for Chen Xinlan's sake. Let's call it even this time, 10% is fine. Oh tisk, Wei Qi actually backed down. A 68-point student is actually scared. What a shame. Wei Qi ability doesn't seem to be combat-related, right? Logically, it shouldn't be, but he just used a broadsword. Although I didn't see clearly, I felt like I was knocked out by Yi Chen in the poison gas. Seeing that they couldn't fight, everyone couldn't help but mock. However, while mocking, they also began to look for their own teams. This assessment was a test of teamwork. Time slowly passed, and 10 minutes flew by. Those with ideas had already formed their teams. Those without plans were just there to watch the show. As for Yi Chen, he interviewed a few more people and finally recruited 2 teammates just before time was about to run out. One was a combat-type awakener named Zheng Kai, whose awakening item was a halberd. The other was a defense-type awakener named Li, whose awakening item was a shovel that could alter the terrain. Although their abilities weren't particularly outstanding, they were sufficient for Yi Chen. However, when asked about Wei Qixion's awakening item ability, some unexpected information emerged. Wei Qixion's awakening item was called the Fate Dice, and different numbers would yield different awakening item props. The advantage was its versatility. The downside was that the throwing was random, completely relying on luck. Old Wan looked down on it greatly. After a busy 10 minutes, the time finally arrived. Mu Hongyan's voice rang out again, time's up. The third round of the entrance test begins. As Mu Hongyan's words fell, many students rushed into the greenbelt. Wei Qi and his 2 companions looked at Yi Chen and his 2 teammates. They had just formed their team, and they were still unfamiliar with each other's awakening item abilities, let alone making plans. Hurry up, what should we do? Wei Qi was a bit eager to try. During the second round of assessments, he hadn't defeated many students, and his credit ranking was quite precarious. To ensure a place in the top 5, he needed to achieve a good score in this round. Yi Chen shrugged, no rush, let them find their way first. Where's old Wang's food? Hey, at critical moments, you still have to rely on me. Wong Hong chuckled as he pulled something out of a backpack. Under the astonished gazes of Wei Qi and his companions, he pulled out 3 bottles of mineral water, a box of snacks, a box of shrimp, and a roasted chicken. Wei Qi swallowed hard. Damn, you guys brought food when you left? Zhao Gu, Zheng Kai, and Meili also widened their eyes. They had rushed over as soon as they saw the task in the morning. At that time, the entire service area was in chaos. Who had the mind to bring food? Since 6 o'clock, after 2 consecutive assessments, everyone was utterly exhausted. At this time, it was almost 7 o'clock, and many people's stomachs had already started to growl. Seeing food now felt more intimate than seeing a loved one. If I had known, we should have eaten our fill before recruiting, Wong Hong complained, unable to resist the urge as he looked at the 4 pairs of eyes that resembled hungry wolves. When the morning task began, Yi Chen had told him before leaving to bring some food. He had originally thought it was enough for 3 people, but now it had suddenly turned into enough for 7. Let's eat together, only when we're full will we have the strength to work, Yi Chen said as he tore off a chicken leg and took a big bite. While Yi Chen and the others were eating, the students who had no intention of participating in this assessment looked over from a distance. Bringing 6 bags of consumables was one thing, but you actually brought food? Watching them eat is making me hungry. If I had known, I would have prepared some food before leaving. Who could have thought of this? Then how did they think of it? Wang Fugue was drooling at the sight. Usually, he lived in luxury. Now, he was both anxious and threatened. After working so hard for so long, he hadn't even had a bite to eat. He had thought that giving each person a gift would help build relationships. Especially with Yi Chen's trio, the total value of their gifts was already in the millions. Yet when that group targeted him, later, they showed no mercy. In this place, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. While Yi Chen was eating, in the dense jungle nearby, hundreds of students were searching the area for the green shadow. At one moment, a student suddenly stopped as he passed a large tree. He looked up at the tree, where a flicker of energy had just passed. The student climbed up the trunk. After searching carefully for a while, he finally discovered a cluster of leaves gathered together in the thick foliage. As he pushed aside the leaves, there lay a transparent green stone. I found it, the student exclaimed joyfully, instinctively shouting out. The next moment, a dozen gazes turned towards him. Realizing he had lost his composure, the student quickly shut his mouth and jumped down from the tree. What are you looking at? If you want it, go find it yourself, a hot-tempered companion scolded. Don't light it up yet, let's wait until they leave. There are too many people here, let's go outside first. The 3 companions escorted the student back. Other students watched with shifting eyes. Some stayed behind to continue exploring, while a small group followed them. At that moment, the group of students who had obtained the green shadow realized that this assessment was not simple. With so many people watching, once they lit it up, they would surely face an attack. In the midst of their dilemma, a green light suddenly appeared in the distant jungle. Someone had lit up the green shadow. A figure was sprinting at high speed towards the edge of the green belt. In his hand, a green orb emitted a bright green light. Behind him, a dozen students armed with various awakened items were in hot pursuit. The student's face turned pale, partly from fear of the pursuers behind him, and partly due to the mental energy absorbed by the green shadow in his hand. Initially, he thought lighting up the green shadow would only consume a little mental energy, but after trying, he found that it consumed even more than summoning awakened items. After running for more than 20 seconds, 2 students closed in from the front. Seeing this, the student gave up trying and simply withdrew his mental energy. However, at the moment he severed his connection with the green shadow, the energy absorbed within it suddenly released. Boom! A burst of energy exploded from the surface of the green shadow, and the student was knocked back several steps before he steadied himself. Meanwhile, the green shadow was sent flying. In midair, a figure flashed by, and a speed-type awakened one caught the green shadow. The crowd behind stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. However, although they did not seize the emerald shadow, they managed to prevent the other party from obtaining it. At the same time, they learned about one of the abilities of the emerald shadow. Once infused with mental energy, if one gives it up, it will explode. If the attempt fails, then this orb is basically equivalent to handing it over to someone else. Half a minute later, a green light appeared in the artificial river. A creative student found one while searching in the water. However, he did not expect that after lighting up the emerald shadow, its flickering light would ignore the river's obstruction. Soon, students from all directions rushed over. Various abilities poured into the water, and with the sound of an explosion, the light of the emerald shadow dissipated. Everyone struggled in the river for a while, and finally, someone successfully retrieved the emerald shadow. Faced with the surrounding students eyeing him, he decisively made his escape. 2 minutes later, 2 green lights lit up simultaneously in the jungle. The green lights moved quickly in completely different directions. Beside them, there were 4 or 5 students providing escort. The 2 student teams that found the emerald shadow cooperated and used it simultaneously. This way, they could share the pursuit. However, they still underestimated the pursuit capabilities of the other students. In less than half a minute, a small team was surrounded. In the chaos, the student holding the emerald shadow was kicked, and with a break in mental energy, the emerald shadow flew out. Subsequently, the emerald shadow was snatched away. On the other side, they held on for over 40 seconds but still could not withstand the attacks of others and had to give up. Similar incidents continued to occur in the jungle. Whenever a green light lit up, it would inevitably attract the attacks of other students. Although there were not many significant conflicts or battles among the students, the tension was more stimulating and intense then. During the second round of assessments, students who had not found the emerald shadow needed to think about how to prevent others from lighting it up and snatching it away. Students who had obtained the emerald shadow needed to consider how to hold on for a minute under the siege of numerous enemies. While other students were engaged in a tense and fierce battle of wits and courage, on the other side, Chen and his 7 companions were still enjoying their food. At first, whenever a green light lit up in the jungle, Wei Qi and the others would feel a bit nervous. However, they soon realized they were overthinking it. There were plenty of students wanting to snatch the emerald shadow. Everyone's thought was that even if I can't obtain it, I will absolutely not let you take it easily. So, for 7 minutes, not a single successful attempt was made. Compared to them, Yi Chen and his companions appeared more indifferent and casual, unconcerned about what was happening in the distance. When all the food was finished, Chen Xinlan rarely spoke up. It's about time, Xiao Feng, please share the plan. Yi Chen nodded and wiped his mouth, but his eyes first turned to Wei Qi. This guy's awakening item was special. One person equaled having multiple awakening items. However, this randomness was somewhat similar to old Wang's, relying on luck. Seeing the 6 people looking over, Wei Qi coughed and raised his hand, producing a die. Wei Qi tossed the die high into the air, and it spun continuously. When it landed, it rolled on the ground for more than 10 circles before stopping. The number on top finally settled on 3. The die shimmered, and when the light faded, a pair of glasses appeared on the ground. Can this thing fight? Xiao Gu glanced at Wei Qi. Wei Qi scratched his head awkwardly. 3 is a support type item. Wong Hong, trash. Yi Chen, useless. Xiao Gu, a waste of time. Although it can't fight, the ability of these glasses is still pretty good. Wei Qi defended. Once worn, you can see energy fluctuations within 50 meters, which is quite good for reconnaissance and such. How long until you can change it again? Yi Chen was too lazy to waste words. 10 minutes, I can roll the die again after 10 minutes. Yi Chen did not continue to pay attention to this guy and said lightly, Millie, you go with old Wang to build a defensive structure next to the artificial lake over there. I'll give you 40 minutes. First, dig an underground cave, the sturdier the better. Zhang Kai and Zhao Gu will follow Xiaolan and listen to her commands. If she tells you to grab the Emerald Shadow, you grab the Emerald Shadow. If she tells you to attack someone, you attack whoever she says. As for Wei Qi Xiong, you can act on your own. Go to the Green Lake and see if you can find the Emerald Shadow. We'll talk again in 10 minutes. The four looked at Yi Chen, who had quickly outlined the plan, feeling a bit dazed. Previously, Yi Chen had been very picky when selecting teammates. He had eliminated several candidates, and it was only when the 10-minute mark approached that he completed the recruitment. So, they had not even started discussing the plan until now. They originally thought Yi Chen and the others would discuss strategies with them, but instead, Yi Chen handled everything alone. And with just a few brief sentences, everyone was left confused. The four looked towards Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong. Wong Hong patted his frail chest. Don't worry, I'll handle it without any problems. Chen Xinlan nodded expressionlessly. Seeing the trust the two had in Yi Chen's decisions, Wei Qi Xiong and the others suddenly realized that their previous assumptions seemed to be completely wrong. This trio's strategist was neither Chen Xinlan, the daughter of the six-star butcher, nor Wong Hong, who had the ability to predict the future. The one with real decision-making power among the three was Yi Chen, who had previously been boastful and had an awakening score of only 68. Their conversation did not escape Mu Hongyan's ears. Mu Hongyan looked at Yi Chen with a hint of admiration in her eyes. At first, she thought Yi Chen was just an arrogant young fool. Now it seemed that everyone had underestimated them. That Wong Hong liked to show off and brag but was incapable of making plans. Chen Xinlan had decent strength but was aloof and not good at communication. As for Yi Chen, he appeared arrogant and overbearing, yet he remained calm under pressure and had already planned everything out. Moreover, Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong trusted him immensely. They did not refute anything Yi Chen said. Mu Hongyan was somewhat curious about what abilities Yi Chen possessed that made two strategic-level students trust him so much. For someone like Yi Chen, whether his awakening ability was strong or not no longer mattered. Furthermore, she had just seen the academy's admission conditions when Yi Chen enrolled. Earning 1,000 credits in a month would grant him the opportunity for an awakening baptism, regardless of whether this guy's awakening ability was truly garbage or had been deliberately modified. After the baptism, even if he didn't reach a level, the gap wouldn't be too large. At that point, this guy would be considered half a rogue in the academy. The situation in the Greenbelt was still tense and anxious. In 8 minutes, all the students had found 12 emerald shadows. However, no one had successfully lit one yet. But as the number of emerald shadows increased, the difficulty for other students to keep watch was gradually rising. Amidst the entanglement, a green light suddenly lit up. Everyone instinctively looked over and found that the green light appeared in midair. It's Xiao Feiyu. Damn it, he got the emerald shadow. He's almost 30 meters in the air, there's no way to reach him. Many were quite angry. This cohort had only one awakened individual with flying ability, Xiao Feiyu. Other awakened individuals had long-range attack capabilities, but Mu Hongyan had set the attack range to 20 meters, leaving them powerless. While everyone sighed, 2 green lights lit up simultaneously in the jungle. Then those 2 green lights moved rapidly in different directions. Just as the other students were about to rush over, green lights appeared in 3 other locations as well. At that moment, the entire examination venue erupted in excitement. If only 1 or 2 students lit the emerald shadow, they would be surrounded by the others. But when the number of illuminated emerald shadows reaches a certain point, other students will find it hard to manage both ends. At this moment, with the protection of their companions, success becomes possible. Boom! Various awakened abilities exploded throughout the Greenbelt jungle, and colorful lights flickered incessantly in the forest. At this moment, a student was hiding behind 3 teammates, continuously injecting mental energy into the emerald shadow. Outside, 5 students were launching an assault, but after several attempts against the 3's tight defense, they had not managed to break through. Watching the energy within the emerald shadow fill up little by little, the student's face was filled with excitement. Just when he thought victory was assured this time, several figures rushed in from a distance. 20 seconds left. Hold on, the student shouted. However, as soon as he finished speaking, one of his companions was directly smashed away by a halberd. It's Zhang Kai from the strategic level team, someone exclaimed. The next moment, he felt a flash in front of him, a shadow darting past and instantly reaching the side of that student. Before the student could react, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and his consciousness instantly faded. The interruption of mental energy caused the energy within the emerald shadow to suddenly explode, flying out from the student's hand. Before the emerald shadow could hit the ground, a slender yet powerful jade hand had already firmly grasped it. At this moment, everyone could see that the one who snatched the emerald shadow was the strategic level student, Chen Xinlan. When did they arrive? I didn't see them before. What speed was that just now? I didn't even catch a glimpse. If Chen Xinlan takes the emerald shadow and escapes, it'll be hard to catch up. Many people looked at Chen Xinlan with serious expressions. The speed Chen Xinlan had just displayed was terrifying. Many of them couldn't react in time. A speed-type awakener inherently possesses extremely high combat power. For the vast majority of students, this would be a nightmare. Her appearance could very well make her the second student they couldn't target. However, some others were eager to try. Chen Xinlan must have used the ability of the awaken item. That kind of speed definitely wouldn't last long. Once her ability ended, it would be their chance to pursue. After all, as long as they interrupted Chen Xinlan's illumination, they could earn credits. Although the difficulty was not low, it was still more feasible than illuminating under the siege of other students. Zheng Kai and Zhao Gu stood on either side of Chen Xinlan, ready to strike at any moment. While they were tense, they were also amazed by Chen Xinlan's speed. However, Chen Xinlan did not immediately illuminate. She stored the emerald shadow and looked up at other places. In the entire green area, there were currently 7 emerald shadows that had been illuminated one after another. Except for Zhao Feiyu in the sky, the other 6 places were being crazily besieged. At this moment, including Chen Xinlan, 3 had already been blocked. But the remaining 3 were still holding on, and the time was about to reach 1 minute. A few seconds later, 2 cheers rang out. 2 students successfully illuminated the emerald shadow. With this round of competition ending, the jungle once again fell silent. However, the students who possessed the emerald shadows had flickering eyes. Just now, it was a sudden situation, and some of them subconsciously followed. Now, out of the 7, 3 had succeeded. Theoretically, the more people who illuminated the emerald shadows, the higher the chances of illumination. Once enough emerald shadows were discovered, a second wave of opportunities would come. Seeing this, all perception-type awakeners began a new round of intense exploration. Mu Hongyan had hidden them in various bizarre places. Some were obscured by dense leaves in the trees. Some were buried half a meter underground, so long that grass had grown on top. Some were in the mud and sand in the water, which non-perception-type awakeners could hardly discover. There were even those who found one in a tree trunk that had long since healed. The energy contained in this emerald shadow is quite low, and it has been buried for a long time. Even for perceptive awakeners, it is difficult to notice without careful observation. As for the other students, it was simply a matter of luck. Time slowly passed, and one emerald shadow after another was found. When the 14th minute arrived, a beam of emerald light lit up. In the next moment, 9 more green lights followed closely behind. Everyone's spirits were jolted. The second round of the competition had begun. This time, the students who lit up the emerald shadows seemed to have communicated with each other. They dispersed, moving in all directions. Someone ran over there. Forget about that, let's deal with this side first. This side is tough, we need a few more people. This greenbelt area covers dozens of acres. With 200 students scattered inside, it was already not dense. The simultaneous movement of so many teams caused many students to become disoriented. In some places, those who obtained the emerald shadows even turned to attack other students. On one battlefield, 10 students were engaged in a chaotic fight. A control-type student held a spray bottle continuously, watering the surrounding grass. The area soaked with water became muddy. Only the area they were defending remained normal. Another control-type student used chains to bind several tree trunks together, forming a massive shield. Combined with the muddy grass, it covered a large area. In other places, 2 combat-type students were responsible for guarding. Moreover, as time passed, many students gradually learned how to use their abilities for offense or defense. 4 students formed a solid wall, blocking 6 attacking students outside. Unable to break through after a prolonged assault, the 6 students grew anxious as time ticked away. At that moment, the last student sensed someone approaching and shouted, "Hurry up, they have just a few seconds left." Before he could finish, Chen Xinlan silently approached from behind and knocked him out with a single blow. Then Zhao Gu summoned thorn armor and charged in. Directly behind him, Zheng Kai wielded a halberd and entered the battlefield. Boom! Energy exploded, and the students' screams echoed. A few seconds later, an explosion rang out, interrupting the lighting of the emerald shadows. Chen Xinlan leaped up and grasped the emerald shadow in her hand. Zhao Gu and Zheng Kai stood on either side of Chen Xinlan. Compared to the first battle, their cooperation this time was even more seamless. All 4 students around them were down. 2 were unconscious, and 2 were severely injured, unable to continue fighting. Zhao Gu's eyes were filled with intense fighting spirit, along with a hint of excitement. In the past, he always acted alone, but today, for the first time, he felt very comfortable collaborating with others. He attracted attention from the front, while Chen Xinlan handled the sneak attacks. Especially Chen Xinlan's terrifying speed and control of rhythm were extraordinary. As long as the opponent had a moment of distraction, death awaited them. At this moment, the 1-minute battle time ended, and all the green lights disappeared. 5 students successfully lit up the emerald shadows, while 5 others had theirs snatched away. After securing the emerald shadow, Chen Xinlan said calmly, "Let's go back to regroup." Ignoring the angry gazes of the crowd, the 3 left gracefully. The others watched Chen Xinlan and the others retreating figures, feeling both furious and speechless. They were angry that the fruits of their labor had been snatched away, yet shocked by the formidable strength displayed by the 3. Just now, these 3 had barged in, without giving them a chance to react. Moreover, these three had attacked indiscriminately. Regardless of whether they were on the offensive or defensive side, everyone was targeted. It wasn't until Chen Xinlan and the others had left that someone dared to speak up. How did so many monsters gather together? Someone said, feeling very troubled. The S-class sensitive combat system is terrifying. Anyone with a speed below 14 is just asking to be bullied. In front of her, one of the trainees recalled the earlier battle, feeling a bit intimidated. I remember they just got one. To think they would still fight for it instead of lighting up during this time, they really are bandits. Go ahead, the more they grab now, the worse it will be for them later. No rush, there's someone watching on their side. When they light up, that's when we strike back. At the meeting point by the river, Millie was rapidly transforming the terrain using her awakening item. Old Wang occasionally offered some pointers. Hearing the commotion, Wong Hong turned around and noticed Chen Xinlan and the others had returned. Look at my underground fortress. Old Wang pointed to a deep pit nearby, grinning. Chen Xinlan glanced over. In just a few minutes, Millie had dug a vertical pit with a diameter of 1 meter and a depth of 2 meters. Zhao Gu and Zhang Kai looked at the pit and began to understand Yi Chen's plan. The entrance to this underground fortress was very small. When the time comes, they would block the entrance, and no one would be able to get in. However, Zhao Gu and the others were puzzled because Yi Chen hadn't mentioned any details when he spoke about the plan earlier. This Wong Hong looked a bit foolish. Could Yi Chen really expect him to know what to do with just one sentence? Not far away, 6 trainees approached. Chen Xinlan was holding 2 green shadows. Initially, they were just monitoring Chen Xinlan to prevent her from suddenly lighting up without them being able to respond. Upon seeing the deep pit, they immediately guessed Yi Chen's plan. Once the cave was dug, one person could light up the green shadow inside while the others guarded the entrance. Given the combat strength of Chen Xinlan, Zhao Gu, and Zhang Kai, defeating them to interrupt the person in the pit would be extremely difficult. Thus, it was very likely they could hold out for a minute. Some were secretly astonished, also lamenting why they hadn't thought of this method. Everyone sat down to rest, and Zhao Gu took a sip of water and asked, "So, are we going to continue?" Chen Xinlan replied calmly, Wait for Yi Chen to return, we'll follow his lead." Zhao Gu. Just then, a figure hurriedly ran over from a distance. It was the long-missed Wei Qi Xiong. "Oh, look who's back." Wei Qi Xiong spoke with a hint of pride. Zhang Kai laughed. "From your tone, it sounds like you have good news." "Of course, let me show you a big treasure." Wei Qi Xiong laughed heartily and slowly extended his hand, revealing a green shadow. Zhao Gu and the others were a bit surprised. They hadn't expected this guy's awakening item to actually work. Wang Hong patted him on the shoulder. "Not bad, Xiao Xiong, didn't think you had it in you." "Of course. I'm also a strategic level trainee, you know." Wei Qi Xiong was quite pleased with himself. Previously looked down upon, he was determined to prove himself, so he searched carefully in the jungle while wearing glasses. Finally, he found this green shadow on a branch of a large tree. Zhao Gu said lightly, "At least you didn't just tag along. This is just the surface, do you understand?" Wei Qi Xiong puffed out his chest, looking proud. "Now you know who the main force is, right?" Zhao Gu, "Sorry, but we've already collected 2 green shadows." Cough, "So what? I found 1 by myself and you 3 found 2 together. On average, I'm still better." Watching everyone bicker, Chen Xinlan felt a bit impatient. How old were they to still be squabbling like this? After chatting for a while, Wei Qi Xiong asked, "By the way, what does it mean that you all are back? Are you waiting for me to roll the dice?" The others looked at him as if he were an idiot. Wang Hong facepalmed. "It's over, this guy is hopeless." Zhang Kai coughed softly and said, "We're waiting for Yi Chen." "Oh right, where is Yi Chen?" Wei Qi Xiong finally noticed that Yi Chen was missing. That guy made plans for everyone, but he himself ended up with no tasks. However, as a strategist, with an awakening score of 68, it seemed he couldn't do much else. Just then, in the distance, Yi Chen was leisurely returning with a relaxed stride. Looking at everyone, Yi Chen revealed his signature smile. "Have you all arrived? How's the battle situation?" "I have 2 here," Chen Xinlan said. "And I have 1 too." Wei Qi Xiong proudly lifted his head. Yi Chen casually responded, "What about the others?" "Wait, it's only been 15 minutes and we've already found 3, what more do you want?" Wei Qi Xiong looked at Yi Chen's nonchalant expression, feeling a bit unconvinced. "Although you are the strategist, you can't say we haven't done anything. But what does that dismissive expression mean?" Yi Chen blinked, initially thinking that this tall and strong Wei Qi Xiong was a formidable man, but now he realized this guy was still quite immature, bringing back a green shadow and still wanting praise. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen finally spoke, "Oh, good job, keep it up." Wei Qi Xiong. Wei Qi Xiong was furious. "I don't want your affirmation." Just as he was about to retort, Wei Qi Xiong's body suddenly trembled. He felt a surge of killing intent. Turning his head, he saw Chen Xinlan looking at him with icy eyes. Although she didn't say anything, that gaze was chilling. Chen Xinlan was very angry because Yi Chen had never praised her. Now he actually praised Wei Qi Xiong. Zhao Gu and the others were a bit confused, not understanding why the cheerful atmosphere had suddenly vanished. As for Yi Chen, he seemed completely unaware. He continued, forget it seems you all don't have any other useful information, so just listen to me. Yi Chen casually picked up a branch and began to draw something on the ground. The few people looked over and quickly realized that Yi Chen was drawing a top-down view of this green belt area. The area designated by Mu Hongyan for this green belt was about several dozen acres. There were forests, artificial rivers, grasslands, and other areas. After watching for a while, everyone didn't understand what Yi Chen meant by drawing this. Once the basic content was finished, Yi Chen glanced back at the few students who were still monitoring from a distance. Confirming that they couldn't hear the conversation, he said, based on my observations, I've initially calculated that the other students have already found at least 22 green shadows. Currently, 8 have been lit, with 12 remaining, and we still have 5 here. Next. Wait. Wei Qi Xiong was taken aback. Don't we have 3? Oh, I picked up 2 on the way. Wei Qi Xiong? Everyone? This time even Chen Xinlan and Wong Hong were dumbfounded. This thing can still be picked up? And you found 2? Yi Chen rolled his eyes at Wei Qi Xiong. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world. Are you afraid others will find out? Wei Qi Xiong hurriedly shut up, but the shock in his heart was indescribable. This year's total number of students was as high as 233, with at least 30 students having perception-type awakening abilities. They took over 10 minutes to find a dozen, and you found 2 by yourself. No one would believe that. Yi Chen was speechless. Talking to these people was really exhausting. He rummaged through his pocket, and 2 small green balls appeared in his hand. Looking at the green balls, Wei Qi Xiong and the others widened their eyes, filled with shock and confusion. At that moment, not only were they dumbfounded, but even the instructors in the observation room were stunned. Everyone's mind had only one thought: is this a cheat? Did anyone see when that kid found the green shadow? An instructor in the observation room couldn't help but ask, but no one responded. The assessment range for the 3rd round was quite large, and the 16 crows couldn't possibly cover everyone. The focus of everyone's attention was on several chaotic battles. Who would bother with a Yi Chen wandering around in the jungle? Wei Xian, replay that, Wadaya said. Understood. Wei Xian quickly adjusted the equipment. Several images began to rewind, and soon Yi Chen's figure appeared on the screen. After finishing his tasks, Yi Chen strolled through the jungle like an old man shopping, looking around here and there. His demeanor was completely different from those using their awakening abilities to explore, it seemed. He was genuinely just wandering. Since the day Yi Chen entered the academy, he seemed to have never used his awakening ability. During the last assessment, he was obscured by toxic gas, and no one knew if he had used it. However, according to the data, Yi Chen's awakening ability did not have any reconnaissance capability. Yet, as he walked, Yi Chen suddenly stopped. In front of him on the grass were a few broken stones, and the dense weeds made it hard to see anything unusual. But in the next moment, Yi Chen suddenly bent down and picked up a clump of dirt. He applied a slight pressure with his fingers, and the clump shattered, revealing a vibrant green inside. At this sight, everyone fell silent. Yi Chen's location was ordinary. Several students had passed by here before. Yet, so many perception-type awakeners had failed to notice it, and in the end, it was found by a combat type. Does anyone understand how this kid did it? A mentor asked. Someone speculated the green shadow releases an energy fluctuation every 2 minutes. Could it be that Yi Chen just happened to stumble upon it? A 1-star awakener, and not even a perception type, their mental strength is generally weak, right? How could he perceive it? So what now? The green shadow is wrapped in mud. He can't possibly have figured it out, right? I didn't see anything wrong. How could a 17-year-old kid come to this conclusion? Rewind the footage, enlarge the video, and let me take another look. The group of mentors began to analyze. However, after a long analysis, they still couldn't figure out how Yi Chen saw it. They truly couldn't discern any difference from the stone's exterior. Ultimately, they concluded that Yi Chen had just gotten lucky. For Yi Chen, although the content of this assessment by mentor Mu Hongyan was to showcase the abilities of perception type awakeners, anything that could be hidden would leave traces. For more than half a month prior, Yi Chen had been honing his hunter skills in the game space. He had a thorough understanding of the various plant details in the jungle. As long as that thing wasn't originally there, there would definitely be traces to follow. The green shadow, wrapped in mud, was like a stone discarded on the road. Other students passed by without noticing it at all. But Yi Chen, based on the weeds still growing beneath the stone, could clearly tell that this stone hadn't originally been here. Yi Chen was merely trying it out, and he really did discover something inside. Seeing that no one was asking questions anymore, Yi Chen continued to draw on the map. From the 2 battles just now, I picked out a few enemies that pose a threat to us. There's a guy here whose awakening ability is dual daggers. He has acceleration and can release blade light, and when the daggers cross, he can also release a temporary energy shield. Zhao frowned slightly. The person you're talking about should be Luching you. He was near me during the 2nd round, and that guy is very strong, having taken out at least 5 students. Yi Chen nodded. Yes, it should be him. And here, there's a girl whose awakening ability is a magic staff that can release fireballs and area fire rings. And here's another. Yi Chen continued to draw several circles, each area containing 1 or 2 students with considerable combat strength. Yi Chen's message was clear. These were the opponents that needed to be targeted next. At first, everyone listened attentively. However, as Yi Chen marked more and more students, the looks in their eyes gradually became strange. Moments later, after Yi Chen finished discussing the 13th student, he did not continue. Zhao Gu couldn't help but ask, "Are these all the materials you just collected?" "Yeah, is there a problem?" Yi Chen replied, puzzled. "But didn't you go looking for the emerald shadow just now?" Wei Qi said. "No, I just picked those 2 up along the way." Looking at Yi Chen's calm demeanor, the 4 of them were on the verge of breaking down. How could this guy casually say such impressive things? There had only been 2 major battles from the beginning until now, yet Yi Chen had investigated 14 students. What their awakening items were, what abilities those items had. He even included whether there were currently any emerald shadows, who else was in the team, and so on. What kind of terrifyingly keen observation could allow someone to gather so much information in just 2 minutes? Now, even if Yi Chen's awakening item score was 68, they would believe it if he said it was 98. In less than 10 minutes, he had identified which of the hundreds of students were the enemies to target. And then, on top of that, he found 2 emerald shadows. You can't even cheat like this, can you? Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Xinlan's lips curled slightly. This guy had once remained unfazed while making a call in the face of 4-star terrorists. How could such a small scene possibly scare him? Wong Hong shook his head, quietly observing how this group had never seen the world. The madman had helped him analyze the action plans of 2 terrorist organizations. The security department's dragon guards had not noticed, but the madman had found clues and discovered something strange about several emerald shadows. Noticing that everyone had fallen silent again, Yi Chen dug at his ears. What was wrong with this group, stopping and starting all the time? But if they weren't going to speak, it was time for him to take charge. Next, we start the second phase of the plan. In the next chaotic battle, Zhao Gu, you and Zheng Kai will sneak attack Lu Qingyu. If you can take him out with the sneak attack, that's best. If not, just retreat directly, don't get caught up in a prolonged fight. Xiaolan, you handle that fire element mage. Chen Xinlan nodded. As long as she has no one protecting her, I should be able to take her down. Who was it? Wei Qi, your awakening item's cooldown should be over by now, right? It's my turn. Wait a minute. Wei Qi suddenly paused mid-sentence. You mean to sneak attack other students? Yeah, is there a problem? If you have questions, just ask them all at once, don't keep interrupting. Yi Chen was somewhat displeased. Dealing with this group was really exhausting. They didn't understand anything yet kept asking questions, and they always interrupted him halfway through. But if we sneak attack other students, it could easily provoke public outrage, Wei Qi hurriedly said. I know, didn't we also provoke public outrage last time? And you all ended up backing down. Zhao Gu also realized this, frowning as he said, this time is different. From last time, you don't have any props, relying solely on us. The 4 of us can't take on that many people. In the second round of assessments, some students were injured and unable to continue. In the third round, after 2 rounds of fighting, more students were injured. Now, the combined number of combat and support students wouldn't exceed 100. But that number was still overwhelming for them. So, I'm telling you to deal with those troublesome ones first, Yi Chen said with a strange look. Otherwise, why would I assign you this task? You don't think that when old Wan lights up the emerald shadow, the others will just stand by, do you? Everyone, Wei Qi, Zhao Gu, and the others were stunned for a few seconds before finally understanding. Yi Chen and the others had activated the hard mode. As soon as they lit up the emerald shadow, they would definitely be swarmed by other players, just like those 6 not far away who had been staring at them. It seemed stable now, only because the others were still competing for the emerald shadow. Once all the emerald shadows are found, those guys will definitely set their sights on their juicy piece of meat. A battle between both sides for credits is inevitable. Instead of passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative and eliminate the more dangerous enemies first in the chaos. Understood, Zhao Gu said coldly. This time, there was a hint of conviction in his gaze towards Yi Chen. He finally understood why Yi Chen could become the commander among the 3. This guy seemed arrogant before, but all his actions had deeper meanings. That terrifying observation and judgment were like an experienced hunter, steady, seasoned, and deadly. Any questions? Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking later. Yi Chen scanned the crowd. Seeing that everyone was much more obedient this time, Yi Chen said, we'll proceed according to the plan shortly. Wei Qi, it's time for your awakening item, roll the dice and see. Wei Qi nodded and summoned the fate dice. The dice were thrown high and finally rolled on the ground. The number displayed was 4. Then the dice quickly changed, the white light dissipated, and it transformed into a silver-white spear. Ha, wasn't your last weapon a saber? Yi Chen became interested. The number On my fate dice only represents the type. Number 4 is cold weapons, and there are 4 types of weapons to choose from randomly, Wei Qi said proudly, looking up. Everyone was surprised to hear this. The dice had 6 sides, and one side had 4 awakening items. Together, that makes 24. Perhaps each awakening item's ability isn't very strong, but combined, it's quite terrifying. No wonder this guy's awakening item rating can reach S level. Is this the chosen worker? After asking about the spear's abilities, Yi Chen nodded. Okay, you 3 form a team and ambush that Lu Qingyu. Then, while eliminating other students, seize the emerald shadows, and Shaolan side too. This way, you can deceive others. At least you won't be immediately besieged by other students. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile. In short, focus on eliminating other students with seizing emerald shadows as a secondary goal. The later you are discovered, the less pressure you'll have. Moments later, Chen Xinlan and Wei Qi left with smiles on their faces. Before leaving, Chen Xinlan handed Wong Hong 2 emerald shadows in front of the few watching students. This way, everyone would know the emerald shadows were with old Wang and wouldn't continue to focus on Chen Xinlan and the others. However, they quietly moved towards their target according to Yi Chen's previous arrangement. As for Yi Chen, he continued to stroll within the greenbelt area. As before, not far away, Mu Hongyan appeared at some point, originally standing with her arms crossed, watching the show. However, when she reached Yi Chen, she noticed something was off again. Some emerald shadows were hidden very secretly. Even perceptive awakeners hadn't immediately discovered them. She thought it would take a long time to find them, and even when the assessment time ended, no one would notice. Yet this kid managed to stir them out. Thus, Mu Hongyan simply came over to observe. She wanted to see how this guy discovered those emerald shadows. Not only Mu Hongyan, but a crow was also hovering above Yi Chen's head. Many instructors in the observation room were also watching Yi Chen. This time, they had to find out how Yi Chen discovered those emerald shadows. In other areas, many students began to execute their own plans. Perceptive students carefully searched for traces of the emerald shadows. Students with emerald shadows tried to create defensive formations, preparing to light up the emerald shadows during the next chaotic battle. Those without emerald shadows kept an eye on those who had them, always ready to strike. Time slowly passed. At the 22nd minute, a green light once again illuminated the jungle. The next moment, 12 other green lights followed suit in different areas. The third round of chaos officially began. In the midst of the melee, the team led by the fire element mage named Zhuzhen happened to be the defenders who lit up the emerald shadows. Moreover, they lit up 2 at once. 10 seconds before Zhuzhen's teammates activated the emerald shadows, she summoned her magic staff to gather fire element energy. As the other students prepared to attack the one holding the emerald shadow, dozens of fireballs came whistling in. Boom, 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 the terrifying flames engulfed that area. The sounds of explosions and screams echoed. After the flames subsided, 4 combat students were hit by the fireballs, sustaining serious injuries. One was directly struck in the chest, leaving a charred mark and rendering them unable to fight. The 3 combat students on the defending side charged forward to mix it up with the injured students. Although they were outnumbered, one side was unscathed while the other was half dead. Thus, in the fight, they held their ground without losing an inch. Zhuzhen's lips curled into a slight smile. As long as no one else came to disrupt, these 2 emerald shadows were basically secured. However, just as her smile was about to fade, she suddenly felt a chill behind her. A killing intent. Zhuzhen instinctively prepared to unleash the fire resistance ring. However, just as her mental energy flowed into the magic staff, a cold dagger had already pierced her shoulder. Then, Chen Xinlan kicked her away. Zhuzhen even heard the crisp sound of her ribs breaking. Chen Xinlan retracted her leg, her expression cold. If it weren't for the Academy's no-kill rule, Zhuzhen would have been dead in that moment. After dealing with Zhuzhen, Chen Xinlan turned her gaze to the 2 students still lighting up the emerald shadows, her figure flickering as she charged again. On the other side, Lu Qingyu's team was also fending off attacks from other students. Lu Qingyu fought fiercely, using dual wielding to take on 3 opponents. Without losing ground, their team of 5 managed to withstand the pressure against 8 students. In the chaos, Lu Qingyu crossed his dual blades to release an energy shield, blocking the combined attack of 2 students. Then, he flashed forward to engage 1 student in close combat. After a few exchanges, he successfully injured them. At that moment, Zhao Gu arrived from a distance. He ignored Lu Qingyu and headed straight for the student holding the emerald shadow. If you want to pass, first see my dual blades, Lu Qingyu shouted as he swung at Zhao Gu. However, Zhao Gu did not resist, seemingly planning to withstand the blow with his thorn armor. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu decisively activated his acceleration and energy slash, striking with all his might at Zhao Gu. As Lu Qingyu charged forward, a strange smile appeared on Zhao Gu's face. He shouted loudly as the defensive shield of the thorn armor activated, meeting Lu Qingyu head-on. At the same time, in the battlefield, Zheng Kai, who had been fighting with others, suddenly abandoned the struggle and rushed towards Lu Qingyu. Outside the battlefield, a glint of cold light appeared first, then the gun shot out like a dragon. What was originally Lu Qingyu's strong attack on Zhao Gu instantly turned into 3 people, surrounding Lu Qingyu. Kill, kill, kill. Moments later, all the green lights in the jungle disappeared. Chen Xinlan once again held an emerald shadow in her hand. She ignored the wary gazes of others and walked away directly. On the other side, Zhao Gu and his 2 companions looked regretfully at a student in the distance. Their earlier ambush had successfully severely injured Lu Qingyu, but they failed to seize the final emerald shadow. At this moment, that player was laughing joyfully. Lu Qingyu's teammates glared at Zhao Gu and the others with faces full of anger. The strongest fighter in their team was injured, and they had lost the ability to continue the fight for the shadow. But this was an assessment. To obtain the emerald shadow, one must be prepared to be defeated by others. If one's strength was insufficient, they could not blame others. After the chaotic battle, the jungle once again returned to calm. Compared to the last time, more people have lit up the emerald shadows this time. However, the number of injured students in this battle is somewhat higher than before. Originally, there were fewer than 100 combat students, and now there are less than 80 left. Some key team members are injured or have lost members, making it impossible for them to continue. In this situation, they have only 2 choices. First, give up the competition and become spectators like Wang Fugue and the others. Conserve energy to recuperate and prepare for the next round of assessments. Second, reorganize with other teams, merging 2 teams into one. This would greatly increase their combat power and the chances of earning credits. However, reorganization would bring various issues, such as command authority and how to distribute credits after obtaining the emerald shadows, among others. In the jungle, Yi Chen, as a spectator, strolled around again after watching the exciting show. He murmured to himself, "Emerald shadows discovered, 30 pieces, 16 lit, 14 remaining, we have 6 pieces here. The remaining emerald shadows are hidden even more secretly. It will likely become increasingly difficult to find them. So, after the next battle, it will probably be very hard to organize a large-scale lighting of the emerald shadows." Additionally, there are still 4 students with the highest threat level left and 14 at the next level. Time flew by, and soon it was the 28th minute. The lighting of the emerald shadows arrived as scheduled. However, this time there were only 9 pieces, fewer than last time. Of course, the number of participating students was also decreasing, so the intensity of the battle was about the same as before. After a minute of fierce fighting, 4 emerald shadows were lit. The remaining 5 were successfully contested by other students. This time, Chen Xinlan did not manage to grab an emerald shadow, but she successfully ambushed a relatively strong student. However, after several consecutive ambushes, she was still targeted by others. As soon as Chen Xinlan appeared, several students abandoned the contest for the emerald shadows and turned to attack her. The same happened with Wei Qi Xiong and the others. Other teams instinctively became alert upon seeing them. As a result, in the chaotic battle, the 3 of them failed to seize any emerald shadows. They didn't even manage to deal with the enemies on Yi Chen's list. However, the 3 did manage to take out 2 other students. Everyone, that strategic level team has been stealing kills. Yes, they don't have any perception-type teammates, so they are focusing all their attention on us. Damn, our team only has 3 people left, we won't look for them anymore. If they play dirty, we'll guard against them too. Feeling the angry gazes of the other students, Zhao Gu furrowed his brow. The assessment had only lasted half an hour, but it seemed they had already aroused public outrage. At this moment, Wei Qi Xiong's awakening ability time ended. He looked at the furious expressions of those around him, feeling not fear but a bit of excitement. Was this the scene that Yi Chen and the others faced before? 3 people against the whole world. Although it was tense, what a thrilling feeling. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice suddenly rang out from a distance. "Hey, Wei Qi Xiong, Zhao Gu, Zhang Kai, gather up." Hearing Yi Chen's call, the 3 inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. It felt as if they had found a backbone. Moments later, everyone regrouped. Chen Xinlan, with a hint of pride, handed the lit emerald shadow to Yi Chen. "I got one, and I also took care of those 2 guys you mentioned." Wei Qi Xiong and the others clicked their tongues. Truly, she was a strategic level monster in the combat department. One person was more terrifying than the 3 of them combined. Zhao Gu coldly said, "We took out 1 here, and there are still 3 minions left, but we didn't grab any emerald shadows." TSK, 3 grown men can't handle a little girl, that's a bit embarrassing, old Wang teased from the side. Wei Qi Xiong shot him a glance. "What right do you have to say that? You've just been watching the show all this time, haven't you?" Wong Hong looked up with his nostrils flared. My ability is to predict the future. Otherwise, do you think all these plans just came out of nowhere?" Millie and the others were taken aback. "You predicted all of this?" Wong Hong replied, "Of course. If you don't want your face, I can help you remove it." Chen Xinlan's cold voice rang out. She usually ignored this guy's bragging, but now that everything was thanks to Yi Chen, anyone who dared to take credit for Yi Chen's achievements would have to die. Wong Hong awkwardly smiled and quickly said, "Well, I predicted some things before." And then the madman formulated a series of plans based on my predictions. Except for the first challenge, which I didn't guess. The second challenge involved a small-scale melee, and the third challenge was about searching for supplies, all of which the madman had speculated on, and he developed countermeasures for these situations. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. At that moment, they finally understood why Yi Chen could just say a word in Chen Xinlan and Wang Hong would execute the task without needing to ask, because Yi Chen had already calculated all of this before the assessment. For Yi Chen, after understanding Mu Hongyan's personality on the way here, he began his analysis. With his specially modified attributes, he was as rational as a machine. He summarized the requirements of past academy assessments and ultimately identified several key points. No matter how the assessment content changed, the knowledge points remained the same. The assessments over the years generally focused on a few aspects. First, assessing the personal abilities of different types of awakened individuals. For example, combat types, support types, speed types, perception types, and so on. Each ability system has its own specialized field. Second, team cooperation among the students. Creating some troubles to force students to cooperate with each other. This trains their communication and teamwork skills. Third, response to emergencies. Creating crises and unexpected situations to see how students adapt. Mu Hongyan had a fiery temper and was naturally combative. Therefore, the assessment content she arranged would definitely lean towards confrontations among the students. Yesterday, Yi Chen pondered over a dozen possibilities. For instance, small-scale melees, sudden monster attacks, team cooperation to kill, or searching for certain items, etc. For Yi Chen, as long as it was an NPC, there was a possibility of a strategy. When it came to strategies, Yi Chen was serious. While a few people were chatting, several crows circled above Yi Chen's head. The many instructors in the observation room were astonished after listening to their conversation. Calm, composed, with strong observation and reasoning skills. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe this kid is only 17, one instructor couldn't help but exclaim. Not only that, this guy's acting skills are quite good. During the second challenge, he deliberately pretended to be arrogant to attract hatred, then used props to turn the tables. And this kid has a strong sense of perception. Although the awakened item doesn't have perception abilities, he can find the emerald shadow that other perception-type students haven't noticed. Don't say this guy came to our Star Palace at the right time, it's just that the awakened item's rating is too low, affecting future development. If he gets a chance for a baptism, who knows, our Star Palace might produce another unparalleled genius. The instructors made various comments about Yi Chen. There were many geniuses in the Star Palace, some with high intelligence, some who could scheme, and many who could perform. But there were very few like Yi Chen, who combined multiple abilities together. Courage, temperament, means, strategy, ability. Aside from the awakened item's potential being mediocre, they couldn't find any other issues. Wei Dayu squinted at Yi Chen's awakened item information. What rating was this kid's awakened item, anyway? This thing can still be guessed? After listening to Old Wan's explanation, Wei Qi couldn't help but click his tongue. Before coming here, he relied on his family's connections to gather information about the Star Palace. As a result, he discovered that the content of the entrance tests for new students varied each year. Now, someone had predicted Mu Hongyan's assessment in advance. Was this even human? Upon understanding the cause and effect of everything, Wei Qi hugged Yi Chen's arm, his eyes misty. Brother phone, from now on, you're my brother phone. Teach me how you did it. Wei Qi was naturally a gambler, otherwise, his awakening item wouldn't be a die. For him, betting right could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, while betting wrong could lead to eternal regret. Because his awakening item had this uncertainty, his family sent him here. The waters in the Star Palace ran deep. The family's requirement was that if he did well here, they would no longer interfere with his gambling in the future. If he couldn't make it, he would have to return to the Dragon Military Academy and say goodbye to gambling. For this reason, his family didn't provide him with any resources when he came. Now, Wei Qi finally found a strong ally. An exceptionally intelligent Yi Chen could deduce Mu Hongyan's assessment content through reasoning. If he learned this, his chances of winning when gambling with others would definitely increase significantly. At the very least, being under someone like this wouldn't be too bad. Yi Chen expressionlessly withdrew his arm from Wei Qi embrace. We'll talk about that later. Now, let's discuss the next steps and secure these credits. So far, we have discovered 36 green shadows, 20 lit, 16 remaining, and we have 7. 7? Shouldn't it be? I get it, I'll shut up. Wei Qi wanted to ask more, but was silenced by the unfriendly glares from Chen Xinlan and Yi Chen. With Yi Chen's character and ability, he definitely wouldn't miscount. If he said 7, then it was 7. Clearly, he had found another one in just a few minutes. One person finding 3 green shadows in half an hour. If this news got out, those perception-type awakeners would surely cry in the bathroom. Zhao Gu and the others were calculating in their hearts. The credits for Yi Chen and their team lighting up the green shadows were incremental. 7 pieces equated to 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 350, a total of 1,400 credits. Their 10% share would also yield 140 credits. This number had far exceeded their initial expectations for returns. If they had the chance to get a few more later, they would be completely rich. At this moment, Yichen poured cold water on them, excluding the part that gave up fighting. At the beginning, there are still about 70 combat, support, and control-type students left. Everyone instantly woke up. Their team only had 7 people, and among them, Wong Hong, Yichen, and Meili were all non-combat types. This meant that each of them could potentially face a dozen enemies. Chen Xinlan glanced at the 8 students not far away who were staring at them. They had already been targeted. As soon as they dared to light up the green shadows, others would surely swarm in. Can we light them up during the next melee? Zheng Kai asked. Yichen shook his head. Lighting up during a melee is definitely fine for self-protection. But when lighting up the second or third piece, a large number of enemies will surround us. Zhao Gu and Wei Qi furrowed their brows, finally realizing the seriousness of the problem. Compared to a dozen people fighting over a single, uncertain green shadow, it was clearly easier and more cost-effective to team up and interfere with Yi Chen's group lighting up. If successful, that would yield hundreds of credits. A few of them considered their combat power to be decent. They could barely accept 1 against 2 or 3, but 1 against 10 was absolutely impossible. So what do we do next? Wei Qi couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen grinned. We don't need to do anything. Let's take a 15-minute break. You've been targeted. For now, conserve your energy and wait until the last 15 minutes to act. Wei Qi, your fate dice should be able to transform each face into different awakening items. Is there a large-scale option? Wei Qi nodded. Yes, the number 5 corresponds to a long-range awakening item. Okay, try rolling the dice at the 41st minute. You have 2 chances, and the subsequent plan will change based on your results. After saying this, Yichen turned to Millie. How deep have you dug? 5 meters, but it's getting harder to dig. Deeper with my engineering shovel, Millie replied somewhat shyly. Initially, her plan was to dig a 20-meter deep pit. This way, old Wang could safely light up the emerald shadow inside without any interruptions. 5 meters is fine. Now dig horizontally, making the entrance narrow at first and then wider, Yichen said, flashing a bright smile as he looked at Zhao Gu. Later, when old Wang lights up inside, you'll be responsible for blocking the entrance. A scene formed in everyone's minds. Digging a tunnel in a 1-meter wide, 5-meter deep cave with Zhao Gu standing at the entrance in thorny armor. In such a narrow space, no matter what awakening item you have, you can't use it effectively. With Zhao Gu's combat power and personality blocking the entrance, they couldn't think of anyone who could rush in. Moreover, they had their support outside, so whether others could even get down was still a question. At that moment, everyone was completely convinced by Yi Chen's bold move. What started as a team effort to search for the Emerald Shadow had turned into an underground siege battle under Yi Chen's direction. Just ask how you would break this. Chen Xinlan pondered for a moment and suddenly said, this plan is quite good, but will they really let us wait here safely? Yi Chen grinned. They better not realize what's happening, or I wouldn't mind giving them a few surprises. A dozen meters away from Yi Chen, 8 students were watching him and the others. After waiting for a while, they only saw Yi Chen leisurely walking away. As for Chen Xinlan and the others, they simply sat down to rest. Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. This group clearly held several emerald shadows yet seemed completely unhurried. Time slowly passed. In the greening area, many students continued to fight for the emerald shadows. At 37 minutes, the 5th chaotic battle began. 10 emerald shadows flickered with a ghostly green light in the dense forest. The battle resumed. Light up, attack, defend, counterattack. While the fighting was intense over there, the few students here turned their attention to Chen Xinlan and her group. The latter showed no signs of moving. 1 minute later, the battle ended, with some rejoicing and others worried. At 44 minutes, the 6th chaotic battle began. This time, only 8 emerald shadows lit up. When the 1-minute chaos ended, many simply stopped to catch their breath. At this moment, the time was almost 8 o'clock. The sun was high in the sky, and the temperature in the dense forest was gradually rising. In this high-temperature environment, feeling tired, hungry, and hot, everyone's mood grew increasingly irritable. Some people discussed simply giving up the ongoing fights, resting to prepare for the next round of assessments. Others turned their gaze toward Yi Chen's team. According to intelligence, the few guys over there held at least 3 emerald shadows. The fact that they hadn't acted yet surely meant they were plotting something. Thus, many people sent their companions over to scout. Just after finishing the battle, Zhao Feiyu flapped his wings and arrived above Chen Xinlan and the others. The next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted as he saw a deep, dark pit. Not only that, but Millie had also dug out a tunnel horizontally in the pit, and Zhao Gu was secretly throwing the dirt into the river. His expression quickly changed, and moments later, he understood what was happening. Zhao Feiyu shouted, everyone, the strategic level team has secretly dug an underground tunnel over there. The guards, a few of the trainees, were stunned. They had been watching intently. At first, they thought Yi Chen and his group were just digging a pit to fend off attacks. But now, from Zhao Feiyu's words, it seemed this pit was very deep, with tunnels leading to other places. However, after watching for a long time, they noticed that the soil next to the pit hadn't increased at all. The river water has turned murky. They secretly dumped the soil into the river. Damn, they can play like this? Boss, we've discovered a conspiracy here. As the trainees called out loudly, others gathered around. Some perception-type awakeners quickly used their abilities to find Millie hidden underground. They dug a pit 5 meters deep and 4 meters wide. They actually did this right under our noses. Hiss, if they hide in there, it'll be hard to deal with. As long as we find someone to block the entrance, unless we take out all their people, it'll be tough to interrupt them. Amidst a flurry of curses, a trainee stepped forward. He shouted, "Everyone, these guys have at least 4 green shadows in their hands. And as long as we interrupt them when they light it up, we can earn credits. So, how about we cooperate to destroy their underground hideout first?" At this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in everyone's eyes, for green shadows were quite a temptation for them. Their entrance is close to the riverbank. As long as we break through there, the river water can flood into that entrance. Good idea, I'll handle this. Still trying to play tricks, what a joke. In the distance, Mu Hongyan watched this scene with a slight smile. If the previous assessments were aimed at the other trainees, then these last few minutes were specifically testing Yi Chen and his group. So far, Yi Chen's plan was going quite well. They had collected a good number of green shadows, and the team was in good health. But now that the plan had been uncovered, she was eager to see what other cards these 3 little guys had up their sleeves. This difficult mode could either cost them hundreds of credits in one go or allow them to gain a significant advantage. Zhao Gu and the others looked at the crowd around them, their brows furrowed, with a hint of murderous intent in their eyes. Competition among trainees was normal. Winning and losing were part of the game. But if someone spoke disrespectfully and spewed nonsense, that was just disgusting. If these guys acted so recklessly outside, he would have already started killing. Chen Xinlan slowly stood up, her cold gaze sweeping the area. At this moment, more than 20 trainees had gathered around, with others arriving one after another. It seemed a fierce battle was inevitable soon. Hesitating, a figure slowly walked in from the outer circle. Yi Chen walked in casually, saying, "Finally discovered it. 45 minutes is barely acceptable." Seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant expression, many recalled the scene from the previous assessment stage. This guy was riding on Chen Xinlan's coattails, acting arrogantly. Many were itching to take a bite out of him. If a fight broke out later, they would be more than willing to take him down. Upon seeing the newcomer, the tense emotions of Chen Xinlan and the others instantly dissipated. Yi Chen's performance had long earned their trust. With him around, there would be no surprises. Wei Qi awkwardly whispered, "This time it's number 3, a support-type awakening item." Yi Chen shot him a glance. This guy always dropped the ball at critical moments. But it was still okay for now, they could wait another 5 minutes. Looking around, Yi Chen revealed a bright smile. "Now I'm giving you a chance to leave immediately. We can pretend nothing happened. If you're still here in 10 seconds, then you'll all be considered enemies. TCH, do you think this is the last assessment?" "Exactly, it's spacious here, and you don't have any props to use. Just with a Chen Xinlan, how do you plan to deal with so many of us? I'm curious to see how you'll do it." Everyone completely ignored Yi Chen's reminder. In their eyes, Yi Chen was just being stubborn at the end. Yi Chen was not angry at all, his face remained calm as he began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Seeing Yi Chen's nonchalant demeanor, some people frowned. This feeling of Yi Chen not taking them seriously had occurred before. Then they were tricked by this guy. Now Yi Chen was acting the same way, likely up to some dirty trick. However, under the premise that they couldn't use any props, they really couldn't figure out how the 3 combat-type opponents could fight against their 30 people. 3, 2, 1. In contemplation, Yi Chen's countdown finally ended. Yi Chen looked at the crowd, a strange smile flashing in his eyes. Then, Yi Chen extended his hand. "That guy in the blue clothes has a green shadow on him. The one with yellow hair who awakened an item, a bracelet, also has one," and Yi Chen pointed out 4 in a row, then glanced at Chen Xinlan and the others. "Since they don't want to leave, let's give them a surprise." As soon as he finished speaking, a green light suddenly shone in Zhao Gu's hand. "Kill." The moment the green light appeared, all the students within a 20-meter radius were enveloped. The next second, a shadow had quietly rushed into the crowd. The speed was so fast that most students couldn't keep up with it. This time, Chen Xinlan did not hold back. The dark dagger was already in her hand. The student in blue, holding the green shadow, hadn't reacted when he felt a cold blade cut into his arm. The wound wasn't deep, just a little blood oozing out. But the next moment, a piercing pain shot through his muscles into his marrow, penetrating deep into his soul. The blue-clad man fell to the ground, screaming in agony, his whole body convulsing. Immediately after, the yellow-haired guy followed suit, collapsing and twitching in the same manner. At this moment, Chen Xinlan's super acceleration ended, and she returned to Yi Chen's side. In her hand, she now held 2 more green shadows. Zhao Gu. Bang! A faint explosion sounded. The green shadow in Zhao Gu's hand flickered, its light dissipating, but it did not leave his hand. This time, the duration of the mental energy infusion was extremely short, and the explosion's power was completely bearable. On the opposite side, many students had just summoned their awakened items. They were preparing to counterattack when they realized the light had already faded. Not only that, but two people were lying on the ground, unable to get up, crying out in pain. Looking at the two, drenched in sweat and convulsing, many felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone turned their gaze to Chen Xinlan, who still wore that cold expression. But the dark dagger in her hand was intimidating. In the observation room, the instructors stared intently at Chen Xinlan on the screen. Whether it was Guodaya or Han Fei, their expressions had become very serious. The wounds haven't turned purple, it shouldn't be a toxin. That yellow-haired kid, I saw him fight before, he was quite tough, yet now he's almost breaking down. As long as the dagger leaves a wound on the opponent, it can cause terrifying mental pain? It doesn't seem like it. If it were just a mental attack, many people could resist it. Guodaya said solemnly, this should be the S-level ability mentioned by Lord Chen Rui. Exactly, to reach S-level rating, the ability should be higher than a mental attack. It feels like ignoring the opponent's defenses and striking directly at the soul. The many instructors analyzed seriously while watching Chen Xinlan. Among all the new student records, only Chen Xinlan's ability was unknown. Lord Chen Rui clearly didn't tell them because this ability was too special. Now, seeing her performance, it was indeed the case. Just now, the other students were unclear, but they were watching clearly. At the moment Chen Xinlan attacked, a dark gleam flickered on the dagger. The light flashed and vanished. If it weren't for the completely black dagger that didn't reflect light, it would have gone unnoticed. Moreover, Chen Xinlan had already held back. If she had wanted to, the wounds on the arms of those two on the ground would not have been so minor. Now, just a light touch caused them such pain. If the wounds increased, the resulting pain might drive them to collapse completely. And this was just the power of Chen Xinlan's first star awakened item. Once she grows, she will become a nightmare for countless people. Under the blazing sun, the temperature had already risen to over 30 degrees. The stifling air created a heavy atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. As the green light dissipated, the battle that others had prepared abruptly halted. Mu Hongyan had also appeared not far away, though it was unclear when. If no one had ignited the emerald shadow to launch an attack, she would have dealt with it immediately. She had already taken care of 4 just moments ago. Chen Xinlan waved her hand, and the death dagger vanished. She coldly said, this time is just a simple punishment. If it continues, you will bear the consequences. Feeling the faint killing intent emanating from Chen Xinlan, many instinctively took a few steps back. If Chen Xinlan's abnormal speed had made them wary before, now her bizarre attacking ability filled them with dread. They knew that Chen Xinlan's super acceleration lasted only a short time, perhaps just a few seconds. Once the acceleration effect disappeared, she would inevitably face a siege from the other students. At that time, Chen Xinlan's failure would be almost certain. But in those few seconds, she might take out several students. Just like earlier, she not only eliminated 2 students in an instant but also took away the emerald shadow they held. If she charged indirectly, taking out 5 or 6 in just a few seconds would be absolutely no problem. This was merely a new student entrance test, not a life and death struggle. Was it worth risking their credits for someone they didn't even know? The key point was that the task required them to interrupt the ignition of the emerald shadow to gain benefits. Defeating Chen Xinlan would not yield any advantage for them. Moments later, half of the students slowly retreated, giving up their encirclement of Chen Xinlan and the others. The others, seeing this, turned pale. Their previous overwhelming advantage had now diminished significantly. Now that half had left, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Xinlan and the others, the remaining students slowly retreated to 30 meters away. In the distance, Wang Fugui and others looked on in astonishment as dozens of students were actually scared off by just one Chen Xinlan. Was this the deterrent power of a strategic level student? Wei Qixong and others looked at Chen Xinlan with shining eyes. Although they knew Chen Xinlan was a true combat type, strategic level student, they hadn't expected her to scare off so many people all by herself. Being a strategic level student themselves, Wei Qixong felt that his awakened item was utterly inferior in comparison. Oh, and there was also Wong Hong, who had been doing nothing the whole time. Compared to this guy, he still felt somewhat useful. Moreover, his strategic level ability hadn't even been showcased yet. Seeing this, Chen was somewhat surprised. He had thought there would be a fierce battle, but the opponent had actually backed down. He hadn't even used the remaining backup plans he had prepared. Old Wong, let's get started. If possible, ignite 2 emerald shadows at once. Chen handed the emerald shadow he had on him to Wong Hong. The others, except for Zheng Kai who kept one, also handed theirs to Wong Hong. Originally, there were 7, and with the 2 just acquired, the total had reached 9. Additionally, Chen found another one in the jungle. A total of 10. If all were ignited, the credits would reach a staggering 2,750 points. This credit total was higher than what all the other students combined could earn. Wong Hong chuckled, "Leave it to me, the protagonist always appears last." After saying that, he jumped into the underground cave, and then 2 emerald green shadows were lit up in his hands. The eerie green light enveloped everything within a 20-meter radius. This special light could penetrate the soil, allowing others underground to see it as well. At the entrance of the cave, Zhaogu blocked the opening with thorn armor, standing ready. On the ground, Chen Xinlan and the others were always prepared for battle. In the distance, other students watched the scene with a mix of envy and jealousy. However, seeing Chen Xinlan's cold gaze, no one dared to take the first step. Watching that green light, someone felt envious. If only we could take the chance to interrupt once. We'd strike it rich. No chance, we're not on the same team. No one is willing to take a stab from Chen Xinlan's dagger for someone else. A student sighed, "Let's go, this group of prodigies is not something we can provoke. Only one of the 3 strategic level ones has been deployed so far, the others haven't even made a move. There are still a dozen minutes left, if we try hard, maybe we can find another emerald green shadow." Some felt envious, while others sighed, but under Chen Xinlan's pressure, no one dared to show their face. Just when everyone thought it was over, a student suddenly walked over. Everyone was taken aback. In this situation, there was actually someone unafraid of death. A cold glint flashed in Chen Xinlan's eyes, ready to strike at any moment. However, the next second, that student pulled out an emerald green shadow and loudly said, "No misunderstanding, I'm not here to cause trouble. I have an emerald green shadow, I can sell it to you, how about it?" Ha! At this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Selling an emerald green shadow? Right, the emerald green shadow was only worth 50 credits to them. But on Yi Chen's side, from the second one onward, it became increasingly valuable. They had at least 4 in hand, no, now it was 6. The 7th one rewarded 350 credits. They wouldn't say much, selling it for over 100 credits was theoretically no problem. This way, it would be a win-win for both sides. Yi Chen looked at that student, then at the others in the distance. He had considered this plan from the very beginning. Initially, it couldn't be done. At that time, the other students were in too good a state, and there were too many combat types. If they united, it would be very dangerous for them. But now, the situation was different. This group of people had already been intimidated by Chen Xinlan. At this moment, a mutually beneficial transaction was completely feasible. Just as Yi Chen was about to speak, Mu Hongyan stepped forward. Additional assessment conditions: once the number of emerald green shadows lit by Yi Chen and the others reaches double digits, the credits of those previously teamed up will be deducted. For every additional one found by Yi Chen's team, the others will have 10% of their credits deducted. Special reminder, they currently have exactly 10. Yi Chen. Everyone? Everyone was collectively confused. How many? 10? In their understanding, it seemed that Chen Xinlan and the others had only taken 5 emerald green shadows in total. Additionally, Wei Qi seemed to have found 1, which added up to only 6. Where did the remaining 4 come from? Wait a minute. Swish, swish, swish. In the blink of an eye, dozens of gazes turned to Yi Chen. During this assessment activity, Chen Xinlan and the others had been fighting, while Wong Hong and Meili hadn't moved from their spots. Only this guy had been wandering around. So the truth was clear, the remaining 4 emerald green shadows were all found by Yi Chen. More than 30 perception-type awakeners had searched for 35 minutes and only found over 30 shadows. On average, that was 1 per person. Yet, the combat-type student Yi Chen, with a score of only 68, had actually found 4 by himself. Damn, you can't cheat like that. Oh, wait, now is not the time to think about that. Yi Chen and the others already had 10 shadows. If that student traded with Yi Chen, the credits of the others would be deducted by 10%. Excluding those who form teams to compete, there are about 170 remaining students. 10% translates to a deduction of 1,700 credits all at once. At this moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Chen. It was one thing when there were no benefits involved, but now they were losing credits, and that was intolerable. Seeing the murderous intent in everyone's eyes, Yi Chen was quite speechless. Instructor Mu Hongyan, isn't it a bit inappropriate to increase the difficulty halfway through? Mu Hongyan replied calmly, this is a challenge added by the academy, and of course, there are rewards for you as well. Starting from the 10th token, each additional token will increase the credits by 350, making it 400 credits. For the 11th token of the Emerald Shadow, you can earn a reward of 900 credits. For the 12th it's 1300 credits, and so on. So, do you want to accept? Oh, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, quickly calculating something in his mind. Upon hearing this, after a moment, he nodded, I agree. Everyone gasped, and then their eyes became fervent. They had thought Yi Chen would refuse outright, but this guy actually accepted. Brother Feng, can we take it easy when we talk? Excluding the injured, there are still over 100 people. Wei Qi was almost scared to death. He used to think of himself as a gambler, bold and decisive. But upon arriving here, he realized Yi Chen was even crazier. He intended to pit one team against all the remaining people. However, before he could grab Yi Chen's arm, a dagger appeared in front of him. Chen Xinlan said coldly, since Yi Chen has made this decision, he must have a way to solve it. If you keep babbling, I'll stab you. Yi Chen ignored that person and looked at Mu Hongyan. Instructor Mu Hongyan, there won't be any additional conditions added after this rule, right? Mu Hongyan's eyes flickered. When Yi Chen said that, there was not a trace of panic on his face and even a hint of confidence. It felt as if he had a solution. This condition was just modified by Guo Daiyu a moment ago. How could Yi Chen find a solution in just a few seconds? Quite interesting. Mu Hongyan's lips curled up. No, this rule is final. I won't add any more conditions before the third round of assessments ends. Okay. Yi Chen flashed a bright smile, then turned to the distant students and shouted, does anyone want to make a deal? What do you mean? A student asked in a deep voice. There are about 170 students participating in this assessment, and if we deduct 10% of the credits, that's equivalent to a deduction of 1,700 credits, right? Seeing everyone nod, Yi Chen continued, starting from the 11th token, the rewards for lighting up the Emerald Shadow are 900, 1300, 1700, 2100, 2500. In other words, if we can light up 5 Emerald Shadows, our earnings will match the credits deducted from you. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes flickered. Zhou Feiyu immediately understood. You mean everyone helps you find the Emerald Shadows, and as long as we find 6 or more, we can make a profit? Others also grasped the idea. For every Emerald Shadow Yi Chen obtained, the credits deducted from them were fixed, but the credits Yi Chen and his team earned kept increasing. The first 4 tokens would result in a loss for everyone, the 5th would break even. If the number lit up reached 6 or more, they could achieve profits greater than losses. Yi Chen nodded. That's right. Now everyone has already discovered 43 Emerald Shadows. Currently, 31 have been lit, leaving 12 remaining, of which 10 are with us and 2 are in your hands. In other words, as long as we find 4 more in the last few minutes, everyone can earn credits. As for how much we earn, it depends on everyone's abilities. Find 6, and each of the 6 people we trade with will receive 200 credits. Find 7, and each will receive 250 credits. And so on, until all the Emerald Shadows are found.